1. Cultivating the microcosm in the Marvel Universe. Marvel Universe. June 15th, 2012. Friday. Midtown High School, New York City. 17-year-old Hawk was drenched in sweat within the old gymnasium. Bang, 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 bang. The rhythmic sounds of impact echoed as Hawk relentlessly pummeled the suspended black punching bag. Each strike sent the bag swaying, accompanied by the sharp clinking of its iron chains. Hawk's hair was soaked with perspiration, beads of sweat cascading down his pronounced cheekbones, gliding over his taut jawline, and ultimately dripping onto the already damp collar of his old t-shirt. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the bag, unwavering. At this moment, the bag before him constituted his entire world. 9,951. 9,952. Hawk adjusted his stance, his mind counting as he deftly sidestepped the bag's recoil, executing continuous left hooks and right jabs with relentless vigor. Each punch landed with precision, causing the bag to tremble violently, its leather surface appearing increasingly worn and torn from the onslaught. Strike. Withdraw. Strike again. With each successive blow, Hawk's movements accelerated, becoming swifter and swifter, until 10,000. At that moment, the fire in Hawk's eyes ignited, his retracted fist shooting forth like lightning, striking the bag with the precision of a striking serpent. The bag buckled under the force, emitting a muffled groan, and the connecting chain could no longer withstand the strain, snapping apart. Freed from its constraints, the bag flew backward, letting out a mournful cry before crashing heavily onto the floor with a thunderous sound. With the completion of his 10,000 punches for the day, Hawk gazed at the torn bag that lay on the floor, finally exhaling the pent-up breath he had been holding. His chest rose and fell slightly as he steadied his breathing. Sweat streamed down his face, pooling at his chin before dripping onto the legs of his inexpensive athletic pants. Of course, inexpensive is a relative term. To others, these pants, worth $12, might seem cheap, perhaps even exceedingly so. However, for Hawk, the situation was quite different. After all, he was an orphan in this life, a soul reborn into the Marvel Universe. Had he not excelled in his studies and secured a scholarship to Midtown High, there is little doubt that the astronomical tuition fees each semester would have been insurmountable. Yet, despite receiving a scholarship, Hawk remained frugal. This was not due to a particularly commendable habit of thrift, but rather because, while he did earn a scholarship, it was not of the highest caliber. At the very least, it paled in comparison to that of his classmate, Gwen Stacy, the student assistant who had garnered the most prestigious scholarship. Her scholarship not only covered tuition, but also provided a stipend each semester, not to mention the abundant rewards from various academic competitions. Hawk's scholarship was of the most common variety, merely waiving tuition fees. After all, his grades could be deemed commendable, yet not exceptional. Nevertheless, Hawk felt a sense of contentment. Midtown High had relieved him of tuition costs, and, as a federally recognized orphan without foster care, he received an additional monthly stipend of $800 during his independent transitional period between the ages of 16 and 18. Furthermore, as he attended an elite school in New York State, he also qualified for a supplementary $500 monthly from state. In total, his monthly income amounted to $1,300. This sum might be insufficient for an adult living in New York City, but for Hawk, who relied on federal orphan assistance and attended school tuition-free, it was more than adequate. In fact, it was quite ample. After all, he ate at school and slept in a low-cost federal welfare apartment. With a monthly stipend of $1,300, subtracting $500 for basic living expenses, he managed to save an impressive $800 each month. What? $500 is insufficient? As previously stated, it may not suffice for adults, but for Hawk, it was certainly enough. Every afternoon, he diligently completed his daily 10,000 punches routine at the gym, followed by a shower, after which he would catch the latest free school bus home, sleep, and return the next day on the earliest bus. He had no utility bills, let alone phone or internet expenses. He was an orphan, one stomach satisfied. The family is untroubled. Who could he call, and who would call him? As for internet fees, he didn't even own a computer whenever he needed internet access. The school library provided public computers, and printing was free. Although he started this life as an orphan, Hawk felt he was managing quite well. Each month, he saved $800 and occasionally treated himself to a large platter of fried chicken from the same affordable eatery, rejuvenating his energy. To date, he had accumulated over $30,000 in savings. Quite satisfying. Of course, it would be even better if the fried chicken shop had fewer patrons of darker skin tones. After a while, Hawk stood still, his eyes gently closed, before slowly opening them to gaze at the fallen bag on the floor, seemingly lost in thought. For he was not merely observing the bag, he was contemplating a prompt that materialized before him. More precisely, it was his system. Microcosm cultivation. Current status, not activated. Activation conditions, continuous for 1,000 days, 10,000 punches. Activation progress, 999-1000. Almost there. So close. Tomorrow, it will be activated. Hawk gazed at the activation progress displayed in the prompt visible only to him, his heart racing with anticipation, wishing he could fast-forward time to tomorrow. This system had manifested during his 15th year of life. Specifically, it had gone live on September 10, 2009. He recalled the date vividly. It coincided with the day Hulk battled Abomination in New York City. Thus, he had not allowed himself a moment's respite. The system had arrived, and training commenced. There was no other option. After all, he had found himself in a world teeming with superheroes, where extraordinary beings were commonplace, and cosmic deities roamed freely in the Marvel Universe. Previously, he had been complacent without the system, but now that it had arrived, could he afford to be idle? That would render the system utterly pointless. Therefore, since the day the system had been activated, Hawk had adhered to a daily regimen of 10,000 punches without fail. Not a single day missed. Rain or shine. Not even a thunderstorm could deter him. In essence, it could be summarized in one phrase. Meals could be skipped, but training could not be neglected. Now, after 999 consecutive days, he was on the brink of triumph. Lightning Thompson and Bookworm Parker. 1,000 days. 2 years, 9 months, and 5 days. Completing today's task, Hawk once again summoned the exclusive interface visible only to himself while showering in the gym's locker room. He gazed upon the progress bar of Little Universe cultivation, now just 1 day away from completion, and still felt as if he were in a dream. After all, to strike 1,000 punches each day, uninterrupted for 1,000 days, sounds easy but is incredibly challenging. At times, Hawk questioned how he had managed to endure. Perhaps it was due to his inherently tenacious nature, or perhaps it was connected to this being the Marvel Universe. Hawk was uncertain. One thing was certain. One day, just 1 day, once today passed, he could activate the interface tomorrow. Little Universe cultivation. I wonder if it is indeed what I envision. Hawk pondered. In his memories, the only concept associated with Little Universe cultivation was singular. If it truly was what he imagined, the future held promise. According to the ancient Greek philosopher Democritus, all things are composed of atoms, and within the human body exists a miniature universe. That is, the Little Universe. Cultivating the Little Universe involves continuously awakening one's primal life energy, successfully activating the hidden Little Universe within, and through relentless practice, enhancing it to gain combat power that transcends the laws of physics. Hawk recalled a particular anime from his past life that depicted the Little Universe. The title of that anime was Saint Seiya, the bronze saints who mastered the 5 senses and touched the 6th sense. The silver saints who comprehended the 6th sense and reached towards the 7th sense. And the golden saints who fully grasped the 7th sense. Yet beyond the 7th sense lies the 8th and even the 9th. Hawk reminisced about fragmented scenes from that anime. In the next moment, a thought struck him, prompting a smile and a shake of his head. He was uncertain if this little universe of his interface resembled the one from his memories. So why overthink it? He harbored no aspirations of striking Odin or kicking Zeus. The most crucial point was this. He had traversed into this world for 17 years, and even before the interface had activated at the age of 15, he had prepared himself mentally to confront this brutal world without any enhancements. Mindset is paramount. The greater the expectation now, the more profound the disappointment if it falls short. Hawk mused, clearing the clutter from his mind, wringing out the freshly washed t-shirt, and placing it alongside the clean pants in a plastic bag. He wrapped himself in a towel while drying his hair with a towel, then pushed open the door of the cubicle. With a thud, the door of the shower room was thrust open, and a somewhat slender figure appeared to be pushed inside from outside. The slender figure stumbled a few steps before landing on the tiled floor of the shower room. "This is Peter?" Hawk raised an eyebrow at the original Spider-Man, who had tumbled in. At that moment, Peter caught sight of Hawk emerging from the shower room. His expression was slightly awkward. Just as he prepared to greet Hawk, a classmate with whom he had little interaction, laughter erupted from outside. Soon after, the imposing figure known as Lightning Thompson, also dubbed the Midtown Bully, entered, clutching a football and flanked by 3 cronies. In the next instant, laughter ceased abruptly. Having just emerged from the cubicle, one hand drying his wet hair and the other holding a bag of clean clothes. With his lower body wrapped in a towel, Hawk's gaze landed on Thompson. Lightning Thompson was notably tall and robust. Hawk was no less impressive. Having persisted for 999 days, maintaining a regimen of 10,000 punches daily, Hawk possessed a physique defined by solid muscles. This was not the artificial muscle mass created by technology and harsh rhetoric found in gyms. His arms were sculpted with strength, not exaggeratedly bulky, but rather refined and explosive. The towel cinched around his waist created a subtle indentation above his hips, accentuating a narrow waist. The contours of his abdominal muscles were distinctly visible, 8 well-defined blocks arranged like meticulously crafted armor. As their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. It is well known that in American schools, there exists a distinct hierarchy of disdain, or rather, a chain of bullying. Logically, Hawk, an orphan without parents, would belong to the bullied faction based solely on his background. Yet, that was not the case. This was not to say he had not encountered the school bullies before they were aware he was not to be trifled with. The reason the bullies refrained from provoking him was simple. In terms of both appearance and physique, Hawk, without question, did not fit the mold of someone easy to bully. Of course, over the past 3 years, the school bullies had not approached him, and naturally, he held no inclination to champion others. No one is anyone else's savior. This time was no different. Hawk averted his gaze, retrieved a clean t-shirt and pants from the backpack resting on the bench, donned them, placed the plastic bag back into the backpack, and slung it over his shoulder as he approached Thompson, who stood at the entrance of the shower room. Frowning, Thompson regarded Hawk as he approached. He recognized Hawk. After all, it was hard not to notice someone who had been tirelessly punching in a corner of the gym for over 2 years. Yet, although he was familiar with Hawk, they were not acquainted in any meaningful way. Due to various gatherings and parties, Hawk had never participated, though he could be seen daily at school. It was as if he lived in a parallel universe of his own. Thompson watched Hawk come to a halt before him. "Please step aside." Thompson instinctively moved aside, and his 3 cohorts, initially eager to comment, found themselves yielding to the call of Hawk's indifferent azure gaze. "Thank you." Hawk offered a calm reply to Thompson, who had cleared the path, and then proceeded to exit the shower room. Thompson observed Hawk's retreating figure, furrowing his brow in contemplation. At that moment, his 3 companions gasped. "Whoa, boss, Peter ran away." "What?" Thompson snapped back to attention, noticing Peter Parker slipping out behind Hawk, and immediately shouted, "Quick, chase after him. Bookworm Parker, stop." Tonight, the universe shall shimmer in his honor. After Hawk departed from the old gymnasium, he made his way towards the parking lot, oblivious to the happenings behind him. Even if he were aware, he would likely disregard them. Although Spider-Man is heralded as the paramount figure of American comics, the truth is that Hawk and Peter are not well acquainted, despite being in the same grade. By the time Hawk, with his messenger bag slung over his shoulder, arrived at the parking lot, the last orange school bus had already opened its doors. A burly driver with a bushy beard, clad in the school's uniform, was languidly reclining against the steering wheel while fiddling with a portable radio. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hall," Hawk greeted politely as he boarded the bus. "Any special news today?" Mr. Hall, with his formidable appearance, was actually rather benign. In fact, he was a good man. "It's still about the collapse of the Quanticore building. It's rumored to be a terrorist attack," he replied, glancing at Hawk as he continued to adjust the radio. Noticing the time on his watch, he remarked, "Hawk, you arrived 2 minutes later than yesterday." Hawk shrugged. "Apologies, I got delayed by my shower. Thankfully, I know you always take me home. Otherwise, I would have headed to the school entrance." "Take a seat, we're off." "All right," Hawk replied courteously, moving to the back with his backpack as Mr. Hall started the vehicle and prepared to close the door to pick up more students. Just then, Peter dashed in from a distance, squeezing into the bus just before the door could close. Mr. Hall was taken aback. He seemed to contemplate uttering a curse, yet restrained himself, observing Peter, who was panting from his hurried entrance, as well as the approaching Flash Thompson and his trio of followers outside. Flash and his entourage chose not to board the bus, instead standing outside, watching Peter climb aboard. Mr. Hall's gaze darted between Peter and Flash Thompson, and he furrowed his brow, addressing Flash. "Hey, are you guys getting on?" Flash glanced at Mr. Hall, said nothing, and turned away, leading his companions off in discontent. Bullying a fellow student is one matter, but doing so in the presence of school staff is an entirely different affair. He was a bully, not a fool. Peter, likewise, was no fool, so when Mr. Hall finally closed the door, he expressed his gratitude. Mr. Hall regarded Peter without uttering a word. He understood the situation but was content as long as no bullying occurred on his bus. As for everything else, he was merely a school bus driver, with no authority or obligation to intervene. Peter remained silent, turning to find a place to sit, when he noticed Hawk seated at the back by the window. After a moment's contemplation, he approached him. Hawk, lost in thought as he gazed out the window, snapped back to reality upon noticing Peter standing before him. His expression devoid of emotion. "I haven't aided you in any way, so there's no need for gratitude," he stated, then redirected his gaze to the world outside, dismissing Peter completely. He was unaware if Peter had undergone any transformation. Most likely, he had not yet metamorphosed into the spider-like figure etched in his memory. Nevertheless, even if Peter had changed, Hawk had no desire to engage with him. To be precise, he wished to avoid interactions with any superheroes altogether. The term superhero may sound appealing, yet it is invariably entwined with various calamities. Before acquiring any enhancements, he had never contemplated seeking out these heroes. His sole desire was to prolong his existence, to experience a rebirth, at the very least to live a life that would culminate in a natural demise. If possible, he aspired to study diligently and strive for a life of grace and ease. With the advent of enhancements, Hawk's original intent had not wavered. It had merely evolved from a desire for a more carefree existence to one focused on living longer and more elegantly, regardless of the variation. The underlying principle remained unchanged: avoid entanglements with the affairs of superheroes. Thus, even after learning about Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy post-enrollment, he harbored no inclination to forge connections. However, Gwen was a different matter. There was no escaping the fact that Gwen served as a student assistant in their 11th grade, but the thought of courting Gwen Stacy, widely regarded as the quintessential female lead of American comics, did not cross Hawk's mind, at least not at present. He felt he lacked the standing to pursue romance. As he observed Hawk, who had turned back to admire the scenery after speaking, Peter opened his mouth, contemplating saying something further, but ultimately chose silence and sat down on the seat to his right. Soon, the school bus arrived at the entrance, and as Mr. Hall opened the doors, the students waiting outside for the last free bus began to board. The once quiet atmosphere within the vehicle quickly transformed into a cacophony of chatter. An hour later, they arrived at Jackson Heights. Mr. Hall, opening the bus door, smiled at Hawk, who stood at the entrance, bidding farewell. "See you tomorrow, Hawk." "See you tomorrow, Mr. Hall." Hawk politely reciprocated the farewell, disembarking from the bus and making his way toward a nearby 5-story vintage apartment building, its orange exterior weathered with age. This old building was owned by the New York City Housing Authority. Hawk's apartment was situated on the 5th floor, though modest in size. It had the advantage of easy access to the rooftop via the fire escape outside the window. Soon enough, upon returning home, Hawk placed his backpack on the table, then retrieved a plastic bag containing freshly laundered clothes. He found 2 drying racks, opened the window, and made his way to the rooftop of his apartment via the external fire escape. After hanging the clothes on the rooftop, he approached the railing, resting his hands upon it while gazing skyward at the planes occasionally gliding by, either preparing to land at the nearby LaGuardia Airport or taking off from it. As he felt the wind against his face, he began counting the aircraft, a rare pastime that served to relax him. Recently, however, he had adopted another hobby: stargazing. As night fell, Hawk seated himself against the ventilation shaft of the apartment, savoring the gentle summer breeze while admiring the starry sky that emerged with the dusk. The vast expanse of stars twinkled brilliantly, and perhaps it was an illusion, but for the past 6 months, Hawk had felt a profound connection to the cosmos, bolstered by his unwavering commitment to throwing punches 10,000 times each day. This sensation was particularly intense tonight. Constellations that had appeared somewhat blurred to the naked eye the previous evening now shone with remarkable clarity. Pegasus, Draco, Cygnus, Andromeda, Phoenix, Scorpius. The 48 constellations symbolizing the bronze saints now danced before Hawk's eyes. It seemed as though the entire universe was shimmering just for him tonight. Ignite, my little universe. As the clock struck midnight on the rooftop of the apartment, Hawk began to punch. There were no punching bags, nor any fighting techniques employed. He stood still, eyes gently closed, seemingly entranced as he threw punch after punch into the air before him. This time, he was not chasing speed. Instead, he seemed to enter a state of profound enlightenment. Although he had previously experienced an unusual sensation with each punch, tonight it felt even more profound. Hawk sensed he was delving into an existence of infinite darkness, one that revealed a glimmer of light with each strike. Had he looked up at that moment, he would have noticed something even more extraordinary. The constellations he could see with the naked eye: Pegasus, Draco, Cygnus, Phoenix, and Scorpius. Composed of the 48 bronze constellations, responded to each of his punches with a twinkle. Indeed, it was not just individual constellations that were reacting. All 48 bronze constellations shimmered in response to Hawk's movements. Each punch, slow yet simultaneously fast, resonated through the cosmos. Despite his repeated assurances that he would retract his fist completely before unleashing a second strike. Often the afterimage of the first punch had not yet fully dissipated when the shadow of the second would emerge. This was soon followed by the third, fourth, and fifth punches, culminating in a veritable tempest of fists. At that moment, an abrupt roar reverberated within Hawk's mind. The sound was almost imperceptible, yet resonated with the power of a great bell. Boom! A flicker of flame ignited beneath this sound, and as it emerged, the stars, reflected through the reality shattered by Hawk's relentless punches, rippled outward, quietly parting the dense black curtain of existence. Initially, this was but a mere tremor. Then, this tremor abruptly expanded, reminiscent of the primordial Big Bang, as the stars scattered across the infinite darkness erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Within Hawk's being, an intangible wall crumbled under the energy unleashed by this cosmic event, awakening a force that had slumbered for eons. Swish! With his eyes still slightly closed, Hawk opened them. At that instant, deep within his gaze, the flame no longer merely blossomed and faded like before. This time, the flame erupted in its entirety. Boom! Hawk felt the surge of blood coursing through his veins, each minuscule cell within him trembling wildly, akin to a myriad of stars simultaneously expanding. Under this violent oscillation, every inch, every bone in his body was relentlessly crushed and shattered, only to be reformed in the blink of an eye by a terrifying force reminiscent of the birth of celestial bodies. Buzz! A humming filled Hawk's ears, followed by a dazzling flash before his eyes, revealing a wondrous scene. He beheld the particles composing his flesh and blood whirling violently, burning, collapsing, ultimately reenacting the cosmic explosion of creation. He witnessed the blood flowing beneath his skin, resembling a roaring river of stars. He even glimpsed his beating heart, each thump echoing the primal and eternal pulse of the universe's genesis, sending invisible ripples through the boundless void. In the next moment, clarity descended upon him. As Hawk clenched his right fist, his heel pressed into the ground, and his foot dug in like a plow. In that instant, as the rooftop shattered beneath him, his entire body shifted its weight backward. He retreated, then unleashed his punch. Hawk released a sound that did not emanate from his throat, but burst forth from the depths of his soul. Ignite, my little universe. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the air around him rippled like water. The surrounding space shattered like fragile glass. The flow of time itself seemed violently torn asunder. Air, space, and even time appeared to come to a standstill beneath the force of Hawk's punch. The very next second, hiss, the air emitted a wretched scream, torn asunder. Bang! The space resonated with a lament, crushed under an unseen weight. Boom! Time itself was utterly shattered by this singular blow. Yet, in the wake of destruction, a brand new timeline instantaneously supplanted the obliterated one. Bang! 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 The glass facade of the adjacent apartment, separated from Hawk's dwelling by a mere street, shattered under the force of this punch, exploding with a cacophonous sound. Bang, bang, bang. Whoa, whoa. Vehicles parked along the road across the street seemed to be violently pressed down by an invisible hand descending from the heavens. The car windows shattered in response, followed by a chorus of piercing alarms blaring in succession. Meanwhile, in Kamartasham, Master, the sorcerer of the sanctum turned to the supreme sorcerer, who had suddenly voiced a note of confusion. The supreme sorcerer, clad in a robe of golden hue, lowered his gaze to the eye of Agamotto, the sacred relic hanging around his neck. Ancient One formed a gesture with her hands, and the eye of Agamotto began to rotate slowly, then opened, emanating a ghostly green light from the profoundly mysterious gem within. This gem is universally known in the Marvel Universe as the Time Stone. It grants the user the ability to arrive at any point in time, facilitating time travel, whether to the most distant past or the farthest future. The Time Stone governs all known and unknown timelines. To wield it is to command time itself. Is it? Has the future been altered? The Ancient One formed the gesture once more, closed the eye of Agamotto, and vanished from sight. Ding. Congratulations on activating the Little Universe cultivation. Ding. It has been my honor to accompany you for 1,000 days. The auxiliary function will soon be disengaged, and I look forward to our next meeting. Lastly, the Little Universe cultivation method is a combat technique, a method of the Holy War, designed for growth through battle and transcendence within it. Farewell. The mechanical voice of the auxiliary echoed in Hawk's mind. 1,000 days prior, the auxiliary had quietly come online. 1,000 days later, it quietly went offline. It came silently, It departed silently. At this moment, the day had fully dawned. Good heavens! What has transpired? My glass. Oh, my car. Who on earth did this? Wait a moment. Look over there. What in the world? Jesus Christ. Standing on the apartment rooftop. Hawk listened to the cacophony that seemed to resonate in his ears, slowly opening his eyes to behold a rift in the sky above Manhattan, torn apart by an ethereal blue light. Hawk was momentarily taken aback. Hiss! With a single punch, I have shattered a breach in the heavens. Hawk stood transfixed, gazing at the torn fabric of Manhattan's skyline, revealing an abyss of infinite darkness. Above the city, ethereal blue light surged skyward, incessantly shooting through the gaping void, as if a portal to another realm had been unveiled. The torn space appeared to be violently wrenched apart by an invisible force, its edges flickering with ghostly blue luminescence. Crackling ominously, Hawk instinctively directed his gaze to his right hand. But in the next moment, realization dawned upon him. No, the heavens had not been rent by him, but rather by the space stone. 2012, the Chitauri invasion. A flash of thought transported Hawk back to the present timeline, and he refocused his gaze upon the ravaged sky. Indeed, as the portal to the cosmos opened above Manhattan, a swarm of metallic Chitauri soldiers poured forth, cascading through the rift as if they had been unceremoniously dumped from another world. Suddenly, they surged forth. The Chitauri soldiers arriving on Earth boarded sleek, glimmering personal spacecraft, their engines emitting a sharp, jarring hum, while their dark metallic exoskeletons encased their inhuman forms. Boom! As the first Chitauri soldier activated his energy weapon, the glass facades of Manhattan's skyscrapers were instantly perforated and shattered. Attack! Invasion! Invasion! Eliminate them! The thronging Chitauri soldiers let out exultant cries as they emerged from the wormhole, swiftly determining their respective missions. Some descended in their craft toward the streets of Manhattan, while others ascended, confirming their targets before darting toward Brooklyn. Of course, Queens lay within the range of the Chitauri onslaught. What the hell is that? An alien invasion? They're coming for us. Oh God, run. In a scene as chaotic as Manhattan itself, the residents of Queens, upon witnessing the Chitauri unleashing energy weapons to pierce skyscrapers, ignite vehicles, and slaughter civilians, erupted in piercing screams, scrambling toward what they believed to be safety. The eerie cries of the Chitauri soldiers, the shattering of buildings, the searing explosions of blasted cars, the anguished wails of the fallen, and the frantic shouts of the desperate coalesced into a cacophony of terror enveloping the entirety of New York City. Standing on the rooftop, Hawk instinctively turned to retreat into the safety of his apartment. However, at the very moment he turned away, he abruptly halted, as if a thought had struck him. He pivoted once more, gazing up at the sky, where the Chitauri soldiers, akin to a swarm of locusts, were roaring towards Queens. Among them, one soldier piloting a craft caught sight of Hawk standing on the rooftop. For the invaders, nothing delighted them more than witnessing the helpless screams of the populace as they attempted to flee from their blades. Thus, while others fled in a frenzy, Hawk stood resolutely in place, impossible to overlook. Their eyes met. Within Hawk's cerulean depths, a flicker reminiscent of a distant star shone. Human, the Chitauri soldier, locking eyes with Hawk, felt an instinctive signal resonate from his serpent-like gaze hidden beneath his dark metallic visor. He broke away from his unit, steering his craft in a dive towards Hawk on the rooftop. The encounter commenced with a blast of energy. The destructive force coalesced at the craft's forefront, instantly taking shape and targeting Hawk for release. Hawk watched as the energy projectile rapidly expanded within his sight, his pupils constricting. Boom! The energy orb struck the rooftop with a resounding crash, shattering the surface and sending debris soaring into the air. The Chitauri soldier observed, expressionless, as Hawk reappeared unscathed on the other side, and once more pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The rooftop of the apartment seemed to welcome its apocalypse, relentlessly bombarded by the Chitauri soldier's energy blasts. Rubble erupted. Dust filled the air. Hawk navigated through the haze, deftly evading the barrage of energy projectiles. His figure darted swiftly beneath the onslaught. Initially frazzled, he had now regained his composure and mastery of the situation. In less than a minute, he demonstrated the prowess of a warrior forged for battle. The Chitauri soldier continued his relentless firing. With a crisp sound, the soldier's actions suddenly faltered as he glanced down at his now empty clip. Just then, a fierce wind howled. The Chitauri soldier looked up, and through the dust, a shattered steel panel from a water tank hurtled towards him, striking his craft with a thunderous impact. The collision sent the soldier instinctively leaping from his craft, only to miscalculate and plummet downwards. Thud! Hiss! The Chitauri soldier quickly regained his footing on the rooftop, drawing a weapon resembling a firearm. yet powered by an eerie green energy core. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Zetarian soldier emitted an indescribable sound, as if attempting to communicate something, perhaps with his own kind. Hulk, although somewhat perplexed by the soldier's actions, paid little mind to it. After all, this was a fight. Focus was paramount. The rooftop of the apartment had already been ravaged by the Zetarian's frenzied onslaught, now in a state of utter disarray. Though it had yet to collapse, it was hardly distinguishable from one that had. A significant portion of the rooftop was sagging, with some areas having plummeted down to the third floor, revealing glimpses of the apartment below. Yet, no one seemed to notice the chaos unfolding above. New Yorkers may lack in many respects, but when it comes to self-preservation, they are unparalleled. Having grown up amidst countless shootings and terror attacks, they have honed the instinct to flee at the first sign of danger. As the dust on the rooftop gradually settled, Hawk's figure emerged. The Zetarian soldier, upon seeing Hawk before him, felt a flash of cold light in his emerald green eyes as he instantly squeezed the trigger. Die. 6. The omnipotent bronze saint, Hawk. With a crack, the soldier's head twisted at a horrifying angle, his compound eyes gleaming with disbelief as they beheld Hawk standing before him. How did he suddenly appear behind me? The Zetarian soldier could not comprehend. Yet, he no longer needed to understand. For this was the last thought to cross his mind before he was enveloped by an infinite darkness. His body fell limply to the rooftop, and the energy weapon slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Is that all? Hawk chuckled softly, gazing at the lifeless Zetarian soldier whose neck he had just snapped. In the next moment, he felt a warm surge within his small universe, born from the cosmic explosion, as the soldier's death ignited a newfound energy within him. It was as if a star had been lit in his small universe. Simultaneously, with the illumination of this star, a message was transmitted to Hawk. In his small universe, the spectral forms of the 48 bronze constellations began to flicker into view as the first star shone brightly. Hawk closed his eyes, absorbing the knowledge conveyed by his small universe. He had grown through countless battles, transcending through endless conflict. After all, the path of cultivating one's small universe was born from war, from holy battles. It was a methodology of combat, a doctrine of sanctity. Thus, if I wish to illuminate the constellation that belongs to me within this small universe, I must engage in battle, ceaselessly fight. In the realm of the Saint Seiya, the awakening of one's cosmos is profoundly intertwined with the constellation that one belongs to, though this relationship is not merely one of direct correspondence. If we liken the awakening of the cosmos to a liquid, then the constellation serves as its vessel. The constellation symbolizes the identity of the saint and acts as a reservoir of power. However, there is unfortunate news. In the Marvel universe, saints do not exist. Thus, to possess his own constellation, he must ignite each star within it through his own efforts. The silver lining is that, theoretically, within the Marvel universe, all 48 bronze constellations could be awakened by Hawk. Unlike the saints of memory, where countless warriors vie for a single constellation, with only one emerging victorious. Here the scenario is vastly different. In this realm, he is the sole individual to have awakened his cosmos. Consequently, he could embody either the Pegasus Saint or the Phoenix Saint, provided he successfully illuminates these constellations within his own cosmos. This is indeed magnificent. As the saying goes, children will face choices. Although he is merely 17 and not yet of legal age, psychologically, he has already reached adulthood. He desires them all. Wait a moment. If he can opt for all 48 bronze constellations, what are the 24 silver constellations? And the 12 zodiac signs? A sudden realization struck Hawk, causing him to gasp. Just then, he sensed the sound of wind outside, and with a swift motion, he opened his eyes to see two Chitauri soldiers piloting a craft. Their gaze immediately landing on him after noticing the body of their comrade beneath his feet. Without uttering a word, they pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. It seemed that the sight of their fallen comrade, slain by a mere human, ignited their fury, compelling them to unleash a torrent of gunfire upon the rooftop in their rage. Under the relentless assault of the two Chitauri soldiers, the already precarious rooftop could no longer withstand the strain. With a cacophony of explosive cries, the apartment's rooftop collapsed. The entire building trembled ominously. As the two Chitauri soldiers continued their barrage around the apartment rooftop, the structure began to give way, crumbling from top to bottom. The ground seemed to quake at that moment, and amidst a cloud of dust, the once 5-story apartment was reduced to ruins. Some residents, who had managed to flee just before the building's collapse, stood frozen, mouths agape, staring in disbelief at the apartment disintegrating into dust. Yet, they soon regained their senses as the two Chitauri soldiers descended, lowering their flight path into view. They soon realized the situation. glancing at the two Zatari soldiers, who bore no resemblance to humans, and screamed as they turned to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. They had received orders from their headquarters to eliminate humans. So upon witnessing these fleeing figures, they hesitated not a moment longer before pulling the triggers of their weapons. Energy projectiles exploded relentlessly, claiming the lives of countless bystanders. In the blink of an eye, the already impoverished and unremarkable street transformed into a scene reminiscent of war-torn Iraq. After dispatching the humans in the vicinity, the two Zatari soldiers descended from their aircraft, retrieving the energy weapons strapped to their backs, and aimed them at the now desolate apartment building. They detected a life signal emanating from the very human who had just slain their comrade. This signal not only persisted but was growing stronger, intensifying with each passing moment. The two soldiers exchanged a glance, and in the next instant, boom. The ruins shattered as a fleeting shadow swept by. The soldier on the right vanished without a trace. And with a thunderous crash, he was abruptly pinned against the wall of the adjacent apartment building, his greenish blood pooling on the ground. The remaining Zatari soldier stared in disbelief at the sudden fate of his companion, his eyes widening, though they were too small to convey any real shock. Instinctively, he rushed towards the wall-bound soldier to provide assistance, but barely took a few steps before a blur passed before his eyes, and he was sent flying backward. At that moment, a deafening explosion rang in his ears. Boom. Bam. The soldier's chest burst apart midair, collapsing like a rag doll onto the rubble of the devastated apartment complex. His body ricocheted like a ball before settling motionless among the debris. Clap, clap, clap. Hawk appeared where the Zatari soldier had just been sent flying, brushing off the dust clinging to him while curiously surveying his surroundings. Having eliminated one Zatari soldier, and now two, he pondered whether three would soon follow. His gaze shifted to the colossal Leviathan beast belonging to the Zatari that had descended from the spatial gate above Manhattan, igniting a fervor within him. He was eager for the challenge. Suppressing his inner excitement, Hawk chose not to join the fray on the main battlefield of Manhattan. The Leviathan, a fortress of Zatari biowarfare, emerged from the spatial gate, its massive form adorned with heavy alloy armor. Without delving into whether he could match the formidable Leviathan, one can clearly discern the vast difference in their sizes. Moreover, should he don the sacred armor, Hawk might have ventured into the fray of the main battlefield. However, for now, it is best to refrain from such endeavors. After all, the Queen's area is already teeming with Chitauri soldiers resembling locusts, rendering a trip to Manhattan unnecessary. That location serves as the battleground for the original Avengers, not for him. He has indeed grown stronger, but that strength is merely a beginning, not the culmination of his journey. The awakening of his small universe signifies a commencement, a starting point rather than an end. Thus, Hawk chose to remain where he was, opting not to take the initiative but instead waiting patiently at his doorstep. Akin to a hunter lying in wait for his prey, anticipating the Chitauri soldiers, driven by the news of their fallen comrades, to unwittingly approach him. This strategy proved far more effortless than launching an offensive himself, especially considering the Chitauri's ability to fly, a skill he lacked. Importantly, his apartment neighborhood is a slum. What defines a slum? Consider this: an ambulance, upon receiving a call, takes at least half an hour to reach their area, while the affluent districts of Manhattan require no more than 3 minutes. The same applies to surveillance. If the wealthy neighborhoods have cameras monitoring even the alleyway dumpsters, the main streets of the slums are devoid of such oversight. Even if there were cameras, they would be dismantled and sold for profit by local miscreants before the night concludes. Soon, while lurking in the shadows, Hawk spotted 2 Chitauri soldiers, drawn to the vicinity by the news of their companion's demise, hastily piloting their craft. Hawk's spirits lifted at the sight. 2 minutes later, a resounding thud echoed through the ruins of the apartment, where he had previously arranged 2 grotesque corpses with meticulous care, ensuring the Chitauri soldiers would not overlook them. Now, alongside these, 2 more lifeless bodies lay in stark contrast. Upon sensing the demise of their pilot, the 2 equally unsightly crafts adjusted their trajectories and flew away in a singular direction. Hawk observed this scene, maintaining his composure as he retreated back into the shadows. A minute later, detecting a surge in Chitauri fatalities in Queens, a signal was dispatched from the Chitauri warship hovering above Manhattan. In the next moment, several Chitauri soldiers, who had been unleashing devastation upon the surroundings, shattering buildings, demolishing vehicles, and mercilessly slaughtering humans, simultaneously pivoted, responding to the signal and swiftly converging towards the furious roars that had just resonated over Jackson Heights. They had received orders to engage in battle at that location. The Zatari soldiers roared in unison, rallying behind their leader, who towered over them, stronger and more formidable. Even the craft beneath them appeared more menacing. As they descended upon the district, they were met with the grim sight of 4 of their comrades, lifeless and broken, sprawled upon the ruins of an apartment. The moment they beheld the shattered bodies, the Za'atari commander and his 6 soldiers seemed momentarily frozen in place. Yet, in the next heartbeat, they appeared to regain their composure. As if receiving fresh orders, their craft roared back to life. In the blink of an eye, the commander and his squad dispersed rapidly, encircling the area below. With eyes cold and devoid of emotion, they unhesitatingly squeezed the triggers of their energy weapons. Like chilling biological instruments of destruction, a deluge of energy projectiles rained down upon the streets, engulfing the district in a relentless bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. Buildings crumbled under the onslaught, roads fractured, and vehicles erupted into flames. The Za'atari soldiers, expressionless as automatons, continued to unleash their firepower, holding their triggers firmly until the entire district was engulfed in a cloud of smoke and debris. Only when the commander ceased his assault did the others follow suit, their fingers finally releasing the triggers in unison. The district had been utterly transformed into a desolate wasteland. The once standing, dilapidated apartment buildings lay in ruins, with the intermittent sound of explosions echoing from the still-burning vehicles. This scene bore a closer resemblance to a war-torn Iraq than Iraq itself. The Za'atari commander, with his larger-than-life green eyes, surveyed the eerily quiet and deserted streets before retracting his gaze, receiving the latest orders, and preparing to withdraw. Under the overwhelming firepower of the Za'atari assault, no life could hope to survive, especially not the primitive beings of Earth, incapable of escaping their own planet. Thus, from the mothership stationed at the wormhole, fresh directives were transmitted to the Za'atari commander through the eyes of the soldiers. As the commander turned, his 6 soldiers pivoted their crafts in tandem. Yet, at that very moment, as one soldier in the craft turned, his body suddenly contorted grotesquely, as if cooked, and with a violent burst, his armored chest exploded. In the ensuing seconds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The remaining 5 Chitauri soldiers had scarcely reacted before they followed the fate of their fallen comrade. At the moment they turned their backs to the street, their chests erupted, creating gaping holes the size of a fist. Their torsos were torn from back to front, as if a powerful blow had pierced through them from behind. Almost simultaneously with the explosion of their chests, 6 thunderous sounds of punches reverberated like the crack of lightning. Boom, 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 boom. The Chitauri captain, who was seated on the aircraft and had just turned around at the instant his 6 comrades' chests burst open, mechanically lifted his head in response to the explosive sounds echoing in his ears. Without hesitation, he leaped to the right and jumped from the aircraft. In the next moment, his personal craft, which appeared more menacing and faster than the others, seemed to have been struck by something, exploding in the air with a resounding blast. Boom. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. Hawk was uncertain how the other saint warriors cultivated their powers. After all, the saints in his memory were merely figures from an animated series. This was reality. It is well known that stories require logic, while reality does not. Thus, after continuously delivering 10,000 punches each day for a full 1,000 days, Hawk had undoubtedly mastered this seemingly simple technique. There is a saying that if one can draw a sword 100,000 times, they can master the art of swordsmanship capable of cleaving the heavens. He had executed far more than 100,000 punches, and after completing the task to activate his small universe cultivation, his technique underwent a qualitative transformation. Sonic punch, a technique that could elevate his punch speed to the level of sound, and after igniting his small universe, it could potentially surpass the speed of sound. What is a sonic punch? It is the phenomenon where, when my fist strikes you, you will first feel the pain, followed by the sound of my punch. That is the sonic punch. Boom. As the aircraft exploded above the street, the Chitauri captain, on the brink of disaster, leaped from the craft in a desperate bid for survival. He drew forth a weapon radiating an eerie green light from behind him, not a firearm, but a spear-like weapon, as he beheld Hawk, bare-chested and possessing a physique as sculpted as marble. There was no alternative, despite the Chitauri's bombardment leaving Hawk unscathed. His shirt, worn for several years, had been entirely torn to shreds by the flying debris. But it mattered not. With the tattered shirt discarded, clad only in gray casual pants and a pair of old sneakers, Hawk felt a surge of strength coursing through him. And this was no mere illusion. It is a well-known fact. Shredded clothing enhances combat power. The Chitauri captain, wielding the spear emanating a ghostly green light, fixated his large, bean-shaped eyes, obscured by his helmet, intently upon Hawk. The visage of Hawk materialized on the display screens of the Chitauri mothership behind the wormhole. Hawk regarded the Chitauri captain, who held a spear radiating an ethereal green luminescence, with a tilted head and a smirk. In the next instant, he extended his right hand toward the captain, palm open and fingers curling inward, beckoning him forth. Without uttering a single word, he proclaimed, "Come, meet your demise." The Chitauri captain, observing Hawk's nonchalant demeanor and almost contemptuous gesture, maintained an expression devoid of emotion. With a thunderous crack, he propelled his foot against the ground, shattering it instantly, and leaped forward like a phantom, closing in on Hawk while unleashing a barrage of energy beams from the tip of his spear, which blazed with a ghostly green light. Hawk, too, exerted force beneath his feet, causing the ground to fracture and sink as he transformed into a dazzling golden streak, hurtling toward the Chitauri captain. Within his memories, he recalled that upon awakening their small universe and gaining recognition from their respective constellations, bronze saints adorned in their celestial armors would become formidable entities. Their defensive capabilities would be astonishing, their punching speed and agility would reach supersonic levels, and even their lifespans would vastly exceed those of ordinary mortals. Although Hawk had merely awakened his small universe and had yet to illuminate his constellation or don the semblance of his sacred armor, it did not diminish the fact that he was, in a certain sense, no longer an ordinary individual. Thus, as the Chitauri captain surged toward Hawk, intending to disrupt him with long-range attacks and subsequently assassinate him upon close approach, he was abruptly struck by a transformation of expression, followed by a sudden expulsion of the same ghostly green blood. The force of this blood erupted so powerfully that it dislodged the metallic mask from the captain's face, revealing a grotesque visage that resembled a monstrous insect more than a human. In the next moment, the sound of a fist echoed in the captain's ears. Boom. Dazed, the Chitauri captain glanced down to see an arm piercing through his sturdy armor, embedded in his chest. He emitted a cry of confusion and despair, struggling to lift his increasingly heavy head for one last glance at the human who had vanquished him with a single strike. Yet, time was not on his side. Just as he managed to raise his head partially, with the arm withdrawing from his chest, an overwhelming darkness enveloped him. Boom. Deprived of Hawk's support, the Chitauri captain plunged toward the ground, shrouded in an abyss of despair, resembling a lifeless insect. As the captain fell, Hawk deftly snatched the energy spear from his grasp with a flick of his wrist. The spear, filled with a vibrant green liquid, pulsed with energy, emanating a spectral glow as the energy coursed through it. Hawk hefted the energy spear in his hand, weighing its potential. He suddenly pondered this question. Speaking of which, if he were to sell the energy spear, along with the weapons dropped by the slain Chitauri soldiers, on the black market, how much could they fetch? Alien weaponry should be quite valuable, he mused, instinctively turning his gaze towards a corner of the apartment ruins. While he was arranging the bodies, he had inadvertently tossed the 4 fallen energy firearms into a large pit. Just then, his peripheral vision caught the sudden eruption of brilliant blue light over Manhattan. Coming to his senses, he gazed upwards towards Manhattan. To his astonishment, the ethereal blue pillar that had seemed to exist between heaven and earth had vanished, and simultaneously, the gaping rift in the sky was visibly closing at a rapid pace. Was that it? Was the invasion of Earth by the Chitauri already over? He blinked, feeling as though he should express that had he known the Chitauri invasion would be so feeble, he wouldn't have been so anxious. Yet, as he surveyed the utterly devastated scene, resembling a post-war wasteland, with remnants of limbs scattered across the ruins, he retracted that thought. It was not that the Chitauri were weak, rather, he had grown stronger. Had it not been for his fortuitous awakening of his latent powers at this critical moment, a part of him might have been among those dismembered remains. His gaze fell upon the visible remnants, solidifying his resolve. He must grow stronger, relentlessly. Not for any other reason, but to earn the right to declare, "My fate is mine to command, not left to the whims of fate." However, at present, Hawk had pressing matters to attend to. He needed to secure the 5 alien weapons he had painstakingly acquired and find a way to sell them for money to improve his life. The alien invasion, an exemption clause in home insurance. The Chitauri came, and they departed, leaving behind Loki, the orchestrator of this extraterrestrial incursion, and many Chitauri soldiers who had remained on Earth, unable to retreat amidst the chaos of New York City. The good news was that Loki had been apprehended, and even the Chitauri soldiers left on Earth seemed to have become immobilized, as if cut off from their headquarters. At the moment the spatial wormhole sealed shut, the Chitauri still wreaking havoc over New York City fell from the sky one after another, akin to dumplings dropped into boiling water. Clearly, this sudden alien invasion and defense of Earth culminated in a resounding victory for humanity. The bad news. New York City has suffered extensive damage, particularly in the vicinity of Stark Tower, where 5 blocks have been severely affected. After all, it was the epicenter of the conflict, almost entirely devastated. Other areas of Manhattan experienced comparatively less destruction, yet when juxtaposed with the broader context of New York City, they too have endured considerable harm. Furthermore, the other boroughs of the city also faced their share of devastation. However, one area stands out. In Jackson Heights, Queens, an entire neighborhood has been razed to the ground by the Chitauri. What? On board the aerial carrier, as Commander Maria Hill examined satellite imagery of New York City, her voice resonated through the headsets of the original Avengers, who were still reveling in the recent awakening of Iron Man. Strangely enough, only the Jackson Heights neighborhood in Queens has been subjected to a comprehensive bombardment by the Chitauri. According to the data stream, those Chitauri wreaking havoc in Queens appear to be quite enraged and have gathered in that direction. The original Avengers, stationed at the main battlefield, exchanged glances upon hearing Commander Hill's words. At last, Captain America broke the silence. "Why? I'm not certain. The agents are en route," Maria Hill replied. Then shifted her tone. "All Chitauri life signals have vanished. Congratulations, Captain. We have emerged victorious." At this proclamation, a collective sigh of relief escaped the original Avengers, their faces lighting up with expressions of joy. That evening, not only the television stations in New York City, but also those across the nation and the world broadcasted news of the Chitauri invasion of Earth. Undoubtedly, the original Avengers, who were pivotal in the battlefield, were now publicly acknowledged. Captain America, Steve Rogers. Iron Man, Tony Stark. Thor, God of Thunder. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. The Hulk, Bruce Banner. Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Reputable news outlets reported the details of this monumental battle, while less scrupulous stations indulged in sensationalist tales and gossip about the Avengers. Among these, the most captivating was undoubtedly the story of Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had been presumed dead but returned unchanged after years of absence. After all, he embodies the very spirit of America, and the intrigue surrounding his resurrection propelled his popularity to unprecedented heights. For instance, Hawkeye, at that moment, was enjoying a relief meal distributed by the church while watching a nearby old television, which was airing sensational stories about Captain America. There was little to be done. The apartment building he resided in has been reduced to a mere pile of rubble. It is not only he who is affected, nor solely the residents of his apartment, but rather, the entire neighborhood has been rendered homeless. Mere half an hour after the devastation of the Great Battle, a group of men clad in black attire, adorned with black ties, enforced a strict curfew upon their street. Some members of the public, yearning to return and salvage their belongings from the ruins, were denied entrance. The situation was classified as a federal lockdown, forbidding any access. Fortunately, the authorities overseeing the curfew took into account the plight of the displaced and designated a seldom-used hangar at LaGuardia Airport as a temporary shelter, while also coordinating with a nearby church to provide free meals to help them endure this hardship. As Hawk nibbled on the bread in his hand, listening to tales of Captain America, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of muffled sobs emanating from beside him. He turned to see a robust man, seemingly in his mid-30s, cradling his arms and burying his face between his legs, the initial quiet weeping quickly escalating into uncontrollable wailing. A nearby survivor, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "What troubles you?" "My house is gone," the man lamented. "Don't fret," the survivor reassured him. "We have insurance. There's no need to worry." However, upon hearing this, the man's cries intensified, leaving the survivor utterly perplexed. "What's wrong now? Did you not purchase insurance?" he asked. "I did," the man wept. "But when I just called the insurance company, they informed me that alien invasions are excluded from coverage and thus not within their compensation scope." The survivor's expression froze in disbelief. "What? Excluded? How could the insurance company refuse to pay?" "No, I must call immediately." Hearing this exchange, other survivors nearby could no longer remain still, hastily retrieving their phones to contact their own insurance providers. Within a minute, a second voice of despair emerged, followed by a third and a fourth. In the blink of an eye, the hangar was filled with the lamentations of those on the verge of becoming homeless. Surrounded by the cacophony of grief, Hawk felt a pang of sorrow as he contemplated the loss of his apartment and the impending rejection from his insurance. But soon, clarity dawned upon him. His dwelling was a federally subsidized apartment, which he would be required to vacate upon turning 18 next year. This reality was precisely why he had been frugal, saving up $30,000, for once he reached adulthood. The federal government would expel him from the benefits of the welfare housing under the guise of independence. In the state of New York, reaching the age of 18 signifies the attainment of adulthood, thereby excluding one from the privileges reserved for minor orphans. What? You lack the funds to secure accommodation? Regrettably, that is not our concern. Beneath the overpasses and within the sewers of New York City, there are numerous homeless individuals. Perhaps you might inquire if they would mind sharing their space. Thus, I find myself utterly without shelter. And the insurance does not cover me. What relevance does that hold for me? Hawk, regaining his composure, cast a glance at the survivor whose face contorted in anguish amidst tears. As if struck by a sudden thought, he rose discreetly and made his way towards the hangar's exit, fearful of a potential gunfight erupting in that very moment. 5 days later, at Midtown High School, the physics teacher was delivering a lecture. Hawk, seated near the window, was diligently jotting down the names of 3 items in his notebook: mountain copper, gamonine, and silver star sand. Individually, these elements might be obscure, yet together, they evoke recognition. Saint Seiya, the battle armor of the saints, which, once donned, allows the wearer to connect with their respective constellation and significantly enhance their combat prowess. To forge such armor, these 3 components are indispensable. The good news is that, as the sole bearer of a small universe in this realm, Hawk need not engage in the arduous task of creation. He merely needs to locate these 3 items, and his constellation will naturally refine them into a unique armor tailored to him. The bad news: who can elucidate how he might procure items that exist solely within the realm of the Saint Seiya universe while navigating the Marvel universe? Hawk felt a headache approaching. Fortunately, time was still on his side. He had yet to ignite a constellation, thus his urgency for the armor was not pressing. However, it is always prudent to prepare in advance rather than remedy a situation after the fact. Rather than wait until he ignites his constellation to seek these 3 items, it would be wiser to commence preparations now. Therefore, Hawk, glancing at mountain copper inscribed in his notebook, pondered for a moment before adding another term: vibranium. As one of the 3 essential materials for the armor, mountain copper is derived from ancient Greek legend, characterized as a miraculous alloy capable of withstanding ordinary impact. Coincidentally, vibranium also occupies a legendary status within the Marvel universe and is considered the highest caliber of alloy, possessing the remarkable ability to resist impact indefinitely. Captain America's shield is forged from vibranium, truly unique and unparalleled. As a metal that exists solely in myth, vibranium could be described as having intrinsic value yet remaining beyond market reach. However, Hawk was aware that there existed a place in this world abundant in vibranium. And to speak without exaggeration, its reserves would be sufficient for him to forge 48 bronze armors, 24 silver armors, and 12 golden armors, with plenty to spare thereafter. Indeed, he was referring to the 21st century's Wakanda, a nation that, despite its isolationist stance, feigned a state of starvation to elicit humanitarian aid from the United Nations. If vibranium could indeed serve as a substitute for mountain copper, then Hawk was resolute in his pursuit of it. What? Wakanda refuses to share? I desire vibranium. Your objections are of no consequence. He was not one to seek conflict, yet should anyone impede his quest for strength, it would become a matter of contention, one that would be relentless and unyielding. Hawk contemplated this, then glanced at the word silver star sand in his notebook. After a brief pause, he inscribed the term meteorite beside it. As the name implies, silver star sand is composed of the crushed remnants of stars from the galaxy. A meteorite is, in essence, a fallen star. By locating a meteorite and harnessing the energy from his own cosmos during the process of crushing it, he would be able to obtain silver star sand. But gamonine, what of it? If mountain copper provides the metal's malleability for the armors, and silver star sand bestows self-repairing capabilities through the energy of the cosmos, then gamonine serves as the fusion platform that imparts sentience to the armors. In a nutshell, mountain copper and silver star sand are not the crux of armor forging. It is gamonine that holds that distinction. An armor crafted solely from mountain copper and silver star sand would be an unremarkable lifeless object, while one imbued with gamonine would truly belong to the saints as their battle attire. Yet, Hawk furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before jotting down gamma ray alongside a moderately sized question mark, from its ability to confer sentience to the armors. And drawing upon the gamma and gamonine, it was unmistakably reminiscent of Hulk's origin, specifically the gamma rays. Hulk was born from Bruce Banner's exposure to gamma radiation. In the context of life, gamma rays could be seen as Hulk's mother. Naturally, if Bruce Banner were a woman, one might also consider gamma rays as Hulk's father. In any case, regardless of whether gamma rays are gamonine, there exists a significant, if not crucial, connection. Hawk closed his eyes, the tip of his pen instinctively tapping against the notebook as he engaged in deep thought. Just then, he felt a gentle push. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Gwen nudging him with her elbow. "Mr. Anderson is calling for you," she said. Hawk paused momentarily, then raised his gaze to the podium. Mr. Anderson, whose hair bore the gentle traces of gray, cast a glance towards Hawk and smiled. "Hawk, would you care to address this question?" It seemed that Hawk had momentarily drifted into distraction, caught in the act by the teacher. Yet, upon rising from his seat, Hawk only took a brief moment to contemplate before delivering a flawless answer to Mr. Anderson's inquiry. This left Mr. Anderson momentarily astonished. Nonetheless, Hawk's response was indeed correct. Thus, Mr. Anderson merely regarded him with a look that suggested he had been fortunate this time, before allowing Hawk to take his seat once more. Hawk expressed his gratitude and settled back down. As he resumed pondering the potential interplay between gamma rays and gamma neons, a note was slid over to him from the side. Hawk glanced at its contents, which read, "Has the independent application hearing at the court been confirmed?" It had indeed, scheduled for this afternoon. After a moment of reflection, he pinned a tidy response beneath the elegant handwriting before returning the note. His apartment had been violently demolished by extraterrestrials, and the allocation of a new welfare apartment was yet to materialize. Hawk suspected he might not receive a new welfare apartment anytime soon. The notoriously sluggish efficiency of the municipal government in New York City was well known, and he was not the only orphan left homeless. He surmised that by the time his turn came, it might very well extend into the following year. By then, he would be approaching 18 years of age. Thus, Hawk had been diligently searching for more affordable rental accommodations. After all, it was hardly fitting to live like a refugee, crammed together with a multitude of others in a dilapidated shelter, while also fretting about those who had lost their homes and whose insurance claims were denied, possibly resorting to extreme measures. It seemed prudent to move now, rather than wait until the following year when he would inevitably have to relocate. However, being underage, he lacked the legal standing to lease a property, and landlords were unlikely to rent to him. Consequently, Hawk had been taking afternoons off to visit the family court in Queens to expedite his application for independent living. Given his recent absences, Gwen was aware of the reasons for his leave, though it was not something Hawk had shared voluntarily. He was not one to indulge in idle chatter. To encapsulate, Hawk was a student, while Gwen served as a student assistant, and notably, she was in the same grade as Hawk, an individual who was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted and academically proficient. Within the confines of the aging gymnasium, despite the awakening of Hawk's latent potential, the habit of delivering 10,000 punches daily for 1,000 consecutive days was not something one could simply abandon. Thus, he continued to uphold his regimen of 10,000 punches each day, for idleness was hardly preferable. Moreover, through this daily practice, Hawk felt the faint glimmer of a star within his burgeoning potential begin to shine. Though it had yet to illuminate fully, he estimated that with perseverance over the course of a month, it might indeed be ignited. It is evident that illuminating the stars is not solely reliant on the option of combat. At the very least, combat is not the only choice. However, when compared to the efficiency of striking 1,000 punches over the course of a month to illuminate the stars, combat emerges as the sole shortcut. Yet, this is of little consequence. Hawk remains indifferent. Firstly, he perceives himself not as a brute, nor as someone who would transform into a "I do not eat beef" figure the very next day after acquiring extraordinary powers. The relentless training over 1,000 days, delivering 10,000 punches each day, hones not only his strength, but also cultivates his character. He commands his power rather than allowing it to command him. Secondly, he has yet to gather the materials necessary for forging his sacred armor. Thus he feels no urgency to illuminate his constellation. It is widely acknowledged that a saint without armor differs vastly from one adorned in it. At least, this holds true for the majority. After a while, having taken a refreshing shower and donned a new shirt and trousers, Hawk slung his shoulder bag and exited the dilapidated gymnasium, making his way towards the school gate. The independent hearing he had applied for was scheduled for 3:30 in the afternoon. At this hour, reaching the bus stop by the school gate would allow him to catch a bus and make 2 transfers, ensuring he arrived at the courthouse by 3 o'clock. Sitting at the bus stop, he nibbled on a sandwich while awaiting the bus. As he observed the various vehicles entering and exiting the school gate, he began to contemplate whether it might be time for him to purchase a car. Of course, before making such a purchase, he should first obtain his driver's license. Indeed, unlike nearly all his peers who possess one, he did not have a license. After all, Hawk had never considered the idea of buying a car until now. Before awakening his small universe, he had refrained from such thoughts because he needed to contemplate his future. After all, once he reached adulthood, federal assistance would cease, leaving him to bear the burden of rent alone and potentially student loans for college. The foreseeable pressures of life nearly suffocated him, leaving little room for thoughts of owning a car. Did he deserve it? He felt unworthy, fearing that if he bought a car, he might not even be able to afford the insurance. However, circumstances had changed. If one were to ask Hawk what his greatest realization was following the awakening of his small universe, it would be the profound relief he felt within. He had finally shed the burdensome weight of an uncertain future. After all, with the awakening of his small universe, his future, barring unforeseen events, seemed to offer but two choices: a comfortable life or an even more comfortable one. Moreover, if he were to delve deeper into darker thoughts, with the power of his awakened small universe, once he crafted his sacred armor, he could live a life befitting an emperor, prospering those who align with him and vanquishing those who oppose him. Power equates to strength, and strength manifests as a punch. Ironically, his punches currently approach the speed of sound, and in the future, they promise to transcend the speed of light. However, he harbored no such thoughts, nor did he possess the notion of "I do not eat beef." At the very least, not at this moment. Yet, having shed the burdens of future pressures, Hawk felt that he ought to enhance the quality of his life. Not to mention, he had 5 extraterrestrial weapons from Zatari stashed away, poised for sale at the right opportunity. Even if each alien weapon fetched a modest sum of $20,000, that amounted to a staggering $100,000 altogether. Thus, purchasing a vehicle and improving his living conditions did not seem an unattainable aspiration. As Hawk pondered this, he found himself questioning why he had waited so long without seeing a bus, when a yellow Toyota Corolla adorned with a personalized license plate reading 521 approached him. The window rolled down to reveal Gwen, with her casually styled blonde hair, exquisite features, and piercing blue eyes that seemed to peer into one's soul. "Get in," she beckoned. Hawk hesitated momentarily, replying, "No, I'll wait for the bus, thank you." Gwen smiled. "Are you sure? The bus service has been suspended for today." "Suspended?" Hawk was taken aback. "Since when?" "Why, since noon," Gwen replied with a grin. "The New York Drivers Union is on strike. Didn't you notice the bus station is deserted?" Instinctively, Hawk glanced around. Indeed, he was utterly alone at the bus stop. "Damn." Hawk inhaled deeply, then turned to Gwen, who was smiling at him from within the car. After a moment's contemplation, he stood up, grabbed his backpack, approached the vehicle, opened the passenger door, and settled in. "Thank you for this." "Not at all," Gwen responded, and upon Hawk's entry, she pressed the accelerator, zooming off towards the Queen's courthouse. "By the way," Gwen recalled, glancing at Hawk, "the judge responsible for your independent hearing has been changed to Judge Bross, and the time has been moved up to 3 o'clock. Hawk's mind slowly registered this information, instinctively looking at Gwen with a perplexed expression. Gwen smiled gently. "I noticed your contact number was listed as your school, and your counselor couldn't reach you. I saw you at the old gym at noon, so I guessed you might be waiting for a bus here." Realization dawned upon Hawk, and he nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment, he turned to Gwen, once again expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Gwen replied with a smile, glancing at him. "As a student assistant in the 11th grade, it's my duty to assist fellow students." This was indeed true. At Midtown High, Gwen was widely recognized for her beauty and kindness. Gwen possesses an admirable patience as she assists her classmates in comprehending the knowledge they seek, exemplified by her interactions with Jessica. Even Flash Thompson, on occasion, finds solace in her willingness to provide thoughtful answers. Furthermore, Gwen does not hesitate to stand up for her peers when they face bullying. She notably defends Maria, a fellow student, against the cheer captain's taunts. Most importantly, Gwen excels academically, embodying the qualities of beauty, kindness, and intelligence. This is the essence of Gwen Stacy. From this day forward, let us regard Mr. Hawk. If we were to rank the most popular female students at Midtown High, Gwen may not claim the highest popularity, yet she would undoubtedly secure the top position, potentially with a significant lead. The silent majority of the school would likely cast their votes in her favor, including Hawk himself. He recalls vividly how, upon entering school, his reticence and solitary nature led Gwen to mistakenly perceive him as someone facing social exclusion, prompting her to assist him in integrating into the student body. This was merely a reflection of Gwen's innate kindness. Hawk has never misconstrued her genuine concern for him as anything more, recognizing that Gwen would extend her help to any student in need. As the saying goes, there are 3 great illusions in life, among which "she likes me" undoubtedly reigns supreme. Thus, Hawk is naturally immune to such misapprehensions. Soon, they arrived at the Queen's District Court. Hawk gazed at the courthouse from the car and expressed his gratitude to Gwen once more before stepping out. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned to see Gwen following him, her head peeking out once again. "How do you plan to return? Are you walking back? The airport is quite far from here. The drivers' union is on strike, and the subway drivers are also part of that union." Hawk remained silent, while Gwen smiled slightly and took the lead towards the courthouse. "Let's hurry, it's almost 3. You wouldn't want Judge Bross to cancel your hearing, would you?" Hawk observed as Gwen walked ahead of him, opened his mouth to speak, but after a moment's contemplation, shook his head and followed her. In family courtroom number 3, Judge Bross rapped his gavel. Next, Hawk's independent hearing. Your Honor. Hawk rose from his seat and courteously greeted the presiding judge. Your Honor. The staff member from the Child and Family Welfare Agency responsible for Hawk also stood in acknowledgement. Judge Bross examined the various documents submitted by Hawk in his application for independence. After a brief moment, he turned to the staff member from the Department of Children and Family Services. I see here that he has never been adopted nor placed in a foster home. The staff member responded with a bittersweet smile. Indeed, Your Honor. May I inquire as to why? Hawk is unlike other children. He has always been reticent and disinclined to engage with others. Consequently, prospective adoptive parents have never considered him. This is also why he has remained in the foster care system for so many years without being adopted. Understood. Judge Bross nodded, then looked at Hawk, who outwardly appeared not to embody such a solitary disposition. I noted in your submission that you are applying for independence due to a desire to rent an apartment? Hawk nodded affirmatively. Yes, Your Honor. May I ask how you plan to cover your rent once you are independent? I currently have $30,000 in my bank account. If I opt for a modest apartment, that amount will suffice to cover my rent until I secure employment. $30,000. Judge Bross listened intently to Hawk's response as he retrieved the bank statement that accompanied Hawk's application for independence. After reviewing several documents, a flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. No phone, no computer, no car, not even a driver's license. Judge Bross was taken aback. While it was not uncommon for orphans to apply for independence before the age of 18, he had never encountered someone like Hawk, who had so meticulously minimized all unnecessary expenditures. Moreover, it was unprecedented for an orphan who had never been adopted or placed in a foster home to possess such a substantial sum in savings. Judge Bross pondered this and regarded Hawk with an air of intrigue. You exhibit remarkable self-control, Mr. Hawk. Thank you, Your Honor. Hawk felt a stirring within, as the term Mr. signified respect for an independent adult male. Indeed, Judge Bross smiled slightly, then stamped Hawk's application with an authoritative thud, handing it to the bailiff beside him while addressing Hawk. Typically, I would not approve an early application for independence, as the adult world can be quite harsh. However, Mr. Hawk, I believe you are adequately prepared. Therefore, congratulations, Mr. Hawk. Hawk accepted the stamped documents from the bailiff, gazing at Judge Bross with gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome. Judge Bross nodded with a smile before rapping his gavel once more. Next case. Hawk departed the courtroom with Gwen, holding the stamped documents in his hand, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the official seal. Thanks to this court-sanctioned documentation, it signifies that he has achieved legal independence in advance. Even though he is not yet 18 in actual age, he is permitted to enter into a lease agreement with a landlord. Finally, he can vacate that makeshift dwelling which had erupted into chaos on an unpredictable day. This is splendid. Hawk, with a heart full of joy, sauntered towards the subway station. In the next moment, he was halted. Hawk looked up to find Gwen, seemingly at a loss for words, blinking in realization. Ah, yes, the subway service has been suspended. My apologies. Let us proceed. Gwen shook her head and then, recalling something, turned to Hawk and added, Mr. Hawk. Hawk observed the smile gracing her face and raised an eyebrow as he followed her towards the vehicle parked nearby. At that moment, a traffic officer stood before Gwen's yellow Corolla. Please hold on a moment, officer. Gwen rushed forward as the officer began to issue a ticket, hastily retrieving a business card from her backpack and presenting it. The officer, momentarily taken aback by the card, reached out to accept it. However, it was not a business card, but rather a family card, a form of identification circulated among the families of the NYPD. The sole purpose of this card is to affirm one's affiliation. After noting the name and number inscribed on the card, 19th Precinct, George Stacy, the officer glanced at Gwen and promptly retracted his ticketing device, returning the family card to her. You may go. Thank you. Gwen expressed her gratitude. The officer climbed back onto his motorcycle and departed with a rumbling roar. Gwen exhaled in relief as she watched the officer leave and turned to Hawk, her tone tinged with relief. That was close. Thus began the tale of Hawk and Gwen in New York City. The fines for traffic violations in the city aren't particularly severe. However, there is one notable difference compared to the East. Here, traffic infractions are categorized alongside minor offenses. To put it simply, if one were to receive a parking ticket in the East, it might merely involve paying a fine and accruing points. Yet here, one must dedicate time to visit traffic court. As they resumed their journey towards LaGuardia Airport, Gwen continued to feel fortunate for their timely exit. Otherwise, she would have had to request leave to attend traffic court. Simultaneously, she pondered, perplexed, why parking is permitted at the Manhattan courthouse, yet not in Queens. Hawk, seated in the passenger seat and overhearing Gwen's musings, considered her words and curiously remarked, "Wouldn't it be fine if we parked? A word with Sheriff Stacy should suffice, shouldn't it?" Gwen snapped back to attention, casting a glance at Hawk before shaking her head. No, it wouldn't. Hawk recalled the family card that Gwen had just presented to the traffic officer. It appeared that Gwen had perceived Hawk's thoughts, as she smiled and explained. Using the family card is perfectly fine. Everyone does it, and it's considered a benefit provided by the police department for their families. However, receiving a ticket is an entirely different matter. My father would never call his friends at the court over a parking citation. He would sternly tell me, "Gwen, you must stand in court and bravely acknowledge your mistakes." As she explained, Gwen mimicked the tone and expression of Chief George Stacy from the NYPD's 19th Precinct. Hawk listened to Gwen's explanation, nodding in understanding. He had always thought that Chief George Stacy was a rigid and stern figure, incapable of tolerating any nonsense. Yet, Gwen's words suggested otherwise. Indeed, films often portray characters in a stereotypical manner. 45 minutes later, Gwen drove to LaGuardia Airport. After unbuckling his seatbelt, Hawk expressed his gratitude once more as Gwen brought the car to a halt. Just as he was about to open the door, Gwen spoke up, "I'm curious about something." Hawk, who had already pushed the door open, turned to look at her. "What is it? If I don't accept your thanks, what will you do? Continue to thank me?" Hawk was momentarily taken aback by Gwen's question. After a brief pause, he observed her smiling face, which genuinely seemed eager for an answer, and pondered. "Sorry." This time, Gwen fell silent. "If I don't accept your thanks, you simply say sorry? That works, I suppose." Gwen's smile broadened as she looked at Hawk and added, "You've expressed your gratitude too often. We are friends, and friends don't need to say thank you to one another." Friends? Hawk was momentarily stunned. Although his relationship with Gwen was somewhat closer than with other classmates, it was primarily due to their shared physics class, where they sat together. Beyond that, their interactions at school were minimal. In fact, he had little contact with any of the students. Nevertheless, Hawk refrained from contradicting Gwen. It would be rather awkward to say they weren't friends after she had just driven him home. He possessed enough emotional intelligence to navigate that. Before long, Hawk watched as the car turned around and sped away, disappearing from his sight. He then shifted his gaze toward the temporary shelter. As evening descended upon Manhattan, Helen Stacy was at home, dressed in her loungewear, seated on the sofa watching the latest episode of Desperate Housewives. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned her gaze toward the entrance. Upon looking, she saw, dressed in a white shirt, adorned with a tie, and clad in a black suit, Sheriff George Stacy of the 19th Precinct, with a badge pinned to his waist, entered from outside. "Back already?" he inquired. George replied, closing the door behind him and turning to Helen, who was seated on the sofa. "Where's Gwen?" Helen glanced toward the staircase leading to the second floor. "She has gone back to her room." "Oh," George nodded, then ascended the stairs. Upon reaching his daughter's chamber, he knocked on the door. "Gwen." Gwen's voice came from within. "The door isn't locked, Dad." George then pushed the door open. Inside the room, Gwen, now dressed in an adorable pajama set, her silky golden hair cascading over her shoulders, sat cross-legged in a chair, gazing at her father as he entered. "Dad, what's up?" George stood at the threshold, refraining from entering, leaning against the door frame with crossed arms and a smile gracing his lips. "You didn't have class this afternoon, did you?" Gwen paused for a moment, then realized. She lowered her smooth legs from the chair and stood. "Did someone contact you? What do you think?" George chuckled. "They always have to verify with me, just in case someone is impersonating my family card. Although such occurrences are unlikely. There exists a saying in the federal realm, you may not survive, but you must exist. While there are indeed individuals who resort to using fraudulent family cards, they are few and far between. However, due to the involvement of external law enforcement, confirming such matters over the phone is not advisable. Hence, they note the license plate numbers and report back to the precinct for verification. If the family card is genuine, there are no issues. If it turns out to be false, it's still manageable. After all, the license plate number has been recorded, and that individual can expect to receive numerous citations. The New York Police Department will ensure that anyone daring enough to engage in such antics learns that there are consequences to their actions. Gwen, upon hearing George's remarks, felt somewhat exasperated. "Dad, I truly didn't intend to park illegally. The courthouse in Manhattan clearly allows parking." George shrugged. "I'm not concerned about your parking violations. That's precisely the purpose of the family card." He was not so rigid. As long as the family card is used judiciously, it's acceptable. Gwen blinked at George's words. "But I am curious about why you went to the district court this afternoon." "Oh," Gwen responded, settling back into her seat and picking up the book she had been reading. "It was nothing. I just accompanied a classmate to the court to take care of some matters." George smiled. A male classmate? Gwen set down her book, looking at George with a serious expression. Dad, Hawk and I are just friends. No, that fellow seemed quite resistant to the notion of being her friend. Gwen thought to herself. She recalled the moment in the afternoon when she sent Hawk back, and after declaring that they were merely friends, she noticed the fleeting stiffness that crossed his face. The next day, taking advantage of the Saturday, Hawk arrived early at the apartment across from Queensboro Bridge Park. His new residence was situated here. It did not take long for him to locate it. After all, finding a moderately priced apartment is no easy task, while cheap accommodations are plentiful. However, even inexpensive rentals are typically not available to minors, especially when one cannot provide a guarantor. Yet, once Hawk hastily informed the landlord that he had applied for emancipation through the courts, the landlord relented. Thus, bright and early, Hawk made his way to the apartment. Upon confirming Hawk's legal independence, the landlord wasted no time and promptly signed the lease agreement with him. After Hawk paid 6 months' rent in advance, the landlord handed over the keys, completing the handover process. Once the landlord departed, Hawk closed the door behind him and surveyed his new abode. The apartment was modest in size, resembling a box that had been flattened by the pressures of life. The worn carpet and the chipped walls spoke of time. The living room was pitifully small, accommodating only a second-hand sofa and a folding dining table, making navigation a careful endeavor. The bedroom mirrored this, leaving little space beyond the bed. Yet, despite its compactness, it contained all essential amenities. Most notably, the new apartment, like his previous one, featured an emergency escape staircase that led directly to the rooftop terrace. This was precisely why Hawk had requested the landlord to grant him time to finalize his court independence. Moreover, for a mere $700 a month, what more could one desire? Hawk spent 2 days tidying and arranging his new apartment. The term arranging was somewhat of a stretch, as it merely involved purchasing a new mattress and replacing the old, somewhat yellowed showerhead in the bathroom. He also opened the windows, allowing fresh air to circulate for 2 days, effectively dispelling the lingering scent of curry that had permeated the space. Of course, Hawk did not forget to sneak out at night to retrieve his hidden treasures from his secret stash, specifically, the 5 Chitauri weapons he had concealed there. He wrapped them in the sheets that came with the bedroom and tucked them beneath the bed. As evening descended, Hawk, much like in his previous apartment, bought a hamburger and a cup of cola from downstairs. He then ascended the escape staircase to the rooftop of his new apartment, surveying the surroundings before settling on a relatively clean patch of ground. There he sat down, indulging in the hamburger while gazing up at the constellation of stars twinkling above him. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, so too did the celestial bodies within Hawk's cosmos. He had already envisioned which bronze constellation he would illuminate first. It was neither the Pegasus, nor the Cygnus, nor the Draco, but rather the Phoenix. The constellations are not merely vessels of the saint's power, they are also imprints of inheritance. Once a saint awakens their cosmos and possesses their designated constellation, they inherit the attributes associated with it. In Hawk's perspective, among the 48 bronze constellations, none possess attributes that rival those of the Phoenix. The Phoenix boasts a quality that even the zodiac does not encompass. The essence of the Phoenix lies in its immortality and its ability to undergo rebirth. If the core of the dragon lies in its fierce might and guardianship, then the core of the Phoenix embodies immortality and resurrection. However, the conditions to become a Phoenix saint are exceedingly stringent due to this very essence. From the inception of the Holy War, Athena's design for the 88 constellations of saints has never included the Phoenix until this very moment. The silver lining is that this realm is not the universe of the saints, and thus, the Phoenix here is not as aloof as its counterpart in that universe. As soon as he ignites the Phoenix constellation in his cosmos, he shall immediately acquire its core. The Phoenix does not perish, it merely undergoes rebirth. His life force will ascend to a formidable level. Even if he were to be slain, he would not truly die. As long as the Phoenix constellation exists, he would rise anew, reborn from the flames. Hence, it would be utterly irrational for Hawk to neglect the Phoenix constellation in favor of another. After all, his original intention has never wavered, to survive, and if possible, to live comfortably and for a long time. Thus, having resolved which constellation he would first illuminate, Hawk no longer hesitated. He channeled his cosmos, which had been ignited by vanquishing the Chitauri, and began to construct the Phoenix constellation according to its celestial map. The Phoenix constellation is composed of 1 second magnitude star, 2 third magnitude stars, and 6 fourth magnitude stars. The stars he had ignited were the smallest 4th magnitude stars. 2 4th magnitude stars combined to form 1 third magnitude star, and 2 third magnitude stars combined to create 1 second magnitude star. Therefore, he still required 2 more stars. Splendid. Hawk smiled as he sipped his drink, gazing at the sky of his cosmos, which had already begun to illuminate, just 2 stars shy of completing the Phoenix constellation. At that moment, the phantoms of the remaining 47 bronze constellations flickered in his cosmos, leaving him to ponder the reason why. Hawk suddenly sensed the grievances emanating from the other 47 bronze constellations. Yet amidst the cacophony of these 47 voices, he discerned a singular, resonant cry of a phoenix. Following this melodious call, the clamorous accusations of the 47 bronze constellations dissipated into silence. Hawk blinked, gazing at the Phoenix constellation that adorned the heavens of his little universe. The majority of the constellation shone brightly, resembling an imperious phoenix suspended in the sky, surveying the remaining 47 bronze constellations below. It was evident that, as Hawk's favored constellation, the proud phoenix was now even more exalted in the presence of the other 47. Behold, the phoenix is indeed the most magnificent. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Hawk's mouth as he pondered this, and without further delay, he exited his little universe, taking the emergency staircase back to his new apartment. After a while, lying on his bed, Hawk took advantage of the fleeting moments before slumber to contemplate the matter of the sacred armor once more. Illuminating the Phoenix constellation would grant him access to its immortal core. Moreover, forging the sacred armor of the Phoenix would bestow upon him the exclusive powers and skills of the constellation. For instance, he could unleash the Phoenix illusory fist, capable of shattering the enemy's spirit rather than their flesh. He could invade the mental realm of his adversaries, using his formidable mental strength to dismantle their spiritual essence with devastating blows. Additionally, there was the ultimate ability, transforming into a phoenix and unleashing a powerful torrent of flames akin to the phoenix spreading its wings. A devastating move that embodies the destructive might of the Phoenix constellation, Phoenix Wing Ascension. Hawk, with dreams of becoming a lawyer, understood that action speaks louder than words. The Phoenix constellation was merely 2 stars shy of illumination. It was only a matter of time. Even if he refrained from combat, with his daily training of 10,000 punches, he would surely illuminate the remaining stars within 3 months at most. Yet, Hawk found himself at a standstill regarding the sacred armor. More precisely, he lacked any leads on the elusive Gamanian. The other 2 components could theoretically be acquired if one had sufficient funds. For instance, meteorites could be procured to create silver star sand. In New York City alone, there were numerous wealthy collectors of meteorites, frequently hosting trading events. Thus, with a willingness to spend, one could acquire them directly. Although vibranium is known to be priceless yet elusive, Hawk was undeterred. He knew the origin of vibranium on Earth, and if it came down to it, he would not shy away from obtaining it himself. After all, his mantra remained, "I seek vibranium. What concern is it of yours?" Thus, only one question lingered, Gamanian. In recent days, after attending classes, Hawk had been frequenting the library, borrowing books related to gamma rays while utilizing the public computers to scour for relevant information. Along the way, he also learned who the wealthiest collector of meteorites in New York City is, Norman Osborn. Indeed, it is the very same Norman Osborn who appears as a villain in the Spider-Man films, the head of Oscorp Industries. Hawk discovered a post from a month ago on a meteorite forum, which described a room in Osborn's mansion dedicated solely to the meteorites he has acquired over the years. He even found information online regarding the Wakandan ambassador to the United Nations, who resides in New York since the UN headquarters is located there. Currently, Hawk has managed to grasp the whereabouts of both meteorites and vibranium, yet he remains utterly perplexed regarding the final and most crucial element, gamma radiation. At this moment, Hawk occupies a computer in the library, continuing his search for information related to gamma rays. If anyone in the Marvel Universe is most familiar with gamma radiation, it would undoubtedly be Dr. Bruce Banner, the father of the superhero Hulk. Unfortunately, despite his desire to locate him, Hawk finds it impossible. Following the conclusion of the Battle of New York, Dr. Banner left the city on a little donkey, his destination unknown. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. knows where he is, but Hawk is reluctant to engage with any superhero, let alone the troublesome S.H.I.E.L.D. Nevertheless, this is not a significant issue. Research on gamma radiation is not exclusive to Dr. Banner. Others are also studying it, albeit not with his level of expertise. For instance, Hawk recently stumbled upon a paper titled Discoveries of Gamma Radiation in the Field of Biological Therapy, authored by Dr. Curtis Connors. Oscorp Industries. Oh, isn't that the lizard doctor? Hawk realized this and blinked at the title of the paper displayed on the screen before him. Are you reading Dr. Connors' paper? Hawk snapped back to reality, hearing a somewhat familiar voice. He turned to see Gwen standing behind him, cradling a book, her golden locks cascading gracefully over her fair forehead as she leaned in to observe the screen. Gamma radiation? Gwen inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at the paper on Hawk's screen. Aren't you supposed to be studying law at NYU? Why the interest in gamma radiation? No, I'm only pursuing that for financial gain, Hawk mentally replied. Before his abilities awakened, he had set a goal for himself, to study law. Initially, he had considered studying medicine. In the East, advocating for a medical career might be met with derision, as it is often presumed that a doctor living in luxury and driving a sports car is corrupt. However, this is not the case here. To put it simply, a physician, if not residing in a lavish mansion or driving an opulent vehicle, is likely to be perceived as lacking in medical prowess. Thus, if one successfully masters the art of medicine, particularly as a surgeon, it is indeed a prestigious pursuit. However, after some contemplation, Hawk decided to abandon his aspirations of becoming a doctor. The rationale was straightforward. He believed he lacked the innate talent for medicine and thus opted for a more pragmatic path of pursuing a career in law. A lawyer, after all, is not inferior to a physician. Moreover, upon completing his legal studies, should he choose not to join a law firm, he could pursue a position in the district attorney's office, or even aspire to become a judge in the future. This was the trajectory Hawk had envisioned for himself prior to awakening his latent potential, aiming for a more relaxed future. At present, however, that urgency had dissipated. Although Hawk had no intention of foregoing university altogether, the imperative to study law had considerably lessened. Contemplating this, he shook his head with a smile and remarked to Gwen, "I was just browsing online and stumbled across it." As he spoke, he shut down the webpage, rose from his seat, and relinquished the computer to another before setting off to the old library to fulfill his daily task of 10,000 punches. Once again, he found himself adhering to a routine. After more than 2 years of persistence, he felt a sense of incompleteness on days he did not practice. Gwen, watching Hawk depart the library, blinked in thought until a fellow female student nudged her, urging her to find a spot to sit and read. With the end of the month approaching, Mid-City High would soon enter the dreaded examination week, a period that instills dread in the hearts of struggling students. Every institution has its share of underperformers, and Mid-City High is no exception. Apart from a select few, the majority of students are investing substantial sums in tuition. Yet it is among these that many underachievers emerge. Consequently, in the days leading up to exams, one could observe once vibrant students clinging to their textbooks in a frantic effort to prepare. Hawk, however, felt no such need. Before the awakening of his latent potential, he had no requirement for last-minute cramming, and even more so now that he had awakened it. His future seemed destined to offer only comfort and further comfort. Thus, Hawk maintained his own rhythm of life. Within the confines of the old gymnasium, he focused intently on his training. Just then, with a creaking sound that set his teeth on edge, a striking figure entered from outside. The council had announced plans to demolish this aging gymnasium once the holidays commenced, to transform it into a swimming facility. With a resounding thud, Hawk struck the heavy bag before him. The bag remained stationary, yet the impact reverberated, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The midday sun streamed through the glass of the old gym, illuminating the scene perfectly. Day 16, law-abiding on the first day, bank robbery on the second. Gwen's lips parted slightly as she gazed in awe at the dust particles that, illuminated by the refracted sunlight, drifted away at a visible pace, resembling the shape of sandbags. The sword is without a blade, and true skill lies in simplicity. Hawk stood still, exhaling a deep breath, then turned to face her. Gwen's attention shifted back to Hawk at that moment. Their eyes met. She observed him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Clad in a white tank top that accentuated his muscular physique, his hands wrapped in bandages, and an inexplicable feeling washed over her. Hawk, on the other hand, was taken aback by Gwen's unexpected presence. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "No, not at all," Gwen replied, shaking her head, her hands resting behind her as she approached him, taking in the surroundings of the old gymnasium, which she hadn't visited since the new sports center was built. "The new gym has air conditioning. Why not go there?" Hawk pondered for a moment. "It's quiet here." Indeed, it was rather tranquil, and Gwen affirmed his explanation. As she spoke, she walked over to the bench where her bag lay and sat down, leaving Hawk momentarily bewildered. "Is there something you need, Gwen?" he asked again. "No, nothing at all." Gwen smiled gently, propping her hands on the bench, and remarked playfully, "Since I'm here, I thought I'd enjoy watching a friend spar." Hawk raised an eyebrow, sensing an implication in her words. However, he dismissed it, thinking that focusing on his training was of utmost importance. He shook his head, redirecting his gaze from Gwen back to the sandbag, intent on completing his daily task of 10,000 punches, especially since he was nearly finished. But now with Gwen's presence, he would have to start anew. Hawk adjusted his breathing, choosing not to summon his inner strength, and relied solely on his physical prowess to fulfill the challenge. As for Gwen, if she wished to watch, so be it. After all, this was a public gym, and he had no right to impede her entry. That would be unreasonable. Soon, as Hawk threw another punch, the rhythmic sound of impact resonated throughout the old gym once more. However, unlike before, this time Hawk instinctively quickened his pace to expedite the completion of his task. One punch, another punch, and then a flurry of punches followed. Suddenly, Gwen, seated on the bench, found herself momentarily entranced by the flurry of punches before her. Her expression momentarily vacant. What just happened? I didn't even blink, she mused, instinctively retrieving her phone from her pocket to capture the moment. Hawk, engrossed in his practice, caught a glimpse of her out of the corner of his eye. Please don't record, he cautioned. Oh, she replied. Upon hearing this, Gwen gazed at Hawk, who continued his vigorous training without even glancing in her direction. She blinked, somewhat doubtful that she had not merely imagined what she heard, yet she set her phone aside. After a while, the flurry of punches gradually subsided, and Hawk's movements came to a halt, bringing a renewed tranquility to the aging gymnasium. Hawk then tugged at the iron chain to remove the suspended punching bag, effortlessly tossing it back into the corner. Under Gwen's watchful eyes, he approached the resting bench, retrieved a towel from the outer pocket of his backpack, and turned his gaze towards Gwen. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired once more, "Are you sure you're all right, Gwen?" Gwen nodded, albeit with a hint of mischief. Hawk's lips twitched ever so slightly, a subtle reaction that Gwen caught. She smiled, but rather than tease him further, she directly stated her purpose for visiting. The preparations for this year's class dance have begun. Will you be attending? Although Midtown High is a prestigious private institution, it hosts various dances and parties, including the welcome dance, masquerade, and the class dance. Gwen inquires about Hawk's participation almost every year, yet he has never attended even once. He is a lone wolf, preferring the solace of silence over the clamor of social gatherings. However, that is the more sophisticated explanation. The stark reality is far simpler. He is impoverished, lacking the funds to purchase formal attire, without a car, and even devoid of a driver's license. It would be impractical to attend a dance only to walk his date home afterward. Most crucially, he has no date. What would be the point of attending a dance? Merely to witness couples flaunting their affection? This year would be no exception. Not going, Hawk replied without hesitation, shaking his head. He would much rather spend his time stargazing on the apartment rooftop. Peaceful and, most importantly, free of charge. He has learned to be frugal. Having recently gained independence with no federal assistance, his savings have significantly dwindled due to the costs of renting and acquiring basic necessities. Hawk even pondered that his recent impulse to purchase a car might have been rather hasty. Thus, he had abandoned that notion, deciding it wiser to keep some funds on hand for unforeseen circumstances. After all, the school provides a complimentary shuttle to the Bridge Park station. Who needs a car? He doesn't even possess a driver's license, and even if he bought one, he wouldn't be able to drive it. Perhaps I should consider robbing a bank, he mused. After all, meteors come with a price. No, that's absurd. Why not just seize a meteor directly? Why bother with a bank? It would be nonsensical to rob a bank and then approach the wealthy to purchase their meteors with the stolen money. He must be out of his mind. Hawk's thoughts wandered aimlessly. He was contemplating the feasibility of directly seizing the meteorite. After all, vibranium was certainly not something Wakanda would willingly hand over. Ultimately, it seemed that theft was inevitable. If stealing vibranium constituted theft, then so too would stealing a meteorite. Thus, in this light, robbing a bank didn't appear to be such a significant transgression. Gwen observed Hawk, who, after shaking his head and dismissing the idea of attending the junior prom, suddenly seemed lost in thought, piquing her curiosity. What are you thinking about? She inquired. Robbing a bank, Hawk replied. Gwen raised an eyebrow. Hawk snapped back to reality, instinctively looking at Gwen. Their eyes met. In the next moment, Gwen, with a thoughtful expression and a smile, looked at Hawk and said, "So, which bank do you plan to rob?" "I recommend the Pacific Bank under the jurisdiction of the 19th Precinct." Hawk furrowed his brow slightly. "Is the Pacific Bank easy to rob?" "No," Gwen replied, her smile radiant. "But my father is the sheriff of the 19th Precinct." Hawk fell silent. After a moment, he looked at Gwen seriously. "I was joking. If I were to rob a bank, I would absolutely avoid the 19th Precinct." Gwen, beaming, rose from her seat, just as her phone rang from her pocket. "Mrs. Snow, Hawk? All right, I know where he is." Soon after hanging up, Gwen turned to Hawk, who was watching her intently. "Let us go. Mrs. Snow is looking for you." Hawk replied, 17, the inaugural appearance of Spider-Man. Mrs. Snow, whose full name is Selena Snow, is their 11th grade counselor. From providing personal, social, and emotional support to guiding individual development towards college, these are the responsibilities entrusted to Mrs. Snow. Unlike public high schools where counselors may be responsible for 100 or even 200 students, Midtown High is a private institution, allowing Mrs. Snow to oversee just 35 students. This enables her to offer more profound and personalized support to those under her care. It is quite a coincidence that both he and Gwen share the same counselor, Mrs. Snow. However, while he initially intended to quickly shower and change into clean clothes, he was urged by Gwen to head to Mrs. Snow's office. On the way, he curiously inquired, "Did Mrs. Snow mention anything?" "No. She just asked if I knew where you were, and if I did, to bring you to her office," Gwen replied. "Really?" Hawk pondered for a moment before looking at Gwen. Could it be about your early admission and scholarship from Berkeley? This was the only reason he could fathom for Mrs. Snow wanting him to accompany Gwen to her office. As the month comes to an end, by the time September rolls around and school begins anew, they will have ascended to their senior year. By June of the following year, they will have graduated from high school. However, prior to that, students with exemplary grades have already secured their desired universities, and those institutions have likewise pre-selected their candidates. For instance, Gwen has set her sights on Berkeley, nestled in California. Berkeley is a public research university, often referred to as a public Ivy, and has produced over 100 Nobel laureates, ranking third in such accolades. Gwen shrugged and turned to Hawk. "What about you? Have you decided to attend New York University for law, or are you considering Stanford?" Although NYU's law program is commendable, comparisons can be daunting. When placed alongside Stanford, particularly in the realm of law, Stanford far surpasses NYU. Thus, Gwen found herself perplexed. "I heard from Mrs. Snow that she also advised you to prioritize Stanford. That's because I am certain I won't be receiving a scholarship from Stanford," Hawk replied, shrugging as he walked alongside Gwen towards Mrs. Snow's office. "NYU is different. While I may not qualify for the highest scholarship, I will definitely receive some form of financial aid. Once I secure a scholarship, I can negotiate the interest rates when I approach the bank for a loan. Indeed, it is as straightforward as that." He harbored aspirations of attending Stanford for law, or even Yale, and hoped to join some clandestine organization. However, the question of whether he could actually attend remained. Setting aside whether they would even accept him, the tuition fees at Stanford and Yale would be staggering. Hawk's thoughts were grounded in practicality. Given that he would need to take out loans for his education, he reasoned, why not choose a school with a high probability of awarding him a scholarship, thereby reducing his loan amount? He certainly did not wish to be in his 50s or 60s still repaying student loans. Of course, this was his mindset and planning before his awakening. Now, Hawk had even less inclination to attend Stanford or Yale. NYU seemed quite appealing, and he was more familiar with New York City in this lifetime. His primary goal was to ensure a comfortable existence, so remaining within his comfort zone was a perfectly acceptable choice. Listening to Hawk's seemingly frivolous reasoning, Gwen furrowed her brow slightly. She contemplated interjecting, but, reflecting on Hawk's current situation, being 17 without a car, a house, or even a mobile phone, she ultimately chose to remain silent. Before long, Hawk and Gwen arrived at Mrs. Snow's office. "Knock, knock. Come in." Mrs. Snow's voice resonated from within the room. Gwen opened the door and entered, greeting Mrs. Snow, who sat behind her desk, wearing glasses and appearing to be in her 40s, exuding a sense of warmth. "Hello, Mrs. Snow. Gwen, please take a seat." "Hawk." Mrs. Snow observed Gwen entering and smiled while gesturing towards the sofa. Then, casting a weary glance at Hawk, who followed closely behind, she sighed. Once again, "Hawk, you truly ought to acquire a mobile phone. In this day and age, being without one is exceedingly inconvenient." At the beginning of the school year, upon learning of Hawk's situation, Mrs. Snow had offered to gift him a mobile phone, but Hawk had politely declined, asserting that he would procure one promptly. Now, as he neared the end of his 11th grade, each time Mrs. Snow inquired about his phone, Hawk would consistently respond with a promise to do so soon. Indeed, his latest reply was nothing short of a mere echo of his previous ones. "I will take care of it soon." "You always say that," Mrs. Snow remarked, feeling somewhat fatigued by the repetition. Just as she was about to continue her conversation, a knock resounded at the office door. In the next moment, another familiar figure entered. Hawk, who had just settled onto the sofa, raised an eyebrow at the newcomer, Peter Parker. However, for some inexplicable reason, this time Hawk perceived a distinct difference in Peter compared to their last encounter in the shower room. How to explain it? This time, Hawk discerned a hint of the bully, Maguire, within Peter Parker. To be precise, whereas previously he had viewed Peter Parker merely as himself, now he saw a reflection of the superhero Spider-Man in him, the Maguire version of Spider-Man, the original. Indeed, while this was the Marvel Universe, and logically speaking, Spider-Man should embody the variant from the Avengers, The Peter Parker before him unmistakably resembled Maguire's rendition. It was quite astonishing, baffling even. "Mrs. Snow," Peter greeted, and Mrs. Snow's eyes lit up upon seeing him. "Wow, Peter, it's been just a few days, and you seem to have bulked up considerably." Indeed. If the previous Peter had resembled a mere stick, the current Peter resembled a young calf. Peter, feeling bashful, scratched his head and offered a shy smile. Then his gaze fell upon Hawk. In an instant, he froze, seemingly caught off guard. Hawk, too, turned to meet Peter's eyes. They locked gazes. Hawk observed intently. At the moment Peter's gaze met his, Hawk noted the rapid dilation and contraction of Peter's pupils, as if reacting in a frenzied manner. It was apparent Peter had undergone a transformation. The authentic Spider-Man, one who did not rely on technology to shoot webs from his wrists, had seemingly emerged. The original Spider-Man had finally made his debut. Hawk observed Peter Parker, whose pupils were rapidly constricting, and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The reason he had chosen to remain an observer in the shower room and had been indifferent towards Peter on the school bus was not solely because he wished to avoid intervening in the tragedies of superheroes. He also did not want his involvement to jeopardize the debut of the original Spider-Man. There are 3 versions of Spider-Man, but Hawk has an affinity solely for the original, whose visage strikingly resembles that of the bully Tobey Maguire. As for the Amazing Spider-Man, initially, he held no fondness for it. Yet after Andrew Garfield portrayed the Amazing Spider-Man 3 in reality, he grew to appreciate it by extension. However, the Spider-Man portrayed by Tom Holland? Regrettably, Hawk found himself unable to warm to it. To put it bluntly, the mere fact that this iteration of Spider-Man developed an affection for a character of darker skin tone caused Hawk's regard for him to plummet into the negatives. Thus, as Hawk's thoughts shifted, he regarded Peter Parker, who seemed momentarily entranced, and took the initiative to greet him. "Good afternoon, Peter." "Good afternoon," replied Tobey Maguire, regaining his composure, his expression returning to a more affable demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to acknowledge Gwen, who sat nearby. Gwen. At the moment Hawk and Peter locked eyes, Gwen happened to catch the exchange. Although she felt a twinge of suspicion, she quickly suppressed it and responded with a smile. "Good afternoon, Peter. I heard you gave Flash a run for his money yesterday." Just the previous noon, Peter had caused quite a stir in the cafeteria with Flash Thompson. Gwen was not present at the time, but she had heard from others that Peter had transformed into a different person, leaving the bully Flash Thompson quite flustered. Peter remained silent, merely scratching his head and chuckling. Observing this, Gwen chose not to press further, instead offering an encouraging gesture. "You should have fought back long ago. Go for it, Peter." Peter smiled even more sheepishly in response. Meanwhile, Mrs. Snow, noticing everyone had gathered, clapped her hands to urge Peter to take a seat. Once Peter settled onto the couch opposite Hawk and Gwen, she approached her desk and picked up 3 documents laid out before her. After a brief moment, Mrs. Snow handed one of the documents to Gwen, a holiday work invitation as a laboratory assistant in Dr. Connor's lab at Oscorp. Gwen's eyes lit up as she accepted the document from Mrs. Snow. "Thank you. Dr. Connors just mentioned yesterday that he would contact the school soon. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly." Although she could have approached Dr. Connor's lab without this document, having it would lend further credibility to her future or some. Mrs. Snow then turned her attention to Hawk and Peter. "There are 2 more holiday work invitations, but I'm unsure if you would be interested in both. So I thought it best to invite you to the office to choose for yourselves." As she spoke, Mrs. Snow was just about to continue. At that moment, Hawk realized and raised his right hand, interrupting Mrs. Snow's discourse. "Wait a moment, Mrs. Snow. What is it, Hawk?" he replied, still somewhat perplexed about the reason for his summons. Mrs. Snow paused, observing Hawk's bewildered expression, and could not help but say, "Have you forgotten our conversation in the office last month?" Upon hearing this, Hawk blinked and began to recall the routine one-on-one discussion with his counselor from the previous month. He remembered it was a standard chat, during which Mrs. Snow inquired about his summer plans, such as whether he had secured any summer employment. Hawk had mentioned that he had yet to find a job, to which Mrs. Snow offered her assistance if he needed it. He had dismissed it lightly, as he indeed had not yet arranged anything for his summer job. As he reminisced about the content of their prior conversation, an involuntary gasp escaped him. Mrs. Snow noticed the shift in his expression and chuckled. "Have you remembered?" "I have." Hawk nodded in acknowledgement. Mrs. Snow smiled again, then redirected the conversation by shaking 2 documents in her hand. One was an offer for a summer position from Osborne Industries in the bioenergy department, requiring assistance with data organization. The other was from the Horn newspaper, which also needed a summer worker. Although both positions appeared to lack technical complexity, they were indeed devoid of any substantial skill requirement. However, if one were to approach either Osborne or the Horn newspaper directly, they would likely claim not to be hiring. This was not merely about employment. it was a favor from Mrs. Snow. In essence, only by presenting the documents in her possession could one secure a summer position with either entity. Peter Parker instinctively turned to Hawk. Hawk, why don't you choose first? Hawk, regaining his focus and on the verge of informing Mrs. Snow of his reluctance to pursue summer work, suddenly recalled a thought and altered his response. I'll go with Osborn. He had just remembered the paper by Dr. Connors regarding gamma rays that he had seen in the library. This opportunity seemed fortuitous, especially since he had been contemplating the prospect of meeting Dr. Connors. Observing this, Peter looked at Mrs. Snow, saying, then I will go to the Horn newspaper. I quite enjoy photography. Indeed, you not only love photography, but also take pleasure in selfies, even going so far as to sell your own selfies to your newspaper. Hawk mused in silence. Mrs. Snow paid no heed to the thoughts of the two individuals. Once they had made their choices, she wasted no time and handed them the two documents she held. She then provided instructions to the two. Peter, when you report to the Daily Bugle, simply ask for Mr. Jonah Jameson. Once you see Mr. Jameson, hand him the document you have. He will take care of the arrangements. Understood. Hawk, upon your arrival at Osborn Biotech, proceed to the Bioelectric Engineering Department and locate an engineer named Max Dillon. I will notify their supervisor in advance. All right. Hawk, upon hearing the name, maintained a composed demeanor as he nodded. Max Dillon, wasn't he the engineer who, believing himself overlooked by the world, fell into an electric eel power generator and subsequently transformed into Electro in The Amazing Spider-Man 2? Never mind. It was of no concern to me, Hawk mused inwardly. Rather than being preoccupied with Electro, he found himself far more intrigued by Dr. Connor's ongoing research into gamma rays. After all, he harbored a strong suspicion that the gamma neon he sought was likely connected to Dr. Connor's work. Soon enough, after the instructions were concluded, the three rose from the sofa, bid farewell to Mrs. Snow, and exited her office. Gwen turned to Hawk. Will you need me to guide you to the bioelectric department? No need. I can manage on my own, Hawk replied, shouldering his bag and making his way toward the building's exit. Time was of the essence. His afternoon classes were about to commence, and he needed to shower at the gym beforehand. Peter, following the two out of Mrs. Snow's office, observed Hawk's departing figure. Lost in thought, suddenly, Gwen, who had been quietly watching, spoke up. Peter. Peter's gaze shifted to Gwen, momentarily dazed, before quickly refocusing. Gwen? Gwen smiled gently. It's nothing. By the way, are you attending this year's prom? Peter chuckled sheepishly. I'm afraid I might not be able to. If Hawk had opted out of the prom due to lack of funds and a date, Peter's reason was simply the absence of a companion. However, Hawk's lack of a date stemmed from his own indifference towards seeking one. Were he inclined to pursue a partner, his looks, physique, and the charm honed from years of boxing training would undoubtedly attract a willing classmate. In contrast, Peter's dilemma was merely that he found himself unable to secure a date. To be precise, it was his insistence on pining for Mary Jane that left him hanging in despair. Mary Jane, Peter's neighbor, is also a junior. Perhaps Peter believes that his secret admiration for Mary Jane remains concealed, yet, in truth, most people are already aware of it. After all, the eyes of the onlookers are not blind. In such circumstances, no girl would consent to become a mere substitute for Mary Jane. The genuine Mary Jane, in turn, would not acquiesce to Peter's invitation to the prom. Peter also harbors no desire to attend the dance alone, only to witness his dream girl twirling with another man on the dance floor. Gwen, too, was not surprised by Peter's response, for she and Mary Jane share a friendship. When the announcement of the prom was made, Mary Jane had approached her to submit both her and her partner's names, Harry Osborn. Oh, how quintessentially aligned with Mary Jane's usual standards in a boyfriend, Gwen mused, though she refrained from elaborating further. After acknowledging Peter's answer with a nod, she turned to leave. However, as she pivoted away, something seemed to cross her mind. Instinctively, she glanced back. Peter remained rooted in place, gazing somewhat dreamily in the direction where Hawk had just departed. Days later, Midtown High erupted with jubilant cheers. The holiday season had arrived, finally. The much-anticipated summer break was upon the students. Have you planned your summer itinerary? Yes, off to Hawaii. Tom and I are heading to Slovakia. Slovakia? Haven't you seen the news? What? Didn't they report last week about a tourist going missing in Slovakia? Fake news. Besides, with Tom and me being so robust, what could possibly happen? As the holiday commenced, students strolled in small groups, eagerly discussing their vacation plans while making their way to the parking lot. Vehicles began to start up one after another, and in no time, Midtown High seemed to transform into a vast expanse of emptiness. The usual cacophony that filled the school vanished entirely, save for the rhythmic sounds of drumming echoing from the old gymnasium. Approximately 10 minutes later, the drumming ceased. Hawk stood still, regulating his breath as he lowered his gaze to untangle the bandages wrapped around his hands. Despite being able to strike steel plates without reddening his skin, the habit cultivated over more than 1,000 days compelled him to continue binding his hands while training. Just as Hawk removed the last of the bandages, his brow furrowed slightly. In the next moment, a voice echoed from behind him. Rumor has it that this gym will be transformed into a swimming pool next semester. Peter. Hawk turned to see Peter standing not far away, his face resembling that of a young Maguire. It's not merely a rumor, it's a fact. Peter smiled but remained silent. This was yet another reason why Hawk admired the original Spider-Man. In comparison to the loquacious nature of the Amazing Spider-Man and the overly chatty persona of the tech-savvy Spider-Man portrayed by Holland, he finds solace in the understated demeanor of the original Spider-Man, much like himself, talented yet reserved, and not particularly eloquent. Hawk pondered this as he tucked the entangled bandages back into his pocket, then turned to Peter, inquiring, "You haven't come here merely to inform me that this gym is to be converted into a swimming pool, have you?" Peter quickly shook his head. "No? Then what is it?" Peter hesitated, the words lingering on the tip of his tongue, yet refrained from speaking, casting a hesitant glance at Hawk. Hawk chuckled lightly. Observing Peter's reluctance to articulate his thoughts, he chose to remain silent, instead making his way to his backpack. After shouldering it, he started towards the exit. "Have a pleasant summer, Peter." Just as Hawk reached the door, he heard a sound akin to spider silk being spun. In an instant, he turned, unleashing a powerful punch. Peter's spider sense kicked in, prompting him to instinctively dodge to the side. The next moment, a bench in the dilapidated gymnasium suddenly shattered in two. Peter's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the splintered bench. Meanwhile, Hawk peeled the webbing off his shoulder bag. It was quite sticky. After a vigorous shake, he managed to fling the clump of webbing away. Peter, now regaining his composure, turned his gaze back to Hawk. "Hawk, you also," but Hawk interrupted him, raising his gaze directly. His current prowess was the result of relentless perseverance and effort over countless days. Of course, he acknowledged that external aids may have played a minor role, but not significantly. Hawk firmly believed that even without such aids, he would still have awakened his inner potential. Indeed, with the external support now absent from the equation, his assertion held no flaws. Yet, this was not the true reason for his interruption. Hawk shot Peter a knowing glance, and with his spider sense, Peter understood immediately. Hawk offered a slight smile. "Enjoy your summer, Peter. See you next semester." "All right. See you next semester," Peter replied, retracting the words he had intended to say. Hawk made no further comments and exited the gym. Outside, he spotted Gwen, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "Gwen?" Gwen responded, "The past is the past, and the present is the present." Hawk appeared taken aback. Gwen, observing his reaction, fell silent. "Fake. So fake." She could not help but exclaim genuinely, "Your acting is quite the charade." Hawk shrugged. "I am not a professional actor." Indeed, Gwen had long been outside. To be precise, she arrived just as Peter was preparing to confront him, but paused upon hearing the commotion emanating from the gymnasium. Gwen believed that neither Hawk nor Peter would take notice. However, with his awakened senses, Hawk could perceive not only Gwen's footsteps but even the rustling of leaves falling from the trees behind the gymnasium, should he choose to focus on it. Peter, endowed with spider sense, was equally perceptive, especially considering this iteration of Peter had undergone a genuine mutation into Spider-Man. Yet, the present Peter had only recently transformed and had yet to fully acclimatize. Besides, Hawk's recent punch had left him momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, prompted by Hawk's gaze, Peter quickly regained his composure and discerned Gwen's breathing outside the gym. Thus, they silently agreed to remain quiet. This was yet another reason why Hawk held a particular fondness for the original Spider-Man. He refrained from commenting on the Amazing Spider-Man. Yet the Tech Spider-Man? A chuckle escaped him. Hawk had no doubt that had it been the Dutch version of the Tech Spider-Man, that fellow would likely be oblivious to his meaning, perhaps continuing to chatter incessantly. No, it wasn't a possibility. It was a certainty, Hawk mused. Just then, Peter emerged from behind and, upon seeing Gwen, displayed a hint of surprise on his face. "Gwen, you haven't left yet?" Gwen, observing the rigidity of Peter's astonished expression, could no longer contain herself. "Peter, your acting skills are even worse than Hawk's." "Ah ha ha ha." Peter's expression froze, and he instinctively scratched his head with a sheepish grin before bidding Hawk farewell and making his way towards the school gate. Seeing this, Hawk prepared to leave as well. He had an early morning shift at Osborne Bioengineering for his summer job and intended to retire early for the night. However, Gwen intercepted him. "You're acting strange, Hawk." "Huh?" Hawk was momentarily taken aback. Gwen, with her brows furrowed in curiosity, regarded Hawk with intrigue. "When did you become so familiar with Peter?" I've never seen you converse with him before. To be precise, she had never witnessed Hawk engaging in casual chatter with anyone. Even when other classmates approached him, Hawk would dismiss them with a few curt words, returning to his own pursuits. Furthermore, during the dance, at the outset, several girls had approached Hawk, inquiring if he would be their partner. As the other girls often remarked, Hawk? He is nothing but an iceberg, a veritable glacier. This sentiment resonated with Gwen as well. Gwen pondered the times she sought out Hawk. Although he did not overtly display it, she could sense a semblance of resistance in his demeanor when conversing with her. Yet today, her intuition whispered that the invisible barrier between them seemed to have dissipated. This intrigued Gwen. Hawk, listening to Gwen's musings, casually explained, Peter and I were never well acquainted. He approached me to express his gratitude for my presence during that incident when lightning trapped him in the restroom. Gwen fell silent once more, absorbing Hawk's words. After a brief pause, she met his gaze and smiled faintly. If you prefer not to share, there's no need to fabricate. Hawk pondered her statement and, gazing into her captivating eyes, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall refrain from disclosing further. I'll uncover the truth myself. All right, Hawk replied, preparing to depart. However, just before leaving, he added, investigate as you wish, but be wary of falling too deep. I've heard that when a woman grows curious about a man, it marks the beginning of her entrapment. Gwen finally confirmed that the intangible resistance Hawk had previously exhibited had vanished, though she merely scoffed in response. I doubt I could ever fall for someone who finds our friendship so begrudging. She recalled the day she had escorted Hawk home, noting the reluctant expression he wore when she referred to them as friends. Yet, it dawned on her that his resistance had indeed lessened by that time. Reflecting on that moment stirred something within Gwen. Hawk remained silent, merely shrugging as he turned to descend the stairs. Goodbye, Gwen. As Gwen called after him, I will uncover your secrets. Good luck. Hawk waved his hand without looking back, dismissing the matter from his mind. The remark he made about a woman's curiosity leading to her downfall was merely a passing thought. Yet, he mused, prior to awakening his inner potential, he would hardly have uttered such sentiments. Seated in the back row of the shuttle bus returning to his new apartment, Hawk gazed out at the fleeting scenery beyond the window, his thoughts wandering. For him, before awakening his potential, love had been a luxury, an unattainable dream. But after this awakening, there was a saying, money is the courage of a man. Although Hawk currently lacked wealth, he possessed strength. Power equated to strength, and strength equated to wealth. Thus, what was past is past, and what is present is present. Awakened to the potential of his inner cosmos, Hawk felt himself deserving of love, a sentiment he contemplated deeply. Just then, the memory of Gwen's gaze met his mind's eye, causing his heart to flutter unexpectedly. Hiss! He gasped, instinctively shaking his head to cast aside this sudden thought. No, he mused. Life's three great illusions were warning him once more. He was not Peter. Peter could misinterpret a mere smile from Mary Jane as affection, but Hawk would not fall prey to such delusions. Thus, he dismissed the notion. Business took precedence. Tomorrow, he would commence his summer job at Osborne Bioindustrial, where he would ascertain whether the contents of Dr. Connor's laboratory contained the coveted gamma-9 he sought. If it did, it would be splendid. Hawk had already devised a plan. Once the critical element for forging the sacred armor, gamma-9, was confirmed, his next objective would be to venture to Wakanda, renowned for its vibranium. As he had often stated, should Wakanda graciously part with the vibranium he desired, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, if they were to refuse, or, worse, retaliate against him, that would be regrettable. He, Hawk, was not particularly eloquent, but he possessed a modicum of skill in martial arts. The following day at Osborne Bioindustrial Tower, Hawk rose early, donned his attire, and slung his shoulder bag across him, carrying the documents Mrs. Snow had provided. Initially, he had planned to take the bus. As is widely known, the subway system in New York City is a tale of its own. Unfortunately, Hawk discovered that there was no direct bus route from his new apartment to the Osborne Bioindustrial Tower. He would need to transfer thrice. Thus, it seemed more prudent to take the subway. At least with the subway, if one were lacking in moral scruples, one could ride for free. In essence, one could leap the turnstile, and even if one chose to pay, the fare was still cheaper than the bus. Hence, Hawk resolved to take the subway. Yet, upon boarding, he immediately regretted his decision. Ugh, the stench was unbearable. A cacophony of odors assaulted his senses, compelling him to swiftly shut down his olfactory perception. But it was not merely the foul smells that plagued him. The carriage was rife with performers. One individual, clutching a guitar, wailed in a manner reminiscent of a tortured soul, harboring dreams of becoming a great musician. Nearby, a woman, who from any angle bore an uncanny resemblance to a tank, adorned with a golden python coiled around her neck, added to the surreal atmosphere. Who knows how she managed to bring this thing in? However, that is not the crux of the matter. It is widely recognized that if one were to tally the locations in New York City most susceptible to theft, the subway car would undoubtedly be among them. Indeed, a hooded figure, dark-skinned and shifty, had set his sights on Hawk. His instincts indicated that Hawk was a novice when it came to the subway. The term subway novice refers to those infrequent riders who remain oblivious to the perils lurking within the subway cars and the unpredictable nature of its passengers. Such individuals may not be particularly affluent, yet they are deemed the most vulnerable prey, hence labeled as novices by their thieving counterparts. Before long, the small black figure, feigning the act of adjusting his earpiece while swaying his head and humming to himself, approached Hawk from behind. In the next moment, as he lowered his right hand, which had been ostensibly tending to his earpiece, a folding knife was swiftly drawn, aimed at slashing the shoulder bag that Hawk carried. Just then, Hawk, seemingly losing his balance, stumbled backward a few steps, catching the assailant off guard. The knife, which had just been brandished and not yet properly positioned, was redirected by Hawk's sudden movement, and with a sickening sound, it pierced the thief's wrist. A cry of agony escaped the thief's lips as he stared wide-eyed at the knife embedded in his wrist. Gasping in shock, blood began to drip from the wound, splattering onto the subway floor. The surrounding passengers were startled by the thief's scream, but upon seeing the injury, they quickly averted their gazes. The train had just come to a stop, and the passengers, in unison, rose to exit the car. No one gasped in horror. No one seemed to care, nor did anyone approach to inquire whether the thief required medical assistance. Hawk followed the crowd, exiting the subway car without once glancing back at the injured figure. As he stepped out, he felt the weight of several resentful stares directed at his back. A slight smile crept onto his lips. He had shown considerable mercy. Had this scenario unfolded in a desolate area or an alley devoid of cameras, he would have reduced the would-be thief to mere ashes. Did the man not realize that his entire ensemble was likely worth less than $50? In such dire straits, how dare he attempt to steal? Is there no law? Is there no justice? Is there no Gwen? Upon leaving the subway station, Hawk, still reflecting on his near encounter with the pickpocket, felt a sense of disbelief. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when he spotted Gwen standing not far away, just beneath the Osborne Biopharmaceutical building, seemingly waiting for someone. Gwen, who was surveying her surroundings at the entrance, suddenly caught sight of Hawk across the street. Her eyes sparkled, and she raised her right hand, swiftly waving him over. "Are you waiting for me?" Hawk momentarily hesitated, then seized the opportunity presented by a gap in the traffic to cross the street quickly. The Battle of New York had transpired a fortnight ago, and now, half a month later, Manhattan bore no visible scars from the extraterrestrial invasion that had once unfolded here. Such is the allure of wealth. The New York battle had concluded in the morning, and by noon, the restoration efforts for the ravaged buildings on Wall Street had commenced. The exterior of the Osborne Bioengineering building had suffered significant damage. Yet now, there was no trace of the devastation. It was hard to believe that the building had once been pierced by the Chitauri during the conflict. Hawk glanced up at the towering Osborne Bioengineering building, which loomed as high as the Stark Industries building 5 blocks away, then redirected his gaze to Gwen, who seemed to be waiting for him. "Are you waiting for me?" he inquired. "Of course," she replied, her appearance today markedly different from her school attire. With her hair styled in a high ponytail and donning a standard white lab coat, she smiled warmly. "If I weren't here waiting for you, how would I uncover your secrets?" Hawk shook his head, somewhat speechless. "I have no secrets." "No, you do. I will unearth them," Gwen asserted with a serious expression, before her stern countenance melted back into a smile as she continued. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Mrs. Snow called me this morning, and since you don't have your phone and still lack an Osborne access card, she was worried you might not even be able to enter the building. She asked me to bring you in." At this, Gwen paused and looked at Hawk. "By the way, what is the name of the person you're looking for?" "Max Dillon," Hawk replied, naming the future supervillain known as Electro, who was currently just an obscure engineer. Gwen's expression shifted to one of realization. "Yes, that's him. Let us go. I'll take you to the bioelectric engineering department." "All right," Hawk agreed without hesitation. Gwen then tucked her hands into her pockets, flicked her ponytail, and elegantly turned to lead Hawk to the access point. Upon entering, she exchanged a few words with the security personnel. The guard glanced at Hawk in the direction Gwen indicated, nodded, and manually opened the gate. After Hawk stepped through, Gwen thanked the security officer. Before long, Gwen expertly guided Hawk to the bioelectric engineering department on the first floor of the annex. "Hawk, take a look at the data." 108, she instructed. "I need to visit the lab. Could you help me gather the materials on my desk?" "No problem," Hawk replied. Today marked the 20th day of Hawk's summer job at Osborne Bioengineering, yet he had yet to find an opportunity to visit Dr. Connor's laboratory. For the past 20 days, not only has he not set foot in Dr. Connor's laboratory, but he has hardly even ventured beyond the doors of the electrical engineering department. From the moment he clocks in until he clocks out, he is either assisting others with data analysis or en route to do so. At present, he finds himself tidying up the documents on someone else's desk. Hawk observes the hurried engineer as he rises and makes his way to the engineer's workstation. Although he has been at Osborne for 20 days without finding the opportunity to visit Dr. Connor's lab, he remains unperturbed. On one hand, he believes that good things come to those who wait. On the other, the bustling environment here is compensated by a handsome salary. With a weekly wage of $800, the cafeteria on the 18th floor provides a buffet for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Although Hawk toyed with the idea of robbing a bank last month, he ultimately refrained from taking any action. Most importantly, while he acknowledges that boundaries exist to be crossed, he is reluctant to breach this particular threshold before he is ready. He fears the unknown consequences that may follow such a transgression. It is well known that traversers possess a particularly flexible moral compass, often exhibiting an innate indifference towards people and situations alike. Hawk is no exception. This indifference is precisely why he refrains from socializing. At times, he feels as though he is observing a mere spectacle, experiencing a sense of enlightenment amidst a crowd of oblivion. The reason he continues to adhere to the rules, even after awakening his latent potential, is rather simple. The education he received in his previous life instilled in him the importance of being a decent person, if not a good one, then at least not an evil one. This is why, despite his awakening, Hawk leads a life of relative modesty. Were he another traverser, he might have boldly proclaimed the mantra of prosperity for those who align with me, demise for those who oppose by the second day of his awakening. However, the crux of the matter may lie in his inherent goodness. Unfortunately, Hawk senses that regardless of his reluctance, he will inevitably have to confront that boundary soon. Nevertheless, until that moment arrives, he is content to observe the limits he has set for himself. Having worked for 10 days, he is now well acquainted with the rhythm of the biological electrical engineering department, swiftly organizing the scattered documents on the engineer's desk before carrying them to the filing cabinet, where he methodically places them in order. At that moment, the office phone rings. "I'll get it," Hawk interjects, moving to answer the call. Electrical engineering department. "Ah, Hawk." A familiar voice resonates from the other end. Hawk raises an eyebrow. "Gwen?" Since Gwen escorted him to report to the biological electrical engineering department 10 days prior, he has not seen her again. Both of them have been exceedingly busy. Even though Hawk currently finds himself in the Department of Bioelectric Engineering, he has certainly heard whispers of the fervent experiments conducted by Dr. Connors in recent days. The lab mice are no longer used one by one. Instead, they are simply placed en masse. How exaggerated. On the other end of the line, Gwen acknowledged with a hum. "It's me. By the way, our laboratory has just experienced unstable voltage, and Dr. Connors has requested that you send someone over to take a look." "All right, immediately." Hawk hung up the phone and relayed the message to the head of the engineering department. The supervisor, a 50-year-old man with a completely bald head and a demeanor that suggested a lack of desire for ambition, surveyed the empty office. "Today, every laboratory is reporting unstable voltage. It's likely due to the resistors. We just replaced them yesterday. Anyway, you take Hawk with you and head to Dr. Connor's lab to help them replace the resistor." Hawk followed the supervisor's gaze and looked at the not-so-distant figure, a simple and earnest man with dark skin, the very embodiment of a future bioelectric individual. Indeed, Max Dillon is a genuinely honest person, lacking the cunning demeanor often associated with others of his complexion. In the past 20 days, Hawk has observed this truth. If there were an award for diligence in the bioelectric engineering department, Max Dillon would undoubtedly deserve it. If only Max had a modicum of political acumen, he would not be merely toiling away, resulting in his own supervisor forgetting his name. However, Max himself seems unconcerned, perhaps accustomed to being referred to as that guy. Thus, upon hearing the supervisor's directive, he merely nodded and turned to fetch the necessary components from the storage room. After a while, as Hawk stood at the entrance of the bioelectric engineering department waiting for the earnest Max, he watched as Max approached. "Mr. Dillon." Max's body jolted as if struck, his pupils seemingly constricting in that moment. His voice trembled slightly as he looked at Hawk. "You know my name?" Hawk smiled. "Of course, Mr. Dillon." Although he had no intention of engaging in excessive conversation with the future bioelectric individual, that did not preclude him from wishing to establish a good rapport with the present Max. After all, kindness towards others is kindness towards oneself. Hawk thought to himself. Then, noticing the glistening in Max's eyes, he said, "Mr. Dillon, let us go." Dr. Connor's lab just called again, urging us. Max snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes. Let us go? Hawk smiled inwardly, following Max as they made their way towards the nearby elevator. Finally, they were heading to Dr. Connor's laboratory. Once inside the elevator, as Hawk gazed at the ascending display, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Over the past 20 days, he had pondered multiple times how to visit Dr. Connor's lab, yet he had never succeeded. After all, this was not merely a trip to the local market. Did he truly believe that Osborne Bioengineering, with its substantial investments, could expect to develop regenerative technology to monopolize the market in the future, and that access to their laboratory would be as simple as walking in? Later, when he finally relaxed his mindset and embraced the flow of circumstances, an opportunity to visit Dr. Connor's laboratory unexpectedly presented itself. Indeed, maintaining a calm disposition is paramount. One must never rush into any endeavor. Hawk silently reminded himself of this as he completed his daily self-reflection task. Soon, the elevator doors opened. Gwen, who had been waiting in the elevator, brightened at the sight of Hawk emerging and hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Why are you so late?" Dr. Connors is getting impatient. Just as Hawk was about to respond, Gwen seized his arm and swiftly pulled him toward the laboratory. Hawk was taken aback, yet his gaze was drawn to the laboratory in the distance, stirring something within him. At last, the Gamma Radiation Rejuvenation Laboratory of Dr. Connors was located on the 21st floor of the Osborne Biotech building. The laboratory was adorned with an array of sophisticated instruments, many of which appeared to be of considerable value merely by their outward appearance. However, what captivated Hawk's attention most was a peculiar stone, encased within a transparent box, visible through the glass. Hawk was unsure of what the stone was, but his intuition firmly indicated that this was the object he had been seeking. With a surge of curiosity, he turned to Gwen and inquired, "What is that?" Gwen, initially taken aback, diverted her gaze from Max Dillon, who was engaged in repairs, and followed Hawk's pointing finger. After a brief moment, she responded, "Oh, that? It's gamma radiation." Gamma radiation? A question mark emerged in Hawk's mind, and his lips twitched in disbelief. "Although my grasp of physics may not rival yours, I cannot comprehend how gamma radiation could transform into a stone." Gwen chuckled, but after a moment's contemplation, she scanned the surroundings as if to ensure that the attention of the other lab personnel was elsewhere. She then leaned in closer to Hawk and whispered, "Do you recall the incident in September 2009 when the Hulk wreaked havoc in New York City?" Hawk paused for a moment, then nodded. "Of course, I remember. How could I possibly forget? That day stands vividly in my memory, not only because it marked the activation of my own abilities, but for other reasons as well." In any case, Hawk's recollection of that day was remarkably clear. Gwen shrugged and continued, "Then you must know about the Abomination. He mutated into that grotesque creature using the Hulk's blood." Hawk nodded once more, a thought seemingly crossing his mind as he looked toward Gwen. "Are you suggesting that this stone is the Abomination?" "Certainly not. These stones were transported from the Quantico military base." Gwen chuckled lightly and remarked, "The Green Giant, Dr. Bruce Banner, underwent his transformation due to the explosion at the Gamma Laboratory. Yet, it seems that during the explosion, some peculiar changes occurred, and these stones were excavated from the vicinity of that very laboratory." Hulk appeared bewildered. "Then what you just mentioned about the Abomination?" Gwen, realizing the misunderstanding, shrugged her shoulders and replied, "I assumed you were unaware that the Green Giant is Bruce Banner, considering you lack both a computer and a smartphone." At this point, Gwen paused, her expression shifting as she turned to Hulk. "You haven't forgotten to purchase a SIM card for the phone I gave you last time, have you?" Hulk retrieved a device resembling an iPhone 4 from his pocket. "I bought one," he stated. This phone was a gift from Gwen when he joined Oscorp 20 days prior. Initially reluctant to accept it, he found himself unable to refuse her compelling rationale. It is well known that employees need to clock in, and Oscorp was no exception. Moreover, Gwen did not afford him an opportunity to decline. She thrust the phone into his hand and turned away. After displaying the phone briefly, Hulk redirected the conversation, casting his gaze at the stone within the glass laboratory that evoked an unusual sensation in him. "How did the Quantec stone end up here?" he inquired. "Dr. Connor's experiment also received military backing," Gwen elucidated. "To be precise, it is a project funded by Oscorp, with the majority receiving military support. And some experiments are even conducted in partnership with the military. After all, Oscorp has always maintained a close relationship with the armed forces. Initially, Oscorp was merely a food factory producing herring in cans, but when war broke out, the young Norman Osborn seized the opportunity and swiftly transitioned from canned herring to weaponry production. Nowadays, although Oscorp Biotech no longer trades in arms, it continues to enjoy a fruitful partnership with the military, as exemplified by Dr. Connors. His research project is a collaboration between Oscorp and the military, albeit conducted within the confines of Oscorp Biotech, since Dr. Connors was previously a military physician. After absorbing Gwen's explanation, Hulk nodded in understanding. At that moment, within the glass-encased laboratory, a technician was securing a vial of an unknown serum while manipulating a mechanical arm to grasp the so-called gamma stone. What are they doing? Hulk asked. It's a regeneration serum experiment, Gwen replied. Lizard serum? Dr. Connors is attempting to study the lizard's ability to regenerate its limbs. A fact that is not exactly a secret, given that Dr. Connors' dissertation is readily available. However, many are skeptical about its feasibility, with numerous reasons backing their doubts. Hulk did not delve deeper into the topic. After all, whether before awakening his latent abilities or now, he had no intention of pursuing a career in scientific research. Therefore, Gwen was no exception to Hawk's awareness of this matter. She nodded and said, Dr. Connors believes that the combination of lizard serum and gamma rays may be the very thing he has been searching for. Hawk nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze to the stone held by the mechanical arm, feeling a stir within him. He looked at Gwen and asked, May I take a closer look? He sought confirmation. Upon hearing this, Gwen recalled the image of Hawk poring over papers in the library. You can't possibly be interested in gamma rays that can transform one into a monster, can you? No, my interest lies in the gamma rays within that stone, Hawk replied, shaking his head. From a scientific perspective, gamma rays cannot be preserved. They vanish the moment they are emitted. What? This is the Marvel Universe. Science is not the focus here. All right, then it's of no consequence. After contemplating, Gwen nodded, confirming that she would simply allow Hawk to observe the stone up close without revealing any spoilers about Dr. Connors' experimental progress. Hawk's heart soared with joy, and as he followed Gwen inside, he called out to Max Dillon, who was repairing something nearby. Max, I'm going in to take a look at that marvelous stone. He refrained from addressing him as Mr. Dillon, as Max had insisted on a more casual familiarity, seemingly regarding him as a friend due to his knowledge of Max's name. Sure, Hawk mused that it would be better if Max's complexion were a touch lighter. Max, engrossed in his repairs, turned around with a warm smile. All right, I'm almost finished. Hawk thanked him, then followed Gwen, who was swiping her access card into the laboratory. At that moment, as Hawk stepped into the lab alongside Gwen, his gaze once again fixated on the gamma stone held by the mechanical arm. In an instant, a message resonated from his inner universe. It is it. Gamma. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. As the stone, encased in a transparent control box, shattered, a peculiar radiance emerged, one invisible to ordinary eyes, yet perceptible to Hawk. At that moment, his inner universe stirred. Clearly, it was conveying a singular truth. Gamma Neon has been found. Upon absorbing the message from his inner universe, Hawk comprehended the essence of Gamma Neon, and a bemused smile spread across his face. The reason was simple. Gamma Neon, in layman's terms, was the transformation of gamma rays, originally unstorable for unknown reasons, into a form that could indeed be contained. Such was the nature of Gamma Neon. It sounds utterly absurd. However, such matters have become trivial. What truly matters is that Hulk now knows where to find the much-needed gamma serum. Quantico, the laboratory where Bruce Banner encountered the gamma radiation explosion. After guiding Hulk inside, Gwen, who temporarily took on the role of a narrator, noticed Hulk's intense gaze fixated on the shattered stones. Instinctively, she nudged him with her elbow. Returning to reality, Hulk turned to Gwen, his eyes clear. What are you thinking about? Gwen furrowed her brows. You don't genuinely wish to transform into a monstrosity like the Abomination, do you? The fervor in Hulk's eyes as he stared at the debris gave her the impression that he might not intend to remain human. Suppressing his immediate urge to rush to Quantico, Hulk shook his head. How could that be? I was merely pondering whether Dr. Connors' experiment might be nearing success. Just as Gwen prepared to respond, Dr. Connors, who had just escorted someone inside, approached and interjected upon hearing Hulk's words. Research is a journey of trial and error. But indeed, I sense we are on the path to success. Gwen turned to greet Dr. Connors as he walked over. Dr. Curtis Connors. Dressed in a lab coat, yet missing an arm, Connors smiled and extended his left hand to Hulk. Hulk looked at the outstretched hand and, smiling, reached out with his right. Hulk, a classmate of Gwen's, currently working as a summer intern in the bioelectric engineering department. By the way, I came here with Mr. Dillon. I requested Gwen to show me around. I apologize for the intrusion, Doctor. Dr. Connors chuckled heartily. I just overheard your conversation with Gwen. Do you truly believe my experiment will succeed? Hulk replied with a smile. I have read your papers, and it is evident that if your experiment succeeds, it will undoubtedly benefit humanity. This is not mere flattery, but a fact. If Dr. Connors can successfully develop the regeneration serum, the world will no longer have individuals with physical disabilities. Of course, this pertains specifically to physical disabilities. Thus, Hulk remarked on benefiting humanity rather than all of humankind. However, all of this hinges on Dr. Connors' ability to produce the regeneration serum rather than concocting a serum that turns people into lizard-like beings. Unfortunately, the likelihood of that is rather slim. Dr. Connors became the lizard primarily due to the intervention of Spider-Man. Although the Connors we see now resembles the one from the Spider-Man films, there is no Spider-Man here. There is, however, a spider spirit. Yet, he is currently working as a summer intern at the Daily Bugle, making his appearance here unlikely. Thus, the chances of Connors transforming into the lizard here are genuinely less than the probability of Max Dillon becoming Electro next year. However, Hawk spoke with impeccable precision. He did not express his personal belief, but rather stated that if Dr. Connors' experiment were to succeed, it could greatly benefit humanity. Dr. Connors was quite pleased with this endorsement, chuckling heartily, yet he refrained from elaborating further. As he departed, he turned to Gwen and remarked, "Gwen, I can provide your classmates with an update on our current progress." It was a rare occasion for someone to affirm his experiment, and since Gwen had not been involved in any core technologies, the progress was public knowledge, ensuring there were no concerns about confidentiality. Gwen acknowledged his words, and once Dr. Connors had left, she stood alongside Hawk once more, whispering, "Do you genuinely believe Dr. Connors' experiment will succeed?" Hawk was watching the technician who had shattered the gamma stone as he approached the centrifuge nearby. Upon hearing her question, he glanced at Gwen. And just as he was about to shake his head in disbelief, he seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze toward the overhead light. The bulb on the laboratory ceiling flickered rapidly. The next moment, with a resounding bang, the bulb shattered, plunging the entire laboratory into darkness. Thud! A thick, oppressive silence followed, interrupted by the explosive sound and urgent cries that filled the air, and Hawk instantly felt a wave of pressure directed towards Gwen. Reacting instinctively, he thrust his right hand forward to shield her. Thud! Hawk winced at the sharp pain in his palm, his brows furrowing, while the emergency lights flickered to life in the wake of the blackout. The stark red emergency lighting cast a chilling aura over the laboratory, particularly as the onlookers beheld a lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood. A female technician lay on the ground near the shattered centrifuge, clutching her bleeding neck, blood oozing through her fingers and bubbling forth. Several small white mice scurried about in a frenzy. Thick and heavy. "Mia? Jesus Christ. Mia?" Under the eerie glow of the emergency lights, the crowd was visibly shaken, with some rushing toward the exit to summon help while others hurried to the fallen figure. Gwen's gaze fell upon Hawk, who had withdrawn his right hand and placed it behind him. Her eyes flickered as she turned to face him, extending her hand. "What?" Hawk was momentarily taken aback. Without uttering a word, Gwen grasped his arm, pulling his right hand forward and prying it open. To her astonishment, Hawk's palm was unscathed, save for an area that resembled newly formed skin. Gwen was left speechless. Hawk chuckled as he retracted his hand, saying, "My hand is nowhere near as fine as yours." Gwen furrowed her brow, remaining silent. At that moment, Osborn's medical staff and security personnel rushed in from outside to clear the area. Taking advantage of the chaos in the laboratory, Hawk led a somewhat bewildered Max to leave in haste. Meanwhile, Gwen stood outside the laboratory, her brow furrowed in deep thought. She was certain she had not been mistaken. Just moments before, at the instant the lights dimmed, she distinctly felt a wave of oppressive air pressing down upon her. This sensation was fleeting, yet undeniably real. At the very moment the pressure dissipated, she witnessed several drops of blood falling within her line of sight. However, Hawk's hands appeared perfectly intact. Wait a moment. Gwen seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes lighting up as she approached the laboratory entrance, gazing at the very spot where she had been standing. On the pristine white floor, several drops of blood were clearly visible. A small mouse, with its tail severed, scurried nearby, and after sniffing the ground, it seemed to brighten with curiosity, extending its tongue to lap up the blood. Alarmed, Gwen snapped back to reality and hurried inside. Later that evening, on the rooftop of his new apartment, Hawk, having just finished a workout, adjusted his shorts and leaned against the ventilation duct, sitting down on the ground. He grabbed a nearby can of cola and took a hearty swig. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He set the cola aside and opened his right palm. To his astonishment, the trace of what appeared to be newly formed skin, which Gwen had previously noted, had completely vanished. After awakening his latent powers, his strength, speed, and physical constitution had transcended the limitations of an ordinary human. Without even igniting his inner energy, he could effortlessly shatter boulders, demolish thick walls, and even contort steel. His speed was such that, should he desire, he could reach supersonic velocities. His physical resilience was equally remarkable. The overwhelming force that could cause instant death to a regular person, he could withstand even without the protection of his armor. Furthermore, even if injured, his extraordinary healing abilities far surpassed those of a typical human, allowing him to recover swiftly from fatigue and minor wounds. The shard that had been ejected from the high-speed centrifuge earlier that day exemplified this. Had he not intervened, Gwen would have had no hope of survival. The shard would have likely struck her fatally. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in Hawk's recollection of his instinctive reaction at that moment, as he rubbed the spot on his right palm where he had felt pain. While he furrowed his brow, lost in thought, his phone, which had been resting nearby, suddenly rang. Startled, Hawk glanced at the device, realizing it was the first time it had rung since he purchased the SIM card. He answered, "Hello? Yes, it's me. Have you arrived? All right, I'll be there shortly." He hung up the phone. Hawk rose from the ground, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself at the emergency staircase, and then he returned to his new apartment through the window. He opened his backpack and retrieved $500. His computer had arrived. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the bridge park across the street, Hawk approached the park's entrance, glanced around the deserted surroundings, and pulled out his phone to dial the only number in his call history. At that moment, the lights of a nearby van flickered. Hawk instinctively turned his gaze toward the vehicle. The driver's side door of the van swung open, and a young Asian woman with lush brown hair, appearing to be in her early 20s, stepped out, waving her phone at him. Hawk raised an eyebrow at her appearance. Sky? Standing beside her van, which also served as her home, Sky looked at the approaching Hawk and quipped, "Not even Superman can compare to me." Hawk nodded in agreement. Sky, without further ado, produced a laptop and handed it to him. "As I described during our chat this afternoon, it's been used for 3 years, still 90% new. I've reset the system. Check it, and if all is well, then the payment." Hawk merely acknowledged her with a grunt, refraining from declining the offer. After all, this was a significant purchase at $500. Had he not felt a twinge of embarrassment, he might have asked Gwen if she had an old computer she could part with. Nevertheless, the principle remained. Boundaries are meant to be pushed. Although this phone was thrust upon him by Gwen, he had ultimately accepted it. Yet, Hawk never anticipated that the seller he casually approached in the secondhand market, borrowing a computer from the office earlier that afternoon, would turn out to be a notable figure from the Marvel Universe, Sky, the future Quake. As he pondered this, he examined the laptop Sky had brought for sale, confirming it powered on and operated its pre-installed program smoothly. He then closed the computer and retrieved the prepared $500, handing it over. Sky accepted the 5 Franklin bills, inspecting them as well. After a brief moment, Sky tucked the money away, extended her hand toward Hawk, and smiled. "Pleasure doing business." Hawk shifted the laptop to his left hand and reciprocated with his right. "Pleasure doing business." There were no pleasantries exchanged, only a transaction. Once the deal was concluded, Sky fell silent, climbed into her van, and started the engine, humming as she drove away from the spot. Upon returning to his new apartment, Hawk placed the personal computer he had acquired from Sky on the folding table, alongside the personal mobile phone gifted by Gwen. Comparatively speaking, Gwen's offering was indeed superior. Wait, what am I thinking? Hawk furrowed his brow once more, shaking off the distracting thoughts from his mind. He then connected the computer he had purchased from Sky to the mobile hotspot provided by Gwen. Moving forward, he opened the satellite map webpage and pinpointed the coordinates of Quantico. Although certain sensitive structures and information were obscured on the satellite imagery, it was of little consequence. With a mere glance, Hawk identified a dilapidated building surrounded by iron sheeting. After half an hour of scrutiny, he confirmed that this structure was, in fact, the laboratory where Dr. Bruce Banner had conducted his experiments in Quantico. In this age of advanced technology, particularly following the revelation of the original Avengers, information about Bruce Banner's life, the circumstances of his transformation into the Hulk, and the timeline of these events was readily available online. Additionally, the past relationship between Bruce Banner and Betty Ross had also been exposed. However, these details were not Hawk's primary concern. In his new apartment, resting his chin on one hand while the other deftly glided over the laptop's touchpad, he scrutinized the screen displaying information about the Quantico military base and the satellite map. His gaze fixed thoughtfully on the designated abandoned laboratory. He sensed that he might soon have to breach his own ethical boundaries. Desperation loomed. He lacked funds. And even if he had the means, it was unlikely that Quantico would sell him gamma stones. Yet, his desire for the gamma stones was strong, particularly in relation to the sanctified armor. Thus, a singular path lay before him. If they would not provide it, he would have no choice but to seize it. However, Acquiring gamma stones from Quantico was a vastly different endeavor from pilfering vibranium from Wakanda. To put it succinctly, should he attempt to take vibranium from Wakanda, the fallout would not be directed at him. Rather, the global powers would hold Wakanda accountable, compelling them to surrender the vibranium or, at the very least, acquiesce to a United Nations military presence. Consequently, Hawk dismissed any concerns regarding Wakanda. Yet, the situation with Quantico was markedly different. Nevertheless, the gamma stones were imperative. Hawk's eyes glimmered with determination as he gazed at the satellite map of Quantico. The next day, while commuting on the subway to his summer job at Osborne Bioengineering, Hawk remained preoccupied with thoughts of the gamma stones situated within the Quantico military base. He had come to a resolute conclusion. If he were to seize the Quantico military base, there was but one approach: swift and decisive action. Delay was not an option. After all, the target of his audacious endeavor was none other than the Quantico military base, not some inconsequential locale. The Federal Police Academy was situated there, and even the illustrious Langley headquarters lay within its vicinity. To put it bluntly, attempting to raid Quantico was akin to treading upon the heads of the federal military, the FBI, and the CIA, and relieving oneself upon them. Yet, even if it meant trampling over the military and the intelligence agencies, he was resolute in his pursuit of Gamma Stone. However, as with all ventures, preparation was paramount. Without it, failure was inevitable. He needed to make a reconnaissance visit to Quantico to assess the situation firsthand. At the very least, he ought to survey the terrain and devise an escape route. Hawk pondered silently as he swiped his card and entered the Osborne Biotechnologies building, making his way back to the Department of Bioengineering. Shortly thereafter, he was summoned into the supervisor's office. There, the future luminary, Max Dillon, was present. Now in middle age, bald and seemingly devoid of desire, the supervisor wore a grim expression. After a moment of silence, he turned to Max Dillon and declared, "Effective today, you will be assigned to the maintenance team." Max Dillon was momentarily taken aback. "Supervisor, the supervisor interrupted him, then turned to Hawk, sighing deeply. "Hawk, you are terminated, but you will receive this week's wages." Hawk blinked, not as astonished as Max, for he had anticipated this outcome and regarded the supervisor with a calm demeanor. "May I inquire as to why?" "The incident in Dr. Connor's laboratory yesterday." Just as he had suspected, Hawk thought to himself. Beside him, Max quickly interjected, "Supervisor, how is a power outage our fault? Our bioelectric supply has always catered to the building's daily electricity needs, not to the equipment of various departments." The supervisor pressed his forehead with his hand. "Enough. This is not up for discussion. It is a decision. You may leave now. Hawk will stay." Max stood frozen for a moment, then glanced at Hawk. Hawk shrugged. "It's all right, Max, very well," Max replied, looking at the supervisor, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately lowered his head and exited the room. Once Max had left, the supervisor sighed again and turned to Hawk. "I apologize. I could do everything in my power to retain Max, but I could not save you. You are quite capable. Hawk, if you have any requests, feel free to voice them, and I shall do my best to accommodate you." Hawk smiled. "No need. Just help me explain things to Mrs. Snow." His purpose for coming to Osborne Bioindustries was to locate Gamanion. Now that he has found it, his objective has been fulfilled. Therefore, remaining at Osborne Bioindustries holds no significance. However, he had initially contemplated taking a leave of absence rather than resigning. After all, this summer job was arranged for him by Mrs. Snow, a kind-hearted individual who has always looked after him. He did not wish for her goodwill to be squandered. As it turns out, he need not even request a leave. The supervisor, upon hearing Hawk's request, felt a sense of relief and nodded, stating, "That is certainly the case. In fact, I just got off the phone with Selena. I am well aware of the situation regarding you and that." Hawk, noticing the supervisor's furrowed brow, interjected, "Max." "Yes, Max," the supervisor replied, his expression softening as he sighed. "I understand that this situation is not your or Max's fault, but there is little that can be done." Hawk merely shook his head and smiled. In truth, as Max had pointed out, the electrical power supplied by the bioelectricity department primarily catered to the daily energy needs of the building. After all, those electric eels could only generate so much energy in a day, not to mention the numerous laboratories and the various large energy-consuming devices. Yet, there are always those who act foolishly. The root of the issue stemmed from a senior executive at Osborne believing that the bioelectric department could shoulder a greater burden, ultimately leading to complications. Now that problems had arisen, that executive was unwilling to take responsibility. Quite unfortunate, yet entirely in character, Hawk mused. The matter was straightforward. He did not linger in the supervisor's office, collecting his paycheck of $800 for the week, and nonchalantly exited the Osborne Bioindustries building. Hawk, wait. Just as he was about to cross the street to catch the subway home, Gwen rushed out of the building after him. Hawk turned to face her. Did Mrs. Snow call you? Yes, Gwen replied, pausing to catch her breath, her hands resting on her knees. She had hurried down after receiving Mrs. Snow's call, only to be informed by the bioelectric department staff that Hawk had already left. Nevertheless, she seemed relieved. After regaining her composure, she looked at Hawk's expression and asked, Are you all right? Hawk shrugged. I'm doing quite well. He had not let Mrs. Snow's kindness go to waste, successfully extricating himself from Osborne Bioindustries to head to Quantico. And he had received a week's worth of wages without effort. Feeling quite pleased, Hawk smiled at the worried Gwen and reassured her, Don't worry, I'm really fine. The supervisor mentioned that I can return to work here during the winter break. Although the supervisor had indeed said so, it was highly likely he would not return. However, he had not outright declined. After all, one could never be certain. One must not exhaust one's strength, nor speak all that is on one's mind. It is wise to leave a thread for future encounters. This principle was not lost on Hawk. Upon hearing this, Gwen observed the genuine expression on Hawk's face, confirming his well-being before nodding in acknowledgement. She then inquired about his forthcoming plans, considering that there was still over a month until school commenced. Staying at home and reading is hardly an option, especially with only a month left. Finding a suitable summer job at this point is quite challenging. Hawk shrugged, responding, Well, you should head back. I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. Gwen nodded in response. All right then, if time allows, let us visit the library together. Hawk was momentarily taken aback. Gwen, having found a way to communicate effectively with him, did not afford him another opportunity to speak. After uttering these words, she turned on her heels, hands in her pockets, and strolled back into Osborne Bioindustries. Hawk watched her, smiling and waving goodbye, before furrowing his brow. In the next moment, he pivoted and departed. There were matters of greater importance at hand. Quantico, here I come. Release my Gamanian. At 2:30 p.m., a flight from New York landed smoothly at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. A half hour later, Hawk, traveling light, emerged from the airport and approached a taxi. He opened the rear door and settled inside, directing the young African-American driver to a motel in Quantico. The driver nodded, activated the meter, and accelerated away from the airport. Although the Marine Corps base and the FBI Academy are located in Quantico, this does not preclude ordinary individuals from accessing the town. They merely lack the freedom to enter military-controlled areas. However, the town itself, being on the outskirts of the base, remains open to the public. A disciplined individual possesses remarkable motivation, and Hawk, a man who has relentlessly practiced boxing 10,000 times daily for 1,000 consecutive days, exemplifies this. His drive was unparalleled. Having just exited the Osborne Bioindustries building in the morning, he swiftly made his way to the airport to purchase the earliest flight to Washington, without even returning home for a change of clothes. Fortunately, he had spent the previous night studying satellite maps of Quantico, formulating a plan for retrieving his Gamanian. Otherwise, freshly landed, he might have wandered aimlessly like a headless fly, unsure of his direction. The plan was simple. Infiltrate quietly if possible, but if discovered, swiftly adapt to a new strategy. Time was of the essence. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Hawk silently contemplated once more. Before withdrawing his thoughts and turning to gaze out at the scenery beyond the window, he discreetly lifted his gaze to glance at the young driver ahead. A young man of African descent, while retrieving his phone from his pocket, forgotten in its powered-off state after his flight. The device powered on swiftly, and the familiar chime of incoming text messages resonated within the vehicle. Hawk raised an eyebrow, preparing to unlock the screen and peruse the latest unsolicited messages from his carrier when a deep voice broke the atmosphere. Accompanied by the ominous sight of a dark gun barrel pointed directly at him. Don't move. Hand me your phone, came the command. Hawk fell into silence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? No, he thought. I had intended to rob Quandy, and yet here I am, freshly landed. Being robbed before I even reach my destination. Damn, is this really the capital? Is the security worse than that of New York City? In an instant, Hawk's impression of Washington, D.C., plummeted to an all-time low. The young driver, peering through the rearview mirror, regarded the seemingly dazed Hawk and reiterated, Don't move. Hand me your phone, while the dark gun barrel swayed slightly. Hawk snapped back to reality. Do you want me to remain still, or do you want my phone? The driver fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. The next second, it seemed he had lost his composure. Damn it. Stop wasting time and just hand over the phone. At that moment, a ringing sound interrupted the tension emanating from Hawk's phone. It was Gwen. Hawk blinked at the only number saved in his contacts. His phone held but a single entry. As he had previously asserted, there was no need to make calls. He neither needed to reach out to others, nor did they reach out to him, except for Gwen. Hawk answered the call without hesitation, placing the phone to his ear. Hello? The young driver was visibly shaken, observing Hawk's blatant disregard for the threat. Without a hint of hesitation, Hawk answered the call, utterly unfazed. The driver, momentarily losing control, slammed on the brakes, causing the vehicle to come to a sudden halt as he twisted in his seat to peer back. Damn it. On the other end of the line, Gwen, who had just been about to speak, blinked in surprise at what sounded like a scream coming from Hawk's side. Is someone screaming, Hawk? It seems a passerby was watching a film, likely some violent action movie, Hawk replied. That scream sounded just like the noise made when a rib is broken. Hawk bent down, one hand covering the mouth of the small black creature pressed against the control panel, while he glanced at the spot where he had just struck it in the ribs. Can you discern the injury's location from its cries? A laugh emanated from Gwen on the other end of the line. Of course, my father is the sheriff. Let me share a little secret with you. The new officers may not possess my expertise. Hawk was at a loss for words. What could he say? It was evident that a scholar excels in their studies, mastering subjects with swiftness and proficiency beyond others. At that moment, Gwen's laughter transformed into a bright and cheerful tone. I was just teasing you. How could that be true? All right, I took you seriously. By the way, why is your phone off? I've called you several times without success. What is going on? Hawk maintained his bent posture, one hand still covering the small creature's mouth to stifle its cries, while the other clutched the phone to converse with Gwen. I'm downstairs. What? Dr. Connors knows you've been dismissed and that you're being scapegoated. Feeling sorry for you. He prepared a gift, but since your phone was unreachable, I decided to come over. Aren't you home? Gwen, having driven her yellow Corolla to the base of Hawk's new apartment building, pressed a hand on an envelope resting in the passenger seat while peering through the window at the structure. Upon hearing that Gwen had arrived below his apartment, Hawk fell silent for a second or two before responding. Right, I'm not home. Why don't you take it back with you, and I'll collect it when school starts? I've already exited the car. As Gwen closed the car door and walked toward Hawk's apartment, she remarked, You must be in the top floor apartment near the road. Your window is open, so I'll just slip in through the fire escape and leave it for you. Hawk was taken aback. It wasn't too surprising that Gwen knew where he lived. After all, she had been present when he filled out his employment paperwork. Possibly having seen it then. But how did she know? I spotted your shorts hanging out the window. Those shorts have been worn for 3 years. And if I recall correctly, weren't they originally long pants? You altered them into shorts back in 10th grade. All right, that's settled. I'll place it inside your apartment. I need to hurry back. As Hawk listened to the silence on the other end of the line, he fell into thought. The next moment, his mind raced. He wasn't particularly worried about Gwen entering his apartment. Rather, he was quickly assessing whether there was anything inappropriate or unsuitable for her eyes. Inappropriate? No, there was nothing of that nature. He didn't even possess a single poster, let alone magazines. His financial constraints were evident. He couldn't even afford a phone card, much less those expensive and demanding publications. In previous years, during his more vigorous days, he often chose to retreat to the rooftop, where he would throw punches into the air until exhaustion overtook him, after which he would return to slumber. As for anything inappropriate for Gwen to witness, it seemed there was nothing of the sort. The 5 Chitauri alien weapons were securely wrapped in a bedsheet and tucked away beneath his bed. Surely, they would go unnoticed by Gwen. Thus, he decided to let it be. The matter at hand was of greater importance. With that thought, Hawk regained his focus. Stowing away his phone, and the warmth that had just been present in his eyes during his conversation with Gwen vanished entirely, replaced by an icy demeanor. The small black figure, with its mouth covered, was filled with terror. Hawk relished the fear reflected in its eyes, his lips curling into a charming smile. Now it was my turn to rob you. After ending the call, Gwen promptly tucked her phone away and made her way to the emergency escape staircase embedded in the exterior wall of Hawk's new apartment, ascending smoothly to the top floor. She shifted aside a pair of shorts that appeared to have been fashioned from leisure pants, hanging in front of a partially open window, and then leaped into Hawk's apartment. Upon surveying the living room, she noted its modest size, with a second-hand sofa and a foldable table supporting a laptop occupying 2/3 of the space. Yet, it was commendably clean, not spotless, but certainly orderly. At first glance, Gwen found the room quite comfortable. She had never visited Hawk's previous apartment, and this was her first encounter with the new one. However, as Gwen retrieved the envelope containing a message from Dr. Connors intended for Hawk and placed it on the foldable table, her gaze was drawn to the closed laptop atop it. It was not the presence of a computer that surprised her, but rather the stickers adorning its exterior. How whimsically charming they were. Gwen couldn't help but chuckle at the girly stickers on the laptop's cover. Her curiosity piqued as to which girl had sold it to Hawk. She hadn't considered for a moment that the stickers might have been applied by Hawk himself, nor did she entertain the notion that a girl had gifted him the laptop. It was utterly implausible. No one knew Hawk better than she did. She had no doubt that had she continued speaking to him after handing over her phone, he would have returned it to her. Thus, to err on the side of caution, Gwen had deliberately avoided meeting Hawk for the past 10 days. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she shifted her gaze back to the envelope resting on the foldable table and prepared to leave. At that very moment, as she turned, the breeze created by her flapping sunshade coat lifted the envelope, sending it fluttering into the air. The envelope took flight, drifting lazily into the bedroom adjacent to the living room. Gwen instinctively approached, bending down to retrieve the envelope that had nearly been swept beneath the bed. As she stood up, a flicker of eerie green light emanated from beneath the bed, captured by her peripheral vision. Her motion faltered momentarily. Gwen's gaze shifted toward the source of the light, revealing a tightly wrapped sheet. Yet, this sheet was certainly no ordinary fabric. It was at least impervious to light. The ghostly green glow pulsated rhythmically, shimmering through the sheet, albeit dimly. Even in the daylight, had it not been for Gwen's fortunate glance, the light would have gone unnoticed. What could this be? As she crouched down to peer beneath the bed, her brows knitted in curiosity. Just as she prepared to rise with the envelope in hand, her eyes wandered upward to a somewhat shattered picture frame resting beside the nightstand. Inside the fractured frame lay a photograph. The backdrop was Times Square, and the subjects were a pair of young individuals, seemingly around 14 years of age, dressed in somewhat faded clothing. The male figure was familiar to Gwen, Hawk. In the photograph, Hawk bore a joyful smile, a sight Gwen had never encountered in her memories of him. However, the girl in the picture? Gwen furrowed her brow again, setting the envelope aside as she grasped the photograph for a closer look. This image likely captured Hawk shortly after he had commenced his schooling at the age of 14. Gwen scrutinized the photograph, affirming the timing, for she recognized the very pants he wore, the ones she had just criticized, which had been worn for 3 years, clearly too small. Yet he refused to part with them, opting instead to transform them into shorts. Yes, those very shorts still hung by the window. But who was this girl? Gwen pondered, observing the girl in the photograph, who appeared somewhat pale, yet equally joyful, tightly clasping Hawk's arm. A sister, perhaps? Yet, she had never heard Hawk mention such a relation. Gwen perceived the striking resemblance between Hawk and the girl, and a thought stirred within her. However, upon deeper reflection, she realized Hawk had never broached the subject. Had she passed away? The most plausible reason for Hawk's silence crossed Gwen's mind. After a moment's contemplation, she set the frame down, returning it to the nightstand, and then rose to exit the room. Just as she re-entered the living room, a sudden realization struck her. She slapped her forehead and turned back. She had forgotten to take the envelope with her. But where was the envelope? Gwen re-entered her bedroom, momentarily taken aback by the envelope that was once on the floor but was now inexplicably absent. After a fleeting thought, she crouched down again. Indeed, the envelope had slipped beneath the bed, perhaps carried there by the gentle breeze stirred when she had just stood up. Gwen peered under the bed, extending her arm to reach inside. Soon, her fingertips grazed the envelope, simultaneously brushing against the tightly wrapped bed sheet. At that very moment of contact, a sensation akin to touching metal surged from her fingertips, echoing in Gwen's mind. 50 kilometers north of Quantico, in a secluded town, Hawk, who had previously scrutinized the terrain surrounding Quantico via satellite imagery, was aware of how to navigate from the airport to reach it. Thus, when the young black driver deviated from the anticipated route, Hawk's suspicions were aroused. His memory was already commendable, but since awakening his latent potential, it had experienced a remarkable enhancement. As Hawk disembarked from the vehicle, he surveyed his surroundings, remote and muddy. Indeed, it was an ideal location for robbery and murder. Explaining the driver's choice to bring the car here, Hawk mused. Behind him, the driver, bruised and battered yet still alive, continued to wail in despair. Hawk had not ended his life. Not yet, at least. After a brief moment, Hawk turned, opened the car door, and with a swift motion, yanked the moaning driver out, tossing him onto the muddy path below. Thud! Upon hitting the ground, the driver felt dizzy but, driven by the instinct for survival, quickly scrambled to his knees before Hawk, trembling as he pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I know I was wrong." Hawk regarded the once arrogant driver, now reduced to a pitiful sight. His voice was cold as he replied, "You do not comprehend your error. You only realize that death looms near." The driver stiffened, his pleas trembling even more. Hawk narrowed his eyes, demanding, "Give me a reason not to kill you." For a moment, the driver was taken aback. In the next breath, he raised his battered head to meet Hawk's gaze, desperation flooding his voice as he scrambled for a lifeline. I'll give you my car or my money. I have money. It can be yours. Not sufficient. Killing you would grant me your car and money regardless, Hawk replied, shaking his head with an impassive expression. Think again. You cannot kill me. If you do, you will be hunted. As long as you spare my life, I assure you, I will not disclose this incident. I beg you, do not kill me. Little Black spoke hurriedly, his eyes revealing an insatiable desire to live. Upon hearing this, Hawk cast a fleeting glance at Little Black and lowered his gaze in contemplation. He seemed to be pondering the veracity of Little Black's words. As Little Black noticed Hawk's attention drift away from him, a spark of hope ignited within. While continuing to plead with a quavering voice, Little Black cautiously maneuvered his right hand towards his lower back. In the next moment, with a cry, he swiftly drew a folding knife, leaping forward with a fierce expression, brandishing the weapon at Hawk, exclaiming, "Die!" As Hawk raised his gaze, his eyes were icy as he delivered a resounding slap. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, Little Black's head spun like a winding toy, faster and tighter, until with a sickening sound, his neck twisted into a grotesque shape and was torn apart. Blood gushed forth as the headless body fell at Hawk's feet, the expression still contorted in a grimace. A hint of derision graced Hawk's lips as he remarked, "I genuinely intended to spare you. Alas, the inherent flaws of your kind are far too pronounced. You fear power, not virtue. I granted you the one chance in my life to show mercy, yet you mistook my restraint for fear." Huh. Hawk's gaze then fell upon the headless corpse, blood spurting profusely from the severed neck. He had not lied. He truly had contemplated sparing Little Black, not solely because he had pressing matters to attend to, wishing to avoid complications by killing Little Black and disrupting his plans, but more importantly, due to another reason, his moral threshold. As Hawk had previously stated, once that threshold is breached, he could scarcely fathom the person he might become in the future. Murder is akin to a valve. Once opened, reverence for life dissipates. This is especially true for those who traverse worlds, possessing a flexible moral compass. Unlike the Zatari soldiers, whom Hawk had encountered before, and who, despite their human-like appearance, were essentially mere insects. Humanity does not feel remorse for exterminating pests, and neither would Hawk bestow his principles upon a legion of sentient insects. However, Little Black was different. In truth, as Hawk had surmised, though this marked his first real act of killing, he felt no discomfort witnessing the bloodied, headless corpse before him. Not even a flicker of internal conflict arose. No, that was not entirely accurate. There was indeed something else. This seemed no different from the slain Chitauri. Hawk mused, instinctively closing his eyes. He had never contemplated sealing this portal again. Anything can occur either 0 times or countless times, with the door to murder now ajar. Whether he welcomed it or not, at least from this day forth, the act of killing would no longer be anathema to him. Having thought this, Hawk turned away, no longer glancing at the severed head that lay in the mud or the headless corpse, blood still oozing from its neck. After entering the vehicle and shutting the door, he cast a fleeting glance at the cerulean sky before immersing himself inside, pressing the accelerator to drive away from the narrow path. He had no interest in digging a grave for the small black figure. The portal to murder had swung wide open, with no possibility of closure. Thus, whether the corpse was discovered or remained hidden was inconsequential to him. To kill one is to kill. Therefore, killing another or many more is merely a matter of quantity. Yet, one can kill without becoming a savage. A true warrior always retains a humble heart. Hawk silently reflected as he navigated the cab out of the secluded lane, merely casting a glance back before finding the correct route, subsequently heading toward the distant town of Quantico. He simply lacked a driver's license in this life. Yet this did not imply he was incapable of driving. As Hawk's vehicle exited the seldom traversed lane, tranquility and seclusion gradually reclaimed the path. Approximately half an hour later, a sound of footsteps once again shattered the stillness of this remote road. Soon after, a second and then a third set of footsteps followed. Before long, 3 men clad in sunglasses arrived at the lane, their eyes falling on the muddy head and the now bloodless, headless body. Gwen, who had planted a tracker on Hawk, noted that he did not drive the taxi into Quantico, but instead hitched a ride with another. 12 kilometers from the town, he had submerged the taxi in water, then walked along the road toward his destination. However, fortune smiled upon him. After walking approximately a kilometer, he encountered a female military spouse returning from errands in the town. Upon learning of Hawk's destination, she warmly invited him into her vehicle. He accepted without hesitation. Once they entered the town, there was no scene where the military spouse discovered Hawk's true nature and invited him to stay at her home. Instead, she dropped him off at the entrance of a clothing store in the town, and after walking a short distance, he successfully arrived at the town's motel. Although he lacked a vehicle, A car was not a requisite for lodging as long as one had the means. After Hawk settled the accommodation fee, he successfully obtained the key to his room. Ascending to the second floor, he arrived at the door of his room. Before entering, he glanced back at the entrance of the Quantic base, which was not too far away and heavily guarded by soldiers. Vehicles and pedestrians wishing to enter must stop for inspection. Hawk merely cast a fleeting look before diverting his gaze. It was too late today. He would venture there tomorrow. He planned to scout during the day and mount an assault at night. With the winds howling fiercely, even if the small black man's body were discovered, by the time the investigation led to Hawk, it would likely be a considerable time later. After all, it was merely a small black man who had perished. In some countries, this might be a significant matter, potentially leading to a swift resolution. However, here, the small black population was abundant. Hawk estimated that by the time law enforcement tracked him down, he would likely already be clad in his sanctified attire. At that point, he would be invincible, and they would be at his mercy. Furthermore, Hawk did not believe he would be discovered. To share a jest, the surveillance camera at the airport taxi stand was malfunctioning. He had observed it carefully when he got into the car, and the only camera that could have captured him boarding had been decapitated. This was also why he was disinclined to retrieve the small black man's body. On one hand, it was of little consequence. On the other hand, it stemmed from his understanding of the inefficiency of the federal law enforcement system over the past decade. The federal enforcement system operates relatively independently. In simple terms, if one committed a crime in New York City and left fingerprints, then later committed another crime in California, it is highly probable that California would not be able to identify the individual through those fingerprints. This is due to the lack of interconnectivity between the fingerprint databases of various state law enforcement agencies. Moreover, given that Hawk had adhered to the law throughout his life and had no criminal record, there were no fingerprint data on him in New York City's database. Therefore, even if law enforcement found the small black man and discovered Hawk's fingerprints on him, they would not be able to trace them back to him. Half an hour later, Hawk practiced boxing in his room, throwing 1,000 punches into the air. Afterward, he entered the bathroom for a shower. After some time, when he emerged from the bathroom, he noticed his phone ringing on the bed. Just as he reached for it, the screen went dark, and the ringing ceased before he could even discern the caller's number. Out of battery. Hawk paused briefly, contemplated it, but did not take it to heart, nor did he think to find a charger for his phone. Just as he had never relied on a phone before, he had no one in this world he truly cared for, and likewise, no one cared for him. Thus, Hawk shrugged, set the phone aside, and climbed into bed, pulling the covers over himself. Sleep, sleep, for tomorrow holds important matters, mused Hawk. Within a mere 3 minutes, he seamlessly drifted into slumber, the room resonating with his gentle snores. In New York City, Gwen, in her own chamber, furrowed her brow as she repeatedly dialed only to be met with the disheartening sound of a disconnected line. She set her phone down, resting it against her chin, her hands poised over the keyboard as she navigated to a website. After glancing at the verification code on her phone, she entered it without hesitation. Soon, a map materialized upon her computer screen, illuminated by a pinpoint of light. Yet, to her bewilderment, this luminous marker did not signify Gwen's present location, nor did it indicate New York City. Rather, it pointed to Washington, D.C. How could Hawk's phone possibly be in the nation's capital? A twinge of concern crept into her mind. Had the phone been stolen? Gwen vowed she had not been tracking Hawk. Earlier, upon her return home, a message had notified her that her phone's location had deviated from its usual New York City coordinates, prompting her to take notice. Then it dawned on her. When she had gifted her personal phone to Hawk, she had cleared its data, yet it seemed she had neglected to log out of her account. Hawk had not inquired, leading her to believe she had successfully signed out. Now, observing the last recorded location of Hawk's phone before it powered down, which was in Washington, D.C., her immediate thought was that the phone had indeed been stolen. After all, New York City harbored its fair share of thieves. No, not merely a few, but a multitude. She recalled with frustration the phone she had purchased years ago, which had vanished within 3 days. Never mind, she resolved to gift him another once school resumed. Shaking her head, she closed the phone tracking website and redirected her attention to an electronic newspaper displayed on her screen. This publication emerged post the Battle of New York, adorned with illustrations. One such image depicted a neighborhood in Jackson Heights, nearly razed to the ground. Gwen manipulated the mouse to explore the related articles, when suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Snapping back to reality, her eyes brightened with a sudden thought. She swiftly closed the webpage, rose from her chair, and hurried to the door, flinging it open. Dad. George, who routinely reported his well-being to his daughter upon returning home, was taken aback by Gwen's sudden appearance, her eyes gleaming with excitement. A smile crept across his face as he shook his head, saying, I have no new Spider-Man intel to share with you today. Recently, a vigilante clad in a uniform and masked has been roaming the streets of New York, much to the ire of the NYPD. If the volunteer police in New York were truly effective, what purpose would the actual police serve? Yet, aside from the New York Police Department, others found it quite intriguing. The media rejoiced, believing they had uncovered the latest sensation. Online users buzzed with excitement, gossiping about the identity of Spider-Man across various forums. Gwen felt a twinge of curiosity, especially since she had a sheriff for a father. However, she shook her head, saying, "Dad, I'm not interested in Spider-Man." George chuckled, replying, "That was Mary's curiosity yesterday, not mine." Gwen quickly interrupted, then shifted to more pressing matters, winking at George. "Dad, may I ask you for a favor?" The following day, Hawk prepared for his day, dressing and arriving at the motel's front desk, where he handed over $30 from his pocket. "The room key, please." He received the key in return. The staff, after glancing at the room number and completing the registration, passed the key back to Hawk. After thanking them, he departed the motel. Before long, he found himself on the mountain path adjacent to the Quantico base. Hawk felt no concern that his morning jog might attract the attention of the military personnel, as other residents of Quantico were also jogging along the same trail. Wearing a cap, Hawk leisurely trailed behind the group of runners, drawing no notice whatsoever. As he approached a bend in the path, noticing the crowd ahead was distracted and those behind had yet to catch up, he seized the moment and accelerated, swiftly vanishing from sight. The only sounds were the rustling leaves of the forest beside the mountain road. When Hawk reappeared at the motel later that afternoon, he sat on the edge of his bed and retrieved a folded piece of paper from his pocket. Unfolding it, he revealed a simple map of the interior of the Quantico military base. It depicted barracks, office buildings, a tank storage area, an airfield, and an abandoned laboratory. Hawk had spent the morning familiarizing himself with his destination, then devoted the afternoon to swiftly navigating the nearby forest, identifying 3 potential escape routes. However, he had yet to decide which route to take. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. Having escape routes was sufficient. When the time came, he could adapt as needed. Hawk pondered to himself, casting another glance at the terrain map marked with symbols only he could decipher. He then tore the paper into shreds, ensuring that even the most skilled expert would be unable to reconstruct it before discarding it into the garbage bin of his room. Soon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Hawk returned to the motel front desk, returned the room key, and completed the checkout process before stepping out of the establishment. This was a roadside motel, and the front desk had witnessed guests checking out within mere minutes of arrival, so Hawk's early departure elicited no surprise. After leaving the motel, he sought out a nearby pizzeria, ordered a pizza, and settled by the window to eat. With impending conflict on the horizon, it was imperative not to go hungry. The thought of being weakened mid-battle or caught while fleeing due to hunger was simply too tragic to contemplate. As night fully enveloped the world, Hawk, now well-fed, took advantage of the cover of darkness. With a speed that could even produce a sonic boom, akin to that of a specter, he navigated through the dense forest, swiftly arriving at the military base surrounded by high-voltage fencing. He did not rush in. Instead, he lifted his gaze towards the towering guard tower within the base. The spotlight atop the tower illuminated a predetermined area, sweeping slowly in a methodical manner. At the moment the beam of light passed over him, Hawk pressed down his cap and concealed himself behind a tree. The duckbill cap he had worn earlier during his run was no longer suitable for further use. However, the black hooded outfit was. He had retrieved it from the trunk before driving the taxi into the river. After leaving the pizzeria, he had changed into this attire. Before long, the spotlight moved away from the large tree that concealed him. In the next instant, without hesitation, as he emerged from behind the tree, his right knee slightly bent, the ground beneath him sinking as he prepared to launch. Like a majestic rock, he took flight, silently soaring over the protective fence that would have been impossible for an ordinary person to breach, landing within the confines of the base. Once inside the base, the remainder of the operation would be straightforward: locate the abandoned laboratory, excavate, and then make his escape. Hawk had meticulously planned this scheme. Thus, after touching down within the base, he swiftly navigated through the shadowy edges, heading towards the abandoned laboratory he had previously scouted. A minute later, the derelict laboratory, surrounded by corrugated iron and guarded at its sole entrance by soldiers, came into view. Hawk stood quietly about a kilometer from his objective, using a conveniently placed shipping container on the grass as cover while observing the 2 guards. With a deep breath, he prepared to proceed. With his eyes closed, Hawk slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, then gradually opened his eyes to gaze upon his intended destination. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as Hawk propelled himself forward like a cannonball, the ground beneath his feet erupting in a spray of grass. Two soldiers, tasked with securing the abandoned laboratory, were engaged in light-hearted conversation, blissfully unaware that today would prove anything but ordinary. Until, out of the corner of their eyes, they perceived a movement, followed by the deafening sound of a sonic boom. Boom, boom. The two soldiers, caught completely off guard, collapsed to the ground without uttering a single cry, their eyes rolling back in shock. Hulk, having no intention of causing fatal harm, swiftly incapacitated the two soldiers before darting into the forsaken laboratory. In the next instant, Hulk, having maneuvered past the metal sheeting, surveyed the dilapidated exterior of the building, which bore the scars of past explosive tests. He raised an eyebrow at two soldiers stationed in front of him. What on earth? There are already soldiers outside, yet they still have two stationed inside. Is that really necessary? Hulk thought to himself, bemused. During his reconnaissance earlier that day, he could only observe the exterior, unable to discern the interior. The two soldiers, stunned by the sudden appearance of Hulk, who was clad in a hooded garment and donned a medical mask, quickly regained their composure. In the following moment, they instinctively pulled their triggers. Enemy attack. Sound the alarm. Wail. Wail. In an instant, the shrill, piercing sound of alarms shattered the tranquility of the night above the Quantico military base. Just as the soldiers squeezed the triggers, Hulk's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly before the two soldiers who had just attempted to fire upon him. The two soldiers outside had failed to pull the trigger, but these two Hulk's expression remained impassive as he launched a strike towards the bewildered soldiers before him. As the blaring alarm resonated across the Quantico military base, soldiers on duty, those returning to their barracks, and even those who had ventured into town were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting surprise and disbelief. In the next moment, realization dawned upon them. Damn it! Battle alarm. Enemy attack. What the hell is happening? Have the Japanese launched a surprise attack? No. Wait. This is Quantico, not Pearl Harbor. The soldiers, initially stunned, swiftly transitioned into combat readiness, for this was indeed Quantico. It is indeed the location of the Marine Corps base. Not to mention that the Federal Bureau of Investigation Academy and the headquarters at Langley are in close proximity. Almost 3 seconds after the battle alarm sounded, the first soldier swiftly appeared, followed closely by the second and third. Chaos ensued. Where? The Gamma Laboratory. Damn it. Upon hearing that the former Gamma Laboratory was under siege, a colonel cursed vehemently as he donned his uniform and rushed towards the door, retrieving his phone to make a call. The call connected swiftly. Hello? A deep voice resonated from the other end. General, the Gamma Laboratory has been breached. On the other end of the line, General Thaddeus Ross, who had just departed from the Pentagon and was seated in his vehicle, was momentarily taken aback by the news. What on earth? He could hardly fathom it. The Gamma Laboratory was situated within the Quantico Marine Corps base. How could it possibly be infiltrated? Struggling to believe the shocking news, General Ross exclaimed, Can you repeat that? Where has been breached? The Gamma Laboratory. Damn it. General Ross felt a wave of dread wash over him. What is happening? The emergency response team has already been dispatched. I am en route. Taking a deep breath, General Ross loosened his tie and patted the driver's seat. Quantico, hurry. The driver nodded and pressed the accelerator, speeding past two congressional officers who stood just a short distance away. The officers exchanged bewildered glances at the spectacle. Meanwhile, the emergency response team had already arrived at the Gamma Laboratory, surrounded by metal barriers. Inside, the laboratory was filled with the thunderous sounds of massive impacts, while terrified personnel involved in secret experiments fled in panic. As they emerged, the soldiers on the scene swiftly apprehended them, as if catching chicks. What is happening inside? How many intruders are there? What do they intend to do? I don't know. I know nothing. 1. He is after the Gamma Stone. The emergency team leader regarded the trembling informant in silence. The other soldiers exchanged incredulous glances at the recently emerged personnel. You just said 1? Yes, just 1. The expression of terror lingered on the informant's face. But he is not human. He shattered the wall with a single punch, and bullets could not touch him. The soldiers who fired at him are dead. They exchanged looks of disbelief. At this moment, a soldier, assisted by a fellow experiment subject, emerged, appearing merely injured but not deceased. He chimed in. What he said is true. The invader is but a single individual. The emergency captain's gaze instantly shifted to the soldier being supported. Soldier, report the situation. As he just mentioned, the invader is indeed one person. It seems he came for the Gamma Stone. Our bullets couldn't touch him. He swiftly eliminated all the soldiers who fired upon him. And you? Did you not hear what I said? The injured soldier, seemingly on the brink of a mental breakdown, shouted at the emergency captain. He killed every soldier who shot at him. In truth, he too had fired his weapon, but at the moment he pulled the trigger, his firearm jammed, failing to discharge. This very occurrence allowed Hawk to spare his life at the last moment, opting instead to shatter one of his legs, rendering him combat ineffective. However, the other soldiers who opened fire, along with the armed experiment personnel inside, were far less fortunate. As Hawk had previously stated, once the floodgates of slaughter are opened, murder ceases to be a matter of choice. It becomes merely a question of quantity. Nevertheless, Hawk remained resolute in his restraint. At that moment, he found himself in the basement of the Gamma experiment building. His eyes immediately fell upon a hole that had been excavated in the basement. With a thud, Hawk, clad in a hood and medical mask, leaped directly into the opening. Following this, he discovered a narrow passageway, the ground strewn with tools like pickaxes. Goodness, how primitive. Hawk mused. No, it must be intentional. After all, the military isn't entirely united in purpose. His gaze then turned to the stone walls flanking the passage. Indeed, this was the very stone he had encountered in Dr. Connor's laboratory. Just then, within the depths of his being, a voice resonated, accompanied by the sound of a phoenix's cry, delivering a message to Hawk: devour. Leave the refinement to you. It shall be simple. Hawk absorbed this information, initially believing he would need to excavate these stones, which had absorbed gamma rays after the explosion in the Gamma laboratory for reasons unknown. However, it turned out that all he needed to do was place his hand upon them, ignite his inner cosmos, allowing the phoenix within to absorb the gamma energy stored within the stones. This is splendid. Hawk's face lit up in anticipation as he prepared to commence absorption. Yet, at that very moment, his gaze darted back to the entrance from which he had just leaped. Hawk unleashed a powerful punch toward the opening. The ground trembled with a resounding boom. The entrance to the basement yielded beneath the force of his punch, collapsing with a resounding echo. In the wake of this powerful strike, dust and debris surged forth, propelled by the shockwave, instantly engulfing the shallowly mined passageway. Yet, this cloud of dust failed to affect Hawk in the slightest. His intent was clear: to prevent any disturbances from those above as he proceeded with his work. Now, he could focus on absorbing the energy undisturbed. With determination, Hawk positioned his hands against the stone walls on either side. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Hawk, having seized what he needed, made a hasty retreat. How quickly can a building collapse? The answers vary greatly. However, within the confines of the military base in Quantico, the Gamma laboratory, already compromised by Bruce Banner's encounter with the Gamma explosion, could no longer withstand the sudden and tremendous blast from below. In less than 5 seconds, the 3-story facility was reduced to ruins. The dust roared, colliding violently with the surrounding metal sheeting, which emitted a thunderous clamor. The emergency response team, initially poised to engage the intruder, swiftly retreated, gazing in stunned silence at the transformed site of destruction. After a brief moment of shock and relief, their eyes collectively turned to their commander. "What now, Captain?" "I have no idea," the emergency captain replied after a contemplative pause. "Let's regroup." The team members were momentarily taken aback. What can we do now that it's all collapsed? Dig out the intruder's body?" The captain rolled his eyes, having anticipated a fierce battle, only to find the outcome rather anticlimactic. At that moment, the colonel who had just been on the phone with General Thaddeus Ross arrived in a jeep. "Regroup," he commanded. "Yes, sir," the emergency captain responded, adjusting his assault rifle as he approached the colonel. Without waiting for a salute, the colonel's gaze fell upon the ruins of the Gamma laboratory, still shrouded in dust. "What happened?" The emergency captain shook his head. "To be honest, I'm not quite sure. But we can confirm that there was only one intruder." He recounted the information relayed by the fleeing personnel and described how he was about to lead his team inside when the building collapsed. Upon hearing that there was but a single intruder, the colonel's expression turned to one of disbelief. "Are you certain? Just one?" "Yes," the lieutenant colonel instinctively cursed, a sense of absurdity washing over him. Just one person? How dare he? The Quantico military base was not unfamiliar with invasion incidents. However, those foreign elements typically arrived in groups, and most of them never even breached the true gates within the base before being neutralized. Regardless, they understood that the Quantico base was akin to a team dungeon. Good heavens, did he come here alone to grind? What was he thinking? The lieutenant colonel found it incomprehensible. The emergency captain shrugged and turned to glance at the collapsed Gamma laboratory, contemplating a possibility. Perhaps this was a suicide mission. The objective was that laboratory. He likely had no intention of returning. Upon hearing this, the lieutenant colonel pondered for a moment and nodded. That could only be the explanation. Damn, I shouldn't have informed the general. Had I known, I wouldn't have done so. After nodding, the lieutenant colonel's expression suddenly shifted as he recalled frantically calling General Ross upon his arrival. instantly feeling disheartened. Had he known the intruder was on a suicide mission, he would never have made the call. At the very least, he wouldn't have been so hasty. Now, it seemed he had to make another call. Sighing internally, he instructed his aide to notify the base control room to lift the alarm while retrieving his phone once more to contact his superior, General Thaddeus Ross. The call connected swiftly. Report. General, the intruder is dead. Dead. General Thaddeus Ross, who was urging the driver to hasten to Quantico, was momentarily taken aback. What happened? The identity of the intruder was still unknown, but he was alone, and the Gamma building had collapsed, leading to the hypothesis of a suicide mission. Boom. Damn it. Just as the lieutenant colonel was organizing his thoughts to report to General Thaddeus Ross, a thunderous explosion erupted from the ruins of the Gamma building. In the next moment, he witnessed a figure seemingly emerging from the debris, highlighted by the spotlight amidst the chaos, leaving him utterly stunned. The emergency captain beside him gasped in disbelief, but quickly regained his composure. Enemy attack. Open fire, open fire. The sound of gunfire erupted as the emergency captain reacted first, prompting the other emergency personnel, who were preparing to depart, to aim their weapons at the figure now standing amidst the ruins, shrouded in smoke. Simultaneously, the invasion alarm, which had just been lifted, resounded once more throughout the base. The jarring sound of the alarm momentarily cast a veil of confusion over the soldiers who had just gathered and were now dispersing. What was happening? Hadn't the alarm just been lifted? As they pondered the possibility of a misstep from the base control center, a sudden gunshot pierced the air, bringing an urgent realization. Damn it! Another invasion. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The rapid gunfire echoed as Hawk darted among the ruins of the Gamma experiment building. Beneath the rubble, the last flicker of energy from his own small universe was captured. Hawk then turned his gaze forward, assessing the soldiers firing at him and the approaching reinforcements not far away, along with the rumbling tanks and the armed helicopters beginning to ascend with the whir of their rotors. Clearly, they had stirred a hornet's nest. However, his task was complete. Now, he merely needed to find a place to expend his newfound bounty. Hawk contemplated this as he observed the dissipating dust around him, raised an eyebrow, and without a hint of nostalgia, turned and knelt. With the ground beneath him crumbling once more, he propelled himself skyward like a cannonball. In the next moment, he traced a graceful parabola under the spotlight's pursuit, landing with a soft thud in the forest outside the base. Task accomplished swiftly, it was time for the next phase. Meanwhile, General Thaddeus Ross arrived at Quantico Military Base, where the invasion alarm had finally been lifted. Indeed, this time it was genuinely over. Yet, the situation was far from resolved. On the contrary, the base command center was ablaze with light. They had suffered a significant humiliation. Not only had an intruder effortlessly breached their defenses, but he had also demolished one of their buildings and managed to escape unscathed. Most critically, they had lost track of the assailant. What did it mean to lose track? They had lost him 20 kilometers south of the base, deep in the dense forest. Where were our helicopters? At night, in the forest, our helicopters could not descend. Damn it! The irate colonel slammed his fist on the table. Deploy all our personnel, including helicopters. We must locate that damned individual. His aide promptly acknowledged the order and hurried away. As the colonel stood, hands on his hips, watching the live feed of helicopters and search teams on the large screen, a deep voice resonated from behind him. Startled, the colonel instinctively turned to face General Ross, whose expression was as dark as night. General, there is but a single intruder, and yet you have allowed him to elude capture. How remarkable. General Ross remarked with a smile that belied his true feelings. The lieutenant colonel opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent, instead prompting the soldier stationed at the computer to retrieve footage of the intruder's escape. General Ross directed his gaze toward the large screen. Upon viewing, he saw the intruder enveloped in smoke, rendered unrecognizable by the glare of the searchlight, before he suddenly leapt into the forest, vanishing in an instant. General Ross was taken aback by the scene. In the next moment, he turned to the lieutenant colonel. You mentioned that only the Gamma building was breached? The lieutenant colonel nodded rapidly. Indeed, General. Shortly after the intruder entered, the Gamma building collapsed. We initially suspected him to be a saboteur, but just as I was reporting the latest developments to you, he unexpectedly emerged from the debris. General Ross remained silent, attentively listening to the lieutenant colonel's report while requesting a replay of the surveillance footage showcasing Hawk's leap from the base. A solitary figure, with a clear objective, the Gamma building, exhibiting inhuman agility and astonishing leaping prowess. General Ross's eyes flickered with intensity. Did any other cameras capture the intruder? The technical team is currently reviewing the footage. Have we located the intruder? Not yet. The lieutenant colonel instinctively glanced at his recently returned deputy, who shook his head. After a moment of silence, he mustered the courage to report to General Ross. He disappeared into the dense forest 20 kilometers south of our base. We are still searching. Upon hearing this, General Ross nodded once. The next moment, he said nothing but strode outside. Dispatch personnel to excavate the Gamma building with utmost urgency. The lieutenant colonel trembled slightly, standing at attention. Yes, sir. However, despite the urgency of the orders, by the time heavy machinery was deployed to clear the rubble and unearth the bodies buried beneath, dawn had already broken. The helicopters that had flown throughout the night had returned to base. Though the pilots rested, the helicopters did not. After changing crews and refueling, they ascended once more, radiating from the base in all directions in search of the audacious intruder who had so brazenly dared to defile the honor of the Quantico Marine Corps. The soldiers stationed at the base mirrored this effort. Those who had returned the previous night rested while a new contingent of soldiers was dispatched into the surrounding woods, intent on a thorough search. Yet, General Ross did not retreat to rest. Instead, he remained in his vehicle, parked not far from the ruins of the Gamma building, reclining against the back seat with his eyes half closed. At that moment, the aide in the driver's seat received a phone call. After a few affirmations, he turned to the resting General Ross. General, it's a call from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Very well. General Ross slowly opened his eyes and reached for the phone handed to him by his aide, placing it to his ear. This is Ross. General Ross. I heard things were quite lively in Quantico last night. The somewhat gleeful voice on the other end of the line made Ross's head throb. Get to the point, Nick. Seated at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. 3, clad in a black trench coat and sporting a black eye patch, Nick was enjoying the visuals of Hawkeye soaring out of the base on his computer screen, chuckling at Ross's remark. Joint operation, what do you think? You must be joking. Ross scoffed lightly. This is a military matter. I warn you, Nick, do not meddle. Besides, if I recall correctly, your operational authority seems to have been suspended. With that, Ross lost interest in the black egghead's response, knowing it would be mere prattle. He hung up the phone, returned it to his aide, and straightened his posture, rubbing his temples. Have you found any leads? The aide shook his head. No, sir. Ross seemed unfazed by the outcome, letting out a soft laugh before shifting the subject. Has the Gamma building been excavated? Approximately 10 minutes remaining. Let us go? Upon hearing this, Ross pushed open the car door and stepped out. Let us take a look. The aide promptly opened his door and hurried to catch up with him. At this moment, the bodies of soldiers buried beneath the Gamma building had all been unearthed, lying in rows not far away. Their deaths varied, but remarkably, the expressions on their faces remained largely intact, frozen in shock, terror, and disbelief. As Ross surveyed the corpses, he turned to his aide and instructed, have the base file a report for the highest compensation. I'll approve it. The aide nodded, taking note of the matter. Soon enough, 10 minutes passed, and the entrance, once buried under rubble, was reopened. The base's research personnel, who had been on standby, re-entered the underground passage. Nothing. It's all gone. The incredulity was palpable. Had he absorbed everything? My God, why didn't he transform into a monster like Hulk or Abomination? Within moments, a chorus of disbelief erupted from within. Ross's eyes lit up. Aide. Sir. Locate him at all costs. Understood. 35. The Phoenix constellation successfully illuminated. Ross's expression remained stoic. Yet internally, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. As he validated his suspicions through the researcher's words, a figure emerged vividly in his mind. Captain America, Steve Rogers. Thus far, he remains the sole being to have ingested the super soldier serum, acquiring the most formidable combat prowess known to humanity. The military has never relinquished its pursuit of replicating the super soldier serum. However, since the tragic demise of Abraham Erskine, the authentic formula for this serum has vanished into the annals of history. One fact remains indisputable. The genuine super soldier serum necessitates gamma radiation, which fundamentally accounts for the emergence of the Hulk. Bruce Banner, previously a military scientist, inadvertently triggered a gamma radiation explosion during his research on the interaction between gamma rays and the super soldier serum, leading to the birth of the Hulk. This occurrence ignited a spark of hope in General Ross. Although the Hulk is uncontrollable, at present, there exists a human devoid of any discernible inhuman traits, yet exhibiting inhuman reaction speeds, extraordinary strength, and remarkable leaping ability. The gamma radiation has all but dissipated. General Ross is now convinced that this intruder has come in pursuit of gamma radiation. The amalgamation of these three pieces of information unequivocally informs General Ross of one thing. This is the super soldier he has been seeking. Therefore, he must find him at any cost. General Ross instinctively clenches his right hand, gazing at the desolate ruins of the Gamma laboratory before him, his eyes shimmering not with rage but with boundless excitement. Unbeknownst to the Hulk, he has captured the attention of General Ross, who once relentlessly pursued Bruce Banner across the globe. However, even if he were aware, it would matter little to him, for the Hulk has long departed Quantico. Entirely outside the confines of Washington, D.C., currently, he resides beneath a waterfall. The thunderous cascade of water crashes down like a tempest, colliding with the Hulk, who sits there in the water, clad only in a pair of shorts, eyes closed, meditating in a lotus position. At the moment the torrent strikes him like a falling boulder, it seems to vaporize instantaneously, enveloping him in a cloud of mist. This place is Maryland. Nestled deep within the Cunningham Falls Natural Park near Thamont, a secluded locale seldom trodden by human feet. The Hulk has secluded himself here for over 20 days. During this time, he has engaged in but one endeavor: to ignite his inner cosmos. In this inner cosmos, a resplendent constellation of the Phoenix, seemingly etched in the heavens above, radiates brilliance, with the ethereal silhouette of the fiery phoenix flickering amidst the stellar map. He is in no haste to return to New York City. The summer academic session has yet to commence, and he intends to let the bullets fly for a while. For instance, he wishes to observe whether those at Quantico can uncover his concealed presence after the commotion he has stirred there. If it is not possible, he can always return to New York City later. However, if he finds what he seeks, he has nothing to fear. This place was deliberately chosen by him. Surrounded by 5 kilometers of pristine forest from its center, it is a seldom trodden area, truly an ideal place for murder. The underworld figures are more inclined to fear power than virtue. To subdue them, one cannot rely on morality, but must resort to slaughter, instilling fear through violence until they are cowed into submission. The military operates similarly. There is a saying: when the U.S. military accuses you of possessing weapons of mass destruction, it is prudent to possess them. Why? Because if you truly have them, the military would hesitate to strike. But if you merely pretend to have them, regretfully, the military will respond with overwhelming force. Thus, Hawk has chosen this remote locale as an imagined battlefield, awaiting the military's arrival to engage in combat, instilling fear in them before returning to his New York City. Yet, more than 20 days have passed. Not only has he not seen a shadow of the military, but he has not even encountered a single ordinary person. However, this does not concern him. Hawk's choice to linger here is not solely to wait for the military. At least, that is not his primary objective. He is captivated by the waterfall. Hawk intends to harness the waterfall's power to aid him in achieving a breakthrough, illuminating the constellation of Phoenix within his inner cosmos. Sitting cross-legged in the water, Hawk gently closes his eyes, using the torrent of the waterfall, which cascades with a thunderous roar, to temper himself. Over these past 20 days, he has consistently practiced his punches against the resistance of the waterfall by day, while at night, he seals his 5 senses, meditating in the water, simultaneously refining himself with the incessant flow of the waterfall and seeking to touch the realm of the 6th sense through sensory deprivation. To be precise, bronze saints cannot be regarded as true saints, with the exception of the 5 exceptional ones. Only those who awaken and truly master their 6th sense can be deemed genuine saints. Hawk does not aspire to awaken and master the 6th sense at this moment. Such a goal is unrealistic. He simply thinks that since he has the time, it would be fortuitous to brush against the edges of the 6th sense during this period. The 6th sense is indeed a remarkable gift. Saints who awaken their 6th sense exist in an entirely different realm than those who do not. It transcends the 5 senses. Once a saint awakens and masters the 6th sense, they gain the ability to manipulate elements, foresee the future, wield psychokinesis, soar through the skies, conjure illusions, and explore limitless possibilities. It is precisely for this reason that those who awaken and control their 6th sense deserve to be called true saints. Alas, do not speak of awakening. He has yet to even grasp the location of the doorway to his 6th sense. The figure of Hawk, submerged in the water, gradually opened his eyes, remaining as immovable as a mountain, undeterred by the oppressive force of the cascading waterfall. He slowly rose from the depths, his entire being pulsed with fervent energy, waves of heat radiating from him, while wisps of white smoke ascended into the air. Amidst this boiling mist, a fiery silhouette of a phoenix flickered behind him. Indeed, a phoenix. Despite having spent over 20 days in this place without any contact from the military or discovering the entrance to his heightened perception, he had nonetheless accomplished his primary objective. Hawk had successfully ignited his first constellation, one of the bronze 48 constellations, the Phoenix. In the next moment, Hawk gazed at the waterfall cascading before him and unleashed his first punch, commencing a new day of 10,000 strikes. 36 encounters beneath the inverted waterfall. One punch, another punch, and yet another. Standing beneath the waterfall, Hawk resisted the torrent with his pure physicality while steadfastly delivering his blows against the water's resistance. Each strike momentarily suspended the flow of water at the point of contact, but this was insufficient. He sought not merely to halt the waterfall for an instant. He desired for the very waters to tremble beneath his fists, to even reverse their flow. Hawk believed his aspirations were not overly ambitious. After all, this waterfall was not the majestic Lushan Falls. In comparison, it likely lacked even 1/10 of its grandeur. Was it too much to ask? Certainly not. Yet, it was evident that such thoughts had incited the fury of the waterfall before him. What level do you think you are to command my waters to reverse? Do you fancy yourself Poseidon? Even the god of the sea could not exert dominion over this freshwater cascade. Thus, the waterfall raged. And as Hawk relentlessly struck again and again, the speed of the water visibly intensified. Hawk, feeling the waterfall's burgeoning wrath, maintained a stoic expression. However, within his cosmos, the fully ignited constellation of the Phoenix began to manifest its fiery form. He had made his determination. He would not depart until the waterfall flowed backward. Though the start of school loomed just days away, it mattered little. After all, he was an orphan. It was likely that, even if he chose not to attend school, no one would concern themselves with his absence. Yet, this suited him just fine. With no one to care for, he felt no obligation to care for anyone. Thus, the flames of battle ignited fiercely within Hawk's eyes. Bring it on. The waterfall, thoroughly enraged, surged with renewed intensity in response to Hawk's provocative call. Thunderous roars echoed in the distance. At the edge of the Cunningham Falls Nature Preserve, where Gwen had just entered the natural forest, she instinctively looked up at the booming sound. However, the towering primordial trees obscured the sky, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting a patchy light that lent an eerie quality to the already tranquil forest. Realizing she could not see the sky, Gwen lowered her gaze. Clad in a conspicuous white windbreaker and a pair of outdoor sneakers, she retrieved her phone and illuminated the screen, revealing a mapping application. Two distant, yet visible points of light appeared on the screen. One indicated Gwen's current location, while the other beckoned her forward. Taking a deep breath and grasping the hiking pole she had purchased the previous afternoon upon arriving in Sermont, she steeled herself and resumed her journey towards the other light's coordinates. Initially, Gwen had assumed that Hawk's phone had merely been stolen, dismissing it as she was preoccupied with her summer job. However, the following day, when Dr. Connors inquired whether she had given the gift to Hawk, she began to feel a sense of unease. Thus, after work, she visited Hawk's new apartment once more. To her dismay, the envelope she had left on the sofa remained untouched, lying quietly where she had placed it. At that moment, an inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over Gwen. She immediately called her father, George, hoping he could inquire with the New York Police Department about Hawk's whereabouts. Initially, George was unconcerned, but upon seeing Gwen's worried expression, he decided to reach out to his colleagues at the Queen's Precinct. His jurisdiction was Manhattan, and while he could request a missing persons report through the Queen's Precinct, he knew he needed to notify them first. The result was disheartening. Hawk seemed to have vanished without a trace. Moreover, Hawk lacked a credit card and did not possess a driver's license. With uncertainty surrounding whether his phone had been stolen or simply run out of battery, locating him proved even more challenging. To put it bluntly, Hawk resembled a transparent figure navigating the complexities of modern life, without family, social connections, or even a single friend. Even if the Queen's Precinct's colleagues initiated a case, they were at a loss as to where to begin their investigation, as no one could provide information on Hawk's last known whereabouts. Inquiries among Hawk's classmates yielded no concern or questions regarding his absence, except for Gwen. Until the day before yesterday, George, having just returned home, looked at his daughter Gwen, who had been coming home later than he had, and was tirelessly searching for Hawk. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. Gwen, have you developed feelings for Hawk? Gwen, who had just returned from a cemetery in Queens, was momentarily taken aback by her father's inquiry, but she quickly provided a response. Dad, Hawk and I are merely friends. By the time George regained his composure, Gwen had already dashed upstairs. He blinked in surprise and turned to his wife Helen, who had been silently observing from the side. Friends? Do you believe that? Whether I believe it or not is inconsequential, Helen replied, smiling at the retreating figure of Gwen. But I know you can no longer hold on to your daughter. George was taken aback. Meanwhile, in her room, Gwen flopped onto her bed, her thoughts consumed by Hawk, who had been out of contact for over 10 days. Just as she was overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling, her phone suddenly buzzed. She casually lit up the screen and glanced at it. In the next moment, she sat bolt upright on her bed. The message was not a spam text. Rather, it was a notification from her phone account indicating a login from a different location. Gwen quickly clicked on the link in the message. This time, the signal was no longer vague but pinpointed to a specific location, Cunnington Falls Nature Preserve in Maryland, beneath a waterfall. This was precisely why she found herself there. Soon, as the sound of rushing water grew closer, Gwen, drenched in sweat, felt an invigorating clarity and quickened her pace. Beneath the waterfall, Hawk, having delivered his 9,999th punch, withdrew his fist and, at that moment, unleashed his final blow, the phoenix shadow behind him taking on a tangible form. In the next instant, Hawk struck his 10,000th punch, and the fiery phoenix soared into the sky. Reverse the current, he commanded. The waterfall before him transformed from a sheer cascade into a furious dragon rearing its head, rolling back the celestial river. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Yet, a remarkably clear voice pierced through the suspended time, ringing in Hawk's ears. The voice was clear and trembling. Hawk, Gwen, as long as I desire, I will always find you. The cascading waterfall hung between heaven and earth, resembling a galaxy forcefully suspended in the air by divine power. Countless shattered droplets floated and spun around Hawk, as if bowing before him, fearful, perhaps overwhelmed by the volume of her own voice. Even the waterfall dared not make a sound in that moment of silence. All was hushed. Only the sound of Hawk that echoed behind him caused Hawk, whose bare chest heaved slightly, to shudder involuntarily. Instinctively, he turned his head. What met his eyes was Gwen, emerging from the nearby forest, clad in a tactical jacket. Despite her disheveled golden hair and the sweat glistening on her brow, her blue eyes sparkled with delight as they locked onto his. Gwen? Hawk found himself momentarily frozen in place, grappling with disbelief. To his astonishment, the first person to find him here was not the military from Quantico, but Gwen. How could this be? Confusion swirled within him. At that moment, time seemed to restart. The previously receding waterfall resumed its cascade, albeit with a sound significantly muted, as if it feared that its volume might incite an unnecessary calamity. After all, Hawk possessed the extraordinary ability to reverse its flow. Simultaneously, upon sighting Hawk standing beneath the waterfall, Gwen began to run. Though she did not comprehend why she felt compelled to do so upon seeing him, the urge was undeniable. In the blink of an eye, Gwen leaped to the pool beneath the waterfall and waded through the water to stand before Hawk. In the next heartbeat, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. Hawk instinctively wrapped his arms around her, shielding her from the torrent of water cascading down. Just then, he regained his composure, and with a swift motion, he vanished into the pool. When he reappeared, he was standing on the bank beside the waterfall, still holding Gwen in his arms. A thick mist, akin to smoke from a fire, billowed around them, enveloping both Hawk and the now-soaked Gwen. In the fleeting moment that followed, under the surge of Hawk's formidable vitality, the moisture that had clung to them dissipated, leaving them both dry once more. Lowering his gaze, Hawk looked at Gwen, who was tightly nestled against him. He opened his mouth, initially curious about how she had managed to find him when the military had failed. But upon seeing her with eyes closed, softly snoring, he thought better of it. Instead, he settled down, gently placing her in his embrace. He remained silent, gazing at the slumbering Gwen, her golden hair tousled. Extending his right hand, he paused momentarily in midair before gently smoothing the stray strands from her face. Approximately half an hour later, Gwen slowly opened her eyes, still steeped in the warmth of sleep, instinctively stretching as if she were awakening in her own bed. In the next moment, she then beheld Hawk, his gaze lowered upon her. Their eyes met, and Gwen instinctively blinked. Hawk offered a slight smile. "Hello," he said. With an exclamation, Gwen abruptly rose from Hawk's embrace, her previously pale complexion visibly blossoming with a hint of color. Hawk, too, stood up, and at that moment, the tension in his limbs, which had been held still for fear of awakening Gwen, finally released, accompanied by a satisfying stretch. Gwen, having momentarily surveyed her surroundings, redirected her focus to the sight of Hawk before her, clad only in a pair of shorts. Before her stood Hawk, his physique reminiscent of an ancient Greek sculpture, with a pair of striking blue eyes framed by bold brows that exuded a sense of wildness. Those brows remained unchanged, however. If previously they had seemed sheathed like a sword, now they appeared as a fierce weapon, drawn forth from its scabbard. Gwen found herself entranced. In the next instant, she regained her composure and, looking at Hawk, seemed to recall something, her lips curving into a delightful smile. "The library, reading, huh?" Hawk raised an eyebrow, detecting a hint of reproach beneath Gwen's teasing tone. He contemplated and replied, "I apologize." Gwen smiled in response. If Hawk had discerned her subtle complaint within her jest, Gwen too perceived something different in his apology. Previously, Hawk had apologized to her, yet it felt as though those apologies were merely for the sake of formality. But this one? The corners of Gwen's mouth lifted slightly as she extended her hand towards Hawk. Hawk paused for a moment, taken aback. Gwen said, "Hand over your phone." "Why didn't you answer my calls?" Realizing what she meant, Hawk stepped aside, retrieving his phone, which had been pressed beneath his folded shirt, and handed it to Gwen. "I've been here for over 20 days. It ran out of battery long ago." Gwen blinked in surprise as she accepted the device. Indeed, the phone would not turn on. Yet, with a thoughtful expression, she held Hawk's phone in one hand while retrieving her own, opening the link from a previous message. The link had expired. Gwen stared at the screen, bewildered by the link that had just existed but was now defunct. At that moment, Hawk finally posed the question that had lingered in his mind. "By the way, Gwen, how did you know I was here?" Gwen snapped back to reality, discreetly slipping her phone into her pocket, and handed Hawk his phone back, a smile gracing her face. "My father is the sheriff, Hawk, wherever you are. I can find you if I wish." Hawk blinked in astonishment. This statement, he could only believe it if he were mad. However, observing the slight flush on Gwen's cheeks after she uttered those words, Hawk pondered for a moment, his expression transforming into one of realization as he nodded. Never mind. If he had been curious about how Gwen had managed to find him upon their initial encounter, that curiosity had dissipated entirely now. Indeed, it had vanished the moment Gwen had fallen asleep in his embrace. Perhaps, as Gwen had said, being the sheriff's daughter enabled her to locate him whenever she wished.
Hawk chose to accept this premise. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the cabbage had returned with a wild boar. New York, John Fitzgerald Kennedy International Airport. Here, George Stacy,
The sheriff of the 19th precinct, paced anxiously near the arrivals area. Good heavens! The beloved cabbage he had painstakingly raised had finally attracted the attention of a wild boar from outside. And not just any boar, but a wild one. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly baffled him was the apparent inclination of his cherished cabbage to seek out that wild boar. George found it incomprehensible, but that was no longer the focal point of his thoughts. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. He wished to shoot the boar that had taken his cabbage. Just then, a flight from Hagerstown, Maryland, began to disembark. George, still pacing, took a deep breath and stood at the exit, peering inside. In the next instant, his breath quickened once more. Jesus Christ, what was this? His precious daughter was holding hands with a dashing wild boar he had never seen before. George's expression darkened instantly. Those waiting to greet passengers sensed an icy chill and instinctively glanced at George, then retreated from him. Finally, the couple, who had recently entered into a romantic relationship, felt the palpable coldness approaching. Gwen instinctively turned to the source of the chill, and with a sudden gasp, released Hawk's hand. Crap, it's Dad. Hawk also caught sight of George Stacy, standing at the exit in a black suit, exuding righteousness yet radiating an unmistakable chill. Their eyes locked. He could see the wariness and scrutiny reflected in George's gaze. This was entirely understandable. Hawk thought that if he were in George's position and his daughter had silently ventured out only to return with a man, he would likely be even angrier than George Stacy. Breaking the wild boar's leg would be considered a mild act. What? Now the wild boar is on its own. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about, Hawk mused within himself. However, he still felt a tinge of curiosity regarding how he and Gwen had progressed to holding hands. His memories were a jumbled mess, yet he found himself elated. To reiterate, Hawk had indeed contemplated romance, particularly with the widely acknowledged Marvel sweetheart, Gwen Stacy. Yet previously, he lacked the confidence for such an endeavor. Now, however, he possessed not only confidence but an abundance of it. Once he gathered the meteorites and acquired vibranium from Wakanda, and crafted his phoenix armor, his confidence would soar even higher. Thus, Hawk observed as Gwen, who had already begun to jog towards George Stacy, grasped his arm. With an impassive expression, he anticipated her gaze meeting George's, and approached him, extending his right hand first. "Mr. Stacy, I am Hawk. I apologize for causing you concern." George remained silent, neither responding nor shaking Hawk's hand. He merely cast a glance before turning his attention back to Gwen. "Let us go. Helen is waiting at home." "Dad, it's fine," Gwen reassured. Hawk, maintaining his composure, retracted his hand and spoke to Gwen. "You should return with Mr. Stacy." He understood George's feelings at this moment. George would not merely refuse to shake his hand, but might even resort to aggression, to which Hawk would only evade without retaliating. After all, who could blame him for having become the wild boar? Consequently, after speaking, Hawk offered Gwen a slight smile, bid farewell to Mr. Stacy, and departed without placing Gwen in an uncomfortable position. An hour later, Hawk returned to his apartment in Queensbridge Park. He turned on the lights, expecting to find a room covered in dust after being away for over 20 days. To his surprise, there was hardly any dust, and even the shorts he had hung outside the window were neatly folded and placed on the sofa. On top of the neatly arranged shorts lay an envelope. This must be the letter that Dr. Connors had entrusted Gwen to deliver, Hawk thought as he settled onto the sofa and picked up the envelope. He extracted a handwritten letter from within. It was a recommendation letter from Dr. Connors addressed to New York University. Suddenly, it dawned on Hawk that Dr. Connors' doctorate was indeed from New York University. Wow, this is quite a substantial gift, Hawk blinked in astonishment. To be frank, the significance of this gift was considerable. Although Dr. Connors' reputation might only serve as a cherry on top, it was still a cherry. Such a recommendation letter would be coveted by many and likely unattainable for others. After all, in the West, the essence of a letter of recommendation often boils down to a transaction of goodwill. Had Hawk received this commendation prior to awakening his inner cosmos, he would undoubtedly have been elated. However, at present, Hawk is indifferent to the prospect of attending New York University. He has not considered foregoing education altogether. Rather, he has adopted a more composed mindset. Whatever may come is a stroke of fortune, while its absence is merely fate's decree. He has glimpsed an alternative future, one that is vibrant and full of promise. Nevertheless, he intends to express his gratitude for the recommendation bestowed by Dr. Connors with a simple phone call. Hawk flipped the envelope, revealing Dr. Connors' handwritten number by Gwen. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, chuckling softly at the black screen, then rose from the sofa and made his way to the bedroom. In the bedroom, Hawk connected his phone to the charger and sat at the edge of the bed, waiting for the device to power on. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the picture frame on his bedside table had been slightly moved. Raising an eyebrow, he adjusted its position, angling it back towards his bed. He preferred to sleep on his side, and with the frame arranged this way, there was a 70% chance he would see it first thing upon waking. With that sorted, Hawk smiled faintly and glanced at his powering-on phone before dialing Dr. Connors. The call connected swiftly. "This is Dr. Curtis Connors." "Hello, Hawk," came the voice on the other end. Hawk introduced himself and expressed his apologies for not reaching out sooner, explaining he had been away on a trip. Dr. Connors seemed quite cheerful. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hawk casually inquired, "You sound quite pleased, Dr. Connors. Has the experiment been successful?" Dr. Connors laughed heartily. "Almost there. One of the test subjects has given me a glimmer of hope for victory." "Well then, congratulations in advance." "Doctor, thank you. Now, Hawk, I must return to my work." "Of course, carry on." As Hawk concluded the call and set the phone down, he felt a sense of wonder. He had initially believed that, in a world populated solely by spider demons without the presence of a remarkable Spider-Man, Dr. Connors' regeneration experiment was unlikely to succeed. Little did he expect that as he walked out of the bedroom, his thoughts lingered on the conversation with Dr. Connors, who had shared more intricate details due to his buoyant mood. In the recent experiment involving the white mice, it was initially presumed that this trial would conclude in failure, much like its predecessors. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. One particular mouse, after being injected with lizard serum, exhibited a temporary cessation of vital signs. Remarkably, after a brief interval, the signs of life re-emerged. Furthermore, this mouse, which had previously escaped during an incident last month, astonishingly regenerated its severed tail at a visibly rapid rate once its life signs returned. This discovery greatly exhilarated Dr. Connors, while Hawk found it intriguing, albeit only momentarily. Upon exiting the bedroom and sitting at his foldable desk, Hawk opened the laptop he had acquired for $500 from Sky, and soon dismissed the incident from his mind. His primary concern lay not in the success of Dr. Connors' experiment, but rather in the current situation at Quantico. Swiftly, after conducting an online search for information, Hawk's expression shifted to one of perplexity once again. There had been no invasion, only a drill. An article from a Washington, D.C. newspaper reported on an invasion alert at the Quantico military base. However, the base's spokesperson denied any claims of an invasion, stating that the events of that night were merely a routine exercise. Unexpectedly, during this drill, an unfortunate incident of building collapse occurred, resulting in the tragic deaths of several soldiers. Thus, Quantico attributed the entire situation to the exercise, which seemed reasonable given its context. After all, this was Quantico, the home of the Marine Corps, adjacent to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's police academy, and close to the CIA's Langley headquarters. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that the military base would not acknowledge any invasion. As Hawk continued his search, he found no useful leads. Even the body of the young black man remained unmentioned in any relevant reports. It was either that the body had yet to be discovered or that the death of this individual was simply not deemed worthy of media attention. After all, each day, countless individuals succumbed to various causes, and the death of an unidentified young black man would scarcely raise an eyebrow. Reflecting on this, Hawk shook his head, closed his laptop, and prepared to retire to bed. The following day, Hawk was awakened by the persistent ring of his phone. As he lay in bed, blinking into the light, he reached out with his right hand to grab his charging phone from the bedside table. "Hello," he answered. "I'm coming downstairs." Hawk awoke from a brief slumber, rising from his bed to don a shirt before making his way to the living room window. Upon opening it, he spotted Gwen standing by a yellow Corolla across the street, waving at him. Oh wait, it should be referred to as his girlfriend, Gwen. He still found it somewhat astonishing. Once more, he reminded himself, Gwen Stacy is indeed my girlfriend. Hawk thought, smiling as he waved back at Gwen, who stood below, before ending the phone call and heading toward the door. Shortly thereafter, Hawk appeared at the entrance of the apartment building, crossing the street to stand before Gwen. "What's up? Are you free this evening? My mother has invited you over for dinner." Lemon base. The first thought that flashed through Hawk's mind upon hearing Gwen's invitation was this dish. After all, it was renowned in its own right. As he pondered, he noticed Gwen's expectant gaze and, after a moment's reflection, nodded in agreement. "All right, it's settled then. What are your plans for later?" "Well, I suppose I'll head to the library to study." After making this statement, Hawk gazed at Gwen, who remained silent, yet smiled back at him, chuckling. "This time I genuinely intend to visit the library." After all, school would commence the following day. 12th grade, the final year of high school. If all went as anticipated, representatives from New York University would soon arrive for their final assessment and scholarship confirmation. Although he verbally dismissed the significance of attending NYU, deep down, he still harbored aspirations of doing so. After all, studying law at NYU and ultimately seeking a position as a local prosecutor or even a judge had been his dream long before his latent potential was awakened. Moreover, he had devoted the past 3 years to this endeavor. Gwen regarded Hawk earnestly, her face illuminating with a radiant smile. "Then let us go?" "Where to?" "Isn't it the library? I happen to be heading there too. After we finish studying, you can ride home with me, but first, you need to accompany me to Osborne Biotech. Get in the car." Hawk observed as Gwen approached the driver's side, opening the door and beckoning him to join her. Without hesitation, he slid into the passenger seat. Just as he had stated, he genuinely intended to study at the library that day. A harmonious balance of work and leisure. Within the realm of his potential, a phoenix emerged from the constellation of the Phoenix Star, absorbing the vibrant hues of gamma energy emanating from the Cantico base. At that moment, the constellation was diligently refining the gamma energy. Throughout the day, Hawk and Gwen departed from Osborne Biotech and settled into the tranquility of the library. Engrossed in their studies, Hawk aspired to attend NYU, while Gwen dreamed of Berkeley. Both individuals are diligently striving for their futures. In the afternoon, Hawk, before departing, entrusted the book he had yet to finish reading to the library for checkout. As he exited the library, Gwen was already waiting in the car. Nearby, a man who had quickly dashed in to borrow a book let out a pained scream upon discovering a parking ticket lodged under his windshield wiper. Observing this scene, Hawk, once seated in the vehicle, inquired with curiosity, "Did your car not receive a ticket?" Gwen shook her head and, with a smile, replied, "Father registered my license plate with the police department." Hawk then understood. Meanwhile, Helen Stacy, having married George Stacy, has devoted herself to being a dutiful wife and mother. Currently preparing dinner in the kitchen, her 2 sons, 9-year-old Howard Stacy and 8-year-old Simon Stacy, Gwen's younger brothers, were in the living room, engrossed in watching television. Indeed, they were racing against time, for once Helen was free, she would insist they focus on their studies. In her words, "Your sister Gwen excels academically. You both should be doing well too, coming from the same mother." However, the reality was that Howard and Simon's grades could not be described as commendable. They merely hovered around passing. This year, they had performed poorly on their final exams, which prompted Helen to reduce their daily leisure time by an hour. At that moment, the doorbell rang. "Howard, Simon, it's time to return to your rooms and read." Helen emerged from the kitchen, casting a glance at Howard and Simon lounging on the sofa, and lightly urged them to head upstairs. As they obediently made their way to their rooms, she approached the door and opened it. Standing at the threshold, Hawk was greeted by the gentle smile of Helen, who welcomed him warmly. "Good evening, Mrs. Stacy." Taken aback momentarily, Helen then enthusiastically invited Hawk inside. "Good evening, Hawk. Do come in." Hawk expressed his gratitude and was promptly guided inside by Gwen. This marked Hawk's first visit to someone else's home in this lifetime. Gwen's apartment, situated on the top floor, featured a duplex layout, Though not particularly spacious, it radiated warmth and cleanliness throughout. Hearing the commotion from downstairs, George Stacy, with a serious demeanor, descended the stairs from the study on the second floor. As Gwen, who was swiftly introducing Hawk to her mother downstairs, noticed her father approaching, she called out, "Dad." Upon seeing George, Hawk politely greeted him, "Good evening, Mr. Stacy." George's expression remained stern and meticulous, resembling a leader who rarely smiled. However, he appeared notably more approachable than the previous day. George at least acknowledged with a slight hum, then silently made his way toward the dining table. Helen, observing her husband's demeanor, shook her head with a hint of amusement and addressed Hawk. "Hawk, please sit down. Dinner is ready." Hawk expressed his gratitude once more. And under Gwen's guidance, he nodded and smiled at George once again before taking a seat across from him. Helen then called out toward the second floor, "Howard, Simon, come down for dinner." Coming. Howard and Simon, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment with their books in hand, scampered down the staircase. Upon entering the dining room and spotting the unfamiliar face, they paused momentarily, their eyes wide with curiosity. Once seated, Simon, the 8-year-old, continued to gaze intently at Hawk. Hawk noticed this and extended his right hand toward Howard. "Hello, Howard, my name is Hawk." "I'm Howard." "I'm Simon." Simon, rising from his seat, offered his small hand to shake with Hawk, then blinked at him inquisitively. "Are you my sister's boyfriend?" Hawk instinctively glanced at George, who, unsurprisingly, wore an expression as dark as night. However, he refrained from voicing any objections. Hawk smiled gently and nodded toward Simon, who, like Gwen, had a head of golden hair. Yes, this declaration deepened George's scowl. Meanwhile, Gwen smiled and affectionately ruffled her brother Simon's hair. "Well done, little brother." She resolved to reward him with $10 before bedtime. As for Howard, he remained silent. Unlike the communal dining customs of the East, the family dinner at Gwen's home adhered to a distinctly American style of individual servings. This might have been influenced by George and Stacy's preferences. Regardless, Hawk was an outsider. Unless one had been closely acquainted since childhood or had frequently visited, communal dining was typically reserved for the familiar. Hawk understood this. Nonetheless, despite the individual servings, the dinner was commendable. In fact, this was the first meal that resembled a proper dinner in this lifetime. The school food was hardly worth mentioning, and during solitary meals, Hawk prioritized quantity over flavor, as mere survival was a challenge in itself. At the dining table, George, embodying the role of the patriarch, silently consumed his meal. Helen, akin to a gentle matriarch, occasionally inquired if Hawk found the food to his liking and posed simple, light-hearted questions. Gwen, meanwhile, played the role of mediator between her boyfriend and her mother, while also serving as a vigilant sentinel against any sudden outburst from her father, George. 9-year-old Howard and 8-year-old Simon were engrossed in their meals, relishing every bite. Just then, George, having taken a sip from the whiskey set aside, coughed lightly and cleared his throat. In an instant, Helen and Gwen's gazes fell upon George. "Here it comes," Hawk mused inwardly, redirecting his attention to George, who had been watching his every move with keen interest. Just as George was about to speak, Helen, catching Gwen's pleading glance, suppressed a smile and spoke first. "By the way, George, could you tell us about your work? Have you apprehended that Spider-Man?" George glanced at Helen, then shot a half-smile at Gwen, finally focusing on Hawk. "Not yet, but we will. After all, he is an amateur and has left us plenty of clues." With that, George seized the opportunity without allowing Helen and Gwen a chance to interject, smiling at Hawk. "So, Hawk, what are your thoughts on this newly emerged Spider-Man? Do you think he is a so-called vigilante?" Gwen discreetly squeezed Hawk's thigh beneath the table. Hawk received Gwen's subtle cue, chuckling softly and shaking his head. "Gentlemen, I have been in Maryland for the past few days, just returned yesterday, and spent all day today at the library. To be frank, I am still a student. So my primary concern is whether I can secure a scholarship to New York University, which would help in getting my loan approved. As for Spider-Man, I have no interest in whether he is a vigilante or just a sensationalist criminal. New semester, new classmates." After uttering this statement, Hawk distinctly felt Gwen's grip tighten on his thigh once more. He realized he had indeed received her warning. Clearly, George's question was a trap. Who is George Stacy? The captain of the 19th Precinct of the New York Police Department. If Hawk were to regard Spider-Man as a vigilante, in George's eyes, it would be tantamount to speaking in favor of a criminal. Thus, Gwen's earlier caution was to prevent him from falling into George's trap by responding according to George's status. However, if he did so, he would undoubtedly be ensnared in George's web. Should Hawk describe Spider-Man as a criminal, he would likely find himself categorized as a sycophant in George's eyes. Therefore, this question, while seemingly straightforward, was inherently flawed. as any choice he made would ultimately lead to a wrong conclusion. Hawk opted for the path of neutrality. He stepped forward. He was merely a student, indifferent to whether Spider-Man was a criminal or a vigilante. His sole concern was securing a scholarship to New York University. Nothing more. Had another individual responded in a similar fashion, it likely would not have sufficed, perhaps leaving George with the impression of a cunning character. However, Hawk's reply was perfectly timed, a mere sentence. He did not believe that George had failed to scrutinize him thoroughly, nor did he fear such an investigation. He spoke with conviction, for he had always acted in accordance with his words. The alignment of knowledge and action was paramount. At most, he had never ventured beyond New York City, and this year, he had simply departed for Maryland after a life of frugality. This matter was easily explicable. After all, he was still a young man, and traveling was hardly nefarious. At the very least, during his time in Maryland, he had committed no wrongful acts. Moreover, with the federal governance of the states, his misdeeds in Washington, D.C., bore no relevance to his current situation in New York City. As he spoke, Sheriff George Stacy's expression shifted from surprise to contemplation, and he nodded, almost signaling the conclusion of the evening's dinner. At 9 o'clock, Gwen escorted Hawk downstairs. It was at this moment that she registered the situation, looking at Hawk and saying, "Your response was remarkably swift, Hawk. I hadn't even realized that my father's question was a trap." Hawk chuckled softly. "It's because I genuinely believe that." Gwen nodded. "Well then, return home safely. Unfortunately, I cannot accompany you, as I am under curfew." This restriction was imposed, not by George, but by Helen, who had not even mentioned it to Gwen. This was the consequence of her daring escapade to Maryland. Previously, Gwen had been free to return home before 10 o'clock, but Helen had recently adjusted the curfew to 9. "It's all right. I can take the subway quickly," Hawk reassured her. "Well then, see you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow," Hawk affirmed, watching Gwen return to her apartment building before turning towards the nearby subway station. If the subway in New York City during the day was akin to a chaotic carnival, then the nighttime transit resembled a gathering of the undead. One could hardly expect a transit system that allowed fare evasion with such ease to enforce strict regulations. Consequently, New Yorkers typically opted against using the subway at night unless absolutely necessary. However, Hawk fared well on his journey back to his apartment. He had only encountered one inebriated individual whom he subdued, along with 2 half-dressed youths who danced and sang before him, thus returning home unscathed. As for why he referred to the 2 half-dressed youths, it was quite simple. One of them had an Adam's apple the size of a walnut, yet a similarly substantial chest. Hence, the description was justified. Upon returning home, Hawk glanced at the message from Gwen, replied briefly, and then retired to bed. The dawn of a new school year awaited him, and an early slumber would ensure he could rise promptly to board the complimentary school bus. As they departed from Gwen's house after dinner, she had mentioned that she could conveniently pick him up for school the following day. However, he declined her offer. Hawk harbored a lingering unease that accepting her ride might give the impression he was romantically involved with Gwen solely to benefit from her transport for the upcoming term. Though he was aware this was not the case, he remained cognizant of how others might perceive him. While he could dismiss their opinions, he felt compelled to consider how they might reflect on Gwen. In that moment of contemplation, Hawk grasped why, when one attains a certain stature, even if one harbors no desire for marriage or children, societal mechanisms seem poised to facilitate such unions. Though Gwen was not his wife, the principle remained the same. The following day, Hawk woke early and hurried to catch the school bus. As he arrived at the nearby stop, he ascended the bus just in time. The driver, the seemingly formidable yet gentle-hearted bearded Hall, greeted him warmly. "Good morning, Hall." "Good morning, Hawk. Are you ready to embrace your final semester?" "I won't graduate until next year, Hall. Perhaps, by the end of this semester, you'll receive an invitation from New York University. I believe in you." "Well, thank you, Hall. You're welcome." After exchanging pleasantries with the affable Hall, Hawk made his way to his usual seat. The school bus followed its predetermined route, halting periodically to allow 1 or 2 students to board. When the bus reached the Forest Hill stop, a familiar face entered. The moment Peter Parker stepped aboard, his spider sense tingled, and he immediately fixated on Hawk, who sat alone by the window in the back row. Hawk, upon noticing Peter's arrival, redirected his gaze to Peter and the somewhat melancholic figure accompanying him. Was that Harry Osborn? Indeed, it was the original version of Harry Osborn, the very one who had made his advance on Mary Jane. At that moment, Peter had already exchanged greetings with his friend Harry, who had recently returned from studying in England and transferred to Midtown High, before leading him towards Hawk's location. "Hawk, Peter. Hawk, this is Harry. He was studying in England and has transferred to our school this year, just like us, in 12th grade. Harry, this is Hawk." After reaching Hawk, Peter introduced him to Harry. Dressed in a casual suit and yet to transform into the Green Goblin, Harry extended his right hand with a smile. Hello, Hawk. Hello, Harry. Here we are, a new semester, the same old routine. As the school bus made its way towards Midtown High, Hawk learned from Peter and Harry about the circumstances of their acquaintance. Despite his prior knowledge that Peter's parents were researchers at Oscorp Bioengineering while they were still alive, he listened intently. Due to their work in research, Peter often accompanied his parents to Oscorp, where he and Harry first met and subsequently forged a close friendship. After the tragic plane crash that claimed the lives of Peter's parents, although Peter visited Oscorp less frequently, Harry, who had already considered Peter a friend, would often seek him out. Their bond remained unbroken, even during high school. Despite Harry studying in England, they maintained regular phone contact. Today marked Harry's first day transferring to Midtown High, prompting him to seek out his dear friend Peter early in the morning. Harry was elated to reunite with his old companion and even attend school together. Peter, too, felt immense joy at the reunion, as it was the most uplifting connection he had experienced since the passing of his Uncle Ben 2 months prior. Yes, Uncle Ben had indeed passed away just days after the summer break began, and as a result, New York City gained a new vigilante, Spider-Man. Upon hearing this news, Hawk was momentarily taken aback, but quickly extended his condolences. I'm sorry for your loss, he said. It's all right, Peter replied with a smile. His Uncle Ben had imparted a vital lesson through his sacrifice. With great power comes great responsibility. Thus, during these days when Peter acted heroically, he often felt Uncle Ben's presence beside him, alleviating his sorrow. The school bus continued its steady journey. Approximately half an hour later, filled to capacity with students, it arrived at Midtown High's parking lot under the steady hands of the bearded Hall. As the doors swung open, students began to disembark in waves. Good morning, Gwen. Good morning. It's been a while. Indeed, it has. Gwen, please tell me we have a school dance. We do. It's a tradition, Mark. At that moment, Gwen stood in the parking lot, smiling as she conversed with classmates who were either stepping off their buses or arriving from various corners of New York City. Just then, as Hawk followed Peter and his new classmate Harry off the bus, carrying his shoulder bag, Gwen's attention was captured. Just as she prepared to approach, she was momentarily startled as a dense curtain of long, dark hair appeared before her, none other than Jennifer Chuck. From Jennifer's body, played by Megan Fox, the enchanting and alluring cheerleading captain of Mid-City High, endowed with captivating fox-like eyes, drew much attention. Gwen instinctively halted her steps, her brows furrowing slightly. Hey, Gwen, Mary Jane, who had just exited her car, approached Gwen and gently patted her shoulder. What are you looking at? As Mary Jane spoke, she followed Gwen's gaze. She too spotted Jennifer, clad in revealing attire that accentuated her perfect physique, blocking Hawk's path. Jennifer. Goodness, she hasn't given up yet. After a brief glance, Mary Jane averted her eyes, shaking her head in disbelief. Is she really determined to achieve her high school goal of inviting Hawk to be her dance partner every semester? Gwen's voice was cool and composed. Not every semester. Mary Jane paused, instinctively glancing at Gwen. Gwen continued in a tranquil tone. At the June prom, Jennifer invited Hawk as well, and he declined. As if Hawk would attend the prom, Mary Jane retorted, but then suddenly froze, sensing she had unearthed something significant. Turning to look at Gwen, Gwen remained silent. Her eyes narrowed as she gazed intently at Hawk, who was descending from the school bus. There was also Jennifer, the cheerleading captain, cheerfully greeting Hawk. Hi, Hawk, happy new semester. Happy new semester, Jennifer. Hawk smiled at Jennifer, who had darted in front of him with her mesmerizing fox-like eyes the moment he stepped off the bus. He could surmise why she was there. After all, during the previous school years, Jennifer had always appeared before him at the onset of each term, posing the same question. Yet, despite his understanding, he had no intention of preempting her. What if he answered, and it turned out Jennifer had a different intention? Jennifer, with her enchanting gaze, captivated Hawk. Hawk, you declined in 9th grade, you declined in 10th grade, you declined in 11th grade, and now it's 12th grade, the final year of high school. You can't possibly refuse me this time, can you? As the cheerleading captain, Jennifer was never short of admirers, nor had she ever missed a single prom. Yet none of those partners were Hawk. Perhaps in 9th grade, she was simply enamored by Hawk's striking independence, brooding nature, and handsome demeanor, which led her to invite him. However, after Hawk's first rejection, it seemed this endeavor had morphed into an obsession for her. Though she was aware Hawk was unlikely to agree, she still held on to a glimmer of hope. Should he accept, it would only enhance her allure. After all, for the past 3 years, Hawk has been universally recognized as someone who never partakes in any social gatherings. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Hawk shook his head. Jennifer, you know I won't attend the ball, but if you do go, You would invite me as your partner, wouldn't you? Yes, if I were to attend, but I shan't. That was precisely the response Hawk desired. Goodbye. Jennifer was content with this answer. What she could not obtain, others would not either. That sufficed, thus. Even if her invitation proved unsuccessful, there would be no loss. Having received the answer she sought, Jennifer beamed as she approached Hawk, kissed his cheek, leaving a lasting impression, and cheerfully waved goodbye as she departed. Hawk watched Jennifer, who had come and gone like a fleeting breeze, shaking his head in bemusement before striding towards Gwen, who stood a short distance away. Gwen smiled as she observed Hawk approaching. Did someone invite you to the ball? Did you accept? No. Oh. As Hawk and Gwen engaged in their casual exchange, their demeanor remained relaxed, walking side by side towards the lounge corridor. Meanwhile, Mary Jane's mouth had widened as much as possible in disbelief. Goodness, what have I missed this summer? At that moment, Peter also felt somewhat dazed. He sensed he understood something, yet simultaneously felt utterly lost. Nearby, Harry, noticing Mary Jane, attempted to greet her. Mary Jane was Peter's neighbor, and during the time he had not been in England, she had sometimes been present when he visited. Thus, Harry was familiar with Mary Jane. After a moment's contemplation, he gently patted her shoulder. Hey Mary, long time no see. Hey Harry. Mary Jane turned to glance at Harry's arrival, offering a muted greeting before swiftly directing her attention to Peter. Peter, are you aware of this? Harry was taken aback. Wait, that reaction seems off. Is this how one greets an old friend? It feels rather lackluster. Peter was equally stunned. He met Mary Jane's sparkling gaze, momentarily taken aback. What? Gwen and Hawk? Mary Jane managed to suppress her curiosity, fighting the urge to squeal as she urgently said to Peter, Aren't you Hawk's only friend at school? You should know when this happened. Peter was utterly bewildered. When did I become Hawk's only friend? Forget it, I won't bother asking you. As Mary Jane observed Peter's rather lackluster response, her curiosity swiftly overpowered her reason. Without a moment's hesitation, she uttered a quick remark and hurriedly pursued Gwen, who had already moved ahead. She intended to eavesdrop on the gossip. However, just then, Mary Jane abruptly halted, as if a thought had struck her. She turned around and spotted Harry, who was equally bewildered, feeling as though he might have turned invisible. In the next moment, Mary Jane exclaimed upon recognizing him and dashed towards Harry, enveloping the still morose young man in a warm embrace. Harry, when did you return? Harry's spirits lifted at her words. He looked at Mary Jane, who had released him, and smiled, poised to continue their conversation. Yet, before he could, Mary Jane embraced him once more, declaring, I have something to attend to now. I can't chat. See you later. Clearly, at that moment, the return of a dear friend from England paled in comparison to Mary Jane's fervent desire to uncover the latest gossip concerning her best friend and the school's most stoic young man. Thus, after her hasty farewell, she spun around and sprinted after Gwen, who was already making her way down the corridor. It was evident that Mary Jane would not pursue Hawk for gossip. Consequently, throughout the morning, she trailed behind Gwen, wearing a pleading expression and silently imploring, Please, just a little more detail, I beg you, Gwen. As it was the first day of the new semester, the atmosphere was somewhat relaxed, and no classes were scheduled. Everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, collecting their timetables or seeking advice from their academic counselors for the final semester. Thus, Gwen endured Mary Jane's persistent inquiries all morning long. Finally, as they headed to the cafeteria, Gwen could no longer contain herself upon seeing Mary Jane, who was still beside her, yearning to hear more about how she and Hawk had come together. Gwen sighed. Isn't it strange that I'm with Hawk? Not at all. Mary Jane replied eagerly. Where's the oddity? Since 9th grade, we have shared a desk in physics class, and we are both under the same counselor. Come on, Gwen. It's Hawk we're talking about. And so, don't you realize what everyone says about Hawk? What? This time it was Gwen's turn to be intrigued. Mary Jane glanced around and lowered her voice. Everyone is saying that either Hawk is a quintessential straight man, or he is rather offbeat. Gwen rolled her eyes. Impossible. She suddenly recalled the time at the waterfall in Maryland, where Hawk stood in the water wearing only a pair of shorts. Offbeat. Hawk is as straight as they come. As straight as a police baton. No, wait, what was she thinking? Gwen shook her head, instinctively dismissing the image of the baton from her mind, and then turned to Mary with a serious expression, stating, Hawk is not crooked. Mary paused, seemingly recalling something, and winked at Gwen, her smile taking on a somewhat ambiguous tone. Have you tried? Gwen was momentarily taken aback, and upon seeing the suggestive smile on Mary's face, she took a deep breath. In the next moment, without uttering a word, she turned and walked away. Truly, a dancer, so suggestive. Mary watched Gwen dismiss her in silence, and quickly followed. I'm sorry. Gwen, please forgive me. When Hawk arrived at the cafeteria, Mary was still attempting to extract information from Gwen, who remained unresponsive. Realizing that Gwen had become immune to her pleas, Mary sighed, and then noticed Harry, who had just entered the dining area under Peter's guidance. Her eyes brightened as she turned to Gwen, saying, "If you want tea, tell me. I'll ask Peter." As she spoke, Mary Jane stood up, and before Gwen could react, she hurried off to find Peter and Harry. By the time Hawk sat down across from Gwen with his tray, Mary Jane had already left. Has Mary finished eating? It was evident that she was seeking gossip elsewhere since she could not get it from Gwen. Gwen glanced at Mary, who had already pulled Peter to sit down, shaking her head in mild exasperation. Hawk, hearing this, asked in confusion, "What does that have to do with Peter?" Gwen shrugged. "Perhaps because last semester you spent time with Peter in the old gym, everyone now thinks he is your friend." Well, Hawk chuckled at this, though he had no desire to argue, and began to eat his hamburger. Having arrived at the cafeteria early, Gwen had already finished her meal. With her arms crossed on the table, she observed Hawk as he devoured his hamburger. "By the way, did you call Dr. Connors to express your gratitude?" "Yes, I did." Hawk nodded. After swallowing a mouthful of hamburger, he recalled something and said to Gwen, "When I called, Dr. Connors mentioned that there seemed to be a breakthrough in the experiment. He sounded quite pleased." Gwen blinked. "A breakthrough? That is impossible." 44. Capital is a monster that creates monsters. What's wrong? You know I visited the lab yesterday morning, right? Yes, Hawk nodded. That was before I went to the library. He had initially thought Gwen was there to excuse her absence. So what's the matter now? Was there an issue with the experiment? The experiment itself is fine. But I heard there is a problem with the investors. You know Dr. Connors' experiment is a partnership between Osborn and the military, right? You mentioned that last time. The military has withdrawn their funding. Gwen lowered her voice and leaned in, saying, "Moreover, Dr. Connors' experiment has been underway for nearly 2 years now. Yet it has yielded no results, which has caused some impatience among the higher-ups at Osborn. Capital is a tangible entity. They may support you with the funding you require and even provide the necessary facilities based on the promises you initially made. However, should you fail to deliver the results expected by your investors, they will not hesitate to abandon you. The principle of cutting losses promptly is essential in the realm of capital. Dr. Connors' regenerative experiments exemplify this reality. Furthermore, the military withdrew funding from Dr. Connors' laboratory last month due to budget reallocations. Although they claimed it was temporary and would reinvest when funds became available, allowing Osborn Biotech to endure. The internal atmosphere at Osborn is far from tranquil. Rumors have circulated since last year that Norman Osborn, who has been recuperating at his estate due to a mysterious ailment, is gravely ill and nearing the end of his days. This information is not without merit. The recent return of Harry Osborn, who had been studying in the UK, to New York City, coupled with his engagement in company affairs facilitated by Norman Osborn's personal secretary, Felicia Hardy, serves as a clear indication. While the Osborn family retains control over the majority of shares in Osborn Biotech, in this era of an impending transition of power, there will always be those eager to seize opportunities for personal gain amidst the shifting tides. Moreover, new leadership often brings fervent initiatives. Consequently, at this pivotal moment, proposals to streamline the laboratory have emerged, suggesting the elimination of facilities that have yet to produce any returns on investment, with Dr. Connors' laboratory having already faced funding cuts from the military being the primary target. Although the military asserts that investment will resume once the next tranche of funding from the Pentagon is received, who can truly guarantee that? After all, the credibility of the federal military is at stake. Nonetheless, Osborn Biotech has not officially decided to withdraw funding from Dr. Connors, while military support has been interrupted. A portion of the previous funding remains available. Thus, the personnel at the doctor's laboratory have been reduced, resulting in the dismissal of 5 researchers, including myself. I only learned of this yesterday, but since I am a work-study student, my costs are minimal. Moreover, when I visited the laboratory yesterday, Dr. Connors was not as cheerful as you described, which is why I was somewhat surprised when you brought it up. Gwen recounted the recent developments surrounding Dr. Connors' laboratory. Hawk, however, was indifferent to the success of Dr. Connors' experiment, merely listening passively. Once Gwen finished her account, he shrugged and remarked, "Well, Dr. Connors said that over the phone. Who knows if it will actually succeed?" Gwen nodded in agreement, stating, "I too hope that Dr. Connors' experiment will be successful." The two continued their casual conversation. However, after their conversation concluded, the moment swiftly passed. Once Hawk finished his hamburger, the two stood up, carrying their trays as they departed. The discussion regarding Dr. Connors' laboratory reached its end. Yet, while they could move on, the subject of their discourse, Dr. Connors, could not simply abandon the topic for another. As he was presently facing the disheartening prospect of being abandoned by capital, Dr. Connors gazed at the individual standing in his office, who had come to deliver the board's latest decision. Doctor, have you made up your mind? The middle-aged, elite gentleman inquired, his face adorned with a warm smile. The military has withdrawn its funding. Though they term it as temporary, we all understand what that implies. Initially, the board intended to suspend funding for the laboratory. But your recent achievement has managed to salvage some financial support for your lab, albeit just a modicum. Dr. Connors furrowed his brow. What does the board propose? Human trials. What? Dr. Connors exclaimed, his eyes widening as he looked at the middle-aged man. I have only just extracted a potentially viable serum from that singular mutated mouse. Yet I have not had the opportunity to validate it. To embark on human trials now is reckless, and moreover, where shall we find willing test subjects? The man shrugged. There are plenty of subjects at military hospitals. We can proceed under the guise of a new vaccine. He spoke with an unnerving ease, for such practices were commonplace. Conducting human trials in Bharat would require compensation for the locals, but experimenting on the lower classes domestically would incur no such costs. In essence, are the lower classes not human? No. Capital is driven by profit, seeking to maximize gains while minimizing costs. Yet, Dr. Connors found this notion difficult to accept. What? I refuse to comply. Time waits for no one, Doctor. Your time is limited, as is ours. That is not for you to concern yourself with. You need only understand that the board's actions are for your benefit. This matter will be handled by designated individuals, and should it fail, you may claim ignorance. I did not come here to negotiate with you, Doctor. This is merely a notification. Having stated this, the middle-aged man turned and exited Dr. Connors' laboratory. Meanwhile, rumors circulated among the upper echelons that Norman Osborn's life was nearing its end, and the establishment of Dr. Connors' regeneration laboratory was fundamentally aimed at discovering a remedy for Osborn's peculiar affliction. Thus, the middle-aged man was not entirely in the wrong. Their current push for human experimentation aims to expedite its implementation, aiding Dr. Connors while simultaneously serving their own interests. After all, a new ruler brings forth new courtiers. Who can predict the actions of Harry Osborn should Norman Osborn meet his demise? It is well known that capital favors stability. Only through stability can wealth be reliably accrued. However, Dr. Connors is not merely a pawn of capital. After the middle-aged man departed, he remained immobile in his office chair, lost in contemplation. The birth of Lizard Doctor was marked by the flickering of Dr. Connors' gaze. He sat there, seemingly calm, yet internally, he grappled with a profound conflict. On one hand, he yearned to conduct human trials. After all, his extensive research aimed to benefit humanity, alleviating the suffering of those with disabilities. Conversely, he was acutely aware that the regenerative serum remained unstable. To date, only a single laboratory mouse had yielded the results he envisioned after receiving the regenerative agent. The crux of the matter lay in their ignorance of the reasons behind this success. Indeed, they had achieved success, yet the mystery of its occurrence eluded them, rendering replication impossible. Medicine demands rigorous precision, leaving no room for carelessness. Particularly in the realm of human experimentation, even a minor uncertainty must be resolved before proceeding further. Thus, emotionally, no one desired the success of the regenerative agent more than he did. However, rationally speaking, the board's actions were tantamount to trifling with the lives of disabled veterans. Dr. Connors found himself torn between conflicting ideologies. As angels and demons vied for dominion over his thoughts, the angel urged him to recognize the immorality of such actions, warning that should anything go awry, divine forgiveness would be unattainable. Meanwhile, the demon whispered that sacrifice is an inherent aspect of medicine, should success be attained. Even if he were to perish and ascend to heaven, the angels would have to yield their seats for him. Dr. Connors sat in his office, sunlight streaming through the window and casting shifting patterns across his face. Thus, he remained ensconced in his thoughts from afternoon until dusk. Suddenly, the chime of his phone jolted him from his reverie. He grasped his device and opened the newly received message. The words leapt out at him. Doctor, I am on my way to the hospital. We believe in you. Upon reading, Dr. Connors' gaze became unfocused. And then, with a sudden sound, the atmosphere shifted. Dr. Connors abruptly rose from his seat, as if resolutely determined, and strode purposefully towards the door. The surveillance camera monitoring the laboratory remained quietly stationed in the corner, its red light flickering intermittently. With a chime, the laboratory's biological engineering mixer, responsible for cross-species gene splicing and fusion, successfully activated, and Dr. Connors retrieved a vial containing a green serum derived from a fusion of mutated serum extracted from a white mouse and lizard. I may not be an angel, but I certainly cannot be a demon, Dr. Connors murmured to himself as he gazed at the vial of regenerative serum in his hand. His resolve strengthened. He took a seat nearby, clutching the precious concoction. After a brief moment, seated comfortably, Dr. Connors stared at the syringe, inhaled deeply, and without further hesitation, plunged the syringe into his right arm, where he had lost his hand in an unfortunate accident, pushing the plunger down swiftly. Almost instantaneously, as he withdrew the syringe, an overwhelming wave of dizziness surged upon him, devoid of any prelude. Thud! Dr. Connors collapsed onto the table before him. Meanwhile, in the hollow of his right arm, it seemed as though something was writhing, desperately attempting to emerge. Was it a bug? No, a diminutive lizard. Having finished dinner, Gwen returned to her room, conversing with Hawk on the phone about a humorous incident during dinner, wherein her 8-year-old brother was startled by a lizard that had inexplicably crawled into their midst. Hawk, listening to Gwen's laughter on the other end, felt a twinge of curiosity. Aren't you afraid? He inquired. Gwen replied earnestly. Have you forgotten? Our laboratory's regenerative serum is inspired by lizards. We have plenty of white mice and lizards in the lab. She was no delicate woman. She could extract lizard blood without batting an eye and dissect white mice with the same composure of a cold-hearted scientist. Hawk chuckled in realization, and Gwen joined him in laughter before shifting the topic. What about you? Have you finished dinner? Not yet, Hawk responded, glancing at the fried chicken leg he had just purchased. I plan to box on the rooftop first, then eat afterward. He sighed, explaining. The old gym has been demolished to make way for a swimming pool. The new gym is overcrowded, especially today, with the start of the new semester and the influx of 9th graders. Thus, Hawk resolved to return home in the evening to box on the rooftop before having dinner. Showering and going to bed. Listening to Hawk's plans, Gwen nodded, then recalled something. Hawk, may I ask you something? Of course, he replied. Why do you practice boxing every day? You're already quite skilled, Gwen inquired. Images emerged in her mind of the scene she had witnessed after traversing the forest. Hawk standing bare-chested in the pond, with the waterfall cascading dramatically before him. Gwen remained uncertain whether that extraordinary waterfall was indeed a product of Hawk's doing, for she had not witnessed it firsthand. However, she had no doubt that the Hawk before her possessed the strength to fell a bear with a single punch. This she had witnessed herself. After witnessing Hawk slay a bear with one blow, Gwen felt a mix of relief and trepidation. Realizing how fortunate she had been to encounter no wild beasts from the moment she entered the woods until she found him. Yet, perhaps it was divine intervention. Her thoughts drifted to the mysterious website that had provided her with Hawk's real-time location, even when his phone was switched off. As she reflected on Maryland and that enigmatic site, Hawk fell into silence upon hearing Gwen's question about his daily training regimen. Why train relentlessly? After a moment of contemplation, an image formed in his mind, leading him to a conclusion: to protect himself and those he cherished. Am I among them? Gwen's voice rang clear in Hawk's ears. On that day, she had confidently gifted him her personal phone, and upon his acceptance, she felt she had discovered the secret to their connection. Hawk, taken aback by Gwen's forthrightness, couldn't help but chuckle, nodding emphatically. Of course. Transforming a recommendation letter into mere scrap paper, Hawk replied swiftly, without hesitation. Clearly, Gwen was delighted by his response, her tone becoming lighter and more melodic. After a while, the two newly established lovers, having spent a tender hour on the phone, reluctantly ended their conversation, Gwen especially loath to hang up. Hawk felt a similar reluctance, though he understood the reason for having waited until now to acknowledge his feelings for her, despite having harbored affection for her since 9th grade. Simply put, he had once felt unworthy, but now he had grown stronger, earning that right. Thus, whether to continue his journey of self-improvement or to maintain his newfound worthiness, Hawk resolved to exert even greater effort rather than allow himself to grow complacent. His current strength might be formidable, but how long could it endure if he were to slacken his resolve now? A year? Or perhaps 2 or 3? The curtain had risen on the Marvel Universe, and Hawk felt an urgency to remain vigilant. Therefore, after concluding his call with Gwen, he embarked on his ambitious task of 10,000 punches for the day. In truth, his current endeavor of striking the punching bag holds no significance. Yet, Hawk is not merely engaging with a bag. He is employing this act as a means to quiet his mind, seeking tranquility in which he can continue to search for the sixth sense that he knows exists, yet feels perpetually out of reach. Upon the rooftop of the apartment, the sandbag, suspended from a clothesline, sways gently with each of Hawk's punches. His gaze drifts into the void, thoughts scattered, as he perceives himself searching for something no larger than a grain of rice amid an infinite darkness. Suddenly, faint screams and shouts reach his ears. Hawk's eyes swiftly escape the shadows. As they focus, he instinctively turns toward the direction of the cries emanating from the Williamsburg Bridge. In an instant, The space before him compresses rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Hawk, standing several kilometers away from the bridge, vividly witnesses the unfolding scene. The Williamsburg Bridge, a suspension bridge connecting Manhattan and Brooklyn across the East River, serves as a thoroughfare for countless commuters who traverse it by day for work and return to Brooklyn by night, thus remaining perpetually bustling. This night is no exception. Yet an unforeseen incident has occurred. Countless Manhattan professionals, trapped on the bridge, are now fleeing while the sounds of overturned vehicles resonate behind them. Before his eyes, a colossal creature, clad in gray-green scales and bearing a head reminiscent of a lizard, weaves swiftly atop the vehicles. As it navigates through the chaos, its robust tail lifts cars effortlessly, casting them aside as if they were mere playthings. It appears to be searching for something. Is this the lizard? As Hawk comprehends the scene before him, his brow furrows in realization. A thought strikes him. It is not merely how Dr. Connors transformed into the lizard without the warning of Spider-Man, but rather, it's a calamity. Dr. Connors' recommendation letter is rendered worthless. New York University may recognize Dr. Connors' merits, but it would certainly not extend the same courtesy to the lizard. Thus, it follows that, without exception, the value of the handwritten recommendation from Dr. Connors plummets from immeasurable to mere scrap paper at the moment he becomes the lizard. Even the stock market pales in comparison to such a nosedive. Soon, the lizard, making its debut on the Williamsburg Bridge, appears to have found what it was searching for. A sharply dressed elite man is yanked from his vehicle by the lizard's tail. The middle-aged man, cradling the serum intended for the military hospital, trembled in fear as he met the gaze of the reptilian doctor, whose emerald eyes fixed upon him with an unsettling intensity. Yet, summoning his courage, he opened his mouth to speak. Just as he did, the doctor seized the briefcase from his grasp with a swift claw. In an instant, the man's body was violently hurled against the railing of the bridge. The next moment, a steel cable sliced through his waist, severing him in two, and he plummeted into the river below, blood spraying into the air. At that critical juncture, Spider-Man, or rather, the spider essence, made a dazzling entrance. Swinging through the air on his web, Peter maneuvered rapidly, his legs converging as he launched himself like a projectile, striking the doctor, who had appeared ready to retreat. The reptilian doctor staggered from the impact, and as he regained his footing, he turned to face Peter, who was now perched atop a vehicle, gripping the roof with both hands and feet. The doctor opened his maw wide, his green tongue flickering wildly, and let out a fearsome roar. In the blink of an eye, Peter shot a web from his right wrist, which adhered to the briefcase clutched by the doctor. With a sharp tug, the briefcase was wrenched free, igniting the doctor's fury. In retaliation, he coiled his tail around nearby vehicles, hurling them at Peter one after another. Thus began the tumultuous clash between the spider and the reptile. Hawkeye, observing from his apartment, was thoroughly entertained. However, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to turn and face the sandbag. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, unleashing a flurry of punches upon the bag. 30 seconds later, having completed his task of 10,000 punches for the day, he exhaled a sigh of relief and redirected his gaze towards the Williamsburg Bridge, ready to enjoy the unfolding spectacle without any burdens on his mind. Yet, where were the doctor and Spider-Man? As Hawkeye's eyes returned to the bridge, he was taken aback. However, his attention was soon drawn to the water's surface beneath the bridge. There appeared to be a shadow moving swiftly beneath the water, darting with remarkable speed. Despite Peter's relentless pursuit, swinging through the air towards Roosevelt Island, he could not keep up with the doctor's elusive movements. The darkness enveloped the scene, and the reptilian doctor's underwater speed proved formidable. Peter halted atop a skyscraper, glancing back in the direction where he had lost sight of the doctor, shaking his head in frustration. Just as he prepared to leave and head home, a sudden intuition compelled him to edge closer to the rooftop's edge. To his astonishment, he spotted Hawkeye standing on the rooftop of a nearby 10-story building. Hawk smiled as he squatted at the edge of the rooftop, waving toward the approaching Spider-Man. With a graceful swing, Peter, the lizard-like creature imbued with Hawk's essence, landed securely on the terrace of Hawk's apartment. "Wow, Spider-Man!" Hawk exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the descending figure. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed Peter remove his mask, revealing his true identity, which elicited a look of astonishment from Hawk. After unmasking, Peter shyly chuckled, fully acknowledging a remark Gwen had previously made. "Hawk, your acting skills leave much to be desired." "Is that so?" Hawk replied, momentarily taken aback as he observed Peter nod earnestly. He shrugged. "Well then, I shall strive to improve." When one person claims to lack skill, it may be a matter of perspective. However, if two voices echo the same sentiment, Hawk began to ponder whether his acting truly was subpar. Peter smiled, and then initiated a conversation about the recently encountered Dr. Lizard. By the way, Hawk, did you witness what just transpired? Partially, Hawk admitted candidly. I caught the beginning and the conclusion, but I missed the middle. No matter, the news will cover it tomorrow. It is well known that the media in New York City reacts with remarkable speed. Within minutes of Dr. Lizard's appearance on the Williamsburg Bridge, 3 news helicopters from different stations were already hovering overhead. Upon hearing Hawk's words, Peter paused in surprise, instinctively glancing around before peering toward the nearly invisible silhouette of the Williamsburg Bridge. From here? Peter asked, astonished as he looked back at Hawk. I have fairly good eyesight. Hawk replied with a smile, but your vision isn't lacking either. Peter nodded instinctively. Indeed, if he concentrated, he could discern the bridge from this vantage point. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Did you see where the lizard ran off to? No. I see, Peter sighed. I didn't expect it to possess such strength. It threw me off. And by the time I was ready to counterattack, it had already leapt into the river. Curious, Hawk inquired, what do you think of its abilities? Peter glanced at Hawk, contemplated seriously, then frowned. It's stronger than I am, but not as fast or agile. However, it is swifter underwater. Understood, Hawk mused. A formidable opponent indeed, not requiring the activation of any hidden potential. As Hawk absorbed Peter's assessment, he silently acknowledged it with a nod, preparing to retire for the night. But just then, Peter seemed to recall something and turned to Hawk, saying, however, that lizard creature evokes a sense of familiarity in me. It was only when I pondered what that feeling was that I was thrown aside by it. Upon hearing this, Hawk glanced at Peter. So, have you now discerned where this feeling originates? Peter nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Hawk. Hawk remained silent, waiting for Peter to continue. However, upon noticing Peter's gaze directed at him after he nodded, he was momentarily taken aback before realizing. Are you suggesting me? Peter replied, yes. How could that be? Hawk felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. How could Dr. Connors possess his essence? After all, he had only visited Dr. Connors' laboratory once. Moreover, even if some trace of essence lingered from their handshake, it had been over 2 months. There was no way it could still remain. He was neither a deity, nor was Dr. Connors a sycophant, unwilling to wash his hands after a mere handshake with his idol, like those who cling to the touch of their goddesses. Yet Peter gazed at Hawk earnestly and said, the last time we encountered each other in the old gym, your essence left a profound impression on me. However, the essence from that lizard creature was exceedingly faint, so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken so long to recall it. Hawk, observing Peter's conviction, furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Without a doubt, Peter affirmed, then paused for a moment in contemplation. That lizard creature gave me the impression that it had some connection to you, thus retaining your essence, much like how Gwen bears traces of your essence too. Although Gwen's essence is significantly stronger than that of the lizard creature. Upon this description, Hawk's expression shifted to one of realization. He had anticipated Peter had something more to say, but it turned out to be just this. Hawk chuckled softly and looked at Peter. Then I suppose I have an inkling of who he is. Peter's eyes lit up. Who? Curtis Connors, from Oscorp's Biological Industrial Regeneration Laboratory. Gwen visited there yesterday, and Dr. Connors is also researching lizards in pursuit of regeneration technology. If Peter asserted that the lizard doctor bore his essence, Hawk was initially bewildered. However, upon Peter's comparison with Gwen, the clarity dawned upon him. If his essence was rated as 1, then Gwen, who had been in his company, would carry an essence of around 0.5. Furthermore, Gwen had visited Oscorp Biological Industries again the day before, having had an interaction with Dr. Connors. Thus, theoretically, the faint, nearly imperceptible essence that Peter sensed from Dr. Connors must have derived from this connection. As Peter absorbed Hawk's revelation about the true identity of the lizard creature, he gasped in surprise. Is it him? You know him? Yes, I recall having met him with my father, Hawk replied. All right then. Having unraveled the mystery behind Dr. Connors' lingering essence, Hawk felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stifled a yawn. It is quite late. I must retire for the night. Very well. Peter was prepared to further discuss the perils posed by the lizard creature with Hawk, but observing Hawk's demeanor, he decided to abandon the notion. Good night, Hawk. Good night, Spider Queen. I'm not a Spider Queen. Are you certain? Halfway turned back, Hawk tilted his head, wearing a half smirk as he gazed at Peter. Come now, tell me loudly, from where does your web emit? Peter opened his mouth, his expression turning serious. Good night, Hawk. Good night, Peter. This time, Hawk refrained from teasing Peter. Soon enough, Peter swung away into the night. After returning home, Hawk indulged in a fried chicken leg, took a cold shower, and then nestled into his warm bed to sleep. Meanwhile, beneath the streets of Queens, within the vast network of sewers that could become a sanctuary for countless homeless souls during winter storms. A roar akin to that of a beast resonated from the depths, gradually diminishing, until at last, the roar ceased, replaced by the groans of a single human, the lizard doctor, who had claimed the top spot on the school's trending list. As anticipated, the following day, while still on the school bus, the lizard creature that had appeared on the Williamsburg Bridge the previous day had already become the hot topic of the day's news. No exception. Hey, did you catch the news this morning? I did. Thankfully, my home is in Queens, not Brooklyn or Manhattan, as I could never afford a house in either of those places. I think we should leave New York City after graduation. What's wrong? Just look. A few years ago it was Hulk and Abomination, last year it was that tech expo, and now aliens have arrived. And here we are, not even through the year. And another lizard creature has emerged. True, what has been happening in New York City these past few years? Ever since September 2001, it seems things have only gone downhill. Am I the only one curious about how Spider-Man shoots his web? From the last row, leaning against the window, Hawk heard a faint voice in the school bus, raised an eyebrow, and instinctively glanced at Peter sitting beside him. Look, I'm not the only one curious. Peter, sensing the teasing in Hawk's gaze, managed a slight smile. I do not wish to discuss this topic. Hawk shrugged, unaffected, and smoothly transitioned to another subject, glancing at the empty seat beside them in the last row. Where's Harry? He isn't riding the bus with you today. He'll join us later. He went to Osborne Bioindustries this morning, as there was an invasion at Osborne last night. Peter glanced around the interior of the car before speaking softly. I inquired a bit further. The laboratory of Dr. Curtis Connors was the target of the theft. It is said that the equipment was entirely removed by the lizard people. Hawk nodded in acknowledgement. Is that so? Was the good neighbor of that New Yorker not present at the scene? The good neighbor of the New Yorker was asleep. Peter replied with a slight smirk. He felt an immense sense of relief for having donned a spider suit that concealed his face. Just look at it. The sole individual aware of his true identity, someone who, like him, was reticent at school, dared to tease him in such a manner. What if it had been someone else? The most crucial point was that he was indeed a vigilante, and his Uncle Ben would undoubtedly feel proud of him now. With great power comes great responsibility, after all. Yet even with such power, one still requires rest. Even a true spider must take a break each day. Moreover, he was not a real spider. Thus, it was unreasonable to expect him to be on alert 24 hours a day. As he pondered, reflecting on the unfinished conversation from the previous night, he lowered his voice. What do you think Dr. Connors hopes to achieve with this? I don't know. I don't care. I am indifferent, Hawk replied, shaking his head, his words succinct and to the point. Peter observed as Hawk fell silent once more, returning to his usual reticence while gazing out at the passing scenery. He had never considered inviting Hawk to join him as a vigilante. After all, just because he enjoyed this endeavor did not mean others would share his enthusiasm, nor should he impose his interests upon them. Peter understood this principle well. Upon arriving at school, the fervor surrounding the lizard creature had not diminished. Rather, it intensified as students from various grades congregated, creating an atmosphere ripe with speculation and gossip among the youthful crowd, full of hormones and curiosity. At noon, as Hawk indulged in his customary hamburgers and cola, Gwen, who had been delayed in her classes, finally arrived, bearing a tray and taking a seat across from him. I just received news. I won't need to go to Oscorp Bioengineering anymore. Dr. Connor's laboratory was robbed by the lizard people, and he has gone missing. Hawk looked up, contemplated, and then whispered to Gwen, if it wasn't the lizard people who stole it, then it must have been Dr. Connors himself. He had intended to share this information with Gwen upon their morning encounter, but with Gossip Girl Mary nearby, he had refrained. However, now seemed as good a time as any to speak up. Upon hearing Hawk's words, Gwen's expression momentarily froze in surprise before transforming into one of shock, her chest visibly rising and falling with quickened breaths. But soon, the moment passed. She seemed to realize that they were in a restaurant and refrained from speaking too loudly. Yet her wide eyes were fixed on Hawk, who resumed his meal after uttering a particular phrase. What? Is Dr. Connors for real? 99% likely, Hawk replied. Spider-Man mentioned that the lizard carries my scent, albeit faintly. Spider-Man? She inquired. Yes, he nodded casually. However, Gwen was taken aback once more. If her eyes could widen any further, she felt they might. Do you know Spider-Man? Yes. Who is he? I cannot say. Hawk shook his head, opting not to disclose to Gwen that Peter was Spider-Man. He revealed the identity of Dr. Connors only because the lizard posed a potential threat to her. That was concerning. But Peter was a different matter altogether, especially since this version of Peter was the original Spider-Man, the one who, even when faced with Venom, only thought about buying a discounted suit to get his boss at the newspaper a raise. and to be a good neighbor to the New Yorkers he didn't particularly like. Moreover, Peter hadn't broadcast his abilities to the world. Naturally, he wouldn't divulge to others that he was Spider-Man. As Hawk spoke, he met Gwen's unblinking gaze with a smile. No matter how you look at me, I wouldn't say a word. Gwen finally diverted her gaze. If he wouldn't speak, she would find out on her own. The truth remained. No one understood Hawk better than she did. Hawk's network was quite simple. Essentially, anyone he knew, she also knew. Therefore, if Hawk was acquainted with Spider-Man, it was highly probable that she was as well. She felt quite confident. As Gwen rapidly sifted through the people she and Hawk both knew, she lowered her voice. But how could Dr. Connors have transformed into that lizard from yesterday? I have no idea, Hawk replied, shaking his head. Only God knows what's going on. The last time I spoke with Dr. Connors, he mentioned that his regeneration serum had succeeded on a tailless white mouse. This was precisely why Gwen had asked him. He pondered for a moment. If it were Peter, he wouldn't bother with such thoughts. Even if the lizard wreaked havoc across New York, it wouldn't concern him. There were others who would be more anxious about it. Hawk considered this, only to notice Gwen's eyes widening again. 49. Hawk's blood analysis report. What did you just say? I don't know. No. What did you say about the doctor's successful experiment? A tailless white mouse. Didn't I mention it last time? Hawk furrowed his brow, observing Gwen's seemingly shocked expression with curiosity. What's wrong? Gwen remained silent, her brows knitted together. Successful experiment. Tailless white mouse. Unbeknownst to her, Gwen's mind was suddenly flooded with memories of the laboratory accident that had occurred 2 months prior, particularly the moment when the small white mouse had escaped and licked the blood that had dripped from Hawk. If her memory served her correctly, that mouse had a severed tail. Hiss. Gwen instinctively inhaled sharply, casting a glance at Hawk before retrieving her phone from her pocket. She located a number and dialed it. Hawk, seated across from her, raised an eyebrow at her actions. Before long, the call connected. Hello, Elsa. Gwen, are you calling to inquire about what happened? I'm afraid the company has made us sign a confidentiality agreement. No, Elsa, I wish to ask if the Dr.'s experiment succeeded with the severed-tailed mouse. Yes. At that moment, Elsa, a female researcher currently at the Osborne Bioindustrial Building and who had just signed a confidentiality agreement, nodded. But I wouldn't say it was a success, as there was only that one instance. All our subsequent attempts to replicate it have failed. Gwen, upon hearing this, pressed further. Was that escaping mouse the one that succeeded? Yes, it was that one. Indeed, Gwen thought to herself. Then calmly exchanged a few more words with Elsa before hanging up. Hawk, observing Gwen after the call ended, curiously inquired, what was remarkable about that escaping mouse? Gwen put her phone away and regarded Hawk thoughtfully. Do you remember the incident in the laboratory? Yes, I remember. You injured your hand and bled, right? No. Hawk shook his head decisively. Gwen remained silent, simply watching Hawk. Under her gaze, Hawk pondered for a moment before conceding. All right, let us assume I was injured. Please continue. Gwen fixed her gaze on Hawk. The few drops of blood you left on the ground were licked up by the severed-tailed mouse. Hawk furrowed his brow, looking at Gwen. She continued to scrutinize him. Their eyes locked. Hawk averted his gaze and inhaled sharply. Are you suggesting that the successful severed-tailed mouse is the one you observed? Gwen shrugged. It's the only variable. Otherwise, why would so many of the Dr.'s animal experiments fail, yet that one mouse succeeded? Although she did not fully grasp the underlying connections, Gwen's mind echoed once more with the image of the waterfall deep within the forests of Maryland, resembling a furious dragon lifting its head, reversing the river's flow. And there stood Hawk beneath that waterfall, the catalyst for it all. Hawk remained silent, merely setting aside the large cup of cola he had been holding, crossing his arms on the table, and leaning slightly forward to gaze at Gwen. He recalled the words Peter had spoken on the rooftop of the apartment last night. The scent of the lizard doctor lingered upon him. Hawk had initially thought that this aroma was merely a remnant from Gwen's recent encounter with Dr. Connors, but it now appeared that the situation was more complex. In an unfortunate laboratory incident, he had shed a few drops of blood. A runaway mouse, having ingested these droplets, became the sole survivor amidst a grim fate that befell its fellow subjects. Dr. Connors extracted a new serum from this fortunate creature, subsequently synthesizing a regenerative potion. Had Dr. Connors transformed into the lizard doctor thereafter? Hawk furrowed his brow, gazing at Gwen, who was quietly observing him. He opened his mouth, then shook his head in disbelief. Surely, my blood cannot be that extraordinary. There is a way to ascertain it. What? The Stark building at school houses a blood analyzer. Results can be obtained in as little as half an hour. The Stark building, referring to the third building of the school, was a laboratory funded by Howard Stark, equipped predominantly with donations from Stark Industries. Among its possessions was a fully automated, rapid blood testing device, which, despite its exterior value of at least several $100,000, was actually worth over $1 million. Hawk placed his finger in his mouth, sucking on it, and by the time he withdrew it, the wound had already healed. Gwen had activated the machine, which was now humming to life. While awaiting the results, Gwen turned to Hawk with curiosity. "Have you mutated like Dr. Bruce Banner?" She had long wished to ask, but never found the opportunity. Hawk met her inquisitive gaze and chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I can assure you, I am 100% human, pure." He merely awakened a small universe within himself. Mutation was something he would never acknowledge. Only the destitute relied on mutation. While he too was financially challenged, his strength stemmed from his relentless self-improvement and unwavering effort. The sweat from 1,000 days of toil, each day 1,000 punches, had finally nurtured the flowers he so richly deserved. Hawk contemplated this, pausing to look at Gwen, and added, "In any case, I am certainly not a mutated being like Spider-Man, and please do not associate me with Bruce Banner. He does not deserve it." Gwen's interest was piqued, and she seized upon a crucial point in Hawk's words, her eyes lighting up. "Spider-Man, is he also a mutated being?" Hawk blinked, then, under Gwen's gaze, made a zipping motion at his lips. "I certainly won't reveal his identity, Gwen. No need to speak of it. I can discover it myself." Gwen rolled her eyes. Just then, a series of beeping sounds echoed through the air. As the two conversed in the laboratory, the fully automated blood rapid testing analyzer, after working diligently for half an hour, emitted a concluding beep. Gwen swiftly approached and retrieved the analysis report produced by the machine. Hawk leaned in as well. The results were striking. Red blood cell count, white blood cells, and platelet counts were all off the charts. Hawk blinked in surprise. This outcome was, after all, somewhat anticipated. A saint warrior cultivates their own prowess. After a brief glance at the report, Gwen inhaled deeply and turned to Hawk. "Do you realize what the external world would think if they were privy to your blood analysis?" Hawk chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Gwen. "Others would find it exceedingly difficult to procure my blood, especially the rather unyielding Dr. Connors. I strive to grow stronger for a reason, to seize control of my own destiny. Oh, now someone wishes to claim my blood. Huh, as if, just moments ago, it was Gwen. Had it been anyone else?" Hawk confidently asserted that the instant their needle descended, he would have retaliated fiercely. However, Gwen paid no heed to Hawk's jest and resumed her scrutiny of the freshly printed blood analysis report. While others might struggle to comprehend its significance, she understood it all too well, and that understanding left her gasping in astonishment. Hawk's blood data was astonishingly elevated. The white blood cell count alone had reached the maximum threshold that the device could display, suggesting that the actual figures might be even higher. This white blood cell count indicated an extraordinarily robust and efficient immune system, capable of swiftly identifying and annihilating any foreign entities, such as viruses, bacteria, and parasites. It even hinted at Hawk's remarkable recovery abilities. Gwen recalled the day of the laboratory incident. She had witnessed Hawk bleeding, only to see his palm restored in an instant. The other data points, if she were merely to glance at the report without having drawn blood from Hawk herself, she would undoubtedly suspect the figures were fabricated, for they hardly resembled those of an ordinary human. "I once encountered a blood analysis report of Captain America online. Hawk, your data is even more outrageous than his. You haven't, by any chance, received an injection of the super soldier serum like he did, have you?" Gwen couldn't help but look at Hawk. Having ruled out mutation as a possibility, leaving only the super soldier serum as an option. Alas, Hawk shrugged. "I have not." "Very well," she conceded. Upon witnessing this, Gwen decisively chose not to continue the topic, swiftly tearing the examination report into shreds and meticulously cleaning the machine inside and out. Finally, she rinsed the test tubes under the faucet and discarded the damp, soft remnants into a nearby trash bin, effectively eliminating any possibility of this report or blood sample being inadvertently discovered by others. Hawk observed Gwen as she completed these actions and couldn't help but chuckle. "Is it really necessary to be so anxious, Gwen?" "Indeed, it is," Gwen replied, her expression grave as she turned towards Hawk. "I have no doubt that if your data were to be exposed, you would find yourself on the dissection table." Hawk raised an eyebrow. "Well, that depends on whether they can catch me. They may attempt to, but it would be futile." He was indifferent to the idea of their efforts, as he had already crossed the threshold of taking lives. It was a simple matter for him. Murder was no longer a choice, but merely a question of quantity. However, Gwen did not soften her demeanor in response to Hawk's words. Instead, she looked at him with a serious expression. "Hawk, yes? Never let anyone know your blood data." "Understood." Hawk contemplated Gwen's earnestness for a moment before nodding in agreement. Her serious expression eased slightly as they walked towards the laboratory exit, and she shifted the topic. So, what is next? What? Dr. Connors. That is not our concern. Hawk shrugged. His transformation into a lizard monster was not instigated by us. Perhaps he has already fled to Mexico. Gwen pondered this for a moment before nodding. That is possible. Let us not discuss him. What classes do you have this afternoon? French. And you? Geography. As they conversed about their respective afternoon schedules, they exited Stark Tower 3. And thus, 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, the frenzy surrounding the lizard monster gradually subsided. After all, since that day on the Williamsburg Bridge when the creature made its appearance, it had not been seen again. People speculated that the lizard monster had either been secretly captured by the military or had escaped New York City altogether. Peter, the friendly neighbor of New Yorkers, shared this belief. However, in truth, Dr. Connors had never left. At this very moment, he was hiding in the underground tunnels just 5 blocks away from Midtown High. In New York City's sewer system, platforms were strategically placed at intervals, and Dr. Connors had established his temporary lair upon one of these platforms. At this moment, Dr. Connors had reverted to his original appearance. However, after experiencing life as a powerful and agile lizard man, albeit one of unattractive appearance, how could he willingly revert to being a frail, even disabled human once the dosage wore off? Perhaps Dr. Connors initially administered the regenerative serum with the intention of sparing the board from experimenting on those already pitiable disabled veterans. Yet, the present Dr. Connors had awakened to a new realization. Being human held no detriment, but to embody a lizard man, stronger, more formidable, and unfettered by the mundane existence of an ordinary person, was undeniably enticing. Thus, Dr. Connors resolved upon a pivotal decision. He would no longer remain human. He would permanently transform into a lizard man. To achieve this goal, the first step was to ascertain why that singularly successful white mouse had thrived. During the ensuing 3 days, he meticulously scrutinized the recordings from his laboratory. Finally, amidst the hypnotic mechanical hum induced by surging electricity, a sweat-drenched and grimy Dr. Connors' attention was abruptly captured by a vivid image on the screen, a scene of the tailless white mouse savoring the blood on the ground. He swiftly rewound the footage, soon freezing the frame on the moment Hawk withdrew his hand from Gwen's presence. Hawk. It was him. Upon witnessing this image, Dr. Connors felt a tremor run through his body, an exhilarating shiver of joy. Having once shared a benevolent connection with Hawk, Dr. Connors believed that if he reached out to him, Hawk would surely provide some blood for his research. This was his thought, and he intended to act upon it. Yet, just as Dr. Connors was about to retrieve his phone, a voice, akin to a whisper from the depths of his conscience, echoed in his mind. No, he would not give it to you. Possessing such potent blood, how could he part with it? As Dr. Connors listened to this reverberating murmur, his gaze became unfocused. Indeed, he would not give it to him. How could he possibly do so? But what was he to do? Capture Gwen. She was Hawk's girlfriend. Seize her and compel her to procure the blood for you. You are correct. Capture Gwen, compel her. Dr. Connors, his gaze vacant, murmured to himself as he grasped the remaining 3 vials of the regenerative serum, preparing for another attempt as the lizard doctor. It was Peter, wasn't he? In physics class, Hawk glanced at the note pushed towards him, raising an eyebrow as he exchanged a look with Gwen seated beside him. Gwen subtly gestured toward the note in front of Hawk. Hawk smiled, non-committal, as he returned the note to Gwen, opting to remain silent. Gwen's conjecture was one matter. Her nodding in agreement was quite another. The essence of the situation remained unchanged. The spider did not betray itself, and thus, he would not betray Peter either. Soon, after class, Gwen, clutching her books, walked alongside Hawk towards the corridor of lockers, her thoughts consumed by the possibility that Spider-Man was indeed Peter. She felt certain it was him. After all, Hawk's network was rather straightforward, and considering Peter's past status as a marginalized figure at school, his sudden rise was rather unexpected. Most classmates speculated that this transformation could be attributed to Peter's training under Hawk, which fueled the rumors of him being Hawk's sole friend. While others might be oblivious to the truth, Gwen was well aware. However, it was precisely because she understood that Peter's strength did not stem from training with Hawk that she hesitated to affirm her suspicions. It seemed too simplistic. It was akin to a struggling student and an academic prodigy tackling the same problem. The struggling student glances at a question and exclaims, "I can do this," without a second thought, hastily filling in the answer. In contrast, the prodigy, faced with an almost obvious answer, might pause to ponder if there were any hidden traps. Gwen found herself in a similar predicament. She was fairly certain that Spider-Man was indeed Peter, but without witnessing it firsthand, she dared not assert it definitively. After a short while, Hawk opened his locker, placed his physics book inside, and retrieved his messenger bag. I'm heading to Mrs. Snow's office. All right, Gwen replied, having also retrieved her backpack from her locker. I'll wait for you in the library. Hawk acknowledged her with a grunt and made his way towards the counselor's office. The weekend was just around the corner, but Monday, the 10th, was approaching. If he wished to take that day off, he needed to request it today. Otherwise, waiting until the following Monday would be tantamount to a retroactive request. Gwen, on the other hand, proceeded towards the library. The weekend marked not only a break, but also the day of the senior prom. And she needed to confirm all the details with the prom committee before the end of the school day. After all, she was not the type to attend the dance. However, due to her role as a senior assistant, even though she would not participate, she was responsible for overseeing the prom arrangements. Yet, now that she was with Hawk, though unspoken, she harbored a desire to attend the graduation dance with him, if only he would agree. Should he, perhaps, be willing? Gwen pondered uncertainly in her heart. Just as Hawk and Gwen temporarily diverged in the hallway, one heading towards the administrative building and the other towards the library, beneath the surface, a different narrative was unfolding. In the filthy, foul-smelling, and sewage-filled labyrinth of the drainage pipes, accompanied by a distant yet gradually distinct sound reminiscent of a lizard's flicking tongue, a colossal reptilian creature surged through the murky waters with the grace of a seasoned swimmer. With a sudden splatter, it leapt from the depths of the sewage and landed at the intersection of the sprawling underground conduits. Mid-City High. Gwen Stacy. Capture her, threatened Hawk. Hiss. At this moment, the fully transformed lizard doctor, with his multifaceted eyes rolling, flicked his crimson tongue as if uttering demonic whispers that seared into his mind like a brand. Soon, standing at the crossroads of the drainage system, the lizard doctor seemed to sense something. In the next heartbeat, with a thunderous roar, he darted like a streak of light into another underground pipe, his limbs hitting the ground with the agility of a true reptile. Swiftly advancing through the sewer towards the student restroom of Mid-City High, a 9th grade student, freshly enrolled this year, was squatting over the toilet engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, due to the onset of puberty, marked by a plethora of spots on his face, the boy sensed an unusual disturbance. The ground appeared to tremble beneath him, and an inexplicable chill rushed from below, striking against his backside. The 9th grader found himself bewildered. What on earth? An earthquake? Boom. Just as he pondered the possibility of an impending quake, a powerful force erupted from below, unexpectedly lifting him along with the toilet. Thud. The bewildered student, along with the toilet, was catapulted from the stall and crashed to the floor. Other students present in the restroom stared in shock at their classmate, who had been launched from the stall like a cannonball. However, they quickly regained their composure. Before their eyes, the ground began to tear apart, and a green claw gripped the ceramic tiles, sparking a shower of embers. In the next instant, hissing, the lizard doctor emerged from beneath the restroom floor, steadied himself, and stretched his arms wide, roaring as if to announce his arrival. Hiss. Just after finishing a chemistry class and returning to the break corridor, Peter's gaze fell upon his arm, each hair standing on end. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, piercing screams shattered the previously relaxed atmosphere of the corridor. Oh my God, a lizard man. Run. Mommy, I don't want to go to school. The restroom door was flung open, and the frightened students who had just been in the restroom raced towards Peter, shouting warnings to their classmates. Behind them trailed a classmate, whose trousers were haphazardly clutched in a state of fright. He appeared oblivious to the disarray of his attire, clearly shaken to the core. It was likely that for a considerable duration thereafter, he would harbor an aversion to visiting the restroom alone. At that moment, as the gazes of the other students fell upon the few who had dashed from the lavatory, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air. The walls of the restroom crumbled, and in an instant, the figure of Dr. Lizard emerged into the view of the onlookers. Good heavens! A lizard man. The spider demon versus the lizard man. After several days of waning interest among the students, the lizard man made a dramatic return. The excitement surged anew. Most students, upon glimpsing the lizard man on television, would engage in lively discussions about the creature. Yet, when confronted with the reality of its presence, their reactions were astonishingly uniform: screams and frantic escapes. In an instant, the tranquility of the corridor was shattered. Meanwhile, in the adjacent office building, life continued in blissful ignorance of the chaos unfolding beyond its walls. The staff remained unaware of the turmoil outside, particularly in Mrs. Snow's office. She was not surprised by Hawk's request for leave, as he had consistently taken this day off every year on September 10th. This time was no different. Just as Hawk was preparing to depart, Mrs. Snow called out to him. Turning back towards her from the threshold, Hawk found Mrs. Snow smiling warmly. I hear you and Gwen are together? She inquired. Ah, splendid. You've finally followed your heart. Her tone conveyed a hint of joy. It was evident to Gwen that Hawk had previously harbored some reluctance towards her, and Mrs. Snow, having encountered more adolescents than Hawk had grains of salt, was keenly aware of this dynamic. However, Mrs. Snow had a clearer perspective than Gwen, for she understood both of them well. Had she not comprehended their relationship, she would not have sought out Gwen during Hawk's absence. With a hint of nostalgia, she remarked, "I had thought you would remain oblivious to your feelings until after graduation. But I am curious, who took the first step?" Hawk, suddenly intrigued and more concerned than gossipy, pondered for a moment before meeting Mrs. Snow's gaze. "Gwen, just as I suspected, Hawk. I was thinking of presenting you with a saying from the East upon your graduation." Madame Snow nodded gently and then smiled at Hawk, saying, "Being born into humble beginnings is not a disgrace. It is the ability to endure and adapt that defines a true gentleman. I had intended to share this wisdom with you upon your graduation, should you remain unchanged. However, it seems that such a gesture is unnecessary now." As she had previously stated, she understood Gwen as well as Hawk. Upon hearing Madame Snow's ancient adage, Hawk expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. Madame Snow then inquired, "May I offer you another piece of advice, Hawk?" Hawk nodded in affirmation, of course. While he was uncertain about the competence of other students' high school counselors, he recognized Madame Snow as a remarkably capable one, genuinely concerned for his well-being. Thus, he was inclined to heed her counsel earnestly. Madame Snow smiled softly. "The graduation ball," she continued. Hawk raised an eyebrow, glancing at her. "I know you are not fond of such gatherings, but the graduation ball is different. If possible, do not miss it. And of course, bring your date. At the very least, when you reflect on your high school years, it won't be a void, will it?" Accompanying Gwen to the graduation ball, it seemed rather appealing. As Madame Snow's words resonated within him, images of the graduation ball danced in his mind, stirring something within his heart. Charming young men and women, revelry and dance, luxury cars and champagne. Hawk quickly returned to reality, dispelling any distractions, and looked at Madame Snow, offering a sincere smile. "All right, Madame Snow, I will seriously consider your suggestion." Pleased with Hawk's response, Madame Snow smiled in satisfaction. Hawk then prepared to take his leave. However, at that moment, a loud bang erupted as the door was flung open from the outside. A staff member poked his head in, urgently shouting at Madame Snow, "There's been an incident. We need to leave quickly." Madame Snow was momentarily taken aback. Hawk's brows furrowed in concern. A minute later, as he exited the office building, he fell into silence while observing the students frantically fleeing from several emergency exits of the academic building. "What is happening? Has there been a shooting at Mid-City High? Run. The lizard people are coming, hurry. Students, this way. Lizard people?" Hawk caught the words of the fastest runner, activating his normally dormant heightened senses. There was no other choice. If he kept them active, the overwhelming stimuli would drive him to madness. The instant he re-engaged his acute senses, the screams, roars, and sounds of struggle from within the academic building were instantly captured. Dr. Lizard. Crack. Bang. In the midst of chaos, the transformed Spider-Woman rushed into the restroom. During her confrontation with Dr. Lizard, she was hurled away by his claw, which simultaneously dislodged Peter's backpack from his back. Dr. Lizard's gaze fell upon the emblem on the bag, and a realization seemed to dawn upon him as he turned to Peter, who had fallen to the floor after colliding with the wall. Peter Parker, the boy without a father or mother. Peter remained silent, opting to launch another attack. However, Dr. Lizard's tail lashed out, striking a nearby locker and sending it crashing toward Peter, once again propelling him away with a resounding thud. Thud, thud, thud. Peter, struck by the locker, tumbled to the ground, crashing through the doorway and rolling out onto the grass beyond. With a fierce roar, Dr. Lizard's massive form burst through the door, landing on the lawn. In that very instant, as Dr. Lizard steadied himself, Peter pushed off the ground, gathering his strength, and delivered a powerful kick that struck Dr. Lizard in the midsection, sending him crashing back into the school building. The sounds of a violent struggle and crumbling walls echoed once more from within. Meanwhile, Hawk had made his way to the library. Although he was perplexed as to why Dr. Lizard had appeared at Midtown High, it was not his concern. After all, Spider-Woman was present to handle Dr. Lizard. Upon entering the library, Hawk immediately spotted Gwen, who was hurriedly descending the staircase, flanked by a panicked crowd. "Gwen," Hawk called out as they met on the stairs. "What is going on?" Gwen inquired urgently. Just as Hawk prepared to respond, a thunderous crash drew his gaze upward, ignoring the peril behind him. He saw Dr. Lizard violently dragging Peter through the shattered second-floor window, extending his claws toward himself and Gwen, poised to strike. With the ferocious visage of Dr. Lizard, the suspended Spider-Woman, and the astonished Gwen all in view, Hawk instinctively grasped Gwen. In that moment of clarity, he pulled her close, pivoting to expose his back to Dr. Lizard. Boom. Dr. Lizard's claws descended like a falling boulder upon Hawk's back, sending him tumbling down the stairs. In midair, Hawk twisted once more, crashing against the shelves below, which splintered upon impact. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time others reacted and witnessed the scene, they screamed in terror and fled towards the library's entrance. Hawk, the lizard doctor, resembling a genuine monster, loomed on the stairs, his throat surging as he gazed down at Hawk. Blood, give it to me. Very well. He is coming for me. Aside from his somewhat disheveled attire, Hawk felt no impact from the lizard doctor's strike. As he listened to the lizard doctor's declaration, he silently pondered and instinctively glanced at Gwen, who had also shaken off her shock. Are you all right? He was merely curious. If the lizard doctor was indeed targeting him, then why had that recent attack appeared to be directed at Gwen? This was not mere illusion, it was instinct. Had the lizard doctor aimed for him, not only would he have been struck, but Hawk's 2.5 years of effort would have been for naught. Hawk had initially contemplated seizing Gwen and departing at supersonic speed. However, just as he prepared to act, a cascade of potential consequences flashed through his mind. For instance, Gwen could suffer from the sudden acceleration, her body resembling that of a fragile object crushed by an invisible hand. Furthermore, the lethal air resistance could tear her apart. After all, while Hawk could withstand supersonic movement, Gwen could not. Thus, he altered his decision in that instant, opting to endure the lizard doctor's assault instead. This had nothing to do with his desire to conceal himself from his peers. He feared no exposure, nor did he care about it. The notion of feigning weakness was utterly absent from his mind. Even during the robbery at Quantico, he had only donned a hood and a medical mask, neglecting gloves. If the authorities conducted a thorough investigation, they could potentially identify him. After all, he had not taken any precautions while scouting during the day. A simple comparison would suffice to reveal his identity. In short, he was not concerned about being exposed to the military, let alone here. Hawk merely wished to protect Gwen from harm. At this moment, Gwen, having regained her composure from the grotesque scene, instinctively shook her head and murmured that she was fine, only to suddenly shrink back. Be careful. With a powerful punch, Hawk struck the desk that the lizard doctor had swung with his tail, shattering it into fragments midair. You go first. Be cautious. His strength is quite extraordinary. At that moment, Peter, resembling an authentic spider clinging to the wall, offered a timely warning. To be precise, his strength had become excessively exaggerated. If the lizard doctor's power had been rated a 1 at the Williamsburg Bridge, it was now a 3. Fortunately, he was a spider demon, endowed with an astonishing healing speed. However, Peter was acutely aware of Hawk's formidable strength, having never witnessed his prowess firsthand. Thus, upon sensing Hawk's intention to engage, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. At that moment, Peter's voice bore a slight difference from his usual tone, resonating with a deeper timbre. This subtle change instinctively drew Gwen's gaze, prompting her to nod in acknowledgement towards Hawk. Be careful, she advised. All right, Hawk replied with a faint smile. Gwen then turned, preparing to seek a place of safety. Yet, at the very instant Gwen pivoted to flee, Dr. Lizard's pupils contracted, and with a powerful push of his legs, he leaped into the air, lunging once more at Gwen. Thick-skinned fool, you seek death, Peter exclaimed upon witnessing this alarming turn of events. He adhered to the wall with his feet, simultaneously extending both hands to unleash 2 strands of webbing that swiftly ensnared the airborne Dr. Lizard, momentarily halting his ferocious advance towards Gwen. The latter's voice, now cold and sharp, echoed Hawk's rising fury upon witnessing the imminent threat to Gwen's life. In the next heartbeat, with a resounding crash, Hawk vanished from sight, reappearing in an instant before Dr. Lizard. With a graceful yet forceful punch, he struck the villain's chest. The impact resounded as Dr. Lizard's chest caved in, revealing his mutated heart within. In an instant, his body careened backward like a kite severed from its string, propelled by the force of the blow. Peter, still tethered by the strands of webbing to Dr. Lizard's back, was drawn along with him, shrieking in protest as they both flew through the air. Fortunately, Peter's instincts kicked in just in time. He severed the webbing, executed a mid-air flip, and adhered to the library ceiling with his limbs, dissipating the force of the impact. However, Dr. Lizard was not so fortunate. With a series of thunderous crashes, he barreled through a row of bookshelves on the second floor of the library. The sound of collapsing shelves echoed as he crashed against the wall, causing it to splinter and crack, effectively halting his retreat. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. After launching Dr. Lizard, Hawk swiftly appeared at Gwen's side. Are you all right, Gwen? He inquired. Gwen, still dazed, shook her head, her mind replaying the harrowing image of Dr. Lizard lunging towards her. Does Dr. Connors wish to harm me? Why? This makes no sense. At this moment, Peter had fallen from the ceiling, crashing into a row of bookshelves that lay in ruin, with the floor above him fractured by the tail of Dr. Lizard. His gaze fell upon the dire state of the villain. Dr. Lizard's chest had completely caved in, shards embedded within the exposed, mutated heart. The heart pulsated erratically, yet its rhythm was slowing, and the vibrant green hue of Dr. Lizard's form was gradually fading. With a singular blow, Dr. Lizard was nearing death, an unfortunate victim of demonic manipulation. When Hawk and Gwen ascended to the second floor, Dr. Lizard had vanished, leaving in his stead the now restored human form of Dr. Connors, though the wound upon his chest remained irreversibly damaging. Blood seeped from the corner of Connor's mouth. Yet upon seeing Hawk approach, a semblance of a smile crept onto his face. "Thank you." Hawk remained silent, merely observing Connors with an arched brow. Gwen, perplexed, inquired, "Doctor, why did you attempt to kill me?" Her confusion was palpable. If Connors harbored resentment stemming from the Williamsburg Bridge incident, he should have sought Spider-Man. If he craved blood, it would have made sense to pursue Hawk. Yet, why direct his ire toward her? Leaning against the wall, Connors, devoid of strength, chuckled softly at Gwen's question. However, as he labored to breathe, a faint blush appeared on his pallid visage. With a sudden cough, he expelled a torrent of blood, his breath becoming exceedingly shallow. On the verge of death, as his eyes threatened to close forever, Connors uttered his final words, "I do not know. Perhaps I was enticed by a demon. I am sorry." With those strained words uttered, Connor's single remaining arm fell to the ground, producing a sharp sound upon impact. Dr. Connors was dead. Hawk, witnessing this, diverted his gaze from Connor's lifeless form and addressed the Spider-Woman standing nearby. "Are you not leaving yet?" Peter, still reeling from the shock of Connor's demise at the hands of Spider-Woman, turned to Hawk and asked, "What about you?" "The one who killed him was Spider-Woman. It has nothing to do with me," Hawk replied. "I am not Spider-Woman." "Then what of your web?" "I shall take my leave." Without further ado, Peter spun around and shot a web, executing a graceful maneuver that allowed him to pierce through the glass window above, disappearing from Hawk and Gwen's sight. At that moment, Gwen snapped back to reality. As if a revelation struck her, she gasped and grabbed Hawk, urging him to follow her down to the library's surveillance room. "We need to check the monitors." "Don't worry. There's nothing recorded," Hawk reassured her. The place where I just acted was a dead angle. I could only see Dr. Connors being flung backward, unable to discern who it struck. Hawk, being led downstairs by Gwen, chuckled as he explained the situation. Perhaps it was fate. He was indeed indifferent to the notion of exposure. He had no awareness of the dead angle until after he had acted. Thus, it was no longer his concern. Maybe, just perhaps, God deemed that it was not yet time for him to be revealed, if such a deity exists. Half an hour later, personnel from the New York Police Department carried the lifeless body of Dr. Connors from the library, his form already growing cold. Sheriff George Stacy of the Manhattan 19th Precinct also arrived at the scene. "Gwen," George exclaimed as he exited the vehicle, rushing towards her and enveloping her in a tight embrace. "Thank heaven you are unharmed." "Dad," Gwen said, breaking free from George's grasp. She glanced at Hawk, then took his right hand and directed her attention back to George, stating, "Hawk protected me." George turned his gaze toward Hawk. Hawk politely acknowledged him with a greeting. "Mr. Stacy, thank you." Unlike the last occasion when he had overlooked Hawk, this time George offered a slight nod of appreciation. Hawk smiled and replied, "It was the least I could do." George remained silent, his peripheral vision catching the sight of Gwen and Hawk holding hands. He then addressed Gwen, "Call Helen. The news reported that Midtown High was attacked by the lizard, and she's quite worried." Gwen suddenly remembered she had forgotten to call her mother. With an exclamation, she hurriedly retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed Helen. Once Gwen stepped aside to make the call, George stood beside Hawk, gazing at the figure of Dr. Connors, now wrapped in a body bag. So, the lizard was Dr. Connors. But what was his purpose at the school? Hawk, feeling a stir within, shook his head with an impassive expression. "I do not know." He pondered the last words spoken by Dr. Connors, tempted by a demon. Goodness, what manner of demon would entice Dr. Connors to disregard Spider-Man, who had just fought him on the Williamsburg Bridge, and overlook Hawk, who seemed to hold significant importance to him, only to target the innocuous Gwen? It was illogical, unless this demon was no ordinary fiend. Hawk mused silently, lamenting the fact that Dr. Connors was now deceased. The answer to this mystery would likely remain forever elusive. Before long, Gwen, having reassured her mother Helen, approached with a lightness in her step, effortlessly linking her arm with Hawk's. "I've informed Mom that I'm safe." George observed his daughter's natural gesture from the corner of his eye, his lips twitching slightly, and he decided it was time to leave. It was imperative to leave. He feared that he might succumb to the urge and shoot Hawk. After another half hour, With the departure of Sheriff George Stacy from the Queens precinct of the New York Police Department, Midtown High School announced an early dismissal for the day. The students, still reeling from the remnants of the Spider-Man versus Lizard battle, snapped out of their shock upon hearing this decision. They cheered enthusiastically for the school's wisdom and then bolted towards the parking lot like wild stallions. Hawk shook his head, no longer inclined to ponder Dr. Connor's motivations for his actions. Death had already occurred. Ruminating further was futile. It was the weekend, and Hawk found himself ensconced in his new apartment. He connected his personal computer, which had been sold to him by a beautiful woman, to the hotspot of the exquisite smartphone gifted by his girlfriend, and began to surf the internet. With the weekend providing him a respite, he planned to seek out a means to sell the 5 pieces of loot he had hidden beneath his bed, relics acquired from the slain Chitauri soldiers. Not selling them was not an option. He needed to devise a way to earn money, or else he would find himself unable to afford a suit for the upcoming prom, despite theoretically being financially secure. Even if he could manage without funds, the greatest ambition of the corrupted Spider-Woman, under Venom's influence, was merely to purchase a discounted suit. Hawk felt he fell short of the moral standards of the original Spider-Woman, yet he aspired not to stray too far from her path. As he explored online selling avenues, a sudden noise outside caught his attention. He glanced up to see the very Spider-Woman he had just been contemplating, peering in through his window from the escape staircase. A debt must be repaid, and vengeance must be exacted. The sticky walls, the biting cold air, and the overwhelming stench of rust, sludge, and unidentifiable fermented substances overwhelmed Hawk's senses, forcing him to shut down his sense of smell. He was unbothered by heat or cold, but the foul odor was intolerable, especially one so pervasive. Hawk observed the Spider-Woman leading the way, filled with curiosity about how she had discovered this place. "I followed the lizard," she replied, despite wearing the spider mask. Peter's voice was muffled, likely due to the oppressive odor. "It's just up ahead, a turn, and we'll arrive." During his battle with the lizard at school 2 days prior, he had noticed some lizards emerging from the sewage pipes. Thus, on Saturday, recalling this detail, Peter decided to explore the sewers. As a result, after an entire day of searching, he had indeed located Dr. Connor's temporary headquarters within what could only be described as an underground labyrinth. Here they were now. Upon discovering the location, he immediately thought of Hawk, believing that Hawk might share his interest. Thus, he hurried to Hawk's side and extended an invitation for a weekend adventure through the labyrinthine underbelly of New York City. Before long, as Hawk followed Peter around a corner, he spotted a platform not far ahead. This platform was adorned with a haphazard array of electrical wires, which were affixed to the walls by an unidentifiable liquid, connecting several light bulbs that illuminated 2 disheveled notebooks and an assortment of laboratory equipment strewn across the surface. After stepping onto the platform, Hawk surveyed the area. "Where's that video you mentioned?" Peter, who had already approached one of the notebooks, tapped a few keys on the keyboard, and a video materialized on the screen. "That blood belongs to Hawk. I should call Hawk." "No way. He would never answer me." "Oh, right, Gwen. I could abduct Gwen and coerce Hawk into giving me the blood." "Exactly. That's the plan. Capture Gwen and make Hawk yield the blood." In the video, Dr. Connors, his clothing stained and his hair matted with sweat, appeared to be in a trance, muttering to himself amidst the flickering images. Towards the conclusion of the footage, the seemingly deranged Dr. Connors resolutely seized the last 3 vials of the regeneration serum and injected them into his own body. This was swiftly followed by a cacophony of distorted howls as the lizard emerged in all his glory. The video ended there. Hawk's expression, however, became increasingly peculiar. It dawned on him that the lizard's fixation on Gwen was rooted in a desire to capture her and force Hawk to relinquish his blood. Hawk found it difficult to comprehend Dr. Connor's thought process. After some contemplation, he concluded that there was but one explanation for Connor's actions. The lizard's serum had utterly deranged his mind. "Would you give it to him?" "What?" Hawk glanced at Peter, who inquired with genuine curiosity. "If Connors were to call you, asking for your blood, would you comply?" At this, Hawk furrowed his brow slightly. Would he comply? He pondered for a moment before nodding and meeting Peter's gaze. "In a limited capacity, yes." "Why?" Peter's eyes widened at Hawk's response. "While I am unaware of the specifics regarding your blood, it is highly likely that it plays a pivotal role in Connor's transformation into the lizard. Knowing this, you would still offer your blood?" Hawk regarded Peter with a calm demeanor. "If he uses my blood to become the lizard, that is his affair. However, whether or not I choose to give it is solely mine to decide." Peter shook his head in confusion. "I don't understand. Though you and I share the absence of parents, your parents at least existed at some point. And you have your Uncle Ben and Aunt May. I, on the other hand, am an orphan and have always been one. Thus, while you can aspire to be a superhero, I cannot. Forever unfeasible." Why? I lack your inherent kindness. Hawk smiled faintly. Of course, I am not as malevolent either. Yet I have always adhered to a principle. One must repay kindness and seek vengeance for wrongs. When I was dismissed from Osborne Industries, it was not Dr. Connor's doing. Yet he still penned me a letter of recommendation. Although that letter holds no value now, at the time Dr. Connors had no ulterior motives, which is why. Hawk chuckled lightly. Turning towards Peter, it's merely a vial of blood. It bears no loss for me. If he wishes to use it for good or ill, that is his affair. I can rest easy with my conscience. Peter listened to Hawk's explanation, nodding thoughtfully. At that moment, Hawk seemed to recall something and looked at Peter. What is this? Are you interested in my blood? If you desire, I could part with a vial for you. Peter snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously. No, I don't want it. Very well then. Hawk smiled again, falling silent as his gaze swept across the platform, shaking his head. I maintain that Dr. Connor's mind has been muddled by the lizard serum. He could have simply asked for what he needed, yet he chose this convoluted path. Let us go. Now that we comprehend Dr. Connor's motives, albeit perplexing, considering his mental state in the video, it becomes understandable. Those afflicted with madness often find joy in their delusions. Just as one can never truly fathom a cat's thoughts, so too is it impossible to peer into the mind of the deranged. Thus, Hawk resolved to depart. He contemplated seizing the day to assess the 5 spoils he had captured, hoping to exchange them for money, only to be compelled to this place. Peter, observing Hawk's readiness to leave, inquired, "What shall we do with this area?" Hawk pondered briefly. Burn it. Burn it? Life extinguishes like a candle. Moreover, what if another lizard creature emerges? But I am indifferent. Whether or not it burns is up to you. That is a valid point. Peter considered this, nodding in agreement. Very well, I entrust this to you. I shall return home now, your friendly neighborhood New Yorker. Hawk, seeing Peter's nod, smiled faintly and turned away, waving his hand without looking back as he departed. Once Hawk had left, Peter surveyed his surroundings and also took his leave. He needed to find tools to set this place ablaze. After Hawk and Peter departed, a faintly flickering red on the platform gradually dimmed. Hawk did not dwell on this incident. Upon returning home, he reconnected his computer to his phone's hotspot and began to browse relevant information online. The Battle of New York had occurred in June, and 3 months had elapsed since then, leading to the circulation of photos and videos showcasing weapons possessed by the Chitauri soldiers. He even stumbled upon a website that listed the values of such weapons. One particular low-tier trading site caught his attention unexpectedly. He initially assumed it was a typical trading platform until he encountered a live auction video featuring a young European girl. However, Hawk merely glanced at it before shifting his focus elsewhere. First and foremost, as he had just articulated to the spider spirit, he was not inherently benevolent. At the very least, he would not be moved to assist others suffering in distress. In the past, when he sought help and justice, no one had come to his aid. Thus, he set aside any inclination to assist and chose to respect the destinies of others. Nevertheless, Hawk believed that while he was not a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not a villain either. Therefore, he refrained from further viewing the auction and opted for ignorance. After a while, as he perused various posts on the black market forum selling Chitauri weaponry, he arrived at a rough estimate for the 5 trophies he possessed. The weaponry from the Chitauri soldiers, those 4 mediocre fighters, was valued between 150,000 and 200,000 for each piece. As for the weapon he had seized from the Chitauri squad leader, there was no similar listing on the forum, but he had already established a baseline price in his mind, a minimum of 400,000, calculating at a unit price of 160,000. 4 of them would total 640,000, and with the squad leader's weapon, it would amount to 1,040,000. Well, let us just round it down to 1 million, Hawk mused, before deciding to create an anonymous post. He placed his hands on the keyboard and began to type, "For sale, for nearly new Chitauri soldier energy weapons, plus 1 Chitauri squad leader energy weapon. Package price 1 million. Interested parties, please contact." Click send. Hawk initially anticipated a lengthy wait for responses, but to his surprise, as he turned to pour himself a glass of water, he received a message. Ding. Hearing the notification sound, he returned to his folding chair with the glass in hand and opened the message. "Can I see some photos?" "Sure, just a moment." After stroking his chin, he replied, and then got up to return to his bedroom, dragging out the weapons he had wrapped in a bedsheet from under his bed. After pulling out the bedsheet, he gazed at the tightly wrapped fabric, blinked, and then shook his head. Lifting the sheet, he beheld 5 weapons nestled within. Taking out his phone, he captured a photo before rising and returning to the living room. Shortly, the photo was successfully uploaded, and a new message arrived promptly. "Received, looks very nice. Thank you. Are you interested?" "Of course," Hawk replied, raising an eyebrow at the response. Goodness, is luck truly on my side? Could this actually sell? He found it somewhat miraculous. Yet, upon reflection, these were alien weapons, non-existent on Earth. They were rare commodities, each one precious and scarce, naturally prompting anyone who laid eyes on them to seek acquisition immediately. At that moment, another message pinged. 1 million is fine, I'll take it, but it must be an in-person transaction. Hawk couldn't help but murmur at this statement. A thought crossed his mind. Some law enforcement officials, perhaps, enjoyed lurking in the underbelly of the black market to conduct sting operations. Therefore, the individual he was conversing with on the other end of the computer might very well be a federal agent reveling in their catch. Hawk hesitated momentarily. Yet, he soon chuckled to himself. Who was he? He had dared to infiltrate the Quantico military base. Why fear the FBI? If that were the case, it might just sever one of his ambitions, allowing him to let go of any moral reservations. With that thought, Hawk placed his hands on the keyboard and replied, "No problem. Will you choose the location, or shall I?" "You choose," came the response. "I see you're in New York City. I'm also in New York City. So any location works." Hawk raised an eyebrow at the message. He dismissed the possibility of the other being a federal agent. It made sense. His computer skills were mediocre, making it easy for the other to pinpoint his location. If the person were indeed a federal agent, they should be at his door right about now, shouting, "Open up." Hawk instinctively turned to glance at the door. No comedic effect here. There was no knock, and the hallway outside remained eerily quiet, for reasons he couldn't quite fathom. A sense of disappointment washed over him. However, he turned back to the screen, contemplated for a moment, and typed a response. "How about Calvin at Grand Air?" "That works. What time? Tomorrow morning?" "Sure. Do you prefer cash or a check?" Hawk couldn't help but chuckle at the question. Definitely cash. Checks incur taxes, especially those unexpected income taxes. The IRS is relentless. So, to put it succinctly, after an unexpected income exceeding 600,900 yuan, the National Tax Bureau demands a staggering 37%. This implies that if he were to cash the check, the Bureau would effortlessly seize 37,000. It is nothing short of robbery, legally sanctioned robbery, no less. Is he not concerned that they might come knocking during next year's tax season? They can certainly try. This is money he earned through his own efforts. Why should he be taxed on it? Hawk adamantly declared that he would not pay this tax. If others possessed his level of skill, they would have long since resided in grand mansions. Yet he has adhered to the law, merely hoping to earn some money to improve his life. If they still intend to seize his funds, they should not be surprised if he retaliates. The recipient of Hawk's response seemed momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, they replied, "All right, I have already arranged for someone to gather the funds. 1 million in cash poses no issue. Now, only one last question remains. What is it? When I arrive there tomorrow, how shall I contact you?" "I will find you." "Very well, it is settled then." "It is settled." 57. Anya, my sister. The following day, Monday, Hawk, who had taken leave as early as the previous Friday, woke up early. However, instead of heading directly to Calvin Cemetery located within Glendale, he shouldered the golf bag containing the 5 Zatari alien weapons he had purchased the previous afternoon and took a taxi to a shop specializing in Mexican burritos, situated near a welfare center. The proprietor was an authentic Mexican, seemingly acquainted with Hawk, and appeared somewhat astonished upon seeing him. "Is it the 10th? The owner inquired. Hawk nodded and retrieved the prepared change from his pocket, handing it over. After accepting the money, the owner said, "Please hold on a moment." After a brief wait, 2 freshly prepared burritos were packaged. Hawk expressed his gratitude, then turned to leave, once again shouldering his golf bag. Approximately an hour later, after wandering the nearby neighborhoods with his golf bag, Hawk, clutching a dozen extra takeout bags, hailed a taxi bound for Calvin Cemetery. Established in 1849, Calvin Cemetery spans the boundaries between Brooklyn and Queens, representing a historic burial ground. Logically, after so many years, it should have reached capacity. Indeed, it had, but in 1984, Calvin Cemetery underwent a transformation when it was purchased from the New York City government. Yes, Calvin Cemetery became private, and as a result, it initiated a cleanup. Within just 3 months, Calvin Cemetery announced its reopening, now with ample space available. Do not inquire about the sudden silence. Since the announcement of the reopening of Calvin Cemetery, there has been no protest or opposition. To adapt to the evolving needs of the times, Calvin Cemetery has not only designated a beautifully scenic area with optimal feng shui for the Eastern community, but has also undertaken burial projects funded by the government. By the time Hawk arrived at Calvin Cemetery, it was already 9 in the morning. The gatekeeper, after inspecting the documents Hawk presented, cast a curious glance at the golf bag slung over Hawk's shoulder, but did not conduct any further checks, allowing him to pass. Calvin Cemetery spans a vast area, crossing 2 districts. Having visited numerous times, Hawk was well acquainted with the paths and, after about 15 minutes of walking along the cemetery's trails, arrived at a modest gravestone. Affixed to the gravestone was a photograph of a sweetly smiling young girl, accompanied by her name, Anya. 1995-52020009-910. Hawk set down the golf bag, which contained 5 extraterrestrial weapons, casually beside him, then knelt before the gravestone. With careful deliberation, he placed a takeout bag filled with various foods onto the small pedestal in front of the gravestone. He then lifted his gaze to the smiling face captured in the photograph. Silence enveloped him as he simply looked on, a gentle smile beginning to emerge on his face, one reminiscent of the joy he felt upon first seeing the photograph on his nightstand that morning. After a moment, Hawk took out his phone, which he had turned off to avoid disturbances, and placed it beside him. Leaning against the gravestone, he turned his attention to the surrounding scenery. If one were to extend their gaze, it would appear as though Hawk's figure was in harmony with the image on the gravestone, both gazes directed toward the same horizon, as if they were together appreciating the view before them. If one were to look even further, they would find Mid-City High School. Gwen, do you know where Hawk has gone? Gwen, who was just about to stow her backpack in a locker before heading to class, was momentarily taken aback by the call from Mrs. Snow, the counselor. Did he not request a leave from you? I know. But I just received a call from New York University. They are coming to the school today. For Hawk? Yes, but I cannot reach him. Goodness. It was one thing when he didn't have a phone, but now that he does, he has turned it off. Mrs. Snow expressed her exasperation over the phone. This is worse than not having a phone at all. I thought he might have mentioned it to you. So do you know where he is? Gwen hesitated, caught in uncertainty. She had a vague idea of Hawk's whereabouts today, yet she remained uncertain whether Hawk wished for her to be privy to this knowledge. The representatives from New York University were arriving today, which would solidify the list. It would be a shame if Hawk were to miss out on this opportunity. Gwen, upon hearing this, recalled that Hawk was indeed preparing for New York University, and the thought of him potentially missing this chance prompted her to resolve her hesitation. She nodded and said, Mrs. Snow, I will seek out Hawk now, though I may need to request some time off. Mrs. Snow, relieved by her words, responded, no problem. After hanging up, she shook her head slightly, as if struck by a thought that made her chuckle softly. Indeed, it was Gwen. On the other side. After ending the call, Gwen returned her book to the locker, retrieved her backpack, and after shutting the locker door, made her way to the parking lot. She entered her yellow Corolla and drove away from the school, heading directly towards Calvin Cemetery. Upon her arrival at the cemetery entrance, she parked her car and approached the staff at the gate to explain her purpose. The cemetery staff, accommodating, opened the gate for her. Familiar with the terrain, Gwen followed the path until she rounded a corner and soon spotted Hawk not far away, one leg extended straight and the other bent, his left hand resting on his knee, leaning against a tombstone. Lost in thought, Hawk heard the distant footsteps gradually drawing nearer, his focus sharpening as he turned to see Gwen cautiously approaching. When Gwen noticed him and saw the smile that graced his face, she felt a wave of relief wash over her as she walked closer. She refrained from immediately disclosing her reason for seeking him out, instead allowing her gaze to rest upon the tombstone, which bore the likeness of the girl she had seen in the photograph on Hawk's nightstand. Glancing back at Hawk, she asked softly, could you tell me about her? Hawk smiled gently, turning his attention to the photograph on the tombstone, his eyes filled with tenderness. Anya, my sister, my dear sister. He continued, we were discovered by a priest at the entrance of St. Paul's Community Church in Queens, with nothing but a note detailing our birth dates. The priest named us Hawk and Anya. Anya adored her name, leaning against the tombstone of his sister. Hawk did not inquire how Gwen had found her way there. It seemed a foolish question to him. As he spoke, his tone was light, almost as if he feared disturbing his sister Anya's peace. Anya was always joyous. From childhood to adulthood, she remained cheerful, even amidst the trials of her heart condition that necessitated frequent hospital visits. Fortunately, he and his sister were orphans, even though his sister occasionally required hospitalization. He was never burdened with the worry of medical expenses, as they were covered by federal and state assistance. As Hawk spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Gwen, who was imitating him, leaning against the gravestone of his sister, Anya, seated on the ground. He couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, sometimes I wonder if our status as orphans led to our abandonment, allowing us to receive free medical treatment. Gwen, hearing Hawk's words, couldn't suppress a slight smile and shook her head in response. Were there no birth records found when you were discovered? She inquired. None, Hawk replied, shaking his head. The church reached out to hospitals in New York City, but none had any records. Eventually, a doctor suggested that Anya and I might not have been born in a hospital, but rather at home. It's not uncommon in this country for families particularly those with strong religious beliefs, to forego hospital births. Some extreme cases even refused to seek medical intervention during difficult deliveries, regardless of the outcome. However, that is of little consequence to me. I never intended to seek them out. Having chosen abandonment, we ought to remain undisturbed. After all, Anya and I have no issues with our nationality. At this point, Hawk shrugged before continuing. In the beginning, there were people who wanted to adopt us. However, due to Anya's heart condition, most families withdrew their interest. Father Moses was a good man. He did not wish to separate me from my sister. So we remained at the church until we were 4 years old, with Father Moses as our guardian. But after his passing, Anya and I were sent to a children's home, where we grew up together. He described the children's home as a facility akin to a family residence, housing a dozen or so orphans, cared for by staff from a non-profit organization. Gwen furrowed her brow at this revelation. Was there truly no adoptive family? Who would be willing? Hawk replied with a light chuckle, glancing at Gwen. Once Anya left the system, her medical expenses would become our responsibility. I would never abandon my sister. While foster families might alleviate worries about medical costs, the environment there, well, it's quite different. Adoption and fostering are fundamentally distinct. To speak frankly, adoptive families are often motivated by genuine kindness, whereas many foster families, though not all, are driven by the desire to exploit the federal and state subsidies associated with orphans. These foster families use the funds intended for the care of orphans to support their own daily expenses. As for the orphans, as long as they survive, that is all that matters. Gwen had also heard some cases of foster families from George, so when she heard Hawk scoff at the notion of foster families, she nodded in agreement. Later, as Gwen inquired about the matter, she glanced at the dates inscribed on Anya's gravestone, 1995 to 2020. Gwen's gaze returned to her surroundings, surveying the gravestones before turning to Hawk. I recognize this place. Most of those buried here perished during the battle between Hulk and Abomination in New York City, she remarked. A fleeting chill flickered in Hawk's eyes, only to vanish swiftly as he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Anya did not succumb to illness. She fell victim to the aftermath of that night as conflict. Upon hearing Hawk's confirmation, Gwen's heart whispered a realization. So all your efforts over the years have been for revenge. Hawk turned to her, and as he forced out those words through clenched teeth, the flames of vengeance surged within his gaze. I repay kindness and seek retribution for grievances. In his previous life, he was an orphan. Though still an orphan in this one, he had a sister who had been by his side since childhood. Thus, even when thrust into a new world, even within the Marvel universe, he felt little disorientation despite lacking a system. Hawk had always been content. He had never contemplated causing upheaval within the Marvel universe. His dream had always been simple, to find joy in contentment. The absence of a system did not deter him from living. Hawk diligently pursued his studies, maintaining his academic excellence even in public school, which caught the attention of the admissions officer from Midtown High, who awarded him a scholarship, allowing him to transition from a joy-focused public education to a private institution. His aspirations were straightforward: to study hard, secure a good job, and earn money to treat his sister's illness. Thus, on September 10, 2009, during his first weekend at Midtown High, he took his sister to Times Square, capturing a photograph that marked what he believed would be a pivotal moment in their lives. Indeed, it became a turning point, albeit a profoundly tumultuous one. That day, after enjoying a stroll with his sister Anya, Hawk intended to take a bus home when an unexpected incident occurred. Abomination appeared, followed by Hulk. The two titans clashed in an instant. Previously, while watching films, Hawk found the battles exhilarating, yet being amidst such chaos revealed the horrors concealed beneath the surface. Screams, cries, and wails filled the air, as ordinary people had no means to resist the impending peril. Hawk was also caught in the fray, desperately pulling his sister Anya along with the crowd in a frantic attempt to escape. As a result, Hulk hurled the Abomination against a building, causing it to collapse and rain debris upon them. That fateful night, Hawk lost his sister. In that moment, Hawk's fury was unleashed. Are you envious? It was at the cost of his sister's life. The vengeance for his sister's death is unquenchable. This enmity, Hawk shall avenge it. Let us mourn for both Hulk and the Abomination. Hawk's countenance was stern, his mind replaying the events of that night on September 10, 2009, with a burning desire for revenge igniting within his azure eyes. Gwen observed the inferno of rage within Hawk's gaze, her expression pensive. She appeared unsurprised. In truth, she was already aware. It was on that very night, when she had requested a small favor from her father, George, that she discovered the name of a victim from the list of those affected by the battle between Hulk and the Abomination. After all, the photograph had been taken shortly after Hawk's enrollment. Yet, Hawk had never mentioned the girl in that photograph, leading Gwen to speculate that perhaps she had met with misfortune. Moreover, the girl in the photo, Anya, bore a resemblance to Hawk, which made it easier for her to deduce the truth, especially with her father being the sheriff, allowing her access to relevant information. However, the Abomination was already dead. Hawk remained silent. He recalled the Abomination in films, still alive and even fighting in a ring after being released from prison by some old king from the snowy mountains. He had not followed the subsequent storyline, but it was likely that the Abomination would find redemption. Under normal circumstances, he would not have cared whether the Abomination was redeemed or condemned. Yet, after enduring that night, reflecting on the matter now filled his heart with a singular emotion: disgust, utterly repulsive. With this thought, Hawk's inner flames surged, but they soon subsided. He rubbed his face and then turned back to Gwen, offering a faint smile. By the way, Gwen, did you need something from me? The fire that had just ignited in his eyes had vanished, as if everything had been a mere illusion. Gwen noticed the swift transition from vengeful to amiable in Hawk and felt a tinge of concern. However, she could see that Hawk wished to avoid the topic, so she refrained from pursuing it further. Gwen smiled gently. The representatives from New York University will be arriving today, and Mrs. Snow, unable to reach you, had to call me instead. New York University? Hawk nodded. Gwen continued. Mrs. Snow mentioned that today is the day of decision. Let us go. Hawk was about to nod in agreement when his gaze fell upon the golf bag that had been discarded nearby. He then looked at Gwen. You go ahead. I have an appointment to sell some things. Having risen from the ground, Gwen, upon hearing those words, noticed the golf bag resting nearby and turned her gaze towards Hawk. Their eyes met, and Gwen offered a faint smile. All right, I shall wait for you outside to return together. Hawk, meeting Gwen's gaze, remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly, watching her walk down the forest path until she vanished from his sight. Only then did he gradually withdraw his gaze, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the smile on the photograph of his sister, Anya, on the gravestone. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, Anya's image seemed to convey a hint of worry. Hawk smiled faintly, as if engaging in a conversation with his sister, or perhaps speaking to himself. Do not fret. I will be fine. You shall be safe too. Wait for me. Before long, I will come to escort you home from the depths of hell. After uttering these words, Hawk inhaled deeply, exhaling the lingering turmoil, restoring his previous demeanor. Rising from the ground, he hooked the golf bag with his right foot, securely grasped it, and departed without a backward glance. There is a saying, isn't there? Express your condolences? Such words are futile. If only one could compel the enemy to mourn as well. Hatred. Hawk. He would spare none, and not only would he eliminate those two, but he would also discover a way to venture into hell to reclaim his sister. Someday. Soon. Hawk silently contemplated as he stepped away from his sister's gravestone, soon spotting a woman in the distance. She possessed a wild grace, golden hair swept up, and icy blue-gray eyes that held a profound allure, embodying a statuesque figure. As he regarded this woman, she seemed to sense his gaze and turned towards him. Their eyes locked, and Hawk gave a slight nod. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she approached him, smiling as she extended her right hand. Anna, she introduced herself. Hawk took her hand, feeling the calluses on Anna's palm. Hawk, he replied, withdrawing his hand after the handshake and bringing the golf bag to the forefront. Under Anna's watchful gaze, he opened it. Anna's eyes widened in awe at the 5 glowing energy weapons within the bag. She instinctively reached out, but Hawk swiftly closed it again. Money. One moment. Anna paused, then smiled as she pressed her hand to her ear, obscured by her hair, issuing a command in French. A short while later, a tall, imposing man clad in a black suit and sunglasses appeared in their line of sight, pushing a suitcase approximately 20 inches in size. Anna did not allow the man to approach. Instead, she went to him, took the man's carry-on suitcase, and after he departed, she returned to Hawk, pushing the suitcase towards him. 1 million. As Hawk reached out to accept the suitcase, he also handed Anna a golf bag containing 5 elegantly designed weapons. With a crisp sound, the suitcase opened, revealing stacks upon stacks of pristine Franklin bills, meticulously arranged. Hawk instinctively gasped. It was no surprise, having been accustomed to poverty. Encountering such a large sum of money unexpectedly would unsettle anyone. However, Hawk quickly regained his composure and chose not to inspect each bill for authenticity. He presumed the other party would not be foolish enough to present counterfeit money to someone armed with advanced Chitauri weaponry. After securely closing the suitcase, he stood up and looked at Anna, who had just finished examining the Chitauri weapons. Hawk was the first to speak, extending his right hand towards Anna. Pleasure doing business. Ms. Anna. Anna smiled and shook his hand. Just call me Anna. Hawk chuckled, acquiescing to her request. Very well, Pleasure doing business, Anna. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Hawk. By the way, are we friends now? Of course, Hawk replied nonchalantly. Anna's smile widened. That's wonderful. As a friend, I have prepared a gift for you, and I hope you will like it. Meanwhile, Gwen sat in a car across from the cemetery, her gaze directed anxiously towards the entrance. She was already aware that Hawk's sister had perished in the battle against the Abomination in September 2009. Gwen had even deduced why Hawk was so determined to grow stronger. Although Hawk could become more powerful by merely training, even defeating Dr. Lizard with a single blow, the manner in which he sought strength seemed rather unscientific. Yet, none of that mattered now. What was significant was the difference between guessing and having Hawk confirm it himself. However, the adversary was the Abomination and the Hulk. The Abomination was a known entity, already dead. But the Hulk? Could Hawk truly prevail? Furthermore, the Hulk appeared to have fought alongside various superheroes. If Hawk were to confront him, those heroes would likely intervene. Could Hawk emerge victorious? Gwen felt a twinge of concern. Yes, this was her worry, not other matters, such as advising Hawk to relinquish his hatred in favor of love and peace. After all, the deceased was Hawk's only family in this world. If one were to truly abandon the notion of revenge, then why did the Federation embark on acts of retribution following the events of September 11, 2001? Is the pursuit of love and peace not the ultimate goal? Why, then, resort to vengeance? Furthermore, if we are to genuinely advocate for love and peace, would the Federation still be igniting conflicts across the globe? Gwen stifled a derisive laugh and rolled her eyes. She was no naive product of public education. She had diligently earned scholarships from elementary school through private institutions, a true embodiment of intellect and charm. As Gwen furrowed her brow in contemplation, a tall, exquisite beauty adorned with sunglasses appeared at the entrance of the cemetery. It was Anna. However, unlike her previous amiable conversation with Hawk, Anna's countenance was now chillingly stoic, her gait exuding an air of formidable strength. Following closely behind her was a bodyguard clad in black, carrying a golf bag. Soon, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a nearby crimson Porsche's engine, Anna sped away in her sports car, disappearing like a fleeting comet on the road. The black-clad bodyguard followed suit, driving off in a dark Chevrolet. A moment later, Hawk also arrived at the cemetery's gate. Gwen withdrew her gaze from the vanishing Chevrolet and observed Hawk approaching, wheeling a suitcase. He opened the door and exited the vehicle. Hawk then popped the trunk and placed the suitcase inside. Gwen noticed that as soon as the suitcase was stowed away, her car seemed to sink slightly. What is this? She inquired. Hawk stepped aside, inviting her to take a look. Gwen glanced at him before opening the suitcase. In an instant, her pupils dilated. Hiss! She gasped. Hawk, noticing her reaction, chuckled. I was equally astonished when I first laid eyes on it. Gwen promptly closed the suitcase and quickly scanned her surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before turning her attention back to Hawk, unable to suppress a blink of surprise. How did this come about? Exchanged for 5 weapons, Hawk shrugged, and with a slight smirk, added, you should know which 5. Gwen paused, her eyes blinking in disbelief. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hawk retorted. My acting may falter, but your method of returning things to their rightful place is equally lacking. The bedside table bore a photograph of him and his sister, Anya, while beneath the bed lay weapons, clearly not packed by him. Presumably, Gwen had been so taken aback upon discovering the weapons that she momentarily forgot how they were packaged. Gwen opened her mouth, suddenly feeling as though she had been caught in a trap. In the next heartbeat, bang, Gwen rapidly shut the trunk and, with a serious expression, addressed Hawk. The representatives from New York University have arrived. We must return to campus immediately. She did not even glance at Hawk, turning decisively towards the driver's seat. Though at that moment, a faint blush tinged her earlobes, rendering her undeniably adorable. Hawk, observing Gwen's somewhat frantic demeanor, offered a faint smile, but chose not to pursue the conversation further. Instead, he opened the car door and took his seat. Gwen then pressed the accelerator and swiftly drove away from the spot. On the way back to school, preoccupied with thoughts of being caught, Gwen deliberately maintained a stoic expression, avoiding any eye contact with Hawk and denying him the opportunity to speak. In a single phrase, Gwen remained silent, wholly focused on driving. Meanwhile, Hawk, seated in the passenger seat, reflected on Anna's parting words. A gift? What gift? Before long, what typically took approximately 45 minutes to travel from the cemetery to Midtown High was accomplished in just 30 minutes due to Gwen's remarkable driving today. After hastily parking the car following her recent conversation with Mrs. Snow, Gwen turned to Hawk and declared, the representatives from New York University have already arrived at the office. Hawk nodded in acknowledgement and exited the vehicle. As Gwen also stepped out, she called after Hawk, making an encouraging gesture. You've got this, Hawk. All right, he replied, making his way towards Mrs. Snow's office, while Gwen refrained from accompanying him. After all, this was a university interview, not Berkeley-S, and such events were typically formal, rendering outsiders' presence somewhat inappropriate. Knock, knock. Come in. Hearing the voice from inside, Hawk pushed the door open and scanned the room, his gaze landing on a meticulously dressed middle-aged man seated on the sofa. He then turned to Mrs. Snow and inquired, "You called for me?" Mrs. Snow gestured for him to enter, and once Hawk closed the door, she introduced the man who had risen from the sofa. "This is Mr. Gary Cooper, the admissions officer from New York University. Gary, this is the Hawk I mentioned." Hawk promptly extended his right hand. "Mr. Cooper, it's a pleasure." Gary, the admissions officer, shook Hawk's hand, offering a brief smile before adopting a more serious demeanor. "I've reviewed your scholarship application, and I'm here today to ask you a few questions. Please, have a seat." Hawk nodded and took a seat on the opposite sofa. Gary Cooper, resuming his place, retrieved the notebook he had set aside and began the formal discussion. Today served as both assessment and interview. Should the evaluation prove satisfactory, the admissions officer, possessing considerable discretion, could announce results ahead of schedule, provided, of course, that one demonstrated exceptional merit. An hour later, Gary Cooper closed his notebook, and under the expectant gaze of Mrs. Snow, he turned to Hawk and smiled, extending his right hand. "Congratulations, Hawk. Welcome to New York University." "Wow, this is fantastic," Mrs. Snow exclaimed, covering her mouth in excitement upon hearing his words. Hawk was momentarily taken aback, but quickly rose to grasp the hand that Gary had offered. "Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Just thank my colleague Anna. She presented your materials to me." 61. The epitome of a devoted spouse, Gwen. Gary Cooper did not linger long. As he put it, he had to visit Trinity College in Manhattan that afternoon to assess another student who had also submitted a scholarship application. Mrs. Snow enthusiastically escorted him to the door, with Hawk trailing behind. However, his thoughts were clearly elsewhere, fixated on Gary Cooper's earlier words. "No need to thank me. It was my colleague Anna." Hawk recalled the moment in the cemetery when Anna had said, "I've prepared a gift for you. I hope you will like it." So was this the gift? Hawk pondered. Soon, after watching Gary Cooper walk toward the parking lot, Mrs. Snow returned to the office, her face alight with joy for Hawk. "This is wonderful, Hawk. I thought they would take some time to deliberate before making a decision, but unexpectedly, he has already granted you a spot for next September." Listening to Mrs. Snow's elated tone, Hawk momentarily set aside thoughts of Anna and smiled at her. "I didn't anticipate this either. This is excellent, Hawk. You know that the law school at NYU has several contenders this year. They have an abundance of exceptional students to choose from, which is why I encouraged you to prepare thoroughly. I didn't expect a decision to be made during the first assessment." At this point, Mrs. Snow let out a sigh of relief and turned to Hawk. "However, now is not the time to relax, Hawk. Gary just mentioned that he would prepare the materials upon his return. We can only truly relax once that invitation arrives in your hands." Despite her words, Mrs. Snow's expression remained lighthearted. Such instances of last-minute retractions were exceedingly rare. The university's admissions officers collaborated closely with private high school counselors. High school counselors identify promising candidates and, based on their experience, reach out to university admissions officers, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Therefore, it is nearly impossible for an admissions officer to agree on the spot and then retract their decision later, unless that officer is willing to jeopardize their professional integrity. After all, if one were to make such a jest, which high school counselor would dare to recommend their students to them in the future? Thus, Mrs. Snow symbolically cautioned Hawk not to let his guard down. However, Hawk pondered whether he would receive that coveted invitation, contemplating that he might need to wait for a phone call from a recently made acquaintance before reaching a conclusion. When one bestows a favor upon another, there is often an underlying motive. What, he wondered, did Anna desire? As he departed Mrs. Snow's office and made his way outside, he felt no sense of threat, as if his aspirations were being held hostage. He was no longer a child, having outgrown the age of cynical rebellion. The ability to influence the distribution of scholarships at New York University was merely a testament to another's prowess. Moreover, Hawk did not perceive a lack of scholarship as an indication of nefarious dealings at the university. The true conspiracies were far darker than this. He regarded the situation more as a transaction, akin to affluent high school students seeking recommendation letters for their desired universities. Were those letters not often procured through parental wealth or connections? There was no fundamental difference between the two. In essence, it was merely a transaction. However, since it was a transaction, it necessitated mutual consent. Thus, he resolved to listen to Anna's demands before deciding whether to accept this proposal. Upon exiting the rear building, Hawk retrieved his phone, glancing at the most recent outgoing call, a number not saved in his contacts. He hesitated briefly before tucking the phone back into his pocket, opting to address it later that evening. He then smiled at Gwen, who approached from a distance. Gwen seemed to already be aware of the outcome, joyously embracing Hawk. Wow, this is fantastic, Hawk. Congratulations. Thank you, Hawk replied as they broke their embrace. He then remarked, I've received my news. Gwen, yours should be forthcoming as well. Gwen smiled and replied, Berkeley has already called me. I had an online interview yesterday, and my invitation should arrive in the next few days. Hawk was taken aback. But you didn't mention this to me. That's because you weren't at school today, Gwen responded with a smile. She continued, but mine was yesterday, and yours is today. Clearly, Anya is looking out for you. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Gwen elaborated, if that weren't the case, why would New York University choose today, the very day you meet with Anya, to inform Mrs. Snow? It's evident that you are thinking of Anya, and she is thinking of you. Is that so? Hawk found himself momentarily stunned by Gwen's words, but he quickly regained his composure and chuckled. She is my little sister. Later in the afternoon, due to the substantial sum of money he possessed, Hawk chose not to take the school bus home, but rather accompanied Gwen back to their apartment building. During their return journey, Gwen curiously inquired, So now that you have $1 million, how do you intend to use it? Hawk turned to Gwen and said, Obtain a driver's license, purchase a car, and then on prom night, acquire a suit to accompany you to the dance. Gwen gazed at Hawk, who seemed to speak without much thought, momentarily taken aback, and could not help but inquire, Is that all? Hawk replied with a smile, I was merely contemplating selling the items on prom night. After all, I wish for your prom to be free of regrets. Whether one deems him possessive or something else, his intentions were indeed genuine, and he acted accordingly. As for the other aspirations he harbored, be it the grand penthouses or the meteorites he pondered, including the vibranium from Wakanda, none of these could be acquired with the mere $1 million he currently possessed. Meeting Hawk's gaze, Gwen opened her mouth, her sky-blue eyes shimmering with light. Hawk, do you not resent me for selling dangerous weapons? She asked. It is always people who commit acts of violence, not the weapons themselves, he replied. Gwen, momentarily interrupted by Hawk, looked at him earnestly and said, Moreover, those are your spoils. You have the right to manage them as you see fit. Hawk, listening to Gwen's response and observing her serious demeanor, couldn't help but smile. Before long, they arrived at the apartment. Hawk stood at the entrance, watching as Gwen drove away in her yellow Corolla before retracting his gaze and turning to push his carry-on back home. Just as he was about to turn, a voice called out from behind him. A young man, resembling a courier, was crossing the street, running towards him. Mr. Hawk, please wait. Upon returning home, in addition to dragging a 20-inch carry-on suitcase, Hawk found himself holding an envelope from the courier, who had mentioned it was sent urgently from New York University. New York University? He mused as he casually set aside his suitcase, sank into the sofa, and examined the envelope before tearing it open. In the next moment, he pulled out an acceptance letter from New York University's law school, which included a full scholarship. Wow, Hawk gasped, blinking at the official acceptance letter stamped and ready for his enrollment next September. However, he soon furrowed his brow. Goodness, this truly is a selfless gift, he thought to himself. While examining the freshly printed acceptance letter, he retrieved his phone, scrolled through his call history, and dialed the most recent entry. The call was quickly answered, and a voice on the other end carried a hint of excitement. Mr. Hawk, I have received your gift. That is wonderful. Wait, Mr. Hawk. What you referred to as New York University is not merely a gift. It is simply a token of our meeting. Oh, I just checked, and it appears that Mr. Hawk has yet to examine the true gift. Hawk raised an eyebrow. The next moment, Anna's voice emerged. Has Mr. Hawk not logged onto the previous webpage to review my information? Hawk replied with a brief pause, then stood up and approached the folding table, activating his phone's hotspot while opening his computer. It was still the same low-level forum from yesterday, still the same dialog box. Yet now, there was an additional message. Timestamped from Anna around 11 o'clock. Hawk's gaze narrowed at the newly added line. It read, New Jersey, Calver Lake. Bruce Banner and Betty Ross will commence their Christmas holiday there. Hulk. Upon comprehending the content of this message, Hawk's breath involuntarily became heavier. Is this news genuine? So far, Bruce Banner and Betty Ross's schedule had not changed. The holiday cabin was still reserved by Ms. Ross and had not been canceled. On the other end of the line, Anna continued to smile. Does Mr. Hawk appreciate this gift? Call me Hawk, he replied in a low voice. His attention fixed on the message sent by Anna. I like it very much. What do you wish to gain from me? Anna smiled. Just call me Hawk. All right, Hawk. Anna's voice seemed to resonate with even greater joy. New York University is merely a formality. This is the real gift. Gifting friends is done without expectation of return. Is it not? Of course, if Hawk truly considers us friends. Hawk slowly withdrew his gaze from the computer screen and replied solemnly, "If this news is true, from this moment on, you have my friendship, Anna." He had no desire to speculate on the identity or influence behind Anna. Whoever assisted him was his friend. It's as simple as that. Moreover, the most likely force behind Anna was merely Hydra. So what? Due to the circumstances involving Hulk, he had long since lost his filter regarding these so-called superheroes. The so-called arch-villain Hydra? As Karl Marx once stated, failure is termed rebellion, while success is labeled revolution. Hydra failed, and history is written by the victors. Thus, Hydra became the arch-villain. Hawk's response was serious. This was also his first formal commitment. "I will repay any debt of gratitude. Anna, whatever you desire, just state it plainly. I will certainly fulfill it, provided this information is genuine. This is a gift, and gifts among friends are given without expectation of reciprocity." Even though Hawk made such a solemn promise, Anna on the other end of the line still insisted that this was simply a gift, a token of friendship between friends. Hawk, seeing this, did not press the matter further. The next moment, he suddenly recalled something, chuckling softly as he spoke. "I happen to have a proposition. If you are willing to assist, we might strike a deal." Anna, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure. "Please, go on. I require iron meteorites." "How many? The more, the better. By when?" "Before Christmas." Hawk replied in a calm demeanor, then added, "However, I do not possess the means to pay you. Yet, you may propose a request. As long as I can fulfill it, the deal will be established." His celestial chart for the Phoenix was still undergoing the transformation into Gamma Nine. To imbue the sacred garments with life, the corresponding constellation's refinement was essential. Hawk anticipated completing this transformation by the Christmas holiday, after which he could prioritize the refinement of the meteorites. His initial plan was to acquire the necessary meteorites during the holiday season, and once the festivities concluded, he would venture to Wakanda upon turning 18 to retrieve the vibranium he sought. After all, he currently lacked the ability to fly and had no clandestine routes available. Yet at this moment, during his dialogue with Anna, Hawk suddenly conceived that he might be able to procure the desired meteorites without leaving his abode. Regardless of whether Anna or the forces behind her were merely indulging him or playing the long game, he genuinely appreciated the gift she had bestowed upon him. Most importantly, the more Anna seemed disinclined to extract something from him, the more he felt compelled to offer her something in return. To him, friendship was not contingent upon the identity of the other, but rather on their compatibility. After Hawk articulated the terms of the transaction, Anna fell into silence once more. Presumably, she was consulting her underlying powers, the true decision-makers. Hawk did not rush her. Instead, he activated the speakerphone and opened the satellite map to search for the location of Calver Lake in New Jersey, as mentioned in Anna's message. Moments later, Anna's voice returned, albeit with a newfound caution, as if afraid of offending Hawk with an exorbitant offer. "Hawk, we are already friends," he reassured her. "All right." Anna chuckled softly at his interruption, her tone regaining some warmth. "Is anything truly acceptable?" "Indeed, as long as it is within my capacity." Anna paused momentarily, seemingly preparing herself before stating, "Could we request some of your blood?" Hawk raised an eyebrow upon hearing this demand. 63 Anna? Hydra S. Anna? My blood? He noted the cautious tone in her voice and felt a stirring in his heart at the mention of Hydra. Then he recalled the fleeting sensation of being observed from above just before he eradicated that little black entity during his visit to the Quantico base. In the next moment, Hawk smiled inwardly. It remains the same sentiment. He does not judge friends by their affiliations, but rather by their demeanor. "Indeed, all I require is your attitude." "Very well." It seemed that Anna on the other end of the line did not expect Hawk to agree so readily, appearing somewhat incredulous. Hawk chuckled lightly. "However, how much do you need? Please do not tell me you require a barrel, as that would likely drain me dry." No, we only need a vial." "A vial?" Upon hearing this, Hawk raised an eyebrow again and replied with a grin, "Surely a vial will not suffice. I shall provide you with 200 milliliters. When the iron meteorite arrives, you may arrange for your personnel to extract it. Regardless of the motive, Hydra is generous, and he would certainly not be stingy. After all, his prowess stems from his own small universe, especially after igniting the Phoenix constellation, which could be aptly summarized in this manner. As long as the small universe endures, Hawk shall not perish. Even if he were to die in the preceding moment, he would rise anew from the ashes beneath the starlight of the Phoenix constellation. So, what is merely blood? What a trivial matter. However, after a moment's contemplation, Hawk added for Anna on the phone, "Anna, I have always been quite generous towards friends." "Thank you." Anna likely did not anticipate Hawk's benevolence, even thoughtfully suggesting that they arrange for blood extraction at their location. Her voice became somewhat animated. But she quickly recalled something, and her tone turned cautious once more. Hawk, are you not concerned that we might misuse your blood? Hawk laughed. Do you intend to use my blood to clone me? What? No, certainly not. Well then, that is reassuring. While Hawk was online, utilizing satellites to examine the terrain near Calf Lake in New Jersey, he glanced at his phone, which was on speaker mode. As long as it is not cloning, I am indifferent to how you utilize my blood. As Gwen stated, it is always humans who commit murder, not weapons. Anna provides him with the meteorite, and in return, he offers Anna his blood. The transaction is complete. As for how Anna chooses to use his blood, that is her affair. In truth, even if Anna were to experiment with his blood to see if she could clone something, Hawk would not be particularly concerned. However, he felt it prudent to express his discomfort with the notion, to prevent any potential awkwardness should a clone of Hawk emerge, thus jeopardizing their friendship. My sole request is this: do not meddle with my clone. Should friends cease to exist, do not blame me. That will not happen. You need not worry about that. Anna promptly assured him. Hawk murmured in acknowledgement, preparing to conclude the call. Let me know when the iron meteorite is ready. I'm not in a hurry. As long as it's ready before Christmas. Anna replied affirmatively. Hawk chose not to prolong the conversation and promptly hung up the phone. He picked up his mobile device, edited the number from the recent call, and saved it to his contacts. His contact list comprised only 4 individuals, the first being his girlfriend, Gwen, the second, his counselor, Mrs. Snow, the third, the spider entity, Peter, and the fourth, the Hydra operative, Anna. That was all. In truth, had Gwen taken a moment to glance at his contact list, she would have discerned the true identity of Spider-Man. For Hawk had meticulously labeled each entry in such a manner. After saving Anna's number, along with a suspicious affiliation in his contacts, Hawk turned his attention back to the satellite map displayed on his computer screen. Hawk's gaze flickered with intensity. During those days of relentless training, where he practiced striking 10,000 times daily, he had prepared himself with 2 contingencies. The first was his fervent hope that the activation of his latent abilities would manifest as he envisioned. Should that be the case, he would possess the means to exact his vengeance independently. However, he also devised a second plan, the path of a lawyer. Should his powers awaken ineffectively, or if this were merely a fleeting dream, he could still pursue his revenge through the legal system, a transformation from lawyer to judge. Although this route might demand considerable time and bore the risk of failure, it was undeniably preferable to inaction. Nonetheless, this path was no longer necessary. He now realized he could achieve his revenge relying solely on his own strength. Yet, the Hulk was remarkably elusive. Since acquiring the computer from Sky, Hawk had contemplated seeking out the Hulk. However, the latter was a master of concealment. Even General Ross, employing military resources, had been unable to locate him, let alone Hawk on his own. Yet, considering that General Ross had yet to find him, Hawk began to question the general's aptitude for hide-and-seek. Nevertheless, this was no longer the crux of the matter. The Hulk would appear at a location he was aware of during this Christmas holiday, and that sufficed. This time, Hawk would not allow the Hulk to escape. 3 months prior, during the Battle of New York, Hawk had indeed glimpsed the Hulk. At that moment, he harbored thoughts of seeking vengeance. However, while he yearned for retribution, he was not foolish. He had only just awakened his latent powers, and the Phoenix constellation had yet to illuminate. Furthermore, the Hulk was not alone. He was accompanied by the Avengers and even the God of Thunder. Given the circumstances at that time, had Hawk charged forward, the Thunder God would undoubtedly have aided the Hulk rather than him. Thus, Hawk had suppressed the impulse to rush forward for revenge. A gentleman avenges, in a decade, is but a fleeting moment. He has awaited for over 1,000 days. What is a few more? Hawk has devised a plan. Initially, he intended to gather his Phoenix armor before seeking retribution against Hulk. The reasoning is straightforward. Once the armor is assembled, even if that Thor returns from Asgard, adorned in the sacred vestments, he shall not be thwarted. At present, his armor remains unassembled, yet Hulk has emerged prematurely. How splendid this turn of events is. Since you have arrived, let us entomb you here. Hawk gazed intently at the satellite map on his computer screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. Anya, wait a little longer. This Christmas, I shall send Hulk to the depths of hell to keep you company. And you may inform Mephisto that should he dare to bully you, on the day your brother descends to hell, I shall unleash chaos upon his infernal domain. This Christmas, a reckoning awaits. Never before had Hawk perceived the passage of time as excruciatingly slow as he does now. The Christmas holidays, cherished by his sister Anya due to the kind-hearted staff at the children's home who bestow inexpensive gifts every Christmas Eve, had once filled him with joy. However, since the day Anya departed on September 10th, 2009, that fateful Christmas Eve, when he clandestinely visited her grave, his fondness for the holiday waned. It became a cacophonous occasion he loathed. Yet this year, an inexplicable anticipation for the Christmas holiday burgeoned within him. Alas, time operates in paradox. The more one fixates upon it, the more it lingers, and yet, when one diverts their gaze, it vanishes in an instant. Thus, Hawk, upon realizing this truth, compelled himself to disregard the ticking clock and maintain his previous rhythm of life. At last, a week before Christmas, Midtown High finally announced the commencement of the holiday break. Hawk accompanied Gwen back home. Eager to stake out Hulk in New Jersey that very day, he found himself unable to decline Gwen's mother's warm invitation. However, upon returning to the Goring apartment with Gwen, they discovered George had yet to arrive, leading Hawk to accompany Gwen momentarily to her bedroom on the second floor. He had grown quite familiar with Gwen's quarters. Once inside, he naturally settled at the edge of the bed, while Gwen retrieved her study chair and sat down, engaging in a phone conversation with Mary. After a brief while, Gwen concluded her chat with Mary, a smile gracing her lips as she set her phone aside and turned to Hawk in her chair. Mary inquired about our plans for the Christmas holidays. Perhaps the four of us could form a group. Hawk raised an eyebrow. 4? Including her and Peter? How splendid indeed. Hawk was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "When did this happen?" Gwen, with a serious expression on her small face, leaned into gossip with Hawk. "You would never guess, it was today, right after attending Norman Osborn's funeral. And you wouldn't believe it," Mary confessed first. Hawk's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Is that true? You didn't see it coming, did you?" She replied, "Indeed." Hawk nodded instinctively, for he never anticipated that in this lifetime, Peter would accept Mary's heartfelt confession. Yet, Hawk recalled last Sunday evening when Peter had knocked on his window and entered to confide in him about having killed his best friend's father. Yes, in line with the original storyline, the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, had met his demise. The manner of his death was also consistent. After Peter had spared him, he attempted to retaliate, but ultimately perished in his own glider. However, there was one notable deviation from the original plot. In the original narrative, after Peter had returned the Green Goblin's body, he was spotted by Harry and made his way home alone. Yet here, Peter was not intercepted by Harry. Instead, following the incident, he turned up at Hawk's residence to recount the events. Hawk felt a sense of helplessness. He had just returned from a field study in New Jersey and longed for a good night's sleep. Initially intending to send Peter away, he reconsidered upon seeing Peter's guilt-ridden and despondent expression over the death of his best friend's father. Consequently, he chose to play the role of a loyal listener, sipping cola while offering solace to Peter. This act of kindness, however, triggered a butterfly effect. Surprisingly, Peter had not rejected the confession from the woman of his dreams. Instead, he accepted it. Remarkable. Hawk couldn't help but marvel at the turn of events. Yet, he chuckled and remarked to Gwen, "That's wonderful. Peter truly likes Mary Jane." Mary had always known, but as Gwen continued, she furrowed her brow, seemingly recalling something, and looked at Hawk, just like someone else, who clearly cares yet pretends not to. Hawk met Gwen's gaze, which seemed to speak volumes. A smile played on Gwen's lips. "Am I wrong?" "No." Hawk shook his head. Gwen beamed, then winked at Hawk, inquiring, "So, do you admit that you had feelings for me since you first enrolled, Mr. Hawk?" He chuckled softly, gazing at Gwen. "Yes, indeed." Gwen's smile broadened, clearly pleased with his answer, and she tilted her head slightly, resting against her study chair while looking at Hawk. "Because I feel the same way." She understood why Peter had feelings for Mary, but had previously hesitated to act on them. Because she had experienced it herself. Gwen's lips curled upward. "I can now confidently assert that Peter is Spider-Man. Because if he weren't, he certainly wouldn't have the courage to be with Mary, would he?" Hawk gazed at Gwen, who once again sought confirmation of Peter's identity as Spider-Man, and smiled as he provided the same response. "Once more, I neither confirm nor deny. Unless he chooses to reveal his identity himself." Gwen shrugged. "It doesn't matter. After all, Peter is with Mary now. Sooner or later, Mary will find out. And she will surely tell me. Mary is so gossipy. Once she knows, she might not share it with others, but she will certainly share it with me," Gwen mused, recalling Mary's recent inquiries over the phone. "By the way, you haven't mentioned whether to reply to them. What about a trip for the four of us during the 21-day holiday?" Gwen suggested, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Hawk. She found Mary's proposal quite appealing. A couple's getaway seemed delightful. Hawk did not respond immediately, instead furrowing his brow slightly. Noticing this, Gwen asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm not entirely certain." Hawk replied after a moment's thought, offering Gwen an apologetic smile. "I have something to attend to during the holiday, but I haven't decided on a specific day." Gwen blinked in surprise. "Is there something going on?" "Yes," he affirmed. Gwen tilted her head and inquired, If I were to ask what it is, would you tell me? Hawk met Gwen's unwavering gaze. Their eyes locked. His mind raced, and then he chuckled softly, nodding. If you were to ask, I would tell you. Upon hearing this, Gwen nodded as well. A moment later, her expression turned resolute as she looked at Hawk. All right then, I want to know, Hawk. Hawk fell silent under Gwen's scrutiny. After a brief pause, he uttered 2 words, murder. Gwen replied, then we shall descend into hell together. Hawk had never contemplated concealing anything from Gwen. At least since their relationship had been established, he had never hidden his abilities or anything else. He believed that lovers should not harbor secrets. This notion stemmed from the lessons learned from countless films in his past life, where misunderstandings born from secrecy led to irreversible consequences. As he had just stated, if you ask, I shall speak. Thus, Hawk revealed murder. Gwen's smile momentarily faltered upon hearing his response. See, I told you. You seem unhappy now, Hawk observed, amused by the sudden shift in Gwen's expression. However, he did not feel disappointment or sadness. After all, Gwen was kind-hearted and beautiful. If she reacted to his declaration of murder with joy rather than shock, that would truly warrant his concern. Hawk contemplated to himself. At that moment, Gwen seemed to have recovered from her shock. Her response was succinct. Who to kill? The Hulk. Bruce Banner has returned to New York City? No. I have received intelligence that he will be spending his Christmas holiday in New Jersey. Hawk candidly disclosed to Gwen. Upon hearing this, Gwen paused momentarily and then looked at Hawk, as if a realization struck her. So, you have been going to New Jersey these past few weekends for? Hawk smiled faintly. To scout the terrain and prepare for battle. One must always be prepared. Otherwise, failure is inevitable. I needed to survey the surrounding landscape and mentally rehearse the scenarios for when the conflict arises. He had already devised several contingency plans in his mind regarding the possible escape routes for the Hulk, should he attempt to flee. In short, this Christmas holiday, the Hulk must perish. His sister Anya awaited vengeance in the depths of hell, and this day had been long anticipated. After eliminating the Hulk, the next target would be Abomination. Hawk was not particularly anxious regarding Abomination's fate, for he was securely detained by the military since that fateful night of battle. Even if he wished to escape, he could not. Hawk was aware of Abomination's location within the Quantico military base. The reason he had not gone there that day was simply because he preferred to tackle matters one at a time. First, eliminate the Hulk, then the Abomination. Hawk mused. The next moment, I will go with you. Hawk snapped back to reality, instinctively looking towards Gwen. He thought he had heard something, but was not entirely certain. What? I said, I will go with you. Gwen's gaze was resolute as she looked at Hawk, her tone equally firm and non-negotiable. I will go with you. Hawk couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head in absurdity. Gwen, I am going to kill someone. I know, and I will go with you. Hawk observed Gwen's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, opened his mouth, then sighed in resignation and shook his head. This is no jest. I am serious. I will go with you. Why? If you are to descend into hell, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing those words, Hawk fell silent. He met Gwen's gaze, and she held his stare. After a moment, Hawk chuckled softly and said to Gwen, Are you worried I might die? Gwen shook her head, her eyes unwavering upon Hawk. I do not know, but I do know that I will not wait foolishly in New York City. That is very much like you, Gwen. Hawk remained silent for a moment, continuing to shake his head. No, this is not up for discussion. Hawk, you know that if I wish to find you, I will certainly do so. Gwen spoke calmly, gazing at Hawk. If you win, we shall return together. If you perish, I shall accompany you to hell. At this point, Gwen seemed to recall something, chuckling softly as she smiled at Hawk. In any case, the moment I ran alone to Maryland and found you deep within the waterfall, I thought we were destined to descend into hell together. Descend into hell together? Hawk looked at Gwen, who spoke of hell with the same nonchalance as one might discuss drinking plain water, and could not help but laugh. Do you truly believe one can simply go to hell at will? I have yet to find the entrance. Gwen, thinking Hawk was changing the subject, furrowed her brows. Hawk, I am being serious. So am I. Hawk observed Gwen's frowning brows and serious countenance, sighed, then rose from the bed and approached her, gazing down at her as they locked eyes. In the next moment, he took a deep breath. Their gazes met. Hawk smiled at his girlfriend, who insisted on descending into hell with him, and nodded. Very well, we shall descend into hell together. Sitting in the study chair, Gwen embraced Hawk upon hearing his response, her tense face breaking into a radiant smile as they held each other, their eyes locked. All right, but remember to hold on to me, for I fear I may lose my way. Rest assured, I shall not let you go. You promise, swear it in the name of Anya. Upon hearing Gwen's words, the inexplicable emotion that had just enveloped Hawk instantly dissipated, and he looked at her with a hint of amusement. You certainly know how to manipulate me. Gwen shrugged with a smile, wrapping her arms around Hawk's waist, tilting her head to gaze up at him, slightly taller than herself, and said with a smile, "Clearly, Mr. Hawk, I do know how to keep you in check, do I not?" Hawk, observing Gwen's upturned lips, could only manage a wry smile. "Yes, you indeed know how to keep me in check. Then swear it, Mr. Hawk." "Truly?" "Of course." Gwen smiled at Hawk. "Don't underestimate that I haven't watched movies. You are promising so earnestly now, but who knows, you might end up knocking me out. Indeed, it seems one should not seek a girlfriend with high intelligence." Hawk sighed again, looking seriously at Gwen. "We shall descend into hell together?" "Together into hell." "Very well." Hawk took a deep breath, and under Gwen's watchful gaze, swore in the name of his sister Anya, then shook his head, lowering his gaze to Gwen. "Are you satisfied now?" "Almost, if you agree to one more request." "What is it?" Gwen's smile faded as she looked at Hawk with earnestness. "I understand that you may not wish to be a paragon of virtue, nor do I implore you to become one. However, Hawk, I beseech you not to descend into villainy. Strive to embody kindness, to be a person whose conscience remains unblemished at all times. Is that possible?" In a cozy yet modestly sized bedroom, the scene unfolds as Hawk and Gwen embrace. Their gazes locked in a profound connection. Gwen's words resonate in Hawk's mind, akin to an angelic temptation. "Do not become a villain, but rather endeavor to be a kind soul." Hawk pursed his lips, reflecting, "I have never contemplated becoming a villain." "I know," Gwen replied without hesitation, maintaining her embrace as she continued to gaze into Hawk's eyes. "So, please, continue to be a good person, Hawk. The definitions of good and evil may be shaped by the perceptions of the majority. For instance, Spider-Man is regarded as a hero since he is beloved by many. In contrast, Hydra is perceived as a quintessential villain, despised by the masses. Yet, goodness and wickedness are defined by others' perceptions. While some adore Spider-Man, there are those who detest him, such as the New York Police Department, who harbor disdain for the vigilante. Similarly, while many loathe Hydra, there exists a faction that admires them. However, to be a good person does not necessitate external validation. A virtuous individual is one who can uphold their conscience, who can rest peacefully at night without being haunted by past transgressions. Hawk met Gwen's gaze and nodded affirmatively. "Okay, thank you." Gwen's smile blossomed like that of an angel as she embraced Hawk tightly, nestling against his chest. Just then, the slightly ajar door was pushed open from the outside. "Gwen, Helen peered into the room, observing the two engaged in their affectionate practice. Blinking in surprise, she watched as Gwen, akin to a startled fawn, detached herself from Hawk's embrace, a smile creeping into her eyes. "I apologize, please, continue." "But Gwen, you should really hang a do not disturb sign on the door." With a chuckle, Helen began to close the door once more. Gwen's ears flushed with embarrassment at her mother's teasing, and she retorted, "Mom," before chasing after her. Hawk, amused by Helen's playful banter, let out a soft laugh and followed Gwen out of the bedroom. Tonight's dinner is a celebration for Gwen and Hawk, commemorating their holiday and, coincidentally, marking the official acknowledgement of their acceptance into their desired universities. Unlike Hawk's first visit, where dinner was served la carte, this time it is a shared meal. In contrast to the initial atmosphere of tension and restraint at the dining table, the current ambience is filled with joy and vitality. The primary source of this exuberance comes from Gwen's two younger brothers, followed closely by Helen and Gwen herself. Meanwhile, the patriarch, George, maintains a serious demeanor, embodying the authority of his role without a hint of levity. The two little ones, 9-year-old Howard and 8-year-old Simon, are animatedly discussing their aspirations for this year's holiday destinations. After all, with George Stacy's salary as the captain of the 19th Precinct, he is capable of supporting the family's expenses while also affording 2 or 3 family vacations each year. Helen, resting her chin on one hand, listens with a smile to the lively chatter of Howard and Simon. Suddenly, a thought strikes her, and she glances at Hawk. "Hawk, do you have any plans for the holiday this year? If not, you could join us, right, George?" George meets Helen's gaze, glancing at Hawk. His expression is stern as ever. "I have no objections." His reservations about Hawk stem from the image of a wild boar trampling over his prized cabbage. However, setting aside that issue, Hawk is indeed impressive. This is not mere flattery. Coming from an orphan background may have once been a disadvantage. But after receiving a full scholarship to New York University, that narrative has changed dramatically. In contemporary parlance, Hawk, who started with a challenging background, has forged a promising path through sheer determination. The full scholarship alleviates the burden of exorbitant tuition fees while attending law school. And as long as Hawk secures his credentials upon graduation, a bright future awaits him. Of course, unless he were to lose his sanity and pursue a career as a public interest lawyer, devoting himself to pro bono work for the underprivileged. A relationship with the prestigious New York University Law School could easily lead to purchasing a car within 6 months, a home within a year, and achieving financial independence within 3 years. Thus, George's stern demeanor towards Hawk is not directed at the young man himself, but rather at the wild boar-like qualities he perceives. As Hawk prepares to decline Helen's invitation, Gwen, sitting nearby, interjects. "Mom, I'm afraid Hawk won't have the time, and neither will I." "What is going on?" "Mary invited me and Hawk to join her for this holiday, but we haven't settled on a destination or dates yet." "Mary? She's dating someone, right?" "That would be Peter." "Peter, I know him. You seem to." Helen pauses, recalling that this Peter is indeed Mary's neighbor. The conversation swiftly veers off course, with Gwen eagerly sharing the details of Mary and Peter's romance with her mother. Indeed, the allure of gossip knows no age limits for women. Helen engages enthusiastically in the exchange with Gwen, and Hawk finds himself amused by the unfolding discussion. Soon, the atmosphere is filled with lively chatter once more. Dinner concluded, and as before, due to Hawk's urgency to catch the subway, Gwen escorted him to the entrance of the apartment building. "Weren't you supposed to be studying for your driving test? Are you still not going to take it?" "I'll take it when I return," Hawk replied with a smile. The most significant event of this Christmas holiday was indeed Hulk. He would be restless until he could send Hulk to his sister this holiday season, let alone engage in any other activities. Gwen nodded. "Well then, when do you plan to head to New Jersey?" Hawk shook his head. "I don't know. I'm awaiting a call." Anna had been keeping an eye out for him, and the absence of a call indicated that Bruce Banner and Betty Ross's itinerary was still proceeding as planned. In a sense, no news was the best news. He hoped Hulk would appear at Culver Lake as scheduled. After all, the scenery was quite splendid, ideal for eternal rest, and the area was sparsely populated, minimizing the risk of collateral damage to innocent bystanders during any potential conflict. Hawk had lost his sister due to the clash between Hulk and Abomination. He wished to avoid causing any further innocent casualties due to his own battles with Hulk. Just then, the phone rang. It was Anna. Hawk raised an eyebrow, glanced at Gwen, and answered the call. "Hello? All set. Where? Sounds good. See you then." A few days later, at the Liberty Corner cruise port in Bayonne, New Jersey, Gwen parked the car and opened the door, gazing at the majestic Statue of Liberty and the stunning Manhattan skyline. "I've never viewed the Statue of Liberty in Manhattan from this angle. It's truly beautiful, don't you think, Hawk?" "It's all right," Hawk replied, casting a fleeting glance at the statue and then at the skyline, offering his assessment. Gwen, somewhat exasperated by Hawk's indifferent response, felt it futile to engage him in a discussion about the beauty of the surroundings. Thus, she promptly shifted the topic. "What about that friend you mentioned? You arrived early. We agreed to meet at 10, and it's only 9 now," Hawk stated calmly. A few nights prior, as he departed from Gwen's home, he had received a call from Anna, and when Gwen casually inquired about the caller, he had simply mentioned it was Anna. As he had previously stated, he would not conceal anything from Gwen when she asked. Upon learning that it was Anna providing him with information, Gwen expressed her desire to accompany Hawk. He had agreed. This morning, Gwen had come to the apartment to wake him up, arriving an hour earlier than their scheduled meeting time. Fortunately, an hour is not an extensive duration. In the blink of an eye, it swiftly approached 10 o'clock. At this moment, an unremarkable semi-truck entered the port, honking twice to capture the attention of Hawk and Gwen. Hawk turned his gaze towards the truck, which was gradually slowing as it approached them. To his sight, he recognized the driver, Anna. After a brief moment, the truck came to a halt beside Hawk, and Anna, with her golden hair tied up high and adorned with intellectual glasses, leaped from the vehicle. Smiling at Hawk, "Apologies for the wait, Hawk." Hawk returned her smile. "I am quite patient with friends, Anna." Anna's gaze then shifted to Gwen, and a look of surprise flickered across her otherwise composed expression as she turned to Hawk. "This is Gwen, my girlfriend. Anna, a friend of mine." "Hello, Gwen." As Anna listened to Hawk's introduction, her radiant smile accompanied her as she removed her gloves and extended her right hand towards Gwen. Gwen smiled back, shaking Anna's hand. "Hello?" She had encountered this woman before. Yet, as Gwen recalled the formidable figure she had seen waiting in the truck for Hawk, an imposing presence reminiscent of a prickly iceberg, it was difficult to reconcile that image with the blooming Anna before her. Nevertheless, she chose to suppress her curiosity. After shaking hands with Gwen, Anna turned her attention back to Hawk. "Hawk, do you think this will suffice?" "Yes," he nodded. Anna then pivoted and led Hawk towards the back of the truck. Gwen followed closely behind. As the truck's compartment opened, a stunning sight greeted Hawk, an almost full cargo of iron meteorites. Gwen gasped in astonishment at the sight within the truck. Anna patted the compartment and smiled at Hawk. "I apologize for the rush. I could only procure 30 tons. If that is insufficient, I can arrange for more." Upon hearing this figure, Hawk's lips twitched discreetly. "Rushed? 30 tons. There is more to be found. Very well. There was no need for further doubt. Hydra had been confirmed. In this world, to gather 30 tons of iron meteorites within a mere 3 months, aside from official powers, it seemed only Hydra possessed such capability. Hawk contemplated this, looking at Anna with a smile. It is sufficient, not only sufficient, but even more than enough. I am quite pleased, thank you. How much iron meteorite is required to forge a set of sacred armor? Though what he truly desired was not the meteorites themselves, but the silver star sand formed from grinding the iron meteorites with the power of the cosmos. Yet even so, the 30 tons of iron meteorites were sufficient for him to forge the phoenix armor, with even a surplus left for the next creation. As Anna listened to Hawk's response, her smile widened, and she patted the carriage again. Are you going to take it directly, or? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Hawk already taking action. In the blink of an eye, Anna's pupils dilated with astonishment as she observed the scene unfolding before her. Hawk walked straight to the front of the carriage, took a deep breath, and with his outstretched right hand, the 30 tons of iron meteorites seemed to vanish one by one, as if drawn by an unseen force. From Anna's perspective, Hawk's microcosm projected outward, swirling like a black hole, pulling the iron meteorites into its depths. The Phoenix star map shimmered brilliantly within this microcosm. These iron meteorites would be obliterated by Hawk's cosmic energy, transforming into silver dust, which would then be integrated into the Phoenix star map. Under the influence of the Phoenix fire, they would become one of the 3 essential materials for crafting the armor, silver stardust. However, much like the last time he collected Gamma Neon's essence, this process required time. In truth, the crafting of armor followed a similar principle. The longer the armor was cultivated, the more potent its power became, as armor serves as a vessel for the strength of constellations. In an instant, the 30 tons of iron meteorites within the carriage had completely vanished. Anna's eyes had been widened in shock countless times. Nearby, Gwen also gazed at this bizarre scene, equally astonished. After completing this task, a hint of fatigue crossed Hawk's brow. After all, this world lacked Saint Warriors. And if one were to consider the Marvel Universe as a game, then the framework of his cosmic power was not embedded within its coding. Although he could ignite his microcosm to project an illusion, it paled in comparison to the efficiency seen in the realm of the Saint Warriors. Nevertheless, Hawk had already devised a solution. Just as he had contemplated how to enhance the armor's capabilities, he knew there was no need to rush. These 2 matters could only be addressed once he had successfully forged the armor. Exhaling a deep breath, the weariness in his expression dissipated almost immediately, and he turned to the still astonished Anna, extending his right arm. Come on. Temporarily shaken from her astonishment, Anna stared at Hawk's outstretched arm, momentarily at a loss. Hawk smiled and said, just 200 milliliters will suffice. Anna finally snapped back to reality. Before her expression could change, she heard Hawk's cheerful voice again. I'll give you 400 milliliters. In the radiant sunlight, one could see, as if blood resembling stars shimmered, gently withdrew from within, flowing into a blood bag. Hawk sat in a chair, squeezing a grip ball while gazing at the Statue of Liberty standing proudly on Liberty Island. Anna, with an expression of reverence akin to worship, stared intently at the blood accumulating in the bag. The liquid sparkled like diamonds under the sun's embrace. At that moment, the phone rang. Anna retrieved her phone, glanced at the caller ID, and apologized to Hawk, who was in the midst of donating blood, before stepping aside to take the call. Nearby, Gwen appeared to be accompanying Hawk during the blood draw. After casting a sidelong glance at Anna, who had wandered a short distance away to talk, she turned her attention back to Hawk, lowering her voice. So, you traded 400 milliliters of blood for a truckload of iron meteorites? Hawk nodded slightly, looking at Gwen. Do you think I profited or lost? Gwen opened her mouth. From a monetary perspective, there was no doubt that Hawk had come out ahead, and significantly so. After all, selling blood fetches a meager sum. According to last week's quotes from the New York Blood Products Company, 400 milliliters could be exchanged for $150. But what about the iron meteorites? Gwen had just checked, last week. An auction house in New York sold a 35-kilogram iron meteorite for $210,000. If one were to calculate the value based on that price, 30 tons of iron meteorites would be worth an estimated over $17,900,000. Yet, Gwen furrowed her brows as she looked at Hawk. Your blood is different, Hawk. Perhaps this way, Hawk smiled at Gwen. I won't sell blood anymore. I'll return the meteorites to Anna, and tomorrow, I'll go find the meteorites myself. After all, 30 tons is no small feat. Simply raiding the iron meteorites collected by Osborn and Stark should suffice. And I won't need to sell my blood. What do you think? Gwen, upon hearing Hawk's response, could not help but widen her mouth in surprise. The next moment, She noticed the smile at the corner of Hawk's lips and realized he was jesting. She rolled her eyes and quietly inquired, "But do you know about the implications of your blood? Aren't you worried about Anna?" Gwen fell silent, as Anna had just finished her call not far away. Hawk understood what Gwen was implying and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I've made it clear to Anna that as long as she doesn't use my blood for cloning, everything will be fine. Moreover, this is a one-time occurrence. Besides, selling blood is certainly more in line with the definition of a good person than resorting to theft. Wouldn't you agree?" Gwen listened to Hawk's reply and chose not to respond further. Either sell blood or become a bandit. Well, selling blood it is. At least it's a means of self-sufficiency, which is preferable to robbery. Gwen pondered to herself. Meanwhile, Anna returned from her phone call, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face as she addressed Hawk. "I have breaking news. Tony Stark's private jet, which arrived in Bangalore yesterday, has departed and is expected to land at the private airport located 30 kilometers from Culver Lake at 2 p.m. on the 22nd. The 22nd, wasn't that today? A spark of excitement flickered in Hawk's eyes. Is it confirmed? It has been confirmed, Anna replied, handing Hawk a palm-sized tablet. On the screen, airport surveillance captured footage of Bruce Banner boarding the private jet. Hawk chuckled, then seemed to have a realization. He turned to Gwen, saying, "This is fortunate. There's no need to request leave from Helen on Christmas Eve." The 24th was indeed Christmas Eve. He had initially presumed that Hulk would not appear until that day, which would necessitate Gwen requesting time off from Helen. Just that morning, Gwen had been contemplating an excuse to explain her absence on Christmas Eve. But now, that was no longer necessary. With the afternoon arrival, if they acted swiftly, they might return to New York by evening. Gwen remained silent, her curiosity piqued. Tony Stark's private jet? Didn't I hear that Tony Stark was missing? Yes, indeed. Tony Stark has gone missing once again. However, the last time he vanished, it was in the Middle East, and this time, it is in Los Angeles. Moreover, his Malibu beachfront mansion has been destroyed, all linked to his confrontation with the Mandarin last week. Of course, Hawk was aware that the individual responsible for creating the extremist virus was not the real Mandarin, but rather an actor. The true Mandarin was likely preoccupied with schemes to resurrect his wife, leaving little time to attend to such matters. Just as Hawk had heard the news last week, chuckled, and moved on, so too had Anna. Though Tony Stark was missing, the affairs of Stark Industries had not ceased. The arrangement for the private jet had likely been made prior to the holiday. Nevertheless, we have a hypothesis. What is it? Bruce Banner may have arrived early, possibly aware of Tony Stark's disappearance and here to lend assistance. That is a possibility, Hawk mused, nodding thoughtfully at Anna's speculation. In the next moment, he chuckled softly, shaking his head as he returned the tablet to Anna. If the opportunity arises, I must express my gratitude to Tony Stark. Without his disappearance, Bruce Banner would likely have delayed his arrival until Christmas Eve. Yet, as it stands, with Iron Man missing, Hulk has arrived ahead of schedule. From this perspective, Hawk indeed had reason to be grateful to Iron Man. Anna smiled faintly, choosing silence as she carefully stowed away the tablet and observed the nearly completed collection of blood bags. Swiftly, she assisted Hawk in removing the blood extraction needle. At the moment the needle was withdrawn, Hawk's arm bore a wound that healed almost instantaneously. Straightening his cuffs, he rose from the chair beneath him. Meanwhile, Anna treated the blood bags as if they were treasures, placing them into a portable cryogenic storage case with a locking mechanism. As the lock clicked shut, a look of relief appeared on Anna's face. She then lifted her gaze to Hawk. "Thank you. You're welcome. I always treat friends this way." Hawk replied with a slight smile, casting a glance at Gwen beside him before he remained silent, taking her hand as they walked towards the yellow Corolla parked nearby. Anna stood in place, watching as Hawk departed. After Gwen opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, she started the engine and, glancing at Hawk in the passenger seat, inquired, "Where to now?" "Calva." Hawk responded with a smile. "Vengeance." 69, the shackled demon. In the blink of an eye, the yellow Corolla had vanished from Anna's sight. Just as the vehicle disappeared, the fiery red sports car that Gwen had previously spotted approached from a distance, coming to a steady halt before Anna. Her expression transformed back to one of exquisite coldness. The burly man in black exited the sports car. To the base. Understood. Anna retrieved her sunglasses from her chest, donned them, and handed the portable case containing Hawk's 400 milliliters of blood to the man in black before slipping into the sports car. The next moment, the engine roared to life, and the car vanished from the man's view. Emotionless, he turned and walked towards the harbor, the case in hand. After a while, having left the harbor's vicinity, Anna dialed a number. The call connected. "Anna, Commander, the transaction has been completed, though there was a slight complication." "What complication?" "Gwen Stacy is also here." The voice on the other end seemed surprised before regaining composure. It appears he truly cares for Gwen Stacy. Anna nodded in agreement. Yes, Commander. At that moment, a third voice emerged from the phone, laced with defiance. Commander, why not leverage Gwen? Silence. No. Anna's objection and the commander's refusal resonated in unison. The third party appeared utterly bewildered, yet under the authoritative command from the other end of the line to leave, he dared not utter another word and swiftly exited, his footsteps echoing behind him. Once he departed, the official's voice on the phone resumed. Anna, elucidate your objections. Sir, there are only two possibilities for Hawk being able to bring Gwen out. Either he is a fool, or he possesses great confidence. However, I refuse to believe he is a fool, especially since he deduced after our conversation that we are. Anna paused mid-sentence. Even though their organization reigns supreme in the digital realm, one can never be too cautious when it comes to the organization's reputation. The official on the other end seemed to have a realization and chuckled softly. Disseminate the information. Do not take any actions against Gwen Stacy. Our relations with Hawk are currently quite amicable. Moreover, when a Dark Lord willingly dons shackles, it is best for everyone to refrain from tampering with those restraints. Otherwise, what is unleashed is nothing short of the most fearsome of tyrants. Therefore, we shall not interfere. Maintain the course, Anna. For now, our collaboration is rather pleasant. Understood. Anna nodded, and after concluding her report to her superior, she hung up the phone and focused intently on steering her sports car towards Manhattan. Conversely, in the opposite direction towards Culver Lake, Gwen was driving her yellow Corolla with Hawk seated beside her, eyes closed in the passenger seat. A curiosity piqued within her. What are you doing? She inquired. Conserving energy, Hawk replied, maintaining his eyes shut. I am merely preparing myself. Hulk is not so easily vanquished. This was not solely due to Hulk's formidable regenerative capabilities, but also because of his immense strength. The angrier he became, the more powerful he grew. Theoretically, Hulk was also immortal. When Iron Man snapped his fingers, Hulk merely lost an arm, not his life. To be precise, it wasn't even a loss, but merely an injury that required time to heal. Fortunately, this was not the comic book universe, but rather the cinematic realm. Hence, there remained a possibility for Hulk's demise. Thanos nearly succeeded. Had Hulk not been teleported back to Earth via the Bifrost, he likely would have met his end at Thanos' hands. Nevertheless, Hulk had been so thoroughly beaten by Thanos that he lost his temper entirely. Regardless of how Bruce Banner called out to him, Hulk simply refused to emerge. Thus, the comic's notion that his anger fueled his strength seemed to falter. Hawk recalled the information he had about Hulk, while Gwen reflected on the Hulk-related data she had discovered online in recent days. Nodding in deep agreement before turning her gaze to Hawk. Then he must die. Hawk opened his eyes and turned his face towards Gwen, smiling as he spoke. It is merely difficult to kill, not impossible. The method to defeat the Hulk is, in fact, quite straightforward. From the very beginning, one must suppress the Hulk and swiftly conclude the battle, leaving him no opportunity to unleash his fury. Upon hearing this, Gwen remained silent, her gaze filled with concern for Hawk. Meeting her eyes, Hawk seemed to ponder something before smiling softly. I have indeed contemplated another method to eliminate the Hulk. What is it? She inquired. To abduct Betty Ross, thus compelling Bruce Banner to meet his demise willingly. Hawk, Gwen exclaimed, her eyes widening at his suggestion. Hawk smiled gently. But I later abandoned that idea. Gwen sighed in relief, though curiosity lingered in her gaze. Why? The instigator bears the burden of their actions, Hawk explained, looking at Gwen. Moreover, vengeance has its rightful targets. It was the Hulk and Abomination who caused my sister's death, not others. If I were to misplace my anger onto innocence, what would distinguish me from them? This was his conviction and his practice. Hawk steadfastly upheld his principles, while revenge was his aim. He refused to be blinded by the flames of retribution. Of course, Hawk paused, then smiled at Gwen, saying, You wish for me to be a virtuous man. So I neither desire nor require deceitful schemes to achieve my goals. I will tell him why I have come, and he will understand why he must perish. Gwen observed Hawk, whose demeanor exuded confidence, and she smiled faintly. I believe in you, Hawk. Thank you, Hawk replied with a smile. Once I have slain the Hulk, we can join Mary. Gwen promptly interrupted. Hawk, what is it? Don't go off on a tangent. You said it. All right, my mistake. Hawk, acknowledging Gwen's serious admonition against his digression, wisely conceded. Under her watchful gaze, he mimicked zipping his lips. Satisfied, Gwen smiled and redirected her attention to the road, continuing towards Culver Lake. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 30 kilometers north of Culver Lake, a private airport lay beneath the skies. A Gulfstream private jet, emblazoned with the insignia of Stark Industries, descended from the clouds, lowering its landing gear. At last, we see Bruce Hulk Banner. As the aircraft touched down, The windscreen instantly opened, and the jet, previously racing ahead, decelerated visibly. The cabin door swung open. At a private airport, leaning against a sky blue sports car, Natasha Romanoff, an agent of SHIELD, clad in a form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her curves, smiled as she approached a figure emerging from the aircraft. A duffel bag in hand, Bruce Banner, descending the steps of the plane, embraced Natasha in a manner reminiscent of old friends. Having endured the Battle of New York, the Avengers had truly formed a bond of friendship. Tony is missing? Natasha inquired as she started the vehicle and departed the airport, glancing at Bruce, who sat in the passenger seat. Yes, Natasha replied. Not just Tony, Pepper Potts has also vanished. Bruce gasped at this revelation. The Mandarin? According to the current leads, yes. Natasha shook her head. However, there are differing opinions within the agency regarding whether it is truly the Mandarin. Furrowing his brow, Bruce's curiosity piqued. What about the others? Where's Steve? He.S. in the UK. You know, Agent Carter is in London. And Thor? Didn't he say he was going to find Jane? Not back yet. Clint. He.S. on a mission in Europe and is currently unavailable. Good grief. So, I'm the only one free? Bruce thought to himself, a wry smile creeping onto his face as he turned to Natasha. But I promised Betty. You know this is my last chance to win her back. After the transformation during the Battle of New York, it seemed Bruce had discovered the key to managing his transformation into the Hulk. To put it simply, he had found a balance between himself and the Hulk. As long as he maintained this equilibrium, he could effectively control the timing of his transformations. Of course, he could manage himself before transforming, but once he became the Hulk, control eluded him. The Hulk was too fierce. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that upon realizing he could exercise some control, Bruce attempted to rekindle his romance with Betty. Following the Battle of New York, where he had played a pivotal role in preserving peace on Earth, the president had granted him a full pardon for his past transgressions. Moreover, having joined SHIELD, and with the endorsement of 5 notable heroes, he felt emboldened to reach out to Betty, unafraid of the terrifying prospect of her father using him for experiments. This Christmas holiday was set to be a crucial moment for mending his relationship with Betty. Observing Bruce's bittersweet smile, Natasha quickly added, "We detected some unknown energy signatures at the battle site. You are an expert in energy fields, and this won't take much of your time. We have a general idea of Tony's location." Bruce's eyes lit up at her words. Where? Rose Hill, Tennessee. As Bruce paused momentarily and glanced at Natasha, he inquired, then why not head directly to Tennessee? Natasha chuckled softly, gesturing towards the bag resting on Bruce's lap. I assumed you might have brought gifts and would prefer to drop them off at the vacation cottage you share with Betty first. After all, if you were to fly and something were to get damaged or lost, it would undoubtedly sour your mood. Contemplating her reasoning, Bruce Banner nodded in agreement. That rationale is quite sound. Shall we first stop at Calvert to stow our belongings, and then proceed to Tennessee? Natasha affirmed. Yes. How does this arrangement suit you? Perfectly. Bruce replied. Thank you. Not at all. Natasha smiled in response. The distance from the private airstrip to the lakeside cottage at Calvert, which Bruce and Betty had reserved, was merely 30 kilometers. Renowned for her exceptional driving skills, Natasha navigated the sports car effortlessly, covering the distance in no time. Upon the engine's silence and the simultaneous opening of the car doors, Natasha emerged, removing her sunglasses to survey the picturesque surroundings. Her gaze fell upon the shimmering Calvert Lake, illuminated by the afternoon sun, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "The scenery here is splendid. Did you discover this place? Or was it Betty?" Betty, Bruce replied shyly, as he retrieved the bag from the passenger seat. I know quite a few lovely spots in Barith, but Betty has no desire to visit there, and her impression of Barith is rather unfavorable. Indeed, Natasha mused, it is not just Betty. To be precise, a woman's impression of Barith would hardly be positive. After all, it is a mysterious land where even lizards must shield their rears to venture. However, she chose not to delve further into that topic, turning to Bruce and stating, I'll wait for you outside. Bruce nodded, opting for silence as he carried his bag towards the nearby cottage, intending to stow his belongings. Natasha, observing Bruce inputting the code to unlock the cottage door, prepared to return to the car. Following Bruce's task of unloading his luggage, they would head to the airport and subsequently travel to Tennessee in search of their ally, Iron Man, Tony Stark. However, just as Natasha was about to enter the vehicle, her peripheral vision caught sight of a young man approaching them from a distance. It appeared he was heading in their direction. The newcomer was none other than Hawkeye. He had promised to bring Gwen along, but had not committed to having her present at the scene. So he left her in a secure location with a view of the area before approaching alone. Hawkeye had initially assumed Bruce Banner was alone. never anticipating that Black Widow would also be present. As he approached Natasha, he pondered, her gaze fixed upon him. Natasha frowned as she watched Hawkeye approach. "You are looking for Bruce Banner," she stated. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Who are you? And how do you know Bruce Banner is here?" As she spoke, Natasha instinctively placed her right hand at her waist. Hawkeye glanced at Natasha's defensive posture but paid it little mind, for at that moment, Bruce Banner emerged from the building. Having set his belongings in order, Bruce surveyed the scene, taking in Natasha's cautious demeanor with her hand poised at her waist, and the youth standing before her with a faint smile, momentarily taken aback. Hawkeye, meanwhile, beamed with delight at the sight of Bruce Banner. "Bruce Banner? I am Hawkeye, Anya's brother." "Hawkeye? Anya? What does this have to do with anything?" Bruce and Natasha exchanged puzzled glances. Hawkeye's gaze toward Bruce grew increasingly calm, his tone devoid of tumult. September 10th, 2009, Manhattan. That day, my sister and I were leaving Times Square after a day of exploring when the Abomination appeared, and so did the Hulk. The two monsters clashed, wreaking havoc in the neighborhood, resulting in the tragic loss of many innocent lives, including my sister's. When the Hulk hurled the Abomination into a skyscraper, the debris that fell struck my sister. As Hawkeye recounted this with a tranquil yet ethereal voice, Bruce and Natasha, initially bewildered, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Ah, the relatives of a victim have come seeking answers," Natasha mused inwardly, glancing instinctively at Bruce Banner, whose face now bore an expression of guilt. Meeting the calm gaze of Hawkeye, he opened his mouth. "I am deeply sorry for your sister's death." Hawkeye let out a dismissive snicker. Just as he was about to reply, Natasha interjected with a furrowed brow. "Hawkeye, we sympathize with your sister's death, but this is not Bruce Banner's fault. It is the Abomination's fault. It was Dr. Banner who sought to stop the Abomination." Hawkeye's gaze shifted to Natasha, his voice low and hauntingly calm. "Are you suggesting that my sister's death was merely collateral damage?" "What?" Natasha paused, then shook her head. "Such occurrences are indeed heartbreaking. No one wishes to witness such tragedies. Your sister's death was a most unfortunate accident." Hawkeye remained expressionless. "The Abomination, I will seek him out. However, my sister perished because of the Hulk. Had the Hulk not thrown the Abomination, the falling debris would not have struck my sister, and she would not have died on the spot." Natasha listened as the conversation gradually shifted from calm to icy, sensing a disturbance in the atmosphere. Bruce, filled with remorse, turned to Hawkeye once more and said, "I am truly sorry for your sister's death. If I could, I would make amends. He was not a villain. He never had been. Otherwise, his first instinct upon awakening the Hulk would not have been to flee. Look at Abomination. Upon transforming, he immediately became a threat to the nation. Thus, his guilt was genuine, and his desire to atone was heartfelt." Hawkeye, hearing Bruce Banner's words, smiled. He gazed at Bruce with a radiant grin. "Atone? You have your chance. Hand over the Hulk." "What?" Bruce was taken aback. "A life for a life. The Hulk killed my sister, so let his life be the price for her death." Bruce stood in stunned silence. Natasha was bewildered. The look in her eyes as she regarded Hawkeye began to shift uneasily. "Do you even hear what you're saying? This man must be mad," Natasha thought, shaking her head in disbelief as she pulled Bruce towards the nearby sports car. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a massive handprint visibly pressed into the car's body. In an instant, the vehicle shriveled under the weight of that imprint. Natasha instinctively drew her weapon from her waist, swiftly chambering around and aiming the gun at Hawkeye, who had just moments ago seemed deranged. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes, staring at Natasha, who had the gun trained on him. "There is a debt to be paid for your sister's death. Are you planning to shield the criminal?" "You." Natasha Romanoff of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha's eyes widened in alarm, realizing that Hawkeye knew her name and origin with unsettling clarity. "Who are you?" she asked. Her voice edged with tension. Hawkeye ignored her question, focusing instead on Bruce Banner, who had just been shielded by Natasha. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Natasha said firmly, "Moreover, Bruce Banner is not a criminal. The president has granted him a full pardon." "The president? A pardon?" A sardonic smile crept across Hawkeye's lips as he turned to Natasha. "What does the president's pardon matter to me? As a victim's family member, have I ever said I wouldn't seek justice?" Upon hearing Hawkeye's words, Natasha's expression turned sharply vigilant. Just then, Bruce Banner stepped forward, placing his hand on Natasha's weapon. Lowering it, he bit his lip, addressing Hawkeye, who sought justice for his sister. "Listen, my friend, I am truly sorry for your sister's death, but it was the Hulk's doing, not mine. I am also a victim of the Hulk. Trust me, if anyone wishes for the Hulk's demise, it is I." This was the truth. At the very least, he indeed thinks this way now. He is the first victim of Hulk. Because of Hulk, he lost his position in the military. Because of Hulk, He was deprived of the grandeur of Quantico and the affections of a general's daughter. Furthermore, due to Hulk, he had to abandon the beacon of democracy and flee to a place reeking of excrement and various curries. Standing before Natasha, Bruce Banner gazed at Hawkeye, who had come to confront him, his voice earnest and laden with emotion. Hawkeye chuckled softly. Dr. Banner, I understand that you are you and Hulk is Hulk, which is precisely why I have refrained from engaging you physically. I have stated that grievances have their origins and debts their owners, so I shall reiterate, let Hulk emerge. This is a matter between Hulk and myself. No, Bruce Banner replied gravely, shaking his head. Child, that is a request I cannot fulfill. If Hulk emerges, I will be unable to control him. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye lowered his head and sighed. When he looked back at Bruce Banner, the calm in his eyes had transformed into a chilling indifference, akin to ancient ice. In the next moment, with a thunderous boom, Hawkeye vanished from sight. And Bruce Banner was sent flying, crashing into the vacation cabin like a meteor. Natasha watched as Hawkeye took his place, her eyes widening in shock. Thank you. With a swift kick, Hawkeye sent the astonished Natasha flying 5 meters away, his voice cold. This is a matter between Hulk and me. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. dare to intervene, I would not hesitate to make them collateral damage. The disbelief was palpable on Natasha's face as she crashed to the ground. At that moment, a deep, guttural roar emanated from the vacation cabin, where a large hole had been created. Peering through the opening, one could vaguely see a shadow struggling among the ruins, its roar seemingly restraining something from breaking free. Sister, I shall soon avenge you. Hawkeye stood expressionless at the door, taking a deep breath to adjust his state to its utmost readiness. Simultaneously, the figure within the ruins emitted increasingly violent roars. Clearly, Bruce Banner could no longer contain Hulk's emergence. With the sound of tearing fabric, the previously restless cabin fell into utter silence. In the next instant, a massive green figure appeared before Hawkeye. It was Hulk. With a thunderous crash, the enormous Hulk, sporting a watermelon-like head, leaped from the gaping hole in the cabin, roaring to announce his emergence, and swung his fist down towards the seemingly insignificant Hawkeye, who appeared as frail as an ant in his line of sight. As Hawkeye lifted his gaze, the moment his right fist formed a solid punch, the ground beneath him cracked instantaneously. With a force akin to a mountain descending, he met Hulk's colossal fist with his own. In that fleeting instant, the surroundings fell silent, as if entering a realm of tranquility. Yet, this tranquility was but an illusion. Within less than a heartbeat, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of mountains splitting apart, and from the point of collision, a powerful shockwave was born. Boom! The earth beneath Hawkeye's feet fractured, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward from his position. With a resounding crash, Hulk, leveraging the momentum from his jump, was propelled backward, his massive form akin to a hill crashing through the vacation cabin, collapsing into its depths. The shockwave generated by their clash surged forth like a rampaging hurricane, sweeping violently in all directions. The nearby vacation cabin bore the brunt of this onslaught. Constructed of wood, it offered no resistance against the hurricane-like wave. In the blink of an eye, the wooden planks at the entrance were lifted, followed by the door, the bed, and even the walls. Natasha, too, was caught in this tempest. Just 5 meters away, having only just regained her footing, she felt her face contort under the immense pressure of the shockwave, as if the wind itself had forcibly contorted her features, sending her soaring once more. Boom! Natasha was hurled through the air, tracing an arc before crashing onto the roof of a yellow Corolla. She suffered an unwarranted calamity. In that instant of impact, the 4 windows shattered, alongside the front and rear windshields, while the roof caved in. Gwen, who had chosen to remain hidden beneath a nearby vehicle, stood with her mouth agape, gazing at the Corolla gifted to her by her father, George, when she was 16, and at the woman who now lay seemingly unconscious upon its roof. The earth trembled. The winds howled. The vacation cabin, nestled by the shores of Lake Calver, was transformed in an instant from a picturesque wooden haven into a mere ruin. Utterly decimated by the shockwave's passage, the ground beneath Hawkeye was similarly fractured. A low, rumbling growl emanated from the wreckage, growing louder and drawing nearer, until, boom, a massive, pure green figure erupted like a cannonball from the debris that had buried it, reappearing before Hawkeye with a thundering presence. The Hulk roared, shattering the ground beneath him with a thunderous boom, charging towards Hawk like a colossal bull. Without a moment's hesitation, Hawk propelled himself off the cracked earth, transforming it into dust as he became a streak of light under the afternoon sun, hurtling towards the Hulk. The clash echoed with a resounding Hulk roar. Bam! Bam! In the depths of their cosmic struggle, flames erupted in a brilliant display. Hawk became a projectile, crashing into the Hulk's massive form, and with unyielding momentum, sent the Hulk flying backward, crashing through sturdy trees lining the lake's edge. As they soared through the air, the Hulk, enraged, unleashed powerful punches against Hawk's back. Hawk's complexion flushed with fervor, his inner fire growing ever more radiant. There were no intricate fighting techniques or flamboyant moves. As he charged towards the distant Calvo Lake with the Hulk in tow, Hawk absorbed the Hulk's strikes while delivering relentless blows to the Hulk's ribs. The Hulk's eyes blazed with fury, while Hawk's gaze turned icy. With a thunderous crash, they plunged into Calvo Lake, shattering the icy surface as two powerful columns of water erupted. Taking advantage of his physical prowess, Hawk landed atop the Hulk's massive body. And even in the depths of the water, his cold eyes continued to rain down punches upon the Hulk. He had meticulously chosen this battleground during his previous explorations, Calvo Lake, specifically beneath its waters. Upon awakening his inner cosmos, Hawk had gained complete mastery over his senses. Even submerged, he could maintain his combat prowess while holding his breath, a feat the Hulk could not replicate. Despite his strength, the Hulk required air. He had been rendered unconscious from lack of oxygen in the past, and needed to surface for breath during battles. Thus, Calvo Lake was Hawk's chosen burial ground for the Hulk. However, the Hulk was clearly dissatisfied. After swatting Hawk away with a powerful strike, he attempted to break through to the surface. Yet, Hawk, as agile in the water as he was on land, quickly positioned himself beneath the Hulk, creating a surge of energy that pulled the Hulk's legs downwards as they sank deeper. At that moment, Calvo Lake appeared to boil, with successive columns of water erupting at the surface and the ice layer cracking incessantly. Gwen, witnessing the spectacle, stood in stunned silence before quickly rushing to the riverbank to gaze beneath the surface of the lake. The colossal and verdant Hulk is undeniably distinctive. However, Hawk does not possess the same advantage. Nevertheless, Gwen diligently widened her eyes, gazing beneath the surface of the water, where Hulk was thrashing his limbs as if engaged in a struggle against an unseen foe. A sense of relief washed over her. One thought lingered in her mind. Had Hawk lost, Hulk would surely have surfaced by now. The absence of Hulk above the water, coupled with his defensive posture below, clearly indicated that the advantage lay with Hawk. As Gwen pondered this, footsteps echoed behind her. She snapped back to reality, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, and turned to look. Before her stood the combat-clad woman, who had only recently dozed off atop her vehicle. Now awake, she appeared somewhat pallid as she approached Gwen. Natasha's attention was drawn to the tumultuous water below, where colossal splashes indicated an epic battle unfolding beneath the surface. While she searched for Hulk, she retrieved her communicator from her pocket, intending to contact headquarters. As for Gwen, due to her lack of association with Hawk, Natasha presumed her to be merely an ordinary passerby. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Natasha, poised to dial headquarters, froze momentarily, instinctively touching the back of her head before turning around. To her astonishment, Gwen had somehow acquired a wooden stick, her expression a blend of anxiety, remorse, determination, and concern as she gazed at Natasha. What a peculiar array of emotions, Natasha thought fleetingly, before rolling her eyes in exasperation. The communicator slipped from her grasp, and she stumbled sideways, falling to the ground. Thus, the formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, was felled by a mere high school girl. Not yet 18. Who would believe such a tale? Gwen, witnessing Natasha tumble to the side, gasped and quickly discarded her stick, rushing to support the unconscious Natasha. She bit her lip, contemplating her next move. Wrapping her arms around Natasha's waist, she began to carefully maneuver her away from the battlefield, intent on dragging her to safety. Gwen's actions were not driven by malice. Realizing that Natasha and Bruce Banner were clearly allied, and observing Natasha's intention to call for reinforcements, Gwen felt compelled to intervene. Hawk was avenging his sister, and that was a cause she could not allow to be jeopardized. Thus, she instinctively struck Natasha with the stick, not wishing to inflict harm, but determined to remove her from the perilous situation. This was a conflict between Hawk and Hulk. Since Hawk has refrained from utilizing any underhanded tactics and has not harmed the innocent, neither shall Hulk. It is only fair that this contest remains one-on-one. Beneath the water's surface, with a tremendous splash, Hulk, having sunk to the lake's bottom, plowed through the sediment like a giant tiller, carving out 2 deep trenches. Yet he must pursue the fleeing foe relentlessly, for he cannot tarnish his name by emulating a tyrant. Boom. Hawk, whose intent was to claim Hulk's life, surged forward with renewed vigor, unleashing another colossal splash as he propelled himself toward Hulk, delivering a devastating right hook. In an instant, Hulk, lying on the lake bed, arched his body, causing the ground beneath him to collapse once more, sending a torrent of bubbles and swirling mud to the surface, partially obscuring Hawk's view as it engulfed Hulk. In the next heartbeat, the lakebed of Calver Lake began to writhe, as if a colossal worm were stirring beneath the surface, swiftly undulating 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Thinking of escape? Is it possible? Hawk sneered, observing the swiftly moving lakebed, and once again pursued, unleashing another fierce punch. At that moment, Hulk erupted from the earth, his eyes wide with fury, roaring as he braced himself against the blow with his chest. He was propelled backward, but, in that instant, hurled towards Hawk whatever he had managed to extricate from the lakebed, a surfboard, long submerged and encrusted with moss. Hawk, standing firm, did not flinch as the surfboard hurtled toward him. Boom. He staggered slightly as the board splintered in two, flying past him with relentless momentum. However, this brief pause afforded Hulk a precious opportunity. Bang! The surface of Calver Lake erupted in a frothy cascade as a green head burst through, gasping for fresh air. Just as Gwen, who had safely pulled Natasha to a secure spot, turned her gaze towards the lake, her heart clenched in fright at the sight of Hulk's emerging visage. At that moment, with much of his body above the water, Hulk paused mid-air, seemingly recalling something, and lowered his head to roar at the surface. At the last moment, Hawk, who had clutched Hulk's right leg, smiled coldly. With a surge of energy, he forcefully yanked Hulk back into the depths of Calver Lake, hurling him once more towards the bottom. Once again submerged, Hulk gazed at the surface tantalizingly close, limbs outstretched in a desperate bid to breach the water. Alas, there was no chance left. Boom. Once again, the formidable Hulk crashed heavily onto the lakebed, just as he contemplated replicating his recent escape maneuver. Hawk had already caught up, delivering a powerful punch that once more toppled the Hulk, who was attempting to burrow beneath the lakebed. Are you not aware that the same technique cannot be employed against a saint more than once? Perish, Hulk! He roared. Sonic punch. The sound of impact echoed repeatedly. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Beneath the surface, water churned violently. Above, columns of water surged skyward, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars from the depths below. Gwen, having hurried back to the lake's edge, stood in awe, her eyes wide as she beheld the incessantly erupting columns of water. Yet soon, as the final echo faded and the last column descended, the previously turbulent lake's surface began to visibly return to tranquility. By the time Gwen regained her composure, the entire Calver Lake had reverted to its usual serenity. Had the battle concluded? Who emerged victorious? Her eyes wide with anticipation, Gwen fixated on the lake's surface, dreading that the next moment might not yield the outcome she yearned for. Calver Lake, once again, appeared placid on the surface. Below, the murky waters washed over Hawk's form. His expression remained impassive as he gazed ahead, motionless, lying amidst the muck of the lakebed. Hulk. Indeed, he was dead. The manner of his demise was tragically simple. Precisely as Hawk had orchestrated, trapped beneath the water, he had been suffocated to death. Yet, while the concept seemed straightforward, the execution proved far more challenging. Hawk cast a glance at his own waning cosmos, now fraught with disarray. Even the constellation of Phoenix, which usually illuminated his small universe, appeared dim and lifeless. There was no denying the Hulk's formidable strength. Even ordinary individuals exhibit unparalleled force when facing drowning, let alone a Hulk whose fury only amplified his might. Hulk's final desperate counterattack had nearly sent Hawk into the Phoenix constellation, on the verge of being reborn through the flames. Nevertheless, victory belonged to him. Hawk regarded the still form of Hulk lying on the lakebed, silently contemplating. At that moment, tendrils of green light began to emanate from the massive body of Hulk, swiftly penetrating Hawk's being with a whoosh. Buzz. Hawk felt an unexpected stirring within him, as if his small universe was drawing in these green rays. As the strands of green light integrated into his cosmos, what had once been a desolate expanse now blossomed with renewed vitality. Was this the power of Gamma? Hawk raised an eyebrow, glancing down at the fallen Hulk. As the immense power of death was entirely absorbed by his own microcosm, the colossal form began to contract, and the green luminescence of his surface gradually dimmed. Ultimately, the mighty Hulk vanished silently from the spot with the last vestige of power dissipating, leaving behind Bruce Banner, lifeless and uncertain, lying at the bottom of the lake. Hawk gazed at the emerging Bruce Banner, his eyes glimmering with emotion. By the shores of Lake Cav, Gwen remained wide-eyed, holding her breath, motionless as she observed the now tranquil surface of the water. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from the lake. Gwen's pupils dilated. The next instant, she beheld Hawk breaking through the water, reappearing before her. Unable to contain herself, she exhaled a sigh of relief. her previously taut features blossoming into a radiant smile. Gwen hurried towards Hawk, who had emerged from the water, cradling Bruce Banner as he landed once more on the shore. Hawk. With a thud, Hawk's upper garment had already been torn during the recent battle, and his casual trousers lay in tatters. After casting Bruce Banner aside, he turned to Gwen, who approached him with joy, and a faint smile graced his lips. In the next moment, he collapsed sideways. Thick-headed Hawk. Gwen was taken aback, but quickly quickened her pace, reaching him just as he began to fall, supporting him with urgency. Her voice trembled. What's wrong? Hawk's head rested against Gwen's shoulder. I'm fine. You're lying. Gwen's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Hawk's pallid face. Hawk shook his head. Really? I'm fine, just exhausted. Are you sure? Yes. Hawk nodded. The battle with the Hulk had indeed left him feeling drained after the burning of his microcosm. While submerged in the lake, he had still been in a fighting state, but once he surfaced, an overwhelming sense of weakness assailed every corner of his being. However, after absorbing the gamma energy, the once dim constellation of Phoenix within his microcosm began to glow anew, its formidable self-healing abilities swiftly alleviating his fatigue. Although he would not regain his full strength in the blink of an eye, within a mere moment, color returned to his previously pale cheeks. Observing the resurgence of color on Hawk's face, Gwen felt reassured by his words, releasing a breath of relief. Then, as if recalling something, she continued to support Hawk while casting her gaze upon the sprawled figure of Bruce Banner. Perhaps due to his transformation into the Hulk, Bruce had donned a pair of oversized shorts, sparing himself the embarrassment of being left completely unclothed upon reverting. Gwen looked at the drenched Bruce Banner, clad only in his large shorts, and glanced sideways at Hawk, resting against her shoulder. He is not dead? He is not dead, Hawkeye asserted with unwavering certainty. The Hulk is dead, his gaze falling upon the lifeless form of Bruce Banner sprawled on the ground. Yet he is not truly gone, he mused. For the Hulk was the Hulk, and Bruce Banner was Bruce Banner. Upon witnessing the transition from Hulk to Banner, Hawkeye felt a fleeting astonishment. The Hulk had perished. Yet Bruce Banner remained, albeit momentarily. As he instinctively opened his eyes beneath the lake bed, he gulped down several mouthfuls of water, only to succumb to unconsciousness. In that moment, Hawkeye hesitated, contemplating whether to leave Banner at the lake's depths. However, he let out a soft chuckle, inhaling the fragrance of Gwen's hair, and weakly remarked, "It was the Hulk who harmed my sister, not Bruce Banner." This sentiment echoed his earlier conviction. Had Bruce Banner been responsible for his sister's demise, he would have long since pulverized him into oblivion. Justice demands accountability. With the Hulk's death, their enmity was laid to rest. This was precisely why he had brought Bruce Banner back to the shore. Banner would likely awaken after a brief spell. Very well, let us return, Hawkeye stated, glancing at the sky before addressing Gwen. We should have ample time to reach home before your curfew. Gwen raised an eyebrow, as if struck by a thought, and shook her head. I find that unlikely. What is it? Hawkeye inquired. Our car has been wrecked. Supported by Gwen, he beheld their yellow Corolla, which, though parked at a considerable distance, was now a mangled shell of its former self. Nearby, Natasha Romanoff lay on the grass, sleeping soundly like a babe. Gwen, noticing Hawkeye's gaze, spoke innocently. I did not intend to knock her out. When I saw her reaching for her phone, I feared she might alert someone. So I struck her down. Hawkeye, observing Gwen's innocent demeanor, reconsidered his intention to inform Natasha of the situation and instead asked, Do we have a phone? Gwen produced a mobile device from her pocket. Yes. With one hand supporting the weakened Hawkeye and the other dialing his number, she quickly connected the call. The line was answered promptly by Anna's voice. It's Anna. Have your people bring the car. After a brief silence, Anna responded, Just a moment, Hawkeye. 3 minutes later, a black Chevrolet emerged from the end of a nearby path, halting before Hawkeye and Gwen. A man clad in a black suit exited the vehicle. Keys, Hawkeye interjected, cutting off the man's words. The latter paused for a moment, then retrieved the car keys from his pocket and handed them over. After Hawk accepted the keys, he directly passed them to Gwen, who then assisted him as they made their way towards the Chevrolet. With Gwen's help, Hawk opened the passenger door and was about to take a seat when something seemed to strike him. He turned his gaze toward the man in the black suit, who stood with his arms crossed before him, his demeanor notably composed. Right, Hawk exclaimed. The man in the black suit looked up at Hawk upon hearing his voice. Sir, Natasha and Bruce may perish, but not today. Understood, sir, the man in the black suit replied, pausing briefly before nodding solemnly. Hawk said nothing more, and with Gwen's assistance, settled into the passenger seat, leaning back against it. After closing the door, Gwen walked toward the driver's side, pausing momentarily as she passed the man in the black suit. Thank you for the car, she said. Not at all. It is our duty, the man replied promptly. Gwen, Noticing the man's somewhat anxious expression, blinked and smiled before once again expressing her gratitude, and then entered the driver's seat. Hawk, you should soften your tone. After all, he did bring us the car. All right, Hawk replied, leaning back in the passenger seat, experiencing an unprecedented ache as the powerful healing abilities coursed through him. He turned to Gwen with a smile. Then you can help me out of the car, and I'll go give him a bow? Gwen shot him an eye roll, ignoring his comment. After starting the car, she executed a swift U-turn in the Chevrolet and drove towards the city of New York. By the way, my car is still there. They won't find us when they wake up, will they? My grievances with Hulk are settled, but if they wish to cause us trouble, I wouldn't mind rekindling that animosity. That woman in the combat suit, is she Gwen? Indeed. Could I rest for a while? I'm quite fatigued. Sure, the man in the black suit said, arms crossed as he watched his Chevrolet depart. Afterward, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and made a call, reporting on Hawk and Gwen's departure, along with Gwen's parting words. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment. After a while, the voice finally spoke, return. Our relationship is currently favorable. Let us maintain it. Understood, sir. As for the vehicle left behind, since he didn't specify, it suggests he is indifferent, or perhaps has some plans. Let us refrain from interfering. Received. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the scene shifted to Lake Calf, where tranquility reigned. A gentle breeze caressed the surface of the lake, creating ripples that brushed against the shore, rousing Natasha, who had been peacefully dozing on the grass. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing dreamily at the orange-red sun. In the next moment, as her pupils rapidly focused, she sprang from the grass, swiftly adopting a classic combat stance. Yet the surroundings were deserted, save for the yellow Corolla that she had just crushed and the lifeless form of Bruce Banner, now reduced to a wreckage before a dilapidated vacation cabin, lying in a state of uncertain fate. Wait a moment. Bruce Banner? Natasha realized, hastening towards Bruce, who lay soaked and clad only in high-quality shorts upon the cracked ground. After confirming a faint breath from him, she quickly retrieved a syringe from her pocket and, with a decisive click, plunged it into Bruce's chest. The effect of the syringe was instantaneous. In the very next moment, as Natasha withdrew the needle, Bruce's tightly shut eyes snapped open abruptly. The following second, Bruce Banner sat up suddenly, his face a mask of terror, gasping for breath with his mouth agape. Natasha, observing Bruce's revival, couldn't help but exhale in relief. After a while, Bruce's breathing gradually steadied, and the look of fear began to dissipate. Supporting Bruce, Natasha guided him to sit beneath a large tree that had broken off 2/3 of the way up by the riverbank. Once Bruce was settled against the tree to rest, she finally inquired about what had transpired. Bruce remained silent, furrowing his brow as if straining to recollect something. Natasha did not press him, instead waiting patiently for his memories to surface, while subconsciously brushing her fingers against the back of her head. The image of the perfect fan-shaped eye she had glimpsed just before losing consciousness resurfaced in her mind. Who could she be? Natasha pondered. At that moment, Bruce, still frowning, gazed down at his arms, squeezing them firmly as if to affirm something. He lifted his gaze to Natasha, contemplating, before speaking gravely. Hulk is dead. Natasha, snapping back to reality, widened her eyes in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend or accept this revelation. After all, it was Hulk. Hulk is dead, Bruce Banner reiterated. Replaying the fragmented memories in his mind, he had dragged Hulk to the lake's depths, where Hulk, unable to escape, was forcefully subdued beneath the water. It was as if he did not require air, and thus he had effectively killed Hulk at the bottom of the lake. Yet he had not chosen to end his own life. There was an indescribable quality to his tone, a strange sentiment even towards the act of being the one who had slain Hulk. How could one articulate it? Hatred? That seemed too strong a word. No one harbored a deeper resentment towards the Hulk than he did himself. Despite having chosen reconciliation with the Hulk following the battle in New York, and attaining a semblance of control over his transformations, this did not equate to a complete acceptance of the Hulk. To put it plainly, if given the choice, he would prefer never to transform into the Hulk again. After all, the Hulk had obliterated everything he once held dear, forcing him to abandon his girlfriend and seek refuge in the toxic air of Bharat. Now, however, his dream had materialized. Someone had indeed assisted him in vanquishing the Hulk within him. From this perspective, Bruce felt immense gratitude, making it inconceivable for him to harbor hatred. Yet, when it came to gratitude, Bruce Banner furrowed his brow, grappling with an unsettling sensation he could not quite articulate. One thing was certain, the Hulk was dead, slain by an individual known as Hawk. He was utterly convinced of this. Bruce inhaled deeply, clenching his fists under Natasha's watchful gaze. but he could no longer experience the familiar thrill of impending transformation into the Hulk. An inexplicable sense of loss washed over him, as though he had lost something significant. Natasha fell silent, absorbing Bruce's confirmation. At that moment, an urgent ringtone pierced the air from the nearby grass. Natasha, momentarily startled, quickly regained her composure and dashed towards the source of the sound. Indeed, it was her fallen phone. She hastily retrieved it from the ground, gazed at the incoming call on the screen, inhaled sharply, and answered. Director, Natasha. Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat and eye patch, stood with his hands on his hips in the operations command center. Upon hearing Natasha's clear voice, he immediately inquired, "How long until you arrive in Tennessee?" Natasha opened her mouth to respond, glancing at Bruce, who leaned against a tree, his expression a mixture of joy, disappointment, and anger. She quickly gathered her thoughts. Director, the Hulk has been killed. Nick Fury's expression froze instantly, his single eye narrowing in disbelief. Maria Hill, commander in S.H.I.E.L.D., attire standing beside him, was equally taken aback by Natasha's revelation. What did it mean that the Hulk was dead? Bruce Banner was dead? No, Doctor. Bruce Banner was still alive. Only the Hulk had perished. The notion that the Hulk was dead while Bruce Banner remained alive left both the director and the commander bewildered. Regaining his composure, Nick Fury's serious demeanor became evident. Provide a detailed report. Natasha complied, recounting the events that transpired from the moment she picked up Dr. Bruce Banner at the airport. Upon their successful arrival at the vacation cabin, Dr. Bruce Banner had just settled his luggage and was preparing to return to the airport en route to Tennessee when a figure, claiming to be his sister seeking vengeance, emerged. Hawk. The narrative then unfolded, revealing that this youthful adversary, seemingly not yet 21, stood her ground against the Hulk, even submerging him into a lake, where she ultimately ended his life. She made no effort to conceal the truth, recounting every detail, including the incident where she had been knocked unconscious by Gwen. Meanwhile, Nick Fury and Maria Hill, stationed at the S.H.I.E.L.D. command center, were left utterly astounded by Natasha's account. The revelation that a mere girl, not yet 21, had managed to subdue the formidable agent known as Black Widow drew a twitch at the corner of Maria's mouth, while Nick's breath momentarily caught in his throat. Could it truly be that such an esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D. operative had been bested by a girl of such tender years? Surely, this was no jest. Natasha, keenly perceptive, noted the pause in their breathing on the other end of the line. I apologize, Director, Commander. The events unfolded so abruptly that I had no time to contemplate. She explained. In retrospect, she realized her oversight. How could a stranger appear so fortuitously at that moment? Yet, she had just regained consciousness from the shockwave, her mind still clouded. And Gwen had wielded no weapon, appearing devoid of any threat. Thus emerged a shadowy chapter in her past. The mere thought of this unsavory history brought a tinge of melancholy to Natasha's heart. At that juncture, Maria's voice cut through the silence once more. Do you believe the girl who incapacitated you is allied with this Hawk? Undoubtedly, Natasha affirmed with a nod, though a frown creased her brow as a thought crossed her mind. However, speak, Nick Fury commanded, his tone grave. Natasha recounted what Bruce had informed her. After the Hulk's demise, he could have been left to drown at the lake's bottom, yet Hawk had chosen to rescue him instead. In that moment, Natasha recalled Hawk's words, revenge has its rightful claim. What? Maria seemed to miss the significance of Natasha's sudden musing. Regaining her focus, Natasha clarified, Commander, Hawk stated from the outset that she came for the Hulk, seeking retribution. Is this why she refrained from taking your life, and that of Bruce Banner? Maria pondered, recognizing the principle at play. However, it was evident that Nick Fury's perspective diverged sharply. With arms crossed, he scoffed, Natasha, did you just say that she invoked your name and that of S.H.I.E.L.D. from the very beginning? Natasha snapped back to the present. Indeed. He is frightened and reluctant to oppose us. Natasha fell silent. Maria Hill cast a sidelong glance at Nick Fury, her brow slightly furrowed, clearly unconvinced by his assertion. They were well aware of Hulk's formidable strength, having witnessed his resilience even when confined in a glass cage thousands of feet in the air, let alone facing a being capable of defeating Hulk, like Hawkeye. Just as Maria Hill was about to voice her dissent, Nick Fury interjected once more. The name of that Hawkeye was simply Hawkeye, no additional details available for locating him. Wait, Natasha, momentarily taken aback by Fury's words, instinctively scanned her surroundings and noticed the license plate of a crumpled Corolla nearby. Director, we have discovered a vehicle that appears to have been used by them. Nick Fury's eye gleamed at this revelation. 521. Investigate. He commanded one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The agent promptly responded, initiating a search on the keyboard. This chapter concludes with the formidable authority of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., an agency established under the aegis of the World Security Council formed by the 5 global powers. The power wielded by S.H.I.E.L.D. supersedes that of law enforcement in many countries beneath the 5. As for the dynamics within the 5, that is a different matter altogether. After the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent inputted the license plate number into the system, relevant information was swiftly retrieved one after another, the owner's identity, driving history. Within mere seconds, a striking image of Gwen Stacy appeared on the S.H.I.E.L.D. screen. Send it to Natasha. Affirmative. Ding. As Natasha heard the notification sound from her phone, she glanced at the incoming photograph. The image of Gwen, with her sweet smile, instantly captivated her. Director, it's her. Indeed. Nick Fury nodded impassively. Trace her network of connections. Seek any information pertaining to someone named Hawkeye. Almost simultaneously, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent commenced the search. However, there was no trace of Hawkeye's social media accounts, no photos, nor driving information. Aside from a brief textual description, no further details were available. Nick Fury's brow furrowed slightly. Had they pursued the wrong person? It seemed unlikely. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent swiftly turned to Fury. Based on our search through Gwen Stacy's connections, the only relevant individual is a Hawkeye. A male, 17 years old, a 12th grade student at Midtown High School, just like Gwen. According to social media accounts of other Midtown High students, this Hawkeye is suspected to be in a relationship with Gwen Stacy. Nick Fury's tone grew somber. Are there no photos of him? None. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, wary of negligence, conducted a thorough search and confirmed, Director, this Hawk does not possess any social media accounts. Logically, he should have a driver's license at 17, yet there are no records in the New York DMV. Astonishing. What an atypical high school student. Nick Fury marveled internally. In the next moment, a smile graced his lips. Has the information on Gwen Stacy been verified? Yes, Gwen Stacy. Born May 21, 1995, daughter of George Stacy, New York Police Department. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent promptly retrieved Gwen Stacy's detailed information. However, before he could finish his report, he was interrupted. Without waiting for the agent to conclude, Nick Fury issued a command. Notify the New York S.H.I.E.L.D. Operations Command Center. Instruct them to wait. Maria Hill, standing nearby, swiftly interrupted, casting a disapproving glance at Nick Fury, who was issuing commands as thoughtlessly as one would pull a trigger. Director, what are you doing? Nick Fury turned to Maria Hill, acknowledging the need for control. We currently lack any substantial information on him. Deploying agents now is unwise. What? I disagree, Maria Hill replied, locking eyes with Nick Fury's singular gaze. Until we ascertain more about this Hawk, I cannot consent to such reckless action. Are you jesting? This individual has the capability to kill the Hulk. To charge in without thorough investigation. What are you thinking? Do you wish to provoke such a formidable adversary for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Although Hawk had indeed slain the Hulk, Maria Hill considered this situation manageable. If Natasha's report held true, Hawk's actions were driven by vengeance. Thus, his decision not to kill Natasha and Bruce Banner suggested a certain principled stance. Principles are commendable, they imply boundaries. And boundaries indicate that he may not belong to the righteous faction. At the very least, he might reside in a neutral camp. If Nick Fury's plan was to charge in recklessly, it would merely invite unnecessary trouble, creating a powerful enemy. Therefore, Maria Hill staunchly opposed Nick Fury's viewpoint. We should investigate thoroughly before sending agents to make contact. Contact? Nick Fury's single eye flickered. Hill, he has killed the Hulk, our Hulk. This is a provocation. Just for that reason, we must exercise stringent control. As he spoke, Nick Fury directed his gaze toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent once more. Notify them. I'm saying no. Maria Hill, her expression inscrutable, gazed intently at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had risen to face them and spoke in a grave tone. I am now the Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Operations Commander. Without my explicit order, all actions against Hawkeye are strictly prohibited. The agents exchanged glances, and then, as if struck by a realization, they responded in unison, Yes, Director Fury. Maria Hill then turned her serious gaze towards Nick Fury and added, "Do not forget that your prohibition has yet to be lifted by the Council. Until such a time, all decisions within S.H.I.E.L.D. are to be made by me." Indeed, Nick Fury found himself under the Council's restrictions, and the rationale was quite straightforward. After all, it was Fury who had defied the directives of the World Security Council. Did he truly believe that disregarding the wishes of the five great powers would come without consequence? The decision to launch nuclear strikes during the Battle of New York had been a collective resolution of the Council, initially assigned to S.H.I.E.L.D. for execution. Yet what was the outcome? The S.H.I.E.L.D., under the Council's oversight, led by its director, blatantly contravened their decree, even going so far as to personally down a S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. What audacity! The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. shot down a S.H.I.E.L.D. craft. What was the intention here? A mutiny? Thus, even if the final result was favorable to the Council, Nick Fury's actions were a glaring act of insubordination. There is a saying, loyalty is not absolute. It is tantamount to absolute disloyalty. The Council's initial decision was to dismiss Fury outright, to expel him ignominiously as a deterrent to others, to remind S.H.I.E.L.D. that it serves the Council, not the other way around. However, someone interceded. After all, Nick Fury's old friend, Alexander Pierce, was one of the Council's 5 esteemed members. To prevent Fury from being ousted, Pierce argued fervently, persuading the other 4 members to relent, ultimately deciding to suspend Fury's operational permissions, thereby delegating authority to Deputy Director and Operations Commander Maria Hill during this period. As for when Fury's permissions would be reinstated, well, one could only say, let us see the results. To date, the Council had not reinstated Fury's operational permissions. Thus, although he remained the director, he was merely a figurehead, a mere ornament. He could still participate in all S.H.I.E.L.D. matters, allowed to observe and speak, yet devoid of any decision-making authority. Listening to Maria Hill's statement, Nick Fury began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Yet he responded gravely, "Such a stance may reveal our weakness to the enemy." Maria Hill furrowed her brow slightly, just as she was about to respond, when suddenly, a surveillance photograph was projected onto the large screen. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the source of the information. Their eyes brightened as they turned to Maria Hill. Maria Hill, observing the large screen, noted the surveillance photographs that had appeared. "Where did these come from?" she inquired. "These were just uploaded online, showcasing the incoming scholarship freshmen at New York University for the next year, and Hawk is among them. I retrieved this image through the system." "Where's this?" "Quantico." As the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent spoke, their hands danced animatedly, and with the emergence of the first photograph, more images were swiftly retrieved. A series of photographs depicting Hawk's silhouette under the surveillance of Quantico were projected onto the large screen. Simultaneously, Natasha, who had remained unobtrusive during the argument between the S.H.I.E.L.D. director and the commander, confirmed, "Director, identity confirmed." Maria Hill furrowed her brow slightly as she examined the image of Hawk, adorned with a hat, sourced from the Quantico surveillance system. When was this? July 5th. Upon hearing this date, Maria Hill frowned again, seemingly recalling something significant. If her memory served her right, a major incident had occurred in Quantico on that very day, the chaos at the Quantico military base. Indeed, the information was verified. The surveillance footage indicated that on the day of the turmoil at the Quantico military base, Hawk's figure appeared during the daylight, but thereafter, he was no longer captured on camera. By the time he re-emerged, his registration information was located in Maryland. Therefore, it was reasonable to conclude that the unrest at the Quantico military base was likely connected to Hawk. Nick Fury, upon receiving this information, turned to Maria Hill, a provocateur who disregarded the military and brutally killed dozens of soldiers that night. "And you still insist on making contact?" Maria Hill regarded Nick Fury with an impassive expression. "If Director Fury disagrees with my decision, he may appeal to the Council." With that, she dismissed Nick Fury and issued orders to the working agents. "Continue." "Yes." Observing this, Nick Fury's single eye flickered before he turned and exited the operations command center. The next moment, back in his office, Nick Fury retrieved his phone and dialed the number of a friend he had contacted during the chaos at the base. The tumult at the Quantico military base and the ruthless slaying of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers had escalated beyond ordinary criminality. A decisive response was imperative. In one succinct command, "Hawk must be brought under control, under my supervision." The chapter concludes with Nick Fury, who believes he acted rightly in his decisions. Had he not intervened to prevent the Shield aircraft from taking off, and had he not alerted Tony Stark, a nuclear bomb would have detonated above New York City. What would have become of the city then? A wasteland? A ghost town? Yet, the Security Council remained indifferent to such considerations. The point remains, I issued a command, yet you disobeyed, even leading the defiance. Although the outcome was favorable, the violation of orders is undeniable. Thus, from the Security Council's perspective, merely suspending Nick Fury's operational authority, rather than expelling him entirely, was a considerable act of leniency. However, Nick Fury held a different view. He continuously sought ways to restore his operational privileges, and now he perceived an opportunity. The Hulk, a member of the Avengers, had been brutally slain by Hawkeye, which was tantamount to a slap in the face of SHIELD, and by extension, the Security Council. While the Council might not immediately concern itself with this incident, it was only because the situation had not escalated. Should it spiral out of control? Would the Council side with Commander Maria Hill, who advocated for peaceful engagement, or would they support him, who insisted on stringent oversight? The answer was evident. As for who might amplify the situation, knowing that Hawkeye was likely the mysterious individual who had caused chaos at the Quantico military base, he already had an excellent candidate in mind, Thaddeus Ross, a formidable figure with an exceptionally strong backing. General Ross would not suffer the typical consequences that would befall an ordinary general after such a tumultuous incident in New York. Instead of being sidelined, he would likely ascend in stature. It's a humorous observation that most local politicians lean Democratic, while those from the Middle East tend to favor the Republican side. General Ross, an undeniable hawk within the Republican Party, believed in resolving issues through military means. There's a saying that aptly captures Ross's essence. Gentlemen, I favor war. Indeed, this sentiment was tailored for him, allowing him to dare where others would not. Soon, the phone connection was established. Fury, I have identified the perpetrator who attacked your military base. Are you interested in making a deal? As General Ross, who was vigilantly guarding against his daughter slipping out, listened to Nick Fury's words, he paused momentarily before his expression turned grave. Have you found out who the assailant is? Yes, are you interested? What are the terms? General Ross did not immediately acquiesce to Nick Fury's proposition. Nick Fury returned to his seat, his solitary eye gleaming with a wisdom that belied his apparent ignorance. My operational authority has been suspended. General Ross chuckled at this revelation. He was well aware of the situation, yet it did not surprise him. Had one of his subordinates defied orders and resisted, they would have been swiftly executed. I'm sorry, but the latest news is that he killed Hulk. Wait. Just as General Ross prepared to mock the inadequacy of this leverage, he was taken aback by the gravity of the statement. The smile vanished from his face. What? Did you just say Hulk is dead? He killed Hulk? Fury listened intently to the heavy breaths on the other end of the line. Although Ross remained silent, Fury sensed that the general was intrigued, prompting him to assertively propose. Help me restore my operational authority, and I shall reveal the identity of the murderer. Together, we can apprehend him, and upon a successful capture, he can be subjected to our joint oversight, much like the Abomination. What do you say? While General Ross alone was insufficient to reinstate Fury's authority, his supporters could easily facilitate such a decision, perhaps with just a word. Moreover, Fury held no disadvantage in this exchange. Joint oversight would allow both Ross and SHIELD to conduct their own research post-capture. Fury mused to himself. Upon hearing Fury's terms, General Ross's mind raced with possibilities. Absorbing gamma rays. Killing Hulk. If the information proved true, it could only mean one thing. The assailant who attacked the military base was more formidable than Hulk, possessing a greater control over his own power, unlike Bruce Banner's transformation into Hulk, which left no room for reason. The prospect of capturing him for research became increasingly exhilarating for Ross, yet he stifled his excitement. The name. No. Fury laughed heartily. This transaction does not unfold in such a manner. Restore my operational authority, and only then can we act in concert. Ross smirked derisively. Does Maria Hill know of this news? Yes. Then why not collaborate with Maria Hill? Because you won T. Fury was unfazed by Ross's assertion. You and Maria Hill are not aligned, nor am I. Ross fell silent. After a moment, he replied, I need to contemplate this. Take your time, but do hurry. Our window is narrowing. Should Maria Hill make contact, give me 30 minutes. After uttering this, Ross terminated the call and closed his eyes, plunging into a rapid state of contemplation. Nick Fury, after listening to the busy tone on the phone, chuckled as he ended the call. He had no doubt that Ross would acquiesce. However, One must not place all eggs in a single basket. The gleam in Fury's singular eye once again shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance as he rapidly engaged in a mental brainstorming session. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to open his laptop and access the files on Gwen Stacy. As he gazed at the image of Gwen displayed on the screen, the eerie light in his eye intensified, revealing a peculiar and reckless fascination. Meanwhile, Gwen was assisting Hawkeye as they returned to their apartment situated in the Queensbridge Park. Thud. After gently placing the weakened Hawkeye onto the sofa, Gwen instinctively straightened her back, gritting her teeth as she balled her small fist and pounded her lower back. Hawkeye, now seated on the sofa, couldn't suppress a chuckle at the sight. As Gwen stretched, attempting to alleviate her discomfort, the hearty laughter emanating from behind her caused her to pause momentarily. Alarmed by this, Hawkeye's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, as Gwen slowly turned to face him, her expression shifted to one of suspicion, her gaze resting on the seemingly frail Hawkeye, whose complexion had begun to regain a hint of color. Gwen's eyes now bore an odd and perilous glint. Hawkeye? He coughed, his voice once again sounding feeble. Cough, cough, what's wrong? Gwen raised an eyebrow, her tone rising in pitch. Hawkeye. Just Hawkeye, no surname attached. If he had a last name, she would undoubtedly have used it in this moment. Gwen's expression was grave. You are well now. You are merely pretending, aren't you? I am not. I'm fine, don't say such things. Hawkeye instinctively denied, shaking his head emphatically. Yet, his rebuttal was robust. Gwen smiled, albeit with a fa-odd of amusement that did not quite reach her eyes. In the next instant, she turned and strode towards the door with unwavering determination. Damn it, this is serious. Hawkeye, leaning against the sofa, thought to himself, and in an instant, he vanished from the sofa, appearing at the apartment door to block her exit. Gwen was momentarily taken aback before fixing her gaze on the obstruction before her. Step aside. No. Though lacking in emotional intelligence, Hawkeye's instincts were still sharp, and he quickly shook his head. What a joke. If I let you go now, it may cost more time to mend things later. Gwen's delicate features were now shadowed by frost. Is it amusing to deceive me, Hawkeye? It's not amusing. I apologize. I was wrong. Hawkeye candidly acknowledged his mistake, then said, however, I truly did not deceive you. I was indeed quite feeble upon my return. This is the unvarnished truth. Fresh from the lake, Hawkeye was in such a state that even the Hulk, let alone a Chitauri soldier, could have easily reduced him to ashes. He turned to Gwen and continued, but I managed to rest a bit in the car and regain some strength. I intended to tell you, but seeing your concern and the way you helped me upstairs filled me with joy. As Gwen listened to Hawkeye's explanation, the frost on her face began to dissipate, and she cast a sidelong glance at him. So what? She inquired. I can't bear to let you go. Hawkeye earnestly elaborated. Gwen, absorbing his words, felt the chill on her cheeks vanish entirely, turning slightly rosy. Then, as a thought crossed her mind, she rolled her eyes at him. Boring. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have deceived you. Are you still feeling weak? Not weak, he replied. Huh. Weak? Weak. Gazing at Gwen's lovely face, he deduced the correct answer, nodding to affirm his frailty while his voice once again took on a feeble tone. Observing this, Gwen felt a smile tugging at her lips. Yet she maintained a serious expression as she looked at the seemingly about to collapse Hawkeye. If you're weak, then you should lie down. Come, I'll help you to bed. All right. Be careful and take off your shoes. Gwen. Yes? Could you lie with me for a while? What? Just to lie down, you know? I'm quite weak at the moment. Just to lie down? Yes. Fine. Wait, what are you doing? The military had sent Christmas gifts. The Christmas of 2012 was not markedly different from those of previous years. Christmas tunes played in the shops, and snowflakes danced in the air. In the community, children gathered in clusters, joyfully playing together on this special holiday. The entirety of New York City was enveloped in the joy of the season's arrival. Families either celebrated in various restaurants or gathered at home, igniting bonfires and congregating to commemorate the holiday. Hawkeye was no exception. He was reunited with family. As was his custom, he took the bus to Calvin Cemetery as dusk approached, treading on the snow-covered ground to spend the holiday with his sister. Helen had contemplated inviting him to celebrate with the Stasis in Long Island, but he graciously declined. Although Hawkeye believed that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would eventually marry Gwen, making her his one and only wife, that was a matter for the future. Yet, the future remained distant, the present was paramount. He also has his own family. Thus, Hawk declined Helen's invitation. From childhood to adulthood, he spent every Christmas with his sister Anya. Even after her passing in 2009, he would still come to celebrate the holiday in her memory. Hawk understood that his sister cherished lively gatherings, yet due to her congenital heart disease, she often had to observe from a distance. This knowledge pained Hawk deeply. He could not bear the thought of Anya spending the holiday alone. In the cemetery, as he had done the previous year, Hawk placed the favorite foods of his sister Anya before her gravestone. Leaning against her headstone, he sat upon the ground, gazing at the distant scenery. Snowflakes fell gracefully from the sky. Remarkably, the heavy snowfall had persisted for nearly 2 hours, blanketing the surrounding ground in a pristine white cover. However, the area around Hawk and Anya's gravestone remained as dry as on a clear day. It was as if, amidst the falling snow in the wilderness, the ground around him was parched like summer. Hawk leaned against the gravestone, his eyes gently closed, allowing his spirit to delve into his inner cosmos. After 3 days of recuperation, his inner universe had fully absorbed the gamma energy he had seized after Hulk's demise, transforming it entirely. It was evident that his inner cosmos had ascended. The gamma energy was a tangible force within the Marvel Universe, and thus, his inner cosmos had acquired a touch of reality through this authentic power. Although it still fell short of being a true cosmos, the slight increase in authenticity made a significant difference, akin to the vast disparity between the heavens and the earth. To illustrate, if previously Hawk had needed to rely on the power of drowning in the lake to defeat Hulk, he no longer required such means. Now, if he were to confront Hulk again, even on solid ground, as long as Hulk maintained his previous combat prowess, Hawk could defeat him without any exaggeration. Most importantly, as Hawk immersed himself in his inner cosmos, he lifted his gaze to the resplendent, radiant constellation of Phoenix above him, along with the newly emerged multitude of stars in the night sky. Yes, dozens of stars. This was yet another unexpected boon following his successful revenge on Hulk. Aside from the gamma energy, it was not merely a stroke of luck. The Saint Seiya were indeed a manifestation of sacred warfare. With each battle, Hawk's inner cosmos would gain additional stars to enhance his power, resulting in a proportional increase in strength with each confrontation. The newly appeared stars he intended to use to illuminate the constellation of Draco. The constellation of Phoenix bestowed upon him the essence of immortality and rebirth. In contrast, the constellation of Draco offers the might of the dragon and its guardianship, an unparalleled strength and formidable defense. This is the essence of Draco. Among the myriad of saint warriors, he is the singular warrior who, upon shedding his sacred armor, possesses greater strength than when adorned in it. Most importantly, it embodies the dragon. The phoenix soars across the heavens, while the dragon roars through the skies. Hawk slowly opened his eyes and cast a glance at the photograph of his sister, seemingly smiling at him from the gravestone beside him, a gentle expression gracing his features. Hulk must have descended into the depths of hell by now. You must have seen him. Do not fret. The time for abomination approaches swiftly. Remember to inform Mephisto that if he fails to look after you properly, when I arrive in hell, I shall twist his head off and use it as a chamber pot, just as Mephisto once did to Zatanos. What? You don't know who Zatanos is? Surely you know the spirit of vengeance, who wields the power of Zatanos. After vanquishing Zatanos, Mephisto twisted off his head to fashion it into a chamber pot. The power of the spirit of vengeance was thus bestowed by Mephisto through his own makeshift vessel. Hawk spoke softly, as if his words might reach his sister Anya, now residing in hell. Leaning against the gravestone, he closed his eyes and began recounting the events of the past year that might amuse and delight his sister Anya. In that moment, Hawk was no longer at a loss for words. He was quite loquacious. He even began to chatter with Anya about the headlines of the day, specifically about Tony Stark's confrontation with the extremist virus and Killian at the docks of Roslyn Port in Tennessee, where he showcased the fireworks of his amassed Iron Legion. In her life, Anya, like other young girls, had always delighted in news concerning billionaires. Last night, at the oil tanker docks in Roslyn Port, Tennessee, an unprecedented hero's farewell and confession of identity unfolded in a stunning spectacle. After successfully thwarting the lethal threat posed by the terrorist Aldrich Killian and his extremist soldiers, Tony Stark executed a jaw-dropping maneuver. He commanded the remaining Iron Legion suits to ascend into the sky, culminating in a magnificent fireworks display that illuminated the night. This morning at 7, Tony Stark reappeared for an interview, and Hawk, leaning against the gravestone, pondered the contents of the newspaper while murmuring softly. The graveyard lay in silence, save for Hawk's hushed whispers. Were a timid passerby to approach the cemetery, they might well be frightened by the infernal sounds echoing in their ears, mistaking it for a haunting. After a while, the whispers of Hawk faded into silence. He leaned against the gravestone of his sister Anya, appearing as if he had succumbed to slumber. Just as in the years past, Hawk intended to remain here, spending this Christmas with his sister. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, this would be the last time. For by next year, at the latest before Christmas, He must discover a way to descend into hell and retrieve his sister openly from its depths. Mephisto would either return his sister to him, or he would bring down Mephisto. There existed no alternative. Time slipped away, and the once bustling sounds from outside the cemetery gradually dissipated, leaving an eerie stillness enveloping New York City. Yet at that moment, a faint sound emerged, accompanied by a subtle tremor beneath his feet. Footsteps. The rumble of tracks crushing the ground. Initially distant, the sound became increasingly distinct and drew nearer. Hawk's phone vibrated in his pocket. Fearing a call from Gwen, he had silenced the ringer but not turned off the device. As he felt the persistent vibration, he opened his eyes and retrieved his phone. He glanced at the caller ID. It was not Gwen, it was Anna. After a brief contemplation, he answered the call. "Hello, Hawk. I just received word that the military has identified you as the one who breached the Quantico military base that day, and they have pinpointed your location. They are dispatching personnel to your vicinity." Anna's voice rushed through the receiver, conveying a singular message. "Still sleeping? They're coming for you." Hawk's brow furrowed, and his senses, usually subdued, surged to life. Instantly, he heard the thunderous roar of armored vehicles rumbling across the terrain. He could also discern the clattering of weapons colliding as fully armed soldiers jogged nearby. Without uttering a word, Hawk abruptly ended the call, his expression impassive as he rose from the ground. He gazed skyward, where an armed helicopter, its searchlight ablaze, was swiftly approaching, propellers roaring ominously. In an instant, the helicopter soared overhead, its spotlight illuminating Hawk with astonishing precision, casting his surroundings into a bright, daylight glow. With a thundering sound, the helicopter stabilized above the cemetery, its cargo door opening. A soldier took position before the metal storm, aiming the weapon capable of unleashing hundreds of rounds in a single moment directly at Hawk. Illuminated beneath the searchlight. At that very moment, a gunshot rang out. Two armored vehicles, equipped with a sonic cannon, thunderously breached the gates of the cemetery. Ignoring the gravestones that stood solemnly within, they trampled through, producing a cacophony as they approached Hawk. The sound of crunching echoed. Following closely behind were the Federal soldiers. As searchlights illuminated the scene, the sonic cannons were readied, and the soldiers cocked their weapons, taking up positions, some standing, others crouching, aiming their firearms at Hawk, who stood a short distance away. War. It was on the verge of erupting. Above, armed helicopters roared, their searchlights casting the Galvin cemetery in a brightness akin to day. The two sonic cannons mounted on the armored vehicles and the helicopters, equipped with a metallic storm, formed a formidable encirclement around Hawk. The weapons in the hands of the Federal soldiers gleamed ominously under the searchlight-esque glare. At that moment, illuminated by the spotlight, Hawk surveyed the unfolding scene and smiled. He smiled with great delight. Just then, amidst the deafening roar of the helicopters, General Thaddeus Ross's voice resonated through the air above Galvin Cemetery. "Hawk, you are surrounded." Upon receiving intelligence regarding Hawk's whereabouts, General Ross, stationed at the Quantico Military Base Command Center, wasted no time dispatching troops to New York. Gazing at the image projected on the large screen, where Hawk stood exposed beneath the spotlight, he spoke in a grave tone. "You are formally under arrest for endangering national security and unlawfully breaching a military installation." He felt a sense of relief. Initially contemplating deploying a special operations team, the discovery of Hawk's location prompted a direct military presence. This is not Manhattan, nor a city street, it is merely a cemetery. Having faced no repercussions for demolishing parts of Manhattan, he doubted any would arise from a cemetery. General Ross was resolute in his determination to capture Hawk, thus there would be no unnecessary dialogue. From the Quantico military base, he transmitted his voice over the surveillance to the airspace above Galvin Cemetery in New York. "You have 10 seconds to surrender. Prepare." With Ross's words echoing, the armed helicopter targeted Hawk, and the metallic storm, capable of reducing a target to a mere mass of chaos within seconds, began its ominous activation. The sonic cannons on the armored vehicles, under the guidance of their operators, entered a charging sequence. The Federal soldiers encircling Hawk, in response to the command, readied their firearms and aimed the rocket launchers perched upon their shoulders directly at him. Hawk, following the sound of General Ross's voice, lifted his gaze, disregarding the blinding searchlight, and fixed his attention on the surveillance beneath the helicopter. His gaze fell upon the surveillance, as if penetrating the void, meeting the eyes of General Ross at the command center of the Quantico military base. In the next moment, a slight smile graced Hawk's lips. His voice, though low, resonated clearly through the monitor, reaching the military base's command center. "Thaddeus Ross, I suddenly remembered. I nearly forgot about you. Thank you for reminding me of your presence." General Ross appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. There was no time for hesitation. Hawk, who had just been illuminated under the searchlight, had vanished. Boom. Ah. By the time Hawk was once again caught in the beam of light, an armored vehicle equipped with a sound wave cannon was sent flying. Accompanied by the operator's agonized screams, the vehicle crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, instantly claiming the operator's life. Hot on its heels was a second armored vehicle. Before General Ross could react, the second vehicle too was catapulted into the air. Ross's eyes narrowed. Fire. Buzzing. The armed helicopter that had been hovering above the cemetery began to move. Inside the cabin, the operator pressed firmly against the metallic storm before him. In an instant, the metal storm aimed at Hawk below, unleashing a torrent of fire. A rain of bullets descended like a tempest. Striking the ground, it erupted, sending dirt flying. Impacting the tombstones, they shattered into fragments. Hitting the federal soldiers, apologies, collateral damage. Fire. Fire. Boom. A soldier, witnessing Hawk effortlessly toss one of his comrades aside with a mere flick, felt a surge of panic and quickly aimed his rocket launcher at Hawk. The rocket, trailing a long tail, whooshed towards Hawk. Hawk turned to face it. Boom. The rocket struck Hawk head-on, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks that surged outward, igniting two unfortunate soldiers. Yet, this was of little consequence. Had it succeeded? The soldier who had launched the rocket gleefully celebrated, as did General Thaddeus Ross, who observed from afar. But how could this be? Before the soldier's elation could fully manifest, Hawk, with his upper body ablaze, surged forth from the flames. Boom. The soldier felt a sharp pain in his chest and instinctively looked down. There, he beheld a gaping hole, the size of a fist. Shit. Fire quickly. Buzzing. The soldier aboard the armed helicopter gazed at the vividly illuminated and gruesome scene beneath the searchlight, instinctively gasping in shock. Swiftly, he aimed his metal storm at Hawk, whose upper body was ablaze with torn garments. Hawk lifted his gaze, and with a cacophony of clattering, the bullets erupted from the metal storm, resembling a torrential downpour of needle-like rain as they surged towards him. Yet, Hawk neither flinched nor sought refuge. The dense barrage of bullets struck his head and face, ricocheting off his exposed, muscular torso, producing sparks yet leaving him utterly unscathed. It was absurd. These bullets could not penetrate Hawk's formidable defenses, especially not now, as he had absorbed the power of gamma radiation. Drawing a deep breath, he fixed his eyes upon the armed helicopter above. At that moment, as the ground beneath him cracked, he propelled himself skyward like a cannonball. The pilot of the helicopter, sensing impending doom, frantically attempted to escape, but it was too late. With a thunderous roar, as Hawk pierced through the helicopter, it erupted into a fireball, accompanied by an astonishing explosion. The helicopter, now engulfed in flames, plummeted towards the earth, crashing with a resounding thud that obliterated numerous gravestones before finally succumbing to the resistance of the soil. At the Combat Command Center in Quantico, General Ross stared in disbelief at the completely distorted screen. Those present on site, witnessing this inhuman spectacle, were equally stunned. In the next moment, the surviving soldiers, upon spotting a streak of light hurtling towards them, instinctively reacted by turning to flee into the distance. Alas, it was too late. To kill one is to kill. To kill two is also to kill. Hence, to slay over 50 is merely a matter of quantity. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had irrevocably shifted. The once belligerent federal soldiers now resembled lost souls, shrieking in terror, lamenting the inadequacy of their own limbs. They attempted to escape towards the cemetery gate. One soldier, hearing the dwindling cries behind him and catching sight of the gate within reach, displayed a flicker of joy upon his panicked face. However, that joy was abruptly frozen, not only his expression but his entire form. He glanced down to see a bloody hand, clutching something that was still pulsating. Instinctively, he knew it was his heart. As the last thought flickered in his mind, all consciousness faded, his eyes closed, his body softened. And with a thud, he crumpled to the side. By the time the original Spider-Woman arrived at the cemetery, Peter, crouched against the wall, surveyed the scene before him, utterly unable to believe his own eyes. The ground lay as if plowed by a tractor, littered with countless shattered tombstones. Scattered across the terrain were the dismembered corpses of soldiers, their limbs strewn about in disarray. Not far away, a helicopter, cleaved in two, was engulfed in flames, sending up plumes of fire. Furthermore, two overturned armored vehicles lay nearby. One had its door violently kicked open from within, and a bloodied soldier struggled out. In the next moment, as the soldier emerged halfway, he seemed to sense something, laboriously raising his gaze. Before him stood Hawk, bare-chested and expressionless. The soldier opened his mouth, but before he could utter a sound, he watched in horror as the soldier's head exploded like a watermelon. A shiver ran through the mind of the spider. And when he regained his composure, Hawk had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? The spider paused, instinctively scanning the surroundings. He then launched himself from the wall, shooting a strand of webbing that propelled him forward. With a thud, Peter landed gracefully and turned to see Hawk, gently caressing the photograph of his sister on a nearby tombstone. Hawk's right hand tenderly grazed the image of his sister, Anya, igniting a fire within his heart. Peter approached cautiously. Hawk. Hawk retracted his hand and turned to Peter, interrupting him. If someone were to defile your Uncle Ben's tombstone, what would you do? What? Uncle Ben. Without hesitation, Peter replied, I would kill him. The Peter before him was not the extraordinary Spider-Man or the tech-savvy Spider-Man. He was the original Spider, who, upon learning of his Uncle Ben's murder, had relentlessly hunted down the perpetrator, never once contemplating legal recourse. This was why Hawk admired the original Peter Parker. He was not only shy and reserved like him, but also possessed a clear sense of justice. Listening to Peter's response, Hawk showed no surprise, pointing to his sister Anya's tombstone. This is my sister, Anya. Are you going to stop me from seeking vengeance? Peter's eyes twitched as he met Hawk's impassive gaze, which belied the fury simmering beneath. He said nothing and quietly stepped aside. Hawk smiled faintly. Thank you. Peter opened his mouth, but before he could finish his thought, Hawk had vanished from his sight. It was the blaring sirens from outside the cemetery that finally roused him from his reverie. Shit. Something big has happened. Peter jolted, realization dawning upon him. 79. The vanished Hawk. Trouble is brewing. Once again, chaos had enveloped New York City. The media, ever vigilant, rushed back to their newsrooms, and as dawn broke, the headlines gleamed with fresh urgency. The New York Times reported, military's Christmas Eve raid on a civilian cemetery leads to massacre. Calvin Cemetery transformed into a slaughterhouse. The Wall Street Journal remarked, another disaster for General Ross. The tragic state of Calvin Cemetery may stem from a botched pursuit of the Hulk. Global Observer stated, 77 lives lost in horrific fashion, helicopters reduced to fireballs, countless tombstones shattered. What exactly did the federal military do? The events that transpired at Calvin Cemetery were impossible to conceal. Countless citizens of New York awoke to the headlines, particularly those who had laid their departed loved ones to rest in Calvin Cemetery, feeling as though the sky had fallen upon them. They rushed to the cemetery with utmost urgency, only to find it sealed off by military reinforcements. Faced with a multitude of citizens calling out for their loved ones inside, the guards remained unmoved. Upon receiving orders, they readied their weapons and fixed their gaze on the perimeter. Should anyone dare to cross the line, they would not hesitate to fire. It was absurd. Unable to combat the beasts from the previous night, could they now intimidate the common folk? The camaraderie between military and civilians? Such a notion does not exist within the federal framework. Even amidst disasters across the nation, the military's presence is not for relief, but rather for suppression. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, unfurled banners and exchanged glances with the soldiers across the barricade in protest. Meanwhile, the mayor of New York found himself in a dire predicament. Taxpayers from Manhattan, upon seeing the news, recalled the last time the military acted unilaterally, causing them significant losses. Those with connections reached out directly to the Pentagon, while others with lesser ties, but some influence, contacted the mayor. The message was clear. Either take action or step aside for someone who can. The mayor, internally cursing the military 1,000 times over, reflected on their reckless approach. No one could have anticipated that the military would act with such brutality this time, turning a cemetery into a battlefield, reducing countless tombstones to dust and shattering even more. What were they there for? Executing a mission or cavorting atop graves? With a grim countenance, the mayor convened a press conference, where he made no effort to be subtle or indirect, demanding a clear explanation from the Pentagon regarding the incident. The Pentagon, however, feigned ignorance, offering no response. Washington remained eerily silent, as did Quantico, at least on the surface. Yet, Gwen, vacationing with her family in Long Island, found it impossible to remain calm upon learning of the news. Calvin Cemetery? Last night. The Hulk. Gwen swiftly retrieved her phone and dialed Hawk's number. The call went to voicemail. Gwen felt a sudden jolt in her heart. At that moment, the television in her bedroom was broadcasting the events that transpired at Calvin Cemetery the previous night. There was no avoiding it. News is time-sensitive. If one channel refrains from reporting, another will seize the opportunity, ultimately claiming the viewership for themselves. Thus, for the sake of ratings and advertising revenue, the television stations disregarded the myriad calls from Washington attempting to persuade them to remain silent, fearing they might be outpaced and hastily airing exclusive photos and news gathered by their resourceful reporters. When the beautiful anchor displayed a photograph of Spider-Man, Recently acquired for $500 from Calvin Cemetery, a name sprang to Gwen's mind. Peter Parker. With renewed clarity, Gwen picked up her phone and searched for Peter's number, dialing it directly. This time, the call connected swiftly. Gwen, Peter answered. Did you see where Hawk went last night? Gwen inquired, cutting straight to the chase. Peter paused, scratching his head. I only learned about the incident at Calvin Cemetery from the news just now. Hawk was there last night. Gwen felt a sharp pang in her trigeminal nerve. Peter, she exclaimed. Peter opened his mouth hesitantly. Hawk is fine. By the time I arrived, the battle had already concluded. After instinctively responding to Gwen's question, he couldn't help but ask, did Hawk reveal my identity to you? Upon hearing that Hawk was safe, Gwen let out a sigh of relief. Listening to Peter's bewilderment, she replied in a soft tone, I'm not foolish. Your transformation is quite pronounced. And considering your friendship with Hawk, it wasn't difficult to deduce that you were Spider-Man. Peter nodded instinctively as he absorbed Gwen's explanation. Where's Hawk now? I can't reach him by phone. I don't know. Peter, I truly don't know. Peter hurriedly clarified. Hawk left in a hurry, only asking if I intended to stop him. I had no such intentions, so I stepped aside, and then he vanished. As he spoke, Peter curiously countered, by the way, Gwen, I thought Hawk was on holiday with you in Long Island. Why was he at Calvin Cemetery last night? Gwen pondered for a moment, biting her lip. Hawk has a sister named Anya, who tragically passed away in 2009. She was buried at Calvin Cemetery, and every Christmas, Hawk visits her to spend time together. Oh, his sister, Peter exclaimed. Gwen raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Hawk asked me what I would do if someone were to vandalize Uncle Ben's headstone. Has Anya's headstone been damaged? Gwen's heart sank as her tone involuntarily heightened. Peter hastily replied, not at all. I find that gravestone rather well preserved. There's no damage. However, Gwen, perceiving the hesitance in Peter's tone, felt a sudden pang of anxiety in her heart. But what? Peter recalled the sight of the gravestone behind which he had seen the chaos when Hawk departed. A neighboring grave had been uprooted, inadvertently affecting Anya's south resting place. This was disastrous. Upon hearing Peter's response, Gwen was left with a singular thought. No one understood the significance of Hawk's sister in his heart better than she did. If Anya had not been resurrected, even if she were to marry Hawk, it was likely that he would choose to spend Christmas Day with his sister Anya. This was no exaggeration. Now, as Gwen regained her composure, disbelief tinged her voice. Anya's grave has been blown up? What? No. Peter, it hasn't exploded. It's merely that the earth covering it was disturbed, causing some debris to scatter. I assure you, the coffin remains concealed. Disturbed earth? How does that differ from a grave being blown up? Gwen's lips twitched in distress. Just then, Helen's voice resonated from outside. Gwen, come here. Gwen snapped back to reality and responded loudly, then turned to Peter, saying, if you hear anything about Hawk, do let me know, before hurriedly ending the call. Regaining her composure, she opened the door and descended the stairs of the vacation villa, inquiring, Mom, what's wrong? No sooner had she spoken than she spotted a familiar face at the foot of the stairs. Yes, very familiar. Natasha, the girl she had knocked unconscious with a single blow, was standing at the door, smiling and conversing with her mother, Helen. Gwen's heart skipped a beat once more. Helen, noticing Gwen descending, cheerfully remarked, Natasha mentioned you lent her your car. She's here to return it. Natasha turned to Gwen with a smile, greeting her warmly. Good morning, Gwen. Good morning. Gwen remained silent for a moment, responding softly, and after exchanging a few words with her mother, followed Natasha outside to return the vehicle. Before her stood the yellow Corolla, now restored and looking as good as new, quietly parked at the entrance. Let us check it out, I assure you. I did not damage your car, Natasha said. Listening to Natasha's words, Gwen remained silent as she opened the driver's door and took a seat inside. Natasha settled into the passenger seat and closed the door. Gwen inhaled deeply and looked at Natasha. Are you here to kill me? What? Natasha seemed taken aback at first, then shook her head with a smile, saying, No. How could that be? You didn't kill me back then, so how could I possibly kill you? Gwen fixed her gaze on Natasha. But you sent someone to kill Hawk. Natasha shook her head once more. The attack last night was not orchestrated by us. In truth, had the events of last night not transpired, I would not be here before you now. The incident at the Calvin Cemetery caught the entire city of New York off guard. Equally taken aback was S.H.I.E.L.D. Maria Hill never anticipated that while she was still gathering intelligence and contemplating how to initiate our first peaceful contact, the military would so brazenly intervene. Good gracious. Have you conducted a pre-war assessment only to plunge headfirst into chaos? When Maria Hill became aware of the situation, there was no time to ponder the military's reckless approach, nor did she care to consider how they had learned of Hawk's existence. Her immediate response was to contact Natasha, who had just returned from Tennessee and had yet to catch her breath, urging her to drive the newly repaired yellow Corolla from Saint Seiya to seek out the only relevant person they could find, Gwen. With a grave expression, Natasha turned to Gwen. Gwen, we need to ascertain Hawk's whereabouts. If this escalates, it will become unmanageable. 80, the cemetery of the Ross family. Gwen replied, her face devoid of emotion as she regarded Natasha. I don't know, she added. Natasha, observing Gwen's calm demeanor, spoke earnestly. I assure you, we were not responsible for last night's incident. If we intended to find you, we would have done so long ago. There would have been no need to wait until now. Gwen chose to disregard Natasha's assertion. Are you here to apprehend me? Not at all. As soon as the words left Natasha's lips, Gwen pushed open the car door and exited. Natasha followed suit, stepping out of the passenger side, and watched as Gwen closed the driver's door behind her. Gwen's tone remained tranquil. Thank you for bringing the car. Gwen. Natasha furrowed her brow, watching as Gwen, after uttering those words, turned and walked away without a backward glance. After a moment of silence, Natasha turned as well, opening the door to a black van parked nearby. Once inside and having closed the door, Natasha immediately reached out to Maria Hill, who was currently overseeing operations at Saint Seiya command. Commander, what is the situation? She remained silent. Natasha relayed the circumstances as they stood. While she could have taken Gwen into custody and subjected her to coercive interrogation to extract Hawk's whereabouts, the image of Gwen awakening after being struck, realizing she had survived, swiftly eliminated that option from Natasha's mind. Listening to Natasha's account, Maria Hill seemed unfazed and promptly stated, no need to inquire further, we have located Hawk. Natasha raised an eyebrow in surprise. You found Hawk? Indeed. Quantico? No, New Mexico. Natasha was bewildered. How did he end up in New Mexico? Maria Hill gazed at the recently sent video from the Saint Seiya agents in New Mexico, and after a moment of silence, she remarked, the Ross family cemetery has been destroyed. As she spoke, Natasha took out her phone, which had just received a message. She opened the recently sent video. What she beheld was a scene of devastation. Tombstones lay shattered. Graves resembled those ravaged by artillery fire, with splintered coffins and various debris strewn across the cemetery. Not to mention, the Ross Manor in front of the cemetery appeared utterly ruined, having transformed into a desolate wasteland. Natasha was taken aback. Just moments ago, agents in New York had confirmed that Hawkeye's sister Anna's grave had sustained minor damage, likely due to the battle last night. Undoubtedly, the obliterated Ross Manor and the family cemetery were the result of Hawkeye's retribution. A sharp intake of breath escaped Natasha as a thought struck her, prompting her to ask instinctively, does General Ross know? Maria nodded. Then he must be beside himself. Natasha inquired, glancing once more at the video playing on her screen. No one could fathom the depths of her family's anguish if their burial grounds were so desecrated. She certainly would be driven to madness. Yet, she smirked. Saint was still deliberating on the threat assessment regarding Hawkeye, while the military had recklessly charged in without a second thought. Did they truly believe that just because Hawkeye's name sounded somewhat like Hulk, he was merely a second Bruce Banner? Bruce Banner could only evade their pursuit. They could not honestly think everyone would cower before them. Now, the initial bravado had morphed into palpable discomfort. TSK. Perhaps they had even unearthed the bones of that Mr. Ross who disembarked from the Mayflower. Natasha marveled internally, but then her expression faltered. Commander, hold on. New York City is quite a distance from New Mexico. It has only been 6 hours since the incident. How could he possibly have arrived so quickly? To be precise, he had taken less than 3 hours to reach New Mexico. What? Natasha exclaimed in disbelief. Maria Hill replied solemnly, but that is the truth, and it is no longer a matter of how swiftly he moves. If I am not mistaken, his next destination should be Quantico. Perhaps Hawkeye's vengeance for his sister's death is still not apparent, but with the desecration of the Ross family cemetery, one thing becomes clear: Hawkeye will exact his revenge. Thus, he even desecrated the resting place of the Ross family. How could he possibly spare Thaddeus Ross, who supported last night's operation? Although Saint once again lost track of Hulk, Maria Hill was quite certain of Hulk's next destination, Quantico. Listening to Maria Hill's speculation, Natasha furrowed her brow. Then I shall remain there. Maria Hill said in a low tone. Find a way to stay close to Gwen until this matter is resolved. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Commander, are you suggesting it is still uncertain, but we must take precautions? By the way, do not mention this to anyone. Understood, Natasha nodded, her gaze sweeping over the three Saint agents in the van, diligently attending to their tasks. Maria Hill seemed to anticipate Natasha's thoughts and shook her head. The agents dispatched this time are trusted by both Victoria and me. They will ensure perimeter security until this matter is concluded. Natasha understood. All right, Commander. After saying this, Maria Hill hung up her phone and set it aside, leaning back in her chair, instinctively massaging her trigeminal nerve. She had originally intended to recall Natasha. However, just as she was about to suggest Natasha withdraw, an inexplicable jolt surged through her, prompting her to reconsider and instruct Natasha to remain for Gwen's protection. She sensed that the military might use Gwen as bait, should they find themselves unable to confront Hulk directly. This was not a mere illusion. It was a judgment born from her past service in the military as an intelligence officer. The military, in its quest to win the war, would employ any means necessary. This was indeed a war. It was also a reminder that Hulk's former girlfriend was Betty Ross, the daughter of General Ross. Had Hulk been involved with anyone else, Ross might have already aided Hulk's girlfriend, laying a trap for Hulk to walk into. Presently, Hulk had defiled General Ross's family grave. Thus, caution was imperative. Moreover, as Maria Hill contemplated General Ross, another name surfaced in her mind, prompting her to instinctively glance towards the office of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury. Her intuition suggested that Nick Fury was somehow involved in this sudden military assault on Hulk. After all, among the 77 federal soldiers discovered at the scene, one soldier's identity had been detected by S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York as a counterfeit. That body did not belong to the military. It was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. within the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. Only a select few were privy to the existence of Hawkeye. Even those who were aware had been expressly ordered to refrain from any private contact or investigation into him unless explicitly commanded otherwise. Yet, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had emerged, coincidentally of African descent. Maria Hill harbored grave suspicions that this agent, who had perished on the battlegrounds of New York, was dispatched by Nick Fury. The reasoning was straightforward. The previous afternoon, the Security Council had abruptly announced the reinstatement of Nick Fury's operational authority. In the wake of this, the military launched an assault that very night. Could there be no inevitable connection between these events? Was it mere coincidence? As Maria Hill furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation, the telephone on her desk rang. Hello, Commander. We have detected a potential sighting of Hawkeye. At this, Maria Hill promptly rose and departed her office. Coincidentally, the door to the office across the hall swung open, revealing Nick Fury, now restored to his operational authority, stepping forth. Without hesitation, Maria Hill took the dedicated elevator down to the Operations Command Center. Moments later, she and Nick Fury entered the command center almost in tandem. Where's that damned criminal now? Before Maria Hill could voice her question, Nick Fury, making a triumphant return, approached from behind, his voice regaining its familiar resonance. As he passed by Maria Hill, he chuckled, "Apologies, but this is not a wartime scenario." Maria Hill offered a perfunctory smile, remaining silent. As the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and wartime commander, her authority would only surpass Nick Fury's in a state of war. However, in peacetime, with his operational authority lifted, Nick Fury, as director, held sway over her. Director, we have just confirmed a sighting of Hawkeye in Maryland. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent nodded, and soon a photograph, seemingly captured by aerial reconnaissance, appeared on the large screen. Yet, in this image, Hawkeye's figure was but a blur, nearly indistinguishable in motion. Nick Fury scrutinized the photograph, and with the restoration of his authority came the revival of his signature phrase. Are there any additional images? None available. We've analyzed his trajectory, Commander. An agent stationed before the screen, seemingly having just received alarming information, turned to report to Nick Fury and Maria Hill with urgency. 5 seconds ago, an explosion occurred at Quantico Military Base. 81, show of force. After leaving Calvin Cemetery last night, Hawkeye unleashed his full fury, heading with clear intent toward New Mexico, General Ross's hometown, the Ross Manor, and the family cemetery behind it. He seeks vengeance. Since Thaddeus Ross dared to dance upon his sister's grave, he has brought upon himself the wrath he so richly deserves, leading to the obliteration of his family's south resting place. Preparation is paramount. One must anticipate to succeed, lest one falter. Ever the meticulous planner, Hawk had long since amassed comprehensive information about Thaddeus Ross from the vast expanse of the internet. Details regarding the family estate and cemetery were readily accessible. Thus, with his cosmic energy fully unleashed, Hawk embarked on a relentless journey to New Mexico, Having already desecrated the Ross family cemetery, he shifted his course towards Quantico. In less than 3 hours, he traversed eastward to the western realms of New Mexico, and in another 3 hours, he surged from the west to the east, heading towards Quantico. Merely defiling the Ross family cemetery failed to quell Hawk's fury. Instead, it only intensified his rage. On one hand, the audacity of Thaddeus Ross attempting to perform a dance before his sister's grave had sealed the fate of Ross in Hawk's mind. He was as good as dead, a fate even Jesus could not alter. On the other hand, Hawk sought to make an example of him, to eliminate any future threats decisively. He wished to extend kindness, yet he did not want others to misconstrue it as weakness, thereby emboldening them to provoke him. Hawk had no time to indulge the trivial games of Ross and his ilk. He was far too occupied. Vibranium, the search for the gateway to hell, and the reality stone consumed his thoughts. Even while celebrating Christmas with his sister Anna, his mind wandered to the question of whether he should continue his studies after the new year. After all, he had received an invitation from New York University's law school and had completed the necessary credits for graduation from Midtown High. Theoretically, he could forego further education, simply attending graduation day. Thus, he contemplated whether to redirect his path to Africa when the new school year commenced. There was little time to entertain the frivolities of those unworthy of his attention. Hence, it was better to strike decisively, to inflict pain in one fell swoop, ensuring they would not dare to gaze in his direction again. Most importantly, during Christmas, Anna had gifted him a present, revealing the location of the abomination, precisely within the underground confines of the Quantico military base. Hawk had been deliberating whether to confront the abomination or deal with the vibranium first, but now the decision was rendered moot. Quantico had laid the groundwork for him, even providing the rationale. Thus, from New York City to New Mexico, and from New Mexico to Quantico, Hawk, having surged through the journey, slowed his pace slightly upon reaching Maryland, taking a moment to recalibrate before once again unleashing his full cosmic might. 5 seconds ago, Hawk, fueled by a tempest of rage, leapt from the hillside behind the Quantico military base, positioning himself above the installation. With a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the base, he unleashed the most potent punch of his 6-hour-long fury, declaring, "Thaddeus Ross, come forth and meet your demise." With a resounding boom, Hawk's right fist struck. In that instant, time seemed to vanish and space froze. A shadow of his fist surged forth, shattering the very fabric of reality as it descended upon a 5-story building within the base. As the fist shadow collided with the structure, it fractured like fragile glass, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the entirety of Quantico. Months had passed since this military base, adjacent to the FBI Academy and the CIA's Langley Center, had last sounded the alarms of an enemy assault. The building crumbled. The ground trembled, and the 5-story edifice collapsed at an alarming rate, as if a phantom force had struck it from above. Observing from the sky, one would witness the emergence of an immense fist-shaped crater at the heart of the devastation. In an instant, Quantico's fighter jets were airborne, rushing towards Hawk, who was now arcing through the air toward the base. Target acquired, request permission to fire. Fire, came the urgent commands. The fighter pilot, maneuvering the aircraft, ignited the missiles beneath, launching them with a piercing shriek towards the plummeting Hawk. As Hawk descended, he extended his right hand towards the incoming missiles. A clang resonated through the air. What? The pilot's eyes widened in disbelief as Hawk enveloped the missile with his hand. Their gazes locked. Hawk smirked at the pilot, and as he landed, he clenched his fist around the missile. With a deafening explosion, the missile ignited, engulfing Hawk in a brilliant blaze that shot skyward. The pilot's expression shifted to one of elation. Had he succeeded? In a heartbeat, a streak of fire erupted from the ground, soaring towards the jet. The pilot, still caught in a moment of surprise, watched in horror as Hawk leapt onto the fighter's nose, flashing a sinister smile at the pilot. Instinctively, the pilot's right hand reached for the emergency escape device. Yet, Hawk's fists were swifter. Boom. The driver's head shattered alongside the splintering windshield, and the out-of-control fighter jet spiraled downwards like a leaf, plummeting towards the fuel depot of the military base. With a thunderous roar, a more violent explosion erupted. Flames leaping skyward, sparks flying, accompanied by another tremor from the ground. The inferno that erupted from the fuel depot, akin to a fire-breathing dragon, instantaneously engulfed a dozen federal soldiers who were desperately sprinting towards safety, their expressions akin to those who had lost a mother. Simultaneously, as the fierce flames shot up from the base's fuel depot, Hawk, having distanced himself from the unbalanced fighter jet, landed steadily on the ground of the base. A rumble echoed in his heart as he spotted a deathly yellow tank advancing towards him. The tank shuddered violently, its massive cannon retracting ominously, And then, with a resounding boom, a shell was fired, crashing explosively in front of Hawk, engulfing him in flames and smoke. As is commonly known, smoke brings no harm. Just as the soldiers within the tank prepared to reload, the bare-chested Hawk burst forth from the smoke, reaching the tank's front in the blink of an eye. With his left hand, he crushed the cannon's muzzle, while his right fist struck the tank's hull under the watchful gaze of the observation window. The tank did not fly away. Instead, Hawk's fist sunk into it as effortlessly as if he were striking tofu. In a mere breath, his entire arm disappeared within. And then, with a swift grasp, he seized the bewildered driver inside. In the next moment, Hawk yanked the driver back, a sound reminiscent of pork being squeezed echoed, followed by a head that resembled something grotesquely mangled being extracted. It was evident that to him, the tank's structure might as well have been made of tofu. Yet, for the other soldiers inside, it was a different reality altogether. Their eyes widened in horror as they witnessed this inhuman spectacle, especially as their minds replayed the image of one comrade being forcibly ejected through a fist-sized hole, driving them to madness. They were truly losing their sanity. At that moment, whoosh, an air-to-ground missile approached, emitting a sound akin to a rattlesnake, and struck the tank before Hawk. The explosion sent the tank airborne, engulfed in flames. Hawk raised his gaze, spotting another fighter jet, though this one was clever. Having launched its missile, it made no delay and swiftly maneuvered away. Thunderous roars resonated from the tank depot of the base, as one after another, deathly yellow tanks rolled in from a distance, dispersing in formation. Yet, without exception, the cannons of these tanks were all aimed squarely at Hawk. As the sound of piercing air resonated through the heavens, 3 newly launched fighter jets arrived on the scene. Swiftly initiating their assault, 3 air-to-ground missiles were the first to be activated. Boom, 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 boom. The tanks on the ground trembled, their bodies vibrating in response to the thunderous roar of artillery fire, as multiple shells were unleashed towards Hawk. With a derisive snort, Hawk smiled. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions. Flames. Deep craters. And then boom. A deathly yellow tank emitted a deafening noise before crashing violently into a barrack behind it. The barrack erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Following suit were the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tanks. Hawk's figure flitted through the chaos like a specter among the tanks. Did you think he would endure the onslaught? Think again. Hawk had merely sought to demonstrate his resilience, conveying to these individuals that their weaponry was futile against him. With the display of fortitude concluded, it was now time to showcase his might. No, it should be said, to assert dominance, to flaunt power and exhibit grandeur. Hawk intended to use this conflict to unmistakably convey a blatant truth to these people. He is not Hulk. I shall slay you as one would butcher swine or dogs. Therefore, Hawk unleashed his full firepower, a display of strength and authority. The next update will add 5,000 points. Only 500 remain, and it should be forthcoming soon. 82, money silenced. The buildings crumbled. At the Quang Taik military base, as dark beams of energy pierced through one side of the structures and emerged from the other, buildings began to collapse. The crowd erupted in screams. Amidst the chaos of the military base, particularly in the family quarters, countless men and women frantically screamed as they evacuated. The sky wept. Throughout the military base, brilliant flames shot up, illuminating the sky in a fiery hue. The earth trembled as collapsing structures crashed to the ground, creating such immense shockwaves that the ground fissured. From Hawk's entrance to now, merely half an hour had passed, and this military base, nestled deep within the heart of the Federation, had transformed into a battlefield reminiscent of Afghanistan. Armored vehicles, valued in the millions, lay scattered upon the ground, engulfed in flames and reduced to scrap metal. Tanks worth tens of millions lay immobilized, their barrels crushed and also ablaze. Even fighter jets, valued in the hundreds of millions, well, there were no fighter jets left, as each one had met its explosive demise, indistinguishable from the armored vehicles and tanks, now mere heaps of wreckage. It was evident, when violence begins to speak, money fades into obscurity. Ah God! Gunfire erupted, and with an impassive expression, Hawk delivered a swift slap that sent the terrified soldier, who had dared to shoot at him, sprawling. He cast a fleeting glance at the white mark left by the bullet that had grazed him, then lifted his gaze to the other soldiers before him. To be precise, these were the soldiers who had discarded their weapons and were fleeing in panic. Hawk observed them, feeling the bullets was past him, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. Ah, the cacophony. With his right hand outstretched and a slight exertion of force, Hawk expressionlessly crushed the skull of one soldier, disregarding the blood that splattered onto him. His gaze remained unwavering as he watched yet another group of soldiers drop their weapons and scurry away. He chose not to pursue them. Although Hawk was undeniably in a killing frenzy, having caused an estimated loss of billions of dollars to the base within half an hour, he could, in good conscience, assert that he had adhered to his principles. He only took the lives of those who sought to take his. After half an hour of confrontation, it was evident to the soldiers at the base that Hawk had a code, for when the armored vehicles caught fire, tanks exploded, and fighter jets fell. The soldiers who were finally confronted with Hawk's presence, barring a few confused souls who shot at him, merely held their weapons, some not even bothering to disengage the safety. Thus, upon seeing Hawk, they felt they had found a way out, discarding their arms and screaming as they fled. In a word, surrender meant survival. The reality was clear. Hawk had no intention of pursuing those who abandoned their weapons. He sought not to increase his sins. This was satisfactory. An unspoken understanding prevailed. After all, he had come to the Quantico military base to accomplish three things: Thaddeus Ross, the Abomination, and to assert his dominance. At present, after dispatching several of the soldiers who had shot at him, the gunfire within the military base had completely ceased. Scanning the surroundings, he beheld the sight of soldiers scattering in disarray, weapons cast aside. Clearly, he had made his point. Only two tasks remained. Hawk mused as he tore the uniform from the soldier he had just dispatched, using it to wipe the blood from his face. With an impassive demeanor, he ambled towards the command center of the military base, which lay within his line of sight, strolling through the flames that engulfed what had become a smoldering ruin. At that moment, the towering structures of the base were mostly in disarray, with only the command center standing intact. Remarkably, as a fighter jet plummeted towards it, threatening to bring both the aircraft and the building down, it was Hawk who intervened, kicking the jet aside. This was not an act of kindness on Hawk's part. Those who have dined are well aware that staple foods are typically served last, consumed at the end of the meal. However, the personnel within the command center were not oblivious. Upon witnessing Hawk launching the aircraft, it became evident to them that he intended to save them for last. A grim calculation that did not escape their notice. They were not content to remain idle, harboring thoughts of escape. Unfortunately, their attempts were in vain. With all senses heightened, Hawk provided no opportunity for the high-ranking officials in the command center to flee, as evidenced by the armored vehicles and tanks that fell before him, mere meters from the command building. Nevertheless, the command center was not an isolated fortress. Quite the opposite, in fact. Before it stood a wall of soldiers, dozens strong, armed with equality weapons aimed squarely at Hawk. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the air. Amidst the chaos and silence of the military base, Hawk, whose face was stained with blood, approached them deliberately. Each step he took left a bloody imprint upon the ground, gradually drawing nearer until he finally halted before the military command center. After wiping the blood from his arm, he carelessly discarded the bloodied fabric at his feet, then placed his right foot squarely upon the star-spangled emblem of the military uniform that lay on the ground. The sound of the uniform hitting the floor sent a tremor of unease through the soldiers stationed at the entrance. Witnessing Hawk's foot upon the emblem shattered their resolve. Armed with equality weapons, they aimed at the unarmed Hawk, who stood there with his hands in his pockets, his bare torso revealing an imposing physique. Yet, they hesitated to pull the trigger, even as the frantic shouts of their superiors echoed in their earpieces. They were not foolish. Had they not been ordered to stand guard by these high-ranking officials, they would have joined their comrades in fleeing. They had not fired their weapons. And while they stood at the entrance, they could see clearly that if they were to drop their arms, Hawk would not impose upon them. So to shoot? That would be madness. What worth is a life for a mere pittance? They were soldiers of capital, not soldiers of faith. Just as they were contemplating their escape, Hawk regarded the human wall attempting to obstruct his path, the soldiers holding their weapons without even disengaging the safeties, and he let out a light chuckle. In that moment, as if rehearsed, the soldiers comprising the barrier, in perfect synchrony, dropped their weapons and, with screams and shouts, fled in a panic, vanishing swiftly before Hawk. A gentle breeze swept through. The doors of the command center swung open, leaving the high-ranking officials within utterly dumbfounded at the spectacle before them. Hawk smiled, a broad and unabashed grin illuminating his face. The prominent figures within the building, gazing at the colossal screen, watched in horror as he stood below, facing away from the skeletal remains of armored vehicles, tanks, and the lifeless bodies, laughing heartily. Their faces turned pale, trembling not from anger, but from sheer terror. At that moment, they comprehended a chilling truth. Their lives held no more value than those of the soldiers outside. Nor did they surpass the worth of the armored vehicles priced at millions, the tanks valued in tens of millions, or the aircraft costing billions. At least, in Hawk's eyes, this was the reality. As these dignitaries quaked in fear at Hawk's laughter, the screen revealed a now silent Hawk, his cold gaze fixed on the monitors of the command center, seemingly locking eyes with them through the surveillance. In the next instant, his voice, devoid of emotion, echoed in their ears. Either you surrender Thaddeus Ross, or I shall come in and eliminate you. You have 1 minute. 60. 59. Without affording them a moment to react, Hawk initiated a countdown. What was killing to him? He intended not just to take lives, but to strike at their very souls. Most importantly, he sought to convince himself. Once the minute elapsed, if they refused to hand over Ross, he could rationalize that they were attempting to shield him, and thus, if death followed, so be it. After all, irrespective of others' judgments, as long as he was at peace within himself, that sufficed. Indeed, as Gwen had advised, to be a person of conscience. As he stood, hands in pockets, at the door of the command center, his expression impassive, the countdown reached the final 20 seconds. Suddenly, the building erupted with screams, wails, and shouts, accompanied by the cacophony of pushing and shoving. Hawk raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk curling his lips, resembling a mocking smile. He did not halt his countdown, however. When he reached 8, he chose to pause, not from indecision, but because the dignitaries had already made a choice for him. With a resounding thud, Thaddeus Ross, once an imposing figure who could turn Manhattan into a battlefield, was shoved out by another equally imposing individual. The gray-haired Ross stumbled, losing his footing on the steps, tumbling down with a reflexive scream, ultimately coming to a halt before Hawk. As Ross struggled to rise, Hawk lifted his right foot, transitioning from military attire to the crown of Ross's head, applying a slight pressure, causing Ross to once again collapse beneath him. He slightly bent forward, squinting his eyes as he gazed upon the pallid figure of the man beneath his feet. Thaddeus Ross. The ashen-faced Ross was now flushed with rage, roaring as he pressed his hands against the ground, attempting to extricate himself from Hulk's grasp. Alas, it was a futile endeavor. Ross, perish. Abomination, perish. Hulk mused. I must admit, I had nearly forgotten you. Were it not for your relentless pursuit of Hulk, Abomination would not have come to New York City. And had Abomination not arrived in New York, he would not have transformed into what he is now. Consequently, the battle between Hulk and Abomination would never have occurred. Without that battle, my sister would still be alive. With one foot firmly planted on Ross, rendering him immobile, Hulk regarded him intently, his voice a haunting whisper. In the next moment, he chuckled softly. Fortunately, forgetting is of no consequence. With a slight smile, he addressed General Ross, his tone gentle. Thank you for reminding me that you were part of this tale. The general, who had been struggling beneath him, paused, seemingly realizing something profound as he ceased his efforts. Hulk's eyes turned icy. Enough. With a swift motion, Hulk's right foot struck the ground, and a crimson liquid, reminiscent of watermelon juice, began to spread beneath his well-worn yet cherished sky-blue sneakers, valued at no more than $30. Thaddeus Ross die? Without a moment's hesitation. Hulk had no desire to indulge Ross's futile words, nor did he offer the general an opportunity to speak. Just die? There is no need for further dialogue. Behind him, Maria Hill, who had just arrived on the scene, her focus instinctively drawn to the sky-blue sneakers that had crushed General Ross's skull, stood momentarily transfixed. Hulk withdrew his foot, wiping the sole against the military uniform discarded on the ground. He then turned to face the newcomer, her features sharply defined, with piercing ice-blue eyes akin to a hawk's. Clad in a meticulously tailored, dark S.H.I.E.L.D. combat uniform. A name surfaced in Hulk's mind. S.H.I.E.L.D. Maria Hill. As Maria regained her composure and met Hulk's gaze, she inhaled deeply. Hulk, it is I. Hulk, hands in pockets, regarded Maria, who dared to approach him amidst his display of dominance, and smiled faintly. What brings you here? You have slain General Ross. What follows? He deserved his fate. Hulk narrowed his eyes, interrupting Maria's words. Ms. Hill, if it were your sister who had perished, what would you do? Maria paused, her tone momentarily faltering, before redirecting her gaze back to Hulk. Ross is dead. What do you intend to do next? Next? He echoed. Indeed. Maria Hill nodded, meeting Hawkeye's gaze. Internally, she had berated Nick Fury incessantly. They had witnessed Hawkeye's recent display of power at the military base, punching tanks and kicking fighter jets, with perfect clarity within S.H.I.E.L.D. Logically, Nick Fury was the one who should have been here, not her, regardless of how Fury had managed his return. As long as he had not declared a state of war, her authority was inferior to his. Yet, the reality was stark. Fury had vanished. He was unresponsive to calls, texts, and even satellite tracking yielded no results. In light of this predicament, Maria Hill had no choice but to step forward in the absence of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director. Nevertheless, one certainty lingered in her mind. There was an undeniable connection between Fury's reinstatement and Thaddeus Ross's precise targeting of Hawkeye. It was plausible that Fury had leaked Hawkeye's information to Ross in exchange for his support in regaining his position. Unfortunately, Ross was now deceased. As Maria contemplated this, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the headless corpse at Hawkeye's feet, only to quickly avert her eyes. It was simply too grotesque. Hawkeye, overhearing her thoughts, chuckled softly and shook his head. "Ms. Hill," he smiled, "what happens next is not determined by me, but by you." At his words, Maria turned her attention back to Hawkeye. "Ross is dead. You may leave now." "Not quite." "What?" "Hand over the abomination." Hawkeye shook his head impassively. He understood her implication. Ross's demise granted him the freedom to depart, rendering the day's events as if they had never occurred. Yet, how could that be? Ross was dead, but the abomination still lived. Hawkeye cast a sidelong glance at the distinguished figures lingering at the entrance of the command building, trapped in indecision. "You have 1 minute. Either you deliver the abomination to me, or in 1 minute, I will come to you." As his words echoed, the influential figures began to stir restlessly. "Where is the abomination?" "It's in the underground cell." "Release him. Hurry, let him out." Time was of the essence. Only 30 seconds remained. Hawkeye listened to the desperate pleas of the officials, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he turned to Maria Hill, shaking his head in disbelief. "I would wager that many of these individuals supported Ross's assault on me, brimming with bravado and viewing me as a mere insect. Yet now that I am at their doorstep, they cower, fearing I might treat them as the vermin they deemed me." Maria Hill regarded Hawkeye intently. "Do you intend to eliminate them?" "It depends on the circumstances. For instance, if one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. But should one choose to cross me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Hawk gazed at Maria Hill and smiled, saying, "Ms. Hill, look at you, standing before me in perfect form." Just then, a sudden tremor reverberated through the ground, followed by a violent fracture of the earth as a grotesque behemoth, surpassing even the Hulk in ugliness, erupted from beneath the surface. It was the abomination. The moment the prison's electric locks failed, without a second thought, it shattered its confines and ascended back to the surface. As it prepared to roar in declaration of its return, the abomination was momentarily taken aback by the sight of armored vehicles ablaze, tanks exploding, and the wreckage of aircraft amidst countless ruins and corpses. What was happening? Had the apocalypse arrived? The abomination, momentarily bewildered, soon found its attention drawn to a diminutive figure nearby, oblivious to its presence. In the next instant, a cruel smile spread across the abomination's face. Whereas the Hulk embodied a path of self-defense and retaliation, the abomination reveled in unrestrained destruction. After all, the Hulk's host was a scientist, while the abomination's host was a warrior, whose very existence was born from an insatiable desire for power. Thus, the abomination surged forth. With a furious roar, it charged towards the small figure, its rage from prolonged confinement and incessant experimentation reaching a boiling point. After a few strides, it leapt high into the air, a ghastly smile on its face, intent on crushing the insignificant ant beneath its feet, killing it in the most brutal manner possible. Yet Hawk remained undeterred, still fixated on Maria Hill. Out of the corner of her eye, Hill caught sight of the abomination soaring through the air, resembling a dark cloud looming ominously overhead. The pressure of the descending creature was like a tempest, causing the already unstable ground to crack under its weight. Maria Hill felt the overwhelming force and struggled to remain upright, refusing to kneel. Nevertheless, she did not flinch, her gaze locked with Hawk's. Their eyes met amidst the howling winds. Hawk, observing Maria Hill, felt the impending storm and allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. In the next moment, he pivoted and struck. Boom. The abomination's chest erupted as it was propelled backward, crashing into a burning tank, which then tumbled further in a cacophony of destruction. Until, with a resounding crash, the abomination's massive form fell upon the ruins, triggering the descent of 3 flaming tanks from above. Before the flames, all beings were equal. As the abomination lay upon the wreckage, its colossal body was swiftly engulfed by fire, accompanied by the sizzle of searing flesh. The abomination met its demise upon its entrance. There was no superfluous dialogue, only a single punch, and the abomination was vanquished. Hulk had defeated him, and for an adversary who could not even withstand Hulk's might, to have engaged in 300 rounds of combat seemed trivial. It implied a lack of regard for Hulk, or perhaps for his own minuscule universe. Unlike Hulk, the abomination remained in his monstrous form, even as flames engulfed his massive physique. After all, Bruce Banner was transformed into Hulk through excessive exposure to gamma radiation. In contrast, the abomination was a direct result of Emil Blonsky injecting gamma serum into his own artery. In essence, The Abomination and Emil Blonsky had become one, indistinguishable from one another. The Abomination was Emil Blonsky. Emil Blonsky was the Abomination. After delivering a punch and turning away, Hulk showed no interest in the Abomination any longer, instead focusing on Maria Hill before him. Compared to the Abomination, his curiosity was piqued more by Maria Hill. The image of Hulk effortlessly slaying the Abomination replayed in her mind, yet she maintained a calm expression as she regarded him. What would follow? What do you think? Hulk, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, met Maria Hill's gaze with an air of tranquility. She, in turn, faced him, her mind racing with thoughts. Hulk was dead. The Abomination was dead, and Ross was dead. The three individuals connected to the demise of her sister were now gone. Indeed, it's time to return. Hulk erupted into laughter upon hearing Maria Hill's words, the sound dripping with mockery. Maria Hill felt a pang in her chest. The influential figures huddled nearby, caught in a predicament from which there was no escape, trembled at Hulk's laughter. I will be waiting for your return in New York. Huh? Return? I stormed from New York to the cemetery of the Ross family in New Mexico, then sped all the way here. Do you think I came for leisure? This war was instigated by them, not me. They dictate when the war begins, but when it ends, that is determined by me. Hulk's laughter abruptly ceased, his cold gaze sweeping over the dignitaries clustered at the doorway, who should have appeared imposing but now exuded fear and anxiety. Huh. You know how to dodge when the snot's about to hit your lips. You know how to swerve when the car's headed for a wall. You know regret when a knife is at your throat. Yet, this is not regret. You merely recognize your impending demise. Hulk absorbed the grotesque expressions of these dignitaries before refocusing his attention on Maria Hill standing before him. There are only two possible outcomes to this matter. May I hear them? Certainly. Hulk smiled faintly. Compared to the disgraceful antics of those prominent figures, he held a relatively favorable view of Maria Hill, who remained composed under the weight of animosity. As Hulk gazed at Maria Hill, his tone grew somber. His words were calm and devoid of emotional expression. Since we are here, whether it is one life taken or two, even if it escalates to 500 or 5,000 or even 50,000, it is merely a matter of quantity. As Maria Hill absorbed his words, a chill crept through her limbs, and her heart grew cold. Hulk continued, after dealing with this place, I shall proceed to the Pentagon. Once I conclude my work there, I will head to the White House. In short, the war they instigated can have only one victor. Either they will kill me, or I will eliminate them. Ms. Hill, Hulk continued, a hint of a smile returning to his face. What do you think of this outcome? His gaze drifted towards the prominent figures gathered at the entrance, trapped in indecision. Hulk's voice, though not loud, was sufficiently clear for them to hear his previous statements. Consequently, they were rendered dumbfounded. They slumped in despair, pleading for mercy. Before death, all are equal, and at that moment, those prominent figures, seated helplessly on the floor, could only implore Hulk with their desperate gazes. In essence, their message was twofold. The plan to attack him was orchestrated solely by Ross, and they bore no responsibility. They hoped Hulk would dismiss them, assuring him they would never be seen again. Hulk remained silent, taking great delight in the pitiful display of these powerful individuals, reduced to tears and snot. He had no doubt that at this moment, if it meant survival, they would gladly offer their socialite wives to his bed. After all, the fade of glamour often cloaks a world of vice. Such is the nature of the Federation. Such is the essence of capitalism. Quite normal. As Hulk reveled in the disgrace of these figures, Maria Hill, having regained her composure from the shock of his words, spoke up. What about the second outcome? What second outcome? Hulk turned, his expression one of surprise. I find that I am not particularly fond of the second outcome. I believe this one is quite satisfactory. Maria Hill regarded Hulk with a teasing glint in her eyes. May I hear it? Very well, Hulk mused, shrugging lightly before addressing Maria Hill. After the war concludes, the victors can demand reparations from the vanquished. No sooner had he spoken than the prominent figures in the distance, upon hearing this, lit up with hope. Compensation. We will pay, whatever the amount. Silence. Hulk's icy gaze swept once more over the cacophonous and grotesque figures of the prominent individuals before him. At that moment, these ostentatious personalities trembled like quails. A cold smile crept upon Hulk's lips as he redirected his attention to Maria Hill. Yet, I desire not this outcome, he declared. Maria Hill furrowed her brow slightly. Why? I simply do not prefer it, Hulk replied with a shrug. In any case, given the events of today, it is highly probable that I shall not remain in the Federation. Since I am to depart, why retain them? It would be far more efficient to eliminate them all, and subsequently cleanse the Pentagon. I harbor no fondness for the individual residing in that white edifice either. Let us rid ourselves of them all. His tone was remarkably nonchalant. Yet, Maria Hill felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing his words, for she discerned no hint of jest in Hawk's statement, nor any semblance of amusement upon his countenance. It was clear that while he spoke casually, he was not indulging in deceit. He genuinely intended to act upon his words. Observing the horror etched on Maria Hill's face, Hawk's inner self reveled, and he turned to stride toward the prominent figures. Just then, as she saw Hawk commence his movement, Maria Hill inhaled sharply, quickly regaining her composure and rushing to stand before him. "Wait, Hawk," she implored, her voice urgent, resembling a hen shielding its chicks as she positioned herself protectively in front of the prominent individuals. "This matter will not be known to the outside world. Is that so?" Hawk inquired. "Indeed," Maria Hill affirmed with a firm nod. The reality was indeed as she stated. Despite the recent turmoil engulfing Quantico, few were aware of the events transpiring there. The Shield had intervened at the outset, swiftly severing all communications and signals from Quantico. Thus, apart from the locals, the Pentagon, the White Edifice, and the Shield, not many were privy to the happenings. The citizens of Washington, at that very moment, believed today was merely another unremarkable holiday, let alone those in distant locales. As Hawk absorbed Maria Hill's words, a contemplative expression emerged on his face. However, upon concluding his thoughts, he shook his head at Maria Hill. "Not sufficient. Compensation." Maria Hill hastily responded, "You just mentioned that this is a war. Since they have failed, they must provide reparations." Upon hearing this, Hawk's gaze flickered past Maria Hill's shoulder to the prominent figures behind her, who were presently rendered mute, wishing to speak, yet daunted into silence. As his eyes met theirs, it was evident that they instinctively averted their gaze, fully aware of their fear. Hawk's mind raced as he turned his attention back to Maria Hill, a slight smile gracing his lips. "How much? What do you desire?" he queried, amusement lacing his tone. Upon hearing this, Hawk let out a derisive snort and chuckled. "I demand 1 trillion. Can they afford it?" Maria Hill's lips twitched. Hawk shook his head, his tone serene. 1 million, then. Per person. Maria instinctively turned to glance at the 30-odd dignitaries behind her, trembling like quail. 10 minutes later, Hawk directed his gaze away from the tablet interface Maria Hill had presented, which displayed his account balance at Stark Bank. He observed the dignitaries, who, after the funds were transferred, gazed at him with a collective expression of desperation and longing. "Get lost. Oh, we are leaving. Quickly now, quickly," they exclaimed in gratitude. In the blink of an eye, the 33 dignitaries were bustling away, cheering and expressing their thanks, vanishing from Hawk's sight. Soon, the vast military base was left with only 2 individuals. Hawk returned the tablet to Maria Hill. After receiving it, Maria pondered for a moment before looking at Hawk. "You never intended to kill them, did you?" Hawk, with his right hand tucked back into his pocket, regarded Maria with a faint smile but chose not to respond. "You should leave. And you?" "I will remain here for an hour," Hawk replied calmly, his gaze drifting past Maria to the surveillance at the entrance of the command building. "Within this hour, you may employ any weapons at your disposal to attempt to eliminate me. Of course, every action carries a price. If you can bear the consequences, proceed. Should you remain inactive during this hour, do not say I did not warn you. From then on, keep your distance, or I shall raze Washington to the ground." With that, he glanced at Maria Hill. "You may leave as well, Miss Hill. Perhaps your S.H.I.E.L.D. could also take a chance within this hour since you are already here." Upon hearing this, Maria swiftly replied, "This is a matter of federal internal affairs. S.H.I.E.L.D. is solely responsible for world peace." Hawk chuckled softly, falling silent as he closed his eyes. Witnessing this, Maria chose not to speak further and swiftly made her way toward the nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. As she boarded, she was already on the phone with the Pentagon. Once the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft took off from the ground, the once bustling Quantico base transformed into a scene of abandonment. As the sun set, flames flickered and debris scattered across the vast military complex. Hawk stood amidst the ruins, hands in his pockets, meditating quietly. The only sounds were the crackling of residual flames. All else was silent. The surviving soldiers outside the base held their breath, their eyes fixed on the direction of the military facility. Time ticked away, and the atmosphere remained eerily still. Soon, an hour, neither excessively long nor particularly short, slipped away in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the phone lying on the ground before Hawk rang. He opened his eyes, gazed at the ringing device, bent down to pick it up, and placed it to his ear. "Hello," Hawk greeted, and Gwen's gentle voice resonated from the other end. "Are you finished?" she inquired. "Almost," he replied. "Make sure to return soon. Don't forget, we have driving practice tomorrow." Understood, he affirmed. I'll be waiting for your return in New York. All right. Their conversation was brief, a simple exchange of inquiries and responses before they concluded the call. After hanging up, Hawk stared at the phone in his hand, seemingly lost in thought, then lifted his gaze toward the sky. His eyes appeared to pierce through the crimson-tinged clouds, through the atmosphere, and fixate upon a high-definition communication satellite. Connected via the satellite, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Operations Command Center, Maria Hill, having returned, crossed her arms and regarded the large screen before her with a calm demeanor, though her heart fluttered anxiously at the sight of Hawk. As if he were gazing back at her, she feared that the call might lead Hawk to perceive it as a threat. In truth, it was not a threat, but a compromise. You should leave for New York City. Let today's events be regarded as if they never occurred. It's impossible, came the response. There are hawkish generals at the Pentagon clamoring for a nuclear strike on Hawk. But what if it fails? Who will bear the costs of failure? Upon hearing that the hawkish general would not take responsibility for a failed operation, he fell silent. He could be assertive, yet he refused to shoulder the blame. After all, they dared to act, but Hawk was indeed capable of lethal retribution. They were unwilling to gamble. Most significantly, they could not afford to take the risk, especially with General Ross lying on the floor like a lifeless dog, his head completely obliterated, a scene vividly etched in their minds. No general at the Pentagon wished to become the next casualty. Thus, feigning ignorance became the sole option. However, while they chose to play dead, Hawk remained stationed at the Quantico military base. Consequently, the Pentagon turned its attention toward Maria Hill, observing Hawk's image on the large screen. As if he were engaging her in a direct stare through the satellite, she retrieved her phone and dialed his number. Hawk, gazing skyward, watched as his phone rang once more and placed it to his ear. Hello, he answered. Hawk, she began, their essay reason. His tone remained calm. You have but one opportunity to explain, Ms. Hill. She promptly responded, return the car. Hawk raised an eyebrow, his expression laid bare beneath the watchful gaze of the high-definition communication satellite. Maria Hill steadied herself and swiftly relayed to Natasha Romanoff the details of returning the repaired vehicle to Gwen in New York City. She also mentioned that, following Hawkeye's departure from the city, Natasha was instructed to remain behind as a precaution against military personnel potentially capturing Gwen to leverage Hawkeye. Except for her suspicion that this incident likely involved Nick Fury colluding with General Ross, she disclosed all pertinent information. Although she currently lacked evidence, she was determined to uncover the truth. Hawkeye listened in silence to Hill's explanation before retracting his gaze from the sky. Thank you. You're welcome, Hill replied, exhaling in relief. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I can arrange a flight for you back to New York City. All right, thank you. After a moment's contemplation, Hawkeye did not decline the offer. Upon ending the call, he gazed at the sole intact building on the base, inhaling deeply. His right foot retreated slightly, and as it made contact with the ground, the pavement beneath him shattered instantly. In the next instant, boom. As Hawkeye's right fist struck, the building before him erupted in a cascade of shattering glass. In the blink of an eye, the entire structure crumbled, collapsing into a cloud of dust and debris. Thus, the Quantico military base was left devoid of any standing edifices, reduced entirely to ruins. Maria Hill observed this scene through her satellite screen, her brow furrowing with anxiety. The hawkish generals in the Pentagon watched in astonishment, their hearts racing. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, having departed from S.H.I.E.L.D., was in a secret chamber, his singular eye glinting with an unusual intensity as he witnessed the unfolding destruction. Half an hour later, as the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft took off once more from Quantico, the soldiers who had been waiting outside the base finally re-entered once the plane vanished from sight. The landscape was a grim tableau. The earth was fractured, buildings lay in ruins, charred armored vehicles, tanks, and aircraft littered the ground alongside countless corpses, presenting an apocalyptic sight. Yet, what drew the most attention was the immense, charred corpse of a creature lying amidst the rubble. Hiss! Is that Abomination? Where's his head? Where is the head of Abomination? Some soldiers, emboldened after Hawkeye's departure, approached the headless body of the Abomination, exchanging nervous glances. In the next moment, as if a thought had struck them simultaneously, they all raised their eyes toward the direction where the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft had just disappeared into the sky. Seated upon a plush sofa, Hawk gazed at the grotesque, charred head that lay before him, a remnant of fire's wrath, and shook his head, turning away to cast it into the nearby trash bin. Initially, he had contemplated bringing this ghastly trophy to his sister's grave as a morbid tribute. Yet, knowing her timid nature, how she would cower at the mere sight of a mouse and seek refuge in his embrace. He realized such a horrific gift would surely induce tears rather than solace. Thus, he decided against it. He could not bear to frighten Anya, his sister, who had once been alive and easily comforted. Now, with her residing in the depths of hell, the thought of potentially scaring her into tears filled him with dread. He could offer no consolation from afar. As he pondered his sister's plight, his resolve to descend into hell to rescue her grew increasingly fervent. Following the recent Krontico War, Hawk had gained a profound understanding of his current capabilities. In simple terms, I am invincible among mortals. Yet, invincibility among men does not equate to supremacy in the celestial realm. The ruler of the hellish dimension, Mephisto, was not a mere mortal. He was a deity, a dimensional god. Hawk recognized that he was not yet worthy of claiming what he desired from such a being. Even if his microcosm truly existed within the Marvel Universe, it would be of no consequence. After all, Mephisto could easily be paralleled with the underworld's king, Hades, in the Saint Seiya cosmos. One could hardly expect a newly awakened saint, devoid of armor and lacking even the sixth sense, to confront Hades directly. Such a notion would be ludicrous. Thus, the armor became paramount. Moreover, he required the reality gem to anchor his microcosm within the Marvel Universe. Only then could he embark on a quest to retrieve his sister from the abyss. Hawk's thoughts raced as he formulated a plan for the tasks that lay ahead. The armor was indeed crucial, and he had already identified two of the necessary materials. Now, he only needed the final component, mountain bronze, known as vibranium in the Marvel Universe. Once he secured the vibranium, he could forge the Phoenix Cloth, even if his microcosm had yet to manifest in the Marvel Universe. Donning the armor would grant him the strength to contend with Thor himself. After all, the tale of the reality gem unfolded in Thor, the Dark World. Was that not due next year, perhaps in the latter half? At that moment, the cockpit door of the private jet swung open, and A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent emerged. Sharon Carter, as she prepared to speak. Her gaze fell upon the hideous head in the trash bin, and she paused momentarily. Mr. Hawk, you no longer want this head? Hawkeye regained his composure and followed Sharon Carter's gaze towards the head in the trash bin, shaking his head. It's too gruesome. I fear it might frighten my sister to tears. Sharon chuckled softly in response. Indeed. Initially, Sharon found Hawkeye's actions today utterly incomprehensible. However, after perusing the materials regarding him, a different notion began to take shape in her mind. You are quite the devoted brother, Mr. Hawkeye, she teased. Hawkeye glanced at Sharon, a faint smile escaping him. I am not. Had I truly been a good brother, my sister would not have perished. With the floodgates opened, Sharon took the opportunity to settle onto the sofa opposite Hawkeye. This is not your fault, Mr. Hawkeye. If your sister knew of your quest for vengeance, she would undoubtedly be pleased. At her words, Hawkeye turned his gaze back to Sharon, remaining silent. A pang of concern surged within Sharon as she blinked. What is the matter, Mr. Hawkeye? Did I say something amiss? Not at all, Hawkeye replied, shaking his head and diverting his gaze. So, does this imply that you agree with my course of action? With a smile, Sharon responded, from a professional standpoint, I remain neutral, yet personally, I wholeheartedly concur. However, if I were to have a brother, and in the unfortunate event of my demise, I would prefer that he live joyfully rather than be consumed by hatred. Hawkeye shifted his focus back to Sharon, their eyes locking in silent understanding. A slight smile graced his lips. I do not share your sentiment. Forgiving one's enemies is a divine task. I would much rather send them to meet God. Understood. Sharon paused, momentarily taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully. Looking at Hawkeye, she jested, Then I hope I never find myself at odds with you, Mr. Hawkeye. Hawkeye laughed heartily, meeting her gaze. I refrain from harming those who do not harm me. Got it. Sharon arched an eyebrow, her smile returning as she nodded before shrugging lightly. So, what are your plans upon returning to New York City, Mr. Hawkeye? Hawkeye appeared to ponder for a moment, then looked at Sharon. Learn to drive. Learn to drive? Yes. He affirmed with a nod. Then I'll relocate my sister. I have money now. Quite a bit. Half an hour later, the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft landed smoothly at an airport on the outskirts of New York. As Hawkeye exited the cabin, his eyes immediately fell upon his girlfriend standing beside the restored yellow Corolla, clad in a yellow wool coat, arms crossed, gazing at him with a warm smile. Hawkeye approached her, their eyes meeting. I'm back. Yes, Gwen beamed radiantly. Shall we head home? Absolutely. Let us go, get in the car. Shall I drive? No, you still haven't obtained your license. If you get caught, be wary of George dragging you to court. Will you plead on my behalf? Hawkeye. One must acknowledge their mistakes. One should stand before the court with courage and confess their wrongdoings. The new home of my sister and Hawk's new residence. Is obtaining a driver's license in the Federation difficult? Not at all. In comparison to the challenges faced in the Eastern Kingdom, where one must navigate through a series of complicated tests, including reverse maneuvers, hill starts, and right-angle turns, the process in the Federation is astonishingly straightforward. To put it succinctly, as long as you can shift gears, turn, and apply the brakes, you can secure a driver's license. Of course, one must first possess a vehicle. For the Federation requires candidates to provide their own car, while the examiner observes their driving habits and proficiency from the passenger seat to determine their eligibility. Thus, at the entrance of the Manhattan Department of Motor Vehicles, Gwen stood waiting, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a yellow Corolla approaching around the corner. She hurried over as Hawk unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. The examiner responsible for Hawk's assessment also stepped out from the front passenger seat. Gwen approached Hawk's side and, glancing at the examiner who was diligently jotting notes on the evaluation form, whispered her inquiry, "How is it going?" "It should be fine," Hawk replied quietly. Yet, he felt a twinge of uncertainty, as earlier, while making a U-turn on 19th Avenue, he had encountered an unruly driver who ran a red light. Hawk had braked instinctively, although part of him had wished to accelerate and send that reckless driver flying. However, he hesitated. A glance at the examiner's expression suggested that perhaps the examiner would have preferred to witness a more assertive maneuver. As Hawk and Gwen exchanged hushed words, the examiner, a bespectacled gentleman, finally paused in his note-taking and turned his attention to Hawk. "Mr. Hawk, greetings. A law-abiding individual should make allowances for those who do not adhere to the rules." Indeed, Hawk thought to himself, nodding earnestly at the examiner, who seemed somewhat regretful for not having witnessed Hawk's more assertive approach. "I understand," he affirmed. The examiner, perceiving the intent behind Hawk's gaze, smiled gently and handed him the evaluation record. "Congratulations, Mr. Hawk." "Thank you," Hawk replied, his spirits lifted as he accepted the document. With this piece of paper, he could exchange it for his own driver's license at the nearby Manhattan DMV. However, Gwen appeared far more enthusiastic about this accomplishment. "Don't ask," she declared. "The answer is simply that others have boyfriends who drive them out for leisure, and I want that too." Thus, as Hawk and Gwen emerged from the DMV, she eagerly relinquished the driver's seat to Hawk, who had just obtained his license, still warm from the excitement of the moment. Before he had his license, it had been her driving. Hawk now possesses a driver's license, yet still requires her assistance behind the wheel. Hasn't his effort in obtaining the license been in vain? Gwen stated with a firm conviction. Hawk was left speechless. Once Hawk re-entered the vehicle after stepping out, he found Gwen comfortably settled in the passenger seat, her seatbelt already fastened, smiling at him with a hint of mischief. "Drive on, Mr. Chauffeur." The corners of Hawk's mouth twitched as he observed Gwen, who seemed far more elated about his new license than he was. However, he chose to remain silent, fastening his own seatbelt while steering the car away from the curb. "Where to? Did you not mention St. Mark's Church?" "Indeed. Then let us proceed." "All right." Hawk fell into silence as they hit the road. Today appears to be the last day of the holiday. Seated in the passenger seat, Gwen was about to retrieve her phone to capture a photo of Hawk's driver's license when she glanced at the date and blinked in surprise. The winter break always feels shorter than the summer one. It seems as though this winter they accomplished little, yet the holiday has vanished in the blink of an eye. It has nearly been half a month since that evening they welcomed Hawk back at the airport on the outskirts of New York. He returned on December 27th. And today marks January 7th. However, it is no longer January 7th of 2012, but rather January 7th of 2013. Just 7 days prior, both Hawk and Gwen had stepped into adulthood, each officially reaching the legal marriage age in New York City. Alas, they dared not proceed. Perhaps Gwen would. But Hawk did not have the courage. He feared that as soon as they exited the town hall, George the marksman might emerge and unleash a barrage of bullets upon him. Of course, Hawk would likely survive, but George's fate remained uncertain. Thus, to avert such a tragic scenario, Hawk refrained from eloping with Gwen on the day they turned 18. Half an hour later, at St. Mark's Church, nestled near 2nd Avenue in Manhattan, St. Mark's Church, established in 1799, is steeped in history and stands as a prominent landmark in New York City. However, Hawk's purpose for visiting was not to admire the church, but rather to assist his sister in relocating. They could no longer reside at Calvin Cemetery. The turmoil surrounding the military's disturbance at Calvin Cemetery had lingered for nearly half a month, and even now, the place remained in disarray, with shattered tombstones scattered about and a constant flow of demonstrators. It was excessively noisy. Moreover, Hawk had already resolved to move his sister Anna to a new home upon his return. After all, he had come into some wealth. With Gwen residing in Manhattan and New York University also located there, it was only a matter of time before he would relocate to Manhattan as well. There was no justification for him to move there while leaving his sister in Queens. In recent days, Hawk had been scouring the internet from the comfort of his home, searching for a cemetery in Manhattan. To his delight, he discovered St. Mark's Churchyard. Although modest in size, it offered a serene ambience, adorned with lush greenery. Notably, the first mayor of New York City rests here, making the location quite remarkable. Regrettably, akin to Trinity Churchyard, St. Mark's had ceased accepting new burials due to spatial constraints, ensuring that the departed would not lie side by side. Yet, this is New York City, where monetary influence often trumps regulations. Thank you for your generous donation, Mr. Hawk. God bless you, a beaming priest expressed, standing in a clearing within the cemetery, one hand clutching a device while the other warmly shook Hawk's hand. After arranging a visit to Calvin Cemetery for the following day, Hawk departed the church with Gwen. The priest, still smiling, waved them off as they drove away. Gwen glanced back through the rearview mirror at the priest, who continued to stand at the church entrance, smiling and waving, causing her lips to curl into a slight grin. The priest's enthusiasm was palpable. It was essential for him to be so. With the selection of a new resting place for his sister, Hawk felt buoyant and remarked with a chuckle, "Do you believe that if I donated $5 million, that priest would dare to unearth the grave of New York's first mayor for my sister? Faith, that's long gone," he scoffed. Ever since the Vatican set an example by favoring young boys, faith is a relic of the past. God has long since absconded with his heavenly dimension. Gwen, overhearing Hawk's comment, let out a laugh but quickly remembered her own faith, playfully shaking her fist at him. "Stop talking nonsense. God will hear you. Weren't you just saying you'd accompany me to hell?" Hawk glanced at Gwen and replied with a smile. "What? Having second thoughts?" Gwen, rolling her eyes, turned to him with a serious expression and declared, "I will accompany you to hell, but I shall also pull you up to heaven with me." Hawk gave her a sidelong glance, remaining silent as he shrugged. He contemplated the harsh reality that, while a heavenly dimension might exist, the earthly realm assuredly did not. Death led only to the infernal abyss. Noticing Hawk's silence, Gwen dismissed it with a smile, redirecting her gaze to the road ahead. Suddenly, Gwen blinked, momentarily taken aback as they approached a street in the vicinity of the church. "What are we doing here?" "Buying a house," Hawk replied, eyeing a middle-aged woman in a sales dress standing before a property for sale as he parked the car. With his sister's impending move, he knew he would have to relocate as well. Moreover, this is indeed an opportune moment to purchase a residence. Due to the ramifications of last year's conflict in New York, property prices in the city, particularly in Manhattan, have entered a downward trend. By the end of the year, Manhattan's real estate values had plummeted by nearly 30%. Although the beginning of this year has witnessed continued depreciation in property prices, the rate of decline has noticeably slowed. It is anticipated that within 3 months, prices will begin to rebound. The house Hawk is currently considering is a quintessential American home. Flanking the entrance are expansive lawns, and a non-slip stone pathway extends from the front door to the edge of the street. To the right of the property lies a garage capable of accommodating 2 vehicles, which connects directly to the main hall of the house. Adjacent to the garage is a utility room designated for storing lawn maintenance tools. The exterior bears some resemblance to the White House featured in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, yet the house Hawk is interested in showcases an orange facade. The interior space cannot merely be described as large. It is, in fact, exceptionally spacious, featuring a vast open-plan living area, a fully equipped kitchen with a sizable island, a remarkably expansive walk-in closet in the master bedroom, and a luxurious master bathroom. As Hawk followed the realtor through the 3-story residence, they eventually returned to the generously proportioned living room on the ground floor, adorned with a grand fireplace. Gwen gazed intently at the fireplace, her mind conjuring images of a snowy day, with the fire crackling in the hearth and the two of them nestled together on a blanket, drifting into slumber. Hawk observed Gwen's expression and turned to the realtor. "How much?" he inquired. As previously discussed over the phone, the sum was $12 million to be paid in a lump sum. "Very well," Hawk acknowledged the price with a nod, retrieving his Stark bank card and handing it to the realtor. "Please proceed with the transaction." The Palm community is situated in the East Village of Manhattan, an area that has always been at the heart of the city, characterized by its scarcity and high cost of land. Before the conflict in New York, a property of this caliber, boasting a usable area of 6,000 square feet, fully customized floor-to-ceiling windows, high-end materials, an integrated Stark smart home system, and standing as a detached villa, would have been listed at approximately $20 million. Therefore, $12 million is indeed a bargain. As Hawk uttered the command to complete the transaction, the female realtor felt as though her spirit had nearly departed from her body. Meanwhile, Gwen, still lost in thoughts of the snowy fireplace scene, jolted back to reality. staring wide-eyed at Hawk as the realtor accepted his card. Hawk maintained a serene expression, just as he had previously articulated. After awakening his inner potential, money had ceased to be a necessity for him. It had become, in essence, merely a figure. Power equates to wealth. This is an irrefutable truth. Similarly, enticed by the allure of exorbitant commission fees, the female agent confidently assured Hawk that the transaction for the property would be completed within 3 hours. In haste, she accelerated her Porsche towards the housing authority. Hawk followed Gwen as they returned to the room, only to find himself pinned against the wall by her. With his back pressed firmly against the surface, he gazed, momentarily taken aback, at Gwen, who was leaning in with her hands supporting the wall. "What's the matter, Hawk?" she inquired. Gwen's expression was serious as she posed the question. What exactly transpired at Quantico? At her words, Hawk couldn't help but chuckle. He had anticipated that she might eventually inquire about his activities in Quantico. However, for the past 2 weeks, Gwen had remained silent on the subject, and he was not one to indulge in gossip, so he had refrained from volunteering any information. Initially, he believed she might never ask. Unexpectedly, Gwen withdrew her hands and shrugged. "I hadn't intended to question it, but it's quite evident that I must." Although she had known beforehand that Hawk possessed a sum of $1 million, the origins of that wealth were clear to her. The recent donation of $200,000 from the church was something she could just about accept, but $12 million? That was unfathomable. She couldn't even begin to imagine how her father, George, could work for 100 years at the New York Police Department and still not amass that amount through salary and bonuses. The conclusion was unmistakable. Hawk had not possessed such a fortune before his trip to Quantico, yet he returned with it. Thus, it was evident that this wealth was acquired during his time there. What, then, had transpired at Quantico? Gwen was unaware of the true events that unfolded on the day Hawk visited Quantico. The woman named Natasha had not divulged any details to her, merely stating that she had located Hawk. Out of caution, Gwen had refrained from probing further during their phone conversation, simply urging Hawk to return home promptly. Later, Natasha provided her with an address, but by the time she reached the airport, Natasha had already departed, leaving Gwen in the dark about what had transpired. Initially, Gwen did not dwell on it, assuming that she would learn more through the news in a few days. Thus, she remained vigilant for any reports, particularly those concerning the Washington, D.C. area. To her surprise, the news was filled with joyous celebrations and festivities, devoid of any mention of Quantico. She had initially presumed that the lack of coverage indicated only minor disturbances. However, witnessing Hawk now presenting $12 million, she realized that this could not possibly be a mere trivial matter. With wide eyes, she regarded Hawk, contemplating the enormity of the situation. "What exactly did you do that day, and how could they have given you so much money?" Hawk opened his mouth, just as he was about to speak. Gwen suddenly raised an eyebrow, interrupting him. She stepped back, gazing at Hawk with a furrowed brow. "Did you rob the vault of the base? How could that be?" Hawk decisively denied it. "If I had robbed the vault, it would have been cash. Could it be so openly placed in my bank account? I merely blew it up. That's all." Upon hearing this, Gwen instinctively nodded. "Then you received war reparations." "What? The war they initiated? They had to give me something to ease the situation. This money is their payment for the reparations." "Hiss." Gwen gasped in shock, staring at Hawk, her mind echoing with 4 words. War reparations. How much did they pay you? $33 million. What? Gwen's eyes widened, her voice breaking. "So much, is it?" Hawk chuckled. $1 million per person, 33 people. That makes $33 million. I feel like I should have asked for more. He regretted not quoting $1 trillion at the time. However, he soon found solace in the thought. What would I do with so much money? $33 million, after deducting the $14 million spent today, leaves me with $16 million. Such a substantial sum is enough for him. No, sufficient for both him and Gwen's daily expenses. That's enough. Compared to money, Hawk preferred the thrill of combat. Simply put, as long as there is fighting, money will follow. Hawk mused, then smiled at the astonished Gwen, her mouth agape. "I should thank Ross." Gwen snapped back to reality, looking at Hawk with suspicion. "Why? If it weren't for him, I would never have had the opportunity to obtain these war reparations. It's a matter of principle." Thaddeus Ross granted him this chance to earn reparations, and Hawk was pleased, but he was quite unhappy with Ross's actions. Hence, he met his end. And even his family's cemetery was disturbed by Hawk. However, such matters were unnecessary to share with Gwen. She was kind-hearted and could not bear to hear of such things. Hawk smiled, shifting the topic as he took Gwen's hand. "Let's go." "Where to?" "The agent was just here. I didn't pay much attention. Let us take a good look at our house. I adore the master bedroom's walk-in closet. Do we need to make any adjustments?" "None needed." Gwen shook her head, casting a sidelong glance at Hawk. She knew he was changing the subject. She understood Hawk and the federal military as well. Clearly, to secure reparations from the federal military, something significant must have transpired that day in Quantico. It is precisely for this reason that the news has been tightly sealed. However, Hawk is unscathed, Gwen thought, as she ascended the stairs behind him, instinctively clutching his hand. Noticing the change in the grip of Gwen's small hand, Hawk glanced sideways at her. "What is it?" he inquired. "Nothing," Gwen replied with a faint smile, her radiant expression seemingly illuminating the entire room in an instant. Yet, where there is laughter, there is also sorrow. Betty Ross was weeping. Even though 10 days had passed since Thaddeus Ross's burial, Betty had lost count of how many times she had cried within the confines of their townhouse in Washington. Just a moment ago, she was reveling in the joy of reconciling with her ex-boyfriend, Bruce Banner, when she was abruptly informed of her father's demise. Moreover, it was a beheading. The most troubling aspect was that, thus far, she remained oblivious to the true cause of her father's death. The official narrative was a military accident, a ghastly military accident. In truth, her father had been murdered, and in an exceedingly brutal and violent manner. Betty was no fool. She was a scientist. The instant she beheld her father's lifeless body, the horrific manner of his death flashed through her mind. Someone had crushed his skull beneath their foot. Now, the pressing question arose: who was responsible? Since her father's burial, Betty had relentlessly questioned her father's acquaintances, yet each one remained tight-lipped, adamantly insisting that her father's death was merely a military accident. Just as Betty was on the verge of losing her sanity, one of the calls she made sighed and promised to visit her after work. In the living room, Betty gazed at her father's photograph on her phone, silently vowing to herself that she would ensure the demise of her father's murderer, regardless of who it might be. The blood feud of a slain father cannot be forgiven. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Betty snapped back to reality, wiped the swollen corners of her eyes that had been stained by tears, and hurried to the door, flinging it open. Before her stood Nick Fury, who, upon seeing the weary and red-eyed Betty, spoke with a tone laden with empathy. "You must pull yourself together. This is surely what Ross would have wished to see." After closing the door, Betty turned to Nick Fury and said, "I will, Mr. Fury, once you reveal to me the identity of my father's killer." Nick Fury, upon hearing this, could not suppress a sigh. The matter concerning Quantico had been classified as a top-secret exception. "I know," she replied. Betty invited Nick Fury to take a seat on the sofa. After serving him a glass of lemonade, she sat beside him, biting her lip, and said, "No one at the Pentagon is willing to reveal the truth to me, but Mr. Fury, I must know the truth. It concerns my father." Nick Fury shook his head with a bitter smile and glanced around the empty living room, asking, "Is Bruce not here?" "He went out to buy some things," Betty replied, initially believing Nick was changing the subject. After speaking, she continued to gaze intently at him. "Mr. Fury, who is the murderer?" "The murderer is..." Nick Fury hesitated, observing Betty's determined expression, a flicker of conflict crossing his face. Not hesitating for a moment, Betty suddenly knelt before Nick Fury. "Mr. Fury, I implore you. You are the only one who can tell me who the murderer is." "Get up," Nick said, as he rushed to his feet the moment Betty knelt, trying to assist her back up. Yet, Betty remained firmly on the ground, her voice trembling with anguish. "Mr. Fury, please, tell me who the murderer truly is." Nick Fury's expression darkened, his features shifting. The next moment, he let out a long sigh. The choice to accept or to reject. When Bruce Banner returned home carrying shopping bags, Nick Fury had already departed. Betty sat on the living room carpet, lost in thought, seeing her in such distress. Bruce quickly closed the door and approached her, filled with compassion as he helped her to sit on the sofa. Betty, snapping back to reality, looked at Bruce with focused eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaned in and pressed her lips against his. Bruce was momentarily taken aback, but, feeling the wild energy emanating from his girlfriend, chose to embrace her instead. With a thud, the two fell from the sofa onto the blanket, their clothes gradually coming off. "Do you love me, Bruce?" she asked. "Of course." "Really? I swear to God. Then you will help me seek vengeance, right?" As Bruce, gazing at Betty with a hint of obsession, instinctively spoke, his dreamy eyes suddenly sharpened in focus. Yet Betty did not give him a chance to respond. "My father is dead. Help me avenge him, Bruce." "All right, I will," Bruce replied, enraptured. A joyful expression crossed Betty's face as she leaned over Bruce Banner, wrapping her arms around his neck, whispering breathlessly into his ear, "Darling," then transform into the Hulk again. "The Hulk?" Bruce Banner's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Betty, astonished. "What did you just say?" "Once again, transformed into the Hulk. The Hulk is dead, yet you remain alive." "What?" Bruce Banner was taken aback. Betty's face, illuminated by the flickering light, appeared somewhat contorted. The one who killed my father and the one who ended the Hulk's life are the same. Do you not desire vengeance? Bruce Banner paused, momentarily stunned. It was indeed he who had slain Ross. The visage of the Hulk confronting him resurfaced in his mind. Listening intently to Bruce's words, Betty inhaled deeply and gazed at him. You truly know who he is, Bruce. He murdered my father. Help me avenge him. Nick Fury had withheld the name of the killer from her. However, before departing, he had informed Betty that the one who took her father's life was the same individual who had vanquished the Hulk. Previously, Betty had inquired of Bruce regarding the identity of the one who had killed the Hulk. Bruce had remained silent. At that time, she had paid little heed. For the demise of the Hulk seemed beneficial to her. General Ross would no longer have any reason to impede her relationship with Bruce. Yet, the circumstances had changed. Now, Betty fervently wished for Bruce to transform into the Hulk once more. For only then would she harbor any hope of retribution. With eyes brimming with anticipation, she implored Bruce. Tell me, Bruce, you can still become the Hulk, can't you? Bruce met Betty's eager gaze, yet remained silent. However, Betty's eyes sparkled with realization. Just as Gwen understood the Hulk intimately, Betty too possessed a profound comprehension of Bruce. Silence did not signify impossibility. Rather, it indicated that a solution existed. Overwhelmed with emotion, Betty leaned in, embracing Bruce tightly, her voice laced with desperation. Bruce, I no longer have my father. Help me seek vengeance. Bruce, feeling the weight of his girlfriend weeping and clinging to him, gritted his teeth and shook his head, uttering a single word. Sorry. Upon hearing his response, Betty, resting in his embrace, suddenly stiffened. In an instant, she sat up, her tear-stained eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Bruce. Bruce? Betty. Bruce hastily rose from the ground, gazing at the stunned Betty, who had once again fallen back onto the blanket, and offered a wry smile. Betty, the Hulk is dead. He has come to terms with it. The loss of the Hulk has its disadvantages, yet overall, the benefits outweigh them. In essence, he can finally lead a normal life. This is a good thing. Bruce had never been one to exhibit wild tendencies. He was a scientist. Now, as an ordinary man, he could seek out a laboratory, continue his research, and earn a respectable salary. Moreover, he had already secured a new position. In Jersey City, Stark Industries houses a gamma laboratory. Although Tony was preparing for treatment, he had already promised that he could utilize the laboratory. Therefore, theoretically, another exposure to gamma radiation could very well lead to another mutation. This explains Bruce's silence when Betty recently inquired if he could transform into the Hulk again. Yet, he was reluctant. He had finally managed to restore a semblance of normalcy to his life. With both hands resting on his girlfriend's shoulders, Bruce gazed into her tear-filled eyes and solemnly stated, Indeed, I possess a means to revert to the Hulk, but the efficacy of this method remains uncertain. The Hulk was a byproduct of an unfortunate experiment. While success is possible, there is also the peril of death. If you insist that I attempt it, I will, provided you say so. Their eyes locked. Betty, witnessing Bruce's resolute expression, one that conveyed a willingness to act at her behest, was overwhelmed, collapsing once more into his embrace, weeping profusely. Bruce remained silent, holding her tightly. After a considerable time, Betty's sobs subsided, though her eyes were still red and swollen. Yet, her demeanor appeared to have calmed. Accepting the tissue Bruce offered, she bowed her head, wiping away her tears, and in a tranquil voice asked, How did my father truly die? Bruce, upon hearing her question, fell into a moment of silence before revealing the truth to Betty. She was unaware, but he was not. He had been present when Betty received the news of General Ross's death and had accompanied her back to Washington, assisting her while simultaneously contacting Nick Fury to uncover the truth. Much like his own experiences, but with greater severity, the Hulk acted swiftly, avenging without delay. Within a single day, he had stormed New Mexico and tracked down Ross at Quantico, ultimately leading to the general's demise. Upon hearing this, Bruce felt a flicker of satisfaction within. After all, he had been the target of Ross's relentless pursuit, eventually finding refuge in the foul-smelling town of Barrett. Thus, upon learning that General Ross had been killed while pursuing another individual, he felt a sense of grim satisfaction. Following Bruce's account, Betty did not exhibit any extreme reactions. Her tone once again calm. Who was he? She inquired. Bruce furrowed his brow slightly and replied, There was no weapon that could defeat him. And perhaps this is something Ross had forgotten. I could have said that Ross's fate was self-inflicted, but considering the deceased, I refrained from letting Betty dwell on such matters. The military has already made concessions, he continued. I know, but the military knows who he is, and you are aware too. Betty's voice was calm as she looked up at Bruce. I merely wish to know whose hands my father's death rests upon. Rest assured, Bruce, I shall not take any action nor am I capable of doing so. Bruce gazed at his girlfriend's sorrowful expression, contemplated for a moment, and sighed. Hawk. Hawk. What is his surname? I only know him by Hawk. Bruce shook his head and addressed Betty. He killed Hulk because, years ago, his sister perished in the war caused by Hulk and Abomination. So, before Christmas, he sought me out, killed Hulk, and spared my life. If General Ross had not attempted to attack him, at this point, Bruce chose once again to remain silent. However, he felt he had conveyed his point clearly. Even the military intended to downplay this matter. And was it merely due to Hawk's formidable strength? No, the underlying reason lay in the righteousness of Hawk's cause. When the federal military lacks the power to crush its enemies, it becomes particularly reasonable. Betty observed Bruce, who had suddenly fallen silent, and offered a slight smile. Do not worry, Bruce. I truly only wish to know his name. Very well. Bruce sighed, then turned to Betty, who seemed somewhat relieved upon learning Hawk's name. Are you all right? Betty smiled again, rising from the blanket. I am tired, Bruce. All right. Bruce replied, also standing up. Shall we return to our room to sleep? Betty shook her head and said to Bruce, I wish to sleep alone tonight. Please, if you don't mind? Bruce, upon hearing this, did not press further and nodded. Then allow me to escort you back to your room. Very well. Betty did not refuse Bruce's offer. After escorting Betty to her room on the second floor, Bruce approached the door, intending to say something, but upon seeing Betty already turned to her side, asleep, he shook his head, turned off the bedroom light, and closed the door. In the next moment, lying on her side in bed, Betty heard the sound of the door closing and suddenly opened her previously closed eyes. The calmness in her gaze had transformed into a raging fire of fury, burning ever more intensely. Hawk, New Yorker, Anya, just wait. I will avenge you. Father, I will. 89, with the Phoenix as the master and the Heavenly Dragon as the auxiliary. Manhattan, East Village, Palm Community. A yellow Corolla slowly approached from a distance, driving to the entrance of a standalone villa with an orange exterior that had changed ownership and name just a month prior. After making a turn, it ascended towards the garage beside the villa. As Gwen drove the vehicle to the garage door, it automatically opened, sliding to the sides. Gwen drove the car into the garage, parking it beside a sleek black Audi A8 that glistened under the light. This particular Audi A8 had been purchased by Hawk after his relocation. Ever since Hawk acquired this vehicle, Gwen's yellow Corolla had remained largely untouched during school days. Do not inquire further. The answer lies in Hawk's masculine pride, which prevents him from sharing the ride, a fact Gwen finds inconsequential. To this day, the passenger seat of that Audi A8 had entirely morphed into a space that was distinctly Gwen's. Once she exited the vehicle, Gwen opened the trunk of her Corolla and retrieved the shopping bags she had gathered from the supermarket. She made her way towards the door leading from the garage to the living room. Upon opening the door, the rhythmic sound of striking echoed from the backyard. She glanced over, and, indeed, Hawk was at it again, boxing. A smile crept across Gwen's face as she placed the car keys and shopping bags on the bar counter, slid her hands into the pockets of her wool coat, and, while passing through the living room, snatched a towel from the coffee table before heading towards the backyard. In the backyard, the punch bag hung precariously from the large tree, groaning under Hawk's relentless assault. With his upper body bare, Hawk's blood surged as he delivered punches, steam rising from him like smoke signals. After stepping out of the living room, Gwen watched Hawk, engrossed in his workout, silently appreciating the artistry of his movements as she leaned against the railing of the corridor. Moments later, Hawk unleashed his 10,000th punch upon the bag. Suddenly, the bag ceased its swaying. Then with a resounding pop, it burst open, spilling its contents in a cascade. Gwen, leaning against the railing, raised an eyebrow in amusement. Was this the 10th or 11th? Hawk glanced at the ruined bag and, with a nod, turned to approach Gwen. Gwen smiled and tossed the towel towards him. Go take a shower. I'll prepare dinner. Mom taught me a new dish yesterday. All right, Hawk replied, catching the towel. As Gwen turned to head into the living room, he followed her, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead with the towel. Gwen walked toward the kitchen, carrying the grocery bags, while Hawk ascended the stairs to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. In the bathroom, as the shower turned on, Hawk stood beneath the spray, his earlier exertion causing his blood to boil, rising like smoke. Amidst the mist enveloping him, ethereal images of the azure dragon and the fire phoenix flickered into view. Hawk closed his eyes, his consciousness delving into a microcosm, then lifted his gaze towards the stars. Before him, the previously solitary constellation of the Phoenix was now complemented by a second constellation adorning the celestial tapestry. Phoenix constellation, wings spread, facing west. Dragon constellation, head raised, rising in the east. Above the celestial realm of the microcosm, The recently illuminated dragon and phoenix constellations seem to govern their domains like rivers divided. Yet they also appear as opposing horns, mutually safeguarding one another. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, the phoenix spreads its wings, while the dragon lifts its head. Indeed, his second constellation, the dragon, has been ignited. In truth, Hawk had already outlined the contours of the dragon constellation while at the Calvin Cemetery. However, it was only 5 days ago that the dragon constellation was truly illuminated. Upon his return from Quantico, he sensed that the moment to ignite the dragon constellation had arrived, prompting him to delay his journey to Africa, intending to illuminate the dragon first. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. The illumination of the dragon constellation 5 days ago confirmed that his choice was not misguided. The microcosm is the fundamental determinant of a saint's strength. The stronger the microcosm, the mightier the saint. His own microcosm became fortified due to the ignited dragon constellation. This was not a superficial enhancement, but a genuine augmentation. At the moment the dragon constellation was illuminated, Hawk discovered that his microcosm expanded at a visibly rapid pace. What once could only accommodate the Phoenix star map was now abundantly spacious enough to encompass both the Phoenix and the dragon constellations simultaneously. Nevertheless, his microcosm still held the Phoenix constellation in high regard, as it was the first constellation he had ignited. Yet, he also gained the core power of the dragon constellation, the ferocity of the dragon and its guardianship. However, this was not his greatest gain. The most significant reward came after Hawk illuminated the dragon constellation. His long-held yearning for a sixth sense seemed to be coming into focus. It appeared he had glimpsed the doorway to this sixth sense. This was a remarkable development, for previously, Hawk had been unaware of the very existence of this doorway. Now, things were different. He had identified the location of the sixth sense's portal, making the subsequent endeavors much more manageable. By following this path, he would soon reach out to the sixth sense's threshold, push open the door, and thus master the sixth sense, further elevating his microcosm. In recent days, Hawk had been diligently researching information about Wakanda online while contemplating whether he could advance along the path to the sixth sense before departing for Wakanda. Yet, the sixth sense remained elusive, visible, yet intangible. As for Wakanda, Hawk could not wait until summer. He planned to request leave from his advisor in a few days and set forth for Wakanda. After all, he had already received his admission letter from New York University for September, rendering the final semester's attendance somewhat inconsequential. The same sentiment resonated among his peers. Most students who had secured their invitations in advance had already begun to request leave, while those still scrambling to obtain admission letters were consulting advisors about alternative universities. Some students, eager to make the most of their final semester, seek part-time employment to amass funds for their post-college lives. Others, invited by their future universities, embark on early visits to explore their prospective campuses. Meanwhile, some simply choose to forego school altogether, opting instead for a period of rest and relaxation at home. The Central City High School does not impose any difficulties upon them, for those who receive early admission letters have already fulfilled their credit requirements, ensuring a smooth graduation even if they attend no classes during their last semester. Of course, they must not miss the graduation ceremony and the subsequent prom in June. After a while, once Hawk finished his shower and donned the outfit selected by Gwen during their shopping excursion over the weekend, he made his way downstairs to the dining room, where Gwen had already prepared breakfast. Hawk's eyes lit up at the sight of the beautifully arranged meal on the table. "Wow," he exclaimed. Gwen smiled at him, eager for his praise. Hawk, with a serious expression, replied, "Honestly, what would I do without you? Just don't lose me." Gwen, who was meticulously organizing the family recipe cards passed down from her mother, Helen, responded with equal seriousness before breaking into a smile. "Now, eat up and let me know how it tastes." Hawk acknowledged her and pulled out a chair to sit down. Gwen, holding the recipe cards, took a seat across from him, waiting for him to finish while she began rewriting new cards. In the Federation, culinary traditions are passed down through cards, and Gwen's collection was no exception. Although she planned to return these cards to her mother, she intended to copy them for her own future, hoping to pass them on to her daughter someday. As Hawk savored the breakfast prepared by Gwen, he suddenly recalled Wakanda and looked up to ask Gwen, who was diligently rewriting the recipe cards, "You're heading to Berkeley next week, right?" Gwen, immersed in her task, replied with a nod, "Yes. I'll be there next week for 2 months, returning at the end of May." The invitation from Berkeley had beckoned her for a 2-month college tour. After confirming the timeline with Gwen, Hawk nodded again, falling into silence. It was perfect timing. Gwen would be visiting Berkeley while he explored Wakanda in Africa. Soon after finishing their breakfast and clearing the table, Hawk and Gwen stepped outside to commence their day's work, mowing the lawn. A little-known fact is that in the Federation, failing to maintain your lawn can result in fines. The same applies to hanging laundry outdoors in certain states. Even gardening might incur penalties. Fortunately, the former homeowner had left behind a lawnmower specifically purchased for the purpose of trimming the grass. As Hawk observed Gwen adeptly inspecting the machine, he couldn't help but exclaim once more, "Honestly, what would I do without you?" Gwen looked up at Hawk and earnestly responded, "Once again, please don't lose me." With those words, Gwen swiftly pulled the lever, and with a series of rhythmic sounds, the mower sprang into action. Although Gwen's family resided in an apartment, her grandfather was a farmer from the South, which made her quite familiar with various tools. Thus, under Gwen's guidance, Hawk pushed the mower to trim the grass at the entrance. Hearing the sound of the mower, neighbors in the community looked on. Some turned back into their homes, while others were inspired to bring out their own lawnmowers. After all, it was the weekend, and with time to spare, before long, the air above Palm community was filled with the hum of several mowers. By the time Hawk finished trimming the 2 patches of lawn, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Seeing the task completed, Gwen prepared to leave, as she had plans to go shopping with Mary that afternoon. Hawk, watching Gwen pull her car out of the garage, smiled and said, "I'll pick you up tomorrow morning." Gwen acknowledged him with a nod before driving out of the garage. As Hawk turned to tidy up the mower, he suddenly felt a jolt of intuition. In the next moment, a fierce aura erupted from him, and he swiftly turned his gaze towards the direction Gwen had departed. "Gwen, where are you?" "I just left Hawk's place." "Oh, don't get the wrong idea. The city council pressured Hawk yesterday to trim the grass at his entrance or face a fine. Wouldn't he do it? So I went over early this morning to teach him." As Gwen drove away from Palm community, she was on the phone with Mary, who chuckled at this. "Our community has dedicated lawn care services. Does such an upscale place like Palm Street not have one?" "They do. But he is unwilling to use them." "Why?" "He believes in saving when necessary and spending when it's warranted." Gwen recounted Hawk's words, and on the other end, Mary was momentarily taken aback. Yet, reflecting on Hawk's days during school, when he had only 3 sets of clothes and relied on shouting for communication, she found it quite reasonable for him to utter such a statement. However, discussing Hawk's wealth to purchase a villa, yet his reluctance to hire help was not the focus of their conversation. Mary quickly redirected the topic. "When are you coming over? Should I go ahead and grab a spot at Mrs. Noel's dessert shop?" Upon hearing this, Gwen promptly replied, "Sure, I'll be there shortly, in about half an hour." She had a penchant for hot cocoa, and the hot cocoa from Madame Noir's patisserie, as mentioned by Mary, was, in her opinion, the finest in all of Queens, nay, in the entirety of New York City. After ending the call, thoughts of the hot cocoa from Madame Noir's shop filled Gwen's mind, prompting her to accelerate unconsciously. The yellow Corolla beneath her surged forward, speeding towards Queens. Behind her, a rather unremarkable Toyota also pressed on the gas, following suit. Had she noticed us? Impossible. It had only been a short while, and this was a straight road. So why had she suddenly sped up? Regardless, the plan remained. Once they crossed the bridge and entered Queens, they would assess the situation and make their move. Remember, the target must be alive. A living individual is worth $1 million, while a dead one is only worth $500,000. Understood. Understood. The 2 individuals in the back seat of the unremarkable Toyota nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they watched the yellow Corolla ahead. However, the understanding that had just been expressed was not from them. That recognition came from the walkie-talkie in the hands of the man with the beard seated in the passenger seat. Clearly, this group was not limited to a single vehicle. There were 3 in total. Indeed, as Gwen approached the Manhattan Bridge in her yellow Corolla, 2 similarly unremarkable Toyotas emerged from the roads on either side. Once on the bridge, the 3 vehicles seamlessly adjusted their positions within the flow of traffic, forming a triangular formation that encircled Gwen's yellow Corolla. After a brief moment, as Gwen exited the bridge and turned onto the road leading to Mary's residence, a Toyota on her left suddenly changed lanes. However, it misjudged the distance, resulting in a loud bang as it collided with Gwen's vehicle. Startled, Gwen slammed on the brakes. The Toyota that had changed lanes came to a halt, while the other 2 Toyotas continued forward without losing speed. A middle-aged woman emerged from the lane-changing Toyota, looking towards Gwen with an expression that conveyed her regret. Gwen opened her car door and stepped out, sighing as she surveyed the damage. Just as she was about to turn back inside to retrieve her phone and inform Mary that she might be late, the middle-aged woman called out to her, accepting full responsibility for the incident. She suggested that they move their cars to a location that wouldn't obstruct traffic while she contacted her insurance company to handle the matter. Momentarily diverted by the woman's straightforward acknowledgement of her liability, Gwen considered the situation and ultimately agreed. After all, if there was no need to summon traffic police, this would be a rather swift resolution. Before long, Gwen followed the middle-aged woman's vehicle to a side street where they could park without hindering traffic. Just as she was about to extinguish the engine and exit the vehicle, a sharp screech echoed, accompanied by the sound of tires grinding against the pavement. As a Toyota suddenly surged into view, blocking her path. It was Shedder. Gwen was initially taken aback, quickly followed by an ominous premonition. Robbery or kidnapping. Nevertheless, despite her thoughts racing, she instinctively pressed the lock button on her car door. Just as she prepared to reach for her phone to call the police, a deafening crash reverberated. Gwen was startled once more, as were the four men clad in cartoon masks who emerged from the rear of the Toyota. The four men instinctively turned their heads in unison. Before their eyes, a sleek black Audi 8, seemingly newly acquired and glistening in the sunlight, collided forcefully with the rear of their Toyota. In the next moment, Hawk, dressed in a form-fitting black shirt, stepped out of the car. Upon seeing this, the masked men exchanged glances and then simultaneously drew handguns, aiming them at Hawk. Fuck. Die. Bang, 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 bang. For bullets were elegantly discharged, striking Hawk in the face, chest, and right arm in the blink of an eye. Then there was silence, accompanied by the sound of metal clattering. The flattened bullets fell to the ground after hitting Hawk's body. Hawk cast a fleeting glance at the bullets on the ground. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, appearing before one of the masked men. As his right hand rose, the motion paused for an imperceptible moment, followed swiftly by his left hand, which grasped the masked man's head, executing a swift twist. A crisp crack echoed as the skull contorted and dislocated. Another masked man quickly regained his composure. Ah, crack. He soon followed in his comrade's fate. The remaining two were no exceptions. From the moment Hawk exited the vehicle to the instant four disoriented robbers collapsed to the ground, the entire sequence transpired within the span of 3 breaths. By the time Gwen regained her bearings, Hawk had already positioned himself directly in front of the Toyota. The engine of the Toyota roared wildly, its rear wheels spinning furiously against the ground, kicking up clouds of smoke, yet the vehicle remained stationary. Hawk gripped the Toyota's trunk with one hand, his fingers sinking into it, as if it were mere tofu. His arm muscles relaxed yet unyielding as he held fast to the car. Fuck. Move. Now, shouted the middle-aged woman inside the Toyota, her foot pressed firmly on the accelerator. Hawk raised an eyebrow and released his right hand. In the next moment, boom. Like a tire burning in place, the moment Hawk released his right hand, the Toyota surged forth like a shooting star, only to crash violently into a nearby wall, the airbags deploying instantaneously. The middle-aged woman, caught completely off guard, was knocked unconscious by the force of the airbag. As Hawk relinquished his grip, he had already pivoted to stand before the driver's side of the Corolla, tapping on the window. Inside the vehicle, Gwen, clutching her phone, stared blankly at Hawk outside, instinctively rolling down the window. Hello, Gwen. Have you arrived? I've ordered your favorite hot cocoa, came Mary Jane's voice from the phone in Gwen's hand. Yet, Gwen seemed entranced, her gaze fixed on Hawk. After all, during Hawk's previous encounter with Hulk, most of the action unfolded underwater, and by the time Hawk reemerged, the outcome had already been determined. But this time, she witnessed the entirety of the spectacle firsthand. Her mind replayed the chilling image of Hawk's small car, impervious to the bullets fired at him, appearing before the 4 robbers in the blink of an eye, effortlessly dispatching them, and the sight of him pulling the speeding car with bare hands. Gwen was mesmerized, but Hawk was not. He smiled at Gwen, who was still lost in thought, and took the phone from her grasp. Hello, Mary. Hawk. Gwen's a bit occupied. Could you help her package the hot cocoa? Without acknowledging Mary, Hawk abruptly hung up, and then, as if struck by a thought, turned his contemplative gaze toward Gwen. So, hot cocoa. Didn't you claim you didn't like it? Gwen snapped back to reality. Hawk. Yes. Hawk chuckled. The sheriff's daughter seems to have let her guard down. Or is it that thoughts of hot cocoa have dulled your vigilance? At Hawk's playful teasing, Gwen's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly exited the car, flustered. There's another vehicle. What? There were 3 Toyotas, only 2 are here. Having lost the allure of the hot cocoa, Gwen recalled the scene on the Manhattan Bridge, where 3 Toyotas had been following her closely. However, she would never admit that her preoccupation with the desserts from Mrs. Noir's establishment had diminished her alertness. With a serious expression, Gwen turned to Hawk, and I do not like hot cocoa. I am already 18. Hawk smiled. But I heard from Helen that your greatest dream as a child was to live in a house made of chocolate. Shut up, Gwen interjected, her brow twitching as she quickly redirected the conversation back to the 3rd vehicle. There is a 3rd car. They have fled. Hawk smiled faintly, then turned to the slightly taken aback Gwen, adding reassuringly, rest assured, they won't escape. Gwen blinked in surprise as she pondered the implications of Hawk's words. A sound heralding the arrival of justice echoed from a distance, growing ever nearer. Woo woo woo. Bang bang. This is Officer Chun. Don't move. Raise your hands now immediately. Hawk and Gwen turned to see two police officers, a man and a woman, outside the alley, surveying the scene where 4 bodies of the neck-twisted robbers lay sprawled on the ground. The officers hastily drew their sidearms, their expressions tense as they aimed at Hawk and Gwen. Gwen quickly interjected, "My father is the captain of the 19th precinct." George, who was at the precinct, rushed to the scene upon receiving the report from the Queen's precinct. The area was already cordoned off. As George stepped out of the police car, his gaze immediately fell upon Gwen and Hawk, who were together responding to inquiries from the Queen's detectives. "Gwen, Dad," Gwen exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of George, who approached in a crisp white shirt. The nearby officers and detectives saluted him in accordance with protocol. George, focused and anxious, stepped up to Gwen, his tone imbued with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Gwen replied, smiling and shaking her head, glancing at Hawk as she spoke to George. Hawk arrived just in time. At her words, George looked at Hawk, offering a silent nod. Hawk responded with a slight smile. Just then, the Queen's precinct captain, stationed behind the police line, called out as he heard the report, "George." George turned to see his friend, the captain of the Queen's precinct, and exchanged a brief word with Gwen before moving toward the police line. "Alan, what's going on?" "Preliminary assessment suggests a kidnapping." "A kidnapping?" "Yes." Alan, the captain and a friend of George, pointed to the straps and duct tape that had been retrieved from a Toyota nearby, then seemed to have a realization as he glanced at George. "Gwen's boyfriend seems capable." George was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Look." Alan gestured toward the 4 bodies on the ground, their heads contorted unnaturally. The coroner just examined them. No gunshot wounds. They were all killed by hand. George stared at the corpses in disbelief, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he instinctively turned to glance at Hawk, standing nearby. Gwen noticed George's gaze and nudged Hawk with her elbow, lowering her voice. "Father was curious about you." "It's nothing." Hawk was indifferent. His present strength is solely the result of a relentless commitment to self-improvement and perseverance over 1,000 consecutive days. The external assistance merely provided an opportunity, one that Hawk seized with unwavering determination. Throwing punches 10,000 times over 1,000 days may sound straightforward, yet how many can truly maintain such discipline? Thus, why conceal the prowess earned through merit? When he first ventured into Quantico, he merely donned a mask and made no significant attempts at secrecy. Subsequently, with Dr. Lizard, Hulk, and during another visit to Quantico, he had no intention of hiding his identity. In essence, prosperity should be celebrated publicly. One should not traverse the night in splendid attire without reveling in the glory. The act of feigning humility to deceive? No. He relished in the display of his accomplishments. Hawk mused, exchanging a knowing smile from a distance with George, who was vigilantly observing the perimeter. Their gazes met, but it was George who averted his eyes first. Turning to the detective who had rushed to report to his friend, Alan. A Brunbull, associated with the Devil's Gang, had only recently been released on bail. The other 3 were also members of this gang, and the middle-aged woman who was rushed to the hospital was a Brunbull's wife. The Devil's Gang. Alan, the precinct captain in Queens, listened to the report and instinctively glanced at his friend George. "Is it aimed at you?" The Devil's Gang was not a Queens faction. They hailed from Manhattan and primarily operated in the 19th precinct. George responded, "I oversee serious crimes. Organized crime isn't under my purview. Cases involving gangs are managed by the Organized Crime Investigation Unit." His responsibility lay primarily with homicide cases in the jurisdiction. Alan furrowed his brow. "So who is the target? Surely it can't be Gwen herself? What is the condition of the woman taken to the hospital?" "Uncertain." Alan glanced at his watch and suggested to George, "Shall we visit the hospital?" George nodded. He refrained from asking Alan to relinquish the case, for even if Alan agreed, it would be problematic for him to take it on due to its gang-related nature. Even if Alan handed it over to the 19th precinct, the investigation would still fall under the purview of the precinct's gang officer. Furthermore, since this incident occurred within the jurisdiction of the Queen's precinct, Alan might not even allow it. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He was involved now. Gwen. Uncle Alan. Meanwhile, Gwen, who was discussing the case with Hawk, sweetly greeted Captain Alan as he approached alongside her father. Alan smiled and asked, "Were you frightened?" Gwen gazed at the affectionate glance her father cast upon Hawk, smiling as she linked her arm with his while addressing Alan. "Uncle Alan, you've asked me twice already. I assure you, I am perfectly well. Hawk has taken excellent care of me. Truly, I am fine." George observed the endearing sight of his daughter entwined with the wild boar, his eyes twitching involuntarily. Meanwhile, Sheriff Alan chuckled heartily before a thought struck him, prompting him to look at George. "Gwen is 18 this year, correct?" Just 3 years until she graduates from university. By the way, George, how much have you saved for Gwen's wedding fund? It is well known that, within the Federation, it is customary for the bride's family to prepare a sum of money for the wedding expenses, and if they are affluent, to also cover the costs of the honeymoon. George remained silent, merely casting an expressionless glance at his friend, before retrieving the keys to his recently arrived police car from his pocket and tossing them to Hawk. Hawk's right hand opened to catch the keys steadily. You should take Gwen home. All right. Hawk nodded, leading Gwen toward the police car that George had just driven in. As for his Audi A8 and Gwen's Corolla, the keys had already been handed over to the insurance agent from Gongrong Insurance, who had arrived before George. They would transport both vehicles to a repair shop and deliver them back once repaired, after the sheriff lifted the scene's blockade. Soon, with a swift press of the accelerator, Hawk drove the police car away from the scene with utmost confidence. Sheriff Allen of the Queens District gazed at the departing vehicle, then turned his attention back to George as they walked toward the nearby cars, curiously inquiring, "Your future son-in-law appears quite impressive. Is he also from Berlick?" George shook his head. "No, he studies law at New York University." Upon hearing this, Sheriff Allen regarded George with a serious expression. "A law student? That's commendable. With such a background, he could become a prosperous lawyer or a powerful politician. It's essential to study law. However, have you looked into his background?" "I have. He is an orphan." "Ah." As Sheriff Allen took a seat in the car, he glanced at George in the passenger seat, his expression once again betraying surprise. He instinctively looked toward the shining black Audi A8 glimmering in the sunlight. "An orphan driving an Audi A8? Are you certain?" "He moved recently." "What?" "He previously resided in the Bridge Apartments and now lives on Palm Street in the East Village." The Bridge Apartments are notoriously known as low-income housing in Queens, while Palm Street in the East Village is equally famous as a wealthy community in Manhattan. "Ah." Allen couldn't help but gasp once more, incredulous. "What is going on?" "I don't know," George replied, shaking his head at the serious-faced Allen. "The only thing I am certain of is that the source of the funds for his house purchase is quite clear." Allen furrowed his brow. George seemed to have guessed what Allen wanted to say, smiling softly and replying in a subdued tone, because he didn't cause any trouble. Allen instantly fell silent. This reasoning was impeccable. Why must the money of criminals first be laundered? To let the money see the light of day? No, regardless of how it is laundered. Taxes must be paid. Only by paying taxes will the tax authorities refrain from causing you trouble. In essence, only the money that does not attract the attention of the tax authorities is money that can bask in the light. As evening descended, upon returning home, George found Hawk and Gwen in the living room, keeping Helen company while watching the latest episode of Desperate Housewives. Upon noticing George's arrival, Gwen hurriedly inquired, "Dad, how did it go?" As George removed his coat and made his way to the bar, he replied, "It was futile." Gwen was taken aback. "Is he dead?" Hawk, standing nearby, flickered his gaze slightly at the words. "It's fine. No need for a final blow." Helen, already aware of the unfolding events, looked at George with concern. "Why would anyone want to kidnap Gwen? Was it aimed at you?" "Allen is still investigating." Pouring himself a glass of whiskey, George stood at the bar, took a sip, and then addressed Helen. "For the time being, do not go out alone. 2 officers have been assigned downstairs. Should anything arise, let them accompany you. Safety is paramount." Helen and Gwen nodded in unison. It was quite normal for audacious criminals to retaliate against law enforcement. Hawk, seeing George's return, rose from the sofa. "Mr. Stacy, I'll take my leave now." George glanced at Hawk, nodded, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. No need to thank me. Protecting Gwen is my duty." Hawk smiled. Gwen escorted Hawk to the apartment door. A police car across the street provided a reassuring sense of security. "Be careful yourself." "Rest assured." Hawk smiled, bidding farewell to Gwen before heading towards the subway. Soon, after turning a corner and disappearing from Gwen's view, Hawk paused, taking a deep breath. In the next moment, his senses heightened. What is the essence of New York City in the dead of night? Is Manhattan ablaze with lights? Is Brooklyn aglow? Is Queens enveloped in silence? Despite most New Yorkers adhering to the habit of hurriedly returning home at night, this international metropolis has its own unique nightlife. In the bars scattered across Manhattan, revelers dance wildly. On the desolate streets, street racers zoom past. On the roads near Morningside Park, a luxurious sedan halted by the roadside, where a sultry woman stood beneath a streetlight, casting a beguiling smile as she gracefully slid into the vehicle. Before the car could even commence its journey, she had already inclined her body forward in anticipation. Nearby, in a narrow alley, 3 individuals, commonly referred to as robbers, stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Suddenly, a 4th member, who had just fled, returned upon witnessing his companion's swift demise, driven by a sense of loyalty. However, he too followed in his comrade's footsteps, collapsing onto the ground, which was sullied with murky water. As the filthy water threatened to splash onto Hawk, he stepped forward, instantly appearing at the alley's exit. He then subtly twitched his nostrils and proceeded across the street without hesitation. On the opposite side stood a 6-story building, its exterior marred by time. Hawk, standing below, lifted his gaze and fixated on a window on the left side of the 3rd floor. The voices of 3 individuals within were remarkably clear. Damn it, one exclaimed. Stop cursing. I just learned that Roy is dead. Really? He is dead? He is bound to die. If he survives and learns about his husband's demise, he will surely betray us. Indeed. So what do we do now? What else? Perhaps we should take a chance and deal with a black market gun. We could net 500,000, which would be more than enough for the 3 of us. Are you mad? We could get $1 million. Why settle for 500,000? You're the one who is mad, given the circumstances. How can we possibly secure $1 million? Listening to the hushed discussion among the trio, Hawk's lips curled into a slight smile. He had found them. With a subtle grin, he cast a glance at the nearby surveillance camera, then, expressionless, entered the 6-story apartment building. He ascended the staircase directly to the 3rd floor and eventually stood before a door. In the next moment, he pushed the door open. With a resounding crash, the locking mechanism shattered, and the door swung open from the outside. The 3 individuals inside, engaged in conversation while smoking and drinking, were momentarily taken aback by the sound of the door opening. Instinctively, they rose from the sofa, turning to face Hawk as he strode in. Then, there was nothing more to follow. 2 men, one black and one white, lay headless on the floor, their bodies bleeding profusely. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air almost instantly. The only survivor, now slumped on the ground, stared in horror at the head that had rolled onto the floor. Still bearing an expression of shock, trembling in fear, he forgot to scream and lost control of his bladder. The sound of dripping echoed clearly in the otherwise silent room. Hawk glanced at the pale, quaking figure of the white man on the floor. Control yourself. The sound ceased immediately. The white man hesitantly raised his head, his lips devoid of color trembling. Please, don't kill me. What is your name? Hawk, with an impassive expression, wiped his hands with a towel while casting a fleeting glance at the Caucasian. Who employed you? The moment those words escaped his lips, the previously dazed man jolted back to reality. A singular thought surged through his mind. I cannot divulge. If I remain silent, I have a chance of survival. If I speak, my fate is sealed. The Caucasian was a criminal, not a fool. As a criminal, he understood better than anyone the grim fate that awaited a person stripped of their value. With both of his companions now deceased, his own worth had suddenly become paramount. Thus, with a swift shift in resolve, he inhaled deeply, his pallor fading and his legs steadying. Bolstered by newfound courage, he dared to confront Hawk, who observed the man who had quivered just moments before now standing defiantly, supporting himself against the floor. Hawk regarded him with mild astonishment. The Caucasian glared at Hawk, a sneer forming on his lips. If you wish to know who hired me, very well. Release me, and I shall. But before he could finish, a sudden dizziness enveloped him, followed by the surreal spectacle of a headless corpse standing on the floor, blood gushing forth. Wait a moment. Why did that attire seem so familiar? As confusion struck him, an excruciating pain surged through his mind, and an all-consuming darkness swiftly engulfed him. Thud! The headless body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Hawk gazed at the decapitated figure, shaking his head in bemusement. A fool so dim-witted he could be displayed in a museum. An hour later, Hawk returned to his home on Palm Street. In the living room, he retrieved the second phone that Gwen had gifted him after the incident with Quantico. Dialing a number while examining a driver's license in his hand, he noted the name, Davin Simmons. It belonged to the very fool who had deemed himself worthy of negotiating with him. The call connected swiftly, and Anna's voice, laced with surprise, resonated from the other end. Hawk, good evening. Good evening, Anna. I hope I'm not interrupting you. Not at all. I'm in a manor in Paris, wearing lace pajamas, she smiled, drawing back the bedroom curtains. It's 7 a.m. here. Realizing the time difference, Hawk wasted no time and got straight to the point. I need you to look into a person, specifically their bank account. See if there is a transaction of $100,000. If so, please provide me with the remitter's information. Of course. Do you have a name? Davin Simmons, from New York, Hawk replied, citing the name on the driver's license. Had Davin Simmons uttered fewer words during their encounter, Hawk likely would not have taken his life. However, who could have anticipated that while downstairs? He would overhear this Davin Simmons mention that his employer had already allocated a sum of $100,000 for operational expenses. As long as there was an advance payment, it sufficed. Davin Simmons need not elaborate. It would suffice to ascertain who had remitted those funds to him. Meanwhile, Anna, currently in Paris, jotted down the name with a signature pen and responded affirmatively, "Not a problem. I will arrange for someone to investigate. The sooner, the better. All right. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity once I have news." "Thank you. You're welcome." Anna smiled, waiting until Hawk ended the call before she herself hung up. Following the meeting with Quantico, the organization had identified Hawk as a crucial figure to be courted, and her initial contact with him significantly elevated her status. Just yesterday, she had been contemplating how to reach out to Hawk, for the essence of relationships lies in communication. Without it, even the strongest bonds may fade over time. Ironically, while she pondered how to contact Hawk, he reached out to her first. This was promising, Anna thought to herself. She cast a glance at the handwritten name of Davin Simmons, then seized her phone once more to make a call. Given Hawk's trust in her, she could not afford to disappoint him. The following day, Hawk returned to school via the school bus. Gwen was absent. The kidnapping incident that had transpired just yesterday had prompted not only Gwen, but also her two younger brothers to take a leave of absence from school, as it seemed safer to remain at home until the matter was resolved and the reasons uncovered. When Gwen called in the morning to inform Hawk that he need not come to fetch her, she also mentioned that George had been occupied at the Queen's precinct all night, dealing with the attempted kidnapping case. Yet, although Gwen was absent, someone else had arrived, Mary Jane. Seemingly having waited for quite some time in the parking lot, Mary's eyes lit up upon seeing Hawk disembark from the bus, and she rushed over, dragging Peter along with her. Mary's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she lowered her voice to unleash a barrage of questions. "Hawk, what happened? Kidnapping? Is it real? Who did it? Do you know?" Hawk found himself momentarily taken aback by the rapid-fire inquiries, glancing at Peter, who remained silent but clearly conveyed the message. "Your girlfriend. You ought to manage her." Peter offered a sheepish smile, suggesting the dynamic of their relationship. Minor matters were decided by Mary, while he managed the significant ones, albeit determined by her judgment. Alas, the spider was reduced to a domesticated creature. Hawk mused quietly, realizing he had to step in. He turned to the inquisitive Mary and asked, "Didn't you and Peter take a leave of absence right at the start of school? Aren't you supposed to be working today?" Shortly after the semester began, Mary had indeed taken a leave to work in the cafeteria. Peter returned to the Daily Bugle, leveraging his selfies to earn rewards and save for his future college expenses. Mary rolled her eyes, remarking, "Given the gravity of Gwen's situation, we surely must go see her." Hawk nodded in agreement, promptly addressing Mary's earlier inquiry. "Well, it's an attempted kidnapping. The victim hasn't been located yet, and Gwen is currently at home. Is there anything else?" Mary shook her head. Hawk smiled faintly. "All right then, I shall seek out the counselor." Without further ado, he decided to request a leave of absence. Once the matter of Gwen's abduction was resolved, he would proceed directly to Africa. His request faced no obstacles, as the counselor readily approved his leave. With sufficient credits and an established position at the university, it was unlikely that the counselor would deny him. Moreover, there was another piece of good news. Just as Hawk exited the counselor's office, his phone chimed. It was a message from Anna. He opened the text to find a name that piqued his interest, causing his brow to furrow. The phrase "to cut the grass" is to remove the roots. Otherwise, the spring breeze will bring it back, echoed in his mind. Anna's message was succinct, merely a name, Betty Ross. Upon seeing it, Hawk immediately recalled the origins of this name, daughter of Thaddeus Ross and wife of Bruce Banner. Yes, wife. This was from the beginning of the semester when the Daily Bugle had published a story along with a photo of Bruce Banner and Betty Ross registering their marriage at New York City Hall. Peter had brought that newspaper, as he worked part-time at the Bugle and was entitled to take home a copy each day, a rare perk indeed. Hawk had glanced at it then, but paid it little heed, for his conflict was with Thaddeus Ross, not Betty. Just as the Hulk had been killed, yet Bruce Banner remained unharmed. Justice has its own course, and Hawk was not one to engage in collective punishment. At least, that was his previous stance. Now, he had come to understand. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his phone rang. It was Anna calling, following closely on the heels of her text. He answered, "Hello? Hawk, I apologize for the delay. It took some time to trace the account of that Da Vinci Simmons. It belongs to a notorious black market informant. Our team needed a bit to locate him, but he eventually divulged the employer's information, Betty Ross." Hawk was not concerned with how Anna had obtained the information. His focus was solely on the conclusion. "Are you certain it is her?" "Certainly. 5 days ago, Betty Rose transferred a sum of $200,000 to this informant, after which the informant contacted Davin Simmons. Moreover, our team has also located the recorded conversation between Betty Rose and the informant. Would you like to have it?" "No need. As long as we have the right person." "There is no doubt, for this information is readily available. Betty Rose's address in New York has already been sent to you." "Thank you." You're welcome. Hawk expressed his gratitude to Anna once more before ending the call. He glanced at the text message containing the address, then returned his phone to his pocket, his expression composed. He was skilled in the art of learning, for learning is indeed the ladder of human progress. This instance was no different. Previously, he adhered to the principle of wrongs have a head, debts have a master. However, Batiros's actions presented a new challenge. Had he not fortuitously ignited the constellation of Draco, his small universe would not have been elevated by the emergence of Draco and Phoenix, leading him to the threshold of intuition. Thus, at the moment of Gwen's departure, his intuition sounded the alarm. What might have transpired had his intuition not warned him? Hawk dared not contemplate it. Although, even if the worst had occurred, he could have ventured to the depths of hell to retrieve Gwen. Yet, what if he had been unable to do so? Therefore, learning from past mistakes becomes a guiding principle. It is never too late to mend the fold after losing the sheep. This embodies both experience and lesson. Such occurrences will not arise again in the future. As Hawk's thoughts shifted, he replaced wrongs have a head, debts have a master with a family should stay united, and exited the office building behind him. Outside, Peter observed Hawk's emergence and was about to approach when he suddenly sensed the ominous aura radiating from Hawk. His spider sense tingled, causing him to halt in his tracks. Hawk regarded Peter, his menacing demeanor softening. Peter? You haven't left? Where's Mary? Peter snapped back to reality. Mary went to find Gwen. And you? Hawk descended the steps and followed Peter toward the school gate. Is there something you need? Peter nodded. I originally intended to ask if you required my assistance, but now it seems you might not need me anymore. If all goes well, you should already know who intends to abduct Gwen. Hawk acknowledged with a slight hum. Peter continued. All right then, if you need anything, give me a call. I'm off to find Harry. He contacted me yesterday, and he seems a bit off. Hawk, intrigued, inquired. Harry? Did he not say he had successfully taken over Osborn Biotech? At the beginning of the semester, Harry Osborn had indeed come by, albeit to request a leave of absence. Due to Norman's passing, he needed to swiftly assume control of Osborn. During the start of the school year, Hawk recalled Harry mentioning that with Felicia Hardy's assistance, he had successfully taken over Osborn Biotech. Who could have known? Peter shook his head and addressed Hawk, stating that he would take his leave and to call him if needed. Hawk smiled and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell with a wave, Peter dashed towards a nearby grove. Moments later, Spider-Man made his entrance, swinging away with a flick of his web, vanishing from sight once more. He did not inquire how Hawk intended to deal with the kidnapper, for there was no need to ask. Hawk would undoubtedly eliminate her. This was a certainty he held, fully understanding that if someone were to abduct his Aunt May, he too would take lethal action against them. There would be no exceptions, just as he had done when he killed the assailant responsible for Uncle Ben's demise. Once again, this version of Peter Parker was indeed Spider-Man, a bully in his own right. While he may possess kindness, he was certainly not a saint. Perhaps this was why Venom's greatest malevolence manifested merely as a desire for a raise and discounted suits. Watching Spider-Man disappear in the blink of an eye, Hawk chuckled, withdrew his gaze, and exited the school, hailing a taxi. Jersey City, Lincoln Park. Excellent. The white driver glanced at Hawk through the rearview mirror, and upon hearing the destination, felt a surge of excitement, nodding as he swiftly activated the meter and set off. This was a high-value fare. Even without a receipt upon delivery, he would still profit. The driver thought to himself, pressing the accelerator as he sped towards Jersey City across the Hudson River. In the back seat, Hawk gazed out the window at the fleeting scenery, narrowing his eyes. Approximately 45 minutes later, he arrived at Lincoln Park, located at the easternmost edge of Jersey City. After paying the fare and alighting, he stood at the entrance of Lincoln Park, then spun around to fix his gaze on an apartment building across the street. It was not extravagant, but certainly of high quality. At that moment, his phone rang. Hawk retrieved it from his pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and held it to his ear. As the call connected, a voice with a distinctly commanding tone emerged. Hawk, Victoria Hand, S-H-I-E-L-D. We need to discuss this matter. Before the voice could finish, Hawk interjected, abruptly ending the call, and proceeded to walk towards the Lincoln Park apartments, named after the very park he had just exited. According to the information provided by Anna, Betty Ross had relocated to the Lincoln Park apartments in Jersey City after marrying Bruce Banner last month. Bruce Banner appears to have joined a laboratory at Stark Industries. As for Betty Ross, she seems to have remained out of work since her marriage, choosing to reside quietly in her Lincoln Park apartment. At the New York S.H.I.E.L.D. Operations Command Center, Victoria Hand, a retired military intelligence officer now serving with S.H.I.E.L.D., stood with her hands on her hips, gazing at the glaring red light on the screen indicating a disconnected call. A wry smile tugged at her lips as she retrieved her phone and dialed Maria Hill. Hello? We have a situation. Hawk has located Betty Ross. So soon? Maria Hill, stationed at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, was taken aback but quickly furrowed her brow. Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on Betty and prevent her from acting recklessly? Victoria sighed. We thought that after 2 months she would have given up. Since moving from Washington to Jersey City, she has remained at home, and her bank account is linked to Stark's banking system. Tony is still in recovery, and the latest authorization codes have not been issued. Maria felt a headache coming on. Where's Hawk now? He has already gone upstairs. Maria gasped, rising abruptly from her seat, her voice trembling. Betty? Is she at home? Yes. And Bruce? He has gone to work in the lab. Maria fell silent. Unsure of what to say, Victoria frowned and asked, what do we do now? Are we just going to stand by and watch him kill Betty? Maria, returning to her senses, offered a bitter smile. Can we really stop him? Besides, if he has found Betty, it means he already knows she was the one who acted first. But he killed Thaddeus Ross. That was also initiated by Ross, Maria replied, taking a deep breath. This cycle of retaliation is endless and futile. Determined to end the discussion, she paused before making a decisive statement. Let it be. S.H.I.E.L.D. will not intervene. S.H.I.E.L.D. is tasked with maintaining world peace, not familial peace. Since returning from Quantico, Hawk has been living normally. This situation was instigated by Betty Ross. I will not risk S.H.I.E.L.D. in a reckless game with someone who adheres to the principle of you don't bother me, and I won't bother you. Listening to Maria's reasoning, Victoria opened her mouth, but chose not to rebut. Ultimately, the situation was clear. It was Betty who had acted first. Though the attempted abduction had failed, it was Gwen's fortune, not Betty's. Meanwhile, as the two formidable women from S.H.I.E.L.D. conversed, Hawk had reached the 10th floor of the apartment building and stood at Betty's door. He raised his hand, prepared to push the door open. In the next moment, the door was opened from within. Betty Rose, who had immersed herself in the situation, paused with her right hand suspended in the air. Dressed in loungewear, she glanced at Hawk with an expression of calm familiarity before fully opening the door and stepping aside, inviting him in as if she had anticipated his arrival. Hawk retracted his hand, observing the lack of fear in her gaze. There was only a composed acceptance of death as she beckoned him into the room. With a faint smile, he stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. Betty moved towards the apartment's bar. Would you like something to drink? She inquired. No, thank you. I'm in a hurry, Hawk replied. As Betty approached the bar, she shuddered slightly at his words, inhaling deeply. Then might I have a glass of whiskey? After a moment's contemplation, Hawk agreed. Certainly. Thank you, Betty said calmly, proceeding to the bar where she retrieved a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet and poured herself a glass. Hawk observed her with a tranquil demeanor. As Betty raised her glass, her expression remained serene, and her eyes betrayed no fear of the impending death. However, the trembling of her right hand, clutching the glass, revealed the turmoil within her heart. After all, few can confront death without trepidation. Hawk too harbored a fear of mortality. Regretfully, he mused. Had he known this day would come, he might have acted differently. You killed my father, Betty stated, meeting Hawk's gaze with calm resolve. I am merely avenging him, just as you seek retribution for your sister. Hawk chuckled softly. Indeed, and it is precisely for this reason that you have the opportunity to enjoy one last supper. Thank you. You're welcome. Hawk observed the whiskey in Betty's glass, noting that it was still 2/3 full. I am intrigued. What was your initial plan? To kidnap Gwen and then force me to take the blame? Betty took another sip of whiskey, her eyes fixed on Hawk. No. What was it then? To kill her. Then record a video to send to you. Hawk listened in surprise as Betty recounted her scheme. His expression remained placid as he regarded her. He harbored serious doubts about her sanity. However, it mattered little. Insanity only granted immunity in court, not in his realm. Hawk chuckled softly to himself. A commendable plan. If you cannot kill me, then kill my girlfriend. Even if I discover the truth, Gwen would already be gone with you. Precisely, Betty affirmed with a decisive nod, her voice dropping as she continued. Unfortunately, you thwarted it. Betty appeared to have a sudden realization, offering a self-deprecating smile as she shook her head, downing the last sip of whiskey in her glass. Setting the glass upon the bar, she lifted her gaze to Hawk. She was indeed fortunate. Her fortune, however, was your misfortune, Hawk remarked with an impassive expression. In a flash, Hawk materialized before Betty, gripping her neck and swiftly emerging from behind the bar, before slamming her against the wall with a resounding thud. His right hand around her neck loosened slightly. This is your final opportunity to speak. With no struggle and devoid of fear, Betty locked her gaze with Hawk's, emitting an inexplicable laugh, which soon transformed into a calm, yet venomous tone. "I shall await you in hell." Hawk momentarily faltered, then regarded Betty, whose eyes had filled with profound malice, and smiled faintly. "I will indeed go to hell. My sister awaits my return there." With that, Hawk exerted pressure with his right hand, and a sharp crack echoed through the air, freezing Betty's expression in a grotesque semblance of resentment. "Betty Ross, perish." With a thud, the lifeless form of Betty collapsed onto the floor. Hawk diverted his gaze from her corpse, focusing instead on a large photograph hanging on the wall of the living room. It captured the moment of Bruce Banner and Betty Ross's wedding, a wedding portrait. Hawk's brow arched as a realization crossed his mind, and his gaze returned to Betty's lifeless body on the floor. Thoughts raced through his mind. After a moment, he looked at Betty's corpse and unexpectedly chuckled softly. "Oh, to enter the fray? Very well. I grant you this opportunity." With his thoughts swirling, he cast one last glance at the lifeless Betty before turning to leave the apartment. Upon seeing the wedding photograph, he had already deduced the nature of Betty's scheme. She would never be able to kill him herself. Thus, if she sought vengeance for her father, she would need to enlist external assistance. But who would dare help her? Who could aid her? The military, rendered impotent after Hawk's display of power in Quantico, would never come to her aid. At least not until they devised a plan with an 80% chance of success against him. Unless, of course, they were willing to relive the tragedy of Quantico. What about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Perhaps. Yet, 2 months had passed since Hawk returned to New York, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had remained conspicuously inactive, suggesting they had no intention of involving themselves in this matter. Perhaps it was due to Hawk's perceived invincibility. Or perhaps they shared the military's uncertainty about capturing him. In summary, without external support, it is an arduous task for Betty to seek vengeance for her father solely through her own strength. Consequently, she opted to immerse herself in the situation, likely intending to marry Bruce Banner as part of her intricate revenge scheme. While Bruce Banner may not be inclined to avenge a former father-in-law pursuing him, he would undoubtedly retaliate for his beloved wife. The situation would be even more poignant if his wife were pregnant. Alas, Betty Ross was not with child, a fact that Hulk was certain of. He speculated that Betty initially planned to conceive before enacting her revenge, but upon realizing the delay in her pregnancy, or perhaps discovering her inability to conceive, she hastily initiated her plan. She was gambling that after her demise at the hands of Hulk, her newlywed husband, Bruce Banner, would take up her cause. It was a well-conceived plan. Hulk too was curious to see whether Bruce would seek revenge, as he felt a twinge of regret after returning from Culver Lake. The reason was simple. Just as Daguerre could transform back into Digga after losing his energy rod, Hulk may have perished, but Bruce Banner remained alive. Who could say if Bruce would metamorphose into Hulk once more? Thus, upon his return, a flicker of regret lingered within him. However, he adhered to the principle that debts must be settled with the responsible party. At that moment, he granted Betty, who had immersed herself in the situation, a chance. Hulk departed. Bruce returned, but by the time he arrived, Hulk had been gone for over 2 hours, and Betty Ross lay lifeless and cold upon the floor. As Bruce gazed upon Betty's lifeless body, it was as though a hammer had struck his head, leaving him momentarily stunned. Coincidentally, he encountered Bruce Banner downstairs, and Victoria Hand, who had ascended with him, also beheld Betty's corpse. The SHIELD satellite had been monitoring the area. She was aware of Hulk's departure, but had refrained from ascending until Bruce Banner arrived. Observing Bruce Banner's trembling lips and the tears welling in his eyes, Victoria opened her mouth, poised to speak, but was interrupted by a thunderous roar. "Betty!" Bruce Banner screamed as he rushed to kneel beside Betty's body, his expression one of disbelief, hands trembling as he cautiously touched her. Upon feeling the icy chill against his fingertips, Bruce Banner's composure shattered. He enveloped Betty's lifeless form in a desperate embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Victoria Hand, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, inhaled deeply, remaining silent. Bruce Banner clung to Betty's body, sobbing for what felt like an eternity, from the high noon sun until the sun dipped below the horizon, until the moment when Victoria Hand came to pull him away. Bruce Banner collapsed helplessly onto the side, watching the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents assist in the retrieval of Betty's remains. His eyes, devoid of light, seemed to have lost all strength and hope for survival as he sank to the floor. After a moment of silence, Victoria spoke softly. "I'm sorry for your loss, Bruce." "Who? What?" he uttered, the name Bruce almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. As Victoria gazed at him, she realized that his eyes were now bloodshot, a flame of vengeance igniting within. "Hawkeye." Without hesitation, Victoria revealed the truth, She recounted how Betty had attempted to kidnap and murder Hawkeye's girlfriend, hiring criminals through a black market intermediary, only to be thwarted by Hawkeye, leading to her tragic demise. Initially, Bruce's fury burned fiercely. However, as Victoria finished her account, the fire in his gaze began to flicker. The implication was unmistakable. Betty had instigated the conflict, and from a certain perspective, Hawkeye's actions were merely retribution. After absorbing Victoria's words, Bruce fell into a profound silence. Observing his eyes once again devoid of expression, Victoria pressed her lips together. "I'm truly sorry." Bruce sank further onto the floor, lost in thought as he fixated on the wedding photo hanging on the wall of the hall, appearing almost entranced. Nick Fury. Yes, Betty was pregnant. A few days later, Hawkeye drove the repaired black Audi A8 to Kennedy International Airport, escorting Gwen, who was set to fly to California to visit Berkeley University. Originally, George had intended to see her off, a notion he had brought up during dinner the previous night, only to be promptly declined by Gwen. After parking the vehicle, Hawkeye retrieved the luggage from the trunk. Gwen naturally entwined her arm with his as they made their way toward the entrance. "Is anyone picking you up?" she inquired. "Don't worry, there's a representative from Berkeley awaiting your arrival." "All right, if you're concerned, you can accompany me," Gwen suggested, casting a sidelong glance at Hawkeye, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Who knows, there might be a kidnapper waiting for me there." Hawkeye remained silent, simply observing her. After a brief pause, he redirected his gaze. "There isn't. Are you certain?" "Yes, I am certain." Hawkeye's tone was resolute. The incident involving Betty Ross was both the first and the last of its kind. It is widely understood that the same tactics prove ineffective against the Avengers. Thus, Hawk accompanied Gwen as she collected her plane ticket, and while waiting at the boarding gate for her flight, he retrieved a note from his pocket inscribed with a telephone number and handed it to her. "What is this?" Gwen inquired as she received the slip of paper, her small hands flipping it over to reveal a string of digits. Curiosity glimmering in her eyes as she looked at Hawk. "This is for your protection while in California, though you should encounter her once you disembark." Hawk replied with a smile. Gwen's eyes widened, and she chuckled softly. "You must be joking, Hawk." "I am not," he stated with a serious expression and earnest tone. "Although California is not too far away, it is better to be safe than sorry." A slight frown creased Gwen's brow. "I thought this kidnapping case was resolved." "It is resolved," Hawk replied with a gentle smile, "but there remains an uncertain factor that perhaps should be addressed preemptively. Betty Ross is deceased, yet Bruce Banner still lives." "Bruce Banner is the uncertain factor he referred to." Gwen gazed at Hawk, her eyes betraying her concern. "Hawk." "Yes?" "Promise me you won't let your heart grow anxious." Gwen clasped Hawk's hand, looking tenderly at him as he sat beside her for the flight, her voice soft as she continued, "At least for now. Bruce Banner is still innocent, is he not? The New York Police Department has closed the case. To be precise, it was not the NYPD that resolved the case. Rather, the FBI stated that during the arrest of a police officer's assailant, the suspect was killed, and evidence linking him to the kidnapping of Gwen was discovered in his home. In essence, the mastermind behind the attempted abduction of Gwen had been shot dead by the FBI on the spot. When the NYPD learned of this, they were utterly bewildered, and George was equally astonished. However, Gwen was privy to the truth because Hawk had not concealed anything from her. She was aware of Betty Ross's involvement in the scheme. Upon learning this, Gwen felt a complex array of emotions, yet sympathy was not among them. She remained kind, but not naive. Certainly not to the extent of overlooking those who sought to take her life. Ultimately, throughout the entire ordeal, Hawk had been acting in self-defense. Had Thaddeus Ross not attacked Hawk, would he have stormed Quantico? The same applies here. Had Betty Ross not attempted to kidnap and assassinate Gwen, would Hawk have taken her life? The answer is no. Had she not been fortunate enough for Hawk to arrive in time to save her, she might have been the one to perish. Therefore, Gwen harbored no sympathy for Betty Ross. In short, she deserved her fate. But what of Bruce Banner? As Gwen listened to Hawkeye recount the plan devised by Betty Ross, she could not help but feel a profound sense of pity for Bruce Banner upon hearing of the machinations surrounding him. Indeed, it was a pitiable situation. In Gwen's eyes, if Betty truly loved Bruce, her desire should be for his happiness rather than to treat the concepts of marriage and love as mere instruments for manipulation. Hawkeye, in his narration, soon felt remorseful and contemplated taking Bruce away altogether. Yet, it was Gwen who restrained him, employing the same rationale as she did in that moment. Betty Ross deserved her fate, but Bruce was merely an unfortunate pawn ensnared by her schemes. Do not let your heart grow restless, Hawkeye. Once again, strive to be a man of integrity, she urged. Of course, if Bruce is truly ensnared by Betty's machinations, I will not stand in your way. I promise you. Once I disembark the plane, I will make that call. Gwen spoke softly, soothing Hawkeye's agitated spirit, her delicate fingers clutching the note with the phone number. Looking at him earnestly, their gazes locked, and Hawkeye opened his mouth, only to ultimately shake his head with a faint smile. Very well, let us wait and see if he falls into Betty's trap. Upon hearing Hawkeye's assurance, Gwen's face broke into a gentle smile. At that moment, the flight to California began boarding. Gwen stood, embraced Hawkeye, and bestowed a kiss upon him. All right, I'm off. Good, he replied, smiling as he watched his girlfriend board the plane. Half an hour later, the flight to Berkeley, California, began its taxi down the runway, accelerating into takeoff before soaring into the sky. Hawkeye watched the aircraft disappear into the clouds before withdrawing his gaze, inhaling deeply, and turning towards the airline counter. One ticket to Paris, please. Thank you. He had checked online the previous day and discovered a flight to Paris that would seamlessly connect with his journey after seeing one off, allowing him to travel to Africa thereafter. He had even arranged for a vehicle to be waiting for him at the African airport. Upon arrival, he could drive straight to Wakanda. Soon enough, the flight from New York City to Paris, Flight 180, completed its boarding process and commenced its taxiing. Meanwhile, at a cemetery in Jersey City, a funeral was taking place. Although the number of attendees was sparse, there is a saying that quality outweighs quantity. While the guests were few, each carried significant weight in their presence. Bruce, Pepper, my condolences. Last month, Pepper Potts, the CEO of Stark Industries, had just recovered from the dire virus within her body. Today, clad in a black dress adorned with a veil, she approached the solemn Bruce Banner after the burial. Embracing him before speaking, Tony wishes he could be here, but as you know, his treatment has reached a critical phase, and Dr. Zhao has strictly forbidden him from going out. Bruce nodded, mustering a faint smile. I understand. Tony called me last night. Once again, my condolences, he replied. Pepper expressed her sorrow and embraced Bruce once more before parting ways. The affairs of Stark Industries were numerous, and with Tony still in a pivotal stage of recovery, she was overwhelmed with responsibilities. Sharon Carter visited Bruce next, similarly extending her condolences on behalf of Captain Steve Rogers. My sympathies, she said with a bittersweet smile. The captain had a ticket booked to come, but his aunt's condition worsened yesterday. Bruce reassured her, it's all right. Steve has already informed me. I'm fine, truly. Sharon observed Bruce's forced smile, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Instead, she embraced him again before taking her leave. Following her, Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Barton approached Bruce. They were not delayed by other matters. However, just as Natasha and Barton began to exchange words with Bruce, the sound of ringing phones interrupted the moment. Both Natasha and Barton checked their devices, exchanging apologetic glances with Bruce. Understanding their predicament, Bruce smiled weakly and said, I'm fine, really. You both should attend to your matters. With that, Natasha and Barton embraced Bruce quickly before hurriedly making their way out of the cemetery. Soon after, the funeral concluded as the sun dipped below the horizon. Bruce stood alone beside the newly erected gravestone, gazing at the name Betty Ross and her smiling photograph. Lost in silence, pondering his thoughts, suddenly, a shadow loomed, and a voice emerged beside him. My condolences. Bruce snapped back to reality, turning to see the figure in a black trench coat and eye patch. Nick? In the next moment, he redirected his gaze to the gravestone. Thank you. Too young, too impulsive. Nick Fury remarked, his single eye reflecting the sorrow as he regarded Betty's photograph. I thought she had moved on when you married. Married? Bruce caught the key word, offering a self-deprecating smile but remaining silent. Nick sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Bruce, then patted his shoulder. It's just a pity about the child Betty was carrying. Bruce nodded mechanically. Abruptly, he lifted his head, eyes wide in realization, staring intently at Nick. Wait, what do you mean, child? What child? You are unaware? Nick Fury paused momentarily, his expression tinged with surprise. Did they not inform you that Betty discovered she was 1 month pregnant during her examination at S.H.I.E.L.D. hospital last week? Just as he was about to continue, Nick Fury suddenly halted, a look of realization dawning upon him. Indeed, they advocate for peace and would naturally refrain from disclosing such information to you. Bruce remarked, a life for a life. The moment those words escaped Nick Fury's lips, Bruce stood frozen in place. In the next instant, he turned his gaze back to the gravestone before him. There, the image of Betty on the monument seemed to smile at him, her radiant smile piercing through his silence. An hour later, Bruce Banner returned to his apartment, cradling a cardboard box filled with Betty's belongings as he emerged from the bedroom. He carefully descended the stairs back to the living room on the first floor. With great caution, he removed the wedding photo from the wall, leaned it against the wall, and then sat down on the floor, staring at the picture of their marriage. He was lost in thought. Just then, a notification chimed. Regaining his focus, Bruce retrieved his phone and opened the email that Nick Fury had just sent. Perusing the examination report from S.H.I.E.L.D. Hospital. Without uttering a word, he found Nick Fury's number and dialed it. The call connected swiftly. Are you also a part of the plan, or did you help devise it, Nick? Bruce inquired. What? Nick Fury, on the other end of the line, was taken aback, his heart racing. Bruce, with a calm demeanor, continued to gaze at the wedding photo. Betty knew that the murderer of General Ross and the one who killed the Hulk were the same person. You must have informed her. Right. What? I am not a fool, Nick. Bruce's voice remained steady as he looked at the picture of Betty, who appeared to smile at him, and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. My intelligence may not be high, but it certainly surpasses yours. However, I do wish my intellect were not greater than yours at this moment. Nick Fury on the other end did not respond immediately. After a few seconds of heavy breathing, he finally spoke again. I don't understand, Bruce. Betty cannot possibly be pregnant. At least, I lack the ability to make her pregnant. What? Bruce took a deep breath, his gaze piercing into the wedding photo. I am curious. Betty wished for me to transform into the Hulk once more to avenge General Ross. What about you, Nick? What purpose does this fabricated pregnancy report serve? Did Betty implore you for this? In a flash, the tension escalated. Nick Fury couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle on the other end of the line. Yes, you are lying, Nick. What? Bruce Banner's voice was laced with an air of melancholy. While my intelligence may not be the highest, it undoubtedly surpasses yours. I once hid from General Ross's relentless pursuit. And for certain individuals, even without meeting them, I can discern the truth behind their words through their tone. And you, Nick, are indeed deceiving. Your intellect is rather unimpressive. Considering Betty has already declined your proposal, yet you persist. I find myself intrigued. Why? Bruce Banner interrupted Nick Fury on the phone while retrieving another device from his pocket. He located the final video left by Betty and pressed play. The recording was made on the very morning of her demise. Calmly seated on the couch and addressing the camera, Betty began, Bruce, by the time you see this video, I will have passed. I am truly sorry. I once contemplated forgetting everything and starting anew alongside you. I genuinely did. Yet, I found it impossible. My father, though perceived unfavorably by many, is the best in my eyes. Throughout the years apart from you, I have never been able to erase the memories we shared. Likewise, I cannot forget the tragic circumstances surrounding my father's death. When I finally resolved to take action, Nick Fury became aware of my intentions and presented me with a compelling proposal. Pregnancy became my significant leverage to ensure your vengeance on my behalf. However, I declined. I could use love to bind you to my quest for retribution, but I would never resort to deceit to ensnare you in it. He has arrived. Ultimately, Bruce, regardless of the decisions you make, remember that I love you. At the very least, when we walked into the town hall together, it was love that compelled me to marry you. Farewell, Bruce. Forever loving you, Betty. The video concluded, and after its end, Bruce addressed the now heavy-breathing Nick Fury on the line. Nick, you didn't anticipate that Betty would leave a final message for me, did you? Indeed, I did not. Nick Fury pondered silently. Nonetheless, he is far too dangerous. We require someone capable of intervening when he takes unpredictable actions. Natasha and Barton are insufficient. Captain America is not an option. Tony Stark has resolved to remove his arc reactor and no longer be Iron Man. Thor has not been seen since his return. At this moment, only you, Bruce, only your ability to awaken the Hulk, can avert this impending catastrophe. Thus, I am deeply sorry for Betty's demise. Bruce, you must step forward. Nick Fury's voice resonated from the other end of the line, laden with urgency. Ultimately, the core message was clear. The Hulk posed a significant threat that required our management, and you, Bruce Banner, are the most effective instrument we possess for this task. However, as Bruce listened to Nick Fury's calculated intentions being unveiled, he felt no remorse. Instead, he chuckled, unable to restrain himself. Nick Fury, how hypocritical you are. Are you not simply concerned that Hulk might discover that General Ross was able to locate and attack him due to the information and positioning you provided? You fear that upon learning this, Hulk may exact revenge on you just as he did with General Ross. You are frightened. Thus, you seek to exploit Betty's desire for vengeance against Ross to further your own agenda. Yet, you did not anticipate that Betty would refuse your proposal. After her demise, you chose not to appear, merely wishing to observe whether I would entertain the notion of avenging her. When I remained unmoved, devoid of any desire for retribution, you became unsettled. Hence, you emerged, fabricating a false pregnancy report under the guise of justice. How utterly hypocritical, Nick Fury. With ruthless candor, Bruce Banner tore away Nick Fury's facade, exposing the stark reality of his intentions. This is very much in character for you. Just like last year when I accepted your invitation to assist in confronting Loki, only for you to have prepared a cell for me. On the other end, Nick Fury's expression remained inscrutable, likely obscured by the shadows. It was, after all, a matter of complexion. Bruce's pale skin contrasted sharply with Fury's darker hue. Bruce, I regret that you might perceive it this way. You truly should feel remorse. Bruce Banner, unyielding, dismissed Nick's protests with a scoff, directly unveiling Fury's current preoccupation. Nick, the sole reason you have yet to terminate this call is that you wish to prevent me from divulging this matter to Maria Hill and the others. Rest assured, I shall not inform them, so now you may hang up in a fit of frustration. As those words echoed, the unmistakable sound of the call disconnecting filled the silence. As Bruce had just articulated, his intellect may not be towering, yet it certainly surpassed that of Nick Fury. He gazed at the now silent phone, shaking his head, dismissing the incident from his mind. Indeed, he had no intention of revealing this matter to Maria Hill. It was unnecessary and utterly inconsequential. His heart had grown numb. Sitting on the floor, Bruce continued to replay Betty Ross's final video message, a poignant remnant of their shared past. On the day of Betty's demise, he had already discerned her actions. As he stated, his intellect was quite commendable. What he did not anticipate was that Betty had recorded everything and laid it bare before him. In the video, Betty, aware of her impending fate, wore a tranquil expression as she reminisced about the moments they shared. She envisioned a future that could have been, had circumstances been different: 3 meals a day, a family of 5, the park downstairs, and mutual support in times of need. Betty spoke with utmost seriousness, tinged with regret. As she articulated in the video, she loved Bruce, and she also cherished her father. Thus, out of love for her father, she chose to involve herself in the situation. Simultaneously, out of love for Bruce, she opted to reveal everything, leaving the choice in Bruce's hands. Bruce, too, had made his decision. Initially, he had hesitated, but upon viewing Betty's video, he had resolved. In truth, when I told you that Hulk was dead, I did not lie. Hulk has perished, yet I feel capable of resurrecting him. However, this comes at a cost, my life in exchange for Hulk's. A life for a life. Betty, I must confess that I do not care for Hulk. Truly, I do not. For Hulk has obliterated everything I held dear. Yet, that is of little significance now. You have passed, and I see no reason to continue living. Therefore, I shall trade my life for Hulk's. Await me in the depths of hell. I shall soon join you. In the pitch-black apartment, devoid of light, Bruce Banner gazed at the image of Betty on his phone, whispering softly, 97, surrender him, or I shall come to retrieve him personally. Across the vast African savanna, a convertible jeep sped forth. Inside, Hawk gripped the steering wheel with one hand while glancing at the cheetah pursuing his vehicle in the rearview mirror. With the other hand, he held a phone, conversing with Gwen, who was still touring Barrack University. Today marked the 15th day of Gwen's visit to Barrack, coinciding with Hawk's first day in Africa. Do not inquire as to why he had just arrived. 15 days prior, Hawk had landed at Charles de Gaulle Airport, preparing to transfer to Africa when, just before boarding, news broke that the airport had fallen under the control of insurgents. It was indeed a melancholy announcement. Yet, even more disheartening was that this unfortunate event had transpired thrice. Since Hawk had chosen an airport relatively close to Wakanda, the rescheduled flights naturally gravitated toward that region, perhaps due to a precedent set by others. 3 other African nations with airports found themselves embroiled in the conflict as well. In an instant, the 4 small African nations near Wakanda were engulfed in chaos. The remarkable matching mechanism of the African region has come into play. Nevertheless, Hawk successfully reached Africa, despite encountering a few obstacles along the way. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. As for the journey, merely a few trials and tribulations. Behind the jeep, a robust cheetah, propelled by its agile limbs, was fiercely pursuing Hawk. With a roar, it leaped onto the jeep with a thud. Just after concluding a call with Gwen, Hawk turned around and delivered a swift slap to the cheetah's head, sending the newly boarded creature flying off the vehicle. The cheetah let out a mournful cry. Hawk glanced in the rearview mirror at the cheetah, which landed and shook its head, appearing to be unscathed, albeit somewhat dazed. With a faint smile, he pressed the accelerator once more, steering toward Wakanda, which lay straight ahead. Rather than being merely a nation, Wakanda can be described as a tribal confederation composed of several tribes, at least from an external perspective. Currently, the king of Wakanda is Chaka, the chieftain of the Golden Tribe, the core tribe of Wakanda. Almost every king in Wakanda's history has hailed from the Golden Tribe. This is common knowledge, easily verifiable online. However, few people in the world pay attention to such a small nation. Apart from the occasional news coverage when King Chaka appeals for aid at the United Nations, Wakanda remains largely unnoticed, perceived by many as no different from other obscure African nations. Thus, Wakanda oscillates between publicly lamenting for assistance in UN gatherings while secretly amassing a wealth of vibranium. Developing in the shadows. Those unaware might think Wakanda is engaged in a strategic game of building high walls and accumulating resources before claiming sovereignty. Until now, screech. Hawk slammed on the brakes, and the Jeep's tires abruptly halted, skidding across the grass before coming to a stop in front of a cluster of over 30 tents that formed a tribal circle. Ostensibly, this was to disguise their activities from the outside world, but in reality, it belonged to a merchant tribe of Wakandans responsible for trade, economics, and diplomatic affairs. The Wakandans observed the Jeep's arrival with exchanged glances of curiosity. Upon disembarking from the Jeep, Hawk immediately spotted a vast expanse of primal forest ahead, appearing unspoiled both to the naked eye and from satellite imagery. Yet, upon awakening his heightened senses, what he perceived was not merely wilderness. He discerned a magnificent golden dome, resembling an inverted bowl, resting atop the vast forest that could easily encompass the combined area of 3 small African nations. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. Wakanda was concealed within this seemingly undeveloped jungle marked on the map. Hawk contemplated this revelation, then redirected his gaze toward the Wakandans emerging from the tribal enclave ahead. However, at first glance, these Wakandans appeared slender, giving off an unmistakable impression of malnutrition, brandishing wooden long spears. Whether through their appearance, garments, or weaponry, they embodied a tribe of the most primitive essence. Only the leader among them, who seemed to be somewhat older, appeared somewhat healthier, dressed in slightly more appropriate attire. This elder Wakandan, holding what seemed to be a colorful staff symbolic of tribal status, approached Hawk accompanied by several vigilant tribesmen armed with spears. Upon observing Hawk, the elder composed himself, offered a slight smile, and spoke in fluent English. "Outsider, welcome to Wakanda. Have you come to trade with us?" As a member of the Wakandan merchant tribe, their primary responsibility was to facilitate the circulation of goods among the various Wakandan tribes. They also served as the first line of defense, masquerading as impoverished Wakandans who were undernourished and poorly dressed while engaging with the outside world, receiving visitors and negotiating the trade of livestock such as cattle and sheep. Thus, he presumed that Hawk had also come for such transactions. Indeed, Hawk was there for trade. Hearing the elder's words, he smiled slightly. "Yes, yesterday, merchants from Shaining bought over 100 cattle and sheep from us, leaving us with just over 50. How many do you require?" "1 ton," Hawk replied, smiling as he disclosed his desired quantity. The elder Wakandan appeared momentarily stunned upon hearing Hawk's response. Observing this, Hawk smiled again and added, "I want vibranium, 1 ton. The previously dazed Wakandan's pupils sharpened as he regained composure, a look of confusion crossing his face as he gazed up at Hawk. "Vibranium? What is that?" It was quite normal for an elder residing in an African savanna tribe to be unaware of vibranium. The spear-wielding Wakandans behind him exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed. Hawk, disinterested in further trivial conversation, pulled out his phone to check the time, then looked up at the elder. "It is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I will give you until tomorrow morning at 7. Either you provide me with the vibranium, or I will retrieve it myself. But be warned, the consequences of my actions are yours to bear." With that, he lost interest in continuing the dialogue with these evidently indecisive Wakandans. He reopened the door of his Jeep, settled into the driver's seat, reclined, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes to conserve his energy before the impending confrontation. Outside the vehicle, as Hawk disregarded them and re-entered the vehicle, the elder Wakandan instinctively tightened his grip on the stick in his hand. Several Wakandans peered through the car window, observing Hawk, who appeared to be in slumber, exchanging glances with one another. In the next moment, one of the Wakandans lowered his voice, but just as he was about to speak, a sharp glare from the elder compelled him to silence. After a while, the elder, accompanied by several Wakandans, returned to a tent within the tribe that served as a disguise. The Wakandans, seemingly encountering outsiders for the first time, stood within the tribal confines. Their expressions a blend of curiosity and trepidation as they gazed at the parked Jeep not far away. It must be said that their acting was commendable, after all. Their performance had even deceived the 5 benevolent ones, who had been led to genuinely believe that Wakanda was impoverished, allocating funds annually for its aid. Alas, they were met with Hawk, a transcender who saw through their ruse and pierced directly to the truth. Night soon descended. A bonfire was ignited within the Wakandan tribe, reminiscent of some festivity, as numerous Wakandans gathered around the flames in celebration. Yet, amid their laughter and merriment, their peripheral vision remained fixed on the Jeep idling just outside the tribe's perimeter. As the sounds of laughter filled the air, a few seemed to forget to switch to their native tongue, continuing their hushed conversation in English. Is he still in the car? Yes, in Wakandan. It's fine. He's far enough away that he can't hear us. Is he still lying down? He has been since he got in the car this afternoon, without moving. What about Lunan? He went home. All right. Then we await news and continue to keep watch. With the whispers drawing to a close, the conversing individuals seamlessly reintegrated into the impromptu, sleepless night bonfire festivities. Inside the Jeep, Hawk absorbed their murmurs, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He then turned his attention inward, sinking into a meditative state, as the constellations of Draco and Phoenix illuminated the night sky. The elusive door to his sixth sense materializing once more before his mind's eye. The following day, at dawn, Hawk opened the car door, stepped out, and stretched his limbs, loosening his muscles. After checking the time on his phone, he sought an open space and commenced his daily regimen of 10,000 punches. Within a tent near Hawk, two Wakandans were peering through a small hole, observing him as he struck the air with his fists. After a short while, footsteps could be heard outside the tent. It was Lunan, the elder Wakandan. Having returned home under the cover of darkness the previous night, Lunan, now back with a dozen Wakandans, stepped out of the tribe once more to report on the situation. Do not inquire as to why he is returning home to report. Instead, question their impeccable acting skills. In the primitive tribe, communication relies solely on roaring. Just as an elder Wakandan named Ron was about to expel the Hulk from the tribe, a jeep appeared in the distance. Was it his accomplice? The elder paused, contemplating this development. At that moment, the Hulk also caught sight of the approaching jeep, and he recognized the driver, Bruce Banner. The nefarious saint of evil had arrived at their doorstep. Bruce parked the jeep before the Hulk, alighted from the vehicle, and approached. After delivering his final blow, the Hulk turned to face Bruce, who stood before him. The Wakandans, positioned at the entrance of the tribe, exchanged glances, their eyes locking in mutual curiosity. The Hulk spoke first. Dr. Banner. Hulk. Despite appearances and demeanor suggesting otherwise, Bruce greeted the Hulk with a nod, resembling the greeting of old friends. He surveyed the surroundings, remarking, "This place boasts beautiful scenery, quite suitable for eternal rest," he mused inwardly. Although Wakanda was perceived by the outside world as a barren land, unworthy of attention even from neighboring nations, the landscape surrounding the tribe was indeed splendid: verdant meadows, tranquil lakes, and lush forests. What was most remarkable was the absence of modern industrial shadows, making this enchanting piece of Africa a rare haven of natural purity. The Hulk detected the double entendre in Bruce's words and chuckled softly. "I thought you had given up." "I was," Bruce replied. "So what prompted the change of heart?" "Betty left me a message." "Oh," the Hulk nodded in realization, shrugging his shoulders. "You could have waited until I returned to New York." Bruce shook his head. "New York won't do. Why not? It's too crowded. What if we end up fighting and another Hulk emerges?" The Hulk laughed at Bruce's explanation, but soon his smile faded as he regarded Bruce earnestly. "Then shall we do it here?" "Yes, here it is." "Very well." A subtle smile graced the Hulk's lips. In the next instant, boom, the Hulk vanished from his spot, reappearing where Bruce had just stood. As for Bruce, he bent his body, resembling a cooked shrimp, and was propelled backward. Boom, thud, bang. Bruce was propelled outward like a cannonball, crashing onto the grass and creating a crater. Undeterred, he plowed through the soil for approximately 50 meters before coming to a halt. Once the sounds and dust settled, Bruce lay amidst the furrowed earth, his body covered in dirt, devoid of breath. He was lifeless. Hulk stood motionless, expressionless, gazing at the distant figure of Bruce, who had succumbed to the void of life. If Bruce wished for death, he would not intercede. He would merely acquiesce. Yet time ticked away relentlessly. Bruce Banner lay upon the tilled ground, breathless, the warmth of his body dissipating swiftly, with no sign of Hulk's revival. Hulk observed Bruce's lifeless form, and as the body gradually grew cold, he sensed no indication of resurrection. Could it be that he had misjudged? Had Bruce Banner merely come to embrace death? Hulk felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He could not comprehend it. Never mind. The vibranium was of utmost importance. With this thought, Hulk averted his gaze from the now cold body of Bruce Banner and turned his attention towards the direction of the Wakandan tribe. Before him, the air resonated with the ominous chimes of bells signaling an impending assault. One by one, the Wakandans, wielding what appeared to be wooden spears, formed a defensive formation under the guidance of an elder, their expressions vigilant as they watched Hulk approach. It was 7 o'clock. Vibranium. Hulk returned to his jeep, extracted his phone, glanced at the time, then tossed the device into the vehicle. Rolling up the sleeves of his black shirt, he strode purposefully towards the Wakandan tribe. His voice remained as calm as ever. Upon reaching a distance of 5 meters from the elder Wakandan, he raised his gaze, his piercing eyes disregarding the warriors brandishing their wooden spears, fixing instead on the elder. Surrender. Never. The elder Wakandan barked, the staff in his hand, a symbol of status. Crashing to the ground with a metallic clang, the staff shimmered, transforming at a visible pace into a spear of peculiar metallic design. Thud, thud, thud. As the elder's weapon was reformed, the assembled Wakandans mirrored the action, striking the ground with their own spears. In the blink of an eye, the primitive warriors of Wakanda had transitioned from wielding wooden spears to armed with extraterrestrial metal weapons. The elder once more struck the ground with his spear. Wakanda, forever. Boom. The thunderous roar of over 30 Wakandans reverberated through the air, their metallic spears striking the ground with a force akin to an earthquake. In the next moment, an elder Wakandan, after a fierce battle cry, spearheaded the assault, charging towards Hawk with his metal spear firmly in hand. The throng of over 30 Wakandans followed closely behind, akin to a stampede of wild boars. Hawk, observing the oncoming Wakandans, couldn't suppress a smile. God could attest that it was they who launched the first strike, not he. Yet, this was fortuitous. Had they not initiated the attack, he might have felt some moral burden. Now, it was merely a matter of retaliation. As his thoughts raced, Hawk regarded the elder Wakandan now mere moments away from him and chuckled lightly. He halted his movements. Boom. At that very instant, a Prandtl-Glauert condensation cloud, commonly known as a sonic boom cloud, suddenly materialized. In an instant, Hawk vanished from his position. In the next heartbeat, the elder Wakandan, under the astonished gazes of his compatriots, appeared to undergo a gruesome separation of flesh and bone. Following this, the 30 or so Wakandans were propelled into the air by an overwhelming force, flung away to either side. The cacophony of their descent resembled dumplings dropping into boiling water, creating a series of thuds upon impact. Yet, almost instantaneously upon landing, they ripped their spears, swiftly regrouping into a battle formation. One Wakandan, eyeing a freshly formed human skeleton lying nearby, let out a furious roar. Lewin, he bellowed. Lewin is dead. You chose this. Hawk cast a glance at the newly formed skeleton, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed the Wakandans. This is your final opportunity. Surrender the vibranium. Never. Wakanda forever. They shouted in unison, their voices rising in defiance. Once again, the 30-odd Wakandans, brandishing spears forged from vibranium, charged at Hawk, employing a most rudimentary tactic of assault. In response, Hawk remained silent, observing the advancing Wakandan soldiers. As he stepped back with his right foot, he raised his right fist. In the next moment, he straightened his torso and unleashed a powerful punch. Lightning-fast punch. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of fist shadows erupted forth. 1 second later, 345 shadowy fists blotted out the sun, enveloping the Wakandan soldiers charging towards Hawk. There were no screams, no shouts of anger, and certainly no surprises. After Hawk delivered his punch and lowered his hand, there were no standing Wakandan soldiers left before him. In the distance, the grassland lay strewn with dismembered bodies, crimson blood staining the ground in the blink of an eye. However, the vibranium spear they had just wielded remained unscathed, resting upon the bloodied grass. Hawkeye approached, deftly hooking his right foot and extending his right hand to grasp the vibranium spear. In the outside world, vibranium is rare and precious, yet here in Wakanda, wealth abounded to the extent that even cold weapons were forged from this extraordinary metal. Hawkeye mused, tightening his grip on the spear with both hands, exerting considerable force. Yet the spear showed no signs of bending without the ignition of his inner cosmos. Truly, it was vibranium. He cast the spear aside and turned, disappearing in an instant as the sound of an explosive shockwave reverberated across the land. With a thunderous boom, the earth trembled at the moment the shockwave echoed, and the blood pooling on the grass shifted direction, flowing toward the lifeless body of Bruce Banner, now cold and still, lying in the furrowed earth. When Hawkeye reappeared, he found himself at the entrance to the uncharted wilderness depicted on the satellite map, the genuine gateway to Wakanda. Before him stood a contingent of Wakandan soldiers clad in blue attire, brandishing their own vibranium spears. In front of these warriors were more than 20 soldiers, also dressed in blue, mounted on formidable beasts resembling rhinoceroses, albeit larger in stature. The massive creatures seemed to sense the imminent danger Hawkeye posed, restlessly pacing and snorting. Hawkeye's gaze fell upon a bald, black woman adorned with numerous golden collars, standing at the forefront. Her name was A.Y., a member of the Wakandan border tribe. If the merchant tribe Hawkeye encountered earlier was the first line of defense masking Wakanda's true nature, then this border tribe constituted the primary safeguard of Wakanda itself. Their duty was to protect the borders of Wakanda. They were the most elite warriors, the mightiest soldiers. With a swift motion, AY raised her vibranium spear, directing it toward the intruder attempting to encroach upon their territory. Wakanda, forever, charge. As the 20 massive rhinoceroses began to gallop, the ground trembled beneath them. Intruder, perish. AY, her neck adorned with golden collars, roared with fervor. Wakanda, forever. Following closely behind were the formidable warriors from the border tribe, renowned as the strongest of Wakanda. They roared in unison, charging forth in their blue attire, resembling a swarm of azure beetles, as they surged towards Hawk. With an expressionless countenance, Hawk beheld the oncoming tide of Wakandan soldiers, a deluge intent on engulfing him. In the blink of an eye, he sprang into action. His movements remained devoid of intricate maneuvers. Do not inquire, for he bore no sacred armor. And even if he wished to employ the Phoenix Wing Ascension, he lacked the capability at that moment. However, that would soon change. As Hawk's right foot stepped back in a sidestep, the ground beneath him fractured. In the next instant, his right arm transformed into a blurred silhouette, a mere consequence of his extraordinary speed that transcended the sound barrier, resulting in a visual distortion. To the outside world, he merely unleashed a punch at the advancing Wakandan soldiers. His lightning-fast punch. Boom. At the moment Hawk's arm swung, the air along its trajectory was violently compressed and torn apart, resulting in a visible, funnel-shaped wave of milky white energy that erupted above his fist. The sonic boom returned. In an instant, a flurry of punch shadows appeared. Bang! Leading the charge, AY and her rhinoceros mount bore the brunt of the attack. AY's face instantly caved inward, and with a sickening pop, her head exploded, leaving behind a headless corpse. The rhinoceros beneath her met a similar fate, its skull punctured with a fist-sized hole, through which the grim fate of the soldiers behind it was starkly visible. One word, tragic. One phrase, a sight too horrific to behold. As the shadows of the punches dissipated and the smoke cleared, Hawk withdrew his fist and gazed ahead. Once again, whether they hailed from the merchant tribe or the border tribe, the outcome remained the same under the onslaught of his lightning-fast punch. All around lay scattered limbs and severed arms. In the briefest of moments, the blood that had erupted began to coalesce into a small stream, flowing downward under the pull of gravity. If the effect of the lightning-fast punch was so devastating, one could only imagine the catastrophic impact of the Phoenix Wing Ascension. Hawk observed the scene before him, unable to suppress his thoughts. It was undeniable. This was the first time he had fought with such exhilaration. This was a truth. Even during his encounter in Quantico, he had held back. But this time, he fought with unrestrained fervor, devoid of any thoughts or distractions. Only a singular resolve echoed in his mind, to fight with all he had. In the next moment, whoosh. Hawk's gaze swept over the border tribes guarding the first line of defense for Wakanda, resting upon the golden energy dome that shielded the true Wakanda from the prying eyes of the outside world. This energy dome served as the final barrier of Wakanda, and breaching it would reveal the authentic essence of the nation. In an instant, as Hawk moved his right foot forward, he brushed against the blood that flowed beneath him, vanishing from sight. The blood, under the influence of gravity, rushed forth with increasing urgency, swiftly merging with the blood of the merchant tribe. Not far away, Bruce Banner lay ensconced in a pool of blood. Suddenly, a wisp of darkness, an ultimate void, manifested within the sanguine pool, and in the blink of an eye, the darkness assimilated the blood into a pool of black ichor. As Bruce Banner was engulfed by this dark liquid, his heart began to darken, beating with a heavy thud. Boom. Once again, Hawk stood before the golden energy dome without hesitation, unleashing a punch at the final obstacle preventing him from acquiring vibranium. A ripple emerged at the point of impact, radiating outward in all directions before swiftly returning to tranquility. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Lightning sonic fist. A series of ripples appeared successively on the golden energy dome, expanding like waves before ultimately fading into stillness. Hiss. The vibranium energy dome? Hawk inhaled deeply, sensing his attacks being silently absorbed by the golden barrier before him. Wow. Remarkably impressive. It was one thing for vibranium to be utilized in cold weaponry, but now even the energy dome was powered by vibranium. Indeed, Wakanda had perfected the utilization of vibranium to an extraordinary degree, Hawk mused, refraining from launching another assault as he regarded the energy dome powered by vibranium, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Within Wakanda, in the royal command room, the current king, Chaka, donned the Black Panther suit, standing in the command center and gazing up at the high-definition projection depicting Hawk outside the energy dome. Have we identified him? Yes, replied Princess Shuri, Chaka's daughter. The virtual projection before Shuri flickered wildly, displaying extensive information on Hulk, including classified video files of the Quantico incident archived within the SHIELD internal system, each playing in succession above the command room. One punch shattered a battle vehicle. One punch obliterated a tank. One punch crumbled a building. One kick crushed Thaddeus Ross. The information was detailed but absurd. At merely 18 years of age, how could he possess such strength? And how did he come to know of us? His form of energy remains a mystery. Princess Su Rue gazed at the absence of any energy within her database, shaking her head in perplexity. Though she was a technological prodigy, it was evident that Hulk's prowess defied scientific explanation. However, a chime echoed. The vibranium energy shield had consumed 10% of its power, leaving 90% remaining. He cannot breach our defenses. Su Rue's eyes brightened with surprise as she turned to her father, the Black Panther King. Although his energy form was unknown, it appeared that he could not surpass our vibranium energy shield. King Chaka remained silent, his gaze fixed on the projection of Hulk. Suddenly, the alarm blared once more. Su Rue momentarily froze, quickly focusing on the projection before her. Hiss! The merchant tribe had detected a surge of energy. It was formidable and still growing. It matched Hulk. Su Rue was taken aback as she processed the energy readings in the database. No, it was not Hulk, but the energy form was strikingly similar. The merchant tribe's projection was called forth. Good. Su Rue hastily summoned the real-time satellite projection from outside the energy shield of the merchant tribe. Before her lay a scene of devastation, limbs and severed arms strewn across the ground. A flicker of compassion and rage crossed her face as her gaze fixated on a colossal, shadowy figure that suddenly appeared on the screen. Is that Hulk? The Black Hulk? A roar, capable of rending souls, erupted, reverberating outward as if declaring his return to the world. Hulk! Outside the energy shield, Hulk felt a sudden jolt of instinct, vanishing without hesitation just as the ground shook beneath him. In that fleeting moment, a black figure, returning from the depths of hell, crashed down upon the very spot where Hulk had stood. When the monumental Hulk, resembling a black mountain, struck the earth, it groaned in agony. Spiderweb-like fissures spread across the ground for dozens of meters as grass and soil were violently upheaved, transforming into a murky rain that sprayed into the air. In that instant, the Earth's destroyer, Ultraman Gaia, seemed gentle by comparison. The hulking figure, with muscles like twisted mountains, descended heavily, each breath stirring many whirlwinds, embodying the force of annihilation beneath his skin, while his eyes gleamed with a demonic intensity. My goodness! The Black Hulk! No, the Demon Hulk. Is it truly alive? How has it returned? The re-emergent Hulk gazed in astonishment at the demonic Hulk, who seemed to have returned from the depths of hell. The shock was palpable. Upon arriving here, he had fully activated his senses, yet even with this heightened awareness, he could not discern the actions or sounds that transformed Bruce Banner into the demonic Hulk. Had it not been for an instinctual warning from his sixth sense, he might have been struck by the demonic Hulk. This only indicated one undeniable truth. Compared to the conventional Hulk he had previously slain, the demonic Hulk, having returned from hell, was terrifyingly powerful. Simultaneously, the demonic Hulk, with eyes ablaze with hellfire, fixed his gaze upon Hulk. In the demonic Hulk's mind flashed the harrowing memory of the conventional Hulk being dragged underwater by Hulk, ultimately drowning. This recollection ignited a further surge of rage within the demonic Hulk. With a roar, fueled by fury, the demonic Hulk forwent words, opting instead for action. With a thunderous crash, his colossal foot struck the ground, shattering it like brittle cookie dough, as his immense form barreled forward like an uncontrollable battering ram, charged with a terrifying force to obliterate all in his path. Hulk's eyes widened in alarm, yet he did not retreat. A true saintly warrior does not waver. Hulk would not falter. Like a battering ram, the Hulk charged towards him, parting the air with a deafening crack. In an instant, the distance of 100 meters vanished. The Hulk loomed before Hulk, bellowing as he swung his fist, which seemed to Hulk, standing at a mere 185 meters. Like a giant hammer poised to crush an insignificant insect. In the blink of an eye, Hulk's form blurred and vanished from sight, just as the Hulk's fist descended. With a cataclysmic roar akin to the detonation of explosives, a circle of destructive earth, mixed with shattered roots and rocks, erupted violently from the point of impact. The ground trembled violently, and the shockwave uprooted all vegetation within a 100-meter radius, casting it skyward. The waves of vibranium energy surged relentlessly. In that very moment when the Hulk's fist struck the ground, Hulk, who had just vanished, reappeared at the side of the Hulk's equally colossal head. In a flash, lightning. Sonic punch. Hawk's right arm tensed, his body coiling like a drawn bow. Without warning, his right arm transformed into a blur of pure light, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches that cascaded upon the Hulk's massive form like a torrential downpour of needle-like raindrops. Boom, 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 boom. The earth quaked. The sky rumbled. The Hulk roared amidst the lightning, as the myriad shadows of fists rained down upon the Hulk, whose colossal form resembled a black mountain. A dazzling array of energy sparks erupted forth. The Hulk, filled with fury, winced in pain, his eyes burning crimson. Staunchly enduring the deluge of lightning-fast punches, he raised his fist, the size of a house, infused with rage and the might to reshape the very terrain, and struck down upon Hawk with tremendous force. Upon witnessing this, Hawk unleashed his right fist. Boom. With no ostentatious display, the moment their fists collided, a thunderous sound reverberated, birthing an overwhelming cacophony. In the next instant, Hawk was sent flying backward, the sound of his torn garments resonating as his robust physique was revealed, his back pressing against the vibranium energy shield. This shield absorbed the kinetic energy radiating from Hawk, transforming it into rippling waves that swiftly spread outwards. Alarm! Alarm! Energy levels at 80%. Energy levels at 70%. Energy levels critically low. Engage reserve energy for replenishment, quickly. In the command room of the Wakandan Palace, Princess Shuri observed the rapidly depleting vibranium energy shield, issuing commands with urgency and precision. King Chaka, meanwhile, gazed at the projection in shock. What manner of beast is this? The Hulk, or is it not? It seems to possess a form of energy akin to a hellish demon. Princess Shuri initially believed her father inquired about the Hulk. Yet, Chaka remained silent, his gaze fixed on the projection, where Hawk endured a brutal blow from the demon Hulk without succumbing. He found it hard to fathom, for the damage to the vibranium energy shield indicated the immense power behind that recent punch. Chaka felt certain he would not have survived such an assault. Yet Hawk? He was unscathed. Not only was he unharmed, but he also rose immediately, reappearing beneath the gargantuan head of the Hulk. Countless fists rained down upon the Hulk's chin. In that instant, as the hulking demon's jaw shot upward, his massive feet lifted off the ground, soaring backward. With a thunderous crash, when the demon Hulk's back hit the earth, the ground trembled violently, tearing apart as a massive crater formed at a visible pace. Dust quickly spread. In the next moment, amid the swirling dust, two flames flickered to life, and the black mountain-like demon Hulk, now imbued with an even more ferocious and savage aura, stomped down into the crater before leaping forth once more, charging at Hawk. Hawk looked up, his eyes narrowing. Bang, bang, bang. Hulk. Boom, boom, boom. The demon Hulk grows increasingly frenzied in battle, his inner cosmos ablaze with fervor. In an instant, Hulk reappears at the right side of the demon Hulk, his right fist clenched tightly. At the moment he swings, the raging cosmos within him detonates. Thunder. Sonic punches resound. Boom, boom, boom. A myriad of fist shadows rains down upon the massive form of the demon Hulk, the golden lightning erupting forth mercilessly tearing into his dark skin, causing it to rupture and sending him flying once more. The earth trembles and sinks beneath the force. Hulk, momentarily free, hovers 5 meters above the ground, breathing heavily. Indeed, he is suspended in air. The path of the Saint Seiya is one of combat. They grow, comprehend, and transcend through battle. Hulk has matured and found enlightenment amidst the fray. The sixth sense, though he has merely brushed against the threshold of this heightened perception, it has already led him to the realization of flight. Yet, there lies a significant drawback. While he grows stronger in battle, so too does the demon Hulk, who seemingly possesses the characteristic of growing more formidable with rage. As the dust settles, the demon Hulk kneels within a crater resembling one formed by a meteorite's impact. His powerful arms press against the earth, his ebony skin marred by numerous fist-sized golden scorch marks, some of which are gaping wounds. Yet, a more potent, destructive primal force begins to coalesce within the demon Hulk. In the next moment, his massive form begins to swell violently, the visible wounds healing at an astonishing rate, and his body expanding further still. Here it comes again. Hulk watches, utterly speechless, as the demon Hulk, having fully recovered and even grown stronger within a single breath, leaves him disheartened. He no longer desires to continue this fight, for with the demon Hulk's relentless escalation of power through fury, he sees no chance of victory. Most importantly, he has not come here to engage in a battle with the demon Hulk, but rather to accomplish a significant task. Wait. The vibranium energy shield. A sudden thought strikes him as he catches a glimpse of the protective vibranium dome safeguarding true Wakanda. Meanwhile, the now even more powerful demon Hulk lets out a furious roar and, with tremendous force, charges toward Hulk, shattering the ground beneath him. Hawk regained his focus, gazing at the charging demon Hulk, who surged forth like a towering mountain. In an instant, with a thunderous crack, he shattered the sound barrier. Appearing before the golden energy shield, King T'Chaka, commanding from the Wakandan palace, felt a sudden jolt of unease at this sight, a premonition of impending doom. In the next moment, his fears materialized. Hawk chose not to confront Hulk directly this time. Instead, as Hulk's colossal fist descended once more, he vanished from sight. The demon Hulk's immense, ferocious force collided with the vibranium energy shield, producing a resounding crash. At that moment, the entire shield seemed to come alive, blaring alarms in a piercing wail. Energy levels plummeted to 60%. Damn it, he intends to shatter our shield using Hulk strength. Princess Shuri was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, cursing under her breath before urgently commanding the activation of backup energy. Just then, King T'Chaka spoke up. Open the breach and let them in. What? Princess Shuri was about to respond when realization struck her, and she turned to her father in disbelief. King T'Chaka continued, Wakanda cannot be exposed. If the vibranium energy shield is breached, Wakanda will be revealed. Therefore, let them enter. Princess Shuri's mind raced as she swiftly turned back, manipulating the projections before her while issuing orders in a hurried tone. Prepare to channel energy, open space 81. The energy transfer was completed. Activate. With the command input, a massive breach appeared in the vibranium energy shield that protected true Wakanda. Hawk, drawn by the sudden opening, paused momentarily, realizing it was an unavoidable tactic by Wakanda. Without hesitation, he darted toward the gap, with the demon Hulk hot on his heels. As Hawk and the demon Hulk entered through the breach, the vibranium shield's gap was instantaneously replenished. In that fleeting moment, their figures vanished from the satellite's view. Wow! Hawk exclaimed as he soared past the opening, taken aback by the breathtaking cliffs, waterfalls, and the futuristic cityscape that lay before him. Yet, before he could fully absorb the scene, the demon Hulk charged in once more. Surveying the towering cliffs and the cascading waterfalls below, Hawk once again faded from view, reappearing behind the demon Hulk. The demon Hulk halted abruptly, staring at the precipice. Hey, Gur? The demon Hulk instinctively turned to look. Before him stood Hawk, a smile gracing his face as he unleashed his fist, striking the protruding cliff beneath their feet. With a thunderous boom, the impact resonated. The ground began to crack, rapidly spreading to both sides like wildfire. Hulk, standing on the precipice of a sheer cliff, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. However, it was too late. With a thunderous crash, the cliff broke away, and Hulk, resembling a dark mountain, plummeted into the abyss below. Hulk, the relentless river, surged beneath the cliff. As the cliff crumbled, the colossal figure of Hulk, in his descent, fixed his furious gaze upon Hawk, who stood at the edge of the ravine. Their eyes locked in a moment of intense connection. Hawk, his chest heaving as he rapidly regained his strength, flashed a farewell gesture to the falling Hulk. Goodbye, Hulk. With a resounding roar, the enraged Hulk plunged into the river, which immediately engulfed him. Hawk, sensing the presence of the demon Hulk being swept away by the current, withdrew his gaze, exhaling a sigh of relief. The vibranium was paramount. Once he acquired it and donned the sacred attire, he would seek out the demon Hulk again. Hawk mused. In the next moment, standing at the edge of the cliff, he lifted his gaze, taking in the true essence of Wakanda. What met his eyes was an overwhelming radiance of gold. This was not mere illumination, but the gentle yet profound energy emanating from the naturally exposed vibranium veins beneath the Earth's surface. They resembled the very veins of the planet, entwined within the colossal rock faces, deep canyons, mountains, and rivers. Lush green vegetation sprawled across the landscape, punctuated by rolling hills. In the distance, he beheld the high-tech cityscape, alongside advanced aircraft rapidly ascending from a grand golden plaza, heading toward him. Hawk shifted his focus from the approaching aircraft, scanning his surroundings until he pinpointed a distant mountain, aglow with golden light. With his senses heightened, he spotted the mountain's mining cave. Found it. With a flash of realization, as the sonic boom erupted around him, Hawk vanished from his position. "He has gone," exclaimed a Wakandan soldier piloting an aircraft, witnessing the spectacle. In the next moment, he observed a shadow swiftly darting through the jungle below, hastening toward their sacred mountain, the location of the vibranium core, known as the Hill. There. Shat. He intends to reach the hill. We cannot allow that. Open fire at will. Understood. The The Wakandan soldiers piloting 5 vibranium fighter jets responded promptly, executing a tactical role and lowering their altitude as they pursued Hulk, simultaneously launching several air-to-ground missiles. The missiles howled through the air, shimmering with a golden hue, swiftly closing in on their target. Below, Hulk, racing through the jungle towards the hill, abruptly halted. In that instant, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch towards the rear. The sky erupted with a flurry of fist shadows, obliterating numerous ancient trees while colliding with the descending missiles. The missiles detonated with a resounding explosion, illuminating the jungle with a brilliant flash of fire. After this display, Hulk smiled and resumed his charge towards the hillside rich in vibranium deposits. Thick-headed chatter. Pursue him. Understood. The pilots gasped in astonishment at the scene before them, but as they prepared to re-engage, a thunderous roar, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, sent shivers down their spines. Hulk! Boom! The sky darkened ominously. The enormous demon Hulk, resembling a mountain, bellowed, crushing the hillocks beneath him before leaping into the air. Incredulously, the two pilots watched as he seized their vibranium aircraft with his colossal hands. Though their craft was forged from vibranium, impervious in nature, the glass was not. With a shattering crash, blood erupted from the cockpit as the pilot's signals went dark in an instant. In the next moment, the demon Hulk hurled the 2 vibranium planes aside. Shatter, evade. The remaining 3 vibranium fighters swiftly maneuvered to dodge the aircraft hurled at them like weapons by the rampaging Hulk. As the demon landed, he created a deep crater, then shattered the pit further as he leaped towards the urban structures below. Emerging from hell, the only thought in Hulk's mind was one of destruction and annihilation. Meanwhile, Hulk, racing through the jungle towards the hill, sensed the opposing aura of the demon Hulk and smiled slightly. Just as it should be. You entertain yourself for now. Once I acquire the vibranium and don the sacred armor, I shall join you in this revelry, he mused. On the Wakandan side, tension mounted. Damn it, father. That one known as Hulk is heading towards our sacred mountain, while the Black Hulk is heading towards the river tribe, Princess Shuri observed. Her gaze fixed on the projection displaying both Hulks speeding towards the hill and the demon Hulk wreaking havoc near their city. She felt numb, caught between a formidable thief and a menacing brute of terrifying size and strength. What can we do? The Black Hulk must not be allowed to approach our city. King Chaka gazed at the projection displaying the opposing thief and brute, and solemnly declared, immediately mobilize the war tribe and initiate a level 1 state of war. We cannot permit the Black Hulk to wreak havoc upon our city. As he spoke, Chaka made his way towards the aircraft platform outside the command center, stating, I will personally head to the sacred mountain. Outside the platform, a uniquely designed, powerful, stealth-capable royal fighter jet, crafted from vibranium, exited its cloaked state and commenced its takeoff sequence. Once seated within the fighter, Chaka ascended vertically before swiftly soaring towards the hills of their sacred mountain. Simultaneously, all of Wakanda entered a state of heightened combat readiness. The Dora Milaje, composed entirely of formidable female warriors tasked with protecting the palace, converged from all directions, surrounding the command center with impenetrable precision. General Okoye, adorned in red vibranium-infused armor and wielding a vibranium spear, stood resolutely at the entrance of the command center, her demeanor as steadfast as a statue. The Royal Guard, responsible for safeguarding the capital and maintaining national security, also mobilized en masse. The royal warships ascended instantaneously. Vibranium tanks rolled out from their depots, their treads rumbling across the road. Vibranium aircraft soared into the sky, their wings slicing through the air with a swift whoosh. The sound of missiles being launched resonating in the atmosphere. Boom. An air-to-ground missile struck the Demon Hulk's skin, exploding upon impact. The Demon Hulk instinctively swatted at one of the missiles, then unleashed an enraged roar at a swiftly maneuvering vibranium fighter. Boom, boom, boom. The approaching vibranium tanks vibrated with each shot, and in a thunderous cacophony, dozens of shells rained down upon the Demon Hulk. Just as one foot touched the ground, the Demon Hulk staggered backward, crashing once again into the turbulent waters with a resounding splash. In the next moment, fragmented memories of being drowned alive by Hulk at Lake Culver surged back to him. Upon encountering these recollections, the Demon Hulk became engulfed in fury once more. Leaping from the water onto the shore, his massive fist, the size of a house, crashing down upon the vibranium tank below. Having nearly exited the jungle, Hulk hesitated no longer. He took a deep breath and soared into the air, ascending effortlessly until he spotted the Demon Hulk engaged in combat with Wakandan soldiers in the distance. After a brief glance, Hulk turned away, and in a moment of sonic boom, his right foot landed upon the platform of the sacred mountain. Just as he prepared to stride towards the mine, Hulk abruptly pivoted. As his right hand clenched into a fist, it seemed to shatter the air, producing a thunderous crack as he launched a powerful punch forward. In a state of stealth, King Chaka, clad in his Black Panther suit, was unexpectedly struck by a powerful punch from Hawk, revealing his form. As Chaka emerged, brandishing a vibranium spear, he unleashed an energy shockwave aimed at Hawk. With a smirk gracing his lips, Hawk deftly evaded the shockwave and reappeared before Chaka. Without uttering a word, he let his fist speak for him. With a resounding thud, Hawk's punch landed heavily on the vibranium spear that Chaka had instinctively raised in defense, causing him to instinctively kneel. In the next moment, Hawk withdrew his right foot, delivering a thunderous kick that sent Chaka flying off the platform. Having accomplished this, Hawk chose not to pursue. There were more pressing matters at hand. Vibranium was of utmost importance. He swiftly turned and, in the blink of an eye, vanished into the depths of the mine. Just as he had done previously in Quantico, Hawk, upon entering the mine, turned to face the entrance and began to unleash a flurry of punches, creating afterimages as he moved. With a deafening roar, the entrance of the mine began to tremble and collapse, soon becoming engulfed by massive boulders. Hawk then proceeded deeper into the mine, feeling the radiant glow of vibranium intensify with each step. Upon reaching the bottom, he beheld the so-called Golden Legend, a vibranium mine. Gazing at the vibranium embedded within the mountainside, a thrill coursed through him, quickly replaced by an expression of delight. In an instant, Hawk reacted, his arms once again creating layers of afterimages as he transformed into a miner. Dust erupted, and the mountain trembled. With unwavering focus, his sole intention was clear: mining. The sacred armor, the hill referred to as the Sacred Mountain by Wakanda, quivered. Every inch of the ground vibrated under this disturbance. Deep within the mine, a steady flow of vibranium was absorbed by Hawk's burgeoning cosmic energy. Within this cosmic realm, the Phoenix, taking the form of a constellation, unfurled its wings and emitted a clear, resounding call. The vibranium recently sent into the Phoenix constellation was transformed into molten iron beneath the searing heat of the fiery bird in the blink of an eye. Likewise, the other two materials required for crafting the sacred armor, silver star dust and germanium, converged into the molten iron derived from the vibranium within the Phoenix constellation. Just then, Hawk seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. Before him, a feather, a phoenix feather radiating the purest flame, appeared as if transcending the confines of space. This was the heart feather of the Phoenix. The moment Hawk's right hand touched the feather floating before him, he instantly comprehended its origin. This heart feather belonged to the constellation of the Phoenix, not the one from his small universe, but the one in reality. It is well known that, unlike the Eastern system where one can ascend to divinity through self-cultivation, in the Western paradigm, if one is not born a god, one shall never become one. For the deities wield authority. This heart feather of the Phoenix represented the divine authority bestowed upon him by the constellation. It embodied the true essence of immortality and rebirth. If the immortality and rebirth he possessed prior were granted by the Phoenix constellation, then upon receiving this heart feather, those concepts now rested firmly within his grasp. In simple terms, at this moment, the reality of the Phoenix constellation had wagered everything, betting that Hawk would elevate her to become the most resplendent constellation in the entire universe, without exception. Moreover, this gamble implied another desire. She wished to merge with Hawk's small universe. Without hesitation, Hawk acquiesced to this request, for he had already contemplated this matter. After all, being mediocre in all aspects could never rival the excellence of specialization. Initially, Hawk felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of awakening all constellations. But he soon found himself pondering whether to pursue a path of specialization or a harem route. He quickly reached a conclusion: specialization. The harem route was ill-suited for him. However, it would be disingenuous to say he was not envious of the abilities of other constellations. Thus, he had been contemplating if there was a third option. Just as he was mulling over whether a perfect solution existed, the Phoenix constellation unexpectedly made her move. With that, Hawk decided not to overthink it. A resolution had formed in his heart. The moment the heart feather of the Phoenix merged with his small universe, the most brilliant and vibrant flames erupted. Hawk exerted every ounce of his small universe's power. Burn my universe. Boom, 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 boom. The Phoenix and Azure Dragon constellations above his small universe ignited in an explosive blaze, as if the apocalypse had descended upon the entire cosmos. Hawk's expression turned pale. With a small universe, his life level surpassed that of ordinary individuals, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the extraordinary. Yet, should the small universe vanish, he would be reduced to an ordinary man. In a certain sense, he has once again transformed his little universe into chaos, akin to self-harm. at this juncture. Any passerby could easily end his life. Yet, this is a worthy endeavor. Hawk gazed at the chaos that ensued after the flames of the Phoenix heart began to merge with the remnants of his explosive little universe. He quickly steadied himself and prepared for his next course of action while he was in the mining caves of Wakanda, waiting for the emergence of the sacred armor. Outside, pandemonium reigned. The Black Panther, Chaka, who had just been sent flying by Hawk and had tumbled down the hill, groggily opened his eyes upon hearing his daughter, Shuri's frantic voice through his earpiece. Shuri? Father. After the initial sounds of his daughter's voice, it transformed into a jubilant exclamation. Father, you're awake. Hurry back. The Black Hulk has gone berserk. What? Chaka was momentarily taken aback. Wiping the blood from his mouth and nose, he sprang to his feet and, within mere seconds, leapt back onto the mining platform atop the hill. He surveyed the collapsed mine. Whereas Hawk, still inside, Father, we can't hold off the Black Hulk much longer. Damn it, Chaka uttered instinctively, then raised his gaze, executing a powerful jump. With a swift motion of his right hand, his royal fighter jet materialized, suspended in midair. Chaka opened the hatch and swiftly boarded. With a hum, the royal fighter jet ascended instantly, racing towards the capital of Wakanda. As Chaka soared over mountains and streams, the cityscape came into view, causing him to gasp in horror. The city, once home to the river tribe, had been reduced to ruins, replaced by a colossal crater. Severed limbs and corpses littered the ground, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Amidst the devastation, the demon Hulk, clad in black with eyes ablaze like hellfire, stood atop the debris, chest out, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated throughout Wakanda. He seemed to be searching for something. In the royal palace's command center, Chaka activated the jet's automatic hover function and leapt out, returning to the command post. He observed the projection showing the river tribe members rushing into the capital for refuge. What are the casualties? Substantial, Shuri reported urgently. The warriors of the river tribe have been almost entirely annihilated. They stood no chance against the Black Hulk. The vibranium tank drivers are still alive. As their life signs remain intact, the Black Hulk cannot breach vibranium defenses. However, our weapons are ineffective against it. Shuri then glanced at the projection of Hulk. He seems to be searching for something. The aged King Chaka massaged his brow, listening intently to the words spoken, before raising his gaze towards the projection. There, amidst the stillness of the vibranium tanks and aircraft, stood the furious Hulk, roaring atop the ruins. A sudden realization struck him. Hulk was searching for Hawkeye. He swiftly commanded the aircraft squadron to attempt to lure it towards the sacred mountain. Upon receiving the order, the vibranium jets sprang into action, howling as they launched another missile at the groundbound Hulk, executing a roll in midair as they veered towards the direction of the sacred mountain. Boom, boom. The missiles struck Hulk, exploding in a blaze of flames that, though failing to penetrate his formidable defenses, clearly incited his wrath. With a thunderous roar, Hulk, witnessing the fleeing jets, bent his knees and leapt towards them. Success! How splendid! The command center within the palace erupted in exhilaration. Princess Shuri, brimming with excitement, turned to her father, exclaiming, "We did it, father!" Observing the scene, King Chaka promptly issued another command. Once our people have fully evacuated to the capital, activate the vibranium energy shield. Let those two monsters clash. We shall not interfere. Princess Shuri hesitated momentarily, but soon nodded. Understood, father. After issuing the command, Chaka exhaled with relief, then turned his attention to his daughter. Has your brother returned? On his way back, she replied. Good. Chaka nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. In the next moment, however, a sudden change swept over Chaka's face. He coughed up a plume of blood, his body stiffening before he collapsed backward with a resounding thud. This shocking scene left those present, including Princess Shuri, in a state of disbelief. Father! Shuri cried, rushing to her father's side, cradling him as she shouted, medical kit. Leaning against his daughter, Chaka's complexion turned pale, his eyes clouded with confusion. I see the land of our ancestors. A new small universe is born. At this moment, Hulk too appeared pale, his gaze somewhat dazed, yet his spirit was electrified as he beheld the newly formed small universe. To be precise, what he possessed was no longer merely a small universe, it was the Phoenix small universe. This nascent universe had fully merged with the heart of the Phoenix, showcasing the resplendent stars of Hulk's own cosmos while radiating the essence of the Phoenix in every direction. From this moment forth, his small universe has completely merged with the constellation of Phoenix. Once he manifests this small universe, the heart of Phoenix in reality could similarly become a parallel universe akin to Asgard, the realm of the divine King Odin. The choice lies between the Phoenix Galaxy and the Phoenix Universe. This is not a matter of selection. It is often said that adding embellishments is less valuable than providing timely assistance. Thus, the Heart of Phoenix made its bold move ahead of schedule. However, after the emergence of the Phoenix Small Universe, the recently enhanced constellation of Draco has faded away. After all, his small universe has just reverted to chaos. And it is through the energy of its destruction and rebirth that the current Phoenix Small Universe has been born. The unfortunate news is that Draco is no more. The good news is that he is now stronger than before, and with the complete commitment of the Heart of Phoenix, he senses a newfound authenticity in his power. Following a resounding cry of the Phoenix, the small universe, now fully committed, reverberates with the sound of its rebirth. As the Phoenix spreads its wings, a feather from the Heart of Phoenix descends into the molten metal formed from vibranium. In the next moment, flames soar into the air. Vibranium, silver star sand, and Gamma begin to undergo an exquisite forging process for the Phoenix armor amidst the flames stirred by the Heart of Phoenix. The clang of the silver star sand colliding with the Phoenix flames resonates like the rhythmic strikes of a blacksmith. Hawk awaits with bated breath. At that moment, a colossal hand unexpectedly bursts through the mountainside, reaching before him. The Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Suddenly, Hawk, who was marveling at the birth of the Phoenix armor, is caught off guard and seized by the demon Hulk, who flings him outward. As Hawk is hurled through the air, his form creates intense friction with the atmosphere, igniting upon impact with the ground, yet he bounces back up, continuing to fly backward. Until, boom, the vibranium shield, a golden dome safeguarding all of Wakanda, flashes brightly. Hawk, colliding with the vibranium shield, feels as though the world has shifted, and with a thunderous crash, he lands heavily on the grass outside Wakanda. The ground sinks beneath him, echoing the sound of a meteorite impact, startling the cattle and sheep in the distance, who flee in a frenzy. Equally alarmed are the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who have just arrived. Leading them is none other than Maria Hill, the operations commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, she is not pursuing Hawk, but rather tracking Bruce Banner. S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives in New York had suddenly discovered Bruce Banner was missing, and by the time his whereabouts re-emerged, he was already in Africa. She immediately instructed her team to ascertain Hawk's current location. The outcome is also in Africa. Maria Hill immediately brought her team over, but it seemed they had arrived too late. By the time she reached the scene, all that met her eyes was a chaotic battlefield strewn with severed limbs, and there was no sign of Hulk or Bruce Banner. Just as she began to suspect that the two had already departed and was preparing to regroup, a sudden, violent crash caught her attention. It was the thick-skinned Shet, bursting forth from the forest. Wait, did you hear that? The distant S.H.I.E.L.D. agents instinctively muted their microphones and listened intently, seemingly detecting an angry roar growing ever closer. Their gazes converged once again on the distant woods. In the next moment, boom. It was abrupt and startling, as if it had materialized in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a furious roar, the massive figure of Hulk, resembling a black hill, suddenly appeared at the edge of the forest, descending like a mountain upon the pit where Hawk lay. A savage grin spread across his face as he lifted his right foot, poised to fall upon Hawk. With a thunderous crash, the ground caved in once more. Hulk's colossal footprint sank deeply into the earth, unleashing pure, destructive physical force that radiated outward like crashing waves. In an instant, grass and soil were sent flying, and dust obscured the sky. Shat, it's Hulk. No, the Black Hulk. How did he emerge? The distant S.H.I.E.L.D. agents gazed in shock and confusion at the sudden appearance of the monstrous Hulk. Meanwhile, Maria Hill, piloting A.S.H.I.E.L.D. command aircraft high above, directed her gaze towards the primordial forest where Hawk and Hulk had just manifested. Soon, the dust cloud on the plain rose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Hulk, die. As the dust settled, Hulk maintained his stomping stance, his expression fierce as he bore down with his immense right foot, his fiery gaze fixed intently upon someone trapped beneath it. Half of Hawk's body was buried in the earth, yet he struggled to lift Hulk's enormous right foot. Within him, a small universe burned fiercely, illuminating the contours of the phoenix cloth as it began to emerge amidst the blazing intensity. In that moment, as Hawk's arms straightened, unparalleled power surged forth, and amidst the roaring of the demon Hulk, his body gradually began to rise from the ground. In the next moment, boom. Hulk's massive form was toppled. After a staggering moment, he fell heavily onto the grass, creating a substantial crater beneath his enormous weight. Hulk hovered a few meters above the ground, appearing extraordinarily disheveled. His body was clad in nothing but a tattered pair of leisure pants, the fabric so worn that one could glimpse the black underwear beneath. Scars, a testament to his battles, marred every inch of his physique. Under the relentless African sun, blood oozed from these wounds, shimmering with a golden starlight. Yet, within mere moments, as Hulk drew several deep breaths, the wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate, as if the very essence of his being was ablaze with energy. In just a few breaths, although the tattered pants still made him appear disheveled, there were no visible signs of injury remaining. Simultaneously, the demon Hulk, having collapsed onto the ground, used his hand, massive as a house, to pat his head and rose once more from the grass. With eyes ablaze like hellfire, the demon Hulk gazed at Hulk, who floated at eye level, exhaling hot breaths. Their gazes locked. In that moment, as Hulk beheld the infernal flames in the demon Hulk's eyes, a peculiar illusion washed over him. It seemed as though someone was peering at him through those fiery orbs. No, it was not merely an illusion. Hulk's expression hardened as he discerned a fleeting image within the depths of the demon Hulk's eyes, a man with a goatee, grinning wickedly. In the next instant, as if time stood still, the inferno in the demon Hulk's eyes intensified, coalescing into the form of a man entirely engulfed in flames, whose smile was both sinister and yet oddly gentlemanly. This figure, emerging from the hellfire, locked eyes with Hulk, his voice echoing hollowly as if it originated from the depths of the inferno. "I am Mephisto." As the demonic words resonated in Hulk's ears, his eyes instinctively narrowed. "Mephisto, have you not been muttering my name incessantly? And yet, now that I have arrived, you seem to be trembling." Mephisto's tone was casual, his voice a blend of devilish whisper and playful banter. Hulk paused, squinting as he exchanged glances with Mephisto, who had manifested within the demon Hulk's fiery gaze. "So, the appearance of the demon Hulk is due to you." "Indeed," Mephisto replied nonchalantly, extending his right hand as if to inspect it, while casting a casual glance at Hulk. "You've been warning me to be cautious and insisting that I look after your sister, ensuring she does not lose a single hair. Naturally, I had to come and see who it is that lurks behind the scenes." At these words, a barely perceptible twitch flickered at the corner of Hulk's mouth. "My sister. She is well." Mephisto seemed to anticipate the question that Hulk was about to pose, smiling as he remarked, "Did you not ask Hulk to convey a message to me when he descended into hell? Rest assured, I have received it. Before your demise, I promise that your sister will remain safe. I will not afford you the opportunity to unleash your wrath upon me." Hulk fell silent for a moment. "Thank you. No need for gratitude," replied Mephisto with a grin, then abruptly shifted his tone, his voice turning frigid and piercing as he gazed at Hulk. "I had expected much from you. Yet it appears you cannot even contend with the toy I cast your way. Should your prowess be so limited, I am left to wonder from where you derive the audacity to threaten me." He had initially been denied the chance to ascend. However, a fool had traded a life for a life. Thus he thought it prudent to witness the capabilities of this often mocking Hulk. And so he revamped the Hulk that had fallen to Hulk's might and sent him back. And this was the result? Do not be deceived by the formidable visage of the demon Hulk. In the eyes of a deity, the demon Hulk is merely more resilient. Even the supreme sorcerer could strike Hulk with a single blow, sending his soul astray. What, then, of the Lord of Hell, the divine Mephisto? After Mephisto's chilling declaration, he seemed to sense something. Chuckling softly, "I must take my leave. You would do well to survive, as long as you draw breath. I assure you I shall care for your sister. But should you perish and find your way to my hell," As he spoke, his figure dissipated amidst the swirling flames of the inferno, and with his departure, the demon Hulk regained his senses. The demon Hulk first stood still, shaking his head as if to clear a momentary daze, then fixated his gaze on Hulk, letting out a furious roar before charging once more. When he was still 10 meters away, his massive arms swung together violently, akin to swatting a fly. Hulk slash. Boom, boom, boom. The gusts of wind generated by the demon Hulk's clasped hands sliced through the grass, surging relentlessly towards Hulk. Hulk's form wavered, and when he reappeared, he had left behind a multitude of afterimages, now positioned behind the demon Hulk. The demon Hulk, with his right hand clenched into a fist, turned to strike the moment Hulk materialized behind him. Hulk retaliated with a powerful right punch. Bang! The ground trembled as a white sonic boom erupted at the point of their collision, the violent shockwave uprooting the grass surrounding them. Along with the debris, Hulk was propelled backward with a muffled grunt, sent sprawling amidst the scattered foliage. Damn! The demon Hulk has grown even stronger. Hulk, propelled into the air, sensed an overwhelming shadow descending upon him, his form flickering in midair. Once he regained composure and distanced himself from the formidable Hulk, he gazed at the demonic figure, his heart devoid of expression. At that moment, amidst the blazing cosmos, a strand of golden light emerged from the flames of the phoenix, followed by a radiant outburst of more golden brilliance. It was at this instant that the phoenix cloth was finally forged. With the receding of the phoenix flames, a golden radiance illuminated the entirety of the cosmos. Within the celestial expanse of the cosmos, an exquisite golden armor, resembling a phoenix, was born. The sight was breathtaking. The armor shimmered with a brilliance akin to that which only the golden saints could don. However, it was not a true golden cloth, despite its resplendent gold. This was a consequence of the materials used in its creation. It is well known that within the Marvel Universe, there exists no bronze. Instead, Hulk utilized vibranium in place of bronze, and vibranium naturally possesses a striking golden hue. Thus, the phoenix cloth he forged gleamed as brilliantly as the legendary golden armor. Nevertheless, this was merely the bronze phoenix cloth, outwardly radiant, yet lacking true substance. In simple terms, it was a fade. Yet, in relation to the authentic golden armor, this fade still granted Hulk an immensely formidable augmentation of power. On the vast plains outside Wakanda, the hulking figure of the demonic Hulk stood, gazing upward at Hulk suspended in the sky, a sneer of disdain and contempt curling upon his grotesque visage. Simultaneously, the game commenced. I shall not accept defeat. Overcome my toys, and I shall care for your sister. Or be slain by my toys and come to my hell as a guest. The words of Mephisto, having just appeared and then vanished, echoed from the depths of hell, whispering like a devil's murmur in Hulk's ears. I shall visit hell, Mephisto. I eagerly anticipate our meeting there. Hulk replied expressionlessly, his consciousness detaching from his own cosmos, hovering in the air, his gaze fixed upon the demonic Hulk below, as if the stars of the universe swirled within his eyes. In the next instant, his cosmos transcended the ethereal, projecting into the tangible Phoenix galaxy before once again manifesting behind Hulk in reality. Burn my cosmos! With an explosive roar, a fiery crimson flame erupted from every pore of Hulk's being without warning. This was no ordinary fire. It was the purest, most fervent, and most domineering energy of his cosmos, transformed into the formidable power of the phoenix cloth. The crimson gold flames enveloped him instantaneously, transforming him into a fiercely burning human torch. The fire blazed with intensity, as if a golden phoenix were emerging from its depths. Clang, clang, clang. The unknown energy fluctuations surged rapidly. Thick and dense, Commander. The energy readings are almost on par with those witnessed during the appearance of Thor. My God. Inside the high-altitude S.H.I.E.L.D. command aircraft, agents stared in astonishment at the screen displaying Hulk, suspended in midair, surrounded by the fiery embrace of crimson gold flames, as the energy levels continued to rise dramatically. Maria Hill turned to the others and gestured for silence, then stood by the aircraft's window, her gaze fixed intently on the phoenix-like figure below, unfurling its wings from a state of stillness amidst the crimson gold inferno. On the ground, the demon Hulk, witnessing this, retracted his previous disdain, his expression gradually shifting to one of vigilance. Amidst the blinding light and searing waves of heat, the transformation commenced. First, Hulk's bare arms and calves were adorned with golden armors and greaves, emerging amidst the clashing sounds of metal. The armors were sharp-edged like blades, while the greaves were robust and formidable. In the next moment, clang, clang, clang. A series of rapid, crisp metallic impacts echoed as Hulk's arms trembled violently, and two massive, flamboyant golden shoulder plates, reminiscent of burning wings, materialized out of thin air, locking into place with a resounding force. The edges of the shoulder plates were razor-sharp, their forms wild and unrestrained, akin to the mightiest feathers of a phoenix poised to take flight, every golden plume glistening with a lethal glimmer. Almost simultaneously, a golden breastplate enveloping his chest and abdomen emerged from the swirling flames, with the central area of the armor radiating a phoenix totem, pulsating like a beating heart, each throb drawing the surrounding flames upward. The skirt armor at his waist cascaded like a waterfall of flames, composed of several heavy yet flexible metallic plates, their edges sharp, swaying gently with the undulations of fire and emitting a low metallic scraping sound. Finally, the scarlet flames surged upward, converging to form a uniquely designed, aggressively styled helmet amidst the blaze. As the visor took shape, Hulk slowly opened his eyes, which were narrowed slightly. With a thunderous roar, the crimson flames reached their zenith, forming a fiery phoenix apparition that soared behind Hulk, emitting a cry that resonated throughout the universe. The Phoenix armor was donned, complete. By the heavens! This battlesuit looks far more imposing than Tony Stark's armor, exclaimed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, utterly astonished as they beheld Hawk, now clad in the Phoenix armor, hovering in the sky. Meanwhile, the Demon Hulk on the plains was consumed by an overwhelming fury. Roar! The Demon Hulk, no longer hesitating, flexed his sinewy muscles as his colossal arms tightened, his fingers resembling 5 towering pillars that forcefully plunged into the earth beneath him. In an instant, his muscles bulged, the prominent veins beneath his skin resembling massive steel cables, pulsating with fury. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, his arms unleashed a terrifying force capable of upheaving the vast prairie beneath him. With a resounding crash, an astonishingly thick layer of turf, along with the soil below and the intertwined network of roots, was wrenched from the ground by the sheer brute strength of the Demon Hulk. He lifted it high above his head. With great effort, he swung this patch of grass, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, towards the sky where Hawk awaited. Without flinching, Hawk stood his ground as the massive turf descended upon him like a meteor. In that moment, a brilliant phoenix fire erupted. The sky ignited, the air warped, and the enormous patch of grass ignited in flames, visibly melting as it approached him. The next instant, Hawk appeared before Hulk. With a single punch, the impact was akin to being struck by a roaring train. The Demon Hulk's massive head was sent spinning as several of his large teeth flew out. His form launched into the air, crashing down onto the adjacent ground. Hulk roared in pain, struggling to rise. Yet, Hawk's second punch was already in motion. Lightning. Sonic punches. Boom, 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 boom. Radiant golden light erupted from Hawk's fists, striking Hulk with the precision of guided missiles. The earth groaned and sank beneath the onslaught. A gaping pit, far larger and bottomless, formed instantly amidst the deafening collapse and the towering plume of dust and debris that erupted skyward. Pursue the remnants of the vanquished with relentless vigor. Do not seek glory by emulating the tyrant. Lightning. Hawk floated within the abyssal pit, listening to the heartbeat of the Demon Hulk resonating from below. His fingers spread wide, palms directed toward the pit, as the fiery phantom of the Phoenix re-emerged behind him. In an instant, the wings of the Phoenix unfurled, gathering the continuously burning energy of the universe into the palms of Hawk. Sonic punches. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow of fists emanating from Hawk's palms, dense with the most brilliant flames and golden light, swiftly descended into the depths of the pit. At the bottom of the chasm, Hell Hulk, akin to a digger, relentlessly expanded towards the depths beneath the barrage of fist shadows. 1 second later, boom, the shockwave erupted in a perfect circular form from the pit, violently sweeping away the surrounding grass and soil within a 20-meter radius, while the turf beyond was lifted like a carpet in an instant. An unprecedented, unheard of, and unseen gaping abyss emerged, akin to the impact of a meteorite. Hawk stood at the edge of this chasm, which exceeded 30 meters in diameter, his 3 golden phoenix tails swaying gently beneath his armor. With an expressionless face, he gazed into the depths of the pit. At the bottom, there was an eerie silence. The fractured earth and roots of grass lay strewn about, while the rushing river water thundered against the indistinct, motionless outline of a colossal humanoid figure at the center of the pit. The Demon Hulk is dead. Hawk chuckled softly, then raised his eyes, directing his gaze towards a certain point. Clad in the Phoenix armor and imbued with the powers of the Phoenix constellation, he distinctly sensed that an awareness lingered on the opposite side of the pit. Likely, it was Mephisto. Speak, Mephisto. Hawk projected his consciousness towards the direction of that lingering awareness, teasingly inquiring, why the silence? Do you not enjoy conversing? Mephisto, whose true form resided in the dimension of hell, reacted to the projection of his consciousness through the Demon Hulk, responding to Hawk's taunt with a chuckle. No wonder you possess such confidence. Yet, your power does not belong to this universe. Thus, while you may be formidable, it is merely that. You wish to compel me to relinquish my soul with a power that does not exist. Insufficient. It will be sufficient, Hawk replied with a smile. Once I descend into hell, you shall understand, Mephisto. Mephisto remained silent. As a gentle breeze swept by, the last vestiges of his consciousness dissipated. Hawk remained rooted in place, watching the direction where Mephisto had vanished. He was acutely aware that his power had yet to be validated within the Marvel Universe. However, Hawk had already devised a solution, the reality gem. Once he obtained the reality gem, the moment the Phoenix universe manifested in reality would be the moment he transformed into a golden saint. Beside the unfathomable chasm, Hawk, contemplating the reality gem that would allow his microcosm to fully materialize, calmly observed the submerged form of the Demon Hulk as it slowly succumbed to the influx of lake water. His microcosm gradually settled. Meanwhile, the Phoenix armor radiated a dazzling golden light, disintegrating and reconstituting into a vividly animated form of a phoenix, merging into the projection of his microcosm behind him, awaiting Hawk's next summoning. Bare-chested, clad only in a pair of battle-worn casual trousers, Hawk reappeared. The myriad wounds adorning his body were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Behind her, a colossal S.H.I.E.L.D. command aircraft descended vertically onto the verdant expanse of the prairie. Maria Hill declined the company of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and, with purposeful strides, approached Hawk's side, extending to him a S.H.I.E.L.D. shirt. Here, she offered. Thank you, Hawk replied, glancing at the shirt she presented. He accepted it without hesitation and slipped it on. In the next moment, he observed the emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D. emblazoned on the fabric and chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Maria Hill, whom he considered an old acquaintance. Does this mean I've joined your organization? With a smile, Maria Hill replied, only if you wish to join. Hawk laughed heartily. Forget it. I have no interest and certainly no time. I could serve as an external consultant, perhaps. Maria Hill, undeterred yet gentle in her approach, jested, for instance, if a global crisis were to arise, you would come to our aid, wouldn't you? Hawk, intrigued by her words, regarded her with curiosity. Isn't Nick Fury the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Why is it that I have only interacted with the command officers, rather than the director himself? He has been suspended. Do you not wish to engage with me? No. Upon hearing Maria Hill's explanation, Hawk's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by a smile as he looked at her. I assumed you understood my inclinations, aware of my aversion to individuals of darker skin tones, hence avoiding their presence before me. It had been a full year since the awakening of his latent powers. And at this moment, Hawk felt entitled to express his opinions based on his strength and status. Indeed, he harbored a dislike for darker skin. Discrimination? Yes, it was indeed discrimination. What of it? If you take issue, then confront me. Prepare to receive my Phoenix Wing ascension. Hawk mused internally. Maria Hill, listening to Hawk's candid expression of his views, displayed little surprise. After all, since the conflict at Quantico, she had spent considerable time researching the extensive dossier collected from various sources concerning Hawk. Furthermore, yes, Nick Fury had once again been suspended. In brief, the reason Fury had previously regained his position was that he had traded Hawk's information to Thaddeus Ross, and as a condition of this transaction, the influential backers behind General Ross had intervened to facilitate Fury's reinstatement. However, the promised joint operation faltered, while General Ross acted. Fury feigned death following Hawk's assault on the Quantico base. The outcome was tragic. General Ross perished. This enraged the influential backers, as General Ross had been their hard-won asset for infiltrating the federal military, only to meet such an untimely demise. Consequently, Nick Fury once again faced suspension, caught in the web of the very forces that had once supported him. Thus, he was both elevated and beset by the very same powers. On the surface, the reason for Nick Fury's suspension was Maria Hill's report to the council regarding his alleged disclosure of S.H.I.E.L.D. secrets. Indeed, after the Battle of Quantico, Maria Hill covertly gathered evidence, ultimately uncovering that Nick Fury had provided General Ross with information about the Hulk. She then escalated the matter directly to the council, bypassing Alexander Pierce entirely. Initially defying orders, now the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. himself was implicated in leaking intelligence, inciting the council's wrath. Once again, after Alexander Pierce's fervent defense, Nick Fury was spared from severe consequences, receiving only a suspension. Fury ought to express his gratitude to Pierce. Meanwhile, Maria Hill, pondering Pierce's relentless support for Fury, furrowed her brow. She could not fathom the rationale behind Pierce's staunch defense of Fury. Was it merely because Fury was his chosen successor? Surely, there must be deeper reasons. While contemplating, she had yet to ascertain what those reasons were, but was already seeking answers discreetly. After a moment, Maria Hill composed herself, suppressing her internal musings, and turned her gaze toward Hulk, recalling his earlier comments on race. She smiled casually and remarked, "Is that so? How fortunate that Nick has been suspended, otherwise, if he were to approach you, the outcome might not be favorable." Hulk chuckled, gazing calmly at Maria Hill. "Feel free to speak your mind. I am no tyrant. I do not harm those who do not harm me." Maria Hill smiled back, meeting Hulk's gaze, and leaned over to peer into the seemingly bottomless pit before them. "What is the story behind this Black Hulk?" Hulk glanced back, then plopped down onto the grass, looking up at the standing Maria Hill. With a slight smile, she joined him on the ground. Hulk propped himself up on the grass, savoring the gentle breeze following the battle while responding to Maria Hill's inquiry. Did you not see? The Demon Hulk, Bruce Banner's life for a life, has returned from hell as the Demon Hulk. The Mephisto you conversed with in the air, the Lord of Hell, sent this Demon Hulk to test my strength, a mere toy to him. Hulk spoke candidly, feeling somewhat reassured. He had confirmed his sister Anya's condition in hell, certified personally by Mephisto. Hulk was certain that before his death, or before his descent into hell, his sister Anya would fare well, even in that infernal realm. That was sufficient for him. As for the possibility of Mephisto using his sister to coerce him upon his arrival in hell, that was a concern for another time. He trusted in the wisdom of future generations, leaving the burdens of tomorrow for the future Hulk to contend with, at least for the moment. Hulk found himself in a state of joy. The Phoenix armor had been assembled, and news of his sister Anya had finally arrived. In that instant, after awakening his small universe, Hulk, who had been steadily walking without pause, felt an urge to take a brief respite. With his spirits lifted and a hint of lethargy washing over him, he welcomed Maria Hill's inquiries without hesitation. After all, idleness was not to his liking, and moreover, Maria Hill was aware of his lack of attire and had specifically brought him a garment. One should not turn away a kind gesture. Most importantly, Hulk adhered to the principle that if one respects me by a foot, I shall reciprocate by a mile. Before long, Maria Hill uncovered the truth behind the matter through her questions. Bruce Banner had exchanged his life, and the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, seized this opportunity to reforge the deceased Hulk into a demonic version, casting him back to test Hulk's strength. However, Maria Hill was taken aback. Why would Mephisto suddenly wish to validate him? Because I have had my fair share of discussions with him, Hulk replied with a faint smile, meeting Maria Hill's astonished gaze. Not just once. I have repeatedly urged him to look after my sister. If even a single hair is harmed on her in hell, upon my arrival, I shall remove his head and use it as a chamber pot. Maria Hill's pupils widened in shock. Hell, she knew, was an actual place. To be precise, the existence of hell was documented within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top secret database. Agents from the Texas division had encountered demons multiple times. Though they ultimately resolved the situations, each incident resulted in significant losses for S.H.I.E.L.D. Merely dealing with individual demons proved challenging, let alone facing the Lord of Hell, the most formidable demon, Mephisto. Nevertheless, as Maria Hill listened to Hulk's explanation and recalled the affection he held for his sister Anya, she nodded with a smile. You are a good brother, Hulk. Thank you. Hulk returned her smile, rising from the grass to face the equally standing Maria Hill. Therefore, you need not regard me with trepidation. As I have said, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. I am not interested in you, nor in the annihilation of the world. After all, I am waiting to descend into hell to retrieve my sister. Upon hearing this, Maria Hill felt a sense of relief within her. Despite having formed a judgment based on Hulk's actions and the information at hand, that he was not a villainous figure. Such a judgment was merely speculative and did not signify certainty. After all, both the battle at Quantico and the recent skirmish had made one thing abundantly clear. If Hulk desired to bring about the end of the world, he possessed the capability to do so. Upon hearing Hawkeye's assurances, Maria Hill exhaled a deep sigh of relief and turned her gaze toward him. I understand. Thank you. You're welcome, Hawkeye replied with a faint smile. After taking a moment to rest, he stretched languidly and looked at Maria Hill. Are there any further inquiries? If not, I shall take my leave. He had already been away for quite some time. With the armor forged and the mission accomplished, it was time to return home, he mused. Maria Hill nodded vigorously. One last question. Could you elaborate on that direction? She pointed, indicating not some distant place, but the true location of Wakanda, specifically the primitive forest that the nation utilized to deceive the outside world. Although the battle with the Hulk had concluded, the conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D. was just commencing. After all, both Hawkeye and the Hulk had emerged abruptly from that very forest. As the S.H.I.E.L.D. commander engaged in casual conversation with Hawkeye, agents on the ground had already reached the periphery of Wakanda. Following a thorough scan of the border's barriers, they relayed the findings into Maria Hill's concealed earpiece. Hawkeye followed the direction of Maria Hill's finger. Before him stood a dozen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, their faces alight with excitement as they wielded various instruments, scanning the invisible barrier before them. Maria Hill observed Hawkeye's expression closely. Is it not permissible to speak of this? She inquired. It is, Hawkeye replied, returning his attention to her and shrugging slightly. That is Wakanda, the true Wakanda. Maria Hill was momentarily taken aback. Hawkeye then succinctly recounted how Wakanda, while occupying a vein of vibranium, masqueraded as a destitute nation begging for aid at the United Nations. He spoke plainly, without embellishment. For the truth was as stark as it was disheartening. In reality, Wakanda had transformed itself into a high-tech nation through the exploitation of its vibranium resources, all while feigning poverty to garner economic assistance and food subsidies from the United Nations. Had they not resorted to such deceit, Hawkeye might have regarded them with a modicum of respect. However, as it stood, he felt no admiration whatsoever. The economic aid and food support they claimed may have seemed trivial to them, but if allocated to genuinely impoverished nations, countless lives could be saved from starvation. Thus, the darkness remained, unmitigated by technological advancements. No matter how human they appeared, they could never embody true humanity, Hawkeye contemplated. Meanwhile, Maria Hill listened. Her expression once again one of shock. The shock of Hawk's audacious proclamation to behead Mephisto, using his skull as a urinal, eclipsed her earlier astonishment. This was due to the stark contrast between Mephisto's remoteness and Wakanda's proximity. She found it impossible to reconcile the impoverished nation, which had long petitioned the United Nations for economic aid and food subsidies, with Hawk's portrayal of Wakanda as a land replete with vast reserves of vibranium and technological advancements far surpassing the world's leading standards. Hawk, observing the astonished expression on Maria Hill's face, suddenly thought of Anna, who had been immensely helpful to him, and offered a subtle smile. Doubt it, Maria Hill candidly admitted. To be honest, not entirely. Hawk smiled slightly, choosing silence as he gazed toward the distant vibranium energy barrier that shielded the true Wakanda from exposure. In the royal palace's command center, following a frantic rescue effort, the recently unconscious old King T'Chaka had regained consciousness. Yet, how long could he remain awake? His age rendered him incapable of fulfilling the duties of the Black Panther, despite appearing merely to have been knocked aside by Hawk's kick on the sacred mountain. That kick, however, was powerful enough to sever an ordinary person in two. T'Chaka had only succumbed to unconsciousness, but the injuries had already been inflicted. The only reasons for his survival at this moment were advanced medical care and the immediate presence of enemies. At this juncture, seated in a wheelchair within the command center, T'Chaka observed the projection of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed beyond Wakanda's borders. Although Wakanda was publicly perceived as a barren African nation, it was nonetheless an officially recognized member of the United Nations. As a king, T'Chaka was well aware of the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization formed by the 5 great benefactors of the UN to uphold world peace. Like many other nations in the developing world, he had even signed documents permitting S.H.I.E.L.D. to operate freely within his country. However, prior to this moment, Wakanda had never engaged with S.H.I.E.L.D. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. had not sought dealings with Wakanda either, after all. A nation so destitute that even African warlords dismissed it could hardly be expected to have any relevance in global peace, thereby failing to capture S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. Yet, that was no longer the case. For reasons unknown, as the old King T'Chaka beheld the projection of S.H.I.E.L.D., Commander Maria Hill alongside Hawk, the orchestrator of the calamity that had befallen Wakanda, an unsettling realization struck his heart. The days of Wakanda's isolation and tranquil existence were likely drawing to a close, beginning from this very day. Outside the borders of Wakanda, Maria Hill accepted a tablet from an agent, glanced at the data displayed, and then lifted her gaze to the enormous golden dome, now partially visible following the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's assault, her expression one of astonishment. She found herself beginning to believe the descriptions of Wakanda that Hawk had just conveyed. However, Maria Hill turned to Hawkeye and inquired, "How can we gain entry?" Hawkeye raised an eyebrow and replied, "We? No, I shall not enter. However, if you wish to proceed, I can assist you in breaching this barrier." His purpose for coming to Wakanda had already been fulfilled. As for the remaining vibranium within, whoever desires it may claim it. This was akin to Hawkeye's attitude towards money. True strength is paramount. Whether it be currency or vibranium, sufficiency is all that matters. One must never lose sight of the essentials. As long as his prowess remains intact, wealth will naturally follow when needed. Maria Hill pondered for a moment and nodded earnestly at Hawkeye, saying, "Then I entrust this to you, Hawkeye." If Wakanda truly resembled Hawkeye's depiction, a seemingly barren nation on the surface, yet a concealed state brimming with advanced technology and abundant vibranium, the implications would be significant. This information must be swiftly reported to the 5 great benefactors. In essence, here is a small African nation stealthily evolving into a technological powerhouse while simultaneously clamoring for food aid. What are their intentions? If they dare to covertly advance today, they may well rebel tomorrow. Thus, these matters must be verified. If the claims hold true, Wakanda must provide a reasonable explanation to the 5 great benefactors regarding these issues. With a serious expression, Maria Hill continued, then turned to Hawkeye, seemingly recalling something. Do we need to step aside for you to don that resplendent armor? Hawkeye was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled heartily as he looked at Maria Hill. Is it impressive? Indeed, Maria Hill replied, nodding seriously. It appears far more formidable than Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. Hawkeye smiled appreciatively, uttering a quiet thank you. As he spoke, the ethereal form of the Phoenix armor materialized behind him, and with a resounding cry of the Phoenix, it transformed into a bronze-level component of the Phoenix armor. As the flames flickered, Hawkeye adorned himself with the Phoenix armor, now standing before Maria Hill. A glimmer of unmasked astonishment flickered in Maria Hill's eyes. Beautiful. The sight of Hawkeye clad in this armor exuded a dangerous allure. Hawkeye smiled gently as he regarded Maria Hill. It is time for your people to withdraw. Understood, Maria Hill replied, regaining her composure and signaling the SHIELD agents who were still examining the energy barrier to hastily retreat. In no time, those agents, accompanied by excited scientists, withdrew from the periphery of Wakanda and stood at a distance behind Hawkeye. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Wakandan royal palace, Princess Shuri turned to her father and said, "Father, concentrate all available energy on the defensive shield. We have just engaged in a fierce battle with that terrifying Hulk. It is impossible for them to possess the energy necessary to breach our defenses." Indeed, he affirmed. Princess Surue nodded and immediately commanded the elevation of the vibranium energy defense shield that safeguarded their tranquil Wakanda. Beyond the borders of Wakanda, Hawk stood resolutely, the small universe within him slowly igniting, as wisps of visible crimson flames began to manifest around him. As the combustion of his internal cosmos reached its zenith, Hawk's aura surged to its peak. Phoenix wing ascension, a deep, thunderous roar, reminiscent of a phoenix's cry during rebirth, shattered the stillness of the air. In an instant, the fiery silhouette of the phoenix emerged behind Hawk, coinciding with the powerful swing of his fist. Accompanied by the phoenix's call, the blazing figure surged forth, shattering the confines of physical limits, and collided with the vibranium barrier of Wakanda, an entity reputed to absorb all kinetic energy and power, with a resounding crash. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted, one potent enough to rend the very soul. In an instant, a golden, visible vibranium shield enveloped all of Wakanda, making its inaugural appearance before the gazes of the onlookers. While vibranium indeed possesses the ability to absorb all kinetic energy, its capacity is not limitless. Beyond a certain threshold, absorption ceases. Much like how Thanos could shatter Captain America's vibranium shield with a single blow. At this moment, the vibranium barrier rippled ominously from every corner. Beep, beep, beep. Energy shield at 40%, 20%, 5%. Damn it, subsequent energy replenishment is insufficient. Boom, crack. Accompanied by the sound akin to something shattering. Abruptly, the dome that sheltered true Wakanda and concealed it from the outside world fractured under Hawk's full-force strike. At that instant, the genuine Wakanda, rich in vibranium mines, seemingly barren, yet actually overflowing with wealth, was finally laid bare to the world. History shall remember this day, for when Hawk unleashed Phoenix Wing Ascension and breached the vibranium energy shield of Wakanda. The moment the barrier shattered marked the end of Wakanda's dreams to quietly amass wealth while seeking humanitarian aid from the United Nations. However, such matters bore no relevance to Hawk. As he had conveyed to Maria Hill, he could assist, and now that his task was complete, he would naturally return whence he came. Once again, Hawk sensed that enough time had elapsed. It was time to return home. By the time Hawk reached New York City, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He walked directly out of Kennedy International Airport and into the parking lot, where his Audi 8 awaited him. Hawk opened the car door and started the engine. After paying an exorbitant parking fee, as he drove away from the airport, a sudden thought crossed his mind. It reminded him of the time he encountered a robber upon exiting the airport during his trip to Quantico, an unexpected event indeed. This journey to Africa seemed to mirror that experience. The flight had been delayed, and after numerous setbacks, he had finally arrived in Africa. He pondered, could it be that every time I leave New York City, I will encounter some unforeseen incident? Just then, his phone rang. It was Anna. Hawk retrieved the phone, glanced at the number, and answered directly. "Good evening, Anna. It's nearly dawn here. What time is it there? 5 in the morning, Anna replied. Hearing the time, Hawk chuckled. Have you arrived in Wakanda? Anna laughed softly. Hawk, we are merely friends. You should keep us informed about matters here. Hawk responded with hearty laughter. This gift was meant for you, Anna. Don't you think it's better this way? It saves you the trouble of fabricating a source. This was indeed the truth. He had thought of Anna when he revealed the truth about Wakanda to Maria Hill. Anna paused, slightly taken aback by Hawk's explanation. A gift for me? Of course. Hawk smiled and continued. You have assisted me immensely, and I have always been generous with friends. As I mentioned before, I do not judge my friends by their affiliations. You are my friend, and because of you, I divulged the truth about Wakanda to Maria Hill. Therefore, Anna, inform your superiors to consider you for a promotion and raise. And say it was my suggestion. Anna laughed on the other end of the line. All right, Hawk, I will inform my boss. That's the spirit. Regarding Wakanda, I merely retrieved a small amount of vibranium. There is still plenty left. How much you can extract is up to you, but you are the experts in that area. Thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it, Hawk. I'm glad you like it, Hawk replied, then added, by the way, please keep an eye on Jane Foster's whereabouts. Let me know when she heads to London. He couldn't recall the exact time the reality stone, also known as the ether, manifested on Earth. After all, such details were not disclosed in the films, such as the specific date or location of the ether's arrival. However, Hawk distinctly remembered that the appearance of the ether coincided closely with Jane Foster's trip to London. Thus, monitoring Jane Foster would undoubtedly lead him to the reality stone. As soon as Jane made her way to London, he would promptly follow her, making it relatively easy to acquire the reality stone. Hawk thus entrusted Anna with the task of keeping an eye out and notifying him when Jane Foster made her way to London. On the other end of the line, Anna acknowledged his request and, after expressing her gratitude once more, jokingly mentioned seeking a bonus from her boss before hanging up. Hawk terminated the call as well, focusing intently on driving towards his residence on Palm Street in the East Village of Manhattan. A slight smile graced his lips, just as he had mentioned to Anna. He indeed contemplated troubling her with so many matters, eventually considering the exposure of Wakanda as a gift for her, or rather, a present for the Hydra lurking behind her. Yet, this was merely one of the reasons. There were two additional motivations. The first reason was straightforward. Hawk held disdain for Wakanda, which secretly thrived while receiving aid meant for the survival of others. He wished to unveil Wakanda's grotesque facade to the world. If they chose not to act like humanity, then they should forego their humanity altogether. Hawk could even foresee that with Wakanda's exposure and the emergence of vast quantities of vibranium, the first to react would undoubtedly be the 5 great heroes. This constituted his third objective. Once the global gaze was fixated on Wakanda, he could attend to his own affairs. After all, if Wakanda remained concealed, regardless of his willingness, the aftermath of his monumental clash with the demon Hulk on the plains would draw attention to him, scrutinizing his every action for an extended period. However, with Wakanda in the spotlight, the dynamics changed. The reasoning was simple. Focusing on Hawk would yield uncertain benefits, and any misstep could provoke him, potentially leading to another catastrophic explosion akin to the Quantico incident. In contrast, the rewards from monitoring Wakanda were tangible and readily apparent. Setting aside the immense vibranium reserves, simply considering Wakanda's advanced technology, should the 5 great heroes acquire it, their power would escalate at an astonishing rate. This included the lurking Hydra as well. Therefore, fixating on Wakanda aligned with the collective interests of all involved. As for whether Wakanda would have any objections? When Wakanda chose deception and concealment, misleading the 5 great heroes at the United Nations, and accepting aid intended for the truly impoverished, it was evident that their opinions had become irrelevant. If you dare to conceal today, tomorrow you may dare to commit crimes against humanity. The 5 great heroes believed Wakanda was benevolently providing aid, while Wakanda regarded them as mere pawns to manipulate. TSK. Wakanda's treatment of the 5 great heroes was far more egregious than Gaddafi's actions in his time. Consequently, this time, the 5 great heroes required no justification. Their mission was already legitimized. The deities that Wakanda once worshipped had lost their power, and only the 5 great heroes understood the fate that awaited Wakanda. However, this had nothing to do with Hawk. An hour later, Hawk returned to his residence on Palm Street. The clock struck 10 in the evening. Upon arriving home, Hawk swiftly removed his SHIELD shirt and dashed into the bathroom, turning on the shower. Chilled water cascaded down, cleansing his body. Within his cosmos, the essence of the phoenix radiated through every corner, gently circulating, with the phoenix cloth residing at its center, gradually enhancing itself through the aura of his cosmos. Due to the premature gamble placed by the real phoenix cloth, Hawk's current cosmos was at the pinnacle of the bronze level. Yet, it still fell short of reaching the depths of hell. First, he needed to locate the reality gem. With the power of the reality gem, he could elevate his cosmos to the tier of the golden saints. Only then would he possess the right to speak of descending into hell. However, this was not an urgent matter. After all, the reality gem had yet to manifest. Before its appearance, all he could do was wait. Soon, after finishing his shower, Hawk stepped out of the bathroom and noticed his phone ringing on the bed. He approached it, glanced at the caller ID, and smiled as he answered, "Hello, Gwen. Have you returned to New York?" "Yes," she replied. "I'll be back tomorrow." "Wait a moment." Hawk lifted the covers and lay on the bed, blinking in surprise. "You're coming back tomorrow? Didn't you say it would be 2 months? It's only been half a month." He recalled that Gwen's study abroad program at Burleigh College was supposed to last 2 months. "Yes, it is 2 months. But I never said I had to stay the entire time." Gwen smiled from the other end. "Mary asked me the other day when I was coming back. Don't you remember? We're graduating this semester, and we need to prepare the yearbook and contact list in advance, so I plan to return to help out." The yearbook, a collection featuring individual photos and a group photo of each graduate. Alongside the contact list, a remarkable directory containing the means of communication for successful alumni from Central City High was a gift of networking from the school for its graduates. Listening to Gwen, Hawk recalled that she was still the class assistant, smiling as he said, "All right then, what time tomorrow? I'll pick you up at the airport." Gwen replied with a smile, "I arrive at 10. Just come by at 10:30. I need to collect my luggage." Hawk acknowledged her with a sound of agreement. After a brief conversation, they finally ended the call. Hawk looked at his phone, contemplating, before tossing it aside. After turning off the lights, he lay back in bed and closed his eyes. The next day, Hawk once again drove to Kennedy International Airport, arriving at 10:30 in the morning. As Gwen emerged from the arrival hall, she dragged her luggage while scanning the surroundings for any sign of Hawk, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety and concern. Just then, while searching for Hawk, she felt a gentle tap on her left hand, which was resting on the suitcase's handle. Instinctively, she released her grip. Turning to the side, she was greeted by the sight of Hawk, who had seamlessly taken over the task of pushing her suitcase. He smiled slightly, welcoming her home. Gwen, looking at Hawk as he walked beside her, bit her lip. The worry and tension that had clouded her face evaporated in an instant upon seeing him, replaced by a relieved smile. However, Gwen had not been entirely truthful. Her return to New York was not merely for the graduation yearbook and contact list. The singular motive for her early return was to ascertain, with her own eyes, whether Hawk had sustained any injuries. After all, a video had surfaced online the previous day, albeit shaky and poorly shot, revealing a colossal creature on the African savanna, reminiscent of a black Hulk. There was also a blurry figure engaging in combat with this dark behemoth, appearing diminutive in comparison. It was said that the uploader of this video was an individual from the East, a traveler who wandered through African indigenous tribes while trading, and who happened to witness this scene on his way to Wakanda, though the video was taken down within minutes. And the uploader later apologized in a selfie for fabricating the content for views. Those in the know understood the truth. Gwen was convinced that the blurry figure battling the Black Hulk in the video was indeed her boyfriend, Hawk. Thus, despite Hawk's seemingly relaxed demeanor over the phone, Gwen could not rest easy until she returned to confirm his safety in person. Now, having received the assurance she sought, Gwen felt entirely at ease. She glanced at Hawk, who was pushing her suitcase, and smiled gently, naturally linking her arm with his as they made their way toward the parking lot outside the airport. After a short while, Hawk placed Gwen's luggage in the trunk and settled into the driver's seat. As he started the vehicle, he turned to her, who was already buckled in the passenger seat, and smiled. "How was your study abroad experience in Berkeley? Are you satisfied?" "To be frank," Gwen replied, "not particularly." Gwen shrugged and, after Hawk drove out of the airport, expressed her sentiments regarding the recent trip to Berkeley. "I had initially presumed that the safety in New York City was sufficiently poor. Yet I was taken aback to discover that Berkeley's safety was even worse." As she spoke, she recounted her near encounters with muggers on 3 separate occasions while shopping in Berkeley. Goodness, and this occurred in broad daylight. However, Gwen chuckled with a hint of relief as she glanced at Hawk. Fortunately, Kara was there. "Kara? The bodyguard you helped me find. Surely you remember her name." "Oh, right," Hawk responded. Kara Palamakis, with her chestnut locks and charming visage, was indeed the bodyguard recommended by Anna. Nevertheless, he had not paid much attention to Kara. To him, the process was inconsequential. He only focused on the outcome. Regardless of whether the situation was favorable or unfavorable, he attributed it all to Anna. If Gwen were to encounter difficulties, he would likewise turn to Anna, for Kara was endorsed by her. It was that simple. Hawk pondered this. then turned his gaze to Gwen. So, do you still wish to go to Berkeley? Of course, I will be residing in the school dormitory, worst case. I'll simply refrain from leaving the campus. After all, the safety issues in Berkeley City have no bearing on my studies at Berkeley University. I am attending the university, not settling in the city. Gwen cheerfully articulated her solution before shifting the topic. I've shared my news. How was your journey to Africa? Hawk smiled and replied, it was perfect. Though this trip to Africa was fraught with more challenges than my previous excursion to Quantico, resulting in a delay of a full 2 weeks, good things come to those who wait. This time, the rewards were immense. I transformed my little universe to better align with the Marvel cosmic framework, and I even managed to assemble the Phoenix armor. Most importantly, I learned in advance that my sister Anya was doing well in hell. As long as I remain alive, Anya will continue to thrive until I can go to hell to retrieve her. This was personally confirmed by Mephisto. After contemplating this, Hawk glanced at Gwen and nodded, adding, it couldn't be better. What is the story behind that Black Hulk? Gwen smiled and, as soon as Hawk finished speaking, quickly interjected, that is. Hawk instinctively began to respond, then paused as he took another look at Gwen, his brows slightly raised. Did you see something? Guess. Gwen sat sideways in the passenger seat, gazing tenderly at Hawk, though she did not leave him to guess her thoughts. Instead, she spoke of a video that had surfaced online yesterday. Filmed by a vlogger from the eastern country engaged in trade with various indigenous tribes in Africa. The video, lasting less than 10 minutes, was swiftly taken down. Hawk understood immediately, especially when Gwen mentioned that the vlogger was from the East. It all seemed quite plausible. It is well known that even on the Marvel Earth, individuals from the East have a notorious reputation as streetwise characters. One could find at least one person from the East in any corner of the globe. Hawk pondered this, and in response to Gwen's curious gaze, he shrugged. Well, just as you saw in the video, it truly is the Hulk. Wasn't he killed by you? Gwen furrowed her brow, recalling the events before last Christmas when Hawk had indeed slain the Hulk at Culver Lake. Had Bruce Banner truly found a way to resurrect him? Not entirely, Hawk thought, shaking his head. Rather than Bruce Banner being the one to resurrect the Hulk, it was more accurate to say it was Mephisto. Bruce's intention was a life for a life, but without Mephisto's consent, such a notion could not be realized. After all, once a soul descends into hell, it becomes Mephisto's possession. Could one simply negotiate a swap? It was inconceivable. Gwen's eyes widened as she heard the name Mephisto from Hawk's lips. Is this Mephisto the same hellish lord you mentioned before, Anya? Hawk nodded. He then recounted how Mephisto had transformed the Hulk, turning him into the Devil Hulk, to test his mettle. As Gwen listened, her expression shifted to one of shock, and she turned to Hawk. So you knew that Bruce Banner intended to seek vengeance against you, which is why you fled to Africa, right? After all, it is a vast and sparsely populated region where no one would witness a confrontation. Hawk shook his head. No, I went to find vibranium. Gwen, upon realizing this, was once again astounded. Hawk chuckled at the expression on Gwen's face. Wakanda. I am headed to Wakanda. Vibranium is found there. Gwen remained silent, retrieving her phone and deftly tapping the screen. She quickly located public information about Wakanda online. Wakanda, a nation with scarce resources and a fragile economy, is a backward small country primarily governed by tribal alliances. The United Nations has once again provided a new batch of food aid to Wakanda to help it through a devastating famine. The tribal conflicts in Wakanda have escalated, prompting the United Nations to call for measures to avoid a refugee crisis. The current king of Wakanda, Chaka, addressed the United Nations, urging for an increase in economic assistance. Gwen perused the information regarding Wakanda online, casting an enigmatic glance at Hawkeye, as if to question the authenticity of the vibranium claims. Hawkeye offered a slight smile, then elucidated to Gwen, much like he would to Maria Hill, the duality of Wakanda, a nation amassing vast reserves of vibranium, quietly developing into a high-tech powerhouse while simultaneously feigning poverty to solicit further economic and food aid from the international community. Gwen scrolled through her phone, expressing skepticism. You mean Wakanda was exposed yesterday, yet I haven't encountered such news. Not so swiftly, Hawkeye replied, having already parked at the base of the Stacy apartment building. He exited the vehicle, opened the trunk to retrieve their luggage, and together they made their way into the building. It was only revealed yesterday. The 5 benevolent nations are likely still convening. One thing is certain. What? Oil generates a militia. Do you think this abundant vibranium might summon a similar force? Gwen remained silent, her silence implying acquiescence. The answer was evident. Oil summons militias, while vibranium calls forth the 5 benevolent nations. 10 days later, an international headline graced the front pages of newspapers across the globe. The United Nations announced, in light of escalating tribal conflicts in Wakanda, which have resulted in hundreds of civilian casualties. The Security Council has unanimously resolved to establish a peacekeeping force to restore local peace and stability. Upon reading this news, the uninformed populace could not help but marvel at the fortunate turn of events for Wakanda. The 5 benevolent nations uniting to aid Wakanda. Surely, this is a stroke of immense luck for them. One might think their ancestors' graves are smoking with pride. Indeed, this was the case. The sacred mountain of Wakanda, revered as a hill and rich with vibranium, billowed thick clouds of smoke. Scientists from SHIELD gazed at the data collected, overwhelmed with excitement. Director, what are the findings? Abundant. The commander of the peacekeeping force, formed by the 5 benevolent nations, laughed uncontrollably upon receiving the reports of the vast quantities of vibranium discovered. Maria Hill stood nearby, though she was currently atop the sacred mountain, gazing into the distance at the futuristic architectural marvel that served as the capital and royal palace of Wakanda. Outside the capital, the roar of armored vehicles and the rumble of tanks filled the air as the coalition's aircraft formations approached with a thunderous presence. A barrage of air-to-ground missiles detonated above the capital, and amidst the explosions, a shimmering energy shield resembling a golden dome enveloped the skies above Wakanda. The fragmentation of Wakanda, in theory, even if Wakanda were to be exposed, it should stand resilient against the combined forces of the 5 noble heroes, given its wealth from vibranium and its formidable vibranium tanks and aircraft. However, this time, it is different. One must not forget that when the Hulk of Darkness ventured into Wakanda, the Wakandan forces mobilized with the intent to subdue him. What was the outcome? They failed to capture the Hulk and suffered significant losses, turning even the city of the River Tribe into a desolate ruin. Most critically, the former king, T'Chaka, has fallen into a deep coma, leaving Wakanda in a state of disarray, led only by the final command of T'Chaka before his unconsciousness, to retreat all Wakandans to the capital and activate the vibranium energy shield surrounding the city. It is well known that the larger the area, the greater the energy consumption. Conversely, the smaller the area, the less energy is required. T'Chaka was confident that while the Hulk might breach the protective vibranium shield of all Wakanda, he would certainly not be able to penetrate the shield safeguarding the capital. At this moment, within the war command room of Wakanda's royal palace, the atmosphere is laden with tension. It has been 10 days, yet the king remains unresponsive. I suggest we confront the marauders outside and drive them away. But how can we fight? They are the representatives of the 5 noble heroes. This is our land. The chieftains from the various tribes of Wakanda have gathered, observing the projection of the United Nations peacekeeping forces assembling outside their capital, chattering amongst themselves. Just then, T'Chaka, seated in a wheelchair and pushed by a seemingly capable African man, made his appearance before the assembly. The murmurs immediately ceased, and the chieftains turned their attention to the king in the wheelchair. Princess Shuri, T'Chaka, with gray hair and a visage reflecting weariness, addressed his daughter who stood quietly beside him. Contact SHIELD and invite them in. He had fainted once again after witnessing the Hulk shatter their vibranium energy shield with a single blow. In that moment, he envisioned the dire consequences Wakanda would face post-exposure. If given a choice, he would have preferred to expose themselves on their own terms. For there is a world of difference between choosing to reveal oneself and being forced into exposure. Alas, regret is not a remedy available in this world. Although Wakanda's technology surpasses that of the outside world, they are now confronted with the 5 noble heroes, who embody the will of the global community. Should they refuse to cooperate, while the heroes may not enter, they will undoubtedly ensure that Wakanda cannot escape. Due to their prolonged isolation, the internal awareness of potential threats is alarmingly scant, with even their food reserves alarmingly low. Even if this stalemate continues, it will not be long before they inevitably bring about their own demise. Thus, the sole path remaining before them has been laid bare. Listening to her father's words, Princess Shuri nodded in agreement. The chieftains of the tribes, however, exchanged glances of alarm, directing their attention towards T'Chaka, who sat in his wheelchair. Your Majesty, this cannot be. Those 5 so-called benevolent figures are nothing but 5 brigands. Vibranium has always belonged to us. Do you possess a better solution? The old King T'Chaka interrupted their discourse, gesturing towards the projection depicting the United Nations peacekeeping forces amassed outside the capital in a mere 10 days, their flags billowing in the wind. Do you comprehend what these 5 flags represent? The 5 benevolent figures. Do you recall who was the last to receive their so-called care? Colonel, what fate befell him? And what became of his nation? If you dissent from my decision, feel free to depart and establish your own tribes. My golden tribe has already resolved to surrender. The old King T'Chaka bellowed with a hoarse voice, a fury resonating within his words. The other chieftains exchanged uneasy glances in response to the old king's outburst. "Suri, father," she implored, "immediately establish contact. While I still draw breath, I must safeguard our capital, otherwise I shall die in unrest." "Understood, Princess," Suri replied, her voice trembling as she initiated communication with the outside S.H.I.E.L.D. Standing behind her father's wheelchair, Chala placed his hands on his father's shoulders, feeling the rapid decline of his father's vitality. As he surveyed the command room, which resembled a scene of devastation, sorrow welled up within him, accompanied by a rising tide of anger. Family, who understands? He had left Wakanda as a hidden prince, only to return home to find it overrun by the 5 so-called benevolent figures, and now his father was on the brink of death. All of this could be attributed to one person. The image of the figure he had seen in the projection flashed in Chala's mind, causing him to momentarily halt his breath. Hulk. Meanwhile, in the school library, Hulk, assisting Gwen with organizing their graduation yearbook, involuntarily sneezed. Gwen, seated cross-legged on the sofa, focused intently on her computer, glanced at Hulk as he rubbed his nose. "Caught a cold?" she inquired. Hulk looked up, pondering seriously before responding. "It seems someone was just mentioning me. This is not a mere illusion, it is a sixth sense." Gwen tilted her head, intrigued. "Peter? Why would Peter be talking about you?" "Perhaps it has something to do with your incessant curiosity about the origin of Peter's web-slinging," Hulk replied. "Are you not curious?" Gwen asked. "I am indeed." Gwen smiled. "But I've already learned from Mary." Hulk's eyes brightened. "Where?" "I can't say." "What?" Gwen shrugged, looking at Hulk with a smile. "You never told me Peter's identity. I discovered it myself, so I won't tell you either. If you wish to know, you should ask Peter." Hulk's lips twitched. "Gwen, you are quite stingy. You just realized that?" Gwen, undeterred by Hulk's provocation, responded with a smile. Just then, as if summoned, Mary Jane and Peter walked in from outside the library. "Gwen, is the yearbook organized?" "Yes." Gwen turned to Mary Jane. "I just sent it over. How about your contact list?" Mary nodded. "It's all set." Hulk was fixated on Peter. Feeling Hulk's gaze since entering, Peter looked back, his spider sense tingling. Unable to hold back any longer, Peter finally asked Hulk, "What is up?" Hulk shrugged, eyeing Peter's arms. "By the way, where exactly do you spit out the web?" Peter's lips twitched as he glanced at the 2 girls chatting nearby, choosing to join in. "By the way, Gwen, did you see today's latest news?" Gwen turned to Peter. "I dragged Hulk over to help me organize the yearbook early this morning. I haven't had time to check the news. What is going on?" Peter didn't keep them in suspense, stating directly, "The United Nations has declared Wakanda a permanent neutral nation, and to maintain peace and stability in Africa, the 5 major powers have unanimously passed a resolution to send troops to Wakanda." Gwen blinked. Mary, resting her chin on her hand, looked at her boyfriend Peter. "Didn't the UN announce troop deployment to that small African country just a month and a half ago? It's different. Africa has been in turmoil for so many years, and we've never seen the 5 major powers unite for peacekeeping before. Women discuss gossip, men discuss politics." Peter shook his head in explanation, then turned to Hulk. "You agree with me, right, Hulk?" Hulk shrugged. "Africa is too far for me. I'm not concerned." As he spoke, Hulk stood up and said to Gwen, "I'll step out to make a call." Gwen nodded. Hulk then left the library, took out his phone, and dialed Anna. All right, saying he wasn't concerned was a lie. Hulk was indeed quite interested in the developments regarding Wakanda. The call connected quickly. "Hulk, Anna." Once the call was established, Hulk got straight to the point. "Has the negotiation regarding Wakanda concluded? A permanent neutral nation, what does that entail?" Anna paused for a moment before laughing softly. "Did you see today's international news?" The negotiations are over? They just concluded 5 hours ago." As soon as it was done, a news announcement was issued. "Please elaborate." Hulk's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he descended the steps and settled cross-legged upon the lush grass. Women are often drawn to gossip, and men share a similar penchant, though their interests frequently lean towards politics. Hulk was not exempt from this. On the other end of the line, Anna pondered for a moment, carefully structuring her thoughts. Wakanda sought acknowledgement of its capital from the 5 great benefactors and aspired to attain the status of a permanently neutral nation, thereby safeguarding the core position of the Golden Tribe. In return, the 5 benefactors desired access to Wakanda's technological resources, recognition of its permanent neutrality, and pledged to station troops in Wakanda for its protection. Hulk inhaled sharply at this stipulation. Was Wakanda's military to be disbanded? Anna smiled faintly. "You are aiming for permanent neutrality. What need have you for arms? What purpose do vast quantities of vibranium weaponry serve for a small African nation? To resist the 5 benefactors?" Hulk raised an eyebrow. "So, has Wakanda consented?" "The Golden Tribe has agreed," Anna replied. However, shortly after the announcement of the signing this morning, the River Tribe, the White Gorilla Tribe, and the Border Tribe declared independence and have launched attacks on the peacekeeping forces. The Joint Command is now quite incensed. Consequently, the United Nations is preparing to enact a show of force. Hawk realized that Wakanda was unlikely to resolve its issues swiftly. Well, thank you. Not at all. Sensing Hawk was about to end the call, Anna hurriedly added, by the way, Hawk, congratulations. Hawk, just about to hang up, raised an eyebrow. Congratulations for what? Happy graduation. The following day, June 12, 2013, a Wednesday, marked the graduation ceremony for the 12th grade at Midtown High School. At this moment, many parents had gathered on the school lawn near the East River, eagerly capturing memories with their children before the ceremony commenced. Hawk and Gwen were no exceptions. Clad in their caps and gowns, they posed for various photographs under the direction of Helen Stacy, who was keen to capture the moment. Standing beneath a tree, hand in hand, Hawk and Gwen exchanged gazes. Gwen offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? My mother is a bit overzealous. I think it's quite lovely, Hawk replied with a smile, glancing at Helen, who was searching for the perfect angle nearby. Helen, focusing intently on the couple through her camera lens, suddenly brightened, looking up at Hawk. Hawk, yes? When I count to 3, you kiss her. All right. Hawk readily complied, gazing at his smiling girlfriend. As Helen counted to 3, he did not hesitate and leaned in to kiss her. Gwen also stepped forward. Click, click. Helen transformed into a professional photographer, incessantly pressing the shutter to capture this moment that symbolized beauty. After a while, seated in the audience, Helen sifted through the recently captured photographs on her camera, her smile utterly radiant. Fortunately, George had a case today and could not attend. Otherwise, his expression would undoubtedly be far from pleasant. Sitting in the front row, Gwen turned to glance at her mother, Helen, who was still engrossed in admiring the photos. With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, she leaned towards Hawk and whispered, You'd better not come upstairs to my place tonight. Hawk raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why? I fear that if Dad sees these photos, he might pull out a gun and shoot you. Hawk blinked, also glancing at Helen, who was lost in her own world, relishing the photos they had taken under her direction, ones that would surely unnerve George. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded to Gwen and replied, That makes sense. I'll wait for you downstairs. Tonight. They had made plans with Mary and Peter to celebrate their graduation at a newly opened restaurant near Times Square. Mary, sitting beside Gwen, remarked without a hint of expression, At least you have photos. I wish I had even one. Hearing the tinge of lament in her best friend's voice, Gwen turned to her, seemingly struck by a thought. Has Peter not arrived yet? No. What is he doing? Unclear. I don't know and don't wish to know. All I know is that if he doesn't show up in 10 minutes, he'll be my ex-boyfriend. Gwen, absorbing her friend's palpable frustration, opened her mouth and quickly turned to Hawk, signaling him. Hawk understood and took out his phone, dialing Peter directly. After a brief wait, the call was finally answered. And at that moment, the sound of urgent sirens echoed through the line. Clearly, as New York City's renowned good neighbor, Spider-Man was either combating crime or en route to do so. Accompanied by the blaring sirens and the howling wind, Peter's voice came through from the other end. Hello? Enough with the hellos. If you don't arrive in 10 minutes, Mary will break up with you, Hawk succinctly stated before hanging up. Nodding to Gwen to signify he had delivered the message. 9 minutes later, while Hawk was below, enjoying the heartfelt speech delivered by Gwen Stacy, the esteemed representative of this year's graduating class of Midtown High, he caught a glimpse of Peter sneaking towards Mary's seat. His bachelor's cap askew on his head, deftly evading Mary's piercing glare while attempting to explain himself. Mary is a person of her word. Since it had not yet been 10 minutes, she refrained from breaking up with Peter, instead venting her anger towards him. Hawk, meanwhile, sat in his seat, exchanging glances with his girlfriend Gwen, who exuded confidence as she spoke on stage. A shared smile appeared on both their faces. As evening descended, Gwen emerged from the apartment building, her gaze falling upon the Audi A8 parked across the street. With a smile, she crossed the road and opened the door to the passenger seat. Hawk then started the vehicle, driving towards Times Square while curiously glancing at Gwen. So, how did George look? I can't say he looked good, Gwen replied seriously, then her smile returned. Let's just say he looked rather dreadful. Thank goodness you didn't come up. Hawk, observing Gwen's radiant smile, remained serious. Gwen, have you considered that while one can evade the initial trials, one cannot escape the subsequent ones? I cannot simply avoid visiting indefinitely. Gwen's smile faltered as she turned to him. What should we do then? Should we turn back? Forget it. Hawk shook his head. Let us trust in the wisdom of future generations. Gwen blinked. What do you mean? As for the matters ahead, let future Hawk worry about them. Hawk, she said earnestly. If future Hawk recalls today as events, he will undoubtedly curse past Hawk as a fool. Hawk shrugged. It matters not. Let him curse. Besides, he cannot traverse the timeline to confront me now, can he? Gwen suppressed a laugh, shaking her head before changing the subject. Have Mary and Peter arrived? They have, Hawk confirmed. That's good. The restaurant is quite popular. They should secure a table to avoid a queue when we arrive. Already mentioned it, he added. Half an hour later, at a charming French restaurant nestled alongside the Hudson River, Hawk parked the car. As he stepped out alongside Gwen, Mary, seated at one of the outdoor tables, called out and waved. Their eyes met, and they hurried over. Hawk pulled out a chair, waiting for Gwen to sit before he took his place beside her. He turned to Peter, curiosity evident in his voice. What time did you finish taking pictures at school? Peter did not specify the time, but replied, I feel as though my legs are no longer my own. Hawk laughed heartily at this. Mary rolled her eyes. I told you yesterday, today is graduation day, and we are taking photos. Peter smiled sheepishly. Seeing this, Gwen shook her head in exasperation and redirected the conversation to discuss summer plans with Mary. Mary's eyes brightened at the suggestion, and she looked at Gwen, proposing ideas. How about traveling abroad? Where abroad? London? What do you think? Mary was filled with anticipation. I actually wish to visit Paris as well. But let us first go to London and perhaps Paris next year. What do you think, Gwen? I have no objections, Gwen replied, then turned to Hawk beside her. Are you coming? Hawk remained silent, merely smiling at Gwen. Gwen smiled slightly, then turned to Peter. Peter, what about you? Peter opened his mouth. The round-trip tickets to London seemed quite expensive. He was swiftly calculating the expenses for this trip to London, pondering if his savings would suffice. Just as Peter was lost in thought, Hawk answered for him. He is going. Peter blinked in surprise, gazing at Hawk across the table. I am going. You are. Hawk glanced at Peter, then nodded in confirmation to Gwen. Yes, he is going. Gwen smiled at Peter. Peter? Well, all right. Peter abandoned his calculations, deciding that if necessary, he would max out his credit card, and nodded. I will go. Upon hearing this, Gwen exchanged a knowing glance with Mary. In the next moment, both women had already pulled out their phones, eagerly searching for flights and accommodation options for London. By the time dinner arrived, Gwen and Mary had nearly finalized their itinerary for the summer trip to London. After all, Gwen, being a student assistant, was known for her remarkable efficiency. As for Mary, let us not even mention her. After finishing dinner, the two women did not leave immediately. Instead, they walked ahead, intending to digest their meal while strolling around Times Square. Hawk and Peter followed behind. After observing the two women calculating the expenses for their London trip, Peter, somewhat distracted, smiled and said, I will cover your costs. Upon hearing this, Peter glanced at Hawk and shook his head. No, I will find a way. What way? Are you planning to sell your selfies? Peter scratched his head. I have taken too many this year. The newspaper has already offered a low price. Hawk shook his head in disbelief. Haven't you thought about switching newspapers? Why persist with the Herald? Peter felt equally perplexed. The issue is that other gossip columns offer even lower rates. Very well. Hawk fell silent and said to Peter, save your selling money. I will cover your costs. After all, my money isn't from selling myself. Peter was curious. Then how did you acquire your funds? They came with the wind, Hawk replied with a smile. Still, the same sentiment remains. Among the three versions of Spider-Man, my favorite is the one before me, followed by the Amazing Spider-Man. The Chatty Alliance Spider-Man is best left unmentioned. Peter opened his mouth, glancing at Hawk, intending to say something when a thunderous roar erupted from Times Square ahead, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. A silvery arc of electricity sliced through the air, striking the massive screen in Times Square with a crackling sound. The screen fell in response. Both Hawk and Peter were momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance. In the next instant, their figures vanished from the spot. Hawk led the way, with Peter following closely behind. Amidst Gwen's exclamation and Mary's startled cry, the two women felt a sudden blur before a wave of weightlessness washed over them. In the next moment, the enormous screen that had plummeted from the exterior wall of the Times Square building crashed to the ground, shattering into a multitude of fragments. Fortunately, it did not injure anyone. However, the flying shards did cause minor injuries to some bystanders. Good grief. Mary stumbled, nearly losing her balance as she gazed at the panicking crowd fleeing from the square and the remnants of the shattered television screen. Instinctively, she gasped, then quickly turned her head to survey the surroundings. Wait, where's Peter? Hawk, who had swiftly moved Gwen to safety, heard Mary's voice and pointed in the direction not far away. There. Mary followed the direction of Hawk's finger. To her astonishment, she saw Peter, now donned in his Spider-Man suit, swinging through the air with a flamboyant twist before landing with a thud on top of a police car. Mary's lips twitched in disbelief. Beside her, Gwen offered a comforting remark. Look on the bright side. At least Peter got you to safety before rushing off to help. Clearly, he cares about you. Mary paused, reflecting on Gwen's words. Their eyes met. After a moment, Mary conceded, All right, you make a valid point. Gwen, relieved by Mary's response, seemed to recall something and turned her gaze to Hawk. Hawk met her gaze, raising an eyebrow. What is up? Nothing, Gwen replied with a slight smile, changing the subject. What is happening over there? Hawk glanced at the fleeing crowd, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Max Dillon? Who? Gwen asked, the name sounding vaguely familiar. Yet she couldn't place it. Hawk chuckled. The guy from Oscorp's electrical engineering department, who visited your lab with me last time. With Hawk's reminder, Gwen recalled the bespectacled, bumbling man. I remember him. What has happened? He's mutated, Hawk shrugged. He has grown weary of pondering why both Peter Parker and Harry Osborn resemble the original Spider-Man. Yet the villains that have emerged thus far are drawn from the Amazing Spider-Man series. Such thoughts seem futile. No, wait. The Green Goblin that appeared last year appears to be more akin to the original Spider-Woman. Is that a patchwork creature? Hawk blinked, then realized. Turning to Gwen and Mary. All right, let us depart from this place. Without hesitation, Gwen nodded as she gazed at the crowd screaming and rushing towards them. Yes. She had no desire to partake in the commotion. As the daughter of the sheriff, Gwen had been taught to avoid dangerous situations. Mary still held Peter in her thoughts. Peter, do not worry. He will be fine. Hawk chuckled. A lightning man had arrived. If the Amazing Spider-Man could contend with him, the original Spider-Woman would be a trivial matter. After all, the original Spider-Woman could spin webs without any apparatus, and her physical prowess was such that a fall from several stories would not be fatal, at most. She would rise and exclaim that her back hurt. Gwen addressed Mary. It is unsafe here. If you remain, Peter will worry for your safety. Departing is the right choice. Hawk ceased his words, pulling Gwen swiftly towards the direction where their vehicle was parked. Gwen grasped Mary's hand. Soon, the Audi A8 parked at the roadside flickered its lights. Hawk promptly retrieved the car keys from his pocket and handed them to Gwen. Gwen paused, staring at the keys in her hand before looking up at Hawk. He smiled faintly. You take Mary and leave. I will investigate. Hawk. At his words, Gwen furrowed her brow, her expression mirroring Mary's as she gazed at Hawk with concern. Mary remained silent, turning her gaze towards Times Square. The screams grew louder from that direction. The crackling of electricity was unmistakable. It was evident that a confrontation had begun. Hawk, seeing Gwen's worried face, reassured her with a smile. Do not worry. He is certainly no match for Hulk. Gwen recalled Hawk's victory over Hulk, and her anxiety lessened slightly, though she still looked at him with a hint of skepticism. Really? I swear by my sister, Anya. All right. Hearing Hawk swear by his sister, Gwen felt a sense of relief wash over her. After all, while a vow in God's name might be questionable, a promise made in Anya's name would surely be sincere. With this thought, Gwen's worries dissipated entirely. No longer hesitating, she urged Mary into the car, opened the driver's side door, and slid into the seat. Lowering the window, she called out to Hawk once more, Do take care of yourself. Hawk nodded in acknowledgement. Gwen fell silent, and seizing the moment before the chaos descended upon them, she pressed the accelerator, carrying Mary away from the scene. Hawk waited until the Audi 8 had distanced itself before redirecting his gaze toward Times Square. Initially, he had no intention of joining the fray. After all, at his current level, defeating Electro would be a mere triviality. Moreover, he was up against the original Spider-Man, whose physical prowess and combat instincts eclipsed those of the other two versions. A 2-on-1 situation was akin to bullying a child in kindergarten. Yet, this was Times Square, the very place that had left him unsettled since September 10, 2009. 5 minutes later, atop the Times Square building, Hawk stood at the edge of the rooftop. Peering down at the pulsating chaos below, his eyes fell upon Peter, who was deftly launching webs and maneuvering between the billboards and flickering neon signs. Electro, with arcs of electricity crackling from his palms, relentlessly pursued Peter, unleashing a barrage of electric blasts that detonated against the advertisements. In the next moment, Peter seized 2 strands of webbing, propelled himself with the grace of an antelope, and with a resounding impact, kicked Electro squarely in the chest. Electro was sent careening backward, crashing violently into the statue standing in the fountain of Times Square, which crumbled upon impact. Hawk's attention shifted to the now enraged Electro as he struggled to rise. Before scanning the surrounding chaos, he noted the fleeing crowd, the ordinary citizens lying on the ground, possibly lifeless from the electric arcs, and lastly, he focused on the boy protecting his sister, attempting to steer her away from the battle. Hawk's gaze flickered with determination. He hesitated no longer. He turned his attention to the Spider-Man, who was relentlessly darting around in search of an opening against Electro. "Peter, create an opportunity. Kick him into the air." His voice was soft, merely a whisper, yet Hawk was confident Peter could hear him. As expected, Peter, in the midst of his evasive maneuvers to subdue Electro, instinctively glanced upward at the sound of Hawk's voice. Upon spotting Hawk at the rooftop's edge, he nodded in acknowledgement and then redirected his focus to Electro, who stood with arms outstretched, unleashing arcs of high-voltage electricity like a storm god. Soon, an idea struck Peter. With a swift motion, he shot 2 strands of webbing onto a police car, then executed a backflip in midair, using all his strength to hurl the vehicle toward Electro. The police car soared through the air, hurtling directly towards him. Electro, unperturbed, stood his ground, arms wide open, ready to unleash his electric fury. The police car erupted in a spectacular explosion in midair. It was then that, in a sudden flash, the electric man caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he beheld Peter, who appeared to glide just above the ground. In an instant, 2 strands of webbing ensnared his body. The next moment, Peter forcefully yanked, and as the electric man was drawn toward him, Peter's form swiftly transformed. In an elegant inversion, he landed on the ground, channeling energy into his legs. At the precise moment the electric man stumbled forward, Peter executed a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the electric man was propelled into the air. At that very moment, Hawk, positioned atop the Times Square building, observed the electric man, bent and soaring. His eyes sparkled with determination. Without any preparatory motion, he simply clenched his fist and thrust it forward, aiming at the airborne electric man, who found himself inescapably vulnerable. Yet, this seemingly ordinary punch was not something an electric man, mutated by unforeseen circumstances, could withstand. The force of Hawk's punch arrived in an instant, making intimate contact with the electric man. For a fleeting moment, the air around them fell into a hushed silence, but it lasted less than a second. A second later, a thunderous explosion erupted as the electric man, still arched in midair, detonated. In that instant, the immense electrical energy he had absorbed from severed cables surged forth like a rampaging electric dragon, crackling in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The lights surrounding Times Square plunged into darkness in that very moment. With a swift motion, Peter, utilizing his web-slinging skills, launched himself onto the rooftop of the Times Square building. He gazed at the remnants of the electric man, utterly obliterated, and turned to Hawk with a quizzical blink. "And who is this Max Dillon? Aren't you supposed to be friends? What happened? Did he offend you?" "No," Hawk replied calmly, his hands tucked into his pockets as he stood at the edge of the rooftop, observing the spider. "It's simply that Times Square does not permit the existence of extraordinary individuals." Peter sensed that Hawk was putting on a facade. However, upon reflection, he quickly grasped the underlying reason for Hawk's sudden intervention. It was not just Peter who was aware. As Peter and Mary reunited to catch the subway home, Hawk was driving Gwen back. She, too, had deduced the reason behind Hawk's abrupt action. Curiously, Gwen turned to Hawk and inquired, "If this incident hadn't occurred in Times Square, would you have intervened?" Hawk glanced at Gwen, contemplating her question seriously before breaking into a smile and shaking his head. "I don't know." The reason for his intervention was simply that it was Times Square, the most profound location etched in his memory, without exception. On September 10, 2009, he lost his beloved sister Anya, who had grown up alongside him. Despite her congenital heart condition, she was intelligent, well-behaved, and charming. The emergence of the Electro in Times Square, regardless of the motives behind his appearance or his intentions, was undoubtedly akin to pouring salt into his wounds. Times Square could no longer bear such unresolved anguish. Thus, the Electro met his demise, not for any other reason than his presence in that hallowed place. Simply put, the following day, as expected, the previous night's clash between Spider-Man and the Electro made headlines once again. The Daily Bugle, in particular, featured a stunning high-definition photograph. Hawk gazed at the newspaper in his hands, which displayed Spider-Man twisting gracefully in midair, and smiled at Gwen, who often frequented this spot on her day off. I am unsure of Peter's current photography skills, but his self-portrait techniques have certainly improved. Gwen, while rinsing the vegetable sink, released her grip on the retractable faucet, allowing it to retract automatically. Upon hearing his words, she turned to the island counter and glanced at the newspaper Hawk was holding. That photograph earned Peter a $500 bonus from that miser. It was widely known that the owner of the Daily Bugle was a modern-day miser. Upon hearing the amount of the bonus, Hawk inhaled sharply. 500? Goodness. Which miser is so generous? Mary had remarked. Gwen shrugged her shoulders, recalling her earlier conversation with Mary, and said to Hawk with a hint of amusement, "Peter stood Mary up again." Hawk raised an eyebrow. What happened? Peter had mentioned that. While Spider-Man was once again in the limelight, he needed to seize the opportunity to capture more photographs of Spider-Man to earn more money from the miser. Hawk inhaled sharply. But then, he chuckled, setting the newspaper down. Peter's Uncle Ben has passed away, leaving only Aunt May at home. The property tax each year is a significant expense. I reckon Peter doesn't want Aunt May to struggle. Moreover, Peter is indeed different from me. Gwen, with her hands resting on the island counter, smiled at Hawk. In what way is he different? He is genuinely kind-hearted. Hawk finished the hot cocoa that Gwen had brought from home and looked at her. If anyone else possessed Peter's abilities, they would have achieved financial freedom long ago. Gwen blinked and gazed at Hawk. So, you are considering covering the expenses for Peter during our trip to London? Hawk shrugged and smiled slightly. I am financially free. You are quite kind as well. Gwen maintained her unwavering gaze on Hawk. Hawk looked up at Gwen, their eyes locked in a moment of connection. In the next instant, Gwen smiled faintly, clapped her hands, and headed towards the backyard. All right, kind sir, please tidy up the breakfast quickly and join me in the backyard. We have much to accomplish today. Although she had lived in an apartment her entire life, she had always harbored a dream that after marriage, her home would boast a backyard filled with flowers and plants that she had lovingly tended to. And now, it seemed that her dream had been realized ahead of schedule. After a while, Hawk opened the sliding door to the living room and stepped onto the corridor of the backyard, where he saw Gwen with a small shovel in hand. I may not be able to assist you, he said. Gwen turned to look at him. What is the matter? Hawk shrugged. Harry just called, inviting me to the estate and asking if I had time. Harry? Gwen paused slightly, curiosity evident in her voice. Is Harry available now? Since the passing of Norman Osborn, Harry had been preoccupied with Osborn affairs, so much so that he had missed even the graduation ball a few days prior and yesterday's commencement ceremony. And how is your relationship with Harry? She inquired. It's decent, he replied. Then you should go. Are you not going? No. Gwen shook her head, surveying the backyard before smiling at Hawk. I will use the computer to create a layout design for the backyard. You will surely love it. As long as it's your creation, I will adore it, Hawk responded, then turned to Gwen. Shall I take my leave? Gwen waved her hand dismissively. Hawk chuckled and turned to leave the backyard, heading towards the garage. Truth be told, he was not particularly eager to visit Harry's South Osborn estate. However, given the choice between tidying up the backyard and going to the estate, he found himself leaning towards the latter. 2 hours later, at the Osborn estate, Hawk had just driven up to the entrance when he spotted a familiar face standing at the door. Peter? As Peter was about to enter the estate, he turned to see the approaching Audi A8, his eyes lighting up as he walked to the passenger side, opened the door, and sat down. Peter was somewhat surprised. What brings you here? Harry invited me, Hawk replied, and then, seemingly recalling something, glanced at Peter while driving into the estate. Did Harry call you too? Peter nodded. Yes, this morning. As he spoke, a realization seemed to dawn on him, and he glanced at Hawk. Hawk smiled knowingly. As the main building of the Osborn estate came into view, he already had a general idea of what was unfolding. Indeed, upon greeting and embracing the two of them, Harry began to play the video he had found in the Osborn experimental database concerning spider serum. At that moment, Hawk realized his initial suspicions were indeed correct, albeit he felt somewhat bewildered, not in the typical sense. As he observed the video that Harry was playing, he anticipated what Harry was about to say. Yet he could not fathom why Harry had summoned him. Harry sought to uncover Spider-Man's identity, and having Peter was sufficient. It was common knowledge that Spider-Man's private photographs were authorized to Peter Parker of the Daily Bugle, who possessed Spider-Man's contact information, a well-known secret within New York's gossip media circle. But what of him? It was only when Hawk looked at the photograph that Harry handed him, reaching out to take it, that he noticed the image in his hands. Peter, standing nearby, leaned in as well. In the picture, on the rooftop of Times Square, stood his own figure alongside Spider-Man, clearly captured in the frame. Hawk raised an eyebrow and glanced at Harry. You followed me? No, Harry replied, taking a seat on the nearby sofa, shaking his head. I merely hired a private investigator to track Spider-Man, attempting to discern his true identity. Hawk nodded at this revelation and passed the photograph to Peter, who curiously examined it before looking at Harry. Harry, why are you searching for Spider-Man? Harry did not hold back, addressing both Hawk and Peter. The Osborn family has a hereditary illness. It afflicted my father, Norman, and now it affects me. Perhaps Spider-Man could cure me. Therefore, I came to you. Tell me, who is Spider-Man? Or provide me with a means to contact him. Peter opened his mouth to respond, but Hawk interjected. I merely encountered him by chance last night. This is something you should discuss with Peter. He is Spider-Man's personal photographer. He had no desire to get involved, deeming it a private matter between Peter and Harry. After stating this, Hawk rose from the sofa and began to wander about the manor's living room, as if he had caught a whiff of something familiar, though he could not immediately recall what it was. He pondered this as he made his way toward the annex. Watching Hawk disappear from view, Harry turned his attention to Peter. Peter? Meeting Harry's gaze, Peter opened his mouth, then thought for a moment. I will send him a message, asking him to come and meet you. A radiant smile broke through Harry's somewhat gloomy expression. Thank you. You're welcome, Peter replied, though his smile seemed somewhat forced. Half an hour later, as Hawk drove Peter away from the Osborn estate, Peter could no longer contain himself. Harry wants Spider-Man's blood. Hawk cast a sidelong glance at Peter. And so? Peter furrowed his brow and remarked, Harry believes that Spider-Man's blood can cure his family's hereditary illness, but I discovered a recording from before my parents went missing. The spider serum fused with my genes, rendering it effective solely for me. If others were to inject it, they might perish. Hawk cast a sidelong glance at Peter. Peter, do you recall what I said when we were on the Lizard Man's platform in the sewer? Peter's brow remained knitted. Hawk chuckled lightly. Whether I choose to give it or not is my concern. Whether he lives or dies is his. Upon hearing this, Peter fell into silence. Then, on the day of the funeral, a sense of despair loomed. Harry is dead. A few days later, one afternoon, Hawk was preoccupied with tidying up a corner of the backyard garden under Gwen's direction when Peter, clad in his red and blue spider suit, swung in on a swing, startling Gwen. Before she could collect herself, Peter removed his mask and spoke in a somber tone. Hawk was taken aback by the news Peter brought. Gwen, still reeling from Peter's sudden entrance, became even more dazed upon hearing this revelation. After a moment, Gwen finally regained her composure, gazing at Peter, who had plopped down onto the corridor floor, his hands clutching his head, appearing deeply troubled and sorrowful. Gwen blinked, approached Hawk, and quietly inquired, What is happening? Hawk responded, It's about that day I went to Osborn. Oh, Gwen recalled, then cautiously turned to Peter, who was still cradling his head, and asked, Peter, is it because of your blood? Peter glanced up at Gwen and nodded. Once again, the narrative diverged from its original course. In the original storyline, Peter had not given Harry his blood, resulting in Harry transforming into the Green Goblin and ultimately meeting a tragic fate at Peter's hands. However, this time, Peter had acquiesced. The outcome was that Harry still perished. Hawk raised an eyebrow, looking at Peter with a hint of confusion. That shouldn't be. Before you gave it to him, did you not inform Harry that your blood might be his poison? I did, Peter replied. And then what? Harry called me yesterday. He was elated, claiming it was a success. Wait, Hawk interjected, glancing at Peter. Did Harry inject it yesterday? Peter nodded. Yes, he injected it yesterday afternoon and said it was a success. And he died this morning? Yes. Then what does this have to do with you? Hawk listened to the nuances of time and couldn't help but shake his head, gazing at the guilt-ridden Peter. If Harry had died immediately after the injection yesterday, your remorse might be understandable. However, Harry passed away a full day later. What connection does that have with you? Sitting on the corridor floor, cradling his head in his hands, Peter was momentarily taken aback by these words. He looked up, his eyes fixed intently on Hawk. Hawk shrugged. Am I mistaken? Yet, if not for the serum, how could Harry have died? Hawk found the situation somewhat amusing as he glanced at Peter, then curiously inquired, Who discovered Harry? Peter rose from the floor. Felicia, the female assistant? Indeed, Peter nodded. Felicia also resides in the estate. This morning, when she noticed Harry had not come down, she sent a servant to rouse him. Unfortunately, when the servant opened the door, they found Harry lifeless in bed. Hawk seized upon the key phrase. Lifeless? I didn't delve into the specifics. I had intended to call Harry to check on his recovery, but Felicia answered and urged me not to disclose this matter for the time being. However, I was in such turmoil that I thought of you. Indeed, it must remain unspoken. Gwen, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, interjected. Harry worked diligently to take over Osborn Industries and stabilize its stock price. If news of his demise were to leak now, it would deal a devastating blow to the company. And not just any blow, she continued. It is well known that the Osborn family harbors a hereditary condition that even modern medicine struggles to define, and the family has always been sparse in numbers. Harry's grandfather had only 3 children, but it was Norman Osborn who truly elevated the family legacy. Norman had only one son, Harry, who remains unmarried and without offspring. With Harry's death, the very future of Osborn Industries is now in jeopardy. As anticipated, 3 days later, the news of Harry Osborn's untimely death due to sudden illness was reported, causing Osborn Biotech's stock to plummet dramatically. However, after 3 days of preparation and a series of statements from Osborn Biotech aimed at stabilizing the situation, the decline began to steady, though it continued to fall. albeit not in a catastrophic manner. Simultaneously, Harry Osborn's funeral was held at the family cemetery. Hawk and Gwen, as Harry's friends, received an invitation from Felicia, leading them once more to the Osborn family cemetery, situated just behind the estate. This funeral was presided over by Felicia. Felicia is the adopted daughter of Norman Osborn, a fact that was only recently revealed by the astute media. Additionally, whispers have circulated that Harry Osborn left a will stipulating that in the event of his untimely demise, all his assets are to be inherited by Felicia. This is not mere gossip, it is indeed true. Standing alongside Hawk and Gwen at the funeral, Peter spoke softly. I am aware of this matter. Gwen turned her gaze towards Peter, who elaborated. Following Norman Osborn's passing, Harry was in a dreadful state. He confided in me that he trusted no one in the Osborn family, constantly fearing that someone intended to harm him. Thus, he promptly drafted a will, naming Felicia as the beneficiary. Gwen whispered, So, Felicia is truly Harry's sister? Peter nodded. Indeed, she was adopted by Norman from a young age, though this was never publicly disclosed. It was Harry who shared this with me, urging me to keep it confidential. Gwen acknowledged this revelation with a nod, and then glanced at Hawk, who seemed preoccupied. Following Hawk's line of sight, Gwen noticed the coffin nearby, where the final farewell was taking place, and gently nudged Hawk. Hawk. Hawk snapped out of his reverie and looked at Gwen. What is it? Gwen blinked. What are you looking at? The coffin, Hawk replied candidly. He recalled the familiar scent he encountered during his visit to the Osborn estate days prior. At that time, he had followed the scent through the annex and stumbled upon the Osborn family cemetery, but he had not lingered. He had already identified the source of that familiar aroma, Norman Osborn's grave. He initially believed the scent to be that of death emanating from Norman. However, at this moment, the essence of death reappeared as he attended the funeral. This time, the source of the odor was not from Norman Osborn's grave, but rather from the coffin that contained Harry Osborn's remains. Hawk pondered and turned to Peter. Do you know the cause of Harry's death? Yes, Peter nodded and whispered. It was the proliferation of a retrovirus, a hereditary affliction of the Osborn family. Felicia mentioned that after receiving the serum that afternoon, Harry did indeed return to normal, but after these days, Peter no longer felt the same guilt as before. For Harry did not perish from his own blood. In fact, his blood had successfully healed Harry. That is a fact. As for why the condition suddenly relapsed, and with such ferocity, it remains an enigma beyond the current understanding of science. At that moment, Mary, who had been silent, reminded the two that the farewell had commenced. As Hawk and Peter observed, the guests rose from their seats, preparing to bid farewell to Harry for the last time. Dressed in a somber black suit, Harry lay in his coffin, eyes closed, resembling a peaceful slumber. However, as Hawk approached the casket and glanced at Harry, he noticed a faint wisp of dark energy gathering between his brows, and suddenly recalled why this aura of death felt somewhat familiar. It was not Norman Osborn, but rather Mephisto. During their time on the African savannah, after vanquishing the demon Hulk, Hawk had encountered a remnant of Mephisto's projection, which carried a similar essence of death. Yet, months had passed, and the aura was quite faint, causing him to overlook it initially. Now, as he gazed at the dark energy hovering near Harry's brow, clarity dawned upon him. This was no mere essence of death. It was unmistakably the presence of a demon. Hawk contemplated this in silence, following Peter, who cast a final glance at Harry before descending to the left. A half-hour later, as Harry's coffin was sealed and interred, the funeral was declared concluded. Hawk, Gwen, Peter, and Mary opted not to remain for the subsequent reception, choosing instead to return home, as time was of the essence. After escorting Peter and Mary to the subway station in Queens, Hawk and Gwen drove towards Manhattan. Once they entered the city limits, Gwen turned to Hawk and said, All right, speak up. Hawk smiled, glancing at her. Did you notice my expression? Gwen shrugged. Please, if I didn't know you, how could I have found you alone in Maryland? What have you discovered? Hawk offered a slight smile, revealing no hesitation. Demons. What? I suspect that the hereditary illness plaguing the Osborn family is not a disease, but rather a curse from a demon. Gwen paused momentarily. Then, as if struck by a thought, she mused. Peter just mentioned that initially, Harry's illness was indeed cured, but then it rapidly relapsed. If what you say is true, it does sound rather like a demon sensed it and decided to strike without mercy. Hawk shrugged. The truth behind the Osborn hereditary condition, if it is not a disease but a demonic curse, everything falls into place. Harry used the spider serum to heal himself. The lurking demon, enraged by this, immediately cast a second curse that left no room for reprieve, ultimately claiming Harry. The more Gwen pondered, the more plausible the notion of a demon appeared to her, her eyes sparkling with realization as she turned to Hawk. What shall we do next? Next. Hawk glanced at Gwen, who seemed to revel in the unfolding drama and offered a faint smile. After a brief pause, he spoke, prompted by her eager gaze. "I'll take you home, and then I shall return home as well, to rest." Gwen's face fell. "Hawk, that's a demon we're talking about. I have yet to uncover the entrance to hell. Do you truly believe I could locate a demon that might have already returned to the depths?" Hawk shook his head, a touch of exasperation evident. Just after the funeral concluded, he had activated all his senses, hoping to unearth the hidden demon lurking in the shadows. With a stroke of luck, he might glean the location of hell's entrance on Earth from this creature. If all went according to plan, he would seize the reality stone and make a beeline for hell, striving to bring his sister Anya back to Earth to celebrate Christmas. However, while ambition was abundant, reality was stark. He had not spotted the demon at the funeral, and if the Osborn family curse was indeed the work of this demon, then with Harry's demise, the Osborn lineage had effectively been extinguished. It was likely that the demon had returned to hell. Yet, what could the Osborns have done to invoke such a demonic curse? Hawk pondered. After escorting Gwen home, he returned to Palm Street. Following a refreshing shower, he opted against resting in bed. Instead, he ventured to the study, powered on the computer left behind by the previous owner, and began to scour the internet for information regarding the Osborn curse. The history of the Osborn family's rise to prominence was quite clear. Norman Osborn had swapped the family's herring canning line for arms manufacturing, consequently amassing wealth during the war. By that time, Norman was already afflicted with a hereditary disease. Therefore, the origins of this curse must predate that. However, online, there was a dearth of information concerning the Osborn family prior to Norman. It was almost non-existent. After a fruitless search, Hawk stroked his chin, contemplating his next move. He retrieved his phone, scrolled through his contacts to the third entry, Peter's number, and dialed. The call connected swiftly. "Hello? The Osborn family isn't originally from New York, correct?" "Indeed." "That's right. Don't move." Hawk heard commotion on the other end and instinctively glanced at the clock in the bottom right corner of his computer screen. It was 11 o'clock. And Peter was still out? "I've returned, but something feels off, so I decided to go for a jog," Peter explained. Hawk acknowledged this with a casual response before steering the conversation back. "From where did the Osborn family migrate?" "London," Peter replied, as he ensnared a late-night mugger against the wall with webs, continuing his conversation with Hawk. "The Osborns hail from London. Otherwise, why would Harry have gone there for his studies?" "London? It is not Texas, the place where demons are most prevalent," Hawk pondered. "Do you know when the hereditary illness of the Osborn family first appeared? Why do you ask about genetics?" "I can't sleep." "All right." Peter listened to Hawk's unassailable reasoning and, after a moment of reflection, furrowed his brow and replied, "Harry didn't specify exactly when it began, but I recall him mentioning that symptoms started to manifest in family members after they moved from Massachusetts to New York City." Hawk raised an eyebrow. "Wait a moment, Massachusetts? Didn't you say they relocated from London?" "The Osborns were among the first settlers of the Mayflower, establishing themselves in Massachusetts," Peter clarified, then pondered for a moment. "I remember Harry mentioning where they settled, right? Salem." "Yes, I have a recollection of it because I specifically researched it during my last visit. The Osborns moved to New York City after the Salem witch trials." "The Salem witch trials?" "The Salem witch hunt." Hawk's brow furrowed in sudden realization. He felt he had likely uncovered the reason behind the Osborn family's demonic curse. However, he needed to verify this. Hawk thought to himself, putting down the phone, and began searching for information related to the Salem witch trials online. The Mayflower landed in Massachusetts in 1620, while the Salem trials occurred in 1692. These tragic events sent shockwaves throughout the colonies, with recorded accounts of 19 witches executed and countless others unrecorded. The Salem trials, as the first witch hunt in the colonies, garnered far more attention online than the Osborn family. Every year, inquisitive netizens contributed new findings and insights regarding the Salem witch trials. Thus, Hawk found it effortless to locate a dedicated forum discussing the trials, where he quickly discovered a familiar surname in a yellowed scan. On April 22, 1692, Hassoan confronted Osborn regarding accusations against 12 witches. Ultimately, Osborn rescinded charges against only one, condemning the remaining witches to be burned at the stake. In simpler terms, it meant binding these 11 witches to a pyre and setting them ablaze, leaving them to perish in the flames. Hawk felt as though he had unearthed evidence. Just then, his phone buzzed. "What the hell? Hawk, come quickly, under the Manhattan Bridge." Beep beep. Hawk snapped back to reality, glancing at the abruptly interrupted call from Peter, raised an eyebrow, and the moment he stood up, he swiftly exited the study. Beneath the Manhattan Bridge, Peter, clad in a red and blue spider suit, dangled in midair. His limbs stretched wide, resembling a letter T ensnared in the air. His phone lay abandoned to the side. Peter, suspended in midair, exerted his arms with all his might. Muscles taut, desperately attempting to break free from his bindings. Yet, it was utterly futile. Despite the tearing of his restraints, he remained firmly ensnared in the void. His eyes widened in disbelief at the surreal spectacle before him, a hellish witch seemingly engulfed in blue flames, her right hand extended towards Peter, slowly rotating in a hypnotic motion. Peter, trapped in midair, mirrored the rotation of her hand. The witch's voice resonated eerily, declaring that those who aided Osborn would face death. Is that so? Hawk's voice followed closely behind. The witch's eyes, aflame with azure fire, narrowed abruptly as she swung her right hand towards the source of the sound. Boom. The blue flames erupted within Hawk's clenched fist. He emerged unscathed from the explosion. Peter landed with a thud, instantly shooting out a web, swiftly positioning himself beside Hawk. Hawk, what is this madness? The Salem witch, Hawk replied, his gaze fixed on the witch ablaze with blue fire. We had no knowledge that Osborn was cursed by you, leading to the family's affliction. Surely, there is no need for hostility. Peter stood bewildered. Hawk succinctly explained that Osborn's hereditary illness was likely a consequence of the curse placed upon them by the Salem, which after they had burned her at the stake. Peter was even more perplexed. Isn't the Salem witch a mere myth? Likely wronged, he thought, yet the formidable witch before him was undoubtedly real. After all, a witch capable of escaping from hell to exact vengeance would possess immense power. As Peter absorbed Hawk's explanation, he opened his mouth, still struggling to comprehend. Then why is she after me? Your blood healed Harry. The witch is directing her wrath towards you. A sharp intake of breath escaped Peter as he gazed at the immobile witch, wreathed in blue flames, silently observing them, recalling the moment when he felt utterly powerless. How can we kill her? You cannot. What? Do you possess magical abilities? No. Then that settles it. Hawk's senses were heightened, effortlessly discerning that the witch before him existed in a non-corporeal state. To be precise, she felt like a soul pieced together, inherently immune to physical attacks. It is well known that the Phoenix illusionary fist is not a magical attack, but a mental one. Most critically, donning the Phoenix armor solely to confront this vengeful witch, Hawk found himself at an impasse. Peter could not help but take a deep breath once more. What should be done? Perhaps a negotiation could be attempted. After all, a lean camel is larger than a horse. I recall that Harry had several uncles. Did you not see them at the funeral? They created quite the uproar, claiming the will was fraudulent, only to be promptly expelled by Felicia. If Harry had not left a will, it stands to reason that those uncles would possess inheritance rights. However, since Harry did leave a will, those uncles are entitled to nothing. In a capitalist society, there is no notion of humanitarianism or reparations. As for those bearing the surname Osborn, they are of no consequence. Hawk remarked, addressing the witch of the underworld, whose form shimmered with an eerie blue light. We were unaware beforehand, but now we are informed. The remaining Osborns will not concern us. You may pursue your vengeance unimpeded, for we shall remain oblivious. The blue glow surrounding the witch flickered ominously. After a moment, with a swift whoosh, the blue flames beneath the Manhattan Bridge extinguished, and the witch vanished without a trace. With the departure of the witch, darkness enveloped the area beneath the Manhattan Bridge once more. Yet, for both Hawk and Peter, the absence of light did not hinder their vision. It remained as clear as day. Peter gazed at the spot where the witch had just been, his mouth agape. She has departed? Clearly, she had. Let us not concern ourselves with the private affairs of the Osborn family then. Very well. Peter reflected on the unsettling image of being ensnared by the witch, still somewhat shaken, and turned to Hawk. Thank you, Hawk. I should take my leave now. Will you continue to amuse yourself? Not at all, Hawk replied. Peter shook his head. No, I shall return home as well. Hawk nodded and waved goodbye, then vanished instantaneously from Peter's sight. In response, Peter shot a web, swinging away from the scene. Beneath the pitch-black Manhattan Bridge, only a deranged robber, plastered against the wall with a frenzied expression, remained. Soon after, Hawk returned home, washed himself in the bathroom, and lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling while contemplating the witch's abrupt silence before her disappearance. He had intended to wait for the witch to open up, hoping to glean the location of the entrance to the infernal dimension from her. However, the witch indeed exhibited an air of aloofness. It seems premature to ponder the entrance to hell. Better to secure the reality gem first. Hawk mused, gradually closing his eyes, sinking deeper into his own little universe, continuing to cultivate his sixth sense. The recent demise of Harry Osborn had dominated the headlines of New York's major media outlets. In this world, there exists no individual whose absence would render it unable to function. Much like Iron Man, Tony Stark, whose presence has not graced the newspapers since last Christmas. The same can be said for Harry Osborn. Aside from the initial reports in the early days, following Harry Osborn's burial and the subsequent revelation of his legally notarized will, news regarding Harry Osborn has gradually dwindled. The media on Wall Street has redirected its focus predominantly onto Felicia Hardy, the heir to Osborn Biotech after Harry. Notably, upon the announcement of Felicia Hardy's inheritance, the stock price of Osborn Biotech not only ceased its decline, but began to rebound swiftly. As insiders on Wall Street remarked, Felicia Hardy was a familiar figure. She initially served as Norman Osborn's secretary, managing the company during Norman's illness, and has now taken the reins directly. Such a background may have evoked the name of another well-known individual among investors, Pepper Potts, the CEO of Stark Industries. A few days later, investors affectionately dubbed Ms. Felicia Hardy with the moniker Black Cat. How did this nickname come about? The day before their planned trip to London, Hawkeye, Gwen, Peter, and Mary gathered once more, finalizing their travel arrangements while exchanging the latest gossip. Primarily, it was Mary who regaled them with tales, for the moniker Gossip Queen aptly suited her reputation. It was said that Felicia owned a particularly striking black cat, which led to the origin of her nickname. Black Cat, Gwen mused, blinking in surprise. I recall during my internship at Osborn, there was indeed a black cat roaming about the office. I had always assumed it belonged to the security department, given the presence of lab mice. Consequently, during her time interning at Osborn, Gwen often spotted the black cat meandering in front of their lab. She had initially believed it to be a security asset for catching rodents, never realizing it belonged to Felicia. By the way, Mary chuckled, her eyes lighting up as she turned to Gwen. Do you remember those individuals we encountered at the funeral, whom Felicia had expelled? They were likely Harry's uncles. Gwen nodded, recalling the incident. Yes, what about them? They filed a lawsuit to contest Harry's will, but the court dismissed it. It would be strange if they had accepted it. Gwen replied, shaking her head in disbelief. Harry's will was drafted while he was lucid, and there is video evidence along with a lawyer present at the time. Any judge with a sound mind would never entertain such a case. It would invite public scorn. Mary shrugged and said, that's not what I meant. It is said that Harry's uncle was diagnosed with a hereditary illness the other day. Gwen's eyes lit up as she turned to Mary. Sitting nearby, Hawk and Peter, who were merely dragged along by the two girls, instinctively exchanged glances. Their eyes met, and Hawk, with a subtle smile, shook his head. The sentiment remained the same. This was a matter concerning the Hell Witch and the Osborn family, one that did not require their involvement. Had Harry still been alive and aware of the situation, Peter would likely have stepped in. However, Harry was no longer among the living, and aside from him, Peter was not particularly familiar with the rest of the Osborn clan, who may not even regard him with any interest. Hence, observing Hawk's expression, Peter pondered for a moment before choosing to remain silent. Time passed swiftly as Mary and Gwen gossiped while finalizing their travel itinerary. By the time Hawk and Gwen returned to the Stacy apartment, it was already 6 in the evening. Helen had prepared dinner, and the familiar faces were still present. The dish was the classic lemon base. Helen wore the expression of a mother-in-law who increasingly adored her son-in-law, while George bore the scowl of a father-in-law who grew more discontented with his daughter's partner. Gwen's 2 younger brothers remained as mischievous and cheerful as ever. Hawk observed this scene and, glancing at Gwen, who wore a blissful smile, was suddenly reminded of the Electro, whom he had dispatched with a single blow not long ago. Electro, power plant. Gwen. Hawk suddenly realized the source of the lightness he felt after vanquishing Electro. After dinner, Hawk drove back to his home on Palm Street. Yet, as he pushed open the door from the garage into the living room, he immediately spotted a swirling blue flame near the fireplace. In the next moment, the blue flame gradually took shape, and once again, the hell which he had encountered beneath the Manhattan Bridge appeared before the hearth. Hawk raised an eyebrow, tossing the car keys into the fruit bowl Gwen had bought as a decoration, and walked toward the sofa. The Hell Witch's voice was as haunting as ever. Thank you. This made Hawk reflect. Did he truly possess the capability to vanquish them? As he listened to her gratitude, a smile crept onto his face as he directly inquired, could you inform me where the entrance to hell is located? Upon hearing his question, the Hell Witch paused, her tone shifting as if multiple women of varying ages and temperaments were speaking simultaneously. The entrance to the Hell Dimension has been closed. Recently, it seems Mephisto was defeated, and as a result, he sealed the gateway to hell. Hawk listened intently to the somewhat chattering voice before him. His curiosity piqued as he regarded the Hell Witch. This time, her voice had returned to normal. I apologize. We were burned together long ago, our souls intertwined in torment. Unable to forgive, we have risen to seek vengeance. Hawk nodded in understanding, stating, every grievance has its origin, and every debt its owner. You pursue your revenge, I shall not meddle. The Hell Witch expressed her gratitude once more. Hawk then redirected the conversation back to the underworld. You mentioned that the entrance to the Hell Dimension has been sealed? Goodness. So, it seems Mephisto merely speaks bravely, yet has tightened the gates of hell upon returning? He pondered, aware of his considerable strength, yet still cognizant of his insignificance in the eyes of the divine. At that moment, the Hell Witch elaborated. It is said that recently, Mephisto ventured to Earth, only to be discovered and thoroughly beaten by the representative of the Camartage dimension. Upon his return, he sealed the entrance to the Hell Dimension. Camartage. Representative. Is it Ancient One? Hawk gasped. Surely, Ancient One did not slay Mephisto. That must not happen. He still needs to descend to Hell to retrieve his sister. The Hell Witch shook her head. Mephisto is the sovereign of the Hell Dimension. As long as the dimension exists, he cannot perish. Hawk breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze back to the Hell Witch. Can you ascertain when the entrance to the Hell Dimension will reopen? Indeed. Then, I beseech you, once the portal opens, please inform me. I have matters to attend to in the Hell Dimension. Of course. Thank you. My pleasure. After their exchange, the Hell Witch fell silent, locking eyes with Hawk for a moment before transforming into a blue flame and leaping into the fireplace. With a resounding thud, a flash of azure light illuminated the hearth, and soon after, the entire room was enveloped in darkness. Seeing this, Hawk turned and made his way toward the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Suddenly, he paused, blinking in surprise. Mephisto was struck down by Ancient One. That cannot be. No matter the circumstances, Mephisto is a deity, while Ancient One, despite her prowess, is not divine. But Ancient One possesses the Time Stone. Hawk chuckled in astonishment at this realization, shaking his head. Never mind. For now, the Reality Stone remains my utmost priority. London, Day 2. Hawk sensed the changes in his surroundings, his consciousness slowly withdrawing from his own little universe as he opened his eyes to find Gwen sprawled atop him. Good morning. Good morning. As Gwen witnessed Hawk successfully awaken, she bestowed a gentle kiss upon his forehead before rising to depart. Come down quickly. I brought you breakfast, she called out. Hawk responded affirmatively. Today marked the occasion for their group's couple outing to London, and excitement permeated the air. Although their flight was scheduled for midday, a unanimous vote led them to decide to head to the airport early in the morning to avoid potential traffic delays. Here, everyone referred to Gwen and Mary, while Hawk and Peter were not included in this count. Once Hawk had showered and donned a fresh set of clothes, he descended from the 3rd floor to the 1st. Immediately spotting the breakfast Gwen had placed on the dining table, Gwen stood before the living room fireplace, curiously inspecting it. Hawk, did you move this fireplace yesterday? She inquired. What? Hawk, just taking a sip from the coffee cup Gwen had packed for him, turned to look at her. What's wrong with the fireplace? Gwen pivoted, making her way to the dining room. It just feels different from yesterday. Hawk glanced over Gwen's shoulder toward the fireplace. Different? Perhaps you're mistaken. Gwen shrugged, dismissing it without concern, and urged Hawk, hurry up and eat. Mary just texted that she and Peter are already at the airport. Upon hearing this, Hawk remained silent, quickly finishing his coffee and swallowing the 2 pancakes Gwen had brought. He then clapped his hands together and led the way to the garage. Gwen, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and followed suit. Did you grab your luggage? She asked. It's in the car, Hawk replied. All right, Gwen said as she settled into the passenger seat, pulled out her phone, and sent a message to Mary, all the while watching the garage door slowly ascend. Dog, 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 she exclaimed. Hawk smiled faintly, pressed the accelerator, and drove out of the garage. By midday, the international flight from New York's Kennedy International Airport to London's Heathrow Airport proceeded without delay, entering the takeoff phase seamlessly after a brief taxiing period. Due to the nature of the international flight and the surge of travelers heading to London during this period, the 4 of them were unable to secure seats together. Peter and Mary opted for seats on the upper deck, while Hawk and Gwen settled into 2 window seats on the lower deck. Once the plane ascended and entered a stable cruising altitude, Gwen lowered her eye mask and signaled her intention to take a nap. After all, the journey from New York to London would consume approximately 7 hours. With such an extended duration, staying awake would be an unwise endeavor. Meanwhile, Hawk turned his head to gaze out the window, observing the gradually ascending landscape, and inexplicably recalled his experiences from his previous 2 outings, the first of which had involved an encounter with robbers upon disembarking. The second encounter with a military coup resulted in the grounding of flights. Unexpected events occurred before boarding, and now there were unforeseen circumstances after disembarking. What might happen this time? Surely, it wouldn't involve an incident mid-air, Hawk pondered. After all, misfortunes tend to come in threes. Should another calamity arise, it would only serve to confirm one thing. He was ill-suited to leave New York City. Fortunately, the 7.5-hour flight transpired without incident. Even the descent and taxiing were exemplary. Ultimately, the aircraft landed smoothly at London Heathrow Airport, prompting Hawk to exhale in relief. Well then, it seemed he was merely conjuring fears in his mind. In the next moment, he witnessed the cabin door swing open, revealing a contingent of stern-faced London airport officers who proceeded to ascend the stairs leading to the second floor. Half an hour later, the plot of 5 Middle Eastern individuals attempting to hijack the flight as leverage for the release of their compatriots was deftly thwarted by the heroic Mr. Peter Parker and Ms. Mary Jane. They subdued the assailants without alarming the other passengers. In an instant, as the 5 hijackers were escorted out from the lavatory and the head attendant recounted the incident, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Peter smiled bashfully, while Mary beamed with pride. Gwen, just awakened, wore an expression of shock. Hawk, however, remained silent. Well, the tension in his heart had entirely dissipated. It was clear he was not meant to leave New York City. Or perhaps he could leave after all. Next time, he should bring Peter along. As long as Peter refrained from action, it wouldn't be considered an incident, would it? Hawk contemplated this rather absurd solution. Due to the recent events, Hawk and Gwen accompanied Peter and Mary to the airport police station to provide a brief statement. By the time they emerged, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. London time. The airport officers arranged for a vehicle to transport them to their pre-booked hotel near the Tower of London. This hotel was conveniently located close to both the Tower and London Bridge. After some deliberation, Gwen and Mary decided that this would be their place of lodging. The nighttime ambience in London bore little distinction from that of New York City. Thus, after Hawk and Gwen obtained their room key and returned to their quarters, they took the opportunity to engage in some physical activity in this foreign land. Despite having previously napped, Gwen soon succumbed to sleep once more, fatigued. Hawk, observing the slumbering Gwen, smiled gently, tucked her in, and then picked up his phone to open the email Anna had sent earlier at the police station, which he had yet to read. To his astonishment, a boarding pass information appeared before him. Eric Savage. He had just flown to London as well. In the first Thor film, there is a doctor specializing in astronomy, who also plays a pivotal role in the Avengers by researching the Tesseract. Unfortunately, he falls victim to Loki's manipulation through the Mind Stone, inadvertently opening a spatial wormhole that attracts the Chitauri army. Hawk gazed at the boarding pass sent by Anna, a slight smile gracing his lips. It seemed that his trip to London had come at just the right time. Dr. Eric Selvig had arrived, and Dr. Jane Foster should be arriving shortly as well. His reality stone was evidently on its way too. With a cheerful heart, Hawk turned off his phone, glanced at the serene figure of Gwen asleep beside him, extinguished the lights, and enveloped Gwen in his embrace before drifting off to sleep. The following day, in the Hotel's buffet restaurant, a radiant Mary animatedly recounted the story of 5 Middle Eastern hijackers from yesterday's flight to a similarly glowing Gwen, her excitement palpable. She detailed how Peter had discovered the situation, how he discreetly located the Sky Marshal, and how the 3 of them had quietly subdued the 5 hijackers one by one. Not only was Mary an excellent dancer, but her storytelling prowess was equally impressive. Gwen was completely engrossed in Mary's vivid and immersive narrative. Hawk, seated nearby, listened intently. He had already resolved that he would never leave New York City unnecessarily again. Even if he did, he would drag Peter along to shield him from unforeseen mishaps. So be it if he chose to deceive himself. Self-deception was preferable to a life fraught with accidents, Hawk mused. Soon, after their breakfast, the 4 prepared to fully embrace their London adventure. Gwen had meticulously planned their itinerary, and over the course of 5 days, they explored nearly all of London. The London Eye, Big Ben, Buckingham Palace, and Westminster Abbey were all part of their journey. Each day was filled with sightseeing, and Gwen and Mary reveled in the experience, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Hawk, the sole Saint Seiya of the Marvel Universe, and Peter, the one and only Spider-Man, possessed extraordinary physiques. Yet even Peter felt exhausted by the 3rd day, while Hawk managed just fine. Consequently, upon receiving subtle hints from the 2 men, Gwen and Mary decided to designate that day as a rest day. At the Oxo Tower restaurant, renowned for its exquisite dining experience and breathtaking views overlooking St. Paul's Cathedral, the quartet sat by the window, enjoying their meal and engaging in conversation. Gwen and Mary admired the magnificent St. Paul's Cathedral outside, capturing the moment with their phones. Hawk and Peter exchanged words intermittently, but once a woman resembling Natalie Portman entered the restaurant, Hawk's peripheral vision was drawn to her presence. This woman was Jane Foster. Asgard, the realm of Odin, and Thor, the god of thunder, has finally arrived on Earth, accompanied by his girlfriend. Hawkeye's eyes brightened at the sight. Gwen, engaged in conversation with Mary nearby, seemed to sense something and glanced towards the direction Hawkeye had just surveyed, spotting Jane Foster, who had taken a seat opposite a gentleman. Instinctively, Hawkeye turned his gaze towards Gwen, just as she also redirected her attention towards him. Their eyes met. Gwen offered a subtle smile, said nothing further, and returned to her chat with Mary. After a while, Jane Foster's friend and assistant, Daisy Louise, entered, conversed with Jane for a moment, and then turned to leave. Soon after, Jane, attempting to forget the god of thunder and seeking a new path, apologized to her date and prepared to depart. Observing this, Hawkeye glanced at Gwen, but before he could speak, Gwen took the initiative. Go ahead. Should I wait for you? No need, he replied. All right, Gwen said with a slight smile. Then we shall await you at the hotel. Hawkeye opened his mouth, gazing at Gwen, reconsidering his earlier thought, and smiled. Let us go together. Gwen raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Hawkeye stood and extended his right hand towards her. A radiant smile blossomed on Gwen's face as she placed her hand in his. Mary, sitting across from them, was left speechless, watching Gwen prepare to leave so suddenly. Gwen, where are you going? The moon's cup has run out. I'm going with Hawkeye to buy more. You two head back to the hotel. Upon leaving the restaurant, Hawkeye and Gwen hailed a waiting taxi. Once inside, he tapped the driver's seat, indicating the red family car that had just begun to move ahead, and handed over $200. Follow that car, he instructed. No problem. The driver responded, eyes lighting up at the sight of the bills. With a swift motion, he shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, and the taxi surged forward, tailing the red vehicle carrying Jane Foster. In the back seat, Gwen nudged Hawkeye's shoulder and, meeting his gaze, whispered softly, We hold the key to hell. Hawkeye smiled slightly. The reality remained. To reach hell and retrieve his sister's soul from Mephisto, a confrontation with the demon was inevitable. Expecting Mephisto to willingly surrender his sister's soul without a fight was nothing more than a foolish dream. However, given his current strength, seeking out Mephisto in hell would be akin to courting death. After all, even Mephisto has discerned that his small universe does not exist within this realm. Rather, it is projected onto Earth through a transit in the constellation of Phoenix. His prowess can only manifest to about 70 or 80% of its potential. Perhaps he can contend with minor adversaries, but facing a being like Mephisto, who can rightly be deemed a deity, is an entirely different matter. Thus, from this perspective, Hawk's assertion that the Reality Stone serves as his key to hell is not without merit. Only by acquiring the Reality Stone and fully materializing his small universe into reality does he gain the confidence to confront Mephisto in the underworld. For once his small universe takes form, it will reach the caliber of a golden saint. A golden saint against Mephisto would certainly hold promise. Half an hour later, the red sedan came to a halt at a container terminal, and the taxi driver ceased his driving. Hawk and Gwen opened the car doors and stepped out. In the next moment, Gwen noticed a container standing upright on the ground not far away and nudged Hawk beside her. Hawk, look. Indeed, Hawk replied, also observing the upright container and the one lying horizontally atop it. He then glanced at Jane Foster, who had just disembarked from the red sedan, accompanied by her assistant Daisy Louise and Ian. Jane and Daisy noticed Hawk as well. Daisy, somewhat uncertain, looked at Hawk and Gwen before addressing Jane. Are they following us? Jane remained silent, as the two individuals Daisy referred to were already approaching. Hawk smiled at his girlfriend, the goddess of thunder, extending his right hand in greeting. Dr. Foster. It's a pleasure. Jane furrowed her brow and shook his hand. You are Hawk. Hawk replied with a slight smile, then directed his gaze toward a dilapidated building in the distance. There is something of mine inside. I have come to retrieve it. With that, he politely nodded to Jane and turned to Gwen. Let us go? Gwen acknowledged him, and Hawk took her hand, leading her toward the crumbling edifice. He no longer required Dr. Jane Foster's guidance, for his tingling sixth sense was now informing him that what he sought lay within that very building. Jane Foster watched as Hawk and Gwen made their way toward the dilapidated structure, momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure and glancing at Daisy. What exactly is here? Infinity stones, Daisy replied, as they followed Hawk toward the crumbling building. Meanwhile, Gwen, having gleaned the purpose of their visit from Hawk, appeared momentarily surprised. What is this? As they walked toward the dilapidated structure, Hawk began to enlighten Gwen on the origins of the Infinity Stones, revealing that there are two versions of the tale. The first version posits that the Infinity Stones were formed from the self-destruction of the goddess of vengeance. Let us set that aside for now. The second version recounts that, prior to the Big Bang, there existed 6 singularities. Following the explosion, the remnants of these singularities coalesced into 6 stones, each embodying a fundamental cosmic force. The Space Stone, capable of manipulating and distorting space, even rearranging it. The Mind Stone, which governs mental faculties, enhances psychic power, and projects beams of energy. The Reality Stone, which twists reality and reorganizes matter. The Power Stone, a reservoir of limitless energy and strength. The Time Stone, which governs all temporal aspects. Lastly, the Soul Stone, which can establish a domain of souls. Hawk candidly shared this knowledge with Gwen, succinctly enlightening her about the Infinity Stones, and then remarked, "You have encountered one of them." Still reeling from the notion that Hawk might be weaving a tale, Gwen instinctively turned her gaze towards him. "I have," she asked. "The Tesseract," Hawk shrugged. "It is described in history books, the very artifact that Captain America seized from the Third Reich. By the way, the wormhole over New York City last year was also opened by the Tesseract, which is, as I just mentioned, the Space Stone." Gwen understood, then shook her head in confusion. "But the Tesseract isn't a stone, is it?" Hawk chuckled in response. "The Tesseract is merely the vessel for the Space Stone. You can think of it as a box that contains the stone." Gwen nodded, still somewhat perplexed. "What we seek this time is the Reality Stone." As Hawk spoke, he gazed at the derelict building before them, listening to the exclamations from within, and he took Gwen's hand, leading her inside. Initially, he had no intention of bringing her here, but her understanding had swayed his decision. Upon entering the dilapidated structure, they followed the sounds of astonishment and were met with a remarkable sight. A boy standing on the staircase threw a bottle into the air, and contrary to expectation, the bottle did not shatter upon hitting the ground. Instead, it abruptly vanished midway down and reappeared above, continuing its descent. This phenomenon repeated itself, and in that moment, a perpetual motion machine came to life. Gwen's pupils dilated in astonishment. At that moment, Jane Foster, who had also approached, gazed in shock at the spectacle and drew a sharp breath. The assistant, Daisy, smiled and remarked, "Now do you understand why I called you here?" Jane snapped back to reality, silent as she retrieved her handheld device and moved toward the staircase. Hawk shared a knowing smile with Gwen. "Hold me tight." "Huh." Without further words, Hawk embraced Gwen. In the next instant, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Hawk had already embraced Gwen, soaring past Jane Foster, her assistant Daisy, and the three little rascals engrossed in their game of spin the bottle. With his senses heightened, he followed the enigmatic vibrations in the air to the corridor on the 4th floor of the abandoned building. Once Gwen descended from Hawk's arms, she instinctively pressed her hand to her forehead. "Hawk, yes? Please refrain from doing that again." Gwen, suppressing her discomfort, earnestly addressed Hawk, "Unless it's an emergency. Such actions are not permitted." Hawk readily acquiesced. "Very well, you stay here." He observed the fluctuations ahead in the corridor, contemplating whether to allow Gwen to follow him further. For while the power of the Infinity Stones was indeed formidable, so too were the side effects of each stone, which were equally potent. No Infinity Stone should be approached lightly. Just as Hawk resolved to advance alone, his sixth sense suddenly stirred. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards Jane Foster, who had also ascended the stairs. Their eyes met. Hawk spoke first. "Are you planning to investigate further, Dr. Foster?" Jane glanced at the direction indicated by her instruments, then looked at Hawk's smiling face, furrowing her brow. "Are you intending to obstruct my path?" Hawk chuckled softly, remaining silent, yet gestured to allow her passage. The recent activation of his sixth sense reminded him of a crucial detail. In the original narrative, it was less about Jane Foster discovering the Reality Stone and more about the Reality Stone seeking her out. The stone was now before them, presenting a singular opportunity. Therefore, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he intended to have Jane assist him as a guide, leading him to the Reality Stone. Observing Hawk's gesture to clear the way, Jane hesitated. After all, as the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished, a sentiment echoed in both Eastern and Western cultures. Hawk, noticing her reluctance, chuckled softly and leaned closer to Gwen, whispering, "If I happen to disappear shortly, do not be alarmed. I shall likely return in about 6 hours." Gwen's pupils dilated slightly as she regarded Hawk. He smiled gently, placing a kiss on her cheek, then glanced at Jane before striding down the corridor. Witnessing the kiss between Hawk and Gwen, Jane could not help but think of her own divine boyfriend, who was too preoccupied with the Battle of New York to seek her out. She gritted her teeth, casting a look of envy towards Gwen before resolutely following after them. Gwen, taken aback by Jane's glance, quickly returned her attention to Hawk, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. As Hawk treaded through the desolate corridor, he could distinctly feel the surrounding unknown energy fluctuations contracting. But soon, the recently retracted energy surged once again as Jane caught up. As she approached, seemingly to prove her fearlessness, stepping in front of Hawk, the surrounding unknown energy erupted violently. The very fabric of space twisted in response to this tumultuous energy. In the next instant, a resounding explosion occurred. A singularity emerged, triggering what appeared to be a collapse of space itself. In the blink of an eye, Jane, who had been walking ahead, and Hawk, who had just placed his right hand on her shoulder at the last moment, vanished from reality. Gwen's eyes widened as Hawk's voice echoed in her ears. "Don't worry, I'll be out soon." In a realm of absolute darkness, a deathly silence enveloped the scene. At the moment when a vibrant red space, pulsating with a lifelike quality reminiscent of flowing blood, appeared abruptly, Jane Foster was unexpectedly yanked into this realm, and just as unexpectedly thrust out again, stumbling forward. Ahead loomed a bottomless chasm. Fear gripped Jane's eyes. In the next moment, an arm rested on her shoulder, halting her momentum as she teetered on the brink of the abyss. "Be careful." Jane instinctively turned to face Hawk, her expression a mixture of terror and instinctive retreat. Then, accompanied by a scream as her right foot slipped into the void, Hawk was compelled to reach out once more to prevent Jane from plummeting into the unfathomable depths. Hawk, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Once again, be cautious. I've saved you twice. I can't possibly do it a third time. One time, 2 times, not a third." If Jane Foster were to enact a similar perilous stunt again, he would certainly refrain from intervening. After all, no matter how many times he rescued her, he could not prevent her from courting disaster. Having said this, Hawk turned his attention away from Jane Foster, surveying the surroundings of this space. He then made his way along a rocky path to a vast platform. This platform appeared to exist in a state of weightlessness, with countless shattered black monoliths suspended in an inverted manner at every corner. However, what captured Hawk's attention most was a colossal, inverted remnant of a Gothic spire church in the distance, appearing as though it had been torn asunder. The remnants themselves were not the focal point. What truly mattered was the ominous black geometric device emanating a deep and foreboding aura at the base of the church. Within this geometric apparatus, a viscous liquid, reminiscent of thick blood, flowed, danced, and quivered. The reality gem, also known as ether particles. Among the 6 infinity gems, the other 5 manifest in solid forms, while only the reality gem appears as a bizarrely flowing red liquid. Yet, this is of little consequence. What is crucial is that the reality gem is, in essence, the ether particle, and the ether particle is, indeed, the reality gem. That is sufficient. Hawk gazed intently at the reality gem flowing within the bizarre geometric apparatus before him and promptly advanced towards it. In the blink of an eye, a crackling sound erupted. The peculiar device was alive with arcs of electricity dancing in the pitch-black space, and suddenly, a thick arc, as robust as an arm, surged towards Hawk. With a flick of his brow, he vanished from sight in an instant. Boom. The arc passed through the afterimage he left behind, striking a massive boulder at the rear, which disintegrated with a violent explosion, reduced to mere powder without a single shard remaining. The strange geometric apparatus was adorned with countless arcs resembling silver serpents, swirling energetically. In an instant, the shimmering silver arcs illuminated the entire sealed realm, transforming into a tempest that rained down upon Hawk. Boom, boom, boom. What was happening? Hawk's figure continuously shifted through the air, evading the arcs that his instincts warned would inflict harm upon him, his mind perplexed. In the original storyline, Jane Foster did not seem to encounter such a predicament. Hawk's thoughts raced, and a realization dawned upon him as he observed the arcs nearly enveloping the sealed domain. After deftly maneuvering in the air, he retreated to his previous position. As he fell back, the arcs of the geometric apparatus sealing the ether particles flickered but did not unleash another surge. Indeed, Hawk silently acknowledged this revelation within himself, just as he had surmised. It was not so much that Jane Foster had found the ether particles, but rather that the ether particles had sought her out, drawing her to this place. The reasoning was simple. The ether particles required Jane Foster to escape from this sealed domain. As for why it had to be Jane, it was because she was the beloved of the god of thunder, bearing the essence of Thor himself. Long ago, when the king of Asgard was still Boel, Thor's grandfather, the ether particles resided under the dominion of the Dark Elves. After Boel vanquished the Dark Elves and seized the ether particles, he initially contemplated their destruction. However, if the Infinity Stones could truly be destroyed, could they still be deemed Infinity Stones? Thus, Boel opted for a compromise, constructing a device to seal the ether particles, namely, the very apparatus before Hawk. Since this device was crafted by Boel, it naturally exhibited a selectivity in its attack patterns. Jane Foster, as Thor's beloved, held a unique status. From a certain perspective, if Thor were to persist, Jane Foster could one day ascend to become the Queen of Asgard. Consequently, the device would be ineffective against her. As for others, there was no need for elaboration, they were fair game. For instance, Hawk found himself unable to approach the sealing apparatus at all. After all, This artifact was crafted during the zenith of the previous Asgardian king, Bor. Hawk requires the ether particles, yet Bor disregards and seals them away. The superiority of one over the other is glaringly evident, rendering any comparison unnecessary. Thus, as Hawk gazes ahead, watching the arcane radiance gradually diminish and return to the serene geometric device that seals the ether particles, his eyes glimmer with contemplation. At that moment, Jane's voice resonates nearby. "Who exactly are you? Where's this place?" Still reeling from the bizarre surroundings, she notices the flickering geometric device that carries a hint of familiarity, and, recovering from her astonishment, she inquires of the figure standing before her, Hawk. Initially flustered, she now realizes that Hawk harbors no ill intent towards her. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. Had he intended harm, his swift evasion of the arcs would have left her no opportunity for resistance. Listening to Jane's voice, Hawk turns slightly to glance at her, then shifts his gaze back to the distant geometric device sealing the ether particles. Jane furrows her brow, observing Hawk's lack of response. "Hello? Don't rush. I'm contemplating whether to deceive you." At this, Jane's lips twitch in disbelief. "What? I'm deliberating whether to tell you the truth or to lie." Hawk turns his attention towards her. Jane, seeing his earnest expression, clearly devoid of jest, opens her mouth, her gaze sweeping once more over the eerie and desolate surroundings. "What is this place?" Hawk shakes his head. "I do not know." "Is that a lie?" "No, that is the truth." Hawk shakes his head again. "I surmise that this might be Vanaheim, one of the 9 realms." He recalls the original narrative. In times past, King Bor, upon acquiring the ether particles, seemingly sealed them within Vanaheim. Yet, he is not entirely certain. After all, that was a movie, and this is reality. Vanaheim is the planet of the Dark Elves, and logically, it seems implausible to seal the ether particles, acquired from the Dark Elves, within their own realm. It defies reason. Upon hearing this, Jane momentarily pauses, then exclaims, "Dark Elves?" Hawk, coming back to focus, looks at Jane and chuckles. "I nearly forgot. When Thor came to Earth, he shared knowledge of the 9 realms with you." At the mention of Thor's name, Jane's expression shifts to one of excitement as she regards Hawk. "Do you know Thor?" "I do not." Jane's expression freezes once more. Her mouth agape momentarily before she closes her eyes, inhales deeply, and forcibly retracts a nearly uttered exclamation. After all, this place is rather peculiar. Although she sensed that Hawk bore no ill intentions towards her, one could never be too certain. Observing the scene, Hawk chuckled lightly, stating, "That statement holds a grain of truth. I am acquainted with Thor, though we have yet to meet." Calming the tumult within her heart, she reopened her eyes and, without uttering a word, followed Hawk's gaze to the bizarre geometric device that had recently emitted the familiar aura of Thor's lightning. She too noticed the ominous energy flowing within the device, reminiscent of viscous blood coursing through etheric particles. She turned to Hawk once more, inquiring, "You desire what lies within that contraption, do you not?" Once again, her intellect was undeniable. Fools do not ascend to the ranks of a PhD. Hawk, not glancing at her, nodded towards the ethereal particles nearby. "Indeed, yet the seal of the god King Baal prevents me from acquiring it." "Baal? Thor's grandfather," she gasped, her breath hitching as her gaze fell upon the peculiar device. Realization dawned upon her. "Are you suggesting that this creation was forged by Thor's grandfather?" No wonder the lightning felt so familiar. Hawk remained silent. Furrowing her brow, she continued, "So, you wish to procure this item, while I have no interest in it. Could you possibly return me home first?" "That is not feasible," he replied. "Why not? I entered this place only by following you." Hawk chuckled, looking at her. "Did you think I brought you here?" Frown. "What do you mean?" "Look." Hawk gestured towards the sealed etheric particles. "It was that thing that drew you in. It seeks your assistance to break its seal, while I wish to obtain it. Hence, the reality is that I have entered this place by your presence." "Me?" She appeared incredulous, pointing at herself. "Why?" "Because you are the girlfriend of Thor." Hawk shrugged. "Only in your proximity can it refrain from striking you. After all, this device was constructed by Thor's grandfather." In her mind, she replayed the image of the bizarre apparatus crackling with arcs of electricity, directed towards Hawk. Her lips twitched. "Is this for real? Do you doubt me? Why not attempt it yourself? Try it." "Very well." 119, divided into 3 portions of etheric particles. Yet, after uttering those words, she found her feet rooted in place, as if glued to the ground. Hawk, witnessing this, could not suppress a laugh. "Afraid?" "No." She shook her head, glancing at the sealed etheric particles before turning back to Hawk. "You just mentioned that this item was sealed by Thor's grandfather Baal, correct?" "Indeed." "The reason Thor's grandfather sealed this thing was due to its danger, yes?" "Correct." "Then I certainly shall not approach it." With a resigned gesture, Jian seemed to have resolved herself, gazing at Hawk. You want me to assist you in acquiring such a perilous object? That is inconceivable. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Meeting her gaze, their eyes locked. Jian's expression was resolute, her look akin to that of a warrior prepared to face death. If she were unaware, it might have been different. But now, she comprehended that this artifact was sealed by her grandfather, Thor, and it undoubtedly harbored immense destructive power. How could she possibly allow such malevolence to escape? After a brief pause, Jian met Hawk's eyes and said, "But I appreciate your honesty. You could have deceived me. Yet you chose not to." "No need for thanks," Hawk replied with a faint smile, redirecting his attention to the ethereal particles before them. A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Indeed, he could have misled Jian to further his own aims. However, deception, much like murder, exists in two forms, none and countless. The more one resorts to such ignoble tactics, the more one risks becoming an unscrupulous person themselves. As Hawk and Jian fell silent, the sealing ground once again descended into a profound stillness. Jian observed the unmoving Hawk, her mouth opening as if she wished to speak. Yet she hesitated and sealed her lips once more. After a moment, unable to contain herself any longer, she finally uttered, "That entity drew you in. If we do not release it, we cannot return." Hawk, amused by Jian's inability to restrain her voice, interrupted her. "This is currently the only solution." Jian seized upon the key term, "Currently?" Hawk nodded. "If you prefer not to pursue this course of action, we may wait until I can confidently withstand the seal of King Ball and retrieve that artifact, thereby allowing our escape." The sealing mechanism of King Ball was indeed formidable. However, he had long since perished, and this seal had remained for countless years. The thunderous power he left behind had significantly diminished. In fact, should Hawk unleash his full potential, donning the Phoenix armor, he could withstand King Baal's seal long enough to extract the ethereal particles. Yet, he would incur grievous injuries. After all, he had yet to master his sixth sense, and his current cosmic energy was merely at the threshold of the silver rank. Moreover, even if he were to successfully extract the ethereal particles at the cost of severe wounds, it would still be futile. Let us not forget, the Infinity Stones, while immensely powerful, also bear considerable side effects. Take, for instance, the Reality Stone. It absorbs the life force of its user. Should one's vitality be even slightly diminished, it could swiftly drain them to the brink of death, even if he were to obtain the ether particle at the cost of grievous injuries. He reckoned that the moment he acquired it, in his severely injured state, it would likely drain his life force before he could even begin to materialize his own microcosm. However, if he were to fully unlock the gateway to his sixth sense, the situation would be markedly different. He was confident that upon completely opening this door, he could navigate through the seal of the divine King Ball unscathed and retrieve the ether particle. Jian furrowed her brow as she listened to Hawk's words. "How long will that take?" she inquired. 10 months, perhaps, Hawk replied casually. He had no real notion of how long it would take to fully unlock the sixth sense. It was a matter of inspiration, just as he had gained a fleeting insight during his battle with the demon Hulk on the African plains, which allowed him to grasp the concept of flight. He mused. Upon hearing this answer, Jian could no longer contain her agitation. "How long? 10 months, or maybe longer?" "It's uncertain," Hawk said, casting a glance at Jian, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. "Are you in a hurry?" he asked with a smile. Jian was taken aback. "Aren't you?" "Not at all," Hawk replied, shaking his head, his gaze returning to the sealed ether particle. "I came here for it. I won't leave until I have it." Jian fell silent. After a moment, she too regarded the sealed ether particle, took a deep breath, and her feet, which had been seemingly glued to the spot, began to inch forward. Hawk, who had been observing her from the corner of his eye, felt a faint smile tug at his lips. His earlier reluctance to deceive Jian stemmed not only from a desire to remain honorable, but also from the current circumstances. There was no need for deception, as the only way out was through unsealing the ether particle. Thus, rather than resorting to trickery, it was far more prudent to candidly share the truth with Jian and allow her to make her own decision. In essence, as long as he remained calm. It was Jian who felt the urgency, and indeed, she was anxious. Hawk could casually suggest spending 10 months here, but she could not afford such a luxury. Slowly, she moved closer to Hawk, standing on the brink of the sealing device's attack range, and looked at him once more. "Are you certain this thing won't attack me?" Hawk regarded her with calm assurance. "I have never deceived you, not from the beginning, and I won't do so now. This is merely my conjecture." Jian's face contorted with anger. Hawk continued, "But you could always test it. If it does attack you, I can guarantee I will bring you back." Jian's lips moved as she took another deep breath. Without looking back at Hawk, she focused on the distant sealing device, gritted her teeth, lifted her right foot, and cautiously stepped forward. In the next moment, nothing happened. Jian Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, but then her eyes sparkled with realization as she took 2 more steps forward. Indeed, the sealing device remained utterly motionless, akin to a system that had frozen. Although Hawk had surmised this outcome, witnessing it still caused a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Once Jian discerned that the sealing device posed no threat to her, she hastened to stand before it. At that moment, the ether particles trapped within began to stir restlessly. Jian, startled by the sight of the ether particles repeatedly colliding against the sealing barrier in a desperate attempt to escape, refrained from approaching as she had in the original narrative. Instead, she turned to Hawk, inquiring, "How perilous is this?" Hawk replied with a calm demeanor, "Observe closely. This entity, once wielded by the Dark Elves, was intended to plunge the entire 9 realms into a world of darkness. Thus, when the God King Ball vanquished the Dark Elves, he sealed this away. And what of you?" Jian furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Hawk. "If you were to acquire this, what would be your intent?" Meeting her gaze, Hawk offered a faint smile, his tone remaining composed. "To save my sister." "Your sister?" Jian recalled the myriad possibilities of Hawk's intentions for this entity, but had never conceived this one. Consequently, upon hearing Hawk's answer, her guarded expression momentarily vanished, replaced by a look of confusion. "What happened to your sister?" "She passed away in a tragic accident on September 10th, 2009. Passed away? Yes. She awaits my return in hell." Hell. Jian's mind conjured images from when Thor was banished to Earth, recalling the knowledge they had shared post-exercise. "Mephisto?" Hawk nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Mephisto's hell." "Very well." Jian sighed, casting a glance at the agitated ether particles, which were clearly not benign. Taking a deep breath, she turned back to Hawk. "You have not deceived me. I trust that you are truthful this time. So how may I assist you?" Hawk shook his head. "You cannot aid me. I came solely for this entity. Initially, I intended to follow you in hopes of gaining entry here and seizing it. However, upon my arrival, I realized that it is not you who finds this entity, but rather it that seeks you. The seal of the God King Ball remains intact, rendering it impossible for me to claim this entity. Only you can extract it. Only then will the seal falter. However, once you retrieve it, it will immediately attach itself to you. No matter how swift my actions, I cannot fully absorb it. Even if I could, it would still be incomplete, for the ether particles here are not whole. If his memory serves him correctly, there remains a fragment of the ether particles still clutched in the hands of the Dark Elf. In the original narrative, that very fragment of the ether particle birthed the cursed warrior, the extraterrestrial minotaur who fatally pierced the heart of Thor's mother, Frigga. If he wishes to obtain the complete reality stone, he must acquire all the ether particles. At this moment, Hawk has relinquished any further contemplation. Whatever will be, will be. Listening to Hawk's calm voice, Jane's eyes widened once more, turning to gaze at the distorted ether particles within the sealing device, her voice trembling. "So, am I destined to die?" Hawk snapped back to attention. "Not quite. However, this entity will siphon your life force if not extracted in due time." "How do we extract it?" "You won't. But I assure you, you will not perish." At this juncture, Thor must have nearly sensed the disappearance of his beloved Jane on Earth, Hawk mused. Jane, on the verge of losing her composure, had curses poised on her lips. Yet she stifled them once more, casting a fierce glare at Hawk. "So, to escape, we must release this cursed thing, but you guarantee my survival, correct?" Hawk nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. Then let us proceed." Jane had also abandoned her thoughts, accepting the situation as it stood. Taking a deep breath, she positioned herself before the seal. "I will count to 3. Hawk became acutely aware, his senses heightened as he observed Jane's slowly rising right hand. "Let us go. 1, 2, 3. Boom. 120 manifestations of bronze combat power erupted. Without hesitation, at the count of 3, Jane's fingertip made contact with the sealed ether particle. In the blink of an eye, the ether particles surged forth, akin to viscous blood, seemingly imbued with life, enveloping Jane's finger. In the fleeting moment, a third of the ether particles surged into her body like an overwhelming tide. Simultaneously, as Jane reached 3, Hawk rushed to her side with utmost urgency. Just as he moved, the device sealing the ether particles began to flicker with arcs of electricity, intent on obliterating this intruder who dared to trespass into the sacred sealing grounds. Yet, at that critical moment, the ether particles within the seal had already escaped. With a resounding crash, the sealing device collapsed upon itself. The successful escape of the sealed entity signified the shattering of the seal. Instantly, the sealing apparatus failed, and the liberated ether particles surged wildly toward Jane's being. Just then, Hawk intervened, pushing Jane aside and intercepting the remaining 2/3 of the ether particles. A cacophony erupted. The dark crimson ether particles surged in like viscous blood, akin to living beings, as they began to engulf every corner of Hawk's body, reminiscent of a roaring tide. This was the side effect of the reality gem, parasitic, draining the life force of its wielder. The ether particles that had entered his body were greedily siphoning Hawk's vitality at an alarming rate. In the next moment, Hawk unleashed his inner cosmos. With a mere thought, the viscous, searing ether particles surged like a tidal wave into his inner universe. Instantly, his cosmos reacted to the onslaught of the scarlet ether particles, akin to a tranquil lake disrupted by a colossal stone. Once the ether particles settled in his cosmos, they began to spread, creating ripples across every corner of his being. At that moment, a phoenix's cry resonated, as the heart of the phoenix, which had already merged with Hawk's cosmos, opened its eyes. Amidst the flames of the phoenix, it emerged, spreading its wings and letting out a triumphant cry, as the searing fire engulfed the entire cosmos in an instant. The flames of the phoenix collided with the liquefied ether particles of the reality gem, resulting in a fusion of crimson fire, a brilliant scarlet blaze. With the emergence of this scarlet fire, Hawk's cosmos once again erupted in a spectacle reminiscent of the Big Bang. His cosmos twisted and exploded, and then expanded. As the scarlet fire, born from the union of the phoenix flames and ether particles, spread rapidly, it seemed that in the blink of an eye, a new cosmos was birthed, vast and geometrically magnificent, surpassing its predecessor. While Hawk was immersed in this newly formed cosmos, a singularity, unseen yet pulsating with scarlet flames, emerged at the core of the Phoenix cluster, some 5.8 billion light-years away from Earth. It seemed poised to explode at any moment. Once this singularity detonated, it would give rise to a parallel universe centered around the Phoenix cluster. Simultaneously, in a small nation on Earth, a newborn girl's eyes flickered with a glint of crimson flame. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. Lost in the depths of his cosmos, akin to that of a silver saint, Hawk suddenly heard a voice filled with tension, anxiety, and unease calling out to him. Was it Gwen? In an instant, Hawk's consciousness returned. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Gwen, crouched beside him, her face etched with worry, tears brimming in her eyes. Gwen gazed in disbelief at Hawk, who had vanished for over 4 hours and then reappeared, his eye sockets sunken and his visage resembling that of a skeletal figure. Upon opening his eyes, Hawk lifted his hand and instantly became aware of the peculiarities of his own body. With a mere thought, the cosmic energy of the silver phoenix ignited within him, and in an instant, under Gwen's watchful gaze, the once emaciated Hawk, whose form had appeared as if his life force was nearly depleted, began to restore itself at an astonishing pace, akin to inflating a balloon. The good news, he had acquired a fragment of the reality gem. Though only a portion, this newfound power transformed his previously tenuous strength as a bronze saint into a formidable force. In simpler terms, he could now fully harness his current abilities. The bad news, he had only obtained a part of the reality gem, and to truly elevate his cosmic essence and achieve materialization, he would need to gather the complete gem. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Hawk rose from the ground alongside Gwen, offering her comfort as she clung to him. While soothing her, he scanned their surroundings. By the way, where is Jane Foster? She should have emerged by now. Gwen looked up. Dr. Foster? She appeared before you and just went outside. Hawk, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow at the thunder rumbling outside and led Gwen toward the exit. How long was I gone? For hours. Not too bad, he replied. Didn't I say I'd be back in a maximum of 6 hours? I came back early. So why are you crying? Do you want to see how you looked when you just emerged? I thought you had been drained by a vampire. Sorry, I was wrong. Hawk apologized with conviction, silencing Gwen, who seemed to be on the verge of venting her frustrations. Outside, a torrential rain poured down. Just as Hawk and Gwen were about to step out of the building, Hawk suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. At that moment, ethereal particle energy erupted from Jane not far away. He swiftly turned on his toes, cradling Gwen in his arms. Boom. The energy released from Jane's self-protection mechanism surged forth, sweeping the 3 London police officers attempting to apprehend her off their feet. Witnessing this, Thor rushed over, embracing Jane before looking up. In the next instant, a brilliant, multicolored beam composed entirely of energy descended from the heavens, enveloping Thor. As Asgardian runes were imprinted upon the ground, the rainbow beam dissipated, taking Thor and Jane with it. Hawk stood silently, gazing at the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge's teleportation mark left on the ground. A moment later, he shook his head with a faint smile. Never mind. Sooner or later, that dark elf will come to Earth in search of him. Let the bullets fly for a while, Hawk pondered, gazing out at the torrential rain. With a flicker of thought, and as the energy of his little universe flowed, he took hold of Gwen and stepped into the pouring rain. Gwen was prepared to become drenched, yet as she beheld the cascading downpour before her, and then glanced at the dry patch surrounding her and Hawk, she was momentarily taken aback. In the next heartbeat, Gwen recalled the reality stone mentioned by Hawk before his disappearance, her eyes brightening as she turned to him. Hawk, you have obtained a portion of it. Hawk did not conceal the truth from Gwen. Although it was merely a fragment, it was indeed a part of the reality stone. While insufficient to transform his little universe into the Golden Phoenix universe, he could manipulate the reality of the weather within a foot around him. For instance, he could create a sunny atmosphere within that radius. Hawk mused, retracting his gaze from the teleportation imprint left on the distant ground to address Gwen. Let us return. Thor and Jane had already departed for Asgard. No matter how he wished for the complete reality stone, there was no way to acquire it at present. However, it mattered not. By tomorrow at the latest, that dark elf leader, Malekith, would come to Earth bearing what he sought. After all, his own reality stone was also incomplete. Hawk and Gwen's departure went unnoticed by the assistants, Jane's assistant, and the few London police officers who had risen from the ground. Utilizing a portion of the reality stone, he once again altered both his own and Gwen's presence, allowing them to smoothly exit the perimeter and hail a taxi back to the hotel where the four were staying. Upon receiving Gwen's message that she had returned, Mary promptly knocked on their door. Gwen, may I have a moon cup? I just arrived. What moon cup? Gwen momentarily faltered. But as she observed the changing expressions on Mary's face, realization dawned upon her. With a chuckle, she turned and entered the bedroom, opened her suitcase, retrieved a box of moon cups she had brought from New York, and stepped out to hand it to Mary. After accepting it with a thank you, Mary surveyed the empty room. Where's Hawk? He went to the rooftop. All right, shall we adhere to the schedule for tomorrow? Gwen pondered for a moment before replying. It should go according to plan. Once Hawk returns, I will confirm with him. By the way, have you all eaten? Mary shrugged. Didn't T.I. call you an hour ago? You told us to eat first while you were still out. Gwen recalled the conversation. At that moment, she awaited the elusive Hawk. Gwen smiled and offered her apologies to Mary. Mary, not dwelling on it further, departed from Gwen and Hawk's room after receiving the moon cup, making her way towards her own room with Peter. After closing the door, Gwen proceeded towards the elevator. On the rooftop of the hotel, Hawk exhibited an unusual demeanor, diverging from his typical routine of boxing. Instead, he sat cross-legged in a meditative pose, reminiscent of Buddha in contemplation. He had transcended the need for physical exertion. For his foremost priority now was to elevate his life level. The reason Gwen had perceived him as if drained by a vampire was due to his insufficient life level. It is well known that the reality gem can alter and distort reality. It consumes blue energy, and in its absence, it saps life itself. When his small universe is intact, he possesses ample energy, and his life level is comparable to that of the pinnacle beings within the Marvel Universe. However, when his small universe waned, he was reduced to the status of an ordinary human. At the moment his small universe underwent transformation under the influence of the reality gem, there was a fleeting instant when it vanished entirely. Yet, the gem's effects persisted, and in that brief moment, his life force was nearly depleted by the reality gem. Fortunately, as it was merely a fragment of the gem, he did not consider materializing his small universe at that moment. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to his own demise. Thus, the immediate concern was to elevate his life level. Fortunately, the Saint Seiya small universe system is a comprehensive framework. In the cultivation system of the saints, the small universe is fundamental, serving as the core source of their power. The development beyond the five senses is crucial in determining a saint's life level and their small universe's tier. In simple terms, it pertains to the sixth sense. This latent ability transcends the five senses and is an essential journey for all saints. Only those who master the sixth sense are deemed worthy to be called silver saints. Hawk had successfully awakened his sixth sense during his fierce battle with the Hell Hulk on the vast plains, although it was merely a nascent realization. He had grasped the concept of flight but had not fully comprehended it, let alone mastered it. Logically, without the mastery of the sixth sense, his small universe could not ascend to that of a silver universe. Indeed, this was the case. During his previous disappearance, he contemplated utilizing a portion of the reality gem to elevate his small universe from bronze to silver. Hawk had the capability to do so. However, at the moment he considered this, an inner voice warned him, attempting this will lead to demise. After all, cheating comes at a cost. Thus, the foremost priority for him at present is not to engage in combat, but rather to comprehend and master the sixth sense. Only by achieving this can he ascend to the status of a true silver saint and elevate his own microcosm to that of the silver universe. Seated in a lotus position on the rooftop, Hawk plunged his mind into his current microcosm, arriving at the threshold of the sixth sense. The door to the sixth sense had been ajar, yet he found himself unable to step through. Hawk reflected on the various methods employed by the saints to awaken and control the sixth sense. The awakening of the sixth sense is not confined to a singular, rigid approach. There exist numerous methods. The simplest method involves guidance from one's microcosm, ideally having a high-ranking figure, such as a gold saint, impart their wisdom upon you, thus allowing for a seamless and painless awakening of your own sixth sense, thereby granting you your own silver universe. However, in this Marvel universe, he is the only saint. Where could he possibly find a saint of a higher caliber? Thus, this route proved futile. The second method, while also relatively straightforward, entails seeking guidance from a highly skilled saint, which would naturally facilitate the epiphany of the sixth sense during the process. In simpler terms, finding an excellent mentor could spare one from unnecessary detours, directing one toward the location of their sixth sense. Unfortunately, this approach remains ineffective for Hawk, as he is his own teacher. Thus, this comparatively simple method is rendered useless as well. This leaves only the final, relatively arduous path, the pinnacle of mental cultivation or life and death combat. Hawk had discovered the sixth sense amidst the harsh realities of the African savanna, gaining the superpower of flight through his confrontations with the Hell Hulk. This method is detrimental to the body and fraught with peril. The former approach purely involves honing one's spirit, wherein continuous imaginative immersion in various terrifying scenarios enables one to maintain awareness amid such descent, thus increasing the likelihood of a complete awakening of the sixth sense. While this method does not harm the body, it can be detrimental to the mind. A momentary lapse in clarity could lead one to become utterly deranged. At present, Hawk finds himself in such a state. Fortunately, whenever he teeters on the brink of mental collapse during his arduous training, the resounding cry of the phoenix jolts him back to consciousness, preventing his descent. No, this method is not suited for me. Hawk abruptly opened his eyes, wiping the sweat that had formed on his brow, reflecting on yet another harrowing near collapse, his heart racing. Shaka is at the helm. If the path to comprehending the sixth sense is fraught with such danger, how does Shaka manage to remain in a perpetual state of meditation on the eighth sense with his eyes closed? Hawk pondered uneasily. Moreover, compared to succumbing silently in the realm of the mind, he would much prefer to perish like a warrior on the battlefield. It should be tomorrow. He yearned for the reality gem to manifest his own little universe. Meanwhile, the dark elf Malekith also coveted the reality gem, aiming to transform the entire 9 realms, including the parallel universe of Asgard, into a realm of darkness. Thus, when two fierce predators clash, one must inevitably perish. Hawk's mind recalled the dark elf Malekith's history. Although Malekith had been defeated by Thor's grandfather, King Bor, even in the presence of the ether, and had the ether wrested from him, this did not diminish his prowess. In the cinematic portrayal, he found himself at a disadvantage during close combat with Thor, even without the ether, yet this did not render Malekith a mere weakling. After all, Thor had been fueled by the wrath of his mother's injury. Consider this. Malekith had endured a devastating strike from Thor's wrathful hammer, sustaining only half a facial disfigurement without facing mortal danger, which attests to his formidable physical constitution. Should he acquire a fraction of the reality gem's power, tomorrow would surely herald a battle of life and death. Hawk lifted his gaze to the starry sky above, silently contemplating. Strangely, he felt no fear, rather, a sense of eager anticipation surged within him. Perhaps it was due to his identity as a saint, born for the purpose of war. As he reflected on the impending conflict, his hands instinctively clenched into fists at his sides, embodying the spirit of the Silver Phoenix. One thing was certain. Tomorrow would be a fierce struggle. At that moment, the door to the hotel rooftop swung open. Hawk turned to see his girlfriend, Gwen, stepping onto the terrace, a smile gracing his lips as he rose from the ground. Gwen, without any preamble, locked her gaze onto Hawk. When is the next battle? Tomorrow, Hawk replied, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Gwen nodded, taking a deep breath, her expression serious and solemn as she looked at Hawk. Is there danger? No. Can I accompany you? What? Hawk raised an eyebrow, quickly shaking his head. Not this time, Gwen. Before he could finish, Gwen interrupted. I understand. I want to go. I believe in you, Hawk. Gwen smiled gently, her emerald eyes seemingly speaking volumes. So, don't let me down. You must return. Their gazes met, and Hawk nodded in response to Gwen's expressive green eyes. All right, he would not perish. For the phoenix does not die, it merely undergoes rebirth. The following day, early in the morning, Hawk exchanged a fleeting kiss with Gwen before stepping onto the balcony of their hotel, swiftly ascending into the air. In a flash, he soared towards the Stonehenge site in Salisbury, over 100 kilometers southwest of London. The choice of location was simple. It was remote and sparsely populated, ensuring that even if the earth trembled violently, there would be no casualties. Hawk's sister had tragically lost her life in the conflict between Hulk and Abomination, and he was determined not to repeat such a fate. As for whether the dark elf Malekith would show up, Hawk was certain he would. Gwen reluctantly withdrew her gaze only after Hawk's figure vanished from sight. She had wanted to bid him farewell, but he had advised her against it, likening it to planting false flags. Initially perplexed, she recalled that in films, characters who promised to return often never did. Thus, she resolved to remain silent. As she pondered, a knock at the door broke her reverie. Taking a deep breath, she patted her cheeks, forced a smile, and opened the door. Mary stood beaming, eager to commence their day's adventures. Peter, standing behind Mary, seemed to sense Hawk's absence and regarded Gwen with a look of surprise. "All right, just a moment." Gwen replied to Mary. "Hawk said he is too exhausted and wants to rest. It's fine, we can go without him." Mary paused, taken aback by the news that Hawk would not be joining them. "Well, I'm quite tired too. I think I'll stay at the hotel today," Peter interjected, raising his hand in a gesture of request. Mary glanced at Peter, her eyes lighting up with an idea. She turned to Gwen and said, "Perfect. The boys can stay behind, and we'll have a girls' day out." Gwen shot a knowing look at Peter, acknowledging his intentions with a subtle nod of gratitude before smiling at Mary, who was already daydreaming about their outing. Yes, a girls' day out, without boyfriends. The trio set out for Stonehenge, also known as the Salisbury Ring, a renowned prehistoric cultural site in Europe. Every year, indeed, almost every day, tourists flocked to witness the grandeur of this ancient monument. In essence, it comprised a few stones, their authenticity debatable. Upon arriving, Hawk merely cast a cursory glance at the standing and lying stones before quickly averting his eyes. Perhaps it was still early. Or perhaps yesterday's incident of a streaker at the site had led to its temporary closure, but Hawk was undeterred. At this moment, Hawk stood quietly before a colossal stone. He could sense that the stone's circle before him seemed to have been activated, pulsating with an inexplicable energy reminiscent of what he had felt yesterday in the abandoned warehouse. The convergence of the 9 realms was at hand, a rare spectacle that occurs once in millennia. Today, with the tremors of the world tree, the 9 realms, interconnected through it, would manifest a fleeting phenomenon akin to the alignment of 9 stars. Logically speaking, the Earth, having fallen from the world tree's universe, should no longer be considered part of the 9 realms. However, although Earth had indeed descended, its roots remained intact. Thus, this extraordinary convergence of the 9 realms could unfold upon it. It was precisely for this reason that Hawk was able to follow Jan Foster and locate the Reality Stone, sealed away by the ancient God King Ball. Moreover, it was on this day of the 9 realms convergence that the dark elf Malekith sought to exploit the ether particles to transform the 9 realms into a realm of darkness. After all, on any other day, even if he succeeded in shrouding the 9 realms in darkness, it would only be temporary and illusory. Once his energy could no longer counterbalance the consumption of the Reality Stone, or if the stone were to be seized, the 9 realms would inevitably return. The modifications made by the Reality Stone do not constitute an everlasting reality. Otherwise, characters like Thanos in films would not need to gather all the Infinity Stones. They could simply wield the Reality Stone to alter reality directly. Firstly, the Reality Stone cannot directly replace, counteract, or surpass the core abilities of the other Infinity Stones. If Thanos were to rely solely on the Reality Stone, he would be incapable of covering the entire universe with just a thought. He would have to wait for the Reality Stone, that dark red, pulsating liquid of ether particles, to envelop the cosmos over time. To achieve universal coverage, it would conservatively take hundreds, if not thousands, of billions of years, given the vastness of the universe. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The essential point is that a single Reality Stone, while capable of temporarily altering reality, cannot establish permanence. This is precisely why Thanos requires the other Infinity Stones. Only with the acquisition of these stones can he synergize their powers with the Reality Stone, utilizing the boundless strength of the Power Stone to amplify the Mind Stone, thereby enhancing his intentions, and then employing the Reality Stone to modify the universe across the dimensions of space, time, and soul. Malekith was well aware of this, which is why he aimed to capitalize on today as convergence. Under this once-in-a-thousand-years phenomenon of overlapping realms, the spatial boundaries between the 9 kingdoms became indistinct and intertwined, generating colossal energy conduits and temporal anomalies connecting the realms. This would create a tremendous source of energy, serving as an unprecedented amplifier for the ether particles. Thus, Malekith, wielding the reality gem, would alter the fabric of the 9 realms, resulting in a permanent transformation. How fortuitous. Hawk's thoughts mirrored this notion. The moment his microcosm materialized into reality, coinciding with the birth of the parallel universe in the constellation of Phoenix, an unprecedented explosion of energy would ensue, enabling his microcosm to attain a state of enduring reality. Hence, the reality gem was an absolute necessity for him. Hawk pondered expressionlessly. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a stone pillar within the colossal stone array to his left. Upon closer inspection, a smile graced Hawk's lips. "Is your spider suit something you carry with you?" he inquired. "No, I don it directly, when the time comes. I simply pull off my outer layer and put on the hood," Peter replied, shaking his head, as he earnestly elucidated why he could change outfits with such swiftness. He wore it as if it were an undergarment, as he had no need for a web shooter, and it hardly impeded him. Listening to Peter's explanation, Hawk nodded. "What about Gwen and Mary? They've gone out for a stroll. And you? I saw you resting, so I thought I'd take a break as well." Conveniently, Mary took Gwen out for a day of friendship. "Very well," Hawk chuckled in response. Peter shot out a web, swinging effortlessly to Hawk's side, then glanced toward the center of the stone array, which radiated energy. "Do you need my assistance?" Hawk smiled. "Do you know what I intend to do?" "No." Peter shook his head, shrugging as he spoke to Hawk. "Since they're enjoying their day, we might as well have a brother's day." He was uncertain of Hawk's purpose here, nor did he know what Hawk would do next. Yet, one thing Peter was certain of, Hawk was his friend, and he firmly believed that if it were something Peter wished to undertake, Hawk would stand by his side. Hawk was well aware of the implication behind Peter's words. However, he replied, "It's all right, do not assist." He turned to Peter, his tone gravely serious. "Even if it costs me my life, do not intervene." Peter, adorned in his spider mask, tilted his head, gazing at Hawk. Hawk continued, "Rest assured, I will not truly perish. Even if I were to die, it would merely be a rebirth, and I would return once more. The sixth sense requires the profound understanding and mastery that can only be achieved between life and death. In simpler terms, only by nearing or even experiencing true death can one attain the privilege to wield the sixth sense." Presently, though his microcosm was at a silver tier, it was merely superficial. Only by mastering the sixth sense could he successfully command his current microcosm. Observing the seriousness in Hawk's tone and expression, Peter remained silent for a moment before nodding in understanding. "Very well. Can you tell me whom you have brought?" Before Peter could finish his words, Hawk suddenly sensed the rapid approach of ethereal particles. Raising an eyebrow, he interrupted Peter and directed his gaze toward the center of the stone circle. Before him, the space around the stone circle quietly rippled, and a figure emerged. Malekith, whose left face appeared recently disfigured, his complexion as pale as stone, with deeply sunken eye sockets and milky white pupils, exuding an air of gloom, antiquity, and exoticism. As he made his entrance, Peter's spider sense immediately tingled, and every hair on his body stood on end uncontrollably. Hawk locked eyes with Malekith, who regarded him with calm, pale eyes, his voice imbued with a chilling aura. "Child, I believe you possess something of mine. Would you be so kind as to return it?" Hawk smiled slightly. "I fear that is not possible." Upon hearing this, Malekith chuckled softly. The moment he first laid eyes on Hawk, he had sensed that Hawk would not readily surrender his ethereal particles. After all, Hawk had already utilized them. However, the power originating from another universe may find it somewhat challenging to obstruct me with your currently manifested energy. Let us see. Malekith, being a figure contemporary with Odin, the father of the All-Father, possessed a wealth of experience, making it unsurprising that he, like Mephisto, could see through the source of Hawk's power. Hawk, unfazed, shrugged at Malekith and remarked lightly, "If I perish, the ethereal particles shall belong to you. If you fall, they shall be mine. Quite fair, don't you think?" Malekith nodded with a smile, then shifted his gaze sharply to Peter, who stood beside him. "And what of this spider?" Hawk responded with a grin. "In battle, there are always spectators. Should I fall, he will handle my remains, sparing you the trouble." Malekith laughed, and Hawk joined him in mirth. Their eyes clashed once more across the stone circle. In the next moment, a dark crimson energy erupted from Malekith, swiftly coalescing into a sharp spear. "Move!" Hawk shouted to Peter just as Malekith's expression shifted. As the spear surged toward him, Hawk's right fist met it head-on. Boom! The spear shattered like glass. Malekith's pale pupils glimmered with mockery. "You've fallen for it." No sooner had the words left his lips than the dark crimson substance, which had shattered like a mirror, reformed, circumventing Hawk's fist and crashing directly into his chest. Boom! Hawk responded instantly, hurtling backward and crashing through the wall erected by the London government to protect Stonehenge. Returning to the stone columns of Stonehenge, Peter, who chose not to partake in the battle, gazed at Hawk, now sent flying. In a graceful movement, Malekith stepped forward. Already outside the monument, and with another stride, he had traversed through the very wall that Hawk had just shattered with his body. Before him, the ground was engulfed in a cloud of dust, and as it settled, Hawk reappeared, his visage marred with dirt and grime. Malekith wore a gentlemanly smile, even expressing a look of admiration toward Hawk. "Shall we continue?" "Of course." Hawk spat onto the grass beside him, glancing at Malekith, who inquired whether he wished to proceed, and chuckled lightly. "I was merely warming up." "Is that so?" Malekith replied with a slight smile. "Are you warmed up now?" Hawk returned the smile. "Indeed." Just as the words left his lips, a phoenix, wreathed in crimson flames, materialized behind him. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix shifted, transforming into numerous components that cascaded over Hawk's form. The ornate armor pieces, adorned with feather-like patterns, descended amidst the swirling flames, striking Hawk's left shoulder with the force of a meteor, accompanied by a resounding metallic clash as they seamlessly embedded themselves, harmoniously merging with the incoming sacred armor pieces. Following this, countless gleaming components, bracers, greaves, and shin guards, shot forth from the flames as if imbued with life. They accurately and continuously affixed themselves, enveloping every part of Hawk's body. At the moment the final piece, a radiant helm ignited with the fire of the phoenix, clicked perfectly into place over Hawk's impassive and stern countenance. His declaration reached its conclusion. Lightning. Sonic punch. As his right fist swung forth, accompanied by the cry of the phoenix. A multitude of fist shadows surged toward Malekith in an instant. With a resounding thud, Malekith's right cheek absorbed the blow, his head snapping to the side as visible ripples cascaded across him. He too was propelled backward, crashing with a thunderous roar into the wall erected by the London government for Stonehenge. As he landed, Malekith created a crater in the ground, mud and debris flying. Peter, perched upon the stones of the monument, gaped at Hawk, now resplendent in golden armor and golden wings. His astonishment deepened further as he witnessed Hawk extend his arms, detach the magnificent wings from his back, and cast them aside. After Hawk discarded the impractical wings that were mere embellishments, he stretched his neck amidst the sudden downpour. His inner cosmos blazed intensely at the brink of eruption. In the next moment, a fleeting afterimage of Hawk lingered in his wake as he ascended into the air above Malekith, just as the latter crashed down, creating a crater. With a resounding thud, Hawk unleashed a flaming punch imbued with crimson fire towards Malekith below. The earth trembled under the thunderous explosions and rising clouds of dust. The London Seismic Monitoring Center emitted alarming signals. Peter's eyes lit up. Was that it? Eerie laughter echoed from the smoke as Malekith's voice resonated. "Little one, I must admit, I misjudged you." As a villain contemporaneous with the God King Ball, Malekith's calling Hawk Little One was entirely appropriate. The smoke dissipated rapidly under the unexpected rain, revealing Malekith once more. His attire bore slight stains, and a translucent barrier of dark red ether particles shimmered around him. His pale eyes fixated on Hawk, clad in sacred armor. "Your energy is indeed formidable. Alas, it does not belong to this universe. Thus, you require ether particles to manifest your energy. Yet, in doing so, you relinquish the ability to utilize ether particles for other intriguing endeavors. Moreover, I sense that you struggle to fully control this manifested energy. It reminds me of another little fellow, Thor, the god of thunder, they say. No, the god of the hammer. Thus, I offer you one final opportunity." Malekith, sensing the approach of another little fellow and the convergence at the critical juncture of the 9 realms, lost his patience and regarded Hawk. "Surrender the ether particles, and I shall spare your life." "I refuse." Hawk's response was crisp and decisive. Upon hearing this, Malekith ceased speaking. The moment his smile vanished, he appeared before Hawk in the blink of an eye. Boom. Accompanied by an explosion of dark red energy intertwined with ether particles, a punch struck Hawk's visor, which cracked audibly. With just that single blow, Hawk's visor shattered. In the next instant, boom. Malekith, enveloped in ether particles, sent Hawk crashing into Stonehenge, where the energy of the 9 realms converged suddenly. In an instant, both Hawk and Malekith vanished within the ancient stones. Peter, perched atop one of the Stonehenge pillars, stared in shock at the spot where Hawk had just disappeared. He instinctively leaped down from the massive stone pillar, standing in the place where Hawkeye had just vanished. Then, there was nothing further. The wailing of alarm bells echoed from a distance, rapidly approaching, while Hawkeye and Malekith seemed to have completely disappeared. Peter was bewildered. At that moment, he shouted, "Malekith, come out and face your doom." Boom. With the thunder rumbling amidst the torrential rain, Thor descended from the heavens, clad in his battle armor and wielding the mighty Mjolnir. Thor, with a stoic expression, regarded Peter, momentarily taken aback. "Malekith?" he inquired. "No." Peter instinctively shook his head at the sudden appearance of Thor and pointed to the very spot where Hawkeye and Malekith had just vanished, saying, "They were just here. And suddenly my friends have disappeared." Thor's voice resonated like the deep bass of a superhero envied by demigods. Listening to Peter's words, he nodded and explained, "That is a spatial ripple caused by the convergence of the 9 realms." Peter furrowed his brow. "When will they return?" "I do not know." "What?" "The convergence of the 9 realms occurs once every several millennia. The last time it happened, I had not yet been born. What do we do now?" "I do not know." Thor's response was blunt. He had come here to protect Hawkeye upon hearing his girlfriend Jane mention that the Earthling possessed ether particles, hoping to prevent Malekith from seizing them. As long as Malekith could not obtain the ether particles from Hawkeye, and they could endure the 8 minutes until the spectacular convergence of the 9 realms. Even if Malekith acquired the Reality Stone, he would pose no threat to the realms. In truth, he had intended to arrive on Earth the previous night. However, he had to attend the funeral of his mother, the Queen of Asgard, who had passed away, causing him to arrive late. And indeed, he had arrived too late. The convergence of the 9 realms was on the verge of commencing, during which Heimdall's all-seeing eyes, capable of perceiving any location across the realms, had temporarily lost their power. Thus, after uttering those words, Thor found himself at a loss for what to say next. Their gazes met, and an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Meanwhile, on the planet of Jotunheim, one of the 9 realms, a different scene unfolded. This was the realm inhabited by the frost giants, characterized by a harsh and desolate environment, adorned with snow-covered mountains, glaciers, and forests. Boom. Hawkeye and Malekith, brought here by the spatial ripples of the convergence, were engaged in a fierce battle. Icebergs continually shattered, and the icy surface cracked incessantly. The 2 combatants fought relentlessly, transitioning from the icebergs to the frozen terrain and then into the snowy forests. To call it a fierce battle would be somewhat inaccurate, for Hawk was almost entirely overpowered by Malekith, and had it not been for the relentless burning of his small universe, he would have undoubtedly been defeated. Although he has not been vanquished yet, his current condition is far from pleasant. The phoenix armor adorning Hawk is now riddled with countless cracks, and his visor was shattered by Malekith not long ago. To reiterate, while Hawk's armor gleams resplendently like gold, it is merely a fade. Moreover, the ethereal particles he possessed have already been expended to manifest his small universe. However, Malekith also wields ethereal particles. Initially, Hawk could hold his own against Malekith due to the inherent advantage of his vibranium armor, which absorbed all kinetic energy, allowing for an even contest. Yet, once Malekith recognized that Hawk's armor was crafted from vibranium, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Vibranium may be the mightiest metal on Earth, but it does not reign supreme in the cosmos. After all, Thanos, wielding a blade forged from URU, was able to cleave through Captain America's vibranium shield with just 3 strikes. Furthermore, Malekith had lived for millennia and possessed ethereal particles at his disposal. Once Malekith adapted to the situation, his onslaught intensified. Nevertheless, Hawk showed no signs of retreat. Even while being overwhelmed, he remained defiant, daring Malekith to strike him down. Malekith, equally ruthless and taciturn, once again seized Hawk and plunged towards the frozen expanse below. However, at the moment of their impending collision with the ice, a ripple from the convergence of the 9 realms erupted, and in a flash, both Hawk and Malekith vanished without a trace. Observing from a distance, the frost giants looked at each other in bewilderment, having witnessed the sudden appearance of the 2 who had disrupted their homeland, only to vanish just as abruptly. In the next instant, Odin, Asgard. Do not question why they blamed Asgard and Odin. The answer lies in Odin having stolen the frost giants' treasured artifact, the icebox. Meanwhile, on Earth, at Stonehenge, Peter, who had intended to depart, remained in place due to the arrival of Thor, lingering alongside the thunder god who had not yet left. Thor, holding his hammer, sensed the awkward atmosphere and glanced at the London police officer who had hesitated to approach after being startled by Thor's presence. Clearing his throat, he turned to Peter and said, "Jane told me that Hawk saved her, so Hawk is my friend too." Upon hearing this, Peter regarded Thor, nodded in acknowledgement, and then fell silent. Spider-Man may be a chatterbox, but he was not in that moment. He had initially descended to thwart Malekith, only to discover upon arrival that both Malekith and the enigmatic Hawk, who had rescued his girlfriend, were absent. Remaining alone would have been tolerable. However, The presence of an unfamiliar individual nearby, who seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, left Thor feeling somewhat restless. Nevertheless, this location served as a nexus of the 9 realms. Although he was uncertain of Malekith and Hawk's whereabouts, there was a significant chance they could re-emerge from this very spot. Contemplating this, Thor glanced at the reticent Peter and suddenly grinned, asking, "By the way, do you know Tony Stark? I fought alongside him in New York." "Tony Stark, you say?" Peter's gaze lifted to meet Thor's. "He is a billionaire." Thor furrowed his brow, responding, "I am but a pauper. I know him, yet he does not know me." "Ah." Thor inhaled sharply upon hearing Peter's calm reply, a spark of realization igniting within him. "Hulk, surely you know him? The green giant who was slain by Hawk twice?" Peter remarked. An odd expression concealed beneath his Spider-Man mask. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Excellent." Thor's face brightened, just as he prepared to share his own friendship with Hulk. 3 black Chevrolet vehicles approached from the direction of the London officers. Natasha and Hawkeye emerged from the cars, glancing at Thor and the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man by Stonehenge. They exchanged looks before striding over. "Thor," Natasha called out. Turning to see the familiar faces, Thor's spirits lifted as he greeted them. He then continued speaking to the taciturn Peter. "By the way, not only am I a friend of Hulk, but they are also my friends. Once your companion Hawk returns, we can gather together." "Hulk's friend? Gathering with Hawk?" Peter's expression was one of utter confusion. However, with his mask on, his bewilderment was hidden. Even if he made a face, no one would see it. Hearing Thor's words, Natasha's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort. Leaning closer to Thor, who was finally warming up to the conversation, she whispered, Thor, Hulk is dead." Thor's expression froze in disbelief. He turned to Natasha, exclaiming, "What? Dead? How did that happen?" Casting a glance at Peter, who remained silent and outwardly appeared as New York's friendly Spider-Man but was, in truth, Hawk's close ally, Natasha explained. "Hulk inadvertently caused the death of Hawk's sister during their battle with Abomination. At the end of the year you departed, Hawk found Hulk and killed him." Thor gasped, instinctively looking towards Peter. Peter met Thor's gaze, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. "Is it true? Bruce is dead?" Meanwhile, Hawkeye, pondering the situation, began to elucidate the recent timeline to Thor. Initially, Bruce was alive, but later, Betty Ross sought vengeance for her father, attempted to abduct Hawkeye's girlfriend, and as a result, was exposed and ultimately slain by Hawkeye. Subsequently, Dr. Bruce Banner, driven by the desire to avenge his wife, ventured to Africa to confront Hawkeye, only to meet his demise as well. At this point, Hawkeye paused, observing Thor's bewildered expression, and added, "Both Hulk and Bruce are dead." He had just returned from Africa with Natasha, thus he was well aware of the monumental clash between Hawkeye and the Hell Hulk on the African savannah. While recuperating in London, they received news from SHIELD about Thor's appearance at Stonehenge, prompting their hurried arrival. As Thor absorbed Hawkeye's revelations, confusion clouded his eyes. It felt as though he had been away for merely a year, yet the information imparted by Hawkeye suggested he had been gone for an eternity. "Hulk is dead? Was it truly so sudden?" Thor shook his head and turned to Natasha. "So, who is this Hawkeye? What is his lineage? Is he some sort of demigod?" Having encountered Hulk before, he was acutely aware of Hulk's formidable strength. In essence, there exists no earthly being capable of vanquishing Hulk, save for a demigod. After all, he had spoken with his father about how, long ago, cosmic deities often descended to Earth to engage in enchanting encounters with mortal women. Was he not a product of such a union as well? Natasha opened her mouth, poised to inform Thor that Hawkeye was merely an ordinary man, albeit one whose source of power remained shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, a surge of tumultuous energy erupted from Stonehenge. In the next instant, a deafening crash resounded. Hawkeye, enveloped in the essence of Muspelheim, the realm of fire giants, materialized from the Stonehenge, hurtling towards the ground like a meteor and leaving a fiery trail spanning approximately 1 kilometer across the grass. At the trail's end stood Hawkeye, his sacred armor dimmed, cracked, and shattered. As for Malekith, he was not without his own afflictions. Previously disfigured on his left side, he now bore scars upon his right as well. Yet, in comparison to the battered Hawkeye, he clearly held the upper hand. "Little one, surrender the ether particles," Malekith declared, his gentlemanly demeanor entirely forsaken. The energy fluctuations from the convergence of the 9 realms intensified. If he failed to utilize the ether particles to plunge the 9 realms into darkness before their convergence, he would be forced to wait another millennium. Struggling to rise from the ground, blood trickling from his forehead, Hawkeye gazed at the advancing Malekith, his response unwavering. "Unless you kill me. Very well, I shall grant your wish." Malekith gritted his teeth, a grotesque smile flickering across his disfigured cheek. He opened his right hand, and ethereal particles pulsed like a dark crimson heart between his fingers. The god of thunder, recovering from his astonishment, cried out in fury, Malekith, clenching his mighty hammer. He leaped forward, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Malekith, who had appeared before Hawk, intent on performing a cranial surgery of sorts. Hawk, however, directed his right fist not at Malekith, but at the airborne thunder god. A thunderous boom echoed. Malekith was taken aback, as was Peter. Natasha and Hawkeye shared in their astonishment, and the god of thunder, having landed, found several imprints of fists upon his armor. He bellowed at Hawk, "What are you doing?" With a stoic expression, Hawk gazed at Malekith and replied, "He is mine. Do you want him? Join the queue." He had fought hard to reach this moment. How could he allow anyone to steal his kill? As he spoke, he cast a glance at the thunder god. Then, with a resounding thud, he stomped the ground, creating a deep crater and launched another assault on Malekith. "Come, let us battle." "Huh, you seek your own demise," Malekith sneered. His disfigured visage twisted in delight as he regarded Hawk, akin to observing a lifeless soul. He tightened his right fist, ethereal particles enveloping it, and at the moment of contact with Hawk, transformed the surrounding air into an unyielding barrier. In that fleeting instant of Hawk's sluggish response, Malekith's fist, laden with ethereal particles, struck Hawk's sacred armor. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering armor pierced the air. Hawk's complexion flushed as he violently coughed up blood. Boom! He was sent hurtling backward, his upper body's armor completely collapsing and disintegrating, falling away like a lifeless firefly. Malekith had manipulated the sturdiness of Hawk's armor using ethereal particles, altering its state from indestructible to as fragile as glass. Had it been a true golden armor, such a fate would have been impossible. After all, genuine golden armor possesses the power to endure the searing rays of the sun for centuries, if not millennia. This is the very reason why golden armor is golden. It embodies the sun's radiance. If Malekith sought to modify authentic golden armor, he would find it utterly beyond his capabilities. Yet, the armor Hawk currently donned, while appearing resplendently golden, lacked true fortitude. Hence, the armor shattered. Bang! Once again, Hawk was propelled backward but did not succumb to the ground. Instead, he landed on his feet, maintaining an upright posture. Yet, the anguished cries of his shattered armor and the excruciating pain tearing through his body resonated vividly in his mind. The upper half of his form, marred by a multitude of wounds, was seeping forth a blood that shimmered like golden starlight. Thump, thump. Hawk could even sense the gradual deceleration of his heartbeat, palpable and slow. This evoked memories of nearly being plunged into oblivion by Hulk at the bottom of Lake Calver. Yet that time was merely a near miss. This time, he truly teetered on the brink of rebirth. Within the microcosm of his being, the ethereal image of the phoenix had emerged, its wings unfurled and ablaze with fierce flames. The cycle of rebirth was underway. But what of the promised enlightenment of the sixth sense amidst life and death? As he hovered on the threshold of existence, Hawk felt no fear of demise. Perhaps it was the certainty of his survival that rendered this moment a mere passage rather than an end. His thoughts raced in their final moments, and with bloodied eyes, he strained to gaze at Malekith, exhaling a heavy sigh. Peter, observing from a distance, felt a jolt in his heart. In the next instant, Hawk, under the scrutiny of Malekith and the others, shut his eyes. And then, at that very moment, an anomaly occurred. The phoenix soared, resonating with a harmonious clang. As Hawk closed his eyes, accompanied by a resounding cry of the phoenix, a magnificent apparition, pure and composed of light and flame, materialized behind him. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix's ethereal form erupted in dazzling flames, enveloping the now closed figure of Hawk. The brilliance of the flames formed a pair of fiery wings at Hawk's sides, and the phoenix's essence, akin to a gentle mother, tenderly folded its wings around him, as if to protect the slumbering Hawk from disturbance. Malekith, whose countenance was utterly disfigured, was left in a state of shock upon witnessing this spectacle, his eyes wide with disbelief. Thor, too, bore an expression of astonishment. Natasha approached Thor's side, her own face mirroring the bewilderment as they beheld Hawk, seemingly intertwined with the phoenix, his eyes closed, as if all vestiges of life had vanished. This is Thor's thoughts world. Rebirth? Rebirth? He is not a demigod. Only now did Thor comprehend the enormity of the moment. What demigod? Nonsense. This is truly divine. Whether it is the dialogue between Thor and Natasha, or the astonished expression on Malekith's face, everything unfolds in an instant. It is akin to Hawk. In one moment, he recalls having closed his eyes, yet in the next, upon opening them, he realizes he has not been resurrected. Instead, he finds himself in a tavern. Hawk listens to the gently sung Texas songs echoing within the establishment. Gazing at the walls adorned with an abundance of Texan-themed decorations, feeling somewhat bewildered. Good heavens, where have I been brought? Hawk muses inwardly. At that moment, the sound of clinking glasses emerges from a nearby table. Following the direction of the sound, Hawk's gaze falls upon a stranger seated on the previously empty sofa at the table. Clad in an impeccably tailored dark suit, with slightly disheveled black hair, his elongated, dark golden eyes shine with a playful smile as he raises his glass in greeting. It appears he is inviting Hawk to share a drink. With a furrowed brow, Hawk strides over and takes a seat opposite the enigmatic man. The stranger, still smiling, offers him a glass filled with bourbon from the Thunder Distillery in Kentucky. Give it a try, he encourages. Hawk glances at the glass before him, then raises his eyes to meet the stranger's cheerful countenance. In the next moment, he lifts the glass and consumes its contents in one swift motion. As he places the empty glass back on the table, he looks at the man across from him and says, "Hello, Mephisto." The man, or rather, the entity masquerading as a disillusioned youth from the 80s or 90s, bursts into hearty laughter. Yet the smile is fleeting. It vanishes as abruptly as it appeared. Amidst his laughter, Mephisto abruptly ceases, turning his gaze towards Hawk and revealing his true form. The well-tailored suit appears to writhe as if alive, splitting open to disclose not flesh and blood, but a seething, viscous amalgamation reminiscent of asphalt and lava. The gentlemanly human visage is entirely replaced by a grotesque, demonic countenance. His skin, a charred crimson, is as coarse as gravel. The bridge of his nose has vanished, leaving only 2 holes exuding sparks. At this moment, the dark golden pupils transform into pure hellfire. In the next instant, the unveiled Mephisto grins wickedly at Hawk, his voice resonating like echoes from the abyss. "Welcome to hell. I am Mephisto, the sovereign of this infernal dimension." Hawk remains expressionless, silently observing the entity before him. Mephisto observed his performance, noting the lack of cooperation, and chuckled darkly. "It seems you are not frightened in the slightest. Rather than achieving rebirth, you have descended into hell." Hawk paid no heed to this remark, but instead turned his gaze toward Mephisto and inquired, "May I see my sister?" Although he was uncertain how he had arrived in hell, one thing was clear: he had entered the process of rebirth. Therefore, as fate would have it, he wished to meet his sister, Anya, if at all possible. Upon hearing Hawk's request, the malevolent expression on Mephisto's face vanished. In the next moment, he transformed back into the guise of a charming Texan, laughing heartily. He extended his left hand, and a bourbon bottle seemingly found its way into his grasp. After refilling their glasses, he pushed one toward Hawk and lifted his own, gazing at him with a glint of mischief. Hawk raised his glass, clinking it against Mephisto's before downing the contents in a single gulp. "I wish to see my sister." "Apologies." Mephisto flatly rejected Hawk's plea, offering an explanation. "Your sister resides in hell, but you do not." Hawk furrowed his brow. "Then where am I?" "At the precipice between life and death." As he spoke, Mephisto poured more bourbon into Hawk's glass and raised his own. "Now I understand why you dared to threaten that if I failed to care for your sister, you would turn my head into a drinking vessel." Hawk raised an eyebrow, lifting his glass to clink with Mephisto's once more. "My exact words were not drinking vessel, but rather." At this moment, Mephisto downed his drink in one swift motion, turning his empty glass upside down, his gaze fixed on Hawk. The implication clear. Hawk chuckled softly, refraining from further comment, and drained his glass once again. He remained resolute in his desire to see his sister. Hawk sensed that he was on the verge of departing this place and returning to Earth. "You are the Lord of Hell. My sister dwells in your domain. Surely you can resurrect her." "Of course, but that is not possible." "What?" Hawk's brow furrowed once more at Mephisto's words. "Are you not afraid I might actually breach your hell?" Mephisto laughed heartily, after pouring another round of drinks for both. He did not raise his glass as he had previously. Instead, he leaned back against the sofa, crossing his legs, a gentlemanly smile gracing his face as he addressed Hawk. "I must admit, you indeed possess the potential to invade my hell, but that is a prospect for the future, not the present, is it not?" Hawk did not refute this statement, for there was no arguing with the truth. He quietly listened as Mephisto finished speaking, and in turn, offered his own reply with equal tranquility. "Revive my sister, and I shall grant you any 3 requests. You need not accept, it matters not. When I possess the strength to stride into your realm, Mephisto, I implore you to look after my sister, and I shall spare your life." Currently, he lacks such power. Thus he can speak freely. However, once he attains that strength, there will be no further negotiations. It is well known that in negotiations, the initial terms presented by the Easterners are invariably the most favorable. Should you decline them, regretfully, Subsequent offers shall never surpass the generosity of the first. Hawk believed he had demonstrated absolute sincerity. 3 requests of any nature. Thus far, he had not extended such a generous favor to even the most helpful Anna of Hydra. Alas, Mephisto declined. Apologies. Very well. Hawk displayed no trace of disappointment. Upon hearing Mephisto's refusal, he calmly nodded after a brief glance. If you refuse to converse amiably, then let us fight. Hawk mused within. At that moment, Mephisto chuckled. I have no reason to engage with a future deity, especially as I anticipate obtaining dominion over the souls under your rule. The authority of death is not singular. It is universally acknowledged. Where there is death, there is life. His dominion encompasses not merely the realm of death, but the very essence of life and death. His hell serves as both the terminus of existence and the genesis of life. The broader his grasp of life and death, the mightier he becomes. Under the reign of a great divine king, a vibrant realm thrives, teeming with life. Though this is a vision of the future, Mephisto perceives this potential in Hawk. Thus he sees no reason to offend a future god over a mere mortal soul. As for the hell of the African savannah, Hawk had instigated that matter, casting Hawk into the fray as a gesture of reciprocity. That event is now in the past. Neither harbored it in their hearts. Hawk furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. He was about to suggest that if there were no intention of confrontation, then the moment to resurrect his sister had arrived. Suddenly, a stirring of the soul surged forth. Hawk lowered his gaze, observing the golden flames rising from his toes. It is time for you to depart. Mephisto, witnessing this, smiled and lifted the 4th glass of bourbon he had yet to drink, directing his gaze at Hawk. In response, Hawk raised his own glass. The clink of their glasses resonated crisply. At this juncture, the golden flames had enveloped Hawk entirely. He suppressed his inner speculations and, maintaining a serene expression, looked at Mephisto and calmly stated, "Take good care of my sister." Mephisto smiled faintly, observing Hawk as he began to dissolve into the golden flames. Raising his empty wine glass, "Farewell, Hawk." "Farewell, Mephisto." As Hawk vanished, he courteously nodded at Mephisto. In the next moment, the golden flames, akin to dancing starlight, whisked him away from this place. Suddenly, a voice erupted in the boundless darkness. "What the hell am I doing here?" 126. Silver. 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 In an eternal abyss of pitch black, Hawk, who had transformed into golden flames and vanished from the hellish tavern, opened his eyes once more. He gazed into the velvety darkness, where neither hand nor foot could be seen, and could not help but utter an expletive. He had thought his process of rebirth was complete, yet it seemed it was not. Wait, isn't rebirth supposed to occur in an instant? Hawk pondered, instinctively delving into his own microcosm. When he reopened his eyes, astonishment flickered in his gaze. His microcosm was absent. Hold on. No, that's not right. Hawk swiftly calmed himself from a moment of panic. His microcosm still existed. He could feel it. However, for some inexplicable reason, he could not currently communicate with it. It seemed as though his microcosm was shrouded within this eternal darkness, akin to a temporary severance from his 5 senses. His sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch had all vanished. A realization dawned upon Hawk, and he instinctively settled into a cross-legged position within the endless dark space, adopting a pose reminiscent of Shaka. In the next moment, he gently closed his eyes. In an instant, just as Hawk shut his eyes in this abyss, the darkness dissipated, revealing a realm of light. Stars cascaded like shooting meteors from afar, plummeting toward him. Countless thoughts surged into Hawk's mind at that moment, yet they vanished in the blink of an eye. Hawk now understood where he was. This was the threshold between life and death. Clearly, he had succeeded, and as he comprehended the nature of this place, a profound realization washed over him, akin to enlightenment. But most importantly, Hawk abruptly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he beheld the reappearance of the door to the 6th sense. Without hesitation or obstruction, he stepped forward. Instantly, he found himself standing in the realm of the 6th sense. As the astonished expression lingered on Malekith's disfigured face, the moment Natasha and Thor's conversation reached its conclusion, the phoenix, which once gently cradled Hawk like a mother, suddenly unfurled its magnificent wings once more. In the next instant, crimson flames surged forth like a fiery tornado, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling glow. Amidst this inferno, Hawk, who had been standing with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. Within his gaze, the crimson flames swirled and ultimately coalesced into pupils tinged with a hint of gold, reflecting the surrounding blaze. In the next moment, Hawk, engulfed in flames, extended his right hand toward Malekith, who stood approximately 50 meters away, with a single finger pointed. An overwhelming white light gathered at his fingertip. Just as Malekith's body was propelled backward in a sudden arc, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom! The sonic punch, wielded at several times the speed of sound, generated an immense shockwave capable of annihilating even a typical bronze saint with just a single finger. This technique was merely a standard skill of the Silver Saints. As long as a Silver Saint was willing and their cosmos remained intact, they could continue to employ this move indefinitely. Yet, no Silver Saint had ever done so. The disparity between bronze saints and ordinary humans was akin to that between a billionaire and the impoverished residents of a slum. Whereas the divide between Silver Saints and Bronze Saints resembled that between the extraordinary and a stray dog on the street. Hawk, bare-chested and reborn from the flames, stepped forward. Within his cosmos, the Phoenix's ethereal silhouette unfurled its colossal wings across the galaxy, with countless stars swirling within. The Phoenix's image lifted its head triumphantly, as if celebrating a momentous occasion. His cosmos expanded with an unparalleled force into the surrounding void. Boom! Malekith, sent reeling backward, crashed heavily into the muddy earth, creating a deep crater, but like a spring-loaded mechanism, he swiftly emerged from the pit. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you be a god? Malekith stared incredulously at Hawk, who had returned from the ashes, his bare torso radiating the vibrant crimson flames that accentuated his powerful physique, and let out a roar filled with disbelief. Hawk, his expression impassive, replied, "I am not a god." Indeed, he was not a god. At least, he could never attain divinity until he comprehended the ninth sense. However, once he achieved godhood, he would become the creator god, the supreme deity of his Phoenix cosmos, without exception. As for why Malekith referred to him as a god, the explanation was quite simple. Who bestowed upon him the divine authority over immortality and rebirth. It is precisely for this reason that Malekith refers to him as a deity. After all, only a god possesses the right to wield divine power. Hail to the Phoenix. As Malekith listened to Hawk's seemingly mundane explanation, he was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a surge of anger that twisted his features into a more menacing grimace. He spread his arms wide, and the ethereal particles within him coalesced like a flowing stream into his hands. With a furious roar, he directed them toward Hawk, demanding, regardless of your divine status, surrender the ethereal particles. The dark crimson ethereal particles instantaneously formed a colossal mound in the air, looming above Hawk's head. In the next moment, it descended like a mountain pressing down. Hawk gazed upward, neither flinching nor retreating, his eyes calm as he regarded Malekith, and then he extended his right hand. Boom! Hawk's form did not even sink or sway. The massive mound landed firmly within his palm, as if he effortlessly cradled this gigantic hill. From a distance, it appeared as if Hawk single-handedly supported the immense structure. Gasp! Peter, who had been perched on a stone pillar within the stone circle, watched in disbelief as this extraordinary scene unfolded, involuntarily drawing in a sharp breath. His pupils constricted. Natasha felt a tightening in her chest. Nearby, Thor observed the spectacle with a shrug and remarked to Natasha, "This is nothing. I can lift a planet." His hammer, forged from a star, theoretically grants him the power to elevate a celestial body. Natasha instinctively cast a glance at Thor, made a non-committal sound, and then returned her focus to Hawk, who was hoisting the enormous hill with one arm. While she had never witnessed Thor lift a planet, the sight of Hawk effortlessly raising a mound was a tangible reality unfolding before her eyes. If the sonic punch is the foundational skill of the Silver Saints, then the ability to move mountains and part seas serves as the benchmark for determining whether a warrior truly belongs to the ranks of the Silver Saints. Each Silver Saint, even the weakest among them, possesses strength that allows them to effortlessly lift a mountain and traverse the ocean's depths with ease. Hawk lifted his gaze, inspecting the vast hill materialized from ethereal particles resting upon his palm. In the next instant, he raised his left hand, placing a finger upon the base of the hill supported by his right hand. A crisp crack resonated as his finger made contact, and in that moment, the mound in his right hand began to disintegrate into countless fragments at a visible speed. Malekith's eyes widened in astonishment. Hawk, however, merely shook his head in a gesture of disinterest. He regarded Malekith calmly and affirmed, "You are correct. Before this moment, much like Thor, I was unable to harness the entirety of my powers, rendering me incapable of matching you in battle, a fact that cannot be denied." Natasha, observing from a distance, instinctively cast a glance towards Thor. Feeling her gaze, Thor raised his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, proclaiming, "This hammer is forged from a star. I can lift a star." Natasha furrowed her brow slightly, posing a profound question, "But are you not the god of thunder?" Thor opened his mouth to respond, yet Hulk's words continued to resonate. "But once I awaken and seize my full strength, it is evident that you are weak. so weak that I find little interest in engaging in combat." Hulk's tone was somewhat lackluster as he shook his head and slowly turned away, seemingly reluctant to continue the fight. Malekith, observing Hulk's retreat, felt his disfigured face contort with rage, his voice almost squeezed out in a hiss. "Damn you, are you implying that I am worthless?" As Malekith shouted in fury, his form came to a sudden halt, and in an instant, he appeared behind Hulk, his right hand wielding a dagger of reality, forged from ethereal particles. "Hurry, Hulk! Be cautious!" Peter and Natasha exclaimed in unison at the sight. In the next moment, smack! Hulk swiftly turned, delivering a powerful slap that sent Malekith flying 100 meters away. He then calmly faced the direction of his opponent, stating, "To express my gratitude for aiding in my awakening of the sixth sense and for the ethereal particles you provided, I shall bestow upon you my most formidable attack as a gift." With that declaration, a surge of crimson flames erupted from behind Hulk, but this time, it did not coalesce into the specter of a phoenix. Instead, as the flames made contact with his back, they sculpted the image of an enraged dragon. Not an azure dragon, but a fire dragon. As the fire dragon manifested, Hulk turned to face the onlookers, raising his right hand to the heavens, preparing to unleash his most potent strike yet, unadorned by divine armor. The ethereal dragon emitted a resounding roar, and under Hulk's will, it began to dance along his back. With each movement of the dragon, Hulk's aura intensified, resonating with an increasingly powerful roar. In the next moment, Hulk lifted his gaze skyward. "Ascend to the clouds, celestial dragon." With a resounding roar echoing across the vast Salisbury plain, a magnificent and imposing fire dragon, enveloped in crimson flames, surged forth from Hulk's broad back. The ground trembled with a mighty rumble. Amidst the thick layers of clouds, accompanied by a resounding roar, the moment the fire dragon plunged into the heavens, the clouds were instantaneously dyed a fiery crimson. Fiery clouds. Within the microcosm, the heart of the phoenix manifested, and under its impetus, countless formations rapidly coalesced into the once-held constellation of Draco, which Hawk had relinquished in an all-or-nothing gamble with the heart of the phoenix. At this moment, Hawk could no longer possess the essence of Draco, namely, the fierceness of the dragon and the guardianship of the dragon. It was not a matter of desire, but rather of impossibility. Although he stood alone as a saint with a cultivated microcosm, theoretically capable of wielding all constellation essences, the microcosm was singular. He had made his choice, the phoenix, and the phoenix had chosen him, even before he awakened his ninth sense or fully mastered his sixth sense, bestowing upon him the core powers of the phoenix, immortality and rebirth. Thus, it is said that embellishing the brocade is not as valuable as providing warmth in the cold. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. In return, he transformed his microcosm into that of the phoenix, and when it materializes in the future, the Phoenix Galaxy will transcend mere stars, becoming a parallel universe akin to Asgard. The Phoenix shall be the singular entity of this parallel realm, much like the World Tree of Asgard. However, this does not imply that Hawk is incapable of utilizing other constellations. In a parallel universe, the existence of other constellations is entirely natural. Yet, any constellation manifesting within his Phoenix universe henceforth, regardless of its nature, even the 12 zodiac signs, will be subordinate to the Phoenix. Do not inquire further. The question remains, who prompted the Phoenix to gamble so early? In summary, while Hawk currently cannot gain the recognition of other constellations, he can still harness the powers of the Phoenix to activate the skills of others. For instance, at this very moment, the dragon shadow of Draco should be cerulean. Yet Hawk employs the Phoenix's strength to invoke the abilities of Draco. Consequently, as the crimson dragon ascended into the clouds, an invisible and formidable aura erupted explosively from Hawk's core. Tiny fragments of stone around him levitated, defying gravity, while the air emitted a strained groan under the pressure. The air, similarly scorched by the crimson flames, compressed and tore, converging towards Hawk. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he assumed a classic stance, his left arm extended forward in a feigned grip, his right fist tightly drawn to his waist, as the air, also ignited to a scarlet hue, began to coalesce behind him, slowly forming a humanoid silhouette that towered over Hawk. Lushan. Hawk's voice resonated deeply as his right fist, poised at his side like a taut bowstring, ignited with an intense speed. The energy from his microcosm surged forth, flooding into his ready fist. In the fiery clouds, the crimson dragon emerged, its colossal head seemingly poised, awaiting a command. Ascend, dragon's might. Hawk's energy peaked, consolidating his strength, will, and even life into this singular punch. In the following moment, he swung his fist. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson dragon descended from the clouds, coiling around the double phantom behind Hawk. As the phantom followed Hawk's right fist, this dragon, entirely formed from Hawk's cosmic energy, burst forth with a thunderous roar that resonated across the plains. The fire dragon, vivid and lifelike, with scales and claws soaring, surged forward with an earth-shattering presence, roaring as it charged unimpeded towards Malekis, 100 meters away. The earth fractured. As the fire dragon surged, the ground it traversed split apart violently, creating a profound chasm. The fire dragon roared fiercely. Malekis, just recovering from being slapped by Hawk, looked up to see the rapidly approaching fire dragon, his pupils constricting to their limits. No. The energy-formed fire dragon encountered no resistance, swiftly engulfing Malekis, who was then propelled forward with unmatched force, as if the dragon's maw had clamped down on him, relentlessly charging ahead. The destination was Stonehenge. At this moment, Peter, perched atop one of the stone pillars, contemplating the view from his height, felt every hair on his body stand on end. He quickly shot out a web, disregarding whether it would catch anything, and grasped the suspended strands, hastily swinging himself away to safety. Just as Peter made his urgent escape from Stonehenge, the fire dragon arrived. There was no violent explosion, nor blinding flames illuminating the sky, only the dragon's roar. Beneath this roar, the ancient stones of Stonehenge began to visibly dissolve under the crimson flames. Simultaneously, Malekis, devoured by the fire dragon, vanished silently as the stones disintegrated. Thud! As the fire dragon disappeared, Hawk, reborn from the ashes, felt the overwhelming energy dissipate completely. Instantly, an immense sense of emptiness, capable of engulfing him, washed over him. Just a moment ago, Hawk stood like a towering pillar, but now his body softened, and with a sudden bend of his knees, he collapsed to the ground. Soul, the healing of the 9 realms is about to commence, the doctor said. As long as we can hold Malekis. Wait, where's Malekis? At this moment, having just arrived at the scene, Jane Foster rushed towards her boyfriend, Thor, exclaiming that if she could hold the dark elves at bay for just 8 minutes, their sinister plot could be thwarted. Suddenly, she halted, taken aback by the vast chasm before her, and then gazing at the unseen Malekith, instinctively slowed her pace. In the next instant, she witnessed Hawkeye, his body weakening, bending his knees and kneeling upon the grassy plain. It was him, Hawkeye. Peter, who had just landed in the safety zone beside them, gasped at the sight and immediately dashed towards Hawkeye. Thor, noticing this, quickly grabbed him. Wait, you cannot go. What? Look. Thor's gaze fell upon the spot where the fire dragon had just dissipated. Before his eyes, the ethereal particles re-emerged, writhing in the air with a life of their own, rushing towards the edge of the chasm where Hawkeye knelt, in a grotesquely twisted manner. Though described as surging, it occurred in an instant. Just as Hawkeye was about to collapse under the overwhelming energy surge, the remaining ethereal particles surged into his body, merging entirely into his microcosm. At that moment, all the ethereal particles were unified. The reality stone was complete. Boom. Within the microcosm, the heart of the phoenix sensed the gathered ethereal particles, and with a resounding cry, the microcosm erupted once more into chaos. The flames of the phoenix spread throughout the void of chaos. As the fully amassed ethereal particles twisted grotesquely within the raging inferno, being seared and scorched. As the phoenix flames burned, the ethereal particles, which appeared liquid and were writhing frantically, seemed to wish to escape this torment but gradually succumbed to lethargy. The ethereal particles began their transformation from liquid to solid amidst the rising flames of the phoenix. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet also to pass in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, the flames of the phoenix faded, and the fluid ethereal particles vanished, replaced by 2 dark red gems, within which flowed a liquid essence. These 2 dark red gems stood out prominently in the chaotic void. However, their allure was soon eclipsed by the emergence of a phoenix apparition gradually taking form in the chaos. In an instant, it seemed as though the phoenix had come to life. As the apparition of the phoenix materialized, its gaze fortuitously landed upon the 2 dark red gems. The phoenix opened its eyes. Clang. The phoenix took flight, resonating with a harmonious clang. Beneath the shimmering embellishments of the reality gem, which had been cleaved in twain to resemble the eyes of a phoenix, it seemed as though the phoenix itself had been resurrected, once again unfurling its colossal wings that spanned the chaos. A thunderous roar erupted. Crimson flames surged upon the phoenix's wings, and with each powerful flap, they danced fervently into the surrounding chaos. Wherever the flames traversed, chaos dissipated, and the starry river materialized. In the blink of an eye, Hawk's microcosm re-emerged. A resounding boom. The weary Hawk, who had wished to close his eyes for a moment's respite, opened them anew. Within his gaze, crimson flames surged once more. However, unlike before, this time the golden radiance no longer remained confined to the periphery of Hawk's pupils, but began to spread toward the center. Before long, Hawk's formerly azure eyes transformed into a mesmerizing blend of deep blue and resplendent gold. The evolution of the microcosm continued, nearing its culmination. Soon, under the mastery of the sixth sense and the dual influence of the reality gem, a more ancient and radiant silver phoenix microcosm emerged. Another resounding boom. The spectral form of the phoenix reappeared, as if its microcosm had been intricately woven into the eternal essence of the phoenix. In the next moment, accompanied by a melodious cry that resonated with satisfaction and joy, the spectral phoenix gradually faded. At this moment, the true and complete Silver Saint had emerged, a title rightfully earned. The emergence of the Phoenix constellation's golden armor began with the microcosm as its core, drawing upon the mastery of the sixth sense as its source. Despite the inability to manifest his microcosm prior to grasping the seventh sense to become a golden saint, the power coursing through him was undeniable. A force, immense and overwhelming, far surpassing anything he had previously experienced, perpetually infused his being. Within his microcosm, the fiery red gem, now resembling the eyes of a phoenix, shone like a dark red sun, illuminating every corner of his essence. Hawk slowly rose from the ground, lowering his gaze as he extended his right hand, then casually clenched it into a fist. Boom! The air and space within his palm were instantaneously compressed at the moment of his fist's formation, resulting in a resounding explosion. In the next second, Hawk lifted his gaze. The onlookers, safely distanced, also sensed the change in the sky and instinctively looked up. What unfolded before their eyes was the spectacle of the 9 realms converging, triggered by the tremors of the world tree once every 1,000 years. The resplendent spires of Asgard's palace emerged above the Salisbury plain, followed closely by the eternal ice cliffs of Jotunheim. Immediately following this, the eternal flames of Muspelheim, the rune-laden city of Vanaheim, and the resplendent forests of Alfheim coalesce in a remarkable spectacle connecting the 9 realms. At that moment, countless souls upon earth gazed upward at the mirage-like apparition of the 9 realms. Hawk too was observing, his gaze traversing through Asgard, sweeping past Vanaheim, and gliding over the ever-burning flames of Muspelheim, ultimately resting upon a desolate plain, suffused with stillness, coldness, ashes, and eternal twilight. At that instant, on the fringes of the barren expanse, a disheveled green figure emerged, hair unkempt yet retaining an indomitable spirit in her eyes, her tattered clothing exuding a primal aura. Hawk's gaze crossed several realms, settling on the woman who was slowly lifting her head. In that moment, their eyes met, each locking onto the other with intensity. The very next second, a golden beam of light erupted from the golden palace of Asgard, causing the jagged black stones and the gnarled, skeletal trees of that lifeless realm to vanish in an instant. Was this Hela, the goddess of death, the deity associated with the cosmic Yggdrasil? Hawk regained his focus, contemplating the realm that appeared to have been obscured by the Allfather himself. His brow furrowed as the image of the green figure resurfaced in his mind. Undoubtedly, that was indeed the goddess of death, Hela, and that realm, Helheim, the ultimate resting place for all souls in the Yggdrasil universe after death. As for the desolation and silence of Helheim, it was quite normal. Odin, after conquering the 9 realms, not only chose to lay down his arms, but also sealed his eldest daughter Hela within Helheim. As if that were not enough, Odin subsequently reinforced the seal on Helheim out of concern for safety. Hawk pondered, recalling everything related to Hela and Odin. Soon, the convergence of the 9 realms dissipated. Earth remained Earth, and Asgard still stood as Asgard. It appeared that nothing had transpired. All was tranquil on the surface. Hawk withdrew his thoughts, turning his gaze towards Peter, who had appeared before him in a flash of red and blue light. He offered a slight smile and greeted him warmly. "Long time no see, Peter." Yeah." Peter instinctively replied, then paused, realizing the absurdity of the statement as he looked at Hawk's smiling face. "Long time no see. It's only been less than half an hour, and I've been right here. To you, perhaps, but for me, that half hour felt interminable." He appeared to be seated in a dark space where his senses were sealed, meditating for a while before attaining an awareness of the sixth sense. Yet, only Hawk himself knew the true duration of his stay in that realm. He lingered there for an extended period, a long, protracted stretch of time. After conversing with Peter, Hawk lifted his gaze to behold the scenic beauty surrounding the Salisbury plain, the tender grass growing beneath, the distant greenery of trees, and the gentle breeze wafting the natural fragrance of flora. All these elements enveloped Hawk in a surreal sense of disconnection from time. Indeed, he had been there for a considerable time, but now he had returned. A stirring within his heart conjured the vivid image of a radiant figure that had surfaced in his mind during moments of near despair. I must return. Gwen. Hawk contemplated Gwen, who was still awaiting his return, inhaled deeply, and addressed Peter. Where are Gwen and Mary? Peter replied, at this hour. They are likely finishing their buffet breakfast at the hotel. After all, it has barely been half an hour. It is well known that for women, traveling entails a plethora of photo opportunities, and the hotel they selected boasted a unique feature, a different assortment of breakfast pastries each morning. Thus, it had only been half an hour. They had just finished breakfast and were preparing to venture out. No, they might still be indulging in their meal. Peter recalled a past instance when his girlfriend Mary had taken an entire hour to meticulously edit dinner photographs. Upon hearing this, Hawk nodded. Then let us depart. All right. Peter shrugged, for he had come to accompany Hawk. Since Hawk expressed a desire to leave, they would indeed depart. Just as the two were about to exit, Thor, accompanied by his girlfriend Jane and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents Natasha and Barton approached them. Hawk, Dr. Fox. Hawk, Natasha greeted. Hawk exchanged nods with Jane Foster and Natasha before his gaze settled on Jane. Dr. Fox, I owe you a favor this time. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out. A debt of gratitude must be repaid, and a grievance must be avenged. This was his fundamental principle. After all, without Dr. Jane Foster, he would not have obtained the ether particles. This was an undeniable truth, and he acknowledged this debt. Jane Foster did not decline the favor, responding to Hawk, congratulations. Although she herself was uncertain of what she was congratulating him for, with Malekith deceased and Hawk alive, congratulations seemed fitting. Hawk offered a faint smile. Thank you. He then shifted his attention to Natasha, whom he also recognized. Hawk chuckled. Did you not go to Africa? Natasha paused briefly, shrugged, and replied, just returned. I plan to rest before heading out again. Hawk nodded slightly, then cast a sidelong glance at the immense chasm that seemed to stretch across the Salisbury plain. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Natasha, stating, once again, I am on the defensive. Natasha nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of this fact. To put it succinctly, had Hawk and Malekith been engaged in battle within the city of London, it is likely that the entire metropolis would have been reduced to ruin. Do we need to take me back? Hawk inquired. No, Natasha replied. We are merely here to ensure that the events occurring here remain as concealed from the ordinary populace as possible. They are not yet prepared to confront such a sight. With that, Hawk nodded in understanding, ultimately directing his gaze towards the nearby god of thunder. He looked at Thor, who was gripping his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, and regarded Hawk with a tone of deep gratitude. You are formidable. Thank you for saving Jane. Once again, his voice resonated like a low bass, envied by those who, like cosmic wanderers, bore the stature of demigods. After bringing Jane back to Asgard and learning about the ether particles within her, Thor had come to realize the gravity of the situation. Had there been even a slight excess of ether particles within Jane, the side effects of siphoning life energy would have caused her irreversible harm, regardless of how timely her return had been. Thus, Thor's gratitude was sincere. Hawk perceived the earnestness in Thor's thanks and chuckled, responding, one day, we shall traverse the cosmos together. He was curious to ascertain whether his current prowess could rival that of Thor, who was renowned for his ability to lift a star. Hawk felt confident in his capabilities. Yet he understood that true knowledge comes only through experience. Thor, known for his valor in battle, detected a spark of challenge in Hawk's words and replied, very well. Let us engage now. Hawk shook his head. Not now. My battle armor has just been destroyed in combat. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the scattered remnants of golden armor strewn across the Salisbury plain. Hawk had contemplated utilizing the reality stone to restore the armor to its former state. However, it is crucial to note that the intrinsic functions of one infinity stone cannot offset or replace those of another. Most importantly, even if it were possible, he could not do so, for the reality stone had transformed into the Eye of the Phoenix. He had already harnessed the reality stone to elevate his strength beyond that of a true silver saint. To put it plainly, until his microcosm transcended into the seventh sense, transforming into the genuine Phoenix parallel universe, he was unable to employ the reality stone for any other purpose. After all, he had already maximized the potential of the reality stone. Hawk withdrew his gaze from the scattered fragments of armor, no longer contemplating the recovery of the pieces. For even if collected, they could not be restored. After all, his small universe, having been shattered, has reverted to chaos and undergone a new evolution. The old armor of the universe can no longer keep pace with his new self. Furthermore, there is an essential reason. Hawk turned his gaze back to Thor. smiling as he articulated the significant reason for their inability to duel at that moment. My girlfriend is waiting for me. I accompanied her on this trip, and having been away for so long, she would worry if I do not return. Thor paused momentarily, and in the next instant, he felt an intense gaze upon him. Sharp as a thorn. Instinctively, he turned to see none other than Jane. Hawk and Peter returned to the hotel, one after the other. As Peter anticipated, they had barely reached the entrance when Mary and Gwen emerged from the hotel, chatting and laughing. In the next moment, Mary, her mouth slightly agape, glanced back at the hotel before turning to her boyfriend Peter, who was with Hawk. Didn't you say you weren't going out today? Peter remained silent, instead directing his gaze at Hawk, as if to say, see, I wasn't mistaken. We've just saved the world, while these two have only just finished breakfast. Although the brunt of the world-saving effort fell upon Hawk, Peter was present, albeit sidelined by Hawk, and rounding it off, he felt entitled to a share of the glory. Hawk ignored Peter, locking eyes with Gwen, who stood beside Mary. Gwen's gaze was gentle, while Hawk's was fervent. Without acknowledging Mary, he swiftly approached Gwen, taking her hand and leading her into the hotel. By the time Mary realized what was happening and turned to look inside the hotel, Hawk had already whisked Gwen away, disappearing quickly down the stairwell. He appeared quite urgent. Mary stood dumbfounded, turning back to her boyfriend Peter. Where did you both just go? Peter opened his mouth, contemplating how best to respond to Mary's inquiry. An hour later, after a brief tidying up by Gwen, the bedroom was once again in disarray, as if it had just weathered a tempest. On the spacious bed, Hawk held his blushing girlfriend tightly, as though he wished to merge her into his being. Gwen had lost all interest in conversation. She was utterly fatigued, having succumbed to sleep the moment she nestled against Hawk's chest, overwhelmed by exhaustion from their vigorous activities. As for Hawk, he was faring well. Does one not comprehend the significance of the Silver Saints? For the Silver Saints who have mastered the sixth sense, the sheer physical strength they possess allows them to unleash terrifying combat prowess without relying on their cosmos. To illustrate, Silver Saints can, without donning their sacred armor or invoking their cosmic energy, effortlessly shatter a nuclear reactor with their bare hands. This exemplifies the formidable physical capabilities that they exhibit upon attaining the sixth sense. Nuclear radiation, plagues, viruses, and even poisons, along with curses, have become negligible threats to Hawk. For even in the absence of igniting his cosmos, the faint power emanating from his extraordinary physique is sufficient to repel all dangers. Regarding speed, if the movement velocity of the Bronze Saints reaches the speed of sound, then the Silver Saints can achieve speeds ranging from 2 to 5 times that. However, this is merely the foundation. It does not approach the limits of a Silver Saint who has mastered the sixth sense. At their peak, these Silver Saints can approach the speed of light. Hawk, cradling the sleeping Gwen in his arms, leaned against the bed, allowing his mind to delve into the newly awakened cosmos within him. Following the acquisition of the Eye of the Phoenix, adorned with the Reality Stone, his cosmos seemed to come alive. With the heartbeat of the Phoenix resonating, the light and shadows within his cosmos shifted and transformed. Countless stars, ignited by his battles, were scattered throughout his cosmos. While the sheer number appeared vast, their distribution rendered them sparse, even barren. It is an unavoidable reality. Despite having harnessed the sixth sense through the balance of life and death, one fact remains unchanged. He is a hastily trained Silver Saint. Consider the other Bronze Saints, how formidable they are. For years, even during his time of crossing over, they remained steadfastly within the ranks of Bronze Saints. Hawk has only trained for a brief period. As he gazed upon his somewhat barren cosmos, now evolved into a sixth sense Silver Phoenix cosmos, he recalled a statement made by the external force before its departure. The method of cultivating one's cosmos is a path of combat, a sacred war. It is through battle that one grows and transcends. Thus, he must fight, incessantly engaging in battle. Only then will his cosmos be adorned with more stars that enrich its expanse. Reflecting on each battle that had resulted in the emergence of new stars within his cosmos, Hawk's eyes sparkled with determination. In the next moment, he felt a slight ache in his teeth. Realistically, with the Reality Stone in his possession, he felt justified in proclaiming that he had become invincible in this moment. Indeed, this was the truth. Otherwise, he would not have just challenged the God of Thunder. Wait a moment, God of Thunder? Battle? Hawk was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. He blinked and recalled his earlier boast of being invincible, which elicited a soft chuckle from him. Indeed, the next line following invincibility is the arrival of adversaries from the heavens. Although his recent encounter with Thor could hardly be classified as a confrontation, it certainly did not preclude the possibility of a duel between the two. A thought flickered in Hawk's mind, contemplating whether he could elevate the battle with the god of thunder on his agenda. After all, it was not a matter of life and death. His burgeoning cosmos craved more stars, and it merely required combat, not necessarily a fight to the death. A sparring match would suffice. Hawk pondered, seriously considering a challenge to Thor. However, it was not feasible at the moment. He needed to be with his girlfriend and had no time to spare. With a gentle smile, he tucked away his swirling thoughts about the cosmos, the impending forging of his sacred armor, and the prospect of dueling Thor. His gaze lowered to Gwen, who was peacefully slumbering in his embrace, and he simply watched her in serene silence. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Gwen's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and soon, those emerald eyes, seemingly capable of speech, broke free from their slumber. Their eyes met, and Hawk smiled. "Good afternoon," he greeted. "Good afternoon," Gwen replied, momentarily stunned before realizing her surroundings. With a sudden movement, she extricated herself from Hawk's arms, twisting around to seize her phone from the bedside table. The time was starkly illuminated at noon. "Wow," Gwen gasped, turning back to Hawk. "I slept for so long. Why didn't you wake me?" Hawk shrugged. "I couldn't bear to." "Fair enough," Gwen conceded, setting her phone down and adjusting her position on the bed, crossing her legs as she regarded Hawk. "Have things been resolved?" Hawk nodded. "Perfectly resolved. The reality stone is in my possession. From this moment until I manifest my cosmos, there will be no further obstacles, and should any arise, they will pertain solely to my own challenges, such as mastering my seventh sense or donning my sacred armor." After a moment of contemplation, Hawk met Gwen's expressive emerald gaze and added, "It is exceedingly perfect." "That is wonderful." Gwen's smile blossomed, radiating genuine happiness for Hawk. With a swift movement, she rolled onto Hawk, resting atop him. "Tell me more." Hawk shrugged and slowly began to recount the story. He spoke of the enhancement the reality stone granted to his powers, of how Malekith the Dark Elf had been vanquished by King Bor, who aimed to transform the 9 realms into a realm of darkness during their convergence. He also narrated his own battle with Malekith, though he glossed over his initial defeat, focusing instead on the fact that the Stonehenge was no more, yet he had gifted London another landmark in its stead. He unleashed his most formidable strike without donning his sacred armor, leaving behind an astonishing, dragon-shaped chasm on the Salisbury Plain. From a celestial vantage point, one would witness the chasm he had carved, vividly resembling an eastern dragon, its eyes wide with fury and claws poised to strike. Gwen paused momentarily upon hearing this, and in the next instant, she deftly leaped on a Hawk's back and sat up. "Let's go." "Where to?" "To take a look." "We can't." "What?" Hawk, observing Gwen's eagerness to visit the Salisbury Plain and behold the chasm he had created, chuckled softly. "That area has already been cordoned off by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. By the way, you know the person there, Natasha Romanoff." Although the battle had concluded, the aftermath still required attention. Moreover, when he and Peter returned, it seemed that the Dark Elves, sensing the demise of their leader, had teleported to the Salisbury Plain during the final moments of the convergence of the 9 realms. However, Hawk did not linger there. In his words, he had already tackled the toughest adversaries. The remaining rabble certainly did not warrant his presence. "Please, I just fought a fierce battle," he thought, and upon seeing the Dark Elves' army arrive, he promptly left the scene to Thor, turning to retreat with Peter. After all, their visit to London was meant for leisure, not for conflict. Gwen, absorbing Hawk's elaboration, blinked as the image of Natasha, whom she had knocked unconscious with a single blow at Culver Lake, surfaced in her mind. She pondered for a moment before looking at Hawk. "Natasha? She's a good person." Meeting Gwen's gaze, Hawk nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, she is a good person. Actions speak louder than intentions. Her leap from Vormir, sacrificing herself to save the entire universe, is testament enough to her character. Unfortunately, the world only remembers Tony Stark's sacrifice, while Natasha's and other sacrifices are merely glossed over." "Wait a moment. The Soul Stone. Does that mean I could retrieve the Soul Stone from Vormir? If I acquire it, can my sister not be revived?" Hawk mused internally. In the next heartbeat, he promptly dismissed the thought. He could not go, nor did he wish to, and certainly did not dare to. The reasoning was straightforward. The requirements for obtaining the Soul Stone were exceedingly stringent. The Soul Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, embodied immense power. Its primary function was to manipulate life, with the ability to perceive, steal, and imprison souls being among its specialties, and entering the realm of souls was its core capability. However, the means to acquire it were exceptionally unique and brutal. Of course, this was particularly true for Hawk. In the pursuit of the Soul Gem, one must sacrifice the soul of a beloved as an offering. Only then will the gem reveal itself. Thus, Hawk resolved to abandon this notion and instead focus on leveling up through combat, striving to attain the eighth sense, and ultimately seek to reclaim his sister's soul from Mephisto's grasp in the depths of hell. With this determination, he dismissed the idea of searching for the soul gem entirely. Prompted by Gwen from outside, he washed his hands and turned to exit the restroom. As they left their room and descended to the hotel lobby, they found Mary and Peter awaiting their arrival. It was clear they were in London to explore, not merely to rest. Consequently, Hawk and Gwen, under Mary's relentless urging, reluctantly rose from their beds to continue their theme of tourism in London. In contrast, Natasha and Agent Barton, having finally departed from Africa for a respite in London, displayed little enthusiasm for leisure. They remained engaged in work upon the Salisbury Plain. Hawk had swiftly dispatched the formidable dark elf leader Malekith and departed with a casual pat on his backside. Alone, wielding a hammer, Thor had similarly completed his task of avenging his leader and exited with nonchalance. However, Natasha and Barton were unable to leave. After all, Natasha, pressing her forehead, surveyed the battlefield littered with dark elf corpses and the vast chasm nearby, strewn with glimmering fragments of holy armor. The scene was one of utter chaos. Fortunately, while they claimed to be managing the aftermath, their primary role was to observe, as the SHIELD cleanup team had been ready since the onset of the conflict. Presently, agents, akin to diligent bees, worked in pairs. Some were placing bodies into body bags. Others were removing equipment from the deceased, while several teams meticulously collected the golden shards of holy armor scattered across the plain. Natasha's role was simply to oversee the proceedings. After all, it was unbecoming of a senior agent to engage in such menial tasks. At that moment, Barton returned after finishing a phone call. Shielding her eyes from the glaring afternoon sun, Natasha squinted at Barton and remarked with a smile, "Laura must be quite upset knowing you won't be home today." Laura Barton, the wife of Agent Barton, was a well-kept secret. Fewer than 5 individuals within SHIELD were aware of his marriage and fatherhood. Barton sighed. "There's no helping it. Work takes precedence." Natasha shook her head, understanding Barton's reluctance to discuss his family publicly, and promptly shifted the conversation. "What about Thor?" she inquired. "He left, telling his girlfriend he'd be back soon," Barton replied. "The last time he mentioned a swift return was during the Battle of New York last year." "I am aware." "Hawkeye, the London agents report that 4 individuals have just purchased tickets to the museum." "Very well." Natasha, upon hearing this, could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. "I had intended to visit the museum today as well." Barton sighed. "I know. Let us not forget that I purchased the tickets in advance." Natasha furrowed her brow. "Can the tickets be refunded?" "No, they cannot." Natasha and Barton instinctively exchanged glances, then simultaneously averted their eyes from the disheveled Salisbury Plain, utterly disinclined to speak. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, SHIELD agent discreetly observed Natasha and Barton conversing from a distance. He swiftly picked up a bloodied golden shard from the ground and secretively stowed it in his pocket. His movements were remarkably subtle, and once he completed this act, he quickly resumed normalcy, hastening elsewhere to gather more fallen golden fragments. The cleanup of Salisbury Plain continued until nightfall. Hawkeye and his companions had returned from the museum, and after dining at the hotel's buffet, they each retired to their rooms, for they were to change locations the following day. After all, their trip was planned for a full 15 days, encompassing not only the city of London but also other nearby attractions on the itinerary prepared by Mary and Gwen. Thus, early the next morning, Hawkeye and the others arose, checked out of the hotel, and made their way directly to Rochester. The Rochester Castle, located in this historic town, was also included in Gwen and Mary's travel plans. Having obtained the Reality Stone, which had removed the obstacles to his future progression, Hawkeye no longer pondered other matters and contentedly accompanied Gwen as they explored alongside Mary and Peter. In the blink of an eye, their journey through London and its surroundings was nearing its conclusion. The 4 returned to the hotel, where they had first lodged the day before they were to fly back to New York City. Gwen and Mary sat together on the living room sofa, diligently organizing the photographs they had taken during the trip. Peter had stepped out. A few days prior, Felicia Hardy had learned of Peter's trip to London and called, requesting him to visit Harry's former apartment in the city, where an album awaited. Felicia hoped Peter could bring it back. Meanwhile, Hawkeye stood alone on the balcony, his thoughts immersed in his own inner cosmos. The Reality Stone transformed into the Eye of the Phoenix, radiating a scarlet flame that illuminated every corner of his microcosm. With each breath of the heart of the Phoenix, the microcosm would undergo a cycle, and after each cycle, Hawkeye would genuinely sense the expansion of his inner universe. This was no mere illusion. After all, the power of the Silver Saints is geometrically superior to that of the Bronze Saints, with the exception of the 5 exceptional ones. In any case, Hawk could sense that his current small universe had yet to reach the limits of his control. After all, his speed had barely increased to approximately 300 Mach. Even if he were to fully ignite his small universe, he could only manage to reach a meager 500 Mach. This statement may sound rather ostentatious, but a Silver Saint at their peak can move at speeds approaching that of light. Thus, he was still far from his destination, with a long journey ahead to reach the pinnacle of silver. Hawk pondered this as he slowly opened his eyes and turned to enter the house, addressing Gwen, who was discussing the photo issue with Mary. "Gwen, I'm heading to the first floor." Upon hearing this, Gwen looked up at Hawk, nodded in acknowledgement, and continued her discussion with Mary. Hawk proceeded directly toward the door. Before long, upon exiting the elevator, Hawk found himself in the lounge on the first floor, where he noticed Thor, dressed not in his iconic battle armor, but rather in a casual suit, his tousled golden hair tied back, and holding an umbrella. Hawk raised an eyebrow and approached him. Thor stood up from his seat beside Jane, greeted Hawk with a hearty laugh, as if they were old friends reunited after many years, and embraced him warmly. Jane, observing this scene, could only smile wryly before also greeting Hawk. "Hawk, Jane, apologies for my excitement upon coming down this time," Thor explained after they released their embrace. "Unless something urgent arises in Asgard, I won't be returning. I initially thought the days ahead would be rather dull, but with you here, I believe they shall be anything but boring." Hawk glanced at Jane, surprised by Thor's words. Jane, suppressing her joy at finally being reunited with her boyfriend, nodded at Hawk. Hawk feigned realization and smiled slightly. "Congratulations." "Thank you." Jane accepted Hawk's well wishes. "Thor came down yesterday, and upon learning from Shield that you were still in London, he insisted on finding you." Hawk was not surprised that Shield was aware of his current whereabouts. He did not mind such actions, as it was part of Shield's normal operations, and he was willing to cooperate as long as they did not disrupt his daily life. Hawk smiled faintly. "I'll be returning to New York tomorrow." "That is wonderful." "Jane, when are we heading back to New York?" "We have our flight the day after tomorrow." Jane gazed at him with eager anticipation. Although he resembled a god of war on Asgard, upon arriving on Earth, he appeared to transform into a somewhat hapless boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Thor turned to Hawkeye and said, "Then I shall see you in New York City. Tony Stark and I are friends. We fought together during the Battle of New York last year." Hawkeye smiled and replied, "I know. I was there too, though I was in Queens." Thor paused, momentarily taken aback, before recalling a peculiar sensation he felt during the battle. He had glanced in that direction, but at that moment, he was preoccupied with preventing his brother from making a grave mistake, thus neglecting to investigate further. Realization dawned on Thor. "That was you." "Indeed," Hawkeye confirmed. "Splendid. By that reckoning, we are comrades in arms." Thor exclaimed with delight. "Once Jane and I return to New York, we must gather. I await your challenge." Hawkeye smiled back at Thor, agreed. "Until we meet in New York." As for Gwen, she declared, "You are the future I choose." Unlike their flight from New York to London, this time, the 4 of them, Hawkeye, Gwen, Peter, and Mary, were seated together on the return flight to New York. Just like the previous 2 journeys, they experienced no unexpected incidents from takeoff to landing at JFK Airport. However, Hawkeye was not pleased. Once could be deemed an accident, twice a coincidence, yet 3 times could hardly be dismissed as mere chance. As he and Gwen walked towards the parking lot, he pondered what misfortune might await him on his next outing from New York. After all, he had already encountered mishaps before takeoff, during the flight, and upon disembarking. Thus, he found himself almost gleefully anticipating what calamity might befall him next. Before long, after placing their luggage in the trunk, Hawkeye drove away from the airport. Peter and Mary rushed to catch the subway, reasoning that during the afternoon rush hour in New York, they would likely arrive home before Hawkeye and Gwen could navigate the traffic. Their prediction proved accurate, as they found themselves ensnared in gridlock on the Brooklyn Bridge. Looking towards Manhattan, the lanes were choked with vehicles. Hawkeye fiddled with the car radio, tuning into a scientist discussing on air the discovery of a diamond meteorite weighing an estimated 100 pounds found in a lunar crater. He was thrilled by the news, though regrettably, they could not retrieve it at present. Thus, a journey that should have taken a mere 45 minutes stretched into an hour and a half before they finally returned to the penthouse apartment. Upon their arrival, they were warmly welcomed by Helen and Gwen's 2 younger brothers, Howard and Simon. Helen embraced Hawkeye, inquiring, "Did you have fun in London?" "It is tolerable." though I feel as if my legs no longer belong to me. I empathize with you. Please, come inside. Helen, upon hearing Hawk's response, appeared unfazed and promptly ushered him into the house. She understood, for before Hawk and Gwen embarked on their journey, she had perused Gwen's itinerary for her trip to London. To put it succinctly, when Gwen inquired about her thoughts after reviewing it, Helen had paused for a moment and remarked wistfully about the joys of youth. Once Hawk stepped inside, Helen continued to console him. You should look on the bright side, Hawk. For instance, at the very least, you will be accompanying Gwen moving forward, which I do not require. Thus, you shall have my gratitude. Mother. Before Hawk could respond, Gwen, who had been smiling while observing the exchange between her mother and boyfriend, suddenly expressed her discontent upon hearing Helen's words. Helen chuckled heartily, patted Hawk on the shoulder, and then made her way towards the kitchen. All right, you two should head back to your room and rest for a while. I will call you down for dinner. Howard, Simon, return to your room and read. You have played long enough today. Initially eager to see the gifts their sister brought back from London, Howard and Simon obediently complied, responding with a soft "oh" as they made their way up the stairs. Hawk, at Gwen's invitation, carried his luggage back to her room. After placing the suitcase on the bed, he settled into the computer chair nearby. Gwen began to unpack, organizing the assortment of gifts she had brought back for her family. This one is for Howard, and this one for Simon. Gwen retrieved a tie she had purchased while shopping in London and, sitting cross-legged on the bed, handed the neatly packaged tie box to Hawk, who was comfortably seated in a plush chair. Hawk, please present this to my father when he returns. Hawk reached out to accept it. And what about you? Gwen smiled at him. Trust me, my father will consider my presents the finest gift of all. Indeed, Hawk found it hard to refute her statement, nodding in agreement as he set the tie box on the adjacent desk. His peripheral vision caught sight of the calendar on the desk, where August 20th was circled. A thought crossed his mind. Is Berkeley's semester also commencing on the 20th, just like New York University and Imperial College? I had assumed that California would start later. Gwen, still seated on the bed while continuing to sort through her suitcase, responded affirmatively before looking up at Hawk. What? Do you find it difficult to part with New York City? Hawk shrugged. I could pick you up from school every day. After all, there is a time difference between Berkeley and New York City. When it is 9 o'clock in the evening in New York, it will be around 4 in the afternoon in Berkeley, just in time for Gwen's dismissal. Now, if he so wishes, he can indeed traverse daily between Berkeley and New York City without feeling fatigued. Upon hearing Hawk's response, Gwen's eyes lit up. Really? She inquired. Of course. Alas, it is too late. Hawk was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Gwen, who sat cross-legged on the bed. With a smile, she remarked, in truth, Berkeley holds little appeal. The security is quite poor. Hence, I have chosen Imperial University, which has graciously offered me the most prestigious scholarship. Hawk furrowed his brow as he absorbed Gwen's decision to decline Berkeley in favor of the university adjacent to New York University. Gwen, Berkeley has always been your dream. It is your future. No, you are my future. Gwen descended from the bed and nestled into Hawk's embrace. Her expressive emerald eyes met his deep, starry blue gaze. Pressing her right hand against his chest, she spoke with a calm, yet resolute tone. From the moment I entered the 9th grade, I chose you. I chose you then. I choose you now, and I shall choose you in the future. You are my chosen future. Because of Hawk, she ventured alone to Maryland in search of him. Because of Hawk, she chose to accompany him to hell when he sought vengeance against Hulk. Because of Hawk, she rejected Berkeley's invitation, opting instead for Imperial University, which is merely a wall away from his college. The reason behind Gwen's choices is as she has just articulated. She chose Hawk as her future. I truly wish to select New York University, Gwen said, her sparkling emerald eyes smiling as she shrugged at Hawk. However, the biology program at your university is rather lacking. Coincidentally, Imperial University also extended an invitation to me. So is this a surprise? Hawk felt a surge of emotions as he met Gwen's emerald gaze, opening his mouth in response before standing and gently placing her back on the bed. Just as Gwen was about to express that her father would return shortly, Hawk straightened and looked down at her. Wait for me a moment, he said, turning to stride towards the door, leaving Gwen leaning on the mattress with a slightly disheveled expression, watching him depart. In the kitchen, Helen was equally taken aback as she observed Hawk descending the stairs. Hawk, where are you going? I'm just stepping out to fetch something. I shall return shortly. Very well, Helen replied with a smile. Do hurry, for the lemon base will not taste good if left for too long. Hawk acknowledged her words, then pushed open the door and exited the apartment. The next moment, as he closed the apartment door, his figure vanished in an instant. When Hawk reappeared, he found himself soaring high above the skyline of New York City. Sixth sense teleportation. One of the extraordinary abilities of the Silver Saint of the Awakened Sixth Sense is the capacity to instantly reach any desired location without intermediary means. The formidable Golden Saints can teleport using light years as their unit of measurement. Hawk, though still lacking in this regard, has made considerable progress. Without pausing, he ascended to the sky at an altitude of 10,000 miles, and as he gazed upward at the vast firmament, a thunderous boom echoed. With the explosive sound of the sonic boom, Hawk's form surged like lightning, racing towards the celestial expanse above. 50 Mach, 70 Mach, boom. At the moment Hawk burst through the atmosphere, the silhouette of a phoenix emerged, and with his cosmos ignited, he propelled himself through space towards the moon, his speed escalating to nearly 500 Mach in the blink of an eye. This was the apex of his speed without donning his sacred armor. As for when he would wear it, regrettably, his armor had been shattered in London, and he was still contemplating whether to craft a mere imitation or to hasten the creation of the true golden armor of the Phoenix. Nonetheless, even without his armor, 500 Mach was sufficiently swift. A question arises: how long does it take to journey from Earth to the moon at 500 Mach and then return? The answer is that a one-way trip takes 38 minutes, making a round trip 1 hour and 16 minutes. Hawk spent an hour and a half, primarily searching for something on the moon for 14 of those minutes. The scientist at the station had been vague, merely stating that there was a diamond meteorite on the moon without providing a specific location. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He thought to follow the trajectory of the lunar rover to aid his search. Meanwhile, at Stacy's home, dinner had commenced. "Gwen, where's Hawk?" He said he went out to fetch something, but he's taking so long. What could he possibly be getting? Gwen felt a twinge of frustration. Wait a minute. Could it be that the surprise I prepared was too overwhelming for him, causing him to flee? That can't be right. I've heard of girlfriends running away, but never boyfriends. This simply cannot be allowed, she pondered anxiously. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Howard quickly leaped from his chair and dashed to the door. "I'll get it." As the door swung open, Hawk greeted Howard with a pat on the back and retrieved a diamond raw stone he had just collected from the moon. Tossing it to Howard, he then proceeded towards Gwen, who was watching him with a furrowed brow. In the next instant, he stood before her, and with George holding a wine glass, Helen watching with curiosity, Howard gazing in awe at the diamond raw stone in his hands, and Simon observing with intrigue. Hawk knelt on one knee before Gwen. Hawk inhaled deeply, lowering his gaze to retrieve a 50-carat purplish-red ring, freshly unearthed from the moon. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Gwen. "Gwen Stacy, will you marry me?" Uffed. George, who had just taken a sip of whiskey, immediately spewed it out. The following day, Hawk, intoxicated by the fragrant scent wafting to his nostrils, emerged from his reverie, opening his eyes to find Gwen lying upon him, teasing his nose with her flowing hair. No, it was not merely his girlfriend. It was his fiancée now, for he had proposed to Gwen last night, and she had accepted. By the customary rules of their world, he should have sought the opinions of George and Helen in private before the proposal. However, the atmosphere had been ripe, and George and Helen had been present at the time of the proposal, which, in all fairness, did not breach any conventions. At the very least, everyone had been joyous that night. Upon witnessing the engagement ring, Gwen had been moved to tears, throwing herself into his embrace. Helen, after recovering from her astonishment, had covered her mouth, gazing at Hawk with a look of delighted approval. As for Howard and Simon, their sentiments were unspoken. They still shared a room, and it had long been a desire of theirs to be in Gwen's quarters. Moreover, Howard had accepted a gift from him. As for Simon, he had eagerly inquired whether he could move into his sister's room. Now, concerning George. Well, let's not delve into that. Hawk reminisced about the moments of his proposal, cradling the girl who lay atop him. What had become of George? Gwen, sensing his contemplation, regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Dad took the day off today. He has a headache." "Ah, I see," Hawk replied, shaking his head with a smile. "My apologies. At least it's just a headache. He hasn't thought of dragging me to the precinct or to the border of New York for target practice." Then, with a sudden thought, he gazed into Gwen's emerald eyes. But George didn't object, right? Gwen initially remained silent, her delicate features tense. Yet, the next moment, her face blossomed into a radiant smile as she looked at Hawk and said, "Of course, it was precisely because Dad agreed that he has a headache." Hawk felt a wave of relief wash over him, laughter bubbling forth. Although George's approval didn't truly alter anything, it mattered greatly to Gwen, especially since George would be responsible for the expenses of their wedding. An hour later, in the kitchen on the first floor, the radiant Gwen was preparing a heartfelt breakfast for Hawk. He did not offer to assist. He had the intention to help, but was ordered by Gwen to sit on the high stool at the counter and wait. Seated upon the tall stool, Hawk gazed intently at Gwen, who was busily crafting breakfast, appearing more than ever as the true matriarch of their home. After all, the moment he proposed last night. Placing the ring upon her finger, Gwen had, in the truest sense, become the mistress of the household. With their parents as witnesses, it was an undeniable truth. Hawk acknowledged that his act of proposing had been somewhat impulsive. However, he felt no regret. He had never entertained the notion of establishing a harem within the Marvel Universe. Initially, he had envisioned proposing to Gwen after graduating from university, followed by marriage and, naturally, children. Yet, as the saying goes, the atmosphere last night had reached a crescendo. Gwen had chosen him with such conviction, and naturally, he could not let her down. Fortunately, the scientist had not been exaggerating. Otherwise, Hawk would have been at a loss as to where to find a unique diamond in such a brief span of time. By the way, where was the engagement ring? Hawk noticed Gwen turning around and blinked. Gwen, where's the ring? This one, Gwen responded, retrieving the astonishingly large, deep red diamond ring from her pocket, which, when worn on her finger, seemed almost like a monumental object. Sensing Hawk's curiosity, she said, I intend to place it in the safe in the master bedroom. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Why? It's too large, she replied, then took a seat on the high stool, looking at the engagement ring in her palm with immense fondness. Especially captivating was the deep red diamond, which bore the initials of her name. She suppressed the urge to wear it and said to Hawk, Do you know the look on my mother's face when she saw this ring after you left last night? At that moment, Hawk realized his oversight. He had focused solely on uniqueness and neglected practicality. After all, a 50-carat ring would not only be a target for thieves, but also inconvenient for Gwen in daily life. Chuckling to himself, Hawk stepped down from the stool and, under Gwen's watchful gaze, knelt before her once more. In his right hand, he presented a 6-carat deep red ring. Gwen's eyes widened as she covered her mouth in surprise. Hawk smiled at her. Gwen Stacy, once again, will you marry me? Of course I will. Before he could finish his sentence, Gwen eagerly extended her hand, clearly excited. Hawk smiled as he placed the 6-carat ring on Gwen's finger. The moment he stood up, she embraced him, kissing his lips passionately. 3 minutes later, as their lips parted, Hawk gazed down at the hand adorned with the engagement ring, smiling as he remarked, This time, I suppose you won't be putting it away in the safe. Gwen looked at Hawk, her tone serious as she replied, No one can make me take off this ring. With that, she hurriedly dashed towards the master bedroom upstairs, eager to secure her 50-carat engagement ring in the safe and to share the news with her mother. As Hawk watched his fiancée, who was so eagerly anticipating sharing the news with her mother, Helen, he thought of George, who had taken the day off to rest at home. If Gwen sent a picture to Helen, George's headache would likely worsen. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Hawk snapped back to reality, first glancing at the heartfelt breakfast Gwen had prepared for him, then turning his gaze towards the front door. He walked over and opened it to find a familiar face. Standing at the door was Sharon Carter, Peggy Carter's niece, who had returned with him from the Quantico base. Good morning, Mr. Hawk, she greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Hawk replied, stepping aside to let her in. Sharon thanked him as she entered the house. In the living room, Hawk handed Sharon a glass of ice water. She accepted it with another expression of gratitude before he took a seat on the opposite sofa. After placing the ice water on the coffee table before her, Sharon turned her gaze toward Hawk. Just call me Hawk, he said. He had formed a good impression of Sharon during their flight back from Quantico. Sharon readily obliged, addressing him as Hawk before broaching the subject of her visit. About last night, she began with a smile. Your speed certainly alarmed quite a few people. Hawk looked at Sharon, bemused. Alarmed? How could anyone be frightened? Were they worried I might come knocking because of some misdeed? He regarded himself as a reasonable person and had never favored stealthy tactics or the guise of a simpleton. Aside from the initial incident at Quantico, when he had acted somewhat unethically and concealed his identity, he had since conducted himself with utmost transparency. Most importantly, he understood that people often feared authority rather than morality. The more formidable his displayed strength, the fewer individuals would dare to conspire against him in the shadows. Hawkeye also demonstrated his methods of retribution. The still rebuilding Quantico base, along with the now overgrown grave of Thaddeus Ross, serves as a poignant example. However, he could comprehend Sharon's approach. With a smile, Hawkeye addressed Sharon, assuring her, rest assured. In the absence of provocation, I am quite willing to abide by the law. Last night, I took a trip to the moon. At this, Sharon furrowed her brow slightly. The moon? Indeed. May I inquire as to the reason? Sharon asked. Then, meeting Hawkeye's gaze, added with a smile, of course, if it is inconvenient to share. I can always draft a justification myself. In truth, she was on leave that day. Yet, among the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D., few agents had interacted with Hawkeye. Maria Hill? She was still in Africa, overseeing operations related to Wakanda. Natasha and Barton, they had flown to Wakanda a few days prior, preparing to assist Agent Crossbones and others in eradicating the troublesome rogue tribes that had taken refuge in the mountains, causing complications for the United Nations vibranium management. After all, these rogue tribes possessed considerable strength, particularly at night, when they emerged to assault UN camps, proving quite bothersome. This was no ordinary tribal conflict. Decisive action was necessary. Currently, virtually all of SHIELD's operatives had been dispatched to Wakanda to execute a clearance mission personally assigned by the 5 great benefactors. Thus, among the entirety of SHIELD, the only one who had engaged with Hawkeye was Sharon herself. Consequently, Sharon found herself present. Hearing Sharon's somewhat cautious words, Hawkeye smiled. There is nothing to conceal. Just then, as he prepared to explain his trip to the moon, he heard voices from downstairs. At that moment, Gwen, who had been upstairs, made her way down the staircase. Hawkeye raised an eyebrow, introducing Gwen to Sharon and vice versa. Gwen, this is Sharon. Sharon Carter, SHIELD agent. Sharon, meet Gwen Stacy, my fiancée. Hello, Gwen exclaimed, her smile radiating at the introduction, almost overflowing with joy. She extended her left hand to Sharon, not the right, for the 6-carat purple diamond engagement ring adorned her left ring finger. Every girl, after being proposed to, yearns to showcase her engagement to the world, and Gwen was no exception. Of course, if a woman, after being proposed to, shares no updates on social media and mentions nothing to anyone, there is but one possibility: she does not love you. As Sharon extended her left hand towards Gwen, her gaze was immediately drawn to the 6-carat purplish-red diamond ring adorning Gwen's ring finger. In an instant, she comprehended the reason behind Hawkeye's journey to the moon. After all, the database he referred to was housed within SHIELD's archives. While her thoughts raced, Sharon exchanged a handshake with Gwen, promptly offering her heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. A radiant smile illuminated Gwen's face, and as she pondered Sharon's surname, she curiously inquired, Carter? Is that surname significant? The surname Carter, while not widely renowned, holds a notable place in the annals of World War II history, as it is intertwined with Captain America, Steve Rogers, and occupies a pivotal chapter in his life story. After all, Captain America's girlfriend bore the surname Carter. Sharon did not deny this. Instead, she nodded candidly. Yes, Peggy Carter is my aunt, and I am her niece. It is nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, it is a source of great pride for me. A look of realization crossed Gwen's face. So, you're here today to seek information from Hawkeye? All right, I shall leave you to your conversation. I will head to the backyard. Gwen smiled softly at this, choosing not to intrude on their discussion. After sharing a brief kiss with Hawkeye, she made her way to the backyard, eager to tend to her garden. The past was the past. The present was the present. Previously, she had assisted Hawkeye in arranging the garden in the capacity of a girlfriend. But now she was his fiancée. To put it simply, just earlier in the bedroom, she had been showcasing her engagement ring to her mother, Helen, while gazing out from the master bedroom window at the garden she had once found so satisfactory. However, the more she looked, the less appealing it seemed. Thus, she resolved to revamp it. Hawkeye glanced at Gwen as she walked towards the backyard, then turned back to Sharon, who had resumed her seat on the sofa, and smiled. I believe further explanation is unnecessary. Sharon nodded in agreement, then let out a rueful smile, addressing Hawkeye. But Hawkeye, your actions last night truly startled many. This was the very reason why the focus of the 5 great benefactors was currently on Wakanda. Moreover, from a certain perspective, it was Hawkeye who aided the 5 great benefactors in uncovering the true nature of Wakanda, which had been secretly developing while receiving humanitarian aid from the United Nations. Most importantly, Maria Hill, Deputy Director and Commander of SHIELD, vouched for Hawkeye during the discussions concerning him at the Security Council. Alexander Pierce also supported Maria Hill. Hawkeye responds better to gentleness than to force. The last person who attempted to impose hard tactics on him was Thaddeus Ross. He now rests beneath the earth. And as for Maria Hill, it is precisely because Maria Hill chose not to adopt a confrontational stance, but rather approached Hulk with a sense of equality and understanding, that Hulk assisted Hill in breaching the barrier of Wakanda. Scientists from the United Nations have confirmed that without Hulk's intervention, the barrier would remain impenetrable for a decade, unless Wakanda voluntarily decided to dismantle it. Consequently, the attitudes of the 5 great benefactors towards Hulk are amicable, and they have accepted the suggestions put forth by Maria Hill. As a result, since Hulk's return from Africa, he has not been disturbed at all, even during his time in London. However, Hulk's sudden flight across the skies yesterday startled them. This prompted Seiya to urgently summon Sharon, even while she was still on leave. Sharon has since realized the reason behind this urgency. The diamond meteorite discovered on the moon was undoubtedly the reason for Hulk's visit to the lunar surface last night. Sharon has already imagined the expressions that will adorn the faces of those high-ranking officials upon receiving this report. It is bound to be quite a spectacle, she mused. Hulk, smiling, turned to Sharon and reiterated his earlier sentiment. I have no interest in altering the earth. Therefore, as long as they do not seek trouble with me, I shall not trouble them. This is the truth, an unequivocal truth. After all, even without the aid of his sacred garment, he is capable of traversing the cosmos. The sole reason he remains on Earth is that his home is here. New York City is his sanctuary, where his sister and fiancé reside. Listening to Hulk's response, Sharon nodded once more. I will convey this message when I return. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Rising from the sofa, Sharon glanced at her watch with a wry smile. I need to head to the airport to pick up Thor and his girlfriend. Once again, all SHIELD agents have been dispatched to the wilds of Wakanda. The only connection to Thor is through her, as she is the niece of Peggy Carter, who was once Captain America's love interest, and Captain America has fought alongside Thor. Sharon is curious about how these connections intertwine, but the commander has made a decision that she cannot contest, so she must accept it. As Hulk also rose from the sofa to see Sharon out, he recalled her impending trip to the airport and chuckled. You will certainly have your hands full. Sharon looked at Hulk with curiosity. Hulk had nothing to hide, intending merely to give SHIELD a heads up to prevent future disturbances. In the end, it would be a nuisance for both him and SHIELD. Thus, he informed Sharon of his impending duel with Thor in London, revealing that Thor would be taking up residence on Earth, and that the two would likely engage in cosmic battles frequently henceforth. Sharon's expression gradually transformed into one of intrigue and excitement. Upon hearing Hawk's announcement, she nodded. Very well. I shall report this matter as well. Hawk smiled faintly. In the backyard, Gwen had just observed her fiancé rise from the sofa to greet their guest, and after exchanging farewells with Sharon, she escorted her to the door. After a brief interval, Gwen, now embracing her role as the lady of the house, stood at the entrance, watching Sharon depart down Palm Street before she finally closed the door and returned to the living room. She turned to Hawk, recounting the amusing tale of her 6-carat engagement ring that she had just shared with her mother, Helen. Did you not gift Howard a diamond rough? She inquired. Indeed. This morning, Howard boasted about it, only for Mother to take it away, saying she would present it to him upon his wedding day. Gwen's visage was serious, though she struggled to suppress a smile. Hawk exchanged a knowing glance with her, both sharing a silent chuckle. Indeed, whether in the east or west, Mother seemed to share a commonality. However, Hawk refrained from mentioning the diamond he possessed, having retrieved all the diamond meteorites during his lunar excursion the previous night. Yet, despite his possession, presenting Helen with a diamond was simply not feasible. It was not a matter of desire, but of propriety. Could a future son-in-law bestow a diamond upon his prospective mother-in-law? It seemed rather inappropriate. Even if he were to give the diamond to Gwen for her to present to Helen, it would still be quite unsuitable. The notion of diamonds had been so commercialized that they now symbolized love, with larger stones signifying deeper affection. Hence, Helen's diamond must come from George alone. Ah, George. Hawk's thoughts shifted as he glanced at Gwen. Has George's headache subsided? Mother mentioned that Father's headache has worsened. Poor George. Once again, it was clear that gifting Helen a diamond was ill-advised, and similarly, presenting one to George would also be inappropriate. Thus, Hawk felt that the only thing he could do was silently mourn for his future father-in-law in his heart. Oh, and Peter. Gwen had not only shared her engagement joy with her mother, Helen, but her close friend, Mary, was also on the list of confidants. Upon learning of Hawk's proposal to Gwen, Mary erupted in a series of excited shrieks, immediately demanding that Hawk treat them all. Hawk acquiesced. Upon seeing the exquisite 6-carat purplish-red diamond engagement ring adorning Gwen's left ring finger, Mary was overwhelmed with envy, though she did not outwardly display her feelings. Her gaze occasionally darted toward Peter, who sat nearby, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, as if he were sitting on pins and needles. The fine hairs on his arms stood on end, reacting to his spider sense with a rapidity of once every 10 seconds. After dinner, Gwen and Mary strolled ahead, arm in arm, while Hawk and Peter trailed behind as usual. Hawk casually tossed a fist-sized, round object wrapped in newspaper to Peter. What is this? Peter instinctively caught it and began to unwrap it, only to realize what it was. He hurriedly rolled the newspaper back up, attempting to return it to Hawk. No, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious, he protested, referring to the seemingly worthless stone within. Hawk chuckled at Peter's insistence. Are you suggesting that our friendship pales in comparison to a mere rock? Peter shook his head emphatically. Of course not. Then accept it, Hawk declared resolutely, draping an arm around Peter's shoulders as they walked toward the restaurant entrance. Rather than fretting over the value of this stone, you should worry about the costs of polishing it. After all, it is merely a raw gem, not a finished product. Time flowed like a swift river, and in the blink of an eye, the semester at New York University and Empire University commenced. In another blink, it was vacation again. Wow, it's snowing. On the very first morning of the holiday, Gwen, having risen from her bed and donned her pajamas, prepared to draw back the curtains to embrace the new day. Suddenly, her eyes brightened at the sight of the snow blanketing the backyard and the flurry of large snowflakes falling from the sky. She gasped in delight and then turned to look at Hawk, who lay still in bed beside her. As the two were engaged to be married, it was entirely natural for them to cohabit. Helen did not oppose this arrangement, though she subtly hinted that they should exercise caution. After all, she had painstakingly raised Howard and Simon, and was finally able to catch her breath. If possible, she desired a few years of ease before becoming a grandmother. In short, her singular request was clear: no complications before the wedding. Hawk and Gwen readily agreed to Helen's stipulation without hesitation. Thus, since starting college, Gwen had mostly resided on Palm Street, only occasionally spending a night at Helen's on weekends. After all, this was to be her future home, and she was genuinely happy. Hawk was equally joyful, as was Helen, who was pleased that the relationship between her daughter and prospective son-in-law was flourishing. She was keenly aware of all this. There was no need to mention Howard and Simon. And George, well, perhaps not George. As Gwen gazed out at the snow falling outside, she returned to bed, her excitement palpable as she looked at Hawk. It's snowing, Hawk. I saw it. Get up quickly. Let us go build a snowman. Following closely, Gwen added, just yesterday, I was chatting with Mrs. Smith next door about how to decorate outside for Christmas, and who would have thought it would snow today? As she spoke, Gwen began to tug at Hawk, determined to rouse him from slumber. Hawk, being pulled up by Gwen, could not suppress a wry smile as he looked at her. Gwen, do you know what time I returned last night? Gwen paused, momentarily taken aback, before recalling, oh right, you went out to spar with Thor again. When did you come back? Hawk replied calmly, just a minute before you woke up. I just flew back from Mars. So, could I possibly have a little more sleep? Indeed, Mars was the site of their latest bout, he and Thor. This was not their first encounter. Last night marked their 10th sparring match. Since September, they had maintained a nearly weekly schedule. Initially, their duels had taken place in the outer atmosphere. However, after a few bouts, S.H.I.E.L.D. could no longer remain passive. Hawk himself was unfazed. The main concern was Thor. Although he was still a god of hammers, his divine powers were indeed rooted in thunder. Thus, during their fights near the atmosphere, the arcs of lightning emanating from Thor inevitably affected some rather delicate equipment. One instance could be overlooked, but Hawk did not speak of that. Thor was a deity, a genuine figure from legend. After the Battle of New York, the five heroes became acutely aware of the risks beyond Earth. Given their current inability to venture beyond their planet, forming an alliance with a god, to some extent, fortified their capacity to withstand risks. After all, this was reality, not a film. While there may be those who wish to slay gods, the five heroes were certainly not foolish. Thus, after Hawk and Thor's first spar, upon reviewing the reported satellite losses, the five heroes begrudgingly accepted the situation. However, with their sparring frequency escalating to almost once a week, who could remain calm? They could not simply use all the vibranium recently allocated to them to replace satellites. The five heroes had already devised a plan for the utilization of vibranium, and replacing satellites was not part of that agenda. Hence, Sharon paid a visit, first seeking out Hawk to subtly convey the sentiments of the five heroes. Hawk promptly declined to take the blame, but suggested that a change of venue might be feasible. Though he made it clear that this matter could not be decided unilaterally, Sharon sought out Thor once more. Thor, filled with rage, proclaimed that humanity was insulting the divine. The gods must not be insulted. In silence, Sharon presented him with a spreadsheet detailing the financial losses incurred by Earth's satellites. Upon reviewing it, Thor's anger dissipated, and he agreed to consult with Hawk regarding a new location. Thus, the two warriors ventured to the moon for their fourth encounter. Once again, as Thor wielded his mighty hammer, summoning thunder, the chaotic lightning struck, devastating the lunar exploration machines of the two noble individuals from East and West. Afterward, they observed Sharon approaching, her expression caught between hesitation and intent. Before she could speak, they declared their intention to find a more distant venue. The two then conspired about their next duel, with Jin suggesting Mars casually. Exchanging glances, Hawk and Thor contemplated before deciding to shift their battleground to the vast, uninhabited expanses of Mars. Though the distance was greater, it would spare the 5 noble souls from further bickering and allow Hawk to engage Thor in a spirited contest. Mars indeed proved to be an excellent choice. Over the course of these Martian skirmishes, Hawk's inner cosmos, though still appearing somewhat desolate, had significantly expanded. He estimated that if he continued this weekly practice, he would soon be on the verge of ascending to the pinnacle of silver. Thus, he was eager to continue these bouts with Thor. Thor, too, was pleased. Although he had settled on Earth for the sake of love, he remained the reckless god of thunder at heart, relishing the opportunity for vigorous combat each week. Most importantly, both Hawk and Thor gained from these encounters. At the very least, Thor had made discernible progress in mastering his dominion over thunder. Though modest, it was indeed progress. When Hela eventually emerged, Thor's eyes would likely remain intact. After Gwen's departure, as Hawk reclined on his bed, memories of the previous night's battle on Mars flashed through his mind. He did not linger in slumber for long. Instead, he delved into his inner cosmos, exploring his 7th sense with little success before rising anew. Shortly thereafter, after breakfast with Gwen, he was drawn outside by his fiancée, E, who was eager to build a snowman. Other residents of Palm Street, especially the children, had also excitedly emerged to join in the snowman-making festivities. Ultimately, Gwen's snowman received unanimous acclaim from the neighborhood children, earning the title of champion in the latest Palm Street snowman competition. On their front lawn stood a chubby snowman adorned with a carrot nose, a Christmas hat, and a red and white scarf, while neighbors gathered to capture the moment in photographs. Hawk watched Gwen engaging joyfully with the neighbors, a smile gracing his face. He lived alone in this place, and though he was not particularly familiar with his neighbors, they were at least strangers to one another. However, everything changed when he proposed to Gwen and she moved in as his fiancée. On the very first day of her arrival, Gwen eagerly took Hawk by the hand, and together they spent the morning baking treats to share with the neighbors. In just a month, Gwen had made the acquaintance of those in the Palm community, and the neighbors had come to embrace her as one of their own. Every weekend, when community activities arose, the women often thought of Gwen. Just this afternoon, she had joined Mrs. Smith from next door to volunteer at St. Mark's Church, while Hawk accompanied her. However, he did not partake in the distribution of warm blankets and free food for the local homeless alongside Gwen and the other neighbors. Instead, he found himself drawn to the cemetery behind the church to visit his sister. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Hawk stood silently before the gravestone, gazing at his sister Anya's photograph. Her smile in the picture remained sweet and bright. He listened to the sound of Gwen's laughter drifting from the church entrance and reminisced about Anya's smile, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. Hawk's gaze met that of his sister's photograph. Next year, I will take you home from hell, I promise. He had originally planned to venture into hell this year to bring his sister back. Clearly, Hawk was now faced with the prospect of breaking that promise. To traverse freely between life and death, he must grasp the 8th sense. Yet, he was far from even attaining the 7th sense, let alone the 8th. Despite his current capabilities, which could be deemed godlike, even a journey to hell would pose no significant threat. However, if Mephisto was resolute in his desire to keep him from leaving, even if he were to rush into hell now, he would still be unable to resurrect his sister. Moreover, it was likely that the dimension of hell was no longer near the earth, as Thor had informed him, a consequence of the brief convergence of the 9 realms. While the inhabitants of the 9 realms perceived this convergence as a fleeting phenomenon occurring once every several millennia, the reality was that it was an energy storm triggered by the vibrations of the world tree. This storm would not erupt before or during the convergence, but rather after it. Colorless, odorless, and formless, this energy storm posed a lethal threat to dimensional spaces. Following the convergence of the 9 realms, all dimensions connected to Earth, such as the witch dimension or realms of white and black magic, including hell itself, had nearly sealed their passages to Earth to avoid the repercussions of this energy storm. Thus, even if Hawk wished to descend into hell now, he would find himself unable to do so. As night fell, Hawk and Gwen returned home after sharing dinner at St. Mark's Church, taking a leisurely stroll together. In the next moment, before the fireplace in the living room, he encountered a long-lost acquaintance. The infernal witch, engulfed in blue flames, reappeared before him. Gwen, standing nearby, was startled by the fiery apparition. Hawk had yet to explain when the witch hurriedly approached him, her spirit urgently communicating in rapid succession. Hawk, help us. Our descendant is being bullied, just as we once were. Her energy is spiraling out of control. I fear she may harm herself. With a sudden boom, Hawk's figure shot through the sky above New York City at an astonishing speed of 50 Mach, heading swiftly towards a small town near Augusta, Maine. At the SHIELD Operations Command Center in New York City, agents were engaged in routine duties, conversing idly on an unremarkable evening devoid of significant events. Suddenly, a red alert flashed on the large screen, the warning system activating almost simultaneously with Hawk's sonic boom. Beep, beep, beep. Director, what's happening? Severe unknown energy fluctuations detected over New York City. Analysis underway. As the SHIELD satellite swiftly processed the data, Hawk's image appeared on the screen. The agents, momentarily alarmed, collectively exhaled in relief upon recognizing him. It's just Hawk. No cause for concern. He's probably off to challenge Thor again, they thought among themselves. In the next moment, one agent suddenly realized, wait a minute, didn't he just finish a duel with Thor yesterday? What? Are you sure? I was the first one here this morning. He had just returned from breaking through the atmosphere with Thor. Oh, then where is he headed now? Hold on. Signal lost near Augusta, Maine. Contact the commander immediately. The agents exchanged worried glances. In the small town of Rainforest, Maine, with a population of fewer than 2,000, the bustling metropolis of New York City transformed into a ghost town after dark, even in Manhattan, where pedestrians had dwindled to a mere few. The situation was even more pronounced in this suburban locale. Hawk, reducing his stature and hovering in midair, did not incite panic among the town's residents, for the streets were completely deserted, save for a crimson sports car racing towards him at breakneck speed, inside which were a man and a woman, both displaying expressions of alarm. Seated in the passenger seat, the girl appeared to be a high school student, her demeanor resembling that of a startled bird. She frequently turned her head to glance at the rear of the vehicle, urging the driver beside her to accelerate. The driver, evidently a seasoned individual of the streets, formed a rather curious pairing with her, akin to a school queen bee and an external bully. Hawk observed the expressions of the duo in the fiery red sports car, his mind racing with thoughts. At that moment, he sensed a surge of tumultuous energy. Suddenly, a high school girl clad in a crimson dress, her long hair flowing like flames, materialized unexpectedly on the street behind the vibrant sports car. No, that dress should be white, and her hair ought to be golden. Was that red the hue of blood? Had she been bullied? It seemed likely, especially considering it was supposed to be a prom night at the local high school. After all, schools across the nation were on break for the holidays, and this girl, adorned in a long gown, presented a compelling case. Hawk raised an eyebrow. In the next instant, he witnessed the girl, drenched in what appeared to be blood, extend her arms in a silent scream of fury. As the energy surged, the ground beneath her began to crack, fissures racing towards the slowing red sports car. A thunderous roar echoed as the tumultuous energy swiftly caught up with the vehicle, and the street ahead began to collapse. Fortunately, the driver slammed on the brakes just in time. Otherwise, he would have plummeted into the abyss that had formed. Cursing under his breath, he observed the crumbling road and quickly turned the car around, heading towards the enraged, silent girl. The school queen bee in the passenger seat watched the girl in their line of sight, her shouts ringing out. Hit her! Hit her! Kill her! Billy, accelerate! Shut up! The driver, gripping the steering wheel, shouted back, inhaling deeply. He pressed the accelerator, seemingly conversing with the girl beside him, or perhaps rallying his own spirits as he muttered, I can do this. The car roared to life. The girl, her face smeared with blood, remained silent. A confrontation was imminent, a colossal metal beast poised against an unarmed girl. The outcome appeared all but certain. Just as the driver, Billy, shouted in fury and pressed the gas pedal, the girl extended her right hand. Bang! The red sports car came to an abrupt halt, as if it had collided with an invisible yet unyielding barrier. The front of the vehicle crumpled visibly, and Billy slammed into the steering wheel, blood streaming from his head as he lost consciousness. The high school queen, known as Claire, seated in the passenger seat, was also jolted by the impact, her head spinning in a daze. At that moment, the furious girl seemed to have an epiphany. She spread her arms wide, manipulating the fiery red sports car to levitate gently above the ground. Meanwhile, Claire, who had regained consciousness, gazed at the nearby gas station and then at the smirk on the furious girl's face, as if she too had come to a realization. Just as she was about to speak, the girl, wielding her magical powers, compelled the unconscious driver to press the accelerator and then dispelled the barrier before them. The car descended and subsequently crashed into the fuel pump at the gas station behind them. In the next instant, boom. As the vehicle made contact with the pump, Claire, who had unfastened her seatbelt and intended to exit the car, found her head colliding with the windshield. However, due to the force, she did not entirely fly out. Her head merely protruded outside, her body remaining within the vehicle, resembling a blooming trumpet flower. The furious girl approached the car, staring at Claire, who appeared as though she were fused with the windshield, and an unexpected surge of emotion welled up within her. Just then, a voice echoed in her ear. "Feeling better?" Startled, the girl, Carrie, instinctively extended her right hand towards the source of the voice, unleashing a torrent of violent magic directed at Hawk. He immediately sensed the overwhelming force of her magic. In the next heartbeat, the white shirt he wore vibrated from the magical gust. Witnessing this spectacle, Carrie, who had been seething in silence, exhibited a flicker of astonishment. It was unclear whether she was surprised that Hawk was unaffected by her magic or bewildered by the house slippers he wore. Hawk had indeed wished to wear sports shoes instead, but the Hell Witch had insisted on urgency, warning him that if he delayed, the Salem witches would be subject to human oppression once more. Bound by the necessity to remain in New York City, he had no choice but to seek Hawk's assistance. Hawk observed the girl before him, her white dress and golden hair stained red with pig's blood, the crusted blood marring her face and releasing a noxious odor. He then approached her, casting his gaze upon the newly minted trumpet flower. At that moment, the once commanding Claire appeared terrified, her throat oozing blood. In the next instant, the girl's pupils dilated, her life force swiftly ebbing away. Hawk withdrew his right hand and, looking at the silent girl, remarked, "Revenge is one thing, but there is no need for cruelty." After a brief pause, he continued, "What is your name?" "Carrie," she replied, momentarily silent, struggling to comprehend Hawk's identity. Hawk murmured Carrie's name, silently acknowledging the connection while disregarding the pungent odor surrounding them. A lovely name, he thought. At that moment, 3 black Chevrolets sped towards them. Carrie turned towards the sound, her face instantly reflecting panic and unease. After all, she was merely a high school student. Although she had recently awakened her powers in a fit of rage after being bullied, the exhilaration of revenge was swiftly followed by overwhelming dread and anxiety. Just as Carrie contemplated fleeing the scene, she heard the voice of the man beside her, clad in house slippers. "Do not be anxious. I am here." Hawk, sensing Carrie's trepidation, offered gentle reassurance, for he saw a reflection of his own sister in her. If his sister Anya had not met with misfortune, she would have been of a similar stature to Carrie. Hawk pondered this as the 3 black Chevrolets came to a halt nearby. Several men in black suits and sunglasses emerged from the vehicles. Approaching Hawk, they had yet to speak when he preemptively addressed them. "S-H-I-E-L-D agents." Yes, Mr. Hawk. Please have Sharon come to my house tomorrow," he replied, then wrapped his arm around the bewildered Carrie, undeterred by the dried blood caking her skin. In an instant, they soared into the sky. The S-H-I-E-L-D agents remained silent, taken aback by the spectacle. After a moment, the team leader snapped back to reality. "Report to the New York Operations Center." "Understood. Let us head to Rainforest High to assess the situation." The S-H-I-E-L-D leader turned and led his team away from the scene. In New York, on Palm Street, Gwen was engaged in an intriguing conversation with the hellish witch, who was surrounded by blue flames. Just then, Hawk appeared in the backyard, his clothes stained with blood. "Goodness!" Gwen exclaimed upon seeing him and the bloodied Carrie enter the living room. "What is going on?" "It's a long story," Hawk replied, addressing Gwen. "This is Carrie. Please take her to wash up and find her some clothes to change into. We can discuss things later." Gwen nodded in response. "All right. I'll get her a nightgown from the wardrobe." "Yes, I'll also change into something else." 10 minutes later, having taken a shower and donned a Winnie the Pooh pattern nightgown that Gwen had bought, Hawk returned to the living room. The hellish witch, still before the fireplace and emanating blue flames, turned to Hawk and expressed her gratitude with a heartfelt thank you. Other souls within the witch followed suit. "Hawk, you are a good person. Indeed. You are unlike those men who burned us alive. Indeed." "Stop." Hawk hastily raised his hand to prevent the Hell Witch from uttering any further thoughts. For reasons unknown, despite having met only twice, he felt as though the other voices of the Hell Witch emerged as if they were performing a comedic dialogue. Hawk, with keen curiosity, directly inquired, "Isn't it said that all dimensions have been sealed off during this time?" The Hell Witch nodded and proceeded to elucidate. "The energy fluctuations generated by the convergence of the 9 realms of the world tree, if they sweep across dimensional space, could very well lead to the assimilation of that space by the energy of the world tree. Furthermore, we are dimensional beings. Should we be affected by this energy, it is highly likely that we would suffer severe injuries. Thus, we hastened our return to hell before the eruption of the world tree's energy. Other dimensional life forms are similarly affected." Upon hearing this, Hawk raised an eyebrow. "So, does this mean that the passage to the hell dimension has reopened?" "Not at all. Then how come? We sense the awakening of Carrie's magical power. A witch's magic only awakens under intense stimulation. And if a newly awakened witch is not properly guided, she risks perishing due to a magical upheaval. If she survives, without assistance, she may also face the fate of being deemed a heretic and burned by humans, just as we were. Carrie is our descendant, and we are concerned for her safety. That is why Emma sacrificed her own soul to help us open a passage. Emma is one of the souls within the Hell Witch, her voice somewhat icy. No wonder Hawk had not recognized that cold voice among the many voices of the Hell Witch. He regarded the Hell Witch before him with newfound seriousness. Indeed, one of the entwined souls had vanished. Yet, why do you not go directly to Carrie? Would that not be swifter than seeking me? We cannot leave New York City unless the Osborn family departs as well. Why? When we emerged from the Hell Dimension, the people of the Supreme Temple sought us out. As I was once a Salem witch, the Salem Dimension had previously communicated with the Supreme Dimension of the Supreme Mage, and I had even conversed with the Supreme Mage. Thus, the Supreme Mage granted us permission to remain in New York City, but we cannot leave unless the Osborns also flee the city. And we must not harm any other humans. Hawk's expression shifted to one of realization. He had thought so. After all, this was New York City, home to one of the three great sanctuaries of Camartage. The Hell Witch openly cursed the Osborn family right beneath the nose of the New York sanctuary. And Hawk had wondered why the Supreme Temple seemed oblivious. The reason was now clear. What is this called? Temple authorization? TSK. Indeed, even in a realm of the extraordinary, the complexities of human emotions remain inescapable. Hawk sighed inwardly, then turned his curious gaze toward the Hell Witch. Do you know when the portal to the infernal dimension will reopen? The Hell Witch shook her head. I do not know, but it should be soon. We can sense it. Although the energy fluctuations are still spreading, they have weakened considerably and will not inflict any severe harm upon us. Hawk acknowledged this with a slight nod. At that moment, the Hell Witch spoke again. By the way, Hawk, during our recent descent to Hell, we encountered your sister. Hawk's head shot up in surprise. Anya? What of her? He inquired, his voice trembling slightly, a fact he was unaware of. The Hell Witch remained silent, instead extending her hands. Following a flicker of blue light, a blue flame materialized within her outstretched palms, gradually stabilizing into a projection of a woman. Hawk's eyes were riveted to the image above the Hell Witch's hands, his expression visibly transforming with excitement. His gaze trembled as he focused intently on the projection. Yes, this was indeed his sister, Anya. However, Hawk's initial agitation slowly gave way to tranquility. Gazing at the projection, a flicker of relief crossed his eyes. She had grown taller, and her hair had lengthened. The Hell Witch lowered her hands and explained, Hell is the realm of the deceased, yet aside from that, it bears no difference to Earth. Hawk nodded in understanding. He resumed his seat on the sofa behind him, wiping his face as he turned to the Hell Witch. Where did you see Anya? In the palace of the Sovereign. We sought to persuade Mephisto to open the portal for my ascent, but he refused. As we departed, we caught sight of Anya in one of the palaces. Hawk listened intently to the Hell Witch's description of his sister, exhaling a sigh of relief. Mephisto had not lied. She had indeed found his sister and made suitable arrangements for her. Hawk pondered this before glancing back at the Hell Witch. Is she well? Why not ask her yourself? Hawk's pupils contracted slightly as he regarded the Hell Witch. She remained silent, instead beginning to recite an incantation. As the words flowed from her lips, a peculiar wave of energy began to materialize. Although Hawk could not see this energy, his sixth sense revealed the ominous opening of a foreboding door. He could sense its presence, but could neither touch nor pinpoint its location. Soon, the incantation ceased, and Hawk perceived a soul emerging from the shadowy door, appearing somewhat bewildered as it cautiously stepped into the light. He truly felt it. Identical to the projection of the hellish witch moments ago, Anya, clad in pure white garments with softly curled long hair, emerged from the gates of hell, her expression one of bewilderment. As she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze met that of Hawk, who was watching her intently. In the next heartbeat, a long-forgotten voice reached Hawk's ears. Brother. Standing at the threshold of the gates of hell, Anya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she called out and sprinted toward him. Hawk, witnessing this scene, instinctively opened his arms, ready to embrace his sister as he always had. Yet, Anya halted at the very edge between the gates of hell and the realm of the living, as if that final step was insurmountable. To Hawk, however, Anya appeared so close, within reach, yet infinitely distant, akin to an impassable chasm. Subconsciously, he glanced at the hellish witch, who remarked, "It is only through the remnants of Emma's burning soul that Anya can momentarily step out from the gates of hell. I regret to inform you that I lack the power to resurrect her. Moreover, Anya has but 1 minute to converse with you. She must return before the gates close, or the malevolent spirits lurking outside will devour her. Grateful for the witch's guidance, Hawk nodded appreciatively and, without hesitation, turned his attention back to Anya. Anya, do not despair. Await me in hell. I shall come for you soon. Anya, ever obedient since childhood, had always complied with her treatment and medication without protest. Thus, she did not express her excitement in words. Instead, tears streamed down her cheeks as she smiled at Hawk. I know. The master has informed me that if he neglects me, you will take his head and use it as a wine vessel. You are the strongest in the world, brother. With tears welling in his eyes, Hawk replied with a smile, of course. Trust in your brother. I will bring you back. Anya nodded earnestly. In the next moment, as the minute elapsed and the gates of hell began to close, countless pairs of malevolent eyes hidden in the darkness turned toward Anya, who stood at the precipice of the gates. Without hesitation, the hellish witch swiftly returned Anya to the depths of hell. With a thunderous sound, the gates shut. At that instant, as the gates of hell vanished, the witch felt her strength wane, her azure flames dimming, nearly causing her to collapse. I apologize. The energy from Emma's soul has dissipated. Thank you. Hawk closed his eyes, recalibrating his emotions before turning to the witch, speaking earnestly. I owe you a debt of gratitude. As always, he adhered to the principle that one must repay their debts of kindness. Hawk refrained from uttering any superfluous words and promptly made a promise to the Hell Witch. Just then, Carrie, who had just finished her bath and donned one of Gwen's spare nightgowns, her hair dried, descended the stairs behind Gwen and gazed at the Hell Witch. You asked me to bring her back. How do you intend to accommodate her? Upon hearing this, the Hell Witch turned her attention to Hawk. We wish to trouble, Hawk interjected, waving his hand dismissively. That's fine. I will take care of her. The gesture was not a refusal, but rather an indication that no further words were necessary, given that the Hell Witch had arranged for him to meet his sister Anya. While it was impossible for him to regard Carrie as a sister, he could certainly look after her as a guest without issue. However, the Hell Witch shook her head. Thank you, but Carrie is not suited to stay with you. She has just awakened and requires guidance. If possible, we would like to ask you to find a witch for her. We currently reside in the Hell Dimension and are unfamiliar with other witches. Hawk was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. Of course, I will figure something out. Do you have specific criteria for the witch? She only needs to teach Carrie the basics. Once Carrie's magical abilities stabilize, she will naturally inherit the knowledge from the Salem Witch Dimension. Understood. I will see to it. Thank you. The next day, Agent Sharon Carter parked her car and approached Hawk's front door, sighing inwardly as she knocked. She had packed her bags the previous day and was even waiting at the airport for her flight. With Christmas fast approaching, Sharon had no intention of returning to London, as she wished to avoid stale dog food. Instead, she had purchased a ticket to Texas to witness the recently celebrated stunt performances of Biker Johnny, having finally managed to secure a ticket. However, a call from the commander interrupted her plans. As she awaited the door to open, a flicker of regret crossed Sharon's mind. Had time permitted, she would not have followed Hawk from Quantico back to New York City. Just as these thoughts lingered, the door swung open. Sharon quickly composed herself and greeted Gwen with a smile. Good morning, Gwen. Gwen, she responded, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Sharon. She stepped forward to embrace her briefly, then with a hint of apology, added, I'm sorry for the trouble once again, but yesterday's events were unavoidable. As she warmly invited Sharon inside, she lowered her voice and succinctly recounted the events that transpired with Carrie the previous night, being bullied and drenched in pig's blood at the school dance. Oh my God. Last night, while Gwen was changing into her spare pajamas for Carrie, she couldn't help but gasp at Carrie's ordeal. After all, she had believed that the most malicious form of bullying in schools was merely exemplified by the notorious Flesh Thompson from Central High. Yet, even Flesh Thompson would never stoop so low as to bully a fellow student at any school dance, for each of these events would become indelibly etched in the student's memories. To her astonishment, Gwen never anticipated that a girl could be so vindictive as to ruin another's opportunity for a cherished school dance. After listening to the tale, she returned to her bedroom, and, upon discussing the matter with Hawk, she realized he had already summarized the life of that school queen bee. Well done, she exclaimed. Even the gentle and kind-hearted Gwen, upon considering what she would do if faced with such treatment, knew she would not hesitate to eliminate that queen bee herself. Forgiveness? That was something reserved for divine intervention, and Gwen would send her straight to meet the Almighty. Upon hearing Gwen's succinct explanation, Sharon's expression was one of disbelief and astonishment. Could there truly exist such a vile woman? Indeed, it was appalling. Gwen nodded in agreement. At that moment, Hawk descended the staircase, greeted Sharon, who was already seated on the sofa at Gwen's invitation, with a warm smile. Good morning, Sharon. Good morning. Here to discuss last night's events? Yes, Sharon replied, glancing at Gwen before addressing Hawk, but it's all fine now. Hawk nodded in acknowledgement. The next moment, he turned to Sharon. As it happens, I have something to discuss. Sharon, who was just about to leave for a flight, paused at his words and looked at Hawk. Without any riddles, he continued. I recall during my time in Africa, Commander Hill mentioned that your Seiya has witches, am I correct? Yes, Sharon replied. What about their character? Hawk, sitting beside Gwen, elaborated. Carrie, a recently awakened witch, had a friend reach out to me last night, asking for my assistance in rescuing her. My friend also requested that I help Carrie find a witch to guide her. The witch need not possess extraordinary powers, merely the ability to impart some basic knowledge of witchcraft. Once Carrie's magical abilities stabilize, she will inherit the knowledge from the Salem witch dimension. This reminded me of what Commander Hill had previously mentioned to me. A witch, just awakened, with a built-in mentor. Leave it to us. Sharon swiftly grasped several keywords from Hawk's statement, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. At this moment, she had entirely cast aside the notion of going to Texas. Goodness. This was a witch endowed with extraordinary dimensional knowledge. Such witches are exceedingly rare throughout the world. Consequently, as surprise struck her unexpectedly, Hawkeye seemed inclined to entrust this witch to the care of Seiya. My goodness. Sharon was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, struggling to find her words. Yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, fervently nodding at Hawkeye. Yes, indeed, we do have witches. How is their character? Hawkeye glanced at Sharon. Although my friend did not specify, I believe she would not wish for Carrie to be led astray. Initially, he intended to consult his good friend Anna. However, Anna appeared to be preoccupied and did not answer his call. Moreover, upon further reflection, he considered that Anna was affiliated with Hydra, and he worried that if Carrie were to join them, she might emerge as a world-ending witch under their influence. Thus, he turned his thoughts to Seiya, as beyond Hydra and Seiya. He knew no other witches or organizations that might be acquainted with them. Wait, Hawkeye recognized two witches. The Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Yet, at this juncture, it was uncertain whether Wanda had awakened, and even if she had, at this time, she was merely an inexperienced witch herself. It would be unrealistic to expect her to teach Carrie. The second was the witch Agatha. However, she too would not suffice. Agatha was indeed a witch and a capable instructor, yet she also absorbed the magical powers of other witches. Hawkeye seriously suspected that if he entrusted Carrie to Agatha, it would not be long before Agatha returned to him with nothing but a skeleton. The Hell Witch trusted him enough to request his assistance in finding a suitable home for Carrie. Therefore, after much contemplation, Hawkeye ultimately found Seiya to be the more reliable option. Although Seiya was on the brink of dissolution at this time, there was still a year left, ample time for Carrie to learn the fundamentals of witchcraft and stabilize her powers. By that time, even if Seiya were to disband, it would matter little. Carrie would likely have already acquired the knowledge passed down from the Salem witches and could find a place to settle and self-study without issue. Sharon once again focused on the crux of Hawkeye's words. She gazed at Hawkeye, who was earnestly inquiring about character, and her mind involuntarily conjured images of his various feats since his debut. Dashing mast into Quantico to seize Gamma Stones, resulting in the deaths of several soldiers. Calf Lake, where he killed Hulk, leading to Hulk's demise. Then there was Quantico again, which was devastated, with million-dollar armored vehicles destroyed, $10 million tanks obliterated, and fighter jets worth hundreds of millions wrecked, resulting in numerous soldier casualties and the tragic fate of General Ross. Sharon's expression grew increasingly peculiar as she contemplated, but she quickly regained her composure and turned to Hawk. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Hawk, may I ask how you define evil? Hawk was momentarily taken aback by the question, glancing at Gwen, who sat nearby. To destroy the world? Gwen opened her mouth, eager to refute the statement. But as the notion of world destruction indeed fell under the definition of evil, she hesitated, retracting her intended rebuttal. Sharon, upon hearing Hawk's response, was slightly taken aback as well. But she swiftly reassured, rest assured, that absolutely will not happen. Well, at least she now comprehended Hawk's boundaries. There was no need to worry about him bringing about the world's end. As Sharon spoke rapidly, she consoled herself internally. Hawk, amused by the look on his fiancée's face, let out a hearty laugh and remarked, just joking. You can assure me that you won't actively harm others, right? Sharon snapped back to reality, nodding affirmatively. Yes, I take that as your guarantee. Hawk, observing Sharon's nod, chuckled and said, If you all lead Carrie astray and my friend comes to me with trouble, I will certainly hold you responsible. As always, the Hell Witch had entrusted Carrie to him, and he felt a sense of obligation towards her. Sharon nodded without hesitation once more, certainly. The witch collaborating with us was once a member of Captain Rogers' Howling Commandos, and is now our extraordinary consultant. Hawk raised an eyebrow. The Howling Commandos? Indeed. Then there are no concerns. Hearing this, Hawk felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. One thing was clear, while he may not know the witch's character, he was well aware of Steve Rogers' integrity. Anyone who had the privilege of joining Steve Rogers' Howling Commandos was exceptional. To put it simply, regardless of their abilities. Captain America had once entrusted his back to these individuals. Thus, the character of a witch whom even Captain America trusted spoke volumes. Captain America's meticulous selection was indeed worthy of trust. After a while, Carrie, who had conversed extensively with the Hell Witch the previous night and was still somewhat uncertain about her future, finally awoke. Upon descending the stairs and learning that she was to accompany Sharon, she exhibited no extreme reactions or words. The Hell Witch had already informed her that she was not the daughter of a demon, but rather a witch, a new generation of Salem witches, and she could place her trust in Hawk, who would arrange for her to have a witch mentor to teach her the fundamental knowledge of witchcraft and help her harness and control her magical powers. As for Maine, she deemed it unnecessary to return. Carrie recalled the vision of her predetermined future that the Hell Witch, whom she recognized as her elder, had shown her using magic the previous night. She envisioned a harrowing scene where, had she not been brought back to New York City by Hawk, her mother, who had always regarded her as the daughter of a demon, would have attempted to take her life, thus extinguishing any desire to return. Consequently, Carrie obediently followed Sharon as they departed from Hawk's residence. Meanwhile, Hawk and Gwen set off for Stacy's apartment, having received a call from Helen earlier that morning, requesting their return by noon. Christmas of 2013 bore a stark contrast to those of previous years for Hawk, who typically spent the holiday at the grave of his sister Anya, the only family he had in this world. However, this year was different. He had gained another relative, Gwen, his fiancée. At that moment in their home on Palm Street, the large, rotund snowman on the lawn remained steadfast, its form barely melting, accompanied by glowing reindeer. The colorful lights adorning the hallway were aglow, while toy soldiers in vibrant uniforms stood guard at the entrance, exuding an endearing charm. All of this was lovingly arranged by Gwen in recent days. Outside, the ambience was vibrant, and inside, the air was imbued with a refreshing sense of festivity. In the foyer stood a petite Christmas tree ornament, while in the living room, a Christmas tree freshly retrieved from Jersey City was adorned with an array of decorative baubles. Handcrafted clay angels and bead strings, also made by Gwen, hung gracefully among the branches, alongside little angels, nutcrackers, snowflakes, and stars. Most notably, various mini photographs of Hawk and Gwen were suspended from the tree's boughs, including a family portrait featuring Gwen, Hawk, and his sister Anya, prominently displayed for all to see. At the top of the tree stood a resplendent Bethlehem star, while the base was draped with a fluffy tree skirt, surrounded by gifts of all sizes, wrapped in vibrant colors, awaiting eager hands to unveil them. Yet, the room felt eerily empty, devoid of Hawk and Gwen, for they had accepted an invitation from the solitary Thor to join him and Jane in Manhattan's new district for their Christmas celebration. Tony Stark and Ms. Pepper Potts were also in attendance. In the modest kitchen, 3 remarkable women gathered, a top-tier female executive valued at the pinnacle of global wealth, a distinguished female doctor renowned in the astronomical field, and a university freshman. Despite their varying statuses, the atmosphere was harmonious, filled with laughter and camaraderie as they collaborated to prepare delectable dishes. Pepper Potts needed no introduction. Her subtle yet effective approach to winning over a notorious playboy spoke volumes. Similarly, Jane Foster's ability to capture the heart of a male idol was self-evident. As for the ability to quickly bond with all the neighbors in the community within just a week, it goes without saying that Gwen, who has successfully ensured her neighbors remember her during events, has achieved something noteworthy. Moreover, this is not the first encounter for the 3 women. When Thor and Jane returned to New York City, they promptly organized a gathering. That night, in a state of merriment, Thor contemplated a duel with Hawkeye and ascended to the atmosphere to initiate their first challenge. In summary, the 3 women enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere in the kitchen, while the 3 men reveled in the living room, drinking and boasting. Primarily, it was Thor and Tony indulging in drinks, as Hawkeye abstained. Having just turned 19 this Christmas, he is yet to reach the legal drinking age of 21. The hellish tavern at the edge of life and death does not count, as it lacks the laws prohibiting those under 21 from consuming alcohol. At this moment, Hawkeye grasped Mjolnir on the table, attempting to lift it. Seated beside him, Thor, holding a beer, watched the scene with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of Hawkeye lifting his mighty hammer. Indeed, despite Hawkeye's extraordinary strength, capable of lifting a hill with ease, he remained unable to budge Mjolnir. After all, the hammer's head was forged from a deceased star. In simple terms, there are two ways to lift Mjolnir. The first is through the hammer's own recognition, as seen with Thor and the future Jane. The second requires a pure heart, embodying righteousness, such as Captain America. However, there exists a third way, to wield the hammer with absolute strength. Only when one can single-handedly lift a star can they grasp Mjolnir with unequivocal power. Yet, at this moment, Hawkeye is evidently not capable of such a feat. On the drive home along Palm Street after the gathering, Gwen, curious, glanced at Hawkeye, seated in the passenger seat. Hawkeye, if you can challenge Thor so many times, your strength must be comparable to his, right? Hawkeye nodded. Yes, in these 10 duels, under the condition of merely igniting my small cosmos without fully unleashing its power. My victories against Thor have been about 50-50. Gwen blinked. So are you a god now? No. Then what about you and Thor? He hasn't completely harnessed his divine authority. Understanding what Gwen was getting at, Hawkeye smiled and explained, if Thor were to fully wield his thunderous divinity, winning even 1 out of 10 duels would be quite an achievement for me. Although I now possess the powers of resurrection and rebirth through the Phoenix, I am still not a god. Having awakened the 6th sense, my existence has undergone a transformation. Yet I still have a considerable distance to traverse before attaining such a divine status. To grasp the 8th sense is merely to brush against the fringes of divinity. The 9th sense is reputed to be the realm of the divine. Only by comprehending the 9th sense can one genuinely be regarded as a god. At present, Hawk is far from even attaining the 7th sense, let alone the 9th. In truth, Soul is not much better off. Both wield divine authority, yet neither can extend their powers to others. For instance, Hawk's authority of rebirth cannot yet be conferred upon anyone else, just as Soul's dominion over thunder remains exclusive to him. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to refer to them as gods. Even a false god holds a semblance of divinity. Hawk mused, chuckling softly, as he turned his gaze toward Gwen, intrigued by her sudden inquiry. Gwen opened her mouth to recount the recent conversation among the 3 women in the kitchen. Primarily, Jane was sharing her observations from the day and night leading to their journey to Asgard, which unexpectedly led to a discussion about the chasm between mortals and the divine. The lifespan of mortals is predetermined to be a mere century, while gods possess an almost immortal existence. Their lifespans virtually endless unless met with death. Jane seemed somewhat troubled, and indeed, she had cause to be. Upon hearing this, Hawk chuckled. King Odin and all of Asgard have always chosen Sif for Thor's spouse. Jane is correct. While mortals may live for a mere 100 years, Thor might accompany Jane for a lifetime, yet Jane cannot accompany Thor throughout eternity. At this point, he realized the underlying concern. He turned to Gwen. So, you are worried about this issue? Gwen, returning the glance, smiled gently. No, I am simply delighted to walk before you. At the very least, I shall not grieve for you, but you shall grieve for me. Hawk was momentarily taken aback by Gwen's response. In the next instant, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar tavern through the window on the right side of the vehicle. Stop, he exclaimed. Gwen pressed the brake, observing as Hawk blinked at a vacant lot across the street from the car. What is it? She asked. Hawk regained his composure and smiled slightly at the curious Gwen. Wait for me here. With that, he unfastened his seatbelt, opened the car door, and strode toward the infernal tavern and the vacant lot that captivated Gwen's attention. In the next moment, as Hawk pushed open the door to the infernal tavern, he abruptly vanished from Gwen's sight. Gwen raised an eyebrow at this scene, yet she felt no astonishment. As she perceived it, her threshold for surprise had been elevated to an extraordinary level. Indeed, this infernal tavern was a projection conjured by Mephisto. Upon entering the infernal tavern, Hawk was enveloped by the familiar atmosphere that lingered on the precipice of life and death. He beheld Mephisto, who was already seated at the table, raising his glass and smiling at him. With a silent acknowledgement, Hawk approached him. Mephisto greeted him with a cheerful lift of his glass, saying, "Merry Christmas, Hawk." To which Hawk replied, "Merry Christmas." Once seated, Hawk lifted his own glass to clink with Mephisto's in a toast. Then, driven by curiosity, inquired, "You've projected the infernal tavern to New York City, where Kamatage resides. Do you not fear that the Sorcerer Supreme will come and thrash you again?" With a dismissive tone, Mephisto replied, "What can she do besides repeatedly compel me with the time stone? I simply find it tedious to engage in such a drawn-out contest." Hawk's mind drifted to the dark dimension of Dormammu, tormented by the time stone in the future, realizing that Mephisto too was a victim of its power. With this thought, Hawk steered the conversation directly to the matter at hand. Your appearance this time suggests a change of heart. Can you assist me in resurrecting my sister? Mephisto did not respond immediately. Instead, he filled Hawk's glass and set the bottle aside before raising his own glass. Hawk, I have always considered you to be a man of intelligence. Hawk raised an eyebrow at this remark, lifting his glass to clink with Mephisto's once more. What do you mean? Mephisto downed his drink in one gulp, leaned back against the sofa, and crossed his hands before him, smiling at Hawk. Releasing your sister's soul is a simple task for me. I have no need to offend a future deity for the sake of a single soul. Hawk remained silent, fully aware that such a statement would inevitably lead to a but. Indeed, Mephisto shifted his tone, revealing a hint of resignation as he shook his head and looked at Hawk. If you wish for me to release your sister's soul, you must first prepare a vessel capable of housing that soul. Hawk responded, 139, with Anya's assistance, resurrection is possible, but you must first prepare the body to receive the soul. Upon hearing Mephisto's words, Hawk's expression once again froze in disbelief. He felt momentarily dazed. Wait. He finally regained his composure and shook his head while gazing at Mephisto. Can't you resurrect her directly? He recalled that Mephisto possessed that capability. Mephisto locked eyes with Hawk, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Of course I can. Provided you are willing to feign ignorance and pretend not to notice that the body your sister would inhabit is being sustained by my energy. Hawk's mind raced. His now crimson-hued, otherworldly golden irises rapidly contracting several times within a brief span. After a moment, he took a deep breath, adopting a serious and solemn demeanor as he looked back at Mephisto, seated across from him. Thus, you imply that as long as I can find a vessel to house my sister's soul, you can resurrect her? Indeed, once you procure a body, I shall release your sister's spirit. Mephisto nodded without hesitation, affirming Hawk's assertion. Upon hearing this, Hawk exhaled a heavy sigh, and then turned his serious gaze back to Mephisto. Just as he was about to express his heartfelt gratitude, Mephisto's tone shifted once more. If you had not summoned your sister's soul back a few days ago, Hawk's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? You are aware that during this period, all dimensions on Earth have closed their passages due to fears surrounding the energies of the world tree, correct? Yes, Hawk nodded, though confusion clouded his expression as he looked at Mephisto. But what does this have to do with my sister? Your sister's soul has been affected by this energy. What? Hawk sprang to his feet from the sofa. Mephisto, seated across from him, glanced up. However, do not worry, she is not in immediate danger. Hawk closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then sat back down. Once Hawk was settled, Mephisto continued. If your sister had not crossed the threshold of hell to meet you, as long as you find a body, I could resurrect her at any moment. But now that is no longer possible. Your sister's essence is not only tainted by my hell's aura, but also by that of the realm of hell. The energy tremors of the world tree, occurring once every millennium, will erode and assimilate the dimensions touched by this force into the universe of the world tree. This energy is formidable. Otherwise, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, would not have sought to harness it to transform the 9 realms into a true realm of darkness. Although Malekith failed, the energy tremors of the world tree did indeed transpire. Consequently, during this time, nearly all dimensional beings active on Earth have returned to their respective realms, sealing their dimensional gates. If the dimensions are thus affected, how could souls fare any better? Even though Anya merely stepped out of the gates of hell without crossing its borders, she was still swept by the invisible energies of the world tree. While the impact was minimal, it still poses complications. To put it simply, Anya was previously an undisputed soul of the hell dimension, yet that is no longer the case. From a certain perspective, a portion of her essence now belongs to the realm of hell. The realm of hell? Hawk recalled the desolate land he had seen during the convergence of the 9 realms, furrowing his brow. The goddess of death, Hela? Mephisto nodded. Indeed. She has been sealed by Odin. However, she is not dead. Mephisto spoke thus, then shifted his tone with a chilling laugh. Moreover, she has seduced my son to flee from hell, attempting to exploit him for her own early liberation. Hawk furrowed his brow as he regarded Mephisto. The witching heart? Indeed. Mephisto shook his head, raising his wine glass with an expression of familial misfortune, as if inviting Hawk to witness his plight. Should my foolish son find the 4-elemental sorcerer and subsequently harness the residual tremors of the world tree to forge a new hell, then Hela shall gain a fleeting reprieve, and your sister's soul will belong to her. Hawk could not suppress his frown. How can this be permitted? She is the goddess of death. Not all deities merit the title of god. While the dimensional gods are indeed gods, they pale in comparison to true divinity. Such as Hela, the the mistress of all souls that perish in non-wartime circumstances. Do not inquire why war casualties do not belong to her, for that realm is governed by the Hall of Heroes. At that moment, Hawk discerned the reason for Mephisto's presence. You wish for my assistance to thwart the Witching Heart's plans for recreating hell? Indeed, Mephisto nodded, gazing at Hawk. But not solely for my sake. It is also for our sister. Hawk pondered, maintaining a composed facade as he scrutinized Mephisto. If I thwart the Witching Heart, will you then resurrect my sister once I secure a vessel for her soul? Mephisto nodded. Yes, I understand. Hawk contemplated thoughtfully, then posed one final inquiry to Mephisto. Where is the Witching Heart now? In Texas. The four-elemental sorcerer was present in the Hell dimension before its closure. The residual energy of the world tree continues to resonate, although it is nearing its end. I must stabilize Hell and contend with Hela to prevent her from claiming your sister's soul, hence I cannot venture there personally. The four-elemental sorcerer, despite bearing the title of sorcerer, is not a demon of the Hell dimension, but rather a native manifestation from Earth. In truth, they are not demons at all, but rather entities formed from the reconstitution of the four fundamental elements, earth, water, wind, and fire, during the world tree's descent. In Eastern fantasy terminology, they might be referred to as transfigured beings. Hawk listened intently to Mephisto's explanation, nodded, and then drained his cup, addressing Mephisto. I shall resolve this matter. With that, he set his empty glass upon the table, rose from the sofa, and strode towards the entrance of the Hell Tavern. In a fleeting moment, as Gwen pondered Hawk's whereabouts, he reappeared from the very spot he had just vanished. To Gwen, Hawk's disappearance and subsequent reemergence had transpired in the span of merely a second. However, the taste of the wine was undeniably authentic. Gwen gazed skeptically at Hawk, who had just re-entered the car after opening the door, but chose not to voice her thoughts as he remained silent. With one press of the accelerator, they sped down Palm Street and parked the vehicle in the garage. An hour later, in the master bedroom on the third floor, Gwen emerged from the bathroom clad in her pajamas and blinked at Hawk's silhouette, standing on the balcony, gazing into the distance, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Hawk turned and stepped into the bedroom. Upon seeing Gwen, freshly bathed, he smiled faintly before succinctly recounting his conversation with Mephisto at the Hell Tavern. After listening to Hawk's account, a joyful expression illuminated Gwen's face. So what you're saying is, as long as you assist Mephisto in thwarting that witch heart demon, he can help you resurrect your sister? She queried. That is indeed his assertion. Gwen paused, slightly taken aback by Hawk's words, then looked at him. You don't trust Mephisto's promise? Without a moment's hesitation, Hawk nodded and gazed at Gwen. Gwen, never place your faith in a demon's words. Not even the punctuation should be trusted. Gwen furrowed her brow. So, are you implying that Mephisto is deceiving you? Hawk shook his head once more. Gwen was left bewildered. Hawk chuckled softly and explained to Gwen. Mephisto claimed he would release my sister's soul. He was not lying. But did you catch the prerequisite he attached? Gwen's mind began to whirl. In the next instant, clarity dawned upon her. You need to first find a vessel to house Anya's soul. Precisely. Gwen gasped. But how do we find that? Hawk shrugged. That does not concern me. It is quite simple. Simple? She echoed. Clone it, then. Hawk smiled slightly. In the Marvel universe, if nothing else, advanced technology abounds. It's merely cloning. Although I have not heard of any companies currently researching cloning technology, I am certain it exists and may have already reached significant maturity. Furthermore, if it's not available on Earth, what of the extraterrestrial realms? We could embark on a cosmic journey to Xander or, if necessary, to Sovereign. The universe is vast. Finding a body for my sister should not pose much difficulty. Yet the crux of the matter did not lie there. It was the condition Mephisto had imposed. Hawk elucidated to Gwen. Do you believe the matter of your sister's body should be addressed first, or should we prioritize the witch heart demon? Gwen blinked, contemplating Hawk's mention of the witch heart demon. The witch heart demon, I suppose. He has already arrived on Earth searching for that four-element sorcerer. Hawk nodded, indeed. But what if, after I successfully assist Mephisto in dealing with the witch heart demon, he has a change of heart? Gwen paused, gazing at the smiling Hawk. Hawk smiled as he spoke. Mephisto has just shared something with me, and I believe his words to be truthful. However, the truth of the present does not guarantee the truth of the future. Demons are inherently unreliable, much like Ace's assertion that the super beasts can never experience pain. Gwen continued to blink in confusion. Ace, super beasts? What are those? That is of no consequence. Hawk decisively waved his hand, turning his gaze to Gwen. What truly matters is that I possess no assurances. I cannot ascertain whether Mephisto will genuinely uphold his promise. Furthermore, I sense that Mephisto is testing me. Testing? Indeed, testing. Hawk looked at Gwen and articulated his suspicions. If I were to assist him in vanquishing the witch heart demon, I fear that Mephisto might subsequently leverage Anya to manipulate me. Is that likely? Very likely. From the moment Mephisto expressed his desire for Hawk's aid against the witch heart demon, a sense of wariness had settled within him. He now harbored grave doubts about the authenticity of his sister's soul being tainted by the essence of the Heim underworld. It seemed more like a ploy crafted by Mephisto to ensure Hawk's cooperation. In essence, it was a mere trick. The adage rings true: demons are untrustworthy. Especially when it concerns the words of a demon lord, better not to believe a single punctuation mark of their utterances. The thought that he would offend a future deity for the sake of an ordinary soul is laughable. Truth be told, one should only take such statements with a grain of salt. Consider this: even if Hawk were a potential future deity, does Mephisto truly fear anyone? This is a being who dares to challenge the likes of the planet Devourer, a figure who is one of the primordial deities of the Marvel Universe. It is known that even a satiated Devourer does not shy away from the other four primordial beings. Although the Devourer has never truly been satiated, this offers a glimpse of the reality. Mephisto has even coveted the souls of primordial gods, let alone a soul that, although not yet a true deity, wields dominion over the powers of immortality and rebirth. To put it plainly, if Mephisto were not interested in Hawk's soul, he would not hesitate to offer his own head as a vessel for Mephisto's whims. Furthermore, the notion that Mephisto could not resurrect his sister without a body is questionable. While it may hold true for other rulers of hell dimensions, this particular ruler, closest to death, speaks mere nonsense when asserting that resurrection is impossible without a body. Once again, the principle stands: one must not trust a single word from a demon. Therefore, Mephisto is either attempting to discern whether he can manipulate my sister to coerce Anya against me, or he seeks to lure me to Texas to seize my soul at an opportune moment. Hiss. Gwen listened to Hawk's conjecture, involuntarily gasping in astonishment before frowning and remarking, "You've already met him. If he couldn't take your soul, how could he manage to deceive you into Texas and claim it then?" Hawk replied, "Texas is the closest place to the dimension of hell. Moreover, it harbors not only demons, but also the Wraith Knights. The judgmental gaze of the Wraith Knights is known only to God. Who can say whether it would affect him?" An image of Nicolas Cage's aged visage flickered in Hawk's mind. Upon hearing this, Gwen felt a twinge of concern and gazed at Hawk, asking, "What do you intend to do?" Hawk regained his focus, meeting her eyes with a slight smile. "It's quite simple. I shall create my own underworld. An underworld is essential. Life and death are the fundamental authorities of any universe." Hawk had initially planned to wait until he comprehended the seventh sense and his nascent universe transformed into a tangible parallel realm before proceeding. After all, his current universe was desolate, and he hadn't even approached the threshold of the seventh sense. The notion of establishing a dedicated underworld had seemed utterly unrealistic. Not to mention, before his universe could materialize, it lacked the foundational elements of a material world. However, the emergence of the Witch King and the elemental mages stirred something within Hawk. One question echoed in his mind: what constitutes the foundational elements of the material world? Earth, water, wind, fire, and ether. Hawk already possessed ether, which granted him the fundamental capability to transmute his universe into a parallel one. But what of the four elements? The arrival of the elemental mages offered Hawk a glimmer of hope to swiftly enrich his universe and expedite his ascent to the zenith of the silver universe. If he could consume these four elemental mages, coupled with the reality gem, the stars of my universe would grow exponentially. Furthermore, it might not be beyond possibility to construct the underworld destined for my Phoenix universe in advance. Once I master the laws of life and death, even if I currently wield the eighth sense governing life and death, I could venture into hell. Most importantly, the shroud of the underworld does not require an abundance of complex materials. Thus, Mephisto, you had best harbor no ulterior motives, Hawk contemplated. The following day, Hawk purchased a ticket to Texas. After sharing an embrace with Gwen, he embarked on his flight. Initially, he had considered breaking through the atmosphere directly to Texas. However, Hawk remained hopeful. He wished to make one last effort to discern whether he possessed a unique constitution that prevented him from using conventional means of transport to leave New York City. Hawk was determined to attempt one final trial. Should another mishap occur during this journey, then it is settled. In the future, if I were to leave New York City again, I might as well fly solo. Just as he settled into his seat, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, a voice filled with surprise and wonder reached his ears. "Hawk." "Sharon?" Roused from his reverie, Hawk turned to see Sharon seated beside him, her expression reflecting astonishment. "What are you doing here?" "Texas, on vacation." "And you?" Sharon glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, lowering her voice as she inquired. Why didn't you just fly over? Her curiosity piqued. She considered that with Hawk's weekly jaunts to Mars for duels with Thor, flying to Texas would surely be swifter than taking a plane, and at no cost. Naturally, Hawk could not divulge that he was there to validate his unique constitution. Thoughts swirling. He smiled and replied, "It's a holiday, after all. I thought it best not to trouble you, to spare you from knocking on my door tomorrow. Yet, here we are again." Sharon blinked, accepting his explanation, for she had no doubt that had Hawk soared off to Texas in a flash, she would have been summoned to inquire about his whereabouts. Thus, with a serious expression, Sharon nodded at Hawk. "Thank you. You're welcome," he replied with a smile, then curiously asked, "By the way, why are you on break so late?" Sharon's tone remained calm. "My holiday was approved before the festival. So, when I came to pick up Callie that day, I went straight from the airport to your house." Hawk paused, meeting Sharon's slightly reproachful gaze, and shook his head. "All right, I apologize." Upon hearing Hawk's apology, Sharon's mild annoyance dissipated instantly. Although she hadn't been able to embark on her vacation to Texas right away, there was a trade-off. Regardless of whether Callie was entrusted to her by Hawk, she had returned with a witch of dimensional potential, thus earning a reward from the Bureau, Level 1, plus an additional 10 days of compensatory leave. Upon reflection, it was clear that she had come out ahead. Sharon smiled gently and began to share updates about Callie. In summary, Callie had been thriving. The S.H.I.E.L.D. witch consultant had been delighted to accept her upon learning she was a Salem witch. "Oh, the other day when I visited Callie, she mentioned that once she completes her first phase of studies, she would like to come and thank you and Gwen. Is that so?" "Yes. I was thinking of asking you when next we meet," she added. Of course, Hawk felt a sense of joy at the news of Callie's progress. As he had often reiterated, the hell which had entrusted Callie to him, while his long-term support might be lacking, he at least needed to guarantee a year of it. Soon enough, the aircraft ascended smoothly, encountering no challenges as it soared gracefully above the clouds, heading steadily towards Texas. Hawk remained acutely aware of his surroundings throughout the flight, only feeling a sense of relief once the plane crossed into Texas airspace. Excellent. It seemed that even if danger were to arise, it would not manifest during the flight, but rather after disembarking. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Hawk continued to engage in conversation with Sharon, who sat beside him. Suddenly, he was stirred by Sharon's mention of a motorcycle stunt show. "What kind of stunt show?" Sharon retrieved a promotional brochure for Johnny Blaze's motorcycle stunt show from her bag and handed it to Hawk, enthusiastically endorsing it. "This is the most popular performance in Texas, featuring Johnny Blaze. His motorcycle stunts are truly spectacular. I specifically traveled to Texas to see this show." Hawk accepted the brochure, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the unforgettable visage of Nicolas Cage. "Ah, confirmed, the Ghost Rider indeed," he thought, returning the brochure to Sharon. "Is that so? If I have time, I shall go see it as well." Sharon, taking back the pamphlet, suddenly brightened. "By the way, Hawk, your trip to Texas is..." Hawk smiled slightly. Just as he was about to respond, the aircraft, which had already begun its descent, abruptly halted. A chorus of startled exclamations filled the cabin. Hawk's heart tightened instinctively. In the next moment, he heightened his senses, quickly enveloping every corner of the cabin, scanning for potential threats. Initially tense, Sharon relaxed when the plane stabilized. Observing Hawk's serious demeanor, she chuckled, "Hawk, just relax, it's merely turbulence. If you fly often, you'll encounter it regularly." Hawk, reflecting on the peculiar energy fluctuations he had sensed outside the aircraft, turned to Sharon with a subtly raised smile. "Are you certain?" The atmosphere shifted as Sharon noticed the ambiguous smile playing on Hawk's lips. Her previous expression of reassurance faltered. A pang of concern struck her. "What's wrong?" "Nothing at all," Hawk replied calmly, looking at Sharon. "Just a wind element demon attempting to bring this aircraft down." His tone remained light. And indeed, given Hawk's current prowess, the prospect of causing the plane to crash or even disintegrate midair was hardly a source of fear for him. But his heart had utterly perished. It was evident that the world had imparted a sanguinary truth to him. Any departure from New York City by means of transportation would inevitably invite calamity. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, for now he would harbor no illusions upon leaving the city again. Hawk sighed deeply within. Sharon's heart was similarly extinguished. A demon? A plane crash? Hiss. Sharon gasped, her eyes wide with anticipation, hoping to discern even a hint of jest upon Hawk's countenance. However, Hawk's expression remained serene, devoid of any semblance of levity. Instantly, Sharon felt an icy chill envelop her heart. "What should I do?" "I'll go outside and take a look," Hawk declared. In the blink of an eye, Sharon's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Hawk abruptly vanish from her view. When he reappeared, he stood atop the aircraft's fuselage. Before him, The wind demon Ariel, one of the four elemental spirits, cackled maniacally, transforming into turbulent winds that relentlessly battered the sides of the aircraft. Cackling. In the tempest. Let it sway, tremble, and explode. The passenger plane rocked violently under the onslaught of Ariel's chaotic winds. Inside the cabin, the captain and co-pilot strained with every ounce of strength, manually controlling the aircraft, striving to stabilize it amidst the sudden turbulence to prevent a catastrophic descent. Hawk did not immediately confront the wind demon. Instead, he quietly observed Ariel's performance. In his gaze, there was an unmasked yearning for the wind demon. With the wind, the other three elemental components of the material world could coalesce and intertwine under its influence. Moreover, with the wind, Hawk was confident that his speed would increase significantly. Most importantly, with the wind at his back, he need not actively seek the witch heart demon on his journey to Texas. He could simply bide his time and await the demon's approach. Thus, the wind was indeed a fortuitous element. The wind must be present. It was imperative. Meanwhile, reveling in the chaos he unleashed upon the aircraft, reveling in the terrified screams of the passengers. The wind demon Ariel's peripheral vision caught the sudden appearance of Hawk atop the plane. Initially taken aback, Ariel soon resumed his cackling laughter, conjuring numerous invisible blades of wind that whistled toward Hawk. Whoosh, whoosh. Hawk's coat was instantly tattered by the assault of the wind blades, and as the fierce winds howled, the upper half of his garments vanished, revealing his muscular physique. As for the lower half remaining intact, it was simply that Hawk did not mind a wardrobe malfunction, yet he was rather averse to complete exposure. Cackling. In this moment, the wind demon Ariel transformed into a swirling vortex that seemed to possess a life of its own. Within this vortex materialized a figure resembling an unimpressive man who regarded the disheveled Hawk with a sinister grin. Little one, this aircraft has caught my grandfather's eye. Be wise and move aside. The wind demon Ariel, indeed worthy of such arrogance, displayed an air of superiority, for he was an elemental sorcerer. However, Hawk was not incensed by Ariel's hubris. Instead, he smiled at the swirling tempest before him. Wind demon, would you be interested in a change of scenery? Ariel, visibly impatient, retorted, no, be gone. Do not disturb your grandfather. Very well, Hawk replied, unfazed by this anticipated response. With a sigh, he redirected his gaze toward Ariel. Allow me to rephrase my request, Ariel. I seek your assistance in my training. Upon hearing this, a flicker of alarm shot through Ariel's consciousness, drawing his attention to Hawk's striking eyes, crimson interspersed with gold, brimming with desire and avarice. Whom did he covet? Who else but himself? Ariel instinctively regained his focus, observing Hawk, whose crimson aura ignited like flames, filling him with dread, prompting an instinctual urge to flee. Yet, Hawk's right hand extended towards the vanishing vortex, his tone a calm chill. Sixth sense, weather control. This was one of the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon the Silver Saints upon awakening their sixth sense. In simple terms, it allowed for the manipulation of the weather. While the Silver Saints wielded limited control over meteorological phenomena, the Golden Saints, upon achieving the seventh sense, could effortlessly govern the weather of an entire planet. For instance, the Golden Saint of Cancer, Dismask, once elevated the water levels of the Yangtze River upon reaching Mount Lushan. Moreover, a certain Norse bishop among the saints had once plunged the earth into a perpetual winter for 3 consecutive years. Thus, wind also fell within the realm of weather manipulation. To be candid, had Ariel concealed himself within the wind, rather than exhibiting such audacity by manifesting within the visible vortex, Hawk would have found himself utterly powerless to capture him. After all, wind is intangible. Unless Hawk ascended to the status of a golden saint with the seventh sense, he would have no means to contend with Ariel's evasion. However, at this moment, as Hawk's sixth sense ignited with the brilliance of the Silver Phoenix, the once proud wind demon, who had dismissed Hawk so readily, now flailed like a headless fly, transformed into an intangible stream of air, colliding chaotically with his surroundings. Yet, it appeared that an invisible barrier encircled him, rendering all of his frantic attempts to escape futile. Much like a certain renowned monkey that could not elude the grasp of Buddha's five-fingered mountain, no matter how it soared. Hawk, while igniting his own small universe to control the wind demon before him, subtly shifted his stance and gradually approached the entity. At last, the wind demon Ariel comprehended a crucial truth. He had fallen, caught utterly off guard. With a resounding thud, the exposed wind demon Ariel knelt before Hawk without hesitation. Forgive me, I was wrong. Please, spare my life. Hawk, observing the transformation of the once arrogant demon, who merely moments ago had boasted of his superiority, into one who now humbly assumed the role of a subordinate, was momentarily taken aback. He then smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, I could never bring myself to kill you. Instead, I wish for your assistance in my cultivation." With that declaration, he hesitated not a moment, fervently igniting his small universe, accompanied by the manifestation of a phoenix's ethereal shadow. A burst of scarlet flames erupted beneath the wind demon's feet. Hawk sought the four elements. As for the elemental magic, let us just say his small universe would not tolerate any being that rivaled his own might and arrogance. Thus, transformation was an option he simply could not allow. As the phoenix flames flickered to life, the wind demon Ariel realized Hawk's true intentions. He did not desire Ariel himself, but rather his very essence. In that instant, a wave of terror washed over Ariel. He was indeed an embodiment of the wind element, yet the wind element did not solely belong to him. "Please, spare me, Master. I am willing to recognize you as my lord. Truly, I shall obey your every command. Please, do not take my life." It seemed that his pleas had struck a chord, for the flames of the phoenix momentarily flickered. Ariel's face brightened, though a flicker of resentment flashed deep within his eyes. "Curse you. Do not let me find an opportunity to escape." Once Hawk activated his heightened senses, he immediately discerned the malice lurking within Ariel's gaze. Internally, he mused that demons are indeed untrustworthy, yet maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the wind demon. "Ariel, what do you believe is paramount to me?" "Loyalty." Without a moment's hesitation, Ariel responded, "Master, rest assured, I shall be 100% loyal to you." Hawk chuckled, and Ariel mirrored the laughter. In the next moment, however, the smile vanished from Hawk's face. He gazed at Ariel, and as the phoenix flames ignited once more, his tone turned somber and profound. "You are mistaken. Without you, I am at a great loss." A cry of anguish escaped Ariel's lips as the phoenix flames surged, enveloping him entirely, forcing from him a soul-rending scream. Within the crucible of the phoenix fire, Ariel's voice became hoarse, laced with boundless resentment. "Damn it, you deceived me. May you meet a wretched end. My brethren shall avenge me. Ah, you wish to refine me? I shall ensure your endeavor fails. It is widely known, in the realm of verbal assaults, the Westerners, be they human or demon, exhibit a language that is strikingly barren and impotent." Hawk, amid the furious invectives of the wind demon Ariel, displayed not the slightest flicker of emotion, even as the wind demon, in a final roar, opted for self-destruction. Unleashing chaotic currents that severed the wings of the aircraft beneath it, Hawk remained utterly unperturbed, his eyelids betraying no movement. The wind demon Ariel, choosing to ignite its own soul in a desperate bid to leverage the plummeting aircraft for a glimmer of survival, looked upon Hawk, who seemed entirely indifferent to the lives of the passengers on board, and felt a profound sense of despair. At last, under the blazing inferno of the phoenix's fire, accompanied by the sound of a phoenix's cry, within his microcosm, wind emerged. Not a single punctuation mark of the demon could be trusted. What transformation would occur in Hawk's microcosm with the advent of wind? The answer was cataclysmic. As one of the four elemental forces of creation, the arrival of wind enveloped Hawk in an exhilarating sensation, a lightness unattainable even by the reality gem. Prior to the awakening of his seventh sense, the golden microcosm, the reality gem had merely allowed the manifestation of his sixth sense, the silver phoenix microcosm, without enabling the true materialization of his microcosm itself. Without the ability to materialize his microcosm, it was impossible for him to possess natural elements within it. However, the emergence of the wind element transformed everything. Hawk soon became acutely aware that his microcosm, once resembling a star copied from a mold, began to evolve under the influence of the wind element. Even the meteorites previously contained within his microcosm started to coalesce, attempting to form a cohesive whole due to the infusion of the wind element. Yet, the meteorites acquired from Anna were, evidently, insufficient to construct a world. A complete material world necessitated not only the presence of wind, but also the other three primordial elements, earth, fire, and water. As Hawk savored the current sensation of lightness, he simultaneously sensed the intangible changes within his microcosm. At that moment, he heard Sharon's cries from the cabin below. In the next instant, Hawk opened his eyes. Before him lay the aircraft, now resembling a stout chopstick after the wind demon Ariel had severed its wings, hurtling towards the ground at an alarming speed. Inside the cabin, passengers, securely strapped in by their seatbelts, screamed in utter despair. With a mere thought, Hawk instantaneously appeared ahead of the aircraft, positioned directly in its path as it plunged downward. In the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot exerted themselves in vain to save the aircraft. At that moment, they were astonished to behold Hawk, who appeared before them, suspended in midair, his expression serene. Hawk observed the aircraft, resembling a cannonball as it hurtled towards him, and raised his right hand. Psychokinesis. This was one of the extraordinary abilities attained by a silver saint upon awakening their sixth sense, allowing them to manipulate matter or energy through thought alone. For an ordinary silver saint, controlling a large passenger plane soaring at altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters was a trivial task. Among the saints, the Silver Saint Sparta had previously employed psychokinesis to forcibly guide the plane carrying Seiya and his companions to their island, not to mention the Gold Saints, whose awakened seventh sense could tear through the fabric of space-time, enabling them to transport objects or individuals across dimensions. Thus, while Hawk could not physically lift an aircraft like Superman, lacking the latter's biological field, he found it remarkably easy to control the plane with psychokinesis. As Hawk raised his hand, the instantaneous cover of psychokinesis caused the aircraft, which had been diving like a projectile, to abruptly decelerate, and its descent was gradually corrected. Sharon, peering through the airplane window, widened her eyes in astonishment as she beheld Hawk suspended in the air, her heart involuntarily sighing in relief. 10 minutes later, in a desolate expanse 68 kilometers east of Fort Stockton, Texas, a wingless aircraft, resembling a stout chopstick, made contact with the ground, producing a resounding thud before coming to a steady halt in the desert. The breaths within the cabin seemed to freeze for 5 seconds. After this brief interlude, the passengers, having survived the ordeal, erupted into frenzied applause, embracing the unfamiliar travelers around them, shouting in celebration of their miraculous escape. The flight attendants joined in the jubilation but quickly regained their composure, pulling open the emergency exit door. With a resounding pop, the inflatable slide ejected, and the attendants hurriedly directed passengers to evacuate swiftly. Before long, one passenger after another descended the inflatable slide under the attendants' guidance. However, before they could marvel at the miraculous landing of the wingless aircraft, black-clad agents disembarked from a swiftly approaching Chevrolet, displaying their credentials before commencing a thorough inspection of the passengers' mobile phones and various recording devices. Sharon made her way to the cockpit, promptly deleting the footage captured by the two pilots and removing the cockpit's recording device. She smiled at the pilots, saying, "Congratulations to both of you. Your exceptional professionalism has saved this aircraft." The two pilots exchanged glances, and the captain cautiously turned to Sharon and inquired, "Was that the legendary Thor we just witnessed?" Sharon gazed at the two pilots, who were eager for answers, and smiled slightly. "He is the Phoenix, not Thor. As for the rest, I'm afraid I cannot disclose anything. A confidentiality agreement will be presented shortly for your signatures." The term Phoenix was the code name assigned to Hawk by S.H.I.E.L.D. after his departure from Africa, designated by Commander Maria Hill. The Phoenix symbolizes eternity and rebirth in Western culture, representing the cyclical nature of life and immortality, thus earning the moniker of the immortal bird. Hence, naming Hawk as the Phoenix was both straightforward and unmistakable. After delivering this statement to the pilots, Sharon turned and exited the cockpit. Soon, she descended to the ground via an inflatable slide and handed over the cockpit recording device to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent stationed in Texas. Following the guidance provided, she located Hawk, who was already seated in one of the Chevrolet vehicles. Curiously, Hawk observed as Sharon opened the car door and took her seat beside him. "The Phoenix, is that for real? Who came up with that?" "Commander Hill," Sharon replied without hesitation, readily revealing her superior's identity. After all, Hill had not indicated that the code name was to remain confidential from Hawk, so it could hardly be deemed a breach of secrecy. Upon hearing this, Hawk recalled seeing his Phoenix core on the African savanna and nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, not fond of the code name. It's not bad," Hawk shrugged. "I suppose it's more formidable than being called the Phoenix, so I can accept it." Sharon's gaze drifted to the nearby aircraft, its wings shattered, along with the group of passengers fortunate enough to have survived. She then addressed Hawk, "By the way, I owe you my gratitude for your assistance this time." Hawk smiled modestly. It was a mere trifling effort. Ordinarily, he preferred to remain detached from reality. However, this time he felt a profound sense of responsibility, believing that the calamity that befell the aircraft was entirely due to his presence. No, it was indeed his doing. Thus, he had intervened to save them, and he had resolutely decided that the next time he left New York City, he would not use any form of transportation. "Hawk, that was the wind demon," Sharon remarked, bringing him back to the present. "It is not a demon. Rather, it is the consciousness of the elemental force of wind, and it has perished," he clarified. Sharon nodded thoughtfully, then recalled a question she had intended to ask Hawk before the incident. "By the way, Hawk, during your visit to Texas, do you have a particular destination in mind? I can arrange transportation for you." "I did have a place in mind, but that has changed." Hawk said, recalling the brochure Sharon had shown him. By the way, where is that motorcycle stunt show you mentioned? It's at Stockton Fort. Then let us go there. Hawk replied, raising an eyebrow. With the wind element now at his command, he felt prepared for any confrontation. Shall we seek the witch heart demon? There is no need for that. It is sufficient to wait for the wraith to come knocking. Moreover, the Ghost Rider is present as well. Perfect. He intends to observe whether that old rascal Mephisto genuinely intends to play any tricks on him. If not, all will be well. If so, well, let him not be blamed. Hawk contemplated this. Meanwhile, 68 kilometers away, within the confines of Stockton Fort, Johnny Blaze, also known as the corporeal form of the Ghost Rider, had just awakened from a nightmare, disheveled and drenched in sweat. He stumbled to the mirror and twisted open a bottle of mineral water, gulping it down in haste before gazing at his reflection. For days, he had been plagued by a recurring nightmare, one that filled him with remorse. In his youth, he had been naive, and upon witnessing his father in dire condition, he struck a deal with the demon. Little did he know, the demon would not honor the agreement. After restoring his father's health, the very next day, his father met an untimely demise due to an accident. Johnny harbored an intense hatred for that demon, yet felt utterly powerless. He had come to realize that the demon with whom he had forged a pact was no ordinary fiend, but rather the overlord of hell, the dark sovereign Mephisto. Thus, he chose to part ways with his girlfriend and abandon his hometown, hoping to escape Mephisto's grasp. Initially, Johnny believed he had succeeded. However, in recent days, the scene of signing the soul contract resurfaced, day after day. He sensed that Mephisto had found him and was drawing near. Hello, Johnny. Startled, Johnny, bearing the visage of Nicolas Cage, instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. Before him stood an impeccably dressed elder whose presence exuded an air of sophistication, causing his pupils to tremble. It is time for you to fulfill your promise, Mephisto said with a gentlemanly smile, reminding Johnny, you signed a soul contract, remember? Johnny clenched his fists. You deceived me. Mephisto nodded with a gentlemanly demeanor. Indeed, I deceived you. However, this time I shall not. If you retrieve a certain soul for me, I shall release both your soul and your father's. Your father has been under my care and has fared quite well. Johnny shuddered at these words as he gazed at Mephisto. Is this true? Of course, Mephisto continued to smile with a gentlemanly charm. As long as you can retrieve a soul for me, I promise to fulfill my word. I can provide written assurance. Written assurance? Johnny, fixated on the thought of Mephisto potentially reviving his father, felt a sudden chill wash over him, extinguishing his excitement like a bucket of cold water. In his mind, the cunning tricks that Mephisto had employed to deceive him in the past resurfaced once more. In an instant, Johnny's fevered thoughts cooled rapidly, and he turned his gaze toward Mephisto. You intend to deceive me again, he stated. No, Mephisto replied, shaking his head, his gentlemanly smile still gracing his features as he regarded Johnny. This time, I assure you, I will not deceive you. At least, in that moment, his words bore sincerity. As for what would follow, what relevance did the subsequent untruths of Mephisto have to the promises he made now? It was akin to his assurances to Hawk that he would release Hawk's sister's soul, provided Hawk found a body. This was merely a ruse employed by Mephisto to draw Hawk into the infernal realm of Texas. His rebellious offspring, the witch heart demon, had indeed escaped from hell. Seeking to locate the four elementals, relying on the deathly laws he commanded to reconstruct a new hell. Similarly, his desire for Hawk's assistance in halting the witch heart demon was genuine. Yet, his ambition to claim Hawk's soul was equally earnest. No one can refuse the soul of a deity, particularly when that deity is not truly divine. In essence, he could be supplanted. Being a dimensional god of the realm of death is not without its merits. However, Mephisto yearned to become a true deity, believing it would broaden his divine horizons. Moreover, the dominion over life and death diverges from that of other divine powers. Even if Mephisto were to encompass all living beings within his hellish dimension, he could never ascend to true divinity. The authority over life and death already belonged to another, a creator deity. Death, one of the 5 primordial creator deities of the cosmos. Death embodies the abstract concept of mortality, the very personification of demise, the sovereign of souls, and the source of all spirits across the multiverse, both creator and manipulator. In simpler terms, as long as death endures, Mephisto shall remain merely a dimensional god, never attaining true divinity. However, Hawk's moment of rebirth, teetering on the brink of life and death, ignited a flicker of hope within Mephisto and stirred his ambitions. For if he could seize Hawk's soul and extract from it the twin divine authorities of immortality and rebirth, he could finally become a true god. Thus, from the very moment he glimpsed Hawk at the threshold of life and death, he had been preparing. For instance, the invitations extended to Hawk for those few drinks. Those drinks held no particular significance, no defects. In fact, consuming them would enhance one's soul. This was because the very materials used to concoct those drinks were derived from souls. Yet, precisely because these drinks were composed of souls, until Hawk had fully consumed them, his essence would not be entirely pure. What lies ahead for Mephisto is rather straightforward: to seize the opportunity to harvest Hawk's soul. Even if Hawk's soul were to descend into the depths of hell for merely a fleeting moment, Mephisto possesses the means to ensure that Hawk remains eternally ensnared in that infernal realm. Ultimately, the opportunity presented itself. His son, the Wraith, escaped from hell during the momentary lapse when Hawk's sister, Anna, was summoned by the Hell Witch. This incident incited both fury and realization within Mephisto, illuminating the prospect of harvesting Hawk's essence. Consequently, he re-emerged, successfully deceiving Hawk into journeying to Texas, all the while intending to entrap his wayward son and seize the chance to claim his soul. This opportunity materialized in the form of Johnny, who had just entered into a soul contract with Mephisto. Of course, as an ordinary human, Johnny was incapable of claiming Hawk's soul. However, the vengeful spirit he had vanquished years prior possessed that capability. During their fierce confrontation, Johnny had nearly succumbed to the judgmental gaze of the vengeful spirit, which threatened to siphon away his own essence. In contrast, Hawk, who had yet to ascend to divinity and was currently subdued by Johnny's intoxicating libations, would be an effortless target for the judgmental eye, allowing for the swift collection of his soul. Yet, this endeavor hinged upon one crucial condition: Johnny's cooperation. Should he falter, he risked dire consequences. Nevertheless, it was of no concern to Mephisto, for he had successfully manipulated Johnny once and could undoubtedly do so again. Indeed, as Johnny listened to Mephisto's earnest assurances, his heart, which had just ceased its rhythmic beating, began to thump once more with fervor. He swallowed hard, casting a glance towards Mephisto. Was it truly so? I assure you, Mephisto replied with a smile, extending his right hand, from which a scroll of parchment soared towards Johnny. I swear by my dominion over hell that this contract bears no textual traps or invisible ink. You may examine its contents. Taking hold of the parchment, Johnny inhaled deeply, recalling the painful lesson of his previous deception, and scrutinized the contract word by word. Indeed, the contract stipulated that if he were to retrieve the designated soul from Mephisto, then Mephisto would liberate his father's spirit. There were no hidden pitfalls, nor minute text barely discernible to the naked eye. The contract was precisely as Mephisto had described. Johnny exhaled, lifting his gaze to meet Mephisto's. And this specified soul, who is it? Hawk. Mephisto responded with a smile, conjuring an image of Hawk amidst hellfire. Deliver his soul to hell, and your father's essence shall be set free. Notably, he spoke of release, not resurrection. Johnny's father's spirit was currently confined within a soul prison in hell, and liberating him from that confinement was indeed a form of release, much akin to the promise he had once made to Hawk. The distinction lay solely in the nature of their captivity. One was under house arrest, the other in chains. Thus, Mephisto had uttered no falsehoods. Johnny gazed upon the projection of Hawk conjured by Mephisto, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Who is this Hawk, and why do you desire his soul? Mephisto, seemingly aware of Johnny's thoughts, replied with a knowing smile. He is a nefarious individual, I assure you. To substantiate his claim, Mephisto extended his right hand once more. The image of Hawk wreaking havoc at the Quantico base, transforming it into ruins, was instantly illuminated by the flames of hell projected by Mephisto. Additionally, scenes of Hawk in Africa, where countless souls of the black wildlings ascended, appeared, as if they were lamenting Hawk's transgressions before Johnny. As Johnny observed the projections, a question arose within him, and he inhaled sharply at the sight of the formidable Hawk. I can procure his soul for you. But do you believe I possess the strength to approach him in such a state? You do. Mephisto maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, his smile unwavering, as the hellfire in his right hand morphed into a ghostly blue flame. With the fire of vengeance I grant you, you shall possess that strength. This was precisely why he intended to lure Hawk to Texas, for it was the closest location to his infernal dimension, where the flames of vengeance could unleash their fullest potential. Moreover, the energy from his hellish realm could suppress other non-infernal energies in Texas, albeit to a certain extent. However, that was of little consequence. In the ebb and flow of energies, Mephisto envisioned himself becoming a true deity. Achoo! Just as he was following Sharon into the diminutive town of Stockton, which boasted a population of less than 9,000, Hawk felt a familiar, yet foreign aura infiltrating him, compelling an involuntary sneeze. Sitting beside him, Sharon offered her blessings. God bless you. Thank you, Hawk replied casually, then heightened his senses, discovering an oddity. In New York City, with his heightened perception, enveloping the entire metropolis in his awareness was a trivial feat yet, in this small Texas town of merely 13.3 square kilometers. He found his senses unable to fully encompass the area. It seemed as though his power was being suppressed. Hell, upon analyzing the source of that familiar, yet foreign aura, Hawk could not help but inwardly lament. Simultaneously, he confirmed a realization. Mephisto's words were indeed unworthy of any trust. At that moment, he sensed another presence rapidly approaching. Hawk opened his eyes and turned to Sharon, asking, "By the way, what is the name of the hotel you were staying at?" Sharon, momentarily taken aback, revealed the name of the establishment. Hawk nodded, stating, "Another elemental mage is present. I will deal with it and then head to the hotel to find you. Do not follow, it could be fatal." With that, Hawk's form vanished once more within the confines of the vehicle. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent driving, startled by Hawk's sudden disappearance from the back seat, instinctively jerked the steering wheel but quickly regained control of the vehicle with professional precision. After the initial shock, Sharon, who had already become accustomed to such occurrences, let out a sigh and suggested, "Let us return to the hotel." For reasons unknown, she felt that her desire to witness Johnny's exhilarating motorcycle stunts the following night might remain unfulfilled. As for a vacation? Nonsense. They should hasten back to the hotel and promptly report to the commander. When Hawk reappeared, he was already outside the city, his form soaring into the air, transforming into an imperceptible shadow that swiftly darted towards the desolate outskirts. His sister had perished amidst a battle between two monsters in the city, so he instinctively chose to distance himself from populated areas whenever conflict arose. Soon, Hawk descended into a valley within the barren expanse. Concurrently, the ominous presence that had been pursuing him revealed itself, not from above, but emerging from the very earth of the desert. With a tremendous rumble, the ground trembled, and debris surged upward, swiftly coalescing into a figure of clay. The elemental of earth, the earth demon, Jurgum,